Humans have been transported to a world governed by the survival of the bus, where each day offers a singular opportunity for exploration outside its confines. A myriad of adventurous maps continually emerges. Chapter 1. A challenging beginning. A rhythmic jolt roused Fong Tian from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, discovering himself seated in a dilapidated bus, shrouded in darkness outside. How did I end up on this bus suddenly? An announcement echoed through the vehicle. Greetings, survivors. Welcome to the world of bus survival. Please take note of the following rules. Once you perish in this realm, it will be your true demise. Every day at noon, exploration time commences. The bus will halt at a random world. You may choose to remain on board or embark on an adventure. After 2 hours, the bus will depart punctually, and any survivor who fails to return in time will be forsaken in this world. To assist you in acclimating, the first 3 days will only permit access to safe zones and novice PvE modes. From 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., the bus will operate, stopping at a station every hour, where you shall receive varying operational income. The bus requires fuel should it run low. Operations will cease for the day. Do not interfere with the AI. Driving the consequences will be yours to bear. Most of the time, the bus is safe. Take note. It is most of the time. Now let us commence. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. What is happening? Have I traversed dimensions? Fong Tian patted his pockets, realizing all his belongings were gone. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on the recent announcement. Surely he was not the only one brought to this place. Who orchestrated this? Is it related to the comet Ruoling? He vaguely recalled watching the news about the comet's approach to Earth before losing consciousness. Then he seemed to recall being pressed to the ground by a beggar, who scattered some powder into his eyes. Shaking his head, Fong Tian examined his surroundings. Apart from its abysmal state, it was merely an ordinary bus. However, the driver's area was encased in a layer of black metal, and at the exit door, a technologically advanced virtual screen was installed. The screen displayed 4 options: survivor status, vehicle modification, chat room, and newbie gift pack. Almost instinctively, Fong Tian selected the newbie gift pack. Acquired: short bow blueprint X1, simple wooden arrow template, dagger blueprint X1, hatchet X1, compressed biscuit X1, mineral water X1. As he brought these items closer to the screen, their attributes materialized. Worn hatchet can gather wood and serve as a temporary weapon. Short bow requires 2 wood, 1 hemp thread. Simple wooden arrow template requires 1 wood for every 20 arrows. Dagger requires 2 wood, 5 iron. Compressed biscuit provides sufficient calories for a meal. Prolonged consumption may lead to malnutrition. Mineral water, 500 milliliters, can replenish hydration. He then opened the chat room, noticing the upper right corner displaying the number 10-00010-000, which was already in utter chaos. Some expressed fear, others wept for help, while some exuded excitement. Messages scrolled rapidly, overwhelming the reader. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The Star Eye system has been loaded and will officially bind after the initial adventure. A system? Attention! The bus is about to stop. Please remain seated and hold on to the handrails. You have arrived at the abandoned factory on the map. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. The current PvE map is in novice mode, which will be accessible for only 3 days. You will embark on this adventure alongside another survivor. You are unable to attack one another, and the loot system is independent. Unknown dangers lurk within the map. Proceed with caution. The doors slowly opened, revealing a scene outside for the darkened windows. Before him lay a dilapidated factory area, shrouded in a gray sky. The entrance to the factory stood ajar, obscuring the view of what lay within. What wretched luck! Couldn't they have provided a safe zone to hone their skills first? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from disembarking today and see if tomorrow would yield a safer area? Yet, as a newcomer, this was the prime moment to establish a solid foundation. How many times had he awoken in the dead of night, exhausted from the trials of life, regretting why he hadn't strived harder in his youth to build a stronger base? Regardless of whether this place was heaven or hell, he refused to harbor regrets any longer. With determination, Fong Tian gripped his short axe and leapt from the bus. To the left, another bus was parked, and from it emerged a young man in his 20s, clad in a t-shirt. Fong Tian approached him and greeted. "Hello, are you also from Huaxia?" The young man scrutinized Fong Tian warily before responding. "What exactly is going on here?" Fong Tian offered a wry smile. "How would I know? Let's go in and take a look. There might be monsters, so let's be cautious." The young man nodded, following closely behind. Fong Tian silently glanced back at him. The young man offered an awkward smile and stood beside him. Together, they pushed open the large door and stepped into the factory area, revealing 3 buildings before them. To the left was a dormitory, in the center stood the factory itself, and to the right was a cafeteria. "Which way shall we go?" Fong Tian inquired. The young man chuckled. "You're the captain, you decide." Fong Tian murmured to himself, "Men to the left, women to the right, so we should go right." This jest was merely a means to ease his own tension, for he understood that food was paramount in the early stages. As they approached the cafeteria, a flicker of white light and a glimmer of red light emerged inside. The white light emanated from the depths of the cafeteria, while the red light coalesced behind the tightly shut cafeteria door, exuding a perilous aura. Something felt amiss. Fong Tian halted his steps. "Let's go. Didn't we say we would head to the cafeteria?" The young man stopped abruptly, perplexed. "Look at that red light." Fong Tian pointed toward the door. The young man scanned the surroundings in confusion. "Where?" In that instant, Fong Tian realized that this illumination was visible only to him. Could it be a system ability? "Come on, what are you afraid of?" The young man, growing impatient, urged him onward. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. The announcement clearly stated this is a PV map with dangers, we must be cautious. The young man scoffed. "It's just a novice map, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go." Fong Tian smirked coldly and stepped aside. "If you're not afraid, then you lead the way." The young man rolled his eyes in disdain. "Why should I? Wasn't it agreed that you would lead the team? Do you take me for a fool?" Fong Tian retorted. "Do you think I'm foolish? Who told you that leading the team equates to being in charge? Then do as you please, I might as well forego the adventure today." The young man sulked, finding a stone to sit on, his expression indifferent. Fong Tian could only chuckle in exasperation, giving the young man a thumbs up. "You're impressive." At this juncture, what choice did he have but to proceed? Could he afford to waste time with this obstinate miscreant? They had merely 2 hours for exploration. Failing to gather resources would render today's endeavor futile. However, let us not forget that the spoils system operates independently. If I can handle whatever lies beyond that door, do not expect to gain a single morsel of supplies. Gritting his teeth, he advanced, pulled open the iron door of the cafeteria, and swiftly retreated. As the iron door creaked open, a skeletal hand emerged from the crack. Fortunately, Fong Tian had retreated just in time to avoid a grisly fate. Soon, a hunchback figure limped out, its skin a deep shade of green, clad in tattered garments. A rotting, contorted face bore a single eyeball that swayed with its movements. A foul stench wafted forth, provoking nausea. The two cried out in unison, "Zombie!" Chapter 2. Why would I bring a dog if it's not hunting? Fong Tian shuddered and turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, he halted, glancing back with keen scrutiny. Above the zombie's head, a line of text materialized. Weak low-tier zombie, movement sluggish, beware of toxic claws and teeth. Is this also a capability of the system? Its sluggishness offers an opportunity. The young man had already reached the factory gates, noticing Fong Tian had not followed. He paused and looked back. That zombie is so slow. You have an axe, you can take it. Fong Tian disregarded him, taking a deep breath before rushing forward and bringing his axe down with force. A dull thud echoed as the axe cleaved a gash into the zombie's skull. Yet, astonishingly, the creature did not perish. Instead, it swiped at him with a claw, its attack speed far surpassing its sluggish movements. Instinctively, Fong Tian kicked the zombie away but lost his balance and fell to the ground. Not even one axe blow could fell it. It seems this axe is merely a tool, too blunt to serve as an effective weapon. To slay such a zombie, a sharp instrument aimed at the head is essential. Observing the zombie lunging towards him again, Fong Tian retreated hastily, relieved by its slow pace, which meant he would likely not be caught. Yet, he dared not attack again. Aware that the zombie's claws were toxic, one scratch could spell doom. Isn't this supposed to be a novice monster? Why is it so formidable? Come help me. Fong Tian shouted as he continued to back away. The young man, however, showed no inclination to assist. Instead, he mocked. Why are you so useless? Just swing the axe a few more times. It might have zombie poison in its claws. Fong Tian retorted. That's impossible. It's just a novice monster. Go on, engage it. I want to compete with you for experience. You can have this trash monster. Fong Tian, incensed, pleaded. Come on, let us work together. With one in front and one behind, we can surely defeat it. What benefit do you gain if I perish? You die, and I can farm the monsters myself. All the loot will be mine. You surviving would merely give me a sense of security. The young man's candidness was astonishing, devoid of any guilt. Fong Tian, in a fit of frustration, decided against fighting, rushing towards the exit in a bid to escape. Unexpectedly, the young man dashed outside and pulled the door shut. Realizing his intent, Fong Tian quickened his pace to the door, attempting to pry it open. Yet, the young man was pushing with equal force from the outside, rendering it impossible to budge in the short term. "I'm doing this for your good, to give you the courage to face it." The young man laughed heartily outside, evidently determined to treat Fong Tian as a test subject. The door's lock had decayed, and the young man merely gripped the door tightly, a hand protruding through the gap. As the zombie drew closer, Fong Tian, in desperation, bit down, only to find the young man's hand as unyielding as steel. He could not penetrate it. Novice maps prevent mutual attacks. With the zombie closing in, Fong Tian had no choice but to abandon the idea of opening the door, circling within the factory with the zombie in pursuit. This cannot continue. His stamina would soon exhaust. Wait, the white light. Fong Tian suddenly recalled the radiant glow he had seen deep within the cafeteria. Since red light signifies danger, white light must undoubtedly represent resources. Could it possibly be weapons? At this juncture, there is no choice but to try. After confirming that the remaining red glow had dissipated from the cafeteria, Fong Tian gritted his teeth and charged inside. The ceiling bore several large gashes, allowing him to barely discern the scene within. The cafeteria was cluttered with decayed tables and chairs. Following the guidance of the white light, Fong Tian discovered a small, sharp knife beneath a rotting cutting board. The blade bore an inscription, "Pig slaughtering knife," a common weapon, sharp, sturdy, and durable. At that moment, the zombies had already pursued him inside, and the young man had surprisingly followed as well, leaning against the doorway and shouting insults. "Fight. You worthless fool. Why are you running? I'll close this door on you too. Let us see where you can escape." Fong Tian took a deep breath, the musty, damp air causing him to grimace, yet it also sharpened his focus. As the zombies drew nearer, he let out a fierce shout to bolster his courage and, utilizing his speed, maneuvered behind them. As the zombie turned, he thrust the knife forward. With a soft hiss, the tip smoothly pierced the zombie's eye socket. Delving into its brain, and green ichor splattered forth. Fong Tian dared not linger, swiftly withdrawing the blade and retreating. The zombie did not retaliate. After a brief convulsion, it crumpled to the ground. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, placing a hand on his rapidly beating chest. Indeed, as long as he possessed a suitable weapon, these novice monsters were not particularly challenging to vanquish. The young man at the door was taken aback. "What the hell? Where did you get that knife?" Fong Tian, still recovering from the encounter, felt the fear dissipate somewhat, yet the adrenaline from close combat invigorated him. This was far more exhilarating than playing a game. Noticing Fong Tian's indifference, the young man hastily made his way to the cafeteria kitchen, glancing around before reaching for the canned goods in the cabinet. However, after several attempts to grasp the cans, they remained unmoved. Fong Tian's cold voice echoed from behind. "Are you an idiot? Do you not understand what an independent loot system means? Everything in the cafeteria belongs to me. Get out." The young man's face shifted from pale to flushed, grappling with his thoughts for some time before finally softening his tone. "Hey, let's cooperate. The things here are yours, but we can split whatever we find later, all right?" Fong Tian, gathering the cans, could not be bothered to turn his head. "Cooperate with me? Do you think you are worthy? This is an expedition, not a hunt. What use do I have for a dog? You." Fong Tian glanced back at him, scoffing. "Just a cowardly cur. Don't think you're impressive. I have an axe. Do you truly believe I cannot slay monsters?" The young man cursed a few times before turning to leave. Fong Tian had been waiting for his departure, for in his eyes, a corner of the kitchen was gleaming with golden light. He had previously overlooked it, perhaps due to the distance. The source of the golden glow was a wooden box, half his height, relatively intact. Upon opening the box, he found several iron blocks and a lighter inside. Iron, a basic material. A lighter, useful for starting fires. Fong Tian scratched his head. Is this all? Although a lighter may possess its own merits, it appears to pale in comparison to the formidable cleaver. Is it possible that the brilliance of white light exceeds that of gold? The iron block, substantial in weight, was stacked together with the food. Lacking a backpack, it seems several trips are necessary for transport. Fong Tian gazed quizzically at the emptied wooden box. It still radiated a golden glow. With a flicker of thought, he dashed outside to retrieve the short axe he had recently discarded. Delivering several powerful blows to the wooden box, it was swiftly reduced to splinters, revealing several pieces of wood on the ground. Wood, a fundamental material. Fong Tian's heart soared. So this was how it worked. However, the base of the box continued to emit a golden light. Could it be? With a sense of unease, Fong Tian lifted the base. Beneath it lay a wooden floor with a gaping hole, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. He illuminated the void with the lighter, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. As he reached inside to retrieve the concealed object and examined it closely, he could not suppress a silly grin. To his surprise, such a thing existed. Chapter 3. I am not one to harbor grudges, nor do I blame Feng Tian for his lapse in composure. After all, the situation is exceedingly abstract. A handgun with a magazine containing 15 rounds. Just moments ago, I was elated at the prospect of acquiring a butcher's knife, and now, astonishingly, I have stumbled upon a firearm. The handgun possesses formidable destructive power. It appears that the handgun and its ammunition can only be obtained within the first 3 days of the game. Thus, one must exercise caution in its usage. It seems this item does not belong to the standard equipment found in the game, but rather resembles an Easter egg in the novice village. However, such an Easter egg is exceedingly difficult to uncover. Were it not for the system's guidance, Feng Tian would never have thought to check the bottom of the crate. This underscores the rarity of the handgun and ammunition. It seems that an ordinary person would scarcely have the opportunity to acquire them. Feng Tian carefully secured the handgun at his waist, glanced around, and brandished his axe, hacking away at the wooden structures in the cafeteria, hoping to procure more timber. Alas, most of the wooden furniture within had succumbed to decay, and after considerable effort, he managed to gather only a handful of wood. After resting for a moment, he resolved to transport the supplies he had gathered back to safety. Upon exiting the cafeteria with a pile of canned goods, he noticed that the young man was nowhere to be seen, but the factory door stood ajar. A sense of foreboding gripped Feng Tian, prompting him to quicken his pace. The factory door aligned directly with the main entrance of the compound. As he approached the gate, he perceived that the surroundings appeared devoid of danger. After tossing the canned goods into his vehicle, he returned to the compound and cast a glance back at the factory. He could vaguely discern a figure moving inside, but the dim light obscured any clear view. Although he could not see the ominous red glow, it did not imply that the interior was devoid of peril. Perhaps due to his low level, his detection range seemed limited to a mere few meters beyond which he could sense nothing. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the factory, seemingly originating from the young man. Feng Tian hastily drew his handgun, squinting his eyes to focus intently on the interior. Before long, the young man stumbled out, crying out in terror. He brandished a spear, its tip stained with the green blood of the undead. Yet, his condition was dire. His arm bore the marks of a zombie bite, while his abdomen showed signs of claw marks. Almost immediately, Feng Tian noticed flickers of red light appearing and rapidly approaching, accompanied by the haunting growls of zombies. Deformed and grotesque, the zombies poured forth from the doorway, a foul stench of decay wafting in their wake. These low-tier zombies moved sluggishly yet tirelessly, their claws and teeth dangerously toxic. There were 8 in total, and they were swifter than the previous ones. 2 bore injuries. One had a gash on its head, likely from an axe blow, while another had a puncture wound in its shoulder from the spear. Perhaps it was the sight of Feng Tian that instilled fear in the young man, or perhaps it was sheer terror that caused his legs to buckle. He collapsed before Feng Tian, begging, "Save me." He writhed on the ground, unable to rise, as if his ankle were injured. Feng Tian hesitated. Confronting such numbers in close quarters was not a feasible solution. Retreat? No, that would not do. There were still valuable supplies in the cafeteria. Although reluctant to part with his ammunition, there must be worthwhile items within the factory. Most importantly, the young man was still alive. To comprehend the animosity of the undead still directed towards him, Feng Tian seized the opportunity to act, effectively wielding a companion endowed with a taunting skill. With this thought, he raised his firearm, aiming at the foremost zombie. Adults, the era has transformed. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Tian discharged 3 rounds. All missed. One could only remark on the consistency of his performance. Astonishingly, there was no correction in his aim. Hesitant to fire continuously, Feng Tian moderated his pace, shooting while retreating. Aside from the zombies struck by his bullets, the others remained intent on pursuing the young man. "Save me," the youth cried, scrambling towards Feng Tian. But he was soon overtaken by the zombies. The undead surged forth, and the young man brandished his spear in a futile attempt to resist, but it proved utterly ineffectual. And soon his heart-wrenching screams echoed. Only 2 zombies, lacking a meal, pursued Feng Tian. Taking a deep breath, he fired several rounds, dispatching them. As for the remaining zombies feasting like gluttons, they were easily dealt with. Feng Tian dispatched them with a single bullet each, and when his ammunition ran dry, he decapitated the last zombie with a butcher's knife. All done. Despite the grievous wounds adorning the young man's back, the injuries were not overly deep. Astonishingly, he was still alive, weakly groaning. It appeared that the zombies lacked formidable strength, their primary threat lying in their virulent decay. Feng Tian exhaled in relief and approached, intending to seize the spear from the young man's grasp. However, as the spear belonged to him, Feng Tian found it impossible to wield. "Stop groaning. They're all dead. Are there any zombies left?" The young man slowly regained his senses, murmuring softly, "I believe they're gone." "How many did you kill?" "Are you certain they are all dead?" "I injured 2, but did not kill them. They remain here." The young man struggled to turn over, lying flat on the ground. "With an axe and a spear, and yet you failed to slay even one? How inept." Fong Tian mimicked the young man's previous tone. The youth's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. The lighting inside was too poor. Indeed. With adequate lighting, you could have dispatched these creatures single-handedly, right?" Fong Tian taunted. The young man let out a muffled grunt. "Although you did slay the monsters, I contributed as well. I deserve a share of the spoils. You can take 2/3. And grant me 1/3, can't you?" Fong Tian surveyed the young man's wounds, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, though you nearly brought about my demise, I harbor no grudges. I shall first collect the spoils. Wait here for me." With that, he proceeded to load the supplies from the cafeteria onto the vehicle before entering the factory. Within the factory, faint glimmers of white and gold beckoned. Following the golden light, he discovered a golden chest in an office. The traces within the office revealed that the recent zombies had taken refuge there. Subsequently, guided by the white light, he located a blueprint for a longbow. After transporting these precious items to the vehicle, Fong Tian began scavenging for ordinary materials. Unfortunately, most of the materials in the factory had decayed beyond salvage. After gathering a few items, the young man, lying on the ground, could no longer contain himself. "It seems time is of the essence. Let us divide the spoils." Fong Tian leaned casually against the grand door, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the young man. "I have no intention of letting you go. I merely wish to observe the consequences of your exposure to the corpse poison." "What? You deceived me." The young man's complexion shifted dramatically, and with great effort, he struggled to rise, limping as he attempted to escape. Fong Tian closed the door firmly behind him, leaning against it, his gaze cool and indifferent. The young man attempted to shove him aside, but found himself utterly incapable of moving him. After all, there existed an unspoken rule against mutual aggression. "Do you now comprehend the plight of a lab rat?" Fong Tian regarded him with an impassive expression. Frustrated, the young man exclaimed, "Did you not claim to bear no grudges?" "Indeed," Fong Tian replied with a cheerful smile. "I typically settle scores on the spot. You block my way. Should I truly transform into a zombie, it would be you who suffers the consequences. Release me." Fong Tian scoffed dismissively. "A worthless creature like you could never pose any threat to me, even as a zombie. If you wish to leave, relinquish your spear." The young man suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation, glancing down at the wound that had ceased bleeding but was beginning to rot. With a pained expression, he lamented, "That is impossible. This is merely a game. I will not turn into a corpse." Fong Tian chose not to respond, allowing the young man's cries and curses to fall on deaf ears as he maintained his unwavering gaze. Before long, the young man's visage grew increasingly pallid, the shadows beneath his eyes deepening, and the spark of vitality within his gaze began to fade. Ultimately, a glimmer of crimson flickered in Fong Tian's eyes, and the young man, in a state of daze, let out a piercing howl. Chapter 4. The Violating System. Beware of divine retribution. The bus will depart in 10 minutes. We kindly request the survivors to board promptly. As the system's announcement echoed, Fong Tian wielded a butcher's knife, plunging it into the mouth of the young zombie. At last, tranquility returned. With a sigh of relief, Fong Tian retrieved his spear and reboarded the vehicle. "Welcome back. The vehicle is about to commence operation. Sufficient fuel detected. Automatic operational mode will initiate. The vehicle is set to start. Please stand firm. Hold onto the handrails. Next stop, Joyful Mountain Station." The doors sealed shut, plunging the exterior into darkness once more. Fong Tian splashed some water on his face and surveyed the chaotic array of supplies within the bus, unable to resist the urge to open a treasure chest. Mystical backpack. Requires 20 fabric, 5 plastic, 1 space gem. Strength pill. Consumption yields a slight increase in personal strength. Effects diminish with additional doses. Space gem. A special material. After dismantling an empty box with his axe, he obtained 5 alloys. A backpack? Fong Tian was elated. This would greatly facilitate the collection of resources. As for the strength pill, could it truly enhance his strength attributes? He opened his status panel. Strength, 6 agility, 7 stamina, 5 spirit, 9 luck, 5 skills, basic shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 20. Status, slightly fatigued, exhausted, tense. Please rest and avoid distractions. Ahem. The final 4 words struck a nerve. How could he be admonished about distractions when he had no girlfriend? Moreover, with his phone gone, he would have no opportunity to indulge in any visual pleasures. Fong Tian swallowed the strength pill. A potent warmth surged from his abdomen, swiftly radiating through his limbs. He clenched his fists tightly, the definition of his arm muscles becoming visibly pronounced. Delightful. In his status panel, strength had soared to 10 points, an increase of 4. Based on information gleaned from the chat room, most individuals' attributes ranged between 3 and 10, with only those who had undergone rigorous training surpassing 8. As for exceeding 10, that would likely be the realm of professional athletes. If he took a few more, would he not become superhuman? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Star Eye system successfully bound. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check. Ding. Adventure completion rate at 70, earning 140 experience points. Allocation is at your discretion. Ding. Current world detected as incompatible with the system. Utilizing this system may invoke divine retribution. Please remain vigilant. Under divine retribution, all things cease to exist. Divine retribution serves as the firewall against external intrusions in the current world, a manifestation of rule-bound power, which no entity within this realm can resist. Please avoid exposing the system as much as possible. Fong Tian was taken aback. This was rather alarming. Did this imply that using the system in this world was a violation, and detection would result in a ban? Could you provide a hint as to what might provoke divine retribution? Fong Tian implored eagerly. Yet, no response came from the system, leaving him feeling utterly betrayed. Fong Tian promptly summoned the system, eager to uncover any relevant information. Emerald Eye, Level 1, Proficiency 10,500. Insightful Gaze, capable of foreseeing danger and swiftly acquiring information regarding items and monsters. Crimson Eye, not activated. Available experience points, 140. There was no mention of the heavenly punishment. Fong Tian furrowed his brow and allocated his experience points to the Emerald Eye, raising its proficiency to 150,500. After closing the system, he found a blue book on beginner shooting techniques in his hand. Upon casually flipping a page, the entire book vanished. Almost immediately, he felt a slight pressure in his head as a wealth of shooting knowledge and techniques gradually emerged. Good heavens, my mother no longer needs to worry about my studies. I wonder if there are any real books here. Otherwise, flipping through them one by one would make me invincible upon return. But, will I even make it back alive? According to the system, should I inadvertently attract heavenly punishment, it would surely spell my doom. Fong Tian's spirits plummeted. After a moment of self-regulation, he took a bite of the compressed biscuit and approached the control screen. He had sufficient materials to craft a dagger. As he brought the blueprint closer to the screen, a crafting button appeared. Upon clicking it, a blue light enveloped the blueprint, and as it gradually faded away, a sharp dagger materialized in his hand. Fong Tian tested it with a few motions. It was decent, at least sharp, far more reliable than that wretched axe. The control screen displayed 3 additional options: survivor status, vehicle modification, and chat room. The number of participants in the chat room had risen to 9,438. 10,000. In just 2 hours, over 500 people had perished? How terrifying. The guy who got out of the vehicle with me was devoured by a lion. Everyone, please refrain from exploring. What the hell? The axe and short bow provided by the system are utterly useless. They can't even kill a wild dog. I refuse to explore. I refuse to believe this game company would dare let me starve to death. Bravo to you upstairs for sticking to your beliefs. I support you. Check the number in the upper right corner. It includes the real-life death photos of all the deceased, and without exception, all have suffered brain death. This is no laughing matter. Fong Tian clicked on the chat room count, and indeed, the gray names represented the deceased. Clicking on them revealed their photographs from the real world. He hurriedly utilized the search function to look up some relatives and friends, and fortunately, none were close family. He had entirely come to terms with the deadly reality of this game through his recent exploration. To the right of the chat interface was an option for a trading hall, filled with various trade information. Trading was divided into 2 types, one for the designated exchange of specific items, and the other for displaying personal goods, which interested parties could negotiate through private chat. Fong Tian took stock of his materials: handgun X1, spear X1, butcher's knife X1, short axe X1, dagger X1, short bow blueprint X1, long bow blueprint X1, mysterious backpack blueprint X1, spatial gem X1, lighter X1, iron X35, alloy X5, wood X21, canned food X25. Among the 3 blueprints, the short bow is still missing 1 length of hemp rope, while the long bow lacks 1 beast sinew. The backpack requires an additional 20 pieces of fabric and 5 plastic sheets. Currently, there is an abundance of food, and some canned goods can be sold. However, waiting until tomorrow morning, after a day of hunger, should significantly increase their value, causing a subtle smile to appear on Fong Tian's lips. Unfortunately, the trading hall offers little food, and the prices are exorbitant, dissuading him from stockpiling supplies. Just as he prepared to exit the trading hall, a new transaction notification appeared in the materials section. 1 beast sinew in exchange for? Beast sinew is essential for crafting the long bow. What would you like to exchange for the sinew? Fong Tian privately messaged the player named Lin Yu. 15 pieces of iron or weapon blueprints. How about 10 units of iron in exchange? There are not many who can part with 10 pieces of iron at present. Observing the chat area reveals that, lacking suitable weapons, the majority of players are merely gathering a few supplies before slipping away. If you can produce such an amount of iron. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu finally replied, I will trade 2 portions of wild boar meat along with the sinew for 15 pieces of iron. Each portion of meat weighs 500 grams. Far more filling than compressed biscuits. Fong Tian was taken aback. Wild boar meat and beast sinew? Did he hunt wild boars? I am not in need of food. How about you exchange the wild boar meat for 3 bottles of water? I have some river water, but I am unsure if it is safe for direct consumption. Deal. Fong Tian promptly agreed, but you must tell me how the water is collected. Just place your hand in the river and utter the word pack. And it takes about a minute to fill a bottle. Understood. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two completed the trade and added each other as friends. This individual, capable of slaying wild boars without a proper weapon, is worth befriending. Fong Tian spent 5 wood and 1 beast sinew to craft the long bow, and then used a wooden arrow template to create 20 arrows. He casually tossed the short bow blueprint into the trading channel, setting the price at 1 bottle of water. To his surprise, it vanished in less than 2 seconds, indicating that some unfortunate soul had lost their short bow during an adventure. From the chat channel, it seems the short bow possesses limited lethality, while the long bow, being a weapon for non-beginners, undoubtedly boasts considerably greater power. Suddenly, the broadcast in the vehicle crackled to life. Ding ding ding. We have arrived at Joy Mountain Station. The doors are now open. Passengers are kindly requested to purchase tickets. As the doors opened, 2 passengers clad in eccentric attire boarded the vehicle. Chapter 5. The Serpent Valley Mine. Fong Tian approached to greet the 2 individuals. Yet regardless of his attempts at conversation, they remained oblivious. Even the slightest touch was futile as his hand passed through them as if they were mere phantoms. Communication appeared impossible. Finding a suitable spot, Fong Tian settled down, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he proceeded to craft a few wooden arrows. With his longbow drawn towards the passengers in the front row, he began to practice archery. Despite having acquired a rudimentary shooting skill, consistent practice was indispensable to ensure accuracy. Unbeknownst to him, twilight had descended, and Fong Tian had expended a total of 80 arrows, with a recovery rate of less than 20%, resulting in substantial consumption. Nevertheless, every effort yields a reward. His shooting precision had significantly improved. The vehicle has arrived at the terminal station, the Frightening Cliff Station. Please secure yourselves and hold onto the handrails as the vehicle prepares to stop. The vehicle has come to a halt. This is the terminal station. Passengers are advised to gather their belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to your next ride. Farewell. As the doors closed, several items materialized before Fong Tian's eyes. Today's operational income has been credited. Please verify. It has been detected that tomorrow's operational fuel is insufficient. Please replenish it promptly, or the bus will not operate tomorrow. Fong Tian glanced at the operational income displayed before him. Fabric X3. Was this all? The daily expenses for normal operation and fuel amounted to 3 units, with 1 unit of fuel requiring 2 units of wood. Today, he had consumed a total of 6 units of wood, resulting in a mere 3 pieces of fabric? What a loss. Currently, 6 pieces of wood could be exchanged for 9 pieces of fabric in the trading zone. The chatroom buzzed with players discussing this predicament, lamenting their losses. Many expressed their intention to cease refueling, unwilling to continue this unprofitable venture. However, Fong Tian was not inclined to halt operations. The existence of this operational system must hold some rationale. With nothing to occupy his time, Fong Tian reclined against the front seat's backrest and gradually succumbed to slumber amidst the rhythmic jolting of the bus. Suddenly, a violent jolt roused him from his sleep. Rubbing his sore muscles, he stood up with a grimace. What a ridiculous smart driving system. Driving all night? Aren't you exhausted? Your driving skills are abysmal. I barely slept a wink, Fong Tian grumbled. Before he could finish his complaint, the vehicle swerved violently, and in his dazed state, Fong Tian was flung out. His face pressed firmly against the bus window. Fortunately, the glass remained intact. Otherwise, he feared he would have been ejected. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop this. Fong Tian wailed. The vehicle stabilized. How petty. Acting like a child. No. Brother, I was mistaken. I shall never do so again. Having encountered such an unreliable artificial intelligence, he felt as though he had drawn the short straw in life. Fong Tian muttered to himself as he entered the chatroom. At this moment, the chatroom was filled with cries of despair. Food prices had skyrocketed to outrageous levels. With a single portion of food now trading for 10 units of iron, a 5-fold increase compared to yesterday. Yet those capable of offering 10 units of iron were hardly in need of food. Consequently, pleas for provisions flooded the chat, while the scant offerings of food in the trading zone went unheeded. Please. Any food. I am Zhang San, and my real identity card number is. If you provide me with a meal, I promise to return to reality and reward you with 100,000. I am Li Si, and my identity card number is. If you give me a bottle of water, I guarantee to double the return after my afternoon adventure. Scammers are not human. I am Lawyer Luo, and the two aforementioned individuals are ones I personally represented in court, so please take heed. Which kind gentleman could treat me to breakfast? I would be delighted to engage in a video chat with you. Fong Tian scoffed. It was merely one night without food, far from the point of starvation or dehydration. Clearly, there were unscrupulous merchants fanning the flames. After some contemplation, Fong Tian sent a message in the chat box. I have 15 cans for sale. One can be exchanged for 6 wood, 5 plastic, 6 cloth, 2 alloy, or 2 glass. Those interested should keep an eye on the trading hall, as I will release them in 1 minute, limited to 1 purchase per person. Upon sending the message, the chat group erupted in excitement. Well, 15 cans. Where did you acquire them, esteemed one? Selling them at such a low price is incredibly generous. I only have 4 wood left. Who will lend me 2 wood? I promise to eat only half. You can have the other half. Interested parties, please private message quickly. Time is of the essence. The merchants looked on. This is what a conscientious vendor looks like. You selfish hoarders only know how to raise prices. Instantly, thousands of private messages flooded in, with notification sounds ringing out in unison. Fong Tian quickly added, I'm not a philanthropist. Please refrain from messaging me for handouts. The public screen messages are too frequent. The next speaking interval is 9 minutes and 22 seconds. Upgrading the bus may shorten the speaking interval. With a sigh, Fong Tian set up the trading details for the 15 cans. They were swiftly snatched up, yielding 24 cloth, 5 plastic, 6 glass, 24 wood, and 6 alloy. Upon opening several private messages, as expected, they were all requests for sponsorship. It seemed some had mistaken him for a savior. A few young women offered to exchange food for photos, which was somewhat sincere, perhaps. No, must remain serious. Fong Tian was not so selfless. He understood that if he released supplies at market price, he would end up with nothing in return, as no one could afford it. Moreover, with the start of today's adventure, more individuals would opt to disembark and explore, prioritizing the return of food and water. Thus, by afternoon, the prices of food and water would undoubtedly decrease. Seizing the moment to act not only allowed for a substantial profit but also helped to win hearts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fong Tian suddenly received an email accompanied by materials, including 1 piece of wood. It seemed someone had an important matter to discuss with him. But since he did not check private messages, they resorted to this method. Quite clever. Fong Tian examined the email's contents. Dear brother, I have 5 rounds of pistol ammunition and wish to exchange them for cans. Ammunition? Fong Tian's heart raced. No one in the channel was selling bullets. Nor had he heard of anyone possessing a gun. It was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare item. Most importantly, according to the instructions for the handgun, the probability of acquiring ammunition is only available during the first 3 days, and a day is already passed. This implies that both bullets and handguns will not become commonplace over time. Rather, they will grow increasingly scarce and precious. Hence, in the early stages, acquiring them would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Fong Tian took a moment to compose himself and sent a friend request to a girl named Wang Enrua. Once accepted, she sent a voice invitation. Hello? Brother, can we trade? A timid voice of a girl emerged. Fong Tian, attempting to maintain a neutral tone, inquired, Where did you get your bullets? I found them in a warehouse. I didn't know how to use an axe to dismantle it yesterday, so I only brought this back. It seemed this girl was fortunate. Her exploration yesterday had taken place in a safe zone. Noticing Fong Tian's silence, Wang Enrua pressed, Brother, can we trade? Fong Tian feigned difficulty. I really have no use for this. I don't have a gun. Such a statement was naturally intended to negotiate the price. Otherwise, if she asked for an exorbitant amount, it would indeed pose quite the dilemma. But I'm really hungry. I don't want to sell it cheaply in the trading channel. The girl's voice dripped with innocence. Then how do you propose we trade? 1 bullet for 5 portions of food? How does that sound? Fong Tian felt a headache coming on. Given the rarity and utility of bullets, that price was indeed reasonable. He would even wager that within 3 days, as food supplies became ample, the price would at least triple. Yet, he currently had only 9 portions of food left. Trading for 2 bullets would be of no consequence. Negotiate? How could he? 5 bullets for 5 portions of food. Even a fool wouldn't agree to that. Not to mention, if he were to auction them in the trading market, they would fetch 35 portions of food per bullet. Anyone with a modicum of sense and a surplus of food would be eager to buy. If it doesn't work out, so be it. Sorry for bothering you, brother. Goodbye. Upon realizing Fong Tian's silence, the girl seemed to resign herself to the situation. Wait, Fong Tian quickly interjected. How about this? I truly don't have a gun at the moment, and I only have a few portions of food left. You could leave the bullets with me as collateral, and I'll lend you one portion of food. Ah? The girl appeared to hesitate. Fong Tian continued, if I manage to acquire a handgun, I will officially purchase them from you. Alternatively, if you have surplus food later, you can reclaim them. Rest assured, I have just sold a considerable amount of food. I have garnered a bit of a reputation and wouldn't deceive you. The girl pondered for a moment. All right, I believe you, but not because of your reputation. Rather because your food is cheaper than those unscrupulous merchants. You must be a decent person. More than just decent. I am positively benevolent. Fong Tian's spirits soared. If he could secure the bullets, today's exploration might just yield results, and he could purchase them outright later. After all, in the face of danger, possessing such life-saving commodities as bullets is essential. Finally, the girl agreed. Okay, let us proceed this way. After ending the call, Fong Tian eagerly initiated the trade. With the bullet in hand, there was no haste to draw the butcher's knife. Fong Tian crafted a wondrous backpack. Thanks to the awakening of the system, he could perceive the attributes with the naked eye. This extraordinary backpack, enhanced by spatial forces, would reduce the weight of its contents by 99. It could accommodate 5 different items, each holding up to 99 units, and could be upgraded at the workbench. Splendid. This functionality surpassed Fong Tian's expectations. With this, gathering those cumbersome and space-consuming materials would become significantly easier. Fong Tian then accessed the vehicle modification interface, spending 10 iron, 10 wood, and 5 glass to unlock a private compartment. After a series of metallic chimes, a door appeared in the middle of the last row of the bus. Behind it lay a space of less than 6 square meters, with wooden floors and ceilings. The surrounding walls, like those of the bus, featured windows that were equally in disrepair. At any location within the private compartment, a control screen could be summoned, which was quite convenient. However, it was a bit too cramped, serving merely as a storage area. Nonetheless, this feature could be upgraded. The next level required 20 iron, 20 wood, and 5 glass. And the materials were insufficient. Attention, the vehicle is about to stop. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the PV map of Venomous Snake Valley Mine. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Chapter 6. The Mine and the Corpse King. As the car door swung open, a cavernous entrance to a mine greeted them, where an elderly man with a long beard stood sentinel. Armed with a miraculous backpack, Fong Tian equipped himself with a longbow, a spear, a pistol, water, and crafted 60 arrows, ensuring he was adequately prepared. A message from Wang Enru arrived. Brother, it seems I am at a shopping mall. Though it is not a safe zone, I will find food and return it to you once I disembark. This was unacceptable. He needed to conserve his ammunition for self-defense and could not allow her to redeem it. Fong Tian hastily replied, be cautious. The monsters are exceptionally terrifying, and some even consume humans. I will lend you a dagger for protection, so please prioritize your safety. With that, he sent his personal dagger and the remnants of a half bottle of purified water via email, not waiting for her response before exiting the vehicle. His intention was primarily to instill a sense of fear in the young girl, to deter her from attempting to barter for the bullets with food. Additionally, acquiring weapons was immensely challenging. Having already collateralized the dagger to her, she would be unable to reclaim the bullets before securing a weapon. After all, it was merely a novice weapon, and since everyone had access to the blueprints, once they procured proper armaments, the dagger would hold little value. Upon disembarking, a young man clad in yellow emerged from a nearby vehicle, and together they approached the old man with a greeting. The elder handed each of them a pickaxe, stating, 5 units of any resources for rent, to be collected upon your departure. Regardless of their inquiries, his response remained unchanged, suggesting he was merely an NPC. Wait, a pickaxe? The Serpent Valley mining area, could it be? This was a legendary scene map? If so, did that imply that all game maps would be traversed in the future? Would there perhaps be games like that? With a sudden slap to his own face, Fong Tian lamented, I am beyond saving. The young man in yellow regarded him with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? There was a mosquito, Fong Tian replied nonchalantly, redirecting the conversation. Shall we cooperate? The young man nodded in agreement. Sure. We can tackle the monsters together. In truth, Fong Tian was reluctant to ally with this individual, but given that the mine had but a single exit, the possibility of this fellow causing a cave-in was too great to ignore. Better to keep him close, as he could not directly attack him. After confirming with his insightful eye that no dangers lurked near the entrance, Fong Tian strode confidently into the mine with him. Torches flickered along the walls, illuminating the darkened space, and several new torches lay scattered on the ground. The torches cast a radius of 5 meters and burned for an hour. Fong Tian stowed the pickaxe in his backpack, and together they distributed the torches, venturing deeper into the mine. As they proceeded, a faint white glow emanated from the stone walls, revealing deposits of or hidden within. The further they traversed, the more intense the white luminescence became. Of course, the young man in yellow could not perceive these phenomena. He surveyed his surroundings, questioning, is this not a game scene? The pickaxe must be for mining, right? Fong Tian fabricated a response. Indeed, I have played this game. If we venture a bit further, we will find more ore. Not long after, a red light flickered in the distance. As they advanced a few more steps, 2 zombies materialized within their line of sight. The zombies, a legendary variant, are devoid of any toxic effects, moving at a sluggish pace, yet possessing formidable physical strength, making them quite challenging to vanquish. Goodness, zombies, exclaimed the young man in yellow, shuddering. We should retreat. I anticipated encountering perhaps a few wild dogs at most, but this is akin to starting at hellish difficulty. What is there to fear? We are already in this predicament. Let us fight. With that, Fong Tian thrust a torch into the wall and drew his longbow, taking aim at one of the creatures. The young man in yellow swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and removed his short bow from his back. With a whoosh, Fong Tian's wooden arrow struck true, embedding itself in the forehead of one zombie, yet it merely staggered without collapsing. The young man's arrow, aimed at the zombie's thigh, struck at an angle, merely causing a thumb-sized wound before falling to the ground. This exemplified the stark difference between the longbow and shortbow. Fong Tian frowned. A headshot had not felled the creature, indicating these zombies possessed health points that needed to be depleted. They retreated while firing. The zombies, despite their slow pace, were no match for Fong Tian's archery skills, which were nearly infallible. The yellow-clad youth, however, struggled to hit his targets, only occasionally landing a shot with minimal impact. As the zombies advanced menacingly, the young man became flustered, his already poor aim deteriorating further. Fortunately, the zombie under Fong Tian's concentrated fire let out a mournful wail before collapsing. Another zombie was now within mere feet of them, leaving Fong Tian with no choice but to stand his ground. Retreating would plunge them into darkness beyond the torchlight. Let us run, cried the young man, his voice tinged with panic. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed that this fellow was somewhat reliable. Silence, Fong Tian shouted, launching himself into a kick that sent the zombie sprawling. With the assurance that this zombie bore no toxins, he felt emboldened. Before the creature could rise, he stomped on its chest and, retrieving a spear from his backpack, plunged it into the zombie's head with vigor, swiftly rendering it motionless. With a strength of 10 points, Fong Tian was already among the pinnacle of ordinary humans, and handling this zombie posed no challenge. Goodness, are you a martial artist? The young man in yellow stammered, still shaken. Indeed, Fong Tian replied, sheathing his spear and taking a few steps forward. Let us mine here. The ambient light is sufficiently bright. We should find plenty of ore. All right. I feel so useless, dragging you down, the young man admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. No matter, at least you didn't flee, Fong Tian reassured him, pulling out a pickaxe to begin mining. Be cautious. Just as he struck a few blows, a warning rang out. He dared not hesitate, rolling aside to evade the impending threat. To his dismay, he realized that the previously slain zombie had risen once more. How could I have forgotten? In this legendary realm, some zombies can resurrect twice. The Eye of Insight only reveals what lies ahead, and thankfully, the young man's warning prevented a potentially fatal oversight. Fong Tian swiftly dispatched the resurrected zombie. Meanwhile, another zombie had also revived, but the yellow-clad youth, displaying cleverness, held his pickaxe firmly against it, preventing its approach. After Fong Tian assisted in neutralizing that one, the young man marveled. How do you possess such strength? I can barely budge this zombie, yet you effortlessly send it tumbling with a single kick. I trained in the past, Fong Tian replied. Fong Tian, feeling no desire for further conversation, urged, let us commence mining. Although the creatures were slain by him, the yellow-clad youth was still able to extract resources, perhaps because they were of the gathering variety. Mining required considerable strength. Fong Tian possessed a strength score of 10, allowing him to work efficiently, yet his stamina was a mere 5. After less than 10 minutes, he felt his arms grow weary, forcing him to pause and rest. The yellow-clad youth fared no better, requiring frequent breaks after only a few strikes. Eventually, he managed to extract a few fragments, but, lacking a backpack, could only carry a handful back. Unable to bear the sight, Fong Tian offered to store the ores for him, and the youth, trusting him, accepted. After approximately 10 minutes, Fong Tian calculated the total haul: 13 iron ores, 9 copper ores, 2 silver ores, and 1 gold ore. In contrast, The yellow-clad youth had managed only 5 iron ores and 3 copper ores. The ores required smelting to yield usable materials. The pressing issue was that their backpacks were nearly full. The ores occupied 4 slots, leaving only one for wooden arrows, water, torches, and spears, which had to be left on the ground. Observing that the yellow-clad youth was on the verge of exhaustion, Fong Tian, himself fatigued, took a swig from a bottle of water, unclean and potentially causing distress. However, he disregarded the risks and consumed half the bottle, tossing the remainder to the youth. The mineral yield had significantly diminished. Initially, he could mine 34 pieces in a minute, but now it had dwindled to merely 1. After a brief respite, the two continued deeper into the cavern, slaying zombies while searching for new mining sites. It was uncertain how long they had toiled, but soon flickering flames indicated that an hour had elapsed. With their water consumed, they were at their limits. Fong Tian carried his backpack and longbow, a pistol at his waist, a spear in his left hand, and a pickaxe in his right. The yellow-clad youth clutched 2 pieces of black iron ore. Wielding a pickaxe in one hand and a torch in the other, both were utterly exhausted. After a short rest of about 10 minutes, Fong Tian, feeling slightly rejuvenated, prepared to retrace their steps but noticed a glimmer of light not far ahead. Had they circled back to the entrance? Puzzled, they advanced, observing that torches lined the walls of the corridor, marking an area they had yet to explore. Suddenly, Fong Tian halted, his expression grave. "What is it?" The yellow-clad youth shivered. Ahead, 2 beams of light appeared, one golden, symbolizing wealth, and the other crimson, a harbinger of peril. The red light was strikingly intense, almost flowing like liquid. In a flurry, Fong Tian extracted the gold, silver, and black iron ores from his backpack, tossing them onto the ground before placing his quiver, spear, and pickaxe inside. The yellow-clad youth quickly followed suit, discarding his belongings and retrieving his short bow. Should they flee or confront this entity? It was undoubtedly a boss-level creature. As he pondered, a roar mingled with the clanking of chains echoed through the passage. A muscular figure, shrouded in iron chains and bearing a grayish hue, emerged from around the corner, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was the Zombie King, a formidable leader-class monster, with tough skin and immense strength. Chapter 7. The Eruption of Battle Intent, the Mad King of Corpses, the boss. So swift. The voice of the young man in yellow trembled. Fong Tian's heart raced wildly. The effective range of his insightful eye was merely a few meters, and the boss's alert radius was far too extensive. By the time he detected the boss, it would already be aware of his presence, leaving him no opportunity for preemptive evasion. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and swiftly drew his bow, releasing an arrow that whistled through the air and struck the shoulder of the King of Corpses. One must admit, the practice from the previous afternoon proved to be beneficial. However, with a dull thud, the wooden arrow fell to the ground, leaving behind only a tiny wound. It had failed to penetrate. The young man in yellow, shivering, managed to fire an arrow as well, but it was effortlessly deflected, akin to a mere toothpick. "Run!" Fong Tian decisively discarded his bow and arrows, turning to flee. The young man in yellow felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and bolted after him, his speed nearly matching Fong Tian's. Yet after a few strides, Fong Tian realized it was futile. The King of Corpses was swifter than they. He intended to draw his firearm to shoot, but he lacked confidence in firing while on the move. "This is it," Fong Tian bellowed, abruptly halting to retrieve a spear from his backpack. Lunging toward the heart of the King of Corpses, the young man in yellow stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Fong Tian's audacity to counterattack. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced the heart of the King of Corpses. Fong Tian was propelled backward by the immense inertia, the spear bending into a terrifying U-shape, as though it might shatter at any moment. The King of Corpses let out a deafening roar, swinging its right hand, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind. Fong Tian instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a chain. However, his breath caught in his throat as the King of Corpses delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen, sending him soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the spear had provided some obstruction. The kick was not fully delivered, or he would have surely suffered multiple broken bones. The young man in yellow gaped in disbelief as Fong Tian flew past him, suddenly realizing a crucial fact. He had become a mere spectator. Before he could process this revelation, the King of Corpses yanked the spear free and lunged toward him, slapping him against the stone wall. The young man felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body turning to jelly. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Thankfully, the King of Corpses did not pursue him further, continuing its relentless chase after Fong Tian. In the face of death, Fong Tian shockingly felt little pain. After spitting out blood, he deftly drew his handgun from his waist, flipping himself upright and aiming. Gazing at the King of Corpses, now mere feet away, Fong Tian felt not an ounce of trepidation as he squeezed the trigger. Boom. Dark green blood splattered across Fong Tian's face, the shot striking the boss squarely in the forehead. Even a creature as formidable as the King of Corpses could not withstand such a devastating blow, staggering backward. Fong Tian remained extraordinarily composed, stepping forward, continuously pulling the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets, each one finding its mark. The young man in yellow was roused from his stupor by the thunderous noise, watching Fong Tian wielding the firearm. Struggling to prop himself up, hope rekindling in his eyes. Yet, to their astonishment, the King of Corpses rose once more. The ammunition had run out. The arrows could not breach defenses, and the spear's lethality proved limited. It seemed they were ensnared in a deadlock. The young man in the yellow attire let out a bitter smile, his strength waning as he collapsed onto the ground once more. Fong Tian's gaze was fixed intently on the Corpse King. Confronted with such dire circumstances, he felt neither fear nor despair. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. He reached behind him and retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack. Against an adversary like the Corpse King, devoid of weaknesses, even a blunt instrument such as the pickaxe could inflict damage. The Corpse King let out a low growl. But the 5 bullets lodged in its skull were not easily digested, and it had yet to fully regain its mobility. Seizing the moment, Fong Tian bellowed and charged forward. Before the Corpse King could swing its iron chains, it was toppled to the ground. A successful strike. Fong Tian, consumed by frenzy, emitted incomprehensible roars as he swung the pickaxe repeatedly, striking down upon the Corpse King's head. Green blood splattered forth with each swing, staining the surrounding earth a vivid green. Time became a blur as Fong Tian, lost in madness, was jolted back to reality by the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a leader-level monster for the first time, earning 200 experience points and 1 kill value. Exhaling deeply, Fong Tian collapsed onto the ground. After mining for an hour, his stamina was already depleted, and with the added kick from the Corpse King, he had been relying solely on sheer willpower and adrenaline. Now that the danger had passed, the intense pain in his abdomen and the overall fatigue rendered any movement a luxury. Wow! The young man in yellow was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure before he awkwardly approached Fong Tian and shook him awake. Are you all right? I should be about the same as you, Fong Tian replied with a bitter smile, spitting out blood. You truly are remarkable. I must admit, I was genuinely afraid that in your fervor, you might have ended up striking me down as well. The two rested for a while until they felt a semblance of stamina returning before they struggled to their feet. Fortunately, the monsters in this legendary game were not attracted by sound. Otherwise, even a single wandering zombie could have spelled their doom. After a brief search, they found nothing of value. Even if there was, they had no capacity to carry it. Fong Tian staggered towards the direction of the golden light. Perhaps due to the challenging nature of the Corpse King, the treasure chest was not difficult to locate, resting upon a stone pedestal. Fong Tian chose not to open the chest. His backpack was already full, and acquiring more items would complicate matters further. After some deliberation, they tucked the black iron, ore and gold, into their pockets, while the remaining ores and the treasure chest arrows were stored in the backpack. The bow was slung over their shoulders, with the young man in yellow carrying a torch and 2 pickaxes, while Fong Tian wielded a long spear and a longbow as they made their arduous way back. Fortunately, no zombies had respawned on their return journey, and they made it back to the cave entrance safely. After returning the pickaxes to the elder, they paid the rental fee and began to divide the ores. Fong Tian handed over all the ores excavated by the young man in yellow, even gifting him a few extra pieces. He was left with 60 iron ore, 25 copper ore, 10 silver ore, and 3 gold ore. As for the Corpse King's treasure chest, it naturally belonged to Fong Tian. For the young man in the yellow attire had scarcely exerted himself. It was already a display of great generosity to provide him with a few pieces of ore. The yellow-clad youth was evidently quite pleased, having acquired over 30 pieces of ore, enough not only to exchange for food but also to craft a dagger. The dagger, among the 3 initial weapons, possessed the greatest lethality, although it could not compare to the butcher's knife. It was substantially superior to the comically ineffective short bow and short axe. The bus will depart in 10 minutes. We kindly request the survivors to board promptly. The yellow-clad youth transported the ore back to the vehicle and called out to Fong Tian. Brother, what is your name? Let us add each other as friends. Fong Tian chuckled and shook his head. Let us pass on that. I'm not particularly fond of conversing with men. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. That said, this fellow wasn't too bad. At least he hadn't abandoned Fong Tian to flee. However, his strength was too feeble, and Fong Tian didn't wish to one day discover that this acquaintance had met a grim fate. Once back aboard the vehicle, now entirely secure, Fong Tian could no longer hold himself and collapsed, unable to move within the compartment. Ding. Adventure completion rate, 80. Experience points gained, 240. Please allocate as desired. Accompanied by the system notification, Fong Tian lost consciousness. Chapter 8. With fire in hand, the world is mine arriving at the Thunder Valley station. The train doors swung open with a mechanical chime, inviting passengers to board. It is uncertain how long I lay there, but after a fit of violent coughing, I expelled several mouthfuls of congealed blood, finally regaining a semblance of consciousness. My abdomen still throbbed with an insistent ache, though it was bearable. The pervasive soreness throughout my body, however, was becoming increasingly unbearable. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but today's journey felt remarkably smooth. Otherwise, in my current condition, I would not have withstood any jostling. I opened my status panel. Status: moderate internal injuries, exhaustion, thirst, urgent need for medicine, imperative requirement for rest, and essential need for food and water. Moderate internal injuries? How severe is my condition? I managed a wry smile as I opened a series of incessantly ringing private messages from my friend. It was a message from Wang and Rua. I'll be careful. Well, you lent me a dagger. How splendid. I happen to have no weapon. I am quite fortunate. This place is an abandoned mall. The only monsters within are wild dogs, which I have dispatched with the dagger. I'm off to scavenge for supplies. I'll chat later. Brother, I have gathered a plethora of items this time. What about you? Have you had a rich harvest? Brother, why are you ignoring me? Please don't frighten me. The remainder of the messages consisted of several missed voice call requests. I returned the call, and it connected instantly. Wang and Rua's voice came through in a rapid-fire manner. Brother, are you all right? You scared me to death. I read in the chat channel that many people have perished again. It's utterly terrifying. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Had she been crying recently? Surely not for my sake? I shook my head, dismissing any notions of vanity. We are merely strangers who crossed paths. What basis is there for such sentiment? At this moment, she appeared to be in poor spirits, and I was not inclined to ponder too deeply. I mustered my strength to respond. I'm fine. Mining in the cave was exhausting, so I fell asleep on the train and just woke up. Wait. Your voice lacks strength. You are either injured or unwell. You're quite perceptive. How did you deduce that? It's nothing serious. Just a kick from a monster that left me with a few internal injuries. I have medicine here. Let me see if it's of any use. Soon. She displayed the item through private chat. Blood-activating and stasis-resolving pills, known for their ability to restore vitality, invigorate blood circulation, strengthen the spleen and calm the heart, and enhance the body's resistance to cancer. Where did you find this? I was astonished. In this world, the value of medicine is immeasurable. Even the most obtuse individual should recognize the preciousness of such items. I found it in a pharmacy. There are 2 pills, though I'm unsure if they are sufficient. Do you want them? They should suffice. This world differs from our original one, and it seems there are modifications regarding recovery. How much do you wish to sell them for? I could not suppress another fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Wang and Rua's tone shifted to one of urgency. Brother, I'll send you the medicine right away. Take the pills and rest. Let us chat once you feel better. All right, I'll replenish your supplies later. With that, I ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Wang and Rua sent the pills via email, and after receiving them, I swallowed them immediately. Perhaps my throat was too parched, as the pills lodged in my throat, refusing to go down. Just as I was about to fetch a bottle of water, I received another email from Wang and Rua, containing a bottle of mineral water. The thoughts of a girl are indeed intricate. Fong Tian swallowed the pill with water and, after gulping down more than half a bottle, finally managed to catch his breath, beginning to assess the gains from his journey. Frankly, his acquisitions boiled down to 2 items, a backpack filled with ores and a treasure chest. Unlike the treasure chest from yesterday, this one bore a faint crimson hue. Upon opening the chest and revealing its contents, Fong Tian felt that the agony he endured was now bearable. Inside he found 1 blueprint for a stab-resistant suit, 1 blueprint for a water purifier, 1 stamina pill, and 1 skill book for the fiery sword technique. Stab-resistant suit requires 15 cloth, 10 leather, and 5 alloys. Water purifier requires 10 plastics and 5 glasses. Stamina pill. After consumption, it slightly increases stamina. The effect diminishes with repeated use. Fiery sword technique summons a fire spirit to attach to weapons, inflicting substantial fire damage on enemies. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. Damage is linked to the user's mental state. Excessive use will burden the mind. Applicable only to melee weapons and can be upgraded. These were all excellent items. The stab-resistant suit was a defensive artifact. With it, ordinary attacks posed no threat. The stamina pill was self-explanatory. Had he possessed it earlier, he would not have felt so fatigued today. As for the water purifier, those in the know understood its worth. Many had consumed impure water yesterday and suffered through the night, explaining the exorbitant price of purified water this morning. However, for Fong Tian, who was out of ammunition and lacked powerful offensive means, the fiery sword technique was the most valuable acquisition. An active skill. He swallowed the stamina pill, and a familiar warmth spread throughout his body, increasing his stamina by 4 points to a total of 9. Fang Tian immediately felt invigorated, the soreness in his body dissipating significantly. He learned the fiery sword technique, adding the fiery skill to his status bar, indicating a proficiency level of 0500, suggesting that it could be upgraded with use. In high spirits, Fang Tian opened the chat room. The atmosphere within remained lively, and the number of participants in the upper right corner had risen to 9,312. Compared to yesterday, the casualty count had significantly decreased. After the trials of the previous day, everyone had become increasingly cautious. 1 bucket of instant noodles for 2 iron. Only 3 buckets available. Act fast. Trading is live. Cloth for water. For cloth for 1 water. I want purified water. Don't try to pass off dirty water on me. Seeking weapons. Private messages only. No short axes or short bows. I was unexpectedly teleported to a robbery scene. Fortunately, I was clever enough to play dead on the ground, and after the robbers left, I scavenged some materials. Haha. TCH. Coward. I was directly teleported to a dungeon, where I stole a large knife from a drunken jailer. How cool is that? Well, can I sell you the large knife? I'll trade it for 10 bags of chips. Don't be foolish upstairs. Everyone is in dire need of weapons right now. Who would sell to you? Moreover, a blueprint for a large knife is already priced at 15 units of food, and it's hard to find even that, let alone the finished product. Just wait. After some time, when weapons are more abundant, prices might drop. What do you know upstairs? It's about seizing the moment to acquire weapons and gain the upper hand. Which kind-hearted brother could spare some food? I am utterly famished. I seek a benefactor. I assure you, I am pleasant and non-intrusive. You provide for my sustenance, and I shall ensure your happiness. The prices of food and water have gradually begun to decline. Those unscrupulous merchants who hoarded supplies this morning must be weeping in the corners, while fortunately, Fang Tian acted swiftly, securing at least half of the resources. Upon reviewing the materials I urgently require, I have decided to share an image of a slaughtering knife along with a message. Slaughtering knife, available for sale. A fully finished slaughtering knife. A formidable weapon for slaying monsters. Interested parties, please message me with your offers. Those seeking resources valued below 25 units of food, kindly refrain from contacting me. Any beggars who harass me will be blocked without hesitation. Upon the release of this announcement, the chat room erupted once again. What? Is someone truly selling weapons? Finished weapons. No less. It must be that benevolent individual who sold food at a low price this morning. What benevolence? I penned a heartfelt essay of 500 words this morning, earnestly requesting a morsel of food, and he completely ignored me. What a selfish soul. To the individual above, your ignorance is duly noted. He is not your father. Why should he be obliged to assist you? Brother, dear brother, would you be so kind as to share some food? My stomach is growling. Chapter 9, Coercive Trade? Fang Tian opened the private chat page, which was once again overflowing, though it was considerably less chaotic than in the morning, now only containing around 100 messages. A majority of them were from beggars, whom Fang Tian promptly blocked without hesitation. Among those who offered trades, only about 20 initiated private conversations, yet after careful selection. Only 2 could barely meet Fang Tian's asking price. Buddy, I can offer you 15 iron, 30 wood, and 5 plastic in exchange for your butcher's knife. Is that acceptable? One of them, named Moronli, inquired. Fang Tian frowned as he calculated. These items were worth at most 20 units of food. He replied, that's too low. You need to add more. I doubt anyone else can offer you more than I can. Here's the deal. If you agree, I want to hold you accountable for this morning's incident. Fang Tian was somewhat puzzled. This morning's incident? It quickly dawned on him that this fellow had hoarded food earlier, only to be outmaneuvered by Fang Tian's earlier low-price sale, resulting in a significant loss for him. If one wishes to engage in unscrupulous trading and suffers losses, who can they blame? Fang Tian despised such exploitative individuals and was unwilling to indulge him further. If you cannot provide any additional resources, I'll have to negotiate with someone else. Truth be told, although Murong Li's offer was lower than anticipated, given the current scarcity of supplies, a few kind words might sway him. However, Murong Li's condescending demeanor was quite irksome, and combined with his unscrupulous nature, Fang Tian found his patience waning. What is this attitude? Are you disregarding me? You should consider that after the novice protection period, players can engage in conflict with one another. I have over a dozen brothers at my disposal. Think it over. What? You think you can coerce me into selling? Do you know the consequences of refusing me? Oh, I suppose you'll leave me a bad review? I'm terrified. I'll take your life. If you're merely spewing empty threats, I can overlook it. But should you dare to plot against me, I assure you, you will deeply regret it. With that, Fong Tian swiftly blocked Moron Li and opened another person's private chat. Meanwhile, aboard another bus, Moron Li's face was dark with fury as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Fong Tian, I'll remember you. Just wait. Boss, I have 13 cloth, 15 plastic, 10 glass, and 10 wood, which is valued at approximately 20 units of food. I can pawn my dagger and short bow with you and redeem them later. Would that work?" This individual, named Bu Hao, was far more polite, which lifted Fong Tian's spirits considerably. He replied, "Add 3 portions of water." Currently, the market for purified water was slightly stronger than that for food, with 3 portions of water being roughly equivalent to 4 portions of food. I only have well water, which might cause stomach issues. If you're interested, I can offer you 10 portions of well water instead. This fellow seemed quite knowledgeable about market prices, as indeed 3 portions of purified water could fetch at least 10 portions of regular water. That works. I just happen to possess a water purifier, so I won't refuse. After the transaction was completed, Fong Tian accepted Bu Hao's friend request and proceeded to create the water purifier. Water purifier. It can purify 50 units of water each day, requiring 5 units of charcoal daily. Charcoal is quite economical. 1 piece of wood can be exchanged for 5 units of charcoal. Thus, with just 1 piece of wood spent each day, one can transform ordinary water worth 15 units into 50 units of pure water. This results in a net gain of 35 units of pure water daily. Is this not a step towards prosperity? After investing the charcoal and water, the purifier begins to gurgle and work diligently. Linyu from the friends list sent a private message. "Do you also sell weapons? If you're short on supplies, I can lend you some. It's best to keep defensive gear." Fong Tian chuckled. "I already have a spear and a longbow, and I'm not accustomed to using that cleaver, so I might as well sell it. Besides, I noticed you were collecting materials to craft weapons yesterday. You must have a close combat weapon already, so I didn't inform you. You have so many weapons that you can sell them. Impressive. I already have a knife, but lack a ranged weapon, so please save one for me if you have it." "Sure. By the way, did you manage to obtain any leather from the wild boar you killed yesterday? I need it for making clothes. You even got the armor blueprint? You're quite lucky. No wonder they call you a big shot. I have 5 pieces of leather. What will you offer in exchange?" The sudden shift to discussing prices felt abrupt. Yet Fong Tian relished this mode of interaction. Even among close brothers, one must keep accounts clear, especially in such an environment. After a moment's contemplation, he assessed that leather and food seemed to trade at a rate of 1. "You seem to have gathered some ordinary water yesterday, right?" "Yes. But I heard many in the chat group got an upset stomach from drinking it, so I hesitated. I have 10 bottles left, which I intended to use for washing my face. Do you want them? If you give me 8 bottles along with 5 pieces of leather, I will return 8 bottles of pure water." "That sounds good. Do you have a water purifier?" Linyu was quick to respond. "Do you have the blueprint?" "My homemade purifier cannot produce pure water." Fong Tian marveled. "It appears you are quite the outdoor survival expert. I have obtained the blueprint for the purifier. If you trust me, please send me the water first." Linyu wasted no time and sent the water over. Fong Tian promptly tossed it into the purifier. The purifier worked efficiently, and soon 18 bottles of pure water appeared before him. He picked up 8 bottles and sent a trade invitation to Linyu in exchange for the leather. Immediately afterward, Fong Tian entered the trading channel and exchanged 10 bottles of pure water for 35 bottles of ordinary water, which he then deposited into the purifier, summoning the system page. Azure Eye of Insight Level 1. Proficiency 18500. Eye of Insight, capable of foreseeing danger and rapidly obtaining information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, not activated. Usable experience points, 240. Slaughter value, 1. Reaching 10 will unlock the Eye of Slaughter. The proficiency before the expedition was 150, now it has risen to 180, indicating that using the Eye of Insight grants a small amount of proficiency. After completing dungeons, additional experience points will be awarded based on exploration completion. The slaughter value, particularly noteworthy, suggests that reaching 10 points will unlock the Eye of Slaughter. It certainly sounds impressive, accumulating all the experience points into the proficiency of the Azure Eye. It reached a level of 420 out of 500, with the next upgrade now within reach. The bus arrived at the Yosho Pavilion station, the doors swung open, and the driver announced, "Passengers are kindly reminded to purchase tickets." At this moment, Fong Tian found himself with nothing to occupy his time. However, he had no desire to engage in idle chatter in the chat channel. Instead, he fashioned some wooden arrows and commenced practicing his archery. The recent battle with the Corpse King had made him acutely aware of the ever-present danger surrounding him. Having defeated one Corpse King today, he might soon confront even more formidable adversaries tomorrow. This was no mere game. Only by continuously growing stronger could he hope to preserve his life. After completing his practice with 100 arrows, Fong Tian dozed off. Upon awakening, he discovered that the bus had long since passed the final stop and was now cruising smoothly along the route. The driver was indeed commendable. Managing such a steady drive today, truly impressive. The artificial intelligence even responded with 2 honks of the horn, but Fong Tian refrained from further attempts at camaraderie, as he was still recovering from internal injuries and could not withstand any jolting. Today's operational income amounted to 4 pieces of wood, while the fuel expenditure consumed 6, resulting in a notable loss. Nevertheless, Fong Tian remained unconcerned and casually added 6 pieces of wood for tomorrow's fuel. Beside the water purifier lay 32 bottles of purified water. Having completed the purification of today's 50 bottles, the remaining 3 ordinary bottles would have to wait until tomorrow. Fong Tian opened a can and exchanged 4 bottles of purified water for 5 pieces of leather, crafting a puncture-resistant suit. Puncture-resistant suit, a piece of basic armor. Lightweight and comfortable, capable of reducing piercing damage and reparable upon damage. The suit, featuring a blend of black and blue, resembled an ordinary long-sleeved shirt paired with casual pants, appearing no different from regular clothing, and was remarkably breathable, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Fong Tian's face. Chapter 10. The Marvelous Uses of the Enchanted Backpack. Alas, nature calls. Having spent 2 days in this place, it seems that my dietary adjustments have led to an unfortunate lack of bowel movement. While I have managed to relieve myself a few times using a water bottle specifically, a largemouth nutritional drink bottle has sufficed for minor needs. However, when it comes to the more significant call of nature, utilizing a mineral water bottle appears rather challenging. The notion of requesting the driver to halt is utterly unfeasible. I have attempted that while urinating, to no avail. In this dire situation, I resorted to the chat room, searching for keywords related to restrooms, hoping for a sage to offer a solution. At present, it appears that there are only 3 methods others have employed to address this predicament. The first entails resolving the issue within the exploration area, which I promptly dismissed. The second option is rather. Below is an excerpt from the chat. A certain sage proclaimed, "What's difficult about a bowel movement? There's no one in the vehicle, and no one outside can see you. Just stand on your seat, brace yourself, and lean your backside out the window." An amusing image instantly materialized in my mind. A speeding bus with an exposed posterior sticking out of one window, creating quite the spectacle. The thought was too absurd to ponder further, so I continued reading. Another user, known as Yunfeixiang, chimed in. "All right. I can't hold it any longer. I'll give it a try." 10 minutes later, Yunfeixiang reported back. The restroom strategy shared by someone is indeed effective, but heed this warning. First, make sure to use the rear window, especially in cases of diarrhea. The wind can blow the mess back in. Secondly, I urgently require fabric and water. I feel like I'm suffocating. What a character. I nearly burst into laughter, almost losing my composure. This fellow, instead of succumbing to embarrassment, boldly shared his experience in the channel. Truly remarkable. Naturally, I swiftly dismissed this option, leaving only the third method, which seemed more plausible, laying down fabric on the ground, taking care of business, and discarding the cloth afterwards. It appears there is no alternative. I cannot possibly hold out until noon tomorrow. At this moment, I felt an unsettling pressure in my abdomen, as I might have suffered a slight bout of diarrhea due to drinking river water today. Upon reaching level 2 of my private compartment, the system suddenly issued a notification regarding the construction of a restroom. Why the sudden reminder? Are you alive? I pondered, bemused. Is it too foul here? Would resolving matters in a restroom still offend you? The system offered no response, and feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I hurriedly opened the trading hall. Armed with pure water, I easily acquired the materials for the upgrade. I spent 20 iron, 20 wood, and 5 glass to elevate my private compartment to level 2. Then, I selected the option to unlock a simple toilet for 3 wood from the submenu. Once completed, I grabbed a piece of cloth and dashed into the now considerably expanded private compartment, which now boasted an area of approximately 15 square meters. In the far corner, I discovered a wooden-seated toilet. I promptly settled down upon it. Ah, a groan escaped my lips. What is happiness? This is happiness. After concluding his tasks, Fong Tian discovered that the restroom consumed water resources daily, requiring 1 bottle for basic cleanliness and an additional bottle to eliminate odors entirely. The toilet could utilize ordinary water, and there were 3 unpurified bottles in the purifier, which were ideally suited for the toilet tank. Once resolved, Fong Tian accessed the operation interface and found that the private carriage could now unlock a bed and a workbench. After spending 6 wooden units and 5 fabric units to unlock the bed, a simple single bed materialized within the carriage. The bed was upgradable. However, given the carriage's limited space, further upgrades would result in a cramped environment. Undeterred by financial constraints, Fong Tian spent 5 wooden units, 5 iron units, and 5 alloy units to unlock the workbench. The workbench could craft common tools, upgrade items, and repair them. It could also smelt ores and refine alloys, albeit at the cost of fuel. Inserting 5 units of fuel would allow the smelting of 1 furnace of ore or 1 batch of alloy, with a maximum of 100 units per batch, with exactly 100 pieces of ore in his backpack. Fong Tian exchanged 10 units of wood for fuel and placed the ore inside. The workbench began its automatic operation, and Fong Tian observed that after his endeavors, only 8 bottles of purified water remained, insufficient even for the 50 bottles of ordinary water required by the purifier the following day. Resigned, he decided to address it tomorrow. Fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to deep slumber. Thud, thud, thud. The vehicle is about to stop. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. You have arrived at the safe zone of the secluded valley, and the doors are now open. Fong Tian jolted awake, nearly oversleeping. He glanced at his status bar. Aside from thirst and hunger, there were no negative conditions. It seemed he could save a healing pill. Although his pistol ammunition had been exhausted, being in a safe zone alleviated his anxiety. After a brief preparation, he disembarked. Brilliant light shimmered as Fong Tian found himself in a tranquil valley, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a scene of serene beauty. This idyllic landscape evoked a sense of unreality in him. As he opened a can and munched while strolling along the path, he felt as if he had returned to his former world. A few minutes later, he began to grasp the essence of the so-called safe zone. It appeared devoid of valuable resources. Scanning the surroundings revealed that the only available supplies were a few sparsely located trees along the roadside. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pondered how much wood could be harvested from just a handful of trees. As he continued walking, he suddenly heard the sound of water. Intrigued, Fong Tian quickened his pace. Turning a corner, he stumbled upon a small water pool. For others, this pool might hold little value, as it was a 5-minute walk to the bus stop, making a round trip require at least 20 minutes to collect 10 bottles of water. In 2 hours, he could manage a maximum of 5 trips, yielding only 50 bottles, which could be exchanged for approximately 15 bottles of purified water, hardly sufficient for sustenance. However, for Fong Tian, this water pool was a veritable gold mine. With his magical backpack and the workbench capable of crafting wooden barrels, he was on the brink of prosperity. Fong Tian hurriedly returned to his vehicle, rushed into the private compartment, and extracted all the refined metals from the workbench, stacking them in a corner of the room. He then accessed the crafting tool interface and selected the option to create a wooden barrel. Wooden barrel requires 1 wood for crafting. Wood. Fong Tian opened the trading hall, clearing out all basic resources, except for the utterly valueless gold and black iron, trading everything else for wood. He acquired a total of 302 pieces of wood. Yet it was still insufficient. The marvelous backpack possesses 5 slots, each capable of holding 99 barrels of water, thus he required a total of 495 pieces of wood. However, apart from his defensive weapon, Fong Tian was left with nothing. After depositing all the wood into the workbench, he anxiously opened the friends channel and sent a message to Lin Yu. Buddy, I am in urgent need of wood. Do you have any? I can sell you my longbow. Yet, Lin Yu was likely still exploring and probably wouldn't see the message. Growing increasingly frantic, Fong Tian then opened the chat hall and composed a message, selling 1 finished spear, set to auction mode, only accepting wood as payment, starting bid 50 wood. Time limited to 25 minutes, highest bidder wins. The spear held a value of at least 70 wood, for as a pole arm. It was more suited for players lacking battle experience than ordinary swords. Yet, in his current desperation for wood, he could not afford to be choosy. He could always repurchase it later at a higher price. Chapter 11. The relatively unsafe safe zone. Upon receiving the news, the chat room erupted once more. Goodness. It's the illustrious Fong Tian again. NES selling spears. How timely. I have numerous monsters here, and I truly dare not approach with merely a dagger. Just wait for me. I'm gathering wood immediately. Don't you dare snatch it from me. I want one too. With this spear, I shall not return empty-handed today. Our fruit family has claimed this spear. It would be best not to contest with us, or you shall face our relentless pursuit for eternity. Fong Tian hadn't anticipated such a reaction. He thought the chat room would be relatively quiet at this hour. Little did he know that many players wielding daggers had been forced back by monsters and were now huddled in their vehicles. Upon seeing the spears for sale, how could they resist the urge to compete for them? Before long, 302 wooden barrels were crafted. And Lin Yu sent a message. I only managed to gather 60 pieces of wood. Without further ado, Fong Tian initiated the trade. He tossed the 60 pieces of wood into the crafting station and hurriedly made his way toward the water source. Collecting water with barrels was significantly faster than filling bags. All he needed to do was fill the barrels and place them in his backpack, exerting effort only at the moment of lifting. With practiced efficiency, Fong Tian could fill a barrel with water in approximately 5 seconds. In less than 40 minutes, his backpack was filled with 302 barrels of ordinary water. He could scarcely afford to rest, hastening towards the bus. This extraordinary backpack was indeed a remarkable item. Despite containing so much water, it felt incredibly light. Upon returning to the vehicle, Fong Tian retrieved 5 barrels of water to pour into the purifier. 1 barrel equated to 10 bottles of ordinary water, and 5 barrels were just the right amount for a day's supply. The trade center transaction had concluded, revealing that the spear had sold for 82 pieces of wood. It was only the 3rd day, and yet such a substantial amount of wood had been exchanged. It seemed there were many skilled players around. Before Fong Tian could reflect further, he suddenly received an email containing 20 pieces of wood, sent by the young girl Wang and Rua, accompanied by a note. Brother, are you in need of wood? I happen to have some surplus materials. I managed to exchange for these. If it's not enough, just wait a bit longer, and I'll gather more materials to trade with you. This girl, why? He hadn't even had the chance to thank her for the previous matter regarding the potions. And now, this could hardly be called mere kindness. One might even deem it sacred. Was she perhaps enamored with me? Have some modesty. Fong Tian couldn't help but slap himself. At this moment, he set aside his thoughts. Once all the barrels were ready, he dashed toward the water source. After a flurry of activity, his backpack was brimming with 446 barrels of water. Returning now, the purifier should have produced a considerable amount of purified water. Trading some water for additional wood would fill his backpack completely. However, his backpack was already full, leaving no room for empty barrels. Nevertheless, he could procure some ropes to bind the barrels together and drag them back. Considering the time, it should suffice. Fong Tian stretched his sore arms. While the backpack alleviated much of his burden, the sheer volume of work had begun to take its toll. Had it not been for the stamina pill he had consumed, coupled with the immense motivation spurred by potential gain, he would have long succumbed to exhaustion. After resting for a considerable duration, Fong Tian rose to prepare for his return to the bus. At that moment, he perceived a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye. Hastily, he drew the short axe from his waist, his sole remaining weapon. A small black dog was approaching. Fong Tian felt a surge of joy. The little creature, fluffy and adorably peculiar, would make a delightful companion on the bus. Yet, as he advanced a few steps, the dog abruptly turned and dashed away. Its short legs surprisingly swift, leaving Fong Tian momentarily unable to keep pace. Never mind. Priorities must take precedence, he thought, halting his pursuit. However, upon noticing that Fong Tian had ceased to chase, the little dog also paused and barked a few times in his direction. Was it beckoning him to follow? Yet, he still had not filled his water supply completely. After a brief hesitation, Fong Tian resolved to follow and investigate. He had enough water for now, and could spare a few more buckets. After winding through the terrain, the small dog suddenly darted into a thicket beside a cliff. Fong Tian approached, clearing a path with his short axe, only to discover a cave hidden behind the bushes. Venturing into the cave, he did not walk far before being greeted by a breathtaking vista. He found himself in a picturesque valley adorned with swirling clouds above and fragrant flowers surrounding him, akin to stepping into a painting. Unable to contain his delight, Fong Tian chuckled. This little creature had led him to treasure. Not far away, a long sword, its hilt encrusted with jewels, was embedded in a stone, unmistakably a valuable find. Yet, his discerning eye could not penetrate its secrets. It appeared he would need to extract the sword. Fong Tian pulled with all his might, but it remained steadfast. He then retrieved his stone axe and struck the stone forcefully. The impact created a small indentation. With approximately 30 minutes remaining, you should be able to dislodge the sword. Just as Fong Tian was gearing up for the task ahead, he heard the sound of barking again. Looking up, he spotted a thatched cottage not far off, where his skeletal remains lay on the ground, being gnawed upon by 2 towering wild dogs. As the small dog barked helplessly nearby, it seemed the remains were those of the little dog's owner, and it had summoned him in a bid to protect its master's remains. Observing the pleading gaze of the small dog, Fong Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. Wait a moment, I will assist you as soon as I retrieve this sword, he thought. However, matters must be prioritized. Securing the sword was imperative. Just then, the 2 wild dogs, perhaps irritated by the small dog's incessant barking, pivoted abruptly, flanking the little creature. In no time, the small dog found itself cornered, yet it showed no fear, defiantly barking at the 2 wild beasts. Witnessing the blood-red eyes and drooling maws of the dogs, Fong Tian had no doubt that the little dog would be torn to shreds in mere moments. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath and charged forward with his axe. He was fully aware of the folly of his actions, particularly in his current predicament. Yet, one must stand for something. To stand idly by while this loyal little dog faced a gruesome fate would surely haunt him for many sleepless nights. Could the peace of mind gained from retrieving a sword truly outweigh the value of a life? Perhaps sensing Fang Tian's murderous intent, the two wild dogs simultaneously turned to charge at him. Fang Tian, undeterred and unyielding, seized his axe and struck towards the wild dog on his right, simultaneously employing the fiery sword technique. With a whoosh, flames erupted violently from the axe. With a resounding thud, the flaming axe cleaved through the skull of the wild dog, which did not emit even a whimper before succumbing, a tantalizing scent of roasted meat filling the air. The fiery sword technique had proven its worth in its inaugural battle. The axe, now imbued with the power of the fiery sword technique, saw a remarkable enhancement in its sharpness and lethality, dispatching the wild dog in a single blow. Meanwhile, another wild dog viciously sank its teeth into Fang Tian's shoulder, yet it failed to penetrate his protective gear. As the fiery sword technique was still in cooldown, Fang Tian grasped the wild dog's front leg with his left hand, forcefully hurling it to the ground. He then stomped on its head, delivering several powerful blows with his axe until the battle concluded, confident in his ability to dispatch these two wild dogs without injury. Given his current strength and endurance at the pinnacle of human capability, he was nonetheless eager to resolve the conflict and retrieve his sword, choosing to take a calculated risk with his protective gear. Just as Fang Tian prepared to turn back to continue drawing his sword, the stone sword had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, beneath the withered bones, a blade began to faintly reveal itself. Chapter 12, A Blade and a Dog. Everything you could desire, is this a trial? Before me lies an unremarkable long knife, reminiscent of the Tang dynasty sabers, perhaps due to severe oxidation. It appears dull and gray, yet the blade is inscribed with the words Dragon's Whisper. Through the discerning eye, I discern that this Dragon's Whisper knife is an ordinary piece of equipment, yet remarkably sharp. A flash of light envelopes the knife, revitalizing its appearance. With renewed vigor, I prepare to depart. Having acquired the weapon, I now wish to seize the fleeting moments to gather some water. Little pup, I am leaving now. Would you care to accompany me? I beckon to the small dog. However, I find it sorrowfully lying beside a pile of bones, its eyes brimming with reluctance. Reluctant to impose, I begin to walk away, but then notice a shovel leaning against the thatched hut. With a sigh, I murmur, very well, to honor the departed. I shall bury your master after taking his knife. Otherwise, should I leave and other wild dogs come, your remains may be at risk. I hasten to the spot, grasping the shovel to dig a grave beside the bones. I shall lay your master to rest here. You must take care of yourself from now on. I tell the dog as I gather the bones and place them gently into the pit. The small dog, exhibiting an understanding beyond its years, does not intervene. Once the bones are interred, I find a wooden plank to mark the grave and bow deeply several times in respect. Observing the little dog dutifully lying by the grave, I inquire once more, well then, will you not join me? Time is dwindling, and seeing no response from the dog, I turn away and hasten to my transport. Upon reaching the bus, I notice that less than 10 minutes remain, leaving no time to fetch water. Just as I am about to board, I suddenly hear barking behind me. I glance back to see the little dog sprinting toward me. Overjoyed, I scoop it up and plant a hearty kiss on its head as I step onto the bus. However, as soon as I settle in, the pup unexpectedly bites my finger, causing it to bleed. Startled, I barely have time to react before the dog nudges my injured finger with its forehead. Ding! The blood pact has been sealed. Spirit beast, unnamed juvenile stage, can be upgraded through feeding. A spirit beast? I am taken aback with delight. This entirely surpasses my expectations. I had merely sought companionship, yet I have gained such a formidable ally. As for naming it, I scratch my head and propose. How about calling you Little Black? The dog bares its teeth, and through the bond of the blood pact, I sense its discontent. If not Little Black, then perhaps Wealthy Fortune? You may choose. I shrug my shoulders. The reluctant pup barks a few times before ultimately conceding to the name Little Black. Beep, beep, beep. The bus is about to stop. Please secure yourselves and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the dilapidated mall. The doors are now open, and you may decide whether to disembark. Beep, beep, beep. Welcome back. The vehicle is about to resume operation. Fuel levels are adequate and will automatically initiate operational mode. The vehicle is set to depart. Please brace yourselves and hold on to the handrails. Next stop, Joyful Mountain Station. Huh? I pause in confusion. Today's exploration was clearly intended for the valley. Why does the announcement mention a dilapidated mall? Has the announcement been misaligned? Is there a bug in the system? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system notification arrived. Ding. The completion of this adventure is at 120, earning 120 experience points, which can be allocated at your discretion. Ding. A hidden map has been discovered during the exploration, and with an exploration rate exceeding 100. You are awarded an additional equipment upgrade card. The information from the system notification was substantial. Firstly, despite achieving the highest completion rate for this adventure, the experience points awarded were lower than in previous quests, indicating that the experience gained in safe zones is relatively meager. Furthermore, it appeared that certain areas of the map were designed to contain hidden maps, and surpassing an exploration rate of 100 would yield extra rewards from the system, which he needed to be more vigilant about in the future. Fong Tian examined the rewards distributed by the system. Equipment Upgrade Card. This card allows for the enhancement of any small device. Note that device levels have a cap and not all devices are eligible for upgrades. Naturally, the device he yearned to upgrade the most was the magical backpack. However, when he attempted to apply the upgrade card, there was no response, suggesting that this card could not be used on equipment. The backpack could only be upgraded at the workbench, where it indicated that enhancing the magical backpack required 2 space gems, which were virtually impossible to obtain. Aside from the magical backpack, the only other device worth using this card on was the water purifier, so Fong Tian placed the card upon it. Would you like to upgrade the water purifier? The vehicle's broadcast chimed. Yes. The water purifier has been upgraded, consuming 1 equipment upgrade card. Water purifier, medium, capable of purifying 200 units of water per day, requiring 10 units of charcoal daily. 200 units. What does that signify? Given the current market, it could be exchanged for approximately 250 units of food or 500 units of iron. Previously, the water purifier had already produced 50 bottles of purified water, and in addition, there were 446 barrels of ordinary water, with each barrel equating to 10 bottles, meaning he now possessed 4,460 bottles of ordinary water. For someone like him, who owned a water purifier, this translated to 4,460 units of purified water. Without hesitation, Fong Tian poured 20 barrels of water into the purifier, momentarily calming himself before drawing the dragon's whisper blade from his waist and approaching the control screen. Bringing an item closer to the screen would yield a detailed description, usually providing information akin to that obtained from the Eye of Insight. Dragon's whisper, exceedingly sharp. Indeed, there was no difference. The Eye of Insight could be upgraded. Fong Tian accessed the system. The proficiency of the Eye of Insight remained at 420, as exploration within safe zones did not enhance proficiency. However, with the 120 experience points earned from completing the exploration, he had enough for an upgrade. Ding. The Eye of Insight has leveled up. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Azure Eye, Level 2, Proficiency 42,000. Eye of Insight, capable of foreseeing danger and swiftly obtaining information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, not activated. Available experience points, 0. Slaughter points, 1. Blood Contract. Little Black, Juvenile Stage, can be upgraded through feeding. It appeared that aside from the Azure Eye's level increasing to 2, there were no other changes. Fong Tian closed the system and glanced at the rewards provided. It was a book, How Steel is Made. Fong Tian paused, flipping open a page. It was evident that it was not the same book as the one in his reality. As the entire book vanished, Fong Tian felt an unparalleled clarity within, and the persistent anxiety that had enveloped him began to dissipate significantly. Upon opening the status panel of the bus, he was delighted to discover the addition of a new skill, Resilient Will. This skill permanently enhances his mental strength, augmenting it by 50 of his highest single attribute, rounded down. Currently, Fong Tian's highest attribute is Strength, which stands at 10 points, thereby increasing his mental strength by 5 points to a total of 14. Presently, the sole function of mental strength is to amplify the power of the Fiery Sword technique, a skill that evidently belongs to the later stages of development, where the higher the remaining attributes, the greater the enhancement. After conducting a brief analysis, Fong Tian prepared to sheath the Dragon Roar Blade. However, he instinctively glanced at it and was taken aback to find that its attributes had changed. The Dragon Roar Blade, now classified as a green tier equipment, was extraordinarily sharp. Green tier equipment? Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, a dazzling green light erupted, causing the Dragon Roar Blade in his hand to tremble violently. Once the radiance subsided, the blade bore intricate dragon patterns, and its edge gleamed with a chilling light that instilled a sense of unease in onlookers. What caused this sudden transformation? Chapter 13. The conclusion of the novice protection period. Could it possibly be related to the upgrade of one's own vision? Does that imply that, after the eyes are upgraded once more, they can continue to evolve? Astonishingly, this Dragon Roar Blade possesses quite a character. It reflects the wielder's discerning eye with commensurate power. It turns out to be a growth-type artifact. Fong Tian was engulfed in euphoria, never anticipating that this expedition into the safe zone would not only grant him an inexhaustible water resource but also a growth-type spirit beast and a growth-type weapon. It seems that as long as one masters the appropriate methods and engages in thoughtful contemplation, Surviving here is not as arduous as it appears. Coupled with the assistance of the system, he is destined to achieve great things in this realm. Fong Tian, in high spirits, turned his gaze towards the water purifier. After its upgrade, the purification speed had significantly increased, and at that moment, 200 bottles of pure water had been purified, adding to the previous 50, totaling 250 bottles. After some contemplation, Fong Tian resolved to repay a favor first. He dialed Wang Enrua's voice message. After all, the bullets she had pledged to him had already been expended. And he still owed her medicine and wood. Brother, do you still need wood? I didn't manage to gather much material this time, so I fear I won't be able to exchange for much wood. Wang Enrua's voice came through, tinged with a hint of grievance. No need. I have enough wood already. Oh, that's good. Wang Enrua's voice sounded somewhat bashful. What's the matter? Could you possibly spare me some food? I have nothing to eat. Of course, I'll get some to you shortly. But how did you run out of food? Didn't you have some medicine yesterday? Did you sell it off cheaply? It's my fault for not reminding you that medicine is quite precious now and can be sold for a higher price. Not. Wang Enrua's voice carried a hint of unease. Fong Tian paused, his heart sinking as he recalled her generosity, a foreboding feeling creeping in. You didn't give everything away. Did you? Wang Enrua protested. I'm not foolish. How could I give things away for free? Fong Tian couldn't help but retort. Not foolish? Then why have you been so accommodating to my every request these past few days? You've given me everything I asked for. That's different. What's different? Because you are a good person. Stop throwing around the good person card. Fong Tian exclaimed, a bit exasperated. Where do you see that? Because I allowed you to use bullets as collateral for food? I'm not foolish either. I know the value of bullets. But at that moment, I was on the verge of starvation. Keeping the bullets was of no use. Wang Enrua earnestly explained, then added, but afterward, you proactively gifted me a dagger and water. So you must certainly be a good person. Fine, then tell me, where did you get the medicine this time? I was deceived. Wang Enrua recounted the events with a forlorn expression. It turned out that she had been duped while trading medicine for a bao. A fellow named Lin Ziqiang attempted to barter for medicine with a bao, but throughout the transaction, he incessantly demanded more, asking for additional water and food, initiating the trade numerous times. As a result, Wang Enrua found herself utterly confused, and during their final transaction, she failed to notice that Lin Ziqiang had merely traded her a blank piece of paper with a drawing of a bao on it. How could she have fallen for such a trick? Fong Tian's lips twitched slightly as he asked, how old are you? 17. No, 23. What's the matter? Fong Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This is hardly better than giving it away for free, wouldn't you say? Is that not foolish? To his surprise, Wang Enrua burst into tears. Fong Tian was immediately at a loss, repeatedly offering words of comfort until she finally quieted down. All right, no more tears. I'll give you some food. Consider it a repayment for your wood. As for the medicine and bullets, let us leave them with me for now. My supplies are a bit tight. With that, Fong Tian ended the call and listed 200 bottles of purified water in the trading hall, announcing in the chat room, 10, 10, 10, 20, 20, 20, 25, 25, 200. It's the great Fong Tian again. He is here to sell water. Only 200 bottles? Is that even reasonable? Who is this deity that he can sell anything? Enough chatter, let us grab it quickly. The purified water sold by this big shot is so cheap. Reselling it could yield at least 2 units of water. It's practically free money. Of course, everyone knows it's cheap. But gathering enough trading materials is the real issue. I just spent resources to unlock a private compartment. I have no resources left to trade for water. You unlocked a private compartment that quickly? Within moments, the 200 bottles of water were snatched up, disappearing without a trace in a market of nearly 10,000 people. Fong Tian organized his inventory and sent Wang Enrua some food and water. Thank you. Thank you for what? It's equivalent to the wood you traded. Just be more cautious in the future. Don't let yourself be fooled again. I won tea. I'm not foolish. Yes, I believe you. At that moment, Lin Yu also sent a message. Buddy, let me add 20 wood for you. After all, I benefited from you. Without the longbow you provided, I wouldn't have been able to secure that treasure chest. Fong Tian, intrigued, asked, what did you find in your treasure chest? I got a longsword blueprint, 50 iron, and a space gem. Fong Tian's heart skipped a beat. Sell me the space gem. I need it for crafting equipment. Name your price. Fong Tian pondered for a moment. 30 units of purified water. I'll give it to you tomorrow. You don't need to compensate me for the wood. To be honest, this item will undoubtedly appreciate in value, considering its rarity. Think carefully about whether you want to sell it. Fong Tian didn't want to push too hard on the price, as he wished to maintain a good relationship. All right, I'll give you the space gem. I know it will increase in value, but it's still early in the game. Holding on to such a useless item is less beneficial than exchanging it for resources to expedite my development. With the acquisition of the space gem, Fong Tian needed just one more to upgrade his backpack. He would have to leave that to chance. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong had finished the pound of meat and was now tugging at Fong Tian's pant leg, begging for more food. How long have you been hungry? Do take care not to overexert yourself. Fong Tian tossed another piece of meat to him and activated the bus upgrade system. Bus, level 1 upgrading requires 100 iron, 20 wood, 20 plastic, 20 glass, and 10 alloy. Private compartment, level 2 upgrading requires 40 iron, 40 wood, and 10 glass, utilizing the remaining water to complete the resources. Fong Tian opted for the upgrade. Level 2 bus upgrade in progress, estimated time, 12 hours. Private compartment successfully upgraded to level 3. The private compartment doubled in size, reaching nearly 40 square meters, surpassing the width of the bus, which would likely appear quite peculiar from the outside. Simultaneously, numerous unlockable features were added within the compartment. With a generous disposition, Fong Tian wasted no time and ventured into the trading market to unlock all materials. After a flurry of construction noises, the private compartment was divided into 3 rooms: a bedroom, a bathroom, and a storage room. The bedroom and bathroom were unremarkable, but the description of the storage room filled Fong Tian with joy. Storage room, level 1 capable of holding 10 types of materials. With a stacking limit of 99 for each type, food stored in this room will not spoil. Upgrade requires the private compartment to reach level 4. Fantastic. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the water taking up space in his backpack. Fong Tian placed his basic supplies into the storage room, spent some fabric to repair his armor, and casually picked up a short bow to practice archery. Feeling fatigued, he cuddled with Little Black, and the day swiftly passed. Fong Tian dozed off, cradling Little Black. After an indeterminate time, a woman's voice echoed from the driver's compartment. Xing Tong, why did he go there? Miss, was he at your intervention? A system prompt responded from the bedroom. I lack the authority. It must have been the old man's doing. It appears that area has been reclaimed, which is a good thing. Please tell me what transpired once you entered. The following morning, Fong Tian discovered that the shattered window of the bedroom had suddenly been revitalized, and the entire room was considerably brighter. Had the level 2 bus upgrade been completed? Fong Tian hastily exited the private compartment, and indeed, the bus appeared rejuvenated, with all damaged areas repaired. Just then, a broadcast jolted his heart. Not only him. The entire world trembled. The 3-day novice protection period has concluded. PvE mode will no longer feature other survivors. PvP zones have been activated. Multiple survivors will emerge in PvP zones, and they may engage in combat with one another. To err on the side of caution, survivors may opt for safe mode, where conflicts with others are prohibited, but disembarking is restricted to the last half hour. World channel activated. The current speaking threshold is a level 2 bus. The environment has been unleashed. The bus will face challenges from the surroundings. The true trial has arrived. May all survivors give their utmost effort. Here it comes. Chapter 14. Blood of the Golden Dragon. Fong Tian rushed into the trading hall, eager to exchange the purified water he had produced the previous night for weapons. The selection of weapons in the trading hall was already sparse, having procured merely 6. He quickly realized that the shelves were now bare, indicating that others were also in a frenzied scramble. After sending the 30 bottles of purified water owed to Lin Yu, Fong Tian found himself with fewer than 20 bottles remaining. Nonetheless, this was sufficient, as he knew more would be available tomorrow. Upon opening the chat channel, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. What the heck? The issue of basic sustenance remains unresolved, and the novice protection period has already concluded? The environment has truly activated. Look outside. What was once an impenetrable darkness has now transformed into a desert landscape. Everyone, do not panic. We must unite to combat the unseen forces behind this. We cannot resort to infighting. Sigh. The human heart is a labyrinth. If you don't harm others, they may still strike you from behind. I don't even have a weapon. If I find myself assigned to a PvP zone, I'll just opt for safety mode. What is there to fear? Once we disembark, we can discuss it. If conflict arises, we can simply return to the vehicle. Aren't we safe inside? Brothers, please don't attack me. I'm so frightened. What the heck? All the weapons in the trading hall have vanished. Seeking weapons. Willing to pay a high price. It was only at this moment that the importance of weapons dawned upon everyone, but alas, it was too late. Fong Tian muted the private messages from strangers and opened the world channel, which was much more subdued. Only a few dozen were conversing, while the counter in the upper right corner displayed a staggering figure of 1 billion. Fong Tian searched for his parents in the world channel but found no results, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it also made him comprehend why only 1 billion individuals had been brought here. It appeared that most of those selected were young, as his parents' names carried a distinctly vintage resonance. The absence of matches for their names suggested that the majority brought into this world were likely individuals in good physical condition. So stop fixating on your phones, you sloths. Look, even in transmigration, only the fit are chosen. Do a dozen push-ups to console yourself. Recognizing the channel's automatic translation feature, Fong Tian displayed the weapons he had on hand and sent a message. I have several idle weapons available. Is anyone interested? 30 food units for one. Add me as a friend if you wish to trade. I'll offer 35 food units for two, came a reply. Several responses from evidently foreign survivors soon followed. But the offers were not to Fong Tian's liking. I'll take one for 60 food units, proclaimed a survivor named Sam, displaying a lavish disposition. Indeed, the might of the United States is impressive. Could you reserve two for me? Implored a survivor named Park Buching, attempting to ingratiate himself. Scram, you annoying fools. I am the favored child. If anyone is to be reserved for, it should be me, retorted a survivor named Kuroki Daisho in indignation. Fortunately, the World Channel permitted only one message per hour, preventing their quarrel from escalating further. With more than an hour remaining until the adventure begins, Fong Tian had no intention of selling his weapons at this moment. He merely intended to announce that the prices would rise significantly in an hour. Just as he was about to close the World Channel, a survivor named Long Wushuang spoke up. Are you from Huaxia? I possess special materials. Shall we discuss in private? Intrigued, Fong Tian was eager to sell the weapons to someone from his own nation, especially since the individual claimed to have unique materials. After adding Long Wushuang as a friend, he quickly inquired, what materials do you possess? I have a spirit stone and a drop of golden dragon's blood. What are their uses? I'm not entirely sure, but they were incredibly hard to obtain. If you're interested, I would like to exchange these two items for the 6 weapons you have. I understand you must be parting with them reluctantly to ensure the safety of your loved ones. Let us proceed with the trade. And I will also provide you with 20 bottles of water. Exchanging the most sought-after commodities for 2 unknown materials was indeed a gamble. However, given that these materials were unseen before, it would be challenging to acquire them even with an abundance of weapons in usual circumstances. Obtaining such unique items was not merely a stroke of luck. The strength of the individual must also be formidable. Moreover, Long Wushuang's courteous demeanor made Fong Tian eager to foster a good relationship. Thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Long Wushuang, not being foolish, recognized Fong Tian's intention to befriend him. Otherwise, he could have easily extorted more resources. Spirit Stone, a rare stone emanating mysterious energy. Golden Dragon's Blood, the essence of the Golden Dragon, containing the overwhelming power of a divine beast. After inspecting the items with his insight, Fong Tian could not glean further information and thus stored them in his warehouse. Observing the ever-increasing weapon prices in the chat room, he felt no regret. With a water purifier at his disposal, he could eventually acquire basic resources. However, such extraordinary materials were unlikely to be exchanged for mere supplies. Beep, beep, beep. The vehicle is about to stop. Please secure yourself and hold onto the handrails. You have arrived at the PvP area, library. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. The left door is the challenge entrance. Exiting here may expose you to harm from other survivors. If you return to the vehicle after disembarking, you must wait for the safe entrance to reopen before exiting again. The right door is the safe entrance. Alighting from this side will allow for peaceful coexistence with other survivors. Passage will be permitted in 1.5 hours. Fong Tian clenched his fist, restraining the eager little black from following him, and stepped off the vehicle, brandishing his dragon's cry. Current number of survivors in the area, 3. Surveying his surroundings, Fong Tian noted that he had disembarked at the entrance of a library, with 2 vehicles to his left and 3 to his right, indicating a total of 6 participants in this map. He took a moment to glance at the rear of his vehicle. Having always been curious about how peculiar his spacious private compartment must appear from the outside, upon inspection, he realized that his personal space was likely an independent realm, unnoticeable from the outside. Current number of survivors in the area, 4. Another individual emerged from the vehicle to Fong Tian's left. The remaining 3 individuals gazed in astonishment at the bus behind Fong Tian. After all, compared to the other 4 dilapidated vehicles, Fong Tian's brand new bus was strikingly conspicuous. After waiting for a while longer, it became evident that the last 2 individuals would not be disembarking. Fong Tian cleared his throat and remarked, "Let us venture inside to explore, then delineate our territories for investigation. Any spoils too cumbersome to carry shall be left at our respective vehicle doors. And should anyone attempt theft, we shall unite against them. What say you?" The group exchanged wary glances, eventually nodding in agreement. Armed, the 4 maintained a respectful distance as they entered the library. The library was divided into 2 levels, flanked by numerous bookshelves, densely populated with tomes. And it appeared devoid of any creatures. "Shall we form teams?" one person inquired. Not wishing to take unnecessary risks, Fong Tian replied. "How about this? We shall each explore independently on the first floor, without encroaching on one another's areas. If that is acceptable, I shall take the left section on the first floor. If you wish to team up, feel free to do so." Possessing the eye of insight, he was acutely aware of where the most treasures lay. Following an upgrade, the observation range had nearly doubled, allowing him to distinctly perceive the abundance of white light emanating from the left side. Seeing no objections from the others, Fong Tian promptly made his way toward the first row of bookshelves on the left. The remaining 3 opted not to form a team, each selecting their own spots. The middle-aged man wielding a fire axe and the young man with a boning knife ascended to the upper floor, while another young man with a steel pipe chose the right section on the first floor. With the area around him clear, Fong Tian eagerly opened a book at random. However, disappointment washed over him swiftly as the text was blurred beyond comprehension, revealing it to be merely a prop. He returned the book and, guided by the white light, approached one of the bookshelves, retrieving several volumes. Indeed, behind them lay a concealed compartment. Yet, before Fong Tian could reach inside, a plume of smoke billowed forth from the hidden space, and a red glow, signifying danger, flashed before his eyes. Chapter 15. A life in peril. A thick haze descended upon the ground, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Accompanied by creaking sounds, a wooden figure emerged from the mist. This rudimentary automaton moved with slow deliberation, boasting formidable defenses, yet its vulnerability lay in the crystal fragment embedded atop its head. The wooden figure, though rather crude in appearance, had a rounded head with unevenly carved facial features and a pale yellow gem embedded in its forehead. After a brief assessment, it became evident that the automaton's sluggishness posed little threat, even to an ordinary person. As Fong Tian deftly sidestepped the wooden figure's arm, he swiftly struck with his blade against its forehead. A light crack echoed as the tip of the longing blade grazed the gem, creating a chip. The wooden figure swayed but did not succumb. Truly resilient, Fong Tian marveled. He was well aware of the blade's sharpness, capable of severing ordinary steel with ease. Yet it could not shatter the gem in a single strike. After evading another attack, Fong Tian delivered a decisive blow, finally fracturing the gemstone. Instantly, the automaton ceased its movements and then shattered into a pile of wood. Remarkably, the wooden figure yielded 20 pieces of timber, but alas, the shattered gem disintegrated into ash, rendering it irretrievable. Fong Tian reached out, collecting the wood into his backpack. Concurrently, sounds of conflict emanated from another corner of the library. Paying no heed to the commotion, Fong Tian delved into a concealed compartment, retrieving its contents. Blueprints for a cleaver? A valuable find. After stowing it in his backpack, Fong Tian proceeded towards another source of white light. Once again, he encountered a similar concealed compartment, the same swirling mist, and the same wooden figure, which he dispatched with 2 swift strikes. This time, his spoils included 30 rolls of toilet paper. Another encounter yielded 20 packs of compressed biscuits. Having dealt with 3 of these beings, Fong Tian ventured into a more exposed area. Before him stood a young man armed with a steel pipe, engaged in a strategic retreat while entangled with a wooden figure. The young man skillfully dodged an attack, seizing an opportunity to lunge forward, striking the wooden automaton atop its head before retreating once more to reassess the situation. Without the keen insight to discern the automaton's weakness, his clever tactics nonetheless showcased his reliability. Fong Tian mused silently. Unfortunately, the youth seemed lacking in combat experience, occasionally missing his mark, and the steel pipe's lethality proved insufficient. Even when it struck true, it merely created slight fissures in the gem. In contrast, Fong Tian's longing blade, capable of shattering the gem with but 2 strikes, demonstrated its formidable prowess. Finally, after observing the young man for nearly 5 minutes, the steel pipe fell once more, and the wooden figure collapsed into a heap of timber. The young man, perspiration beading on his brow, exhaled in relief, collecting the wood into his backpack while warily eyeing Fong Tian. His backpack, a mere creation from a workbench, lacked the wondrous features of a magical one, making it bulge uncomfortably with the added weight of 20 pieces of wood. Fong Tian smiled slightly, recognizing the young man's commendable skills. Seeing no hostility from Fong Tian, the young man relaxed, grinning sheepishly as he inquired, "Brother, do you have any water? I'd be willing to trade some wood for it." Fong Tian casually tossed a bottle aside, laughing, "No need for that. There are still supplies in the hidden compartment. Don't forget to retrieve them." "Thank you," the young man replied, taking a hearty gulp of water before turning to collect the supplies. As he departed, Fong Tian swiftly located the hidden compartment. Suddenly, a wooden figure emerged from the smoke, but to his surprise, the young man returned, approaching with purpose. "Allow me to handle this. The items are yours. Consider it a repayment for your water." "No need," Fong Tian promptly declined, unwilling to risk a sudden blow to the head from a steel pipe amidst the fray. Observing the young man persist in his approach, Fong Tian furrowed his brow and activated the fiery sword technique. The dragon roar blade ignited with a thunderous crackle as it struck fiercely at the wooden figure. With a sharp sound, the iron-hard wooden figure was cleaved in half, its head severed entirely. The wooden body ignited and soon reduced to a pile of charcoal. The young man stood frozen, astonished that the wooden figure he had battled for nearly 10 minutes was dispatched in an instant by this formidable figure. "That is quite excessive. I told you, it's unnecessary." Fong Tian's piercing gaze shot toward him. The young man quickly retreated, stammering, "I meant no harm. I merely wished to assist." "Understood." Fong Tian replied coolly, though his heart bled internally. What a waste. 20 wooden figures simply incinerated. Such extravagance. Ignoring the young man, Fong Tian retrieved supplies from the hidden compartment and continued his search. The young man exhaled a sigh of relief, standing vacantly for a while before departing. After dispatching another 7 or 8 wooden figures, Fong Tian noticed the remaining white light diminishing rapidly when a broadcast suddenly echoed. "Current number of survivors in the area, 3. What does this signify? Has one perished, or has someone returned to the vehicle?" Though these wooden figures moved slowly, their strength remained formidable, without discovering their weaknesses. Exhaustion could indeed pose a lethal threat. Observing the last flicker of white light, Fong Tian resolved to eliminate the remaining threats here before venturing out to investigate. Upon defeating the final wooden figure and collecting the supplies, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Was it the young man from earlier? Soon, a breathless figure appeared before him. It was the middle-aged man wielding a fire axe. Upon spotting Fong Tian, the middle-aged man seemed to relax. "I'm glad you're unharmed." "What is the matter?" "The young man who came upstairs with me has been lurking nearby, and he seems ill-intentioned. I've been on guard against him." After hearing the broadcast, I descended to take a look, only to discover that another young man on the first floor has already perished. Fong Tian's expression shifted dramatically. This young man had appeared quite capable, and it was shocking to learn he had vanished in such a short time. This world was indeed merciless. Noticing Fong Tian's astonishment, the middle-aged man asked, "What shall we do, young man?" Fong Tian's mind was in disarray, and he instinctively inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" The middle-aged man, possessing a wealth of experience, quickly devised a plan. There were 2 approaches. The first was for us to collaborate in locating that scoundrel, either to overpower him or to corner him, thus allowing us to explore safely. The second was to exercise caution. We could return to the vehicle together, as 2 would surely deter him from making any rash moves. Fong Tian pondered for a moment. The first option was undoubtedly the superior strategy. However, when faced with the reality of potential combat, he realized he was ill-prepared for a genuine confrontation, and he hesitated. Noticing Fong Tian's indecision, the middle-aged man suggested, "Let us first return to the vicinity of the bus and deliberate further. The open space will afford us a clearer view and reduce the risk of ambush." "Agreed." Fong Tian nodded, yet he remained vigilant, adding with a smile, "You lead the way, and I shall follow." The middle-aged man replied affirmatively, "Very well. At this juncture, mutual trust is imperative. I have faith in you." Hearing this, Fong Tian felt a sense of reassurance. The 2 of them had not ventured far when the middle-aged man suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "I see him. Hurry." As the middle-aged man began to dash forward, Fong Tian instinctively moved to follow. Yet, at that moment, a thought flashed through Fong Tian's mind, prompting him to halt abruptly. Something was amiss. Chapter 16. The First Blood. The safety passage has been activated. 2 survivors, opting for the safe mode, descended from the vehicle. A faint green aura shimmering within a meter around them. This ethereal glow shielded them from attacks by other survivors, while simultaneously preventing them from inflicting harm. With a glance of mild astonishment at the bus, they hurried toward the library. Time was of the essence. They had only 30 minutes, and any delay could render their efforts futile. Upon entering the library, they stumbled upon the lifeless body of a young man. It was apparent that he had been ambushed. A gaping wound from an axe marred his back, while a fatal stab wound pierced his chest. The 2 exchanged a shocked glance, their eyes reflecting their disbelief. Just then, a piercing scream echoed, prompting them to quicken their pace toward the source of the sound. A minute earlier, Fong Tian was poised to follow the middle-aged man forward when an unsettling thought struck him. If this man were truly allied with him, the situation should have been a 2-on-1 confrontation. Given the uncertainty surrounding this individual, it would be unwise to recklessly charge ahead. While the youthful exuberance of the young man was understandable, the middle-aged man had displayed a remarkable degree of intelligence. The only plausible explanation was that the young man was lurking behind the nearby bookshelf, poised to strike once Fong Tian moved forward. Noticing that Fong Tian had not pursued him and was instead fixated on the bookshelf, the middle-aged man halted and laughed heartily. "All right, come out. This little brat is clever. He hasn't fallen for it." The young man, wielding a bone saw, emerged from behind the shelves, a sinister glint in his eyes. "In that case, let us go straight to it. No, I'll take the lead. You guard this exit and ensure he doesn't escape." With a hearty laugh, the middle-aged man charged forward, brandishing his fire axe. The exit was now blocked, leaving Fong Tian with no avenue of escape. However, the axe wielded in such a confined space was immensely powerful, and Fong Tian dared not confront him head-on, opting instead to fend him off while retreating. The middle-aged man seemed to possess some combat skills, swinging the axe with impressive ferocity, leaving Fong Tian struggling to find an opening. Finally, after several minutes of intense engagement, the middle-aged man appeared to tire, his movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Tian unleashed a kick, executing a decisive blow. A faint sound of something shattering echoed in the air. With a force of 10, the kick was not easily withstood. The middle-aged man crumpled, his body contorting in agony as he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Just then, Fong Tian sensed movement behind him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his back. The young man had circled around. Fortunately, he was clad in a stab-proof vest. Instinctively, Fong Tian surged forward a step, pivoting to deliver a retaliatory strike. A scream erupted, and blood splattered. The young man, having instinctively raised his hand to block the blow, found his left forearm severed at the elbow. Momentarily stunned, he lay on the ground. Writhing in anguish, Fong Tian quickly turned back, realizing there was still another adversary. The middle-aged man, having partially recovered from the earlier devastating kick, had not yet regained his footing when Fong Tian charged, thrusting his blade into the man's chest. At that moment, two survivors in safe mode rushed in. Gasping in astonishment at the scene before them, the middle-aged man trembled all over, his gaze filled with malice as he stared at Fong Tian. Blood continuously gushing from his heart, his body gradually succumbing to weakness. Ding! The host has achieved their first kill of a survivor, earning 500 experience points and 2 kill points. Wow! One onlooker swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This is so thrilling." Thankfully, we are in safe mode. The other person echoed his trepidation. Fong Tian disregarded their presence and turned his attention to the young man lying on the ground, stepping on him to prevent any escape. While aiming the long knife at his throat, the young man, already in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face, saw the knife poised at him and, noticing the middle-aged man motionless in a pool of blood, immediately pleaded, "Please, big brother, spare me. I was forced by him. I swear I won't do it again. Spare my life, and I'll give you all my supplies." As he spoke, he struggled to push a knife from the ground towards Fong Tian, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket with one hand. "I have more supplies in my backpack, all for you. Just let me live." "Was that brother on the first floor also killed by your ambush?" Fong Tian asked, fixing his gaze upon him. "Sorta, but he struck first from behind." Perhaps sensing Fong Tian's murderous intent, the young man, still weeping, hastily defended himself. "This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. If I don't kill him, I might be killed instead. Besides, I've already given you my supplies. I won't contest what's left here. Just let me go." Fong Tian nodded. "Indeed, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. I understand. It's all for survival. I assent to it." The young man's face brightened with hope. "Yes. Yes. Please, big brother, spare me." Fong Tian continued, "However, you should also understand that the moment you chose to ambush me, our fates became intertwined in a deadly dance. Therefore, my desire to kill you is entirely justifiable. Wouldn't you agree?" The young man's face drained of color, and as he attempted to explain further, the longing knife embedded in his chest afforded him no opportunity. Ding! The host has killed a survivor, earning 2 kill points. This system granted only 1 kill point for slaying such a formidable corpse king, yet awarded 4 points for taking 2 lives. Was it subtly encouraging him to commit more killings? Fong Tian felt an ominous sensation creeping in, but his mind was too chaotic to contemplate deeply at that moment. After gathering the belongings of the 2 assailants, Fong Tian organized them. Fortunately, the wondrous backpack possessed a stacking feature, allowing him to easily carry away the most cumbersome materials. Regarding the weapons and blueprints, he would have to utilize the backpacks of these 2 men, which lacked a stacking function and could hold very little. Fong Tian managed to cram everything he could into his own backpack and made his way outside. As he approached the 2 onlookers, they quivered, quickly retreating to the sides, pressing against the bookshelf as if wishing to merge with it, thereby clearing a path for Fong Tian. Glancing back at the young man's lifeless body, Fong Tian sighed. Given a bit of time, someone like him could potentially grow stronger. Regrettably, he underestimated the malevolence inherent in human nature, in the world they inhabited. The most insidious threat was not the monsters lurking in the shadows, but the darkness within the human heart. At that moment, two individuals stealthily approached, whispering amongst themselves. Remarkable. To be ambushed by two and still manage to turn the tables. Did you see that? He killed without even a flicker of his eyes. As if he were merely slaughtering a chicken. Truly a ruthless individual. My goodness. That nearly terrified me. I thought that formidable figure would eliminate us too. Fear not. You coward. We are in safety mode. Bold, are you? When that figure made way, you seemed far from brave, clinging to the bookshelf. Nonsense. You clung tighter than I did. It was you who clung tightly. As Fong Tian glanced back at them, the two immediately fell silent, instinctively holding their breath. There should still be a considerable amount of supplies hidden within the bookshelves upstairs. They needed to hurry. Oh no. Time is running out. Thanks for the reminder. They clambered their way upstairs. Fong Tian stood in place for a long while. After loading everything into the vehicle, he closed the door. Once inside, he lacked the inclination to organize the supplies or acknowledge the small black creature wagging its tail nearby. He walked straight into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. I have killed. Fong Tian raised his trembling hands, stained with crimson blood. He stared at them, momentarily forgetting to breathe, until a wave of suffocating dread surged within him, prompting a sharp intake of air. The metallic scent of blood invaded his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. He stumbled into the restroom and retched violently. He was uncertain how long he had been purging his insides, until he could no longer expel anything. Shivering, he retrieved a bottle of water to cleanse his hands. After depleting one bottle, he grabbed another and poured the icy liquid over his head, letting it cascade down his scalp. The physical discomfort gradually subsided. Yet the turmoil within his heart remained unabated. Having previously dispatched a person who had transformed into a zombie, Fong Tian had assumed that killing these two would feel no different. However, he closed his eyes as the images of their deaths flashed before him, their vengeful gazes. The gushing blood, the convulsing bodies. Slap. Fong Tian struck himself fiercely, the stars dancing before his eyes, finally banishing the horrific visions. He had always prided himself on being decisive in matters of life and death, yet he suddenly realized he was not as formidable as he had imagined. But Fong Tian quietly regarded his damp hands, gradually tightening his fists, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Beep beep beep. Welcome back. The vehicle is about to start. Insufficient fuel detected. Please replenish promptly, or operational mode will not commence. Fong Tian was taken aback. He recalled that the fuel should suffice for today. However, upon checking the vehicle interface, he discovered that the operational costs for a level 2 bus had doubled, requiring 2 fuel units for a day's journey and an additional 4 for daily operations. Therefore, a level 2 vehicle would necessitate a total of 12 units of wood for 1 day of operation. Fong Tian was not particularly concerned about the wood. He promptly invested in the fuel. As the vehicle is about to embark, please ensure you are seated securely and hold onto the handrails. Our next destination is Joyful Mountain Station. Ding. The completion rate of this adventure is 95, and you have earned 385 experience points, which you may allocate at your discretion. Fong Tian reclined on his bed and glanced at his friends list before sending a private message to Wang and Rua. Are you available for a video call? Sure. But please give me a moment, came the reply. Chapter 17. The in-car central air conditioning. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Wang and Rua sent a video invitation. Upon accepting the invitation, she appeared before him wearing a pristine white dress with her hair tied in a ponytail, her fair complexion and innocent beauty evident, suggesting she had just tidied herself up. However, Fong Tian's choice to engage in a video call was not merely to admire her appearance. Brother, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Why is there blood on you? Wang and Rua quickly noticed something amiss, her expression shifting to one of concern. It's nothing. I've been through some things today. Would you like to hear about it? Sure, go ahead. Fong Tian recounted the day as harrowing experiences, and as he spoke, his pallor deepened, for recalling such events was a torment for him. After finishing, he observed Wang and Rua's expression. Her face reflected a complex array of emotions, but her eyes were filled with compassion for him. I feel somewhat frightening right now, Fong Tian admitted. That is not frightening at all, Wang and Rua hurriedly replied. Those two villains brought this upon themselves. They deserve their fate. Fong Tian managed a wry smile. I understand. Besides, if you hadn't dealt with them, many more would have suffered at their hands. So, in a way, by eliminating them, you were saving others. He shook his head slightly, feeling that the fear he experienced was not solely due to taking a life, but rather the unsettling realization that, alongside the intense nausea and discomfort, he discovered a peculiar exhilaration within himself. This revelation left him with an ominous feeling. Thank you. I'm all right now. Fong Tian shifted the topic. Did you encounter any danger today? Wang and Rua's face brightened with a smile. I faced some monsters today, but since I practiced archery before, I used a short bow to take care of them. I gathered quite a few supplies. Impressive. You managed to defeat monsters with a short bow? Fong Tian exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Wang and Rua beamed with pride. I'm exceptionally accurate with my shots. Although the short bow has lower lethality, it can still be deadly if aimed at the eyes. This revelation piqued Fong Tian's admiration. He had not anticipated her possessing such skill. By the way, I checked the medicine you gave me last time. It's quite expensive in the trading market. Just wait a moment while I organize the supplies from today, and I'll send them to you later. All right. Wang and Rua twirled around. Actually, I'm not in a hurry for the supplies. It's fine if you send them later. After exchanging a few more casual words, Fong Tian ended the call. As the screen faded to black, Wang and Rua pouted slightly. Why didn't brother Fong Tian compliment my dress? Is it not pretty? Once his emotions settled, Fong Tian felt a sharp pain in his back. It seemed the puncture-resistant suit had not fully absorbed all the damage. Fortunately, the suit had mitigated the injury, for the knife that had grazed him might have otherwise claimed his life. A glance at his status bar revealed only superficial wounds, which did not warrant excessive concern. After repairing his puncture-resistant suit at the workstation, he began to tally his gains from the day, 10 weapon blueprints, including those for the crossbow and the eagle-eye bow, with the remainder consisting of melee weapon designs. In terms of materials, there are 500 wood, 120 iron, 90 food, 80 water, 130 cloth, and 80 toilet paper. This harvest can indeed be described as substantial. The resources in the PvP map are undeniably abundant. Additionally, there exists a blueprint that perplexes Fong Tian greatly. Blueprint for vehicle-mounted air conditioning. Requires 30 copper, 20 iron, 20 plastic, 20 electronic components. Upon seeing this item, and recalling the announcement about the activation of the environmental system, does this imply the impending arrival of cold or hot weather? The other materials are manageable, but the electronic components are something Fong Tian has never encountered before. Both the level 3 bus and level 4 private compartment upgrades necessitate this item. Such a widely applicable resource should not have a low drop rate. It must be a newly introduced material. Fong Tian opened the chat channel, noting that the number of participants in the upper right corner had changed to 8,438, although hundreds of players had been lost. The situation was still better than Fong Tian had anticipated. It seems that most players are relatively cautious, as the majority have refrained from attacking one another. After all, the monsters on the map are already quite formidable. How was your harvest, brothers? There are 8 people in my exploration area. 6 have disembarked, and we are working together. I obtained a blueprint and 30 iron. By the way, the guys I just collaborated with, remember to add me as a friend. What? I only went to a regular PvE map. Hearing you say that makes me want to experience it too. Don't do it. I chose a vehicle in safety mode. And when I disembarked, 2 people outside were already dead. It was terrifying. I barely collected 20 basic materials, and time ran out. I went to the modern factory and gathered a dozen electronic components. Does anyone need them? Me too. I got 9 here and have no idea what to do with them. I just gathered the materials to upgrade the bus. The level 3 bus requires 500 iron, 200 wood, 200 plastic, 200 glass, 200 leather, 100 alloys, and 20 electronic components. For now, it seems no one will be able to use it. By the way, the Fruit family is recruiting. If interested, add me as a friend. Let us strive to survive in this chaotic world together. Wow, you upgraded the bus so quickly? I'll add you. Be careful about joining a family. You have to regularly contribute resources. Do you think the materials for the upgrade just appeared out of thin air? Brother, I don't have resources, but I'm a girl. Can I join the family? Fong Tian glanced at the trading market. While there were indeed numerous electronic components, their prices were exorbitantly high. He sent out a message. I'm buying electronic components. I need 60. I'll exchange 1 electronic component for 2 water, 3 food, 6 iron, and 8 wood. For larger quantities, I'll trade 15 electronic components for a melee weapon blueprint. The demand was modest, and some directly sent trade invitations. Wow. That previous expert mentioned that the level 3 bus only requires electronic components. Can Fong Tian already use them? But the price offered seems a bit low. I see in the trading hall that 1 electronic component can be exchanged for 5 water. Have you seen anyone successfully trade in the chat? The drop rate of this item is notably high, yet it remains largely unused. It is a rare opportunity that someone is finally willing to purchase it. And the offered price is quite favorable. Selling it now would undoubtedly yield no loss. The esteemed Fong Tian has always conducted business with integrity. This item is not intended for upgrading buses, as the required materials are excessive, and I am still far from that goal. I am in need of electronic components for the creation of other items. A level 2 bus can send out a message every 5 minutes. Observing that only a handful of individuals engage in transactions, Fong Tian added some commentary. Could you perhaps disclose what requires electronic components? Is it for electrical appliances? Goodness. I feel as though I am still in the Stone Age. Today, after a hard-fought battle, I managed to take down a Tibetan antelope with a dagger. And I felt quite accomplished. Nevertheless, I should expedite my trading, seeing that there are so many individuals successfully acquiring electronic components. If I delay, the price is likely to depreciate. Although many are still hesitant, there are also numerous quick-witted individuals initiating transactions. Chapter 18. My beloved home. Fong Tian exchanged a weapon blueprint, 80 units of wood, and 10 units of water for 30 electronic components. The resources required for a level 3 bus were exceedingly vast, so he decided to first complete the installation of the onboard central air conditioning in the level 4 private compartment. The materials for the air conditioning were nearly complete, save for copper, which held a value comparable to food and was not difficult to procure. After a series of clinking sounds, the central air conditioning was successfully installed. And to Fong Tian's delight, he discovered that not only the bus, but even the private compartment had been outfitted. However, operating the air conditioning required an additional 10 units of fuel each day, prompting Fong Tian to swiftly opt to turn it off. The level 4 private compartment necessitated 100 units of iron, 100 units of wood, 50 units of glass, and 10 electronic components. Although the requirements were considerable, Fong Tian had made ample gains that day and was able to gather the needed resources with relative ease. With the sound of construction echoing, the compartment was upgraded in no time. The area of the level 4 private compartment expanded to nearly 100 square meters, dispelling any sense of crowding. In addition to the pre-existing facilities that could be upgraded with materials, new options for a shower, kitchen, and dining area became available. Accustomed to the instinctual urge to upgrade anything marked by a red dot in the game, Fong Tian chose to enhance everything that could be improved. After a frenzied spree of spending, the entire private compartment transformed into a well-furnished and charming home. The bedroom was equipped with a wardrobe and bedside table, and the bed was replaced with a comfortable spring mattress. The living room featured a genuine leather sofa and coffee table, while the dining area was neatly arranged with a dining table and chairs. Even the kitchen, a space he had previously neglected, underwent an upgrade. In contrast, the kitchen's facilities appeared somewhat out of place, consisting merely of a rudimentary stove and ordinary pots and pans, requiring firewood for cooking. Now, this truly resembled a home. Fong Tian reclined comfortably on the sofa, murmuring, "What a pity there is no television to watch. It's a bit dull." Meanwhile, players still struggling to maintain a basic standard of living in their cramped 6-meter private compartments would likely feel a pang of envy, wishing to drown him in their collective spittle for his casual remark. However, the price of his extravagance was that Fong Tian had depleted his materials, leaving him with a tinge of regret over his impulsive decisions. In truth, the only possession of real value is his warehouse. Warehouse, level 2, capable of storing 30 types of materials, with a stacking limit of 99 for each type. Food stored in the warehouse remains unspoiled. Upgrading requires the private compartment to be at least level 5. The warehouse door can be embedded with spatial gems, which, when installed, will enhance the stacking limits, allowing for a maximum of 3 gems. Oh well, although it felt somewhat regrettable, organizing his home would allow him to live more comfortably. Life outside was already arduous enough. He could not neglect his own well-being. Congratulations to all survivors for completing their novice phase and embarking on their first adventure. To celebrate everyone's true integration into this world, a My Beloved Home decoration competition will now commence. Please take the time to embellish your rooms, as the system will conduct an evaluation in 10 minutes, selecting the 10 coziest homes in each area. Rewards will be distributed based on the rankings. This competition aims to foster a sense of belonging. Only by treating this place as a true home can one muster the courage to survive long-term. 10 minutes later, Fong Tian, with the unparalleled advantage of possessing the sole level 4 private compartment, effortlessly secured the top position in this region. Among the top 10, 2 of Fong Tian's friends also shone brightly. Lin Yu's level 3 compartment claimed the 5th spot, while Wang Enrua, despite her level 2 compartment, had adorned hers with warmth and charm, earning the 10th place. It seems this girl has indeed progressed remarkably, accumulating a considerable amount of resources today. Clearly, she was not boasting. Her archery skills are genuinely impressive. However, there was also a rival, a certain Morongli, who secured the 2nd position. As images shared within the chatroom flooded in, the excitement reached a fever pitch once again. Goodness, are we truly inhabiting the same world? My private compartment resembles a coffin, where merely turning over is a struggle, yet his compartment is more opulent than my home in reality. Truly, the disparity is staggering. I can barely gather enough materials for a level 2 compartment while they have all advanced to level 3. The esteemed Fong Tian has even surpassed that, reaching level 4. When will I ever be able to attain such a status? If only I could possess a residence of such grandeur. Returning to the original world would be of little consequence. Feng Tian must have been a martial arts master in the past, allowing him to effortlessly vanquish those monsters. Unlike us, who risk our lives just to slay a couple of them, hardly acquiring any resources. I see nothing remarkable about him. He is merely fortunate. Brother, do you lack a wife? I can cook and do laundry. Just add my name to the bus driver's license, and I'm yours. Feng Tian, however, paid no heed to the envy and resentment echoing in the chat room. He was currently grinning foolishly as he gazed upon the rewards he had earned. This event indeed came with prizes. Each of the top 10 received a lucky treasure chest, the third place garnered 2, the second place received 3, and as the victor, Feng Tian was awarded 5 treasure chests along with a maid-dressed intelligent robotic butler. This robot was remarkably beautiful, sporting a professional smile. You can operate me via the screen on my back to set daily tasks, a mechanical voice intoned, devoid of emotion. Feng Tian, intrigued, moved to the back of the robot, where indeed there was an operational screen accompanied by instructions. Upon reading them thoroughly, Feng Tian could not help but rejoice. This robotic butler was truly impressive. Not only could it clean, organize, do laundry, and cook, but it could also execute simple daily commands when programmed. Wake-up calls, laundry, operating the water purifier, replenishing toilet water, refueling vehicles, tidying rooms. Feng Tian assigned every conceivable chore he could think of to the robot. Now, Feng Tian resembled a nefarious landlord, ruthlessly exploiting the poor robotic butler. Of course, the butler also required energy replenishment through the bus, and the more tasks assigned, the greater the consumption. After arranging a myriad of tasks, Feng Tian found that the robot required only 5 units of fuel daily, which was even cheaper than running the air conditioning. After a comprehensive assessment, the operation of the bus requires 6 units of fuel, while the robot necessitates 5. Additionally, accounting for the sustenance of both myself and Xiaohei, along with the consumption of water for washing and sanitation, the daily basic expenses for Feng Tian amount to 22 units of wood, 9 units of food, and 5 units of clean water, disregarding ordinary water. Should the need to cook arise in the future, further wood will be required. With grand ambitions come significant burdens. It is crucial to recognize that, at present, the majority of survivors subsist on merely 2 meals a day, enduring hunger while the bus remains idle, and water in the restroom is conserved as much as possible. For most, the resources consumed by Feng Tian in a single day are unattainable through their daily explorations. Merely managing to procure a modicum of food and water to stave off starvation is a sufficient achievement. However, Xiaohei, this fellow, certainly consumes an excessive amount. While Feng Tian requires only 3 portions of food daily, Xiaohei must devour at least 6 pounds of raw meat each day. How does this little creature manage to digest so much? Observing Xiaohei wagging his tail and eagerly approaching for food, Feng Tian decided to offer a weapon blueprint in exchange for 45 pounds of raw meat, placing it on the ground. If you're hungry, help yourself. But do be careful not to overindulge. Woot woof. Xiaohei joyfully barked a few times before pouncing on the meat, devouring it ravenously. Meanwhile, Feng Tian proceeded towards the 5 fortunate treasure chests. Chapter 19. Unexpected surprises from Operations Iron X50, Leather X50, Beef X50. Is that all? Feng Tian felt a twinge of disappointment as he opened 3 chests, all filled with basic materials. These chests were far inferior to those obtained through exploration. While such items would be considered a significant bounty for an ordinary person, a treasure chest should yield extraordinary riches. Feng Tian silently prayed and proceeded to open the 4th chest. Strength Elixir X1. At last, something worthwhile. Let's open another. Antidote X1. Antidote. Grants immunity to 99 of toxin damage for 1 hour after consumption, ineffective once poisoned. Well, it may not be of immediate use, but it is still a valuable item, I suppose. Feng Tian swallowed the strength elixir in 1 gulp, feeling an additional surge of power coursing through him. He checked his status: strength, 13 agility, 7 stamina, 9 spirit, 96 15 luck, 5 skills, basic shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 20. Flame sword technique, level 1. 2500 summons a fire sprite to enhance melee weapon damage. Resilient will permanently boosts mental strength, increasing the value by 50 of the highest single attribute, rounded down. The last consumption increased his strength by 4 points, while this time it only added 3. It seems the effects truly diminish over time. With a strength of 13, he could likely hold his own against a weightlifter in the real world. In high spirits, Feng Tian crafted the crossbow and eagle bow from the blueprints, then opened a private chat with his friend, showcasing the remaining 6 weapon blueprints and 3 finished weapons to Long Wushuang. Need any? If not, I'll list them in the trading post. The price for weapon blueprints had stabilized around 45 food, although they were still snatched up as soon as they appeared. However, any price higher than that made selling quite challenging. The fire axe, steel pipe, and boning knife, while considered finished weapons, were not as user-friendly as the blueprint weapons and could not fetch a high price. Where did you acquire so many? How many members are in your alliance? Long Wushuang expressed surprise. I don't have an alliance. Currently, this world does not offer a means to form alliances or families. What exists is merely a verbal agreement. What was your profession before? A veteran or a professional boxer? Fang Tian chuckled, mainly just luck. Do you want them? If so, I can sell them to you for 45 food each. Fang Tian did not quote a high price. Based on the world chat, this was already the stable price globally, and there was no need to inflate it. His choice to sell to Long Wushuang was motivated by a desire to maintain their relationship. Long Wushuang paused and thought. I am in urgent need of weapons, but many here upgraded their facilities today, and we lack sufficient materials. I can't let everyone go hungry just to exchange for weapon blueprints. Could you possibly hold on to them for me? I can trade once we return from tomorrow's expedition. Fang Tian responded with a string of ellipses. What do you think? Who knows what the market will be like tomorrow? Long Wushuang hurriedly said. I still have a spatial gem here. Once your warehouse reaches level 2, embedding it at the entrance will increase the material stacking limit to 999. A spatial gem? Fang Tian's heart stirred. Such a treasure was indeed valuable. He had been struggling with insufficient space in his magical backpack. Moreover, this fellow must have already embedded at least one spatial gem, or else he wouldn't possess such detailed knowledge. Noticing Fang Tian's silence, Long Wushuang added, I can also give you 200 iron arrows. What do you think? Fang Tian was taken aback. Iron arrows? You must have the iron arrow template, right? That means you've struck gold. Have you not seen the World Chat channel? The drop rate for the iron arrow template is quite high, and many have obtained it. The price has plummeted. An iron arrow is now worth only about 1 wood, with the production cost around 0.7 wood, leaving little profit. Fang Tian glanced at the World channel and then checked the trading hall. Indeed, it was as he said. Apart from the earliest producers of iron arrows who made a fortune, prices had significantly decreased as more people entered the market. Let us proceed with the trade then. Hee. I've gained an advantage from you. As time passed, the value of such unique and exceedingly rare materials would only increase. However, to me, perhaps a single weapon could save the life of a family member or friend, making it invaluable. The two exchanged no further words and completed the transaction. Iron arrow. Iron tips and feathers provide enhanced lethality and stability, far superior to wooden arrows. Of course, the most precious item remained that spatial gem. Fang Tian had no intention of embedding it at the warehouse entrance. Instead, he chose to upgrade his magical backpack. Magical backpack, intermediate a backpack enhanced by spatial power. Reducing the weight of items inside by 99, capable of holding 15 types of items, with each type accommodating 999 units. Can be upgraded at the tool station. The variety of items increased by 10, and the stacking limit surged tenfold. He should no longer worry about insufficient backpack space. Moreover, it could be upgraded again. However, that would require 5 gems, which was not something to consider for now. In high spirits, Fang Tian sent the eagle horn bow to Wang and Ru via mail. As she had mentioned, she practiced archery and would surely find it useful. The crossbow was reserved for himself, boasting greater power and range than the bow, albeit with a slower loading speed. Wang and Ru quickly sent a video invitation. Upon accepting, she appeared before him in a flowing light green dress. The hue accentuated her already fair complexion, adding a touch of charm that momentarily captivated Fang Tian. Brother Fang Tian, your bow arrived just in time. I was about to buy one. Wang and Ru exclaimed joyfully. Currently, the value of a healing potion is nearly equivalent to that of a bow. I still have 1 healing potion left from the last time you gave me, stored in my warehouse. I'll send it to you shortly, and that should suffice. Wang and Ru pouted. Brother Fang Tian, why are you being so particular about the division? Fang Tian replied earnestly. Do you know where we are? It's essential to be clear. Wang and Rua's lips pursed even higher. I'll leave that remaining pill with you. Consider it a debt owed to me. Fang Tian contemplated for a moment, realizing it was indeed practical to keep the internal injury medicine, and replied, very well, you still have a pill and 5 rounds of ammunition sent to me. Remember that. Speaking of the bullets, Fang Tian felt a twinge of guilt, having already utilized them. Wang and Rua flashed an exceedingly adorable smile and responded in a saccharine tone. All right. Fang Tian's lips twitched slightly. Speak properly. Wang and Rua pouted. You're scaring me. Fang Tian let out a deep sigh. Wang and Rua giggled. Actually, I don't talk like this with others. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she hastily ended the call. Fang Tian, oblivious to her blush, glanced at the chat channel, wandered through the trading hall, and familiarized himself with the crossbow as the day swiftly passed by. The train has arrived at the terminal station, the frightening cliff station. The vehicle is about to come to a halt. Please hold on tight to the handrails. The vehicle has come to a complete stop. This is the terminal station. All passengers, kindly gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to your next ride. Goodbye. Today's operational revenue has been credited. Please check your account. As he munched on the potato chips handed to him by the robot, several items appeared before Fong Tian. After upgrading to a level 2 bus, fuel consumption had doubled, indicating a slight increase in operational revenue. However, for such a tattered cloth and a few iron scraps, he was still at a loss. Fong Tian's eye suddenly caught sight of something, prompting him to hastily toss aside the chip bag, scattering chips everywhere. Much to the chagrin of the poor cleaning robot that had to bend down to tidy up. Gently lifting the cloth, he discovered a lucky treasure chest quietly lying beneath. I knew this operational system was not designed in vain. Fong Tian joyfully opened the chest. 50 copper. Although merely a basic material, it was a gift nonetheless. And Fong Tian felt immensely satisfied. This modest sum of copper was more than sufficient to cover over a month's worth of operational fuel losses. With a heart full of contentment, Fong Tian drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the cockpit, the housekeeping robot, while cleaning, inadvertently bumped into the black iron door, causing its entire body to shudder and freeze in place. After a long pause, the robot stirred slightly, a subtle smile gracing its features. At last, I can move freely. Chapter 20. The First Collaboration Master. It is time to rise. The maid robot gently stirred Fong Tian from his slumber. With a shiver, he sat up, recalling that he had programmed this wake-up service himself. Amused by the situation, Fong Tian proceeded to assign her the daily task of cooking. Master, I have detected that there are no flammable materials in the storage or kitchen, thus I cannot fulfill the command. Fong Tian was slightly perplexed. Isn't she a robot? How can she not ignite a fire? However, he was not daunted. On his first day here, he had acquired a lighter at the zombie factory, which he had kept in his pocket. After retrieving the lighter and handing it to the robot, he mused, I should give you a name. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to address you. Let us call you Xiao AI. Understood, Master. Xiao AI is at your service. Based on your cooking tasks, a certain amount of materials will be consumed daily. If the storage materials are insufficient, Xiao AI will remind you. Got it. Fong Tian stretched lazily, freshened up a bit, and as he passed through the living room, he noticed Xiao He sprawled beside a pile of meat from yesterday, still gnawing on a piece. You glutton. At this rate, you'll eat me into poverty. He lamented, gazing at the dwindling meat supply. It was astonishing that, being a spirit beast, Xiao He could consume 20 to 30 pounds of meat within a day without succumbing to gluttony. Receiving a bowl of instant noodles prepared by Xiao AI, Fong Tian devoured it ravenously. After such a long time, this was his first taste of warm food. It was utterly delightful. He drank the broth to the last drop and handed the empty bowl back to Xiao AI, contentedly rubbing his belly as he reclined on the sofa. After glancing through the chat interface and browsing the trading hall without any significant finds, he continued to familiarize himself with the crossbow-S operation. Time slipped away, and eventually, Xiao AI brought a platter of roasted meat. It was lunchtime once more. And with Xiao AI around, his meals had become much more regular. As he enjoyed the roasted meat, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wang and Ra and Lin Yu. Beep, beep, beep. The vehicle is about to stop. Please secure yourself and hold on tight. We have arrived at the PvP area, the mysterious forest. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Another PvP map. Fong Tian took a deep breath, checked the supplies in his backpack, and ensured nothing was amiss before stepping off the vehicle with his blade in hand. This exploration site was a desolate forest where, despite it being midday, a thick fog obscured the sunlight. The dark wood swayed ominously in the wind, like the claws of demons beckoning. Strange sounds echoed from the depths of the forest, creating an unsettling atmosphere. 2 vehicles were parked on either side, indicating that the exploration group consisted of 5 individuals. Current number of survivors in the area, 4. After 5 minutes had passed, the occupants of the last vehicle had yet to emerge. The others remained silent, their attention fixed on Fong Tian, as his level 2 bus stood out conspicuously behind him. Faced with these randomly assigned companions, Fong Tian felt a headache coming on. Should he cooperate? It made him uneasy. But refusing to collaborate posed its own dangers. In such a forest, hiding and ambushing could be perilous. Ultimately, cooperation seemed the better choice. At least they would be under his watchful eye. Moreover, this world is exceedingly bizarre. One may encounter formidable adversaries. If one's companions are dependable, having a few allies would be advantageous. Conversely, if one is burdened with unreliable teammates, they can simply be used as bait. With this thought in mind, Fong Tian spoke. What do you say? Shall we act independently or collaborate? Upon hearing Fong Tian's voice, several individuals gradually approached. Among them, a refined young man stated directly, I lack weaponry, so I shan't be a burden to you all. There are plenty of trees around. I shall remain here to chop wood. With that, he promptly produced an axe and set to work, while two others expressed their willingness to cooperate. One was a youth clad in black, and the other, a young man in yellow. To put it plainly, since we are collaborating, let us refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Fong Tian cast a scrutinizing glance at the two and continued, if either of you harbors any treachery during our cooperation, I will assuredly take your lives. The two were taken aback by Fong Tian's menacing gaze, taking a step back. The young man in yellow hastily waved his hands and laughed. Let us not jest. This forest appears quite daunting. Engaging in infighting here would be tantamount to courting death. We must collaborate earnestly. Oh, my good sir, you seem remarkably familiar. Fong Tian was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing him closely before breaking into a smile. We crossed paths in the mine. Ah, that is why you seem so familiar. The young man in yellow exclaimed, his face alight with joy. What a serendipitous encounter. The dim lighting in the mine had obscured Fong Tian's view of the young man's features. Had it not been for his distinctive yellow attire, he might not have recognized him at all. The young man in black, witnessing their recognition, exhibited a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Fong Tian interjected, well, familiarity aside, let us clarify the matter at hand. Regarding the allocation of battle spoils, I shall take 60%, while each of you will receive 20%. Is there any objection? At this pronouncement, the young man in black frowned. On what grounds? Fong Tian suddenly struck out with a powerful punch, shattering a withered tree trunk as thick as a thigh. The two stood dumbfounded, and the young man in yellow swallowed hard, quickly retorting, you only claim 60%? I believe you should at least take 70%. The young man in black inspected the broken trunk with skepticism, although the tree was nearly dead. Its substantial girth could not be easily broken by an ordinary person, leading him to concede to Fong Tian's strength. Fong Tian replied nonchalantly, if you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, we can explore separately. Rest assured, I have no interest in ambushing you or seizing your possessions. Of course we shall cooperate. Is that not what we agreed upon? The young man in yellow promptly affirmed. Fine, you are formidable. I shall heed your lead. The young man in black conceded as well. Very well. We ought to have names. You shall be called Little Yellow, and you shall be Little Black. Fong Tian, recalling the spirit beast named Little Black from the vehicle, stifled a chuckle before adding, you may refer to me as Boss. Understood. Boss, they chorused in unison. In this world, the vast disparity in strength made the title of boss not so difficult to utter. Let us proceed. You two advance, I will provide cover. They complied obediently, moving forward. Fong Tian, however, grimaced, secretly massaging his right hand, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Indeed, forcing oneself to act grandly can be perilous. His hand was nearly rendered useless. As they ventured forth, a crimson glow suddenly materialized before Fong Tian, prompting him to urgently caution his companions, arm yourselves and remain vigilant. To his dismay, he observed that Xiao Huang brandished a tattered short bow, while Xiao He wielded nothing more than a sharpened stick, which could barely be deemed a wooden spear. Didn't we acquire an abundance of ores during our last expedition? Where are the weapons? Fong Tian exclaimed in frustration. Xiao Huang shrugged nonchalantly. I had an unfortunate bout of diarrhea after drinking the water you provided, and the ores were exchanged for medicine. Are you insinuating that this is my fault? Fong Tian rolled his eyes and approached the duo. At that moment, a diminutive figure, barely a meter tall and shrouded in dark green, lunged forth from the shadows, brandishing a wooden club and charging at Fong Tian. Beware of the lowly goblin. Its intellect and strength are inferior to that of humans, yet it revels in combat. Exercise caution with its weaponry, he reminded himself. Taking a deep breath, Fong Tian faced the swift adversary with trepidation. After nimbly evading several of the goblin's strikes, he seized an opportunity, lunging forward to deliver a sweeping blow with his blade. Green blood spattered as the goblin's throat was severed, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Fortunately, it was slightly slower than him, and with a precise strike to a vital area, the dragon's roar could dispatch it without fear of retaliation. Impressive, boss, cheered the two from behind the tree as they witnessed Fong Tian effortlessly dispatch the creature. Fong Tian sighed in exasperation, with those pitiful weapons in your hands. How on earth do you intend to slay monsters? Xiao He chuckled. Do not underestimate my spear. When facing weaker foes, all I need is a vantage point from which to strike down upon them slowly. I will surely prevail. And what if there is no high ground? Or if the creature is tall enough to reach you? Fong Tian pressed further. Then I suppose I would retreat, stealthily avoiding the monsters while scavenging for supplies. or perhaps refrain from descending altogether, awaiting another opportunity, Xiao He replied with a shrug. I find myself in a similar predicament, Xiao Huang admitted with a wry smile. My short bow is only effective against slow-moving creatures. I must run a distance, then pause to shoot, whittling them down gradually. However, I typically avoid confrontation, opting to take alternate routes to gather supplies. If the monsters are swift, I too must concede. Fang Tian could not suppress a sigh. Having been fortunate enough to find a pistol at the outset, he struggled to comprehend the arduous beginnings faced by other players. Chapter 21. The Goblin Camp at Fang Tian's signal. Xiao Huang rummaged through the goblin's corpse, retrieving only 2 pieces of cloth. The wooden stick dropped by the goblin was too damaged to be of any use and had to be discarded. Ahead, a faint white light beckoned, and Fang Tian led the 2 companions onward. After dispatching another goblin, they spotted 2 more guarding a treasure chest not far away. I'll take the one on the left. You 2 distract the one on the right. Is that clear? The 2 exchanged glances, their fists clenched in mutual encouragement. Absolutely. They stealthily approached, hiding behind a tree. Xiao Huang took a deep breath, aimed at the goblin on the right, and loosed an arrow. The aim was commendable. As the wooden arrow embedded itself in the goblin's arm, the goblin let out a shriek and charged toward them. Although the other goblin remained uninjured, being a sentient creature, it followed suit at its companion's call. Boss, we've attracted another. The 2 turned and fled. Fang Tian shook his head with a sigh and retrieved a crossbow from his backpack. With a slight adjustment, he pulled the trigger, and the iron bolt whistled through the air, piercing the skull of one goblin. The creature let out a final cry before collapsing lifelessly. It must be said, the lethality of the crossbow far surpassed that of the bow. The 2 felt a surge of confidence and halted to confront their foes. Xiao Huang unleashed arrows from his short bow while Xiao He engaged with a wooden spear, alternating their efforts to draw aggro. Although their damage output was lower, they found themselves relatively safe. Fang Tian paid them no mind. After reloading his crossbow, he approached the treasure chest and opened it, revealing a long spear blueprint. As he made his way toward the 2, he was struck by several arrows, yet the beleaguered goblin was ultimately dispatched by a decisive thrust from Xiao He's spear. The 2 exchanged jubilant high fives in celebration before dispersing to loot the fallen goblins. Boss, you're incredible. At first, I thought you were just taking advantage of us. But now it seems you genuinely care for our well-being. Xiao He's eyes sparkled with admiration. Were you a hunter before? Your archery is impeccable. A moving target. And you scored a headshot. So impressive. And you used iron arrows. What a remarkable feat. Xiao Huang exclaimed, handing the recovered iron arrows to Fang Tian. Compared to the crude wooden arrows, the recovery rate for iron arrows was significantly higher, typically yielding at least 1 reuse. Fang Tian retrieved 20 iron arrows from his backpack and handed them over. There are likely many monsters ahead. Feel free to use these for now. Any losses will be on me. Xiao Huang beamed with delight, treating the arrows like treasures, discarding his wooden ones on the ground, and even stomping on them in frustration. However, he soon hesitated and crouched down to stow the wooden arrows back into his backpack. Noticing Xiao He's envious gaze, Fang Tian extended the long spear blueprint toward him. You can borrow this as well. Just craft it when you get back to the bus. Be quick about it. I'll cover the materials. Through the chat room. Fang Tian learned that while the challenge mode prohibited mid-journey crafting, it was possible to summon an interface at the bus door to access the warehouse and workbench functions. Yesterday, in the chaos of his actions, he had completely overlooked this detail. Well, thank you, boss. Little Black nearly snatched the blueprint from Fang Tian's hands, cradling it like a precious treasure as he sprinted back the way they came. Before long, he returned brandishing a long spear. Little Yellow jested. I thought you would jump straight into the vehicle. Little Black retorted seriously, I am not a thief. How could I engage in such behavior, armed with new weapons? Both of them brimmed with confidence, urging Fang Tian to continue. With their newfound armaments, facing 2 or 3 goblins was a trivial matter. Fang Tian didn't even need to employ the crossbow. There's nothing of value here. Fang Tian sighed as he stowed the longsword blueprint into his backpack. 40 minutes had elapsed, and apart from providing Little Yellow with a longbow, they had only acquired 5 weapon blueprints and some basic materials. This is hardly remarkable. During the past 4 days, I couldn't procure a single weapon blueprint, and today I've gathered so many, it's akin to striking gold. Little Black chuckled foolishly. How can the boss's perspective be compared to ours? Boss, how did you manage to acquire that backpack? It seems to hold so many materials without revealing any weight. Little Yellow said, adjusting his bulging backpack in confusion. Fang Tian did not respond, his gaze fixed ahead with a grave expression, there is a flicker of flame ahead. We may encounter a considerable number of monsters. Conceal your backpacks and tread lightly, stay close. The 2 complied hastily, hiding their backpacks and following Fang Tian with bated breath. They had not ventured far when the flames grew brighter, prompting Fong Tian to furrow his brow. The crimson glow in his eyes indicated that there were at least 20 monsters. After advancing a few more steps and passing several large trees, the trio finally discerned the scene ahead. Before them lay a steep cliff, and in the clearing at its base, more than 20 goblins encircled a campfire, with several small wooden huts nearby. The three huddled together. "Boss, didn't you have a gun last time? It's time to use it, isn't it? There are too many monsters." Little Yellow whispered. Little Black looked astonished. "What? Boss, you still have a gun?" Fong Tian shook his head. "I'm out of bullets." "Then should we retreat?" Little Yellow's voice trembled slightly. "There are too many. We can't handle them. How about we lure them into a trap?" Little Black suggested eagerly. "No. They will act in unison. If we attract one, a whole horde will follow," Little Yellow cautioned. Fong Tian surveyed the surroundings and spoke softly. "I think we can attempt something. Look over there." The two followed Fong Tian's gaze to a recessed area in the cliff to the right of the goblin camp. "We can start by shooting a few from a distance with our bows and crossbows, then retreat in that direction. The terrain there will prevent us from being surrounded. I will hold the front, while you two guard my flanks, ensure I am not attacked from behind." "But," Little Yellow expressed concern, "with so many monsters, you might get hit. This is no trivial matter." "I understand." Fong Tian raised his left hand. "In previous battles, I intentionally allowed them to strike me. Though it is painful, as long as I avoid critical hits, I should be fine. You two just need to assist and protect me. Be cautious." Little Black looked at him with admiration. "The boss is truly extraordinary. Such foresight. All right. Since you have stated it so, let us proceed. In this perilous world, the threat to life is ever present. Thus, such a risk seems trivial." After much hesitation, Xiao Huang gritted his teeth and consented to the plan. Once the details were finalized, Fong Tian and Xiao Huang each took aim at their targets and released an arrow. Xiao Huang's arrow struck fiercely into the heart of the goblin, eliciting a pained scream as it collapsed, struggling on the ground. The unfortunate soul targeted by Fong Tian was pierced through the throat by an iron arrow, silencing any cry before it succumbed to the ground in stillness, like two stones cast upon the serene surface of a lake. The goblin tribe erupted into a cacophony of shrieks, swiftly identifying Fong Tian and Xiao Huang, who were now besieged by the frenzied mob. Xiao Huang turned and fled. And as Fong Tian prepared to follow suit, he suddenly spotted a goblin emerging from a wooden hut, a basket slung over its back. The creature reached for a stone and hurled it towards the duo. The stone whistled through the air, crashing violently into a nearby tree, leaving a massive gash in its trunk. Fong Tian gasped in alarm. "They're a ranged creatures. Change the plan. Retreat." Chapter 22. Carnage. The existence of ranged monsters rendered their previous strategies futile. Earlier, Fong Tian had observed these goblins wielding nothing but crude wooden sticks, with only two brandishing knives. To his astonishment, the goblin hiding within the house, carrying a basket, was capable of launching stones as a ranged attack. Fong Tian began to deduce the identity of the game map they were in. It was indeed the Glen Forest, not some mysterious woodland as it was referred to. However, this place seemed altered compared to the game map he remembered. It must have undergone modifications. Xiao He and Xiao Huang followed Fong Tian in a frantic dash. The goblin's running speed was inferior to that of ordinary humans, and after a considerable distance, the trio finally managed to shake them off. The three regrouped. And while Fong Tian remained composed, the other two were panting heavily. "Should we retreat? We can't fight," Xiao Huang suggested, wavering in resolve. "What do you think, boss?" Xiao He turned to Fong Tian. "I glanced back earlier, and the ranged attacker did not pursue us. I have a plan." Fong Tian articulated his strategy. Two of them would lure the goblins out, but unlike their current approach of running away, they needed to draw them in a more engaging manner. Meanwhile, Fong Tian would seize the opportunity to infiltrate the goblin camp, eliminate the ranged monster, and then ascend the roof of a wooden house. At that point, the others would redirect the goblins back, seeking refuge in the wooden structure, while Fong Tian attacked from above, clearing out a portion before facing the remaining foes collectively. The peril lay in the limited stamina of his companions. They could not run for long. If Fong Tian failed to swiftly dispatch the monsters, and they returned with a horde of goblins, they would find themselves cornered. After all, the goblin camp was situated against a cliff, leaving no avenue for retreat. Furthermore, if the two failed to entice the monsters, Fong Tian would be left isolated, surrounded by 20 or more goblins. Perceiving their hesitation, Fong Tian reassured them, "I am confident I can resolve this within a minute. If I cannot, I will retreat. If you fail to hear from me by the agreed time after you draw the monsters back, do not enter the camp. Disperse and flee." After supplementing their plan with additional details, the two resolved to proceed. After confirming their lure route multiple times, the trio replenished their energy and set their plan into motion. Xiao Huang handed Fong Tian the longbow he had crafted earlier. His sole task at present was to lure the monsters. Fong Tian circled around the cliff, finding a suitable hiding spot, patiently awaiting the actions of his companions. Before long, chaos erupted in the goblin camp as a horde of goblins charged out with frenzied cries. Once the noise faded, Fong Tian stealthily approached the camp, where two knife-wielding goblins remained stationed at the entrance of a wooden house. At this point, Fong Tian had reached the edge of the camp, less than 10 meters away from the two goblins. Using his insightful eye, he discerned that the other two wooden houses emitted only white light, while the one guarded by the goblins radiated red and golden hues. Fong Tian readied his crossbow, taking aim at one of the goblins. With a swift twang, the arrow flew through the air, and without pausing to observe the outcome, he drew his dragon-esque whisper and charged at the other goblin. Slightly sidestepping to evade the goblin's strike, Fong Tian unleashed the fiery sword technique. With a fierce blaze, Longing cleaved downward, astonishingly severing half of the goblin's head. At that moment, the goblin, armed only with stones, had already dashed out of the house. This throwing goblin possessed strength and cunning surpassing that of its ordinary kin, and its stone projectiles were formidable. As Fong Tian observed it reaching into its satchel behind, he swiftly lunged forward, raising his blade to strike. The goblin, however, retreated a step, evading the blow while continuing its attempt to grasp a stone. Fong Tian launched a series of relentless attacks, yet the goblin persistently withdrew, managing to evade every strike. Nevertheless, the barrage of assaults prevented the goblin from retrieving stones to counterattack. This stalemate was untenable. The appointed time was nearing, and Xiao Huang and Xiao He should have already lured the monsters back. Fong Tian could hear the goblin's shrill cries echoing through the forest. Without hesitation, he stowed Longin in his backpack, surged forward, and leapt upon the goblin. Caught off guard, the creature was toppled, struggling desperately. Its strength was significantly greater than that of its brethren, yet Fong Tian's power, reaching a formidable 13 points, firmly subdued it. After delivering several punishing blows that left the creature dazed, Fong Tian rose, unsheathed his knife, and with a flurry of strikes, including one engulfed in flames, concluded the skirmish. The goblin previously struck by Fong Tian remained writhing on the ground, seemingly more resilient than those wielding wooden clubs. A single stroke from Fong Tian ended its plight. Time was of the essence. He dragged a table from the house and scaled the rooftop. After loading his crossbow, he steadied his focus, awaiting the moment. "Boss, it's done, not," came the breathless voice of Xiao He. "Now, come over," Fong Tian bellowed. Soon, the two appeared in disarray, pursued by around 20 goblins. Fong Tian held his breath and, with a slight aim, released the bowstring, causing one goblin to tumble. Swiftly reloading, he felled another, then discarded the crossbow and drew his longbow. Although the range and destructive power of the bow fell short of that of the crossbow, its rapid-firing rate compensated. Fong Tian knocked an arrow, unleashing a volley that wounded 3 more goblins. Xiao He and Xiao Wang reached the wooden house, grabbing the crossbow before rushing inside and shutting the door. Bracing against it, they readied the crossbow. It would not hold for long. Fong Tian continued his assault, releasing another arrow. Goblins swarmed around the wooden house, frantically battering the door. Yet, the entrance was limited, leaving many goblins clamoring outside in confusion. At such a close distance, Fong Tian required little aim, quickly downing 3 to 4 more. However, the goblins soon discovered his presence and began to clamber over the table to reach the roof. 3 managed to ascend the table, yet they were too diminutive to scale the roof. "Boss, the door is about to break." Xiao He's voice rang out. Fong Tian, undeterred, sheathed his longbow, leaned slightly, and delivered a decisive thrust that pierced through one goblin. However, this maneuver placed him within range of the remaining 2 goblins on the table, forcing him to narrowly evade a wooden club from the right, while he could only raise his hand to block the one from the left. With a sharp crack, Fong Tian felt a searing pain in his right hand and quickly rose to evade the relentless pursuit. The corpse of a goblin lay sprawled on the floor, while another goblin pressed forward. Approximately 10 goblins remained. The wooden door groaned under the assault, teetering on the brink of destruction. Angered by the blow he had received, Fong Tian bent low and unleashed the fiery sword technique. A crimson arc of fire sliced through the air. The 3 goblins on the table halted abruptly, their charred heads rolling onto the ground. These grotesque creatures appeared oblivious to the concept of fear, as yet another goblin clambered onto the table. However, Fong Tian had been anticipating this moment and swiftly drove his blade downward. Inside the room, the situation was dire. Preparations were imperative, as the wooden door threatened to shatter. Xiao He relinquished his obstruction and retreated sharply, brandishing a spear in readiness for battle. Xiao Huang had already positioned himself, aiming a crossbow at the entrance. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door collapsed, allowing a hideous goblin to force its way inside. Xiao Huang pulled the trigger, and the bolt pierced through the goblin's left chest. Xiao He followed suit, thrusting his spear into the creature's torso. Having fought alongside Fong Tian for so long, The two were adept at cornering a single goblin with their weapons. Soon, another goblin rushed in, and as they prepared to strike, a horrific cry escaped the creature as a blade protruded from its chest. The goblin's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Fang Tian, drenched in the creature's green blood, glared at them with a fierce intensity. The two companions instinctively took a couple of steps back. Chapter 23. The Minotaur, is everything all right? Fang Tian gradually calmed himself. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We're fine. Let's go outside, finish off any that are still alive, and search the other wooden huts. We must be swift. Very well, they replied, and together they exited the cabin. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, they were taken aback, exchanging shocked looks. However, Fang Tian's intense aura of bloodlust had left them too intimidated to voice their thoughts, so they each busied themselves with their tasks. Fang Tian approached the bedside, reaching beneath it to retrieve a golden treasure chest, then pulling out a weapon blueprint from beneath the pillow. After gathering the items, he sat on the bed, rubbing the places where he had been struck. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds, with only some bruises to show for it. He could not comprehend why he had suddenly acted on impulse, leaping down to engage the goblins in a desperate struggle, enduring several blows in the process. Even after vanquishing the creatures, he felt an unsettling urge to eliminate the two companions. Why was this happening? Was it the influence of the system? In such a world, one must not hesitate to eliminate the guilty, but what of the innocent? A peculiar thought arose within Fang Tian. If he refrained from killing, they would eventually meet their demise anyway. Perhaps. No. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling that horrifying notion. He must not entertain such thoughts. Deep down, he sensed that if he were to harm the innocent, it would surely herald his own doom. Taking a deep breath, Fang Tian exited the room, finding that the two had already piled their spoils on the ground. The blades of the goblins they had fought were severely damaged and rendered unusable. However, according to Xiao Huang and the others, this was a common occurrence. Fang Tian scanned the area, noting that these two had indeed gathered considerable experience, missing only a glimmer of white light. To their astonishment, Fang Tian reached into a damaged wall of one of the wooden huts and extracted a blueprint. Safe passage has been unlocked. Current number of survivors in the area, 5. Let us proceed. We have less than 30 minutes left. After another 10 minutes of exploration, we shall withdraw. Do not search for your backpacks yet. We will retrieve them on our way back. Fang Tian placed all the items into his own backpack and began to explore downward along the cliff. After approximately 5 minutes, the glow of a campfire illuminated the path ahead. The trio slowed their pace, cautiously approaching. Before them lay a small clearing, a wooden cabin, and a colossal figure pacing back and forth. It was a creature of immense stature, a minotaur towering at least twice the height of a man. Its white horns gleamed with a metallic luster, crowned by a tuft of white fur. Its massive, muscular frame was cloaked in brown, undoubtedly concealing explosive power. Just then, they entered the effective range of the perception eye. Minotaur, leader-level monster, a super warrior with explosive attack and defense. Do not engage it in direct combat. Another leader-level monster. It appeared to be even more formidable than the previous undead king. Fang Tian glanced at his pale-faced companions and slowly urged them to retreat. What are we to do? My goodness. Boss, are you implying that you wish to engage? Xiao Hei's face was filled with astonishment. Boss, perhaps it's best not to. I have a younger sister in this world, so I hope you can understand. Xiao Wang was evidently preparing to withdraw. Fang Tian nodded slightly. I too suggest against it, primarily because this creature is exceedingly large. Given such stature, its speed in a straight run must be formidable. And even if one cannot defeat it, escaping may prove impossible. His suggestion that they refrain from entering implied that the boss intended to confront it alone. Xiao Hei, perceptive as ever, remarked, so, you plan to face it yourself? Indeed, I wish to give it a try. Should you both wish to join, I shall not hinder you. But let me be clear, I lack the ability to safeguard you. He had prior experience with this game and was familiar with the combat style of the Minotaur. Even if he could not best it, he could always utilize the trees in the jungle for cover to escape. However, this relied upon his impressive stamina of 9 points. And these two would likely not be able to flee. Xiao Hei appeared somewhat hesitant. Boss, perhaps I should stay back? In case of an emergency, I might be able to assist. No, it shall be just me. Despite the sincerity in Xiao Hei's gaze, Fang Tian dared not take the risk. He did not wish to face betrayal while confronting the boss monster. Very well, Xiao Hei acquiesced, no longer insisting. Let us first divide the spoils. Then you should depart swiftly. Fang Tian retrieved the day's bounty from his backpack, 8 weapon blueprints, along with the weapons in their possession, and several materials. He refrained from producing the treasure chest. Given the effort exerted today, the previously agreed distribution ratio seemed decidedly unfair, and he felt no shame in keeping the chest. Xiaohe quickly interjected, "Boss, we had long ago discussed this. Although we had settled on a distribution method, it has primarily been you exerting effort throughout this journey. Therefore, we believe that as long as you transfer the weapons we possess to me, we shall require nothing else." Fang Tian was taken aback and chuckled. "What? Do you fear I might resort to treachery?" Xiao Huang sighed. "To be honest, I do harbor such concerns, yet we speak from the heart. Acquiring these two weapons is already a significant gain for us. With reliable weapons, our future explorations will yield even greater resources. Indeed, for newcomers, the initial phase was the most challenging. Possessing effective weapons drastically reduced the difficulty of survival." Fang Tian handed them a blueprint. "With the weapons you possess, that makes 10 blueprints in total. I shall retain 6. You both have some materials in your backpacks, so these materials shall belong to me. Now, be swift and do not delay my time." Observing Fang Tian's demeanor, the two no longer insisted and happily accepted the blueprints. After walking a few steps, Xiao Huang turned back. "Boss, please tell me your name so I can add you as a friend. In the future, should I acquire something valuable, I will surely repay you." Fang Tian shook his head. "No need for that. In this world, life is precarious. None can predict how long one will endure. I do not wish to awaken one day only to discover your names have turned to gray. If fate allows us to meet again, we shall see. Moreover, should the broadcast declare my demise, it would be prudent for you not to greedily return to claim my possessions. If I could not escape alive, your return would surely beckon death." "Understood, boss. Do persevere. I shall await you by the bus stop." The two bid each other a reluctant farewell, waving goodbye. Fang Tian steadied his resolve and opened the treasure chest. Blueprint for the breeze bow, green equipment. Blueprint for the great blade, and 50 iron pieces. Indeed, the treasures unearthed through exploration far surpassed the meager rewards from the wretched lucky chests. To his astonishment, he had uncovered a green blueprint, but alas, the bus stop lay too far away. There was no time to return for crafting. Time was of the essence. With no usable items at hand, Fang Tian was left with no choice but to aim his crossbow at the heart of the Minotaur beast. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly adjusted his aim, targeting its eye. Given the Minotaur beast's explosive pectorals, it was uncertain whether an iron arrow could penetrate its heart. This ambush opportunity must be seized. Rather than delivering a feeble blow, it was better to gamble on this arrow striking a vital point. At a distance of 20 meters, hitting a moving target's eye was no simple task. Fang Tian took a deep breath. Fortunately, this was a game map, and in the absence of threats, the monster's movements were predictable. Swiftly, he seized the moment when the Minotaur beast paused and pulled the trigger. With a swish, the sharp arrow soared through the air, blood flashing as it struck the beast's right eye with precision. The arduous practice had not been in vain. The Minotaur beast let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards Fang Tian. Though the arrow had blinded one of its eyes, it was not a fatal blow. Its stride appeared slow, yet its massive form closed the distance in an instant, bearing down upon Fang Tian. Chapter 24. Celia after shooting his arrows. Fang Tian discarded the crossbow into his backpack and drew the long and blade to confront the enemy. Although the Minotaur charged swiftly, its linear movement made it easy to predict its trajectory. As it barreled towards him, Fang Tian had already positioned himself to its right. Empowered by the fiery sword technique, the longing blade carved a deep wound into the Minotaur's flank, releasing a tantalizing aroma of roasted beef. It appeared unaffected, swiftly pivoting to deliver a punch. Fang Tian nimbly evaded, repositioning himself to its right once more, landing another strike. While his full strength could inflict greater damage, such an approach would expose him to counterattacks. The Minotaur possessed the game mechanic known as Berserk, which allowed it to retaliate without flinching, regardless of the severity of its injuries. Patience was key. Fang Tian deftly circled around the beast, always keeping to its right, exploiting its blindness in the right eye and its sluggish turning speed to execute gradual attacks. Once he found his rhythm, he ceased using the fiery sword technique. Though it could yield higher damage, the flames would also staunch the bleeding, making the gradual blood loss from the longing blade more effective. After a prolonged struggle of nearly 10 minutes, the Minotaur's movements began to slow, and Fang Tian's stamina started to wane. Continuously maintaining high-speed movement and tensed muscles, even with his stamina rating of 9, he found it increasingly taxing. Time was of the essence. He needed a swift resolution. If all else failed, retreat was his only option. He had focused his assaults on the Minotaur's right leg, and if he decided to withdraw now, it would likely be unable to pursue him. With resolve, Fang Tian dodged another punch from the Minotaur, steadied himself, and aimed for the hollow behind its knee with a powerful slash. The Minotaur finally faltered, letting out a pained roar as it knelt on one knee. Fang Tian quickly maneuvered behind it, gripping the blade tightly, and leaped high into the air. Channeling the fiery sword technique, he unleashed a mighty roar. pouring all his strength into a vicious thrust aimed at the Minotaur's nape. With a piercing sound, the fiery longing blade labored through the beast's thick neck, the tip emerging from its throat. The Minotaur staggered briefly before collapsing straight down, a scent of charred flesh wafting into the air. Ding! The host has slain a boss-level monster and acquired 1 kill point. Time was running short. Fong Tian hastened towards the wooden cabin, kicking the door open. Ah! A startled scream echoed from within. Momentarily taken aback, Fong Tian beheld an iron cage in the room, inside which stood a beautiful young girl with short white hair, clad in a green top and a skirt interspersed with white and red. Celia? Fong Tian recognized her immediately. Adventurer, do you know me? Are you here to rescue me? That vile woman. How many naive youths has she deceived? How many unfortunate children have sacrificed their precious coins for her? Fong Tian felt his hand instinctively reach for the blade's hilt. No, no, no. Stay calm. I must not let this wicked woman ruin my path. Yes, yes. You're safe now. Please, return home. Fong Tian, suppressing his impulse, swiftly severed the lock of the iron cage with the dragon's roar knife and hastened towards the golden treasure chest. Celia emerged from the cage, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Adventurer, could you escort me home? There's a band of goblins and a minotaur nearby, and I am frightened. Escort you home? Dream on. Fong Tian replied, placing the chest into his backpack. Do not worry, I have dealt with them. You can find your way home alone. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Celia grasped his arm and handed him a bracelet. Thank you, adventurer. Take this. May it bring you good fortune. Celia's blessing granted him a luck of 2. Effective upon wearing. Fong Tian accepted it with a quick thank you and departed. As he passed the corpse of the Minotaur, an idea struck him. He approached the lifeless beast with the dragon's roar knife and silently uttered the word decompose. Suddenly, the knife moved of its own accord, meticulously slicing through the remains. In about a minute, Fong Tian found himself with 500 pounds of Minotaur meat. Typically, the bodies of humanoid monsters cannot be decomposed, yet this Minotaur was an exception. Fortunately, his magical backpack had been upgraded. Otherwise, he would not have been able to carry such a bounty. After stowing everything away, Fong Tian oriented himself and sprinted back along the path he had come. With only a minute remaining, he reached the bus stop. Xiaohe and Xiao Wang, relieved by his safe return, exchanged farewells as they boarded the bus. Ding. Adventure completion rate, 85. Experience gained, 425 points. Please allocate as desired. Ding. Map task completed. Rescue Celia, experience gained, 500 points. Please allocate as desired. Unexpectedly, rescuing Celia yielded additional experience points, a pleasant surprise indeed. Eagerly, Fong Tian retrieved the recently acquired treasure chest. Like the one he had received from the Corpse King, this chest also bore a faint crimson hue. However, before opening it, he donned the bracelet gifted by Celia, raising his luck to 7. The attribute of luck is shrouded in mystery, yet its implications suggest a correlation with actions such as opening treasure chests. Previously, many in the chat room had discussed this topic, comparing their values. Most averaged around 35, with only a select few exceeding 6 points. Among those Fong Tian knew, only Wang and Rua boasted the highest luck, reaching 8 points. Yet, the attribute remained nebulous, with no one able to articulate its true significance. May this bracelet bring me fortune, Fong Tian prayed as he prepared to open the crimson chest. Ice Machine Blueprint Tactical Helmet Blueprint, Green Gear, Speed Pill X2 Ice Machine. Requires 20 copper, 20 alloy, 5 electronic components. Tactical Helmet, Green Gear requires 20 alloy, 5 leather, 5 glass, 5 cloth. Speed Pill increases agility slightly upon consumption, with diminishing returns for multiple uses. It seemed there was no change, still 4 items. The Tactical Helmet is a valuable piece, a green defensive gear that enhances head protection. As his strength and endurance improved, Fong Tian's physical prowess significantly increased. The stab-resistant suit mitigated damage from sharp weapons, and when he donned the tactical helmet, his defense ascended to a new echelon. However, the color. A twitch at the corner of Fong Tian's mouth revealed his discontent. Why green? First, Wang and Rua had bestowed upon him a good person card, and now a green had to join the fray. And let's not forget the previous green equipment, the Chi Phone Bell, which also augmented his ranged lethality. Without hesitation, Fong Tian crafted it and set it aside. As for the ice maker, what a perplexing contraption. Best to toss it into storage for now. These 2 swift pills were truly remarkable. He swallowed them whole. A warm surge coursed through his body, leaving Fong Tian feeling as light as a feather. His arm movements becoming notably more agile. Strength, 13 agility, 14 endurance, 9 spirit, 97 16 luck, 7 skills, beginner shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 20. Blazing sword technique, level 1, 5,500 summons a flame sprite to enhance melee weapon damage. Tenacious will permanently increases mental strength, with the increase being 50 of the highest remaining single attribute value, rounded down. Excellent. An increase of 7 points in agility means that all of Fong Tian's attributes have reached the pinnacle of human capability. One could hardly argue against calling him a hexagonal warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Tian summoned the system and allocated all the experience points he had just acquired to the Baitong. Baitong, Level 2, Proficiency 1525-2000. Insightful Eye enables the foresight of danger and quick acquisition of information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, not activated. Available experience points, 0 kill points, 6 blood contract. Xiaohei, juvenile stage, can be upgraded through feeding. Splendid. It seems that after one more exploration, Baitong will be ready for another upgrade, which will not only expand the range of exploration but also yield additional rewards upon leveling up. Satisfied, Fong Tian began to tally the day's gains. Chapter 25, the slumbering black equipped with a tactical helmet, a bracelet, a Qifeng bell, a speed pill, 7 ordinary weapon blueprints, 1 ice machine blueprint, 500 pounds of minotaur meat, 200 iron, 100 wood, and various other materials. I returned triumphantly. It appears that collaboration is essential. Without the diversion created by Xiao Wang and Xiaohei to distract the goblin horde, I would surely have been unable to confront that goblin tribe. And I might not even catch a glimpse of the minotaur. While these two individuals may not possess remarkable skills, their intelligence and obedience make them invaluable allies. Today, the water obtained from the purifier has already been stored by Xiao AI in the warehouse, and the supplies in Fong Tian's possession have reached a truly formidable extent. Should I elevate the bus to level 3? After a rough calculation, I realized that the materials were insufficient. However, if tomorrow's exploration goes smoothly, I should have no issues. First, let us see if there are any items of interest in the trading hall. Pistol ammunition? Fong Tian was taken aback to discover that someone had indeed managed to acquire pistol bullets. Upon examining the price, he gasped in disbelief. 80 food units for a single bullet. Goodness, that seems rather steep. Although firearms are considered akin to divine artifacts in the current market, bullets are utterly useless without a gun. This price is exorbitant. While Fong Tian could afford it, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. He sent a message to the seller. Hey there, how many bullets do you have? 5, came the reply. How about this? Make it cheaper. And I'll take all 5. Wait a moment, I need to ask my boss. He asked the one who entrusted me with selling them. Consignment? Fong Tian was somewhat puzzled but soon comprehended. This fellow's boss must be a person of some stature, well acquainted with many. And he was likely concerned about being undercut by acquaintances. Shortly, the seller responded. My boss said, if Fong Tian wants them, 5 bullets for 1,000 food is acceptable. Fong Tian was momentarily stunned. Buddy? Is it my eyesight that is failing or your judgment? The seller quickly replied. My boss is called Murongli. He said you should remember him. Ah, now it makes sense. Your boss certainly has a narrow mindset. Very well, I shan't make it difficult for you. Fong Tian let out a bitter laugh and closed the private chat. Although he desired those bullets, he was not currently in dire need of firepower. If he couldn't acquire them, so be it. The trading hall offered not only bullets but also spatial gems, albeit at an inflated price, requiring 800 units of water. It would be astonishing if anyone could sell that. For ordinary individuals, the sole purpose of spatial gems is to increase the storage capacity of their warehouses, aside from a select few prominent figures like Fong Tian. No one else can utilize this feature effectively. Though Fong Tian's warehouse was becoming somewhat congested, with water and the minotaur meat taking up numerous slots, it was still sufficient for the time being. Once he upgraded to a level 5 personal compartment, the warehouse should be able to expand further. To achieve a level 5 personal compartment, he would need 500 stones, 100 iron, 100 glass, 50 alloys, and 50 electronic components. Moreover, it is imperative to possess a level 3 bus to facilitate this upgrade, thus necessitating patience until the bus can be enhanced. By the way, I wonder if this minotaur meat is edible. Fong Tian pulled out a piece of meat. Exotic beast meat. Difficult for ordinary individuals to digest. Consumption is not advisable. Could this be a material? Fong Tian pondered for a while without reaching a conclusion, then headed towards the storage room to stow away the surplus supplies. Once completed, Little Black scampered over, wagging its tail and barking excitedly. You glutton, are you hungry again? Fong Tian chuckled. Fortunately, you were with me. Otherwise, you'd surely leave others penniless. He retrieved a piece of pork from the storage room to feed Little Black, but the creature did not open its mouth, continuing to bark at the door. Through a form of telepathic connection, Fong Tian discerned that it desired something from within. He could only try one item after another until he finally produced a chicken egg-sized spirit stone obtained from Long Wushuang. At last, Little Black clamped down on it and dashed back to the bedroom. Intrigued, Fong Tian followed and observed it lying on the bed, seemingly asleep, still clutching the spirit stone, which emitted a faint white mist slowly seeping into Little Black's nostrils. Could it be that it had eaten enough to commence its evolution? Fong Tian watched with great anticipation for quite some time, only to realize that nothing significant was occurring. It appeared that this process would require ample time. The room felt stifling, and beads of sweat began to trickle down Fong Tian's forehead, prompting him to open the window. However, the hot wind that wafted in only intensified the heat, causing him to close it promptly. Something was amiss. Was an environmental trial imminent? Fong Tian recalled the previous system announcement. He quickly accessed the chat interface, and indeed, everyone sensed something unusual. What the hell? Why has it suddenly become so hot? Even stripping down doesn't help. It seemed the environmental trial had arrived. Everyone, stay calm. The workbench can create vehicle-mounted fans. If it becomes unbearable, just use the fans. Each fan consumed 1 unit of fuel every 3 hours, which translated to 16 pieces of wood per day. How could that be sustainable? Still, it was certainly better than the alternative of succumbing to the heat. I was too conservative before, focusing solely on basic sustenance and returning to the vehicle without stockpiling supplies. Clearly, I must take more risks in the future. Indeed, this world was fundamentally different from the one they previously inhabited. Those who remained complacent would surely face extinction. Fong Tian, feeling the heat becoming increasingly intolerable, hurried to the workbench, spinning 5 units of plastic and 1 electronic component to craft a vehicle-mounted fan, which he positioned in the bedroom to blow towards Little Black. After a moment's contemplation, he fashioned another for the bus area. The bus cabin was significantly hotter than the private vehicle. Peering out the window, he beheld an endless expanse of desert, with the scorching sun generating waves of heat that blurred his vision. Fong Tian shut all the windows and drew the curtains. Although it remained warm, it was no longer unbearable, and once the fan was activated, immediate relief ensued. It seemed that upgrading the bus had its merits. He couldn't help but take a moment of silence for those who had previously endured the dilapidated, drafty buses. While he had access to central air conditioning and an ice-making machine, he opted for the fan to experience the discomfort of others and ascertain the value of ice cubes. After all, he possessed the blueprints for the ice-making machine. Fong Tian swiftly gathered the materials and successfully assembled the ice maker. The ice maker is capable of transforming 100 units of water into 500 ice cubes daily, consuming 10 units of fuel in the process. What price should it be sold for? Wait a moment, there is no rush. Today is merely the beginning. Let us store the ice in the warehouse for now. As tomorrow grows hotter, it should fetch a better price. Fong Tian chuckled to himself and reclined on the sofa in the living room. Xiao AI. The standby Xiao AI approached. Here, under Fong Tian's direction, Xiao AI prepared a glass of ice water, which he savored, feeling utterly refreshed. He added a command for Xiao AI to produce and store ice cubes and was about to send her away when he paused, staring intently at her face. Why do I feel like your face has changed? It looks more beautiful. Can you really modify your appearance? Xiao AI replied mechanically, No, master. I do not possess that capability. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had not closely observed Xiao AI's face before. Perhaps he had simply misremembered. After all, she was merely a cold, emotionless machine, and he had not paid much attention. All right, go ahead and continue your tasks. Understood, master. Xiao AI turned to leave, but secretly made a funny face. Chapter 26. Conversations in the dark with nothing to occupy his time. Fong Tian opened his friends list and noticed multiple messages from Wang and Rua. He decided to send a voice message in return. What is it, Miss Wang and Rua? Brother, why have you been ignoring me for so long? I've been quite busy. What is the matter? Not much. Just feeling a bit bored and wanted to chat with you. By the way, you can just call me Enrua from now on. All right, Enrua, don't you have any friends from the real world here? Why not talk to them? There are too many people with the same name in the world channel. A level 1 bus can only add 1 friend per day through the world channel. I haven't found anyone I know yet. Indeed, there were numerous individuals with the same name, each accompanied by a unique identifier. For instance, Fong Tian's full name in the channel was Fong Tian 125. Oh, what world did you visit today? Was it dangerous? Fong Tian casually inquired. I ventured into a rather bizarre world filled with many monsters. They were particularly fierce. Yet you returned alive. That means you're quite capable. What did you collect today? I gathered dozens of basic materials and even acquired 2 weapon blueprints. Look, as she spoke, Enrua showcased a blueprint for a longsword and one for a spear through private chat. Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback. How many monsters did you defeat? I took down 10, but there were too many monsters afterward, so I didn't dare to proceed further and returned with these items. Impressive, Fong Tian remarked, somewhat astonished. How did you manage that? I told you I could shoot arrows. Plus, you gave me an eagle horn bow. Combined with iron arrows, I was quite formidable. Just a few arrows to the heads of those terrifying monsters, and they were finished. Noticing Fong Tian's silence, Enruo continued, actually, I've also learned close combat from my sister. I can use daggers and short knives. If I weren't so timid, I could have slain even more monsters. It seemed her sister was no ordinary person. Fong Tian suddenly recalled the matter of the bullets. This girl had also pawned 5 bullets to him. Moore only had priced them at 80 each, which, although somewhat steep, was not outrageous. Given that bullets had become exceedingly rare, each one used diminished the supply, and their value would likely escalate further. It would be prudent to settle this matter soon. With this thought in mind, he sent the green equipment, the Chi Feng Bao, through email. I've sent you something. Please accept it. Huh? What does green equipment mean? Enruo exclaimed, quickly adding, no. Brother Fong Tian, this is too precious. The eagle horn bow is quite effective. You should keep it for yourself. Fong Tian replied with a serious expression, I used the bullets you lent me, and their price is quite high now. Besides, I still owe you for the medicine. If you take this bow and return the eagle horn bow to me, we'll be even. Don't try to haggle with me. Thus, Fong Tian alleviated a concern of his own. Otherwise, it would not reflect well on him to claim he had deceived a young girl regarding bullets. Enruo was no ordinary girl, despite her seemingly delicate exterior. She was far from weak. Such individuals are truly deserving of friendship, and among friends, equality is paramount. One must not owe anything to a young lady. Perhaps noticing Fong Tian's unusually serious expression, Wang and Ru obediently agreed and sent over the eagle horn bow. You should give it a try and see how effective it is. Oh, Enru ended the call. Shortly thereafter, she initiated a video invitation. Upon acceptance, Fong Tian beheld Enru, who appeared before him in a delicate, light green dress. The weather was quite warm, and her fair complexion was slightly flushed, with beads of perspiration adorning her forehead. Clearly, she was in high spirits, beaming with joy. Brother Fong Tian, this Chi Feng Bao is absolutely marvelous. Drawing it requires minimal effort, and its power is tremendous. It even seems to have a touch of shooting correction. I adore it. Fong Tian chuckled. Let me show you something even more delightful. He then revealed some ice cubes and several rolls of toilet paper. Ice cubes need no introduction. They are a coveted treasure for all, while toilet paper is a rare gem for a refined young lady. Ah, indeed. Enru exclaimed. Hurry, give it to me. Fong Tian rubbed his sore ears and replied, clearly marked prices. I sell, not give. Buy. How much is it? Enru inquired with impatience. Tomorrow, check the trading hall for the prices, as I have a limited supply. However, since we are quite familiar, I can provide you with a steady supply, but alas, no discounts. Enru giggled. Thank you. Tomorrow, I will replenish your supplies. Just as Fong Tian was about to hang up, Enru suddenly remarked, Thank you, Brother Fong Tian. I understand your intention. Understand what? You don't care for these supplies. Asking me to trade is merely your way of telling me to rely on myself. I comprehend. I simply do not wish to owe anyone. Nor do I want others to owe me. Enru huffed. Really dull. Can't you say something interesting? Something interesting? The weather is quite pleasant. Your dress is lovely. Fong Tian responded dismissively. Is it really? Enru's eyes sparkled as she twirled around several times. Indeed, it looks quite nice, Fong Tian replied nonchalantly. All right. That's enough. I must get back to my tasks. With that, he ended the call, and, after enjoying the roasted meat delivered by Xiao Ai, took out the crossbow and eagle horn bow to practice. He could vaguely sense the young lady's feelings but feared overthinking it. In this unpredictable world, he dared not indulge in such hopes. His sole desire was to survive. Given the changes in the environment today, the forthcoming trials would likely be even more brutal, and he must exert himself to the fullest. Thump, thump, thump. We have arrived at the terminal station, the frightening cliff station. The vehicle is about to stop. Please hold on to your seats and grasp the handrails. The vehicle has come to a complete stop. This is the terminal station. All passengers are advised to collect their belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to your next ride. Goodbye. Today's operational revenue has been credited. Please check your account. Observing the scant supplies before him, Fong Tian sighed. It seemed that the operational treasure chest bore little relation to the level 2 bus, as it was entirely a matter of chance. As darkness descended, the temperature dipped slightly, and with the car window ajar, the natural breeze became bearable. Xiaohei remained in slumber, oblivious to the time it would take for him to awaken. Fong Tian, frugal with energy, turned off the fan and succumbed to slumber on his bed. Xiao Ai peered at him, murmuring to herself, This fellow has quite the sharp eyes. He noticed the changes in my appearance. It seems I must henceforth temper the extent of my transformations. Pray tell, miss, why must you revert to your original visage? And why must you inhabit this puppet? The system within Fong Tian responded. What would you know, you wretched system? I'm not like you. Cooped up in that dreary cockpit all day. Now that he has exited the vehicle and succumbed to sleep, I can roam freely. Naturally, I long to gaze into the mirror and see my own face. Xiao AI caressed her own visage. Miss, there is truly no need for you to come to this world in person. If this fool fails, would it not be a fruitless endeavor? Do you think I desire to be here? I am coerced by that old man. I cannot fathom what he sees in this insufferable lad. Yet, one cannot dismiss him entirely. Despite his lackluster foundational abilities, his soul and will are remarkably robust, brimming with potential. Perhaps he truly can. Feng Tian, in a haze, turned over in bed, prompting Xiao AI to say no more and depart. Chapter 27. The Toad. It was sweltering, drenched in sweat. Feng Tian groggily rose from his slumber. He glanced at Xiao He, who remained in the same state as yesterday. Xiao AI, please bring me a glass of ice water, and turn on the air conditioning. Feng Tian could no longer endure the heat. He had come to deeply appreciate the value of ice, no longer needing to experience the hardships of life. Although the upgrade to the carriage had increased the air conditioning's consumption to 15 fuel units per day, the fan still consumed 8 fuel units daily, rendering the overall consumption not excessively high. After freshening up and sipping some ice water, the gentle cool breeze from the air conditioning made him feel as if he had been reborn. He was almost inclined to bow in gratitude to the air conditioning unit for its life-saving grace. In the chat room, many individuals with weaker constitutions were lamenting their near heat stroke, and even the price of water had risen significantly. Feng Tian still had over 400 bottles of water in his possession, but he currently lacked any urgent necessities, so he chose to disregard it for the moment. After conducting a customary search of the trading hall, Feng Tian enjoyed the breakfast Xiao AI had served and resumed his practice with the crossbow. Clang, clang, clang. The vehicle is about to stop. Please ensure you are seated and hold on to the handrails. You have arrived at the PV area, forest. The doors have opened. Please decide whether to disembark. PV? This took Feng Tian by surprise. A forest, by its very name, should be a hunting ground, but what significance did that hold? At most, he could acquire some meat or wood. With a helmet in place, Feng Tian disembarked with a sense of discontent, hoping to locate a river or some source of water to replenish his supplies. Upon exiting, Feng Tian found himself in a dense mountain forest, significantly cooler than the vehicle. After searching for a while, he managed to shoot a few rabbits and similar small creatures, with the only real threat being a solitary wolf, which he dispatched with a single arrow. This would not suffice. Feng Tian quickened his pace, determined to expand his search area. After an hour of exploration, he had only managed to gather around 200 pounds of meat. His luck was abysmal. How unfortunate to have landed in such a barren location. Continuing forward, he reached the edge of the map and could venture no further, compelling him to explore leftward along the boundary. Although the meat in his backpack represented a substantial haul for an ordinary person, it was far from satisfactory for Feng Tian. Just then, he faintly heard voices ahead. Good weasel, I bring. Master. Following this, a whistle echoed in the air. Feng Tian's spirits lifted instantly, and he hurried toward the sound. Ouch! You bit me. A startled cry rang out, and as Feng Tian rounded a few bends, the voices became clearer. You. How can you be so unreasonable? I am a friend of your master. Ouch! The familiarity of this dialogue piqued Feng Tian's curiosity, prompting him to crouch down and approach stealthily. Parting the underbrush, he beheld a scholarly young man in a green robe, cowering on the ground, his face etched with fear. Not far from him, a small weasel with grayish-white fur crouched, fixated on the scholar. In an instant, Feng Tian comprehended the scene before him. It was reminiscent of demigods and semi-devils. Duan Yu, the lightning weasel. As the narrative unfolds, Feng Tian's mind ignited with a bold idea. He inspected his miraculous backpack and, fortunately, discovered that it contained the necessary item. Now, all that remained was to observe the spectacle. He noticed that Duan Yu's expression darkened, his mouth agape, seemingly rendered immobile. Suddenly, the voice of Jiangong echoed, and a blood-red toad leaped forth. It had arrived, the Mangu Zhuha. Witnessing the clash between the lightning ferret and the Mangu Zhuha, Feng Tian swiftly retrieved a pill from the fortunate treasure chest. The detoxification pill, when consumed, would render him immune to 99 of toxic harm for 1 hour, although it would be ineffective if taken after poisoning. He swallowed it whole, feeling a warm sensation surge through his throat. At that moment, the lightning ferret succumbed to the poison, and the Mangu Zhuha began to siphon its toxins. Now is the time. Feng Tian lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning, seizing the Mangu Zhuha with remarkable alacrity. As the creature opened its mouth, a stream of crimson toxic mist was unleashed towards him, enveloping his head in a stinging haze. Fortunately, the detoxification pill had taken effect, allowing Feng Tian to maintain his clarity. With a swift motion, he hurled the Mangu Zhuha to the ground and executed the dragon's roar. cleaving the creature in twain. Suppressing his nausea, he consumed one half of the carcass, while the other half was forced into Duan Yu's mouth. As he massaged his throat muscles to facilitate swallowing, the decision to save Duan Yu stemmed from the uncanny resemblance of this scenario to a quest in a game. Though no explicit mission prompts existed, Fong Tian was confident that there would be some reward for his efforts, akin to acquiring the dragon's roar. Before long, excruciating pain erupted in Fong Tian's abdomen. He endured valiantly, yet the agony intensified. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, gradually, the pain ebbed away, accompanied by the sound of Duan Yu's voice. "How can I move?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "It's all right. I fed you the mangu juha, which neutralized the poison from the lightning ferret," Fong Tian explained. "Aha!" Duan Yu exclaimed, awakening to the reality of his situation and hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for your life-saving assistance." Yet, soon he clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "My belly feels so hot." Fong Tian, experiencing a similar heat within, reassured him, "Do not worry. Simply let it flow naturally, directing the warmth into your dantian." Duan Yu complied, while Fong Tian, lacking any internal martial arts skills, remained still, allowing nature to take its course. The heat circulated around his body before gradually dissipating at his chest. Soon, Duan Yu stood up, addressing Fong Tian, "Pray, brother, reveal your name. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future." Fong Tian chuckled, "I am Fong Tian, and there is no need for repayment, though I do find myself in a predicament." Duan Yu promptly inquired, "What predicament?" "If I can assist in any way, please do not hesitate to ask." Fong Tian grinned mischievously. "As a newcomer to the martial world, I possess little skill. Thus, I seek to learn some martial arts. What do you think? How amusing." Duan Yu, at this moment, possessed the secrets of both the Lingbo Weibu and Beiming Shengong. Duan Yu readily agreed, saying, "No problem. My father possesses martial arts skills. Once I conclude this matter, you shall accompany me back to Dali, and I will certainly request him to teach you." "How does that sound?" Fong Tian quickly interjected. "But I am about to depart. Do you have any martial arts manuals or the like on you?" Duan Yu was taken aback and replied honestly, "I possess a manual bestowed upon me by my celestial sister, but I cannot share it with you. Please forgive me." Fong Tian smiled. "You need not give it to me. Merely allowing me a glance would suffice." After a moment's hesitation, Duan Yu retrieved a silk pouch from his bosom, containing a roll of silk scroll. Fong Tian eagerly accepted it, unrolling it to find the contents exceedingly vague, akin to those tomes in the library. Evidently not something he could comprehend or learn from. Otherwise, the mere act of opening it would have granted him immediate understanding of the skills. Suddenly, Duan Yu's face flushed, and he snatched the scroll back, exclaiming, "No, no, this won't do." At that moment, Fong Tian recalled that the Beiming divine skill featured depictions of the so-called celestial sister in the nude, which Duan Yu would never permit him to see. In truth, Duan Yu was overly concerned. Given the scroll's obscurity, it was entirely indecipherable. Realizing this, Fong Tian sighed and prepared to take his leave, feeling that his journey had not been in vain after absorbing the Mingu Shuha. Duan Yu hastily called out, "Brother, I have gleaned some insights into the Lingbo Weibu. Why not allow me to share my understanding with you? It may prove beneficial." Fong Tian beamed with delight. "Excellent. I would be most grateful for your assistance." Chapter 28. The lucrative profit of ice blocks. "That seems to be all, my friend. Have you gleaned any insights?" Duan Yu remarked as he patted Fong Tian on the shoulder. Fong Tian, with a wry smile, nodded. "I have gained a few insights, thank you." Duan Yu grinned widely. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he stumbled away. What a ridiculous collection of insights. Duan Yu had rambled on for a full 10 minutes about acupoints, coordinates, poetry, and internal energy, speaking in a most chaotic manner devoid of any coherence. Despite Fong Tian's earnest efforts to comprehend, he could not discern any valuable knowledge. Curiously, however, there was an inexplicable sense of fulfillment in his mind, and he felt a notable increase in speed with every movement. He planned to check his attributes later in the carriage. There must be some gains. It seemed that the so-called imparting of insights was merely a formality, requiring no understanding on his part, as the attributes would increase automatically. Noticing the time, Fong Tian quickly returned to the carriage after orienting himself, eager to check his status. Strength, 13 agility, 19 stamina, 9 spirit, 99 18 luck, 7 skills, basic shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 20. Fiery sword technique, level 1 summons fire spirits to enhance melee weapon damage. Resilient will, permanently increases spirit by 50 of the highest remaining attribute, rounded down. Immune to poisons, immunity to 90 of toxic effects. Upon reviewing his attributes, Fong Tian couldn't help but laugh aloud. He had traded a potion that provided temporary immunity to poisons for a passive skill that granted permanent immunity. What a tremendous gain. Although the effectiveness was limited to 90, it was still formidable. Moreover, Duanyu's incessant chattering had not been in vain. His agility had increased by a remarkable 5 points. No wonder he had been able to run so swiftly upon returning. He now possessed a speed that surpassed that of an ordinary human. Before long, the carriage doors closed, and the vehicle began its journey. Ding. Adventure completion rate, 75. You have gained 225 experience points. Please allocate them as desired. Ding. The host has triggered a fortuitous encounter, granting 100 experience points based on the difficulty of the encounter. Feng Tian allocated all the experience points but awkwardly discovered that Bai Tong's experience remained at 1972,000, just shy of the next level. There was nothing more to be done. He would have to wait for the next opportunity. He opened the chat room and noticed that the number of participants in the upper right corner had changed to 7,538 10,000. It appeared that many had fought fiercely for more resources today, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Observing the anguished cries in the chat, Feng Tian couldn't help but feel a profound sense of sympathy while enjoying the cool breeze. Nevertheless, sympathy aside, he still needed to earn his share. Feng Tian showcased the ice blocks with an accompanying message. In this sweltering summer, I have a batch of ice blocks available for sale at a reasonable price. To prevent reselling, each person is limited to purchasing 5 blocks. Level 1 bus drivers can exchange 6 water for 5 ice blocks, while Level 2 bus drivers may trade 12 water for 5 ice blocks. There are only 800 ice blocks available, and sales will cease once they are sold out. With that, he set the trading conditions and listed the ice blocks for sale. In an instant, the ice was swiftly depleted, and Feng Tian acquired nearly 1,000 units of water. The cost of those 800 blocks of ice was a mere 160 units of water. What a lucrative profit! Even more embarrassing for Feng Tian was the flood of praise pouring into the chat box. Wow, Feng Tian, you're a lifesaver. I could have melted away. Look at the vision. Feng Tian's vision surpasses that of many others. Why should the level 2 bus owners pay more? It's unjust. Of course, your level 2 buses at least don't leak air, right? Our level 1 buses are practically roasting us alive. What is unfair about it? The fact that you've advanced to level 2 signifies your greater capabilities. Feng Tian doesn't want to exploit us poor folks. Indeed. He is far superior to those bloodsuckers who simply inflate prices. Haha. What about that unscrupulous merchant? Was he so tough, saying buy if you want? Where's that merchant? I want to return this. Feng Tian, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately opposing me? Suddenly, an unharmonious voice emerged in the chat. It was Murongli. Feng Tian paused, scrolled through the chat history, and realized what had transpired. This fellow had somehow acquired the blueprints for a car-mounted refrigerator and was selling ice water at exorbitant prices, 15 bottles of pure water for 1 bottle of ice water. This price was initially unbearable for most, with only a few able to afford it. Now that Feng Tian was selling at such a low price, the situation had changed dramatically. 1 block of ice could transform 1 bottle of water into ice water. This meant that with Feng Tian's offer, 11 bottles of pure water could be exchanged for 5 bottles of ice water. The disparity was quite shocking. Feng Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt regarding his profits. He hadn't anticipated that this individual could be even more unscrupulous than himself. Honestly, I'm not targeting you. I was preoccupied and didn't notice you selling ice water. But even if I had, I would still maintain my prices. Don't you think your pricing is excessive? If you aim to exploit others for profit, isn't it justifiable to be criticized? Upon hearing this, many began to chime in, vehemently condemning Murongli. Seeing this, Feng Tian decided it was beneath him to engage further. He entered the trading hall and exchanged all his water for other resources, finally gathering the materials needed to upgrade his bus to level 3. Bus upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 12 hours. Feng Tian opened his mail options and found 2 messages. One was from Enrua, compensating for the supplies owed from yesterday. He accepted it and sent a message back, requesting that she send supplies at the chat channel price for future ice purchases. Next, he opened a second, unfamiliar email. This message included 5 bottles of water to ensure Feng Tian would not refuse it. Quite generous. Without hesitation, Feng Tian accepted it and opened the email, which was from someone named Dong Jian. The content was straightforward, a request for ice blocks, with the promise that the price was negotiable. It seems that retaining additional ice was indeed a wise decision. Feng Tian added the sender as a friend. Boss, do you have any surplus ice blocks? Dong Jian inquired eagerly. He kept a few for himself, but if you want, he could sell you a couple. Feng Tian deliberately kept him in suspense. Come on, don't joke around. If it were just a few, would I go through all this trouble to find you? Feng Tian chuckled, but suddenly received a message from another person. exclaiming, "Wait, I have something urgent." One cannot blame Fang Tian for his rudeness towards the client. The message he received was too shocking. It was from Lin Yu, showcasing an item, a device upgrade card. Fang Tian immediately called Lin Yu's voice. "How did you get this?" Fang Tian gritted his teeth. "It cost me a fractured arm and some internal injuries," Lin Yu replied, coughing a few times, indicating he was seriously hurt. "Are you all right?" Fang Tian asked with concern. "I'm fine. I have some medical knowledge. My arm is already stabilized, and I've bought the medication. My constitution is decent, and after a few days of rest, I should recover." "You're not planning to sell this to me, are you?" Fang Tian questioned, puzzled. Everyone was already aware of the rules here. Such items were typically kept for personal use. Lin Yu was no fool. Even if he wanted to trade, the value of this item was immeasurable. Even with Fang Tian's wealth, he might not be able to afford it. Chapter 29. Wholesale ice blocks. Even if I wished to sell, the pricing would be quite challenging. Lin Yu responded with unyielding candor, adding, "I presume you possess an ice-making machine, having sold so many ice blocks?" "Indeed, I have procured an ice machine. This upgrade card can be utilized for the machine, allowing you to acquire additional ice blocks upon enhancement. Would you be willing to share a portion of those with me?" Although the upgrade card is a valuable asset, it is generally not applicable for facilities that most individuals possess. Fang Tian showed keen interest in this proposition, and after a brief discussion, they established a distribution plan. Fang Tian would be responsible for the materials needed to produce the ice blocks, and in return, he would allocate 30 of the additional ice blocks to Lin Yu daily. While it may seem that Fang Tian received a larger share, in reality, he did not gain any undue advantage. After all, he was the sole owner of the ice machine, while Lin Yu merely provided the upgrade card. Moreover, Fang Tian would oversee the entire production process and supply the materials, making it entirely reasonable for him to receive a slightly larger portion. Although, in truth, it was mostly Xiao AI who was busy with the tasks. Both parties were quite content with this arrangement, and Lin Yu promptly sent the upgrade card. Following a successful upgrade, the ice machine's daily production limit increased to 2,000. This was an enhancement of 1,500 from the previous limit, allowing Fang Tian to allocate 450 blocks to Lin Yu each day. Based on Fang Tian's current pricing, after deducting the cost of materials, he would net a profit of at least 1,600 water daily, while Lin Yu's profit would approach 600. Furthermore, this was merely the minimum price Fang Tian had set for reputation's sake. They could easily reserve a portion to sell at a higher price and earn even more. Xiao AI brought over barrels of water, and the ice machine soon commenced its work, producing barrels of ice blocks that were sent back to the warehouse. After advising Lin Yu against openly selling at exorbitant prices, Fang Tian contacted Dong Jian via voice call. "How many ice blocks do you require?" "Whatever quantity you need. I can purchase them at the standard of a level 2 bus, and I assure you they will not be resold. The level 2 bus standard equates to 12 water for 5 ice blocks. This is already a favorable price, and if you doubt it, you may compare the prices of ice water with others in the channel. However, if you guarantee that they will not be resold, I can afford to sell you a bit more. You just mentioned you need as many as you can get?" "Indeed," Fang Tian replied with a mischievous grin. "Well, my remaining stock is not substantial, approximately 1,700 ice blocks. If you wish, I can provide them all to you." He would also receive 1,550 ice blocks today, adding to the previous stock, totaling just over 1,700. Dong Jian gasped, clearly underestimating Fang Tian's inventory. "My apologies, I was overly ambitious. I cannot possibly consume that much. If you lack such an appetite, it would be wise to temper your expectations. How many can you actually take? I have around 40 to 50 brothers here, and possibly more in the future. Most of them were unable to acquire ice blocks earlier. Perhaps we could negotiate a price, allowing each person to obtain 8 blocks daily, with their ice blocks purchased directly from you at the level 2 bus standard. Is there such a high demand for level 2 buses?" Fang Tian pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he recalled that the quantity of level 2 buses should be less than 1/10. "No, but I am not inconsiderate either. It would be unfair for me to trouble you alone without ensuring your benefit. I shall cover the price difference." It is evident that Dong Jian possesses a certain vision. Willing to take a loss for the sake of his brothers, Fang Tian found it increasingly perplexing. "Are these brothers you speak of individuals you know in reality? This is quite an investment on your part. Given that there is currently no trend towards opening alliances, are you not concerned about this being a futile endeavor?" Dong Jian, however, candidly replied, "If you swipe right on the main menu of the operating interface, you will see that from today onwards, a new option for the convoy has been added. Although you cannot enter it yet, this indicates that the convoy feature will soon be activated. So, you are in a hurry to recruit, am I correct?" Fang Tian understood. "You are indeed quite clever. By collaborating with me, while you will subsidize some of the price differences, you will also secure a steady supply of ice blocks, which is a significant advantage. In due time, the membership fees you collect will yield substantial profits, won't they? Perhaps sensing that Fong Tian had quickly grasped his intentions, Dong Jian paused for a moment before hastily exclaiming, "My friend, what are you saying? I truly had not thought in that direction. My only intention was to seek some benefits for my brothers, to recruit more individuals so that we can look out for one another. How about this, my friend? If you are willing, once the convoy is established, you can join directly, and I shall make you an elder, exempt from membership fees, enjoying all the benefits of the leadership. What do you say?" "No, thank you. I do not fancy such superficialities, and I currently have no plans to join any faction." Dong Jian, being astute, immediately grasped Fong Tian's meaning. "My friend, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Perhaps I was too hasty and did not consider everything thoroughly. But I assure you, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. By the way, I have an unusual item here that is of no use to me. I would like to gift it to you." With that, he sent an item via email. A piece of spirit stone. "My friend, let us commence our collaboration here. Should the number of my associates become too excessive and cause you inconvenience, I will find a way to compensate you. How does that sound? All right. Then let our collaboration be fruitful. However, let me be clear. If I discover that you are reselling the ice blocks, our negotiations will be at an end. You need not worry about that. Currently, I have 40 associates without ice blocks. What do you think? Please send me the list, and I will trade with you shortly." "Sure, just a moment." Fong Tian hung up the phone. Just after ending the call, he received a voice message from Bu Hao. "My friend, do you remember me? I previously purchased a pig-killing knife from you." "Of course, I remember. What is it?" "It is like this. I have a few reliable friends in this area, and I have also met some trustworthy individuals during our recent explorations. We wish to form a convoy." Thus, Bu Hao provided a list of 20 individuals. Fong Tian finally reminded him, "Let me be honest. Individuals from other convoys have approached me for collaboration, and I agreed only because they offered me additional special materials. Please do not let this information leak, lest others accuse me of unfairness, understood?" Bu Hao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, boss. At present, I find myself devoid of valuable possessions, and my circumstances are rather unsatisfactory. However, I shall certainly make amends in due course. Long Wushuang has also contacted me, having received news through the global channel. Ultimately, Long Wushuang insisted on bestowing upon Fong Tian a space gem and forwarded a list of 50 individuals. While Fong Tian does not intend to align himself with these factions, it is undoubtedly advantageous to profit from them while maintaining a certain level of collaboration. Consequently, Fong Tian will need to supply these organizations with no less than 900 ice blocks daily, leaving him with merely 600 to allocate for himself. The ice blocks have been fully produced, and Fong Tian set aside 450 to trade with Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu swiftly canceled the transaction. "Selling ice blocks is rather conspicuous, and I prefer not to be disturbed during my daily training. If it is convenient, could you kindly convert this into 600 water for me, leaving me just 10 blocks of ice?" "Thank you. Certainly, that works better. As I have discussed collaboration with the leaders of these organizations, and the average price of ice blocks has significantly increased. Nonetheless, Fong Tian does not wish to exploit this situation, knowing that such matters will eventually come to light. Thus he added, "I have negotiated cooperation with several clan leaders. In addition to the low-priced ice blocks announced daily on the public screen, there is also a portion that can be sold at a higher price, allowing me to offer you 700 water daily. No problem." Chapter 30. New challenges. After resolving all transactions, Fong Tian received an email from an individual named Gu Xian. Upon adding them as a friend and engaging in a casual conversation, Fong Tian discerned that Gu Xian's intentions were akin to those of others, seeking to wholesale ice for their family. Without further ado, Fong Tian stipulated, "Wholesale is permissible, but resale is strictly prohibited. All transactions must adhere to the standards of a level 2 bus, and I require a daily list for verification. Only then will I provide the ice, as I must ensure that your associates do not seize the ice in the trading hall only to return here to purchase more." In truth, this was merely a formality. He was too indolent to conduct thorough checks, yet he trusted that these veterans would manage the verification appropriately. "Not a problem. We currently have 25 members, Gu Xian replied. "I have not yet finished. Like other organizations, collaboration with me necessitates sincerity. Provide me with a unique material as a token of goodwill. We do not have any at the moment. Consider it a debt owed to you, and we shall find a way to repay it later." Fong Tian sighed. It was hardly surprising that such a small organization, consisting of merely 20-some individuals, could not produce anything of value. However, there was no rush. Once they grew, they would surely acquire resources. He held the ice firmly, unperturbed by any potential defaults. Next, several other small organizations approached him, but with only about 900 ice units available for distribution each day and none of them able to offer anything substantial. He politely declined their requests. The remaining stock was reserved for casual traders in the trading hall. Brothers, I have procured some additional ice, and as per our usual practice, it has been placed in the trading hall. I will strive to release 800 ice units daily at precisely noon. Please take note. Furthermore, I am accepting various unique items at fair prices. If you possess something valuable, send me a detailed email. Should the transaction not materialize, I will return it. Beggars will be blacklisted without exception. As expected, this announcement sparked a flurry of chatter in the public screen. Who just spread that rumor? Claiming that Boss Fong is allied with those families and will no longer sell ice to us? I knew Boss Fong was not that kind of person. He still remembers us. You are all too naive. Do you truly believe he sells at such low prices? He has profited immensely from you, a bunch of fools. You've been sold out and are counting other people's money. Indeed, the person above is quite perceptive. Boss Fong's pricing aligns uniformly with level 2 bus standards. If he were solely focused on profit, he would simply contract with those individuals. Exactly. Such folly. Go take a look at the trading hall. Many are purchasing ice and then reselling it at prices several times what Boss Fong offers. Coincidentally, I possess a peculiar stone that others are unwilling to value highly. I shall inquire with Boss Fong. An hour later, Fong Tian beamed at the unique items he had received. Space Gem 1 Buddha Pendant 1 Spirit Stone 1 with a total of 2 Space Gems. He decided to embed both into the warehouse door, thus elevating the storage capacity to an impressive 9,999 units. He also possessed 2 Spirit Stones, which appeared to be of particular use only to Xiao He. So he chose to retain them for the time being. The most peculiar item is the Buddha statue charm, placed near the operating screen, merely suggesting that its presence in the vehicle can bring good fortune. However, from the perspective of the insightful eye, this charm enhances the probability of obtaining special rewards during operations. For these 3 items, Fong Tian invested all the resources he earned from selling ice. Yet, it cannot be said that he suffered a loss. After all, these are classified as special items, which are often unattainable even with wealth. As for ordinary materials, with the ice-making machine and water purifier in his possession, Fong Tian is hardly lacking. Generally, when individuals acquire such items, they tend to hoard them, fearing a loss upon sale. It is only due to Fong Tian's reputation and financial capability that they are willing to negotiate. Indeed, the value of human relationships has proven worthwhile. As the game progresses, the worth of these special items has escalated, frequently commanding prices in the hundreds, even thousands. It is anticipated that their value will rise even further. Fong Tian even regrets not acquiring the Space Gem priced at 800 water from the trading platform yesterday. Who could have predicted such a rapid increase in the price of special items? For the average person, this also presents a pathway to sudden wealth. The Space Gem is not particularly rare, yet 1,000 water is indeed excessive. Let us reconsider. Should you be willing to negotiate a lower price, do reach out to me. I firmly believe this item will only appreciate further. I beg to differ. This item has considerable limitations. I estimate its value will peak at around 700 to 800. Unlikely to rise beyond that. To take your time to contemplate, Fong Tian concluded the private chat and sent some ice blocks over to Enrua. After a casual exchange, he had dinner while practicing archery, awaiting nightfall. The train has arrived at the terminal station, Scary Cliff Station. The vehicle will soon come to a stop. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. The vehicle has come to a complete stop. This marks the end of the line. Passengers, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to your next journey. Goodbye. Today's operational income has been credited. Please check your account. Regrettably, the Buddha statue charm did not bring good fortune, and today's operations resulted in a loss. Nevertheless, the day's harvest was sufficiently bountiful. Enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning, Fong Tian comfortably drifted into slumber. The following morning, Fong Tian groggily sensed something warm nudging his face. Little Black, he exclaimed joyfully, springing up and embracing it. At this moment, Little Black had grown slightly larger than before, its coat smoother, shedding some of its puppy appearance, now exuding a touch more charm. Yet overall, it still resembled a puppy. Fong Tian summoned the system for a glance. Little Black, in its growth phase, can be upgraded through feeding. It was difficult to ascertain its capabilities, but it likely possessed some combat potential by now. Fong Tian planned to take it along on his afternoon expedition for a trial. After breakfast, he completed the transaction with the family leaders. The convoy feature has been activated. Players may freely form teams. Please explore the convoy functionality at your leisure. This afternoon at 6 o'clock, the 10,000 player trial arena will commence. Please prepare yourselves. The exploration map has increased in difficulty limit. The environment will become increasingly harsh. All players are urged to enhance their strength promptly. With the dawn of tomorrow, The introduction of the destroyer mode will commence. These formidable entities will appear at random, wreaking havoc upon vehicles and relentlessly pursuing survivors. Exercise caution. A flurry of messages ensued, and Fong Tian realized that the tides were about to change once more. The trials of this world have become increasingly brutal. The challenges of exploring the map have intensified. Temperatures have risen, and now the emergence of these destructive beings looms ominously. It seems that in the coming days, a significant number of individuals will be eliminated. With a sigh, Fong Tian engaged in casual conversation with Lin and Ruan and sent Lin Yu the supplies for the day. Have you awakened? Check the chat room. You've landed yourself in trouble, Lin Yu messaged. Fong Tian was taken aback. What trouble could he have possibly caused? Upon opening the chat room, clarity dawned upon him. Chapter 31. The Bounty of the Jianghu. It turns out that after the functionality of the convoy was activated, Morongli, that audacious fellow, frantically recruited members to establish a convoy named Xiangba. Subsequently, some survivors, displeased by his exorbitant pricing of ice water the previous day, sought to undermine him, which incited his wrath. With the convoy's initiation, the beleaguered players dared only to criticize him anonymously, often drawing comparisons with Fong Tian. This incessant barrage of anonymous taunts eventually drove Morongli into a frenzy. While he could blacklist a single anonymous critic, he found himself powerless against a multitude. Thus, inexplicably, his ire was redirected towards Fong Tian. Fong Tian felt a twinge of irritation. He despised engaging in verbal skirmishes and decided to disregard the matter altogether. He had his own pressing concerns. After advising Lin Yu and Ruan not to defend him publicly, Fong Tian stepped into the bus compartment. The Level 3 bus had completed its upgrade. The interior space remained unchanged, but the seats had been replaced with genuine leather, and the windows and body had been reinforced, giving it a significantly more substantial feel. The only notable change was an increase in the fuel required for operation, though this expense was negligible for him. Is that all? Fong Tian glanced at the upgrade requirements. To attain a Level 4 bus, he needed 500 units of high-grade leather, 500 units of high-grade alloy, and 50 units of bulletproof glass. The Level 5 private compartment required 2,000 units of stone, 100 units of high-grade alloy, and 50 units of bulletproof glass. Good heavens! Aside from the abundant stone available at the trading post, the rest comprised high-grade materials. These components could be refined at the workbench, with 20 ordinary materials yielding only one high-grade material. By this calculation, the resources necessary for the Level 4 bus could only be described as staggering. The total value exceeded 15,000 units of water. Even with the income from the ice maker and water purifier, you would need to save for at least 5 days. Considering Fong Tian's daily expenditures and his occasional acquisitions of special items, the upgrade to a Level 4 bus appeared to be a distant dream. In contrast, the Level 5 private compartment seemed relatively attainable. He could gather the necessary materials in less than 2 days. Fong Tian casually tossed a piece of pork to Little Black, but the creature barely glanced at it, seemingly craving something else. Could it be? Fong Tian retrieved some meat from the bull-headed behemoth from the warehouse, and indeed, Little Black pounced upon it eagerly. The little rascal has developed a taste for finer fare. Fong Tian sighed, taking out 50 pounds for it to savor at leisure. I believe it's necessary for you to respond. Otherwise, shall I assist you in doing so? Lin Yu sent another message. Fong Tian furrowed his brow, entering the chat channel for a brief glance, his expression darkening progressively. It seemed that Murong Li, perhaps to vent his frustrations or assert dominance, had grown increasingly arrogant, especially after noticing that no one dared reveal their true identity to engage him in a verbal duel. His attacks had now shifted from Fong Tian to his family. Fong Tian was the type of person who would not initiate conflict unless provoked. He could tolerate occasional setbacks. However, he held a steadfast taboo: never harm those he cherishes. Even in the real world, should anyone dare to bully those he cared for, he would unleash his fury without hesitation. In this tumultuous world, where the fate of his family hangs in the balance, the vile words of Murongli and his accomplices seared into Fong Tian's mind, causing him to lose all semblance of reason. With a thunderous crash, Fong Tian's fist struck the bus door, leaving a profound indentation in the steel barrier. Startled, Xiao Ai, who was busy transporting supplies nearby, dropped the water she was holding. Consumed by rage, Fong Tian paid no heed to this. As he typed a message in the chat channel, I am Fong Tian. From this day forth, I shall pursue a relentless vendetta against the Xiangba convoy. Slay one on sight, regardless of reason. Those unafraid of death are welcome to join. Bravo, Fong Tian. I stand with you. Let us take him down. What is so boastful about merely forming a convoy? Many rallied in support of Fong Tian, albeit anonymously. Morong Li quickly responded. Haha, you think you can contend with us? Just you alone? Listen well. From now on, we have issued a bounty on Fong Tian. Anyone who kills him shall be appointed as the second in command of the Xiangba convoy. along with an additional reward of 5,000 water. Moreover, here's a secret. If you slay Fang Tian and approach his respawn point, you may loot one-third of his supplies. Consider whether you wish to oppose him alone or to challenge the entirety of the Xiongba convoy and its allies. He is currently driving a level 3 bus, and his resources are undoubtedly substantial. No matter how formidable he is, a single strike can bring him down. It was evident that the individuals commenting were from the Xiongba convoy, their knowledge of the looting process after a kill revealing their notorious histories. Hey, why don't you also put out a bounty? I could serve as a bounty hunter for half the price, Lin Yu messaged. That's unnecessary. I prefer to handle things myself, Fang Tian replied, unwilling to drag him into the fray, for while open combat is easily evaded, treachery is far more insidious, especially given the odds against him. All right, just let me know if you need assistance, Lin Yu responded without further ado. At that moment, Xiao Ai approached, detected an injury on your hand. Would you like medical assistance? Yes, Fang Tian replied, puzzled since he had reviewed Xiao Ai's manual and found no mention of medical capabilities, having exerted too much force when he struck the door. His hand now throbbed and tingled, prompting him to extend it toward Xiao Ai. She retrieved some herbs he had previously collected and began to bandage his hand with cloth strips. My friend, it is my duty to stand by you. However, given the uncertain situation and the numerous allies of the Xiongba convoy, I must consider the safety of our comrades. Thus, Dong Jian messaged. I can handle this myself. I appreciate your concern, Fang Tian replied, never expecting otherwise. However, if you do wish to issue a bounty, I can lend you supplies as a reward, interest-free. You may repay me gradually with ice blocks. Very well, should I decide to pursue this, I will reach out to you. Fang Tian had no intention of doing so, but he recognized that Dong Jian was not to be underestimated. His astute nature had been apparent since their discussion on ice block pricing, revealing him to be a man of considerable cunning, executing his plans flawlessly. Now, taking advantage of this situation, the address has subtly shifted from boss to brother. This individual is quite astute. Wu Hao and Gu Xian promptly expressed their willingness to discreetly provide support in terms of resources, but were directly rebuffed by Fang Tian. Witnessing rivals confront someone of Fang Tian's caliber, they must be quite pleased. Even Long Wushuang was stirred. Hey, do you need assistance? You even know about it? Fang Tian responded, slightly perplexed. Of course. A level 3 bus owner challenging an entire fleet. Remarkable. You've made quite a name for yourself. There are already bets being placed in the World Channel. I wagered 100 on you to win, with odds of 1 to 100. You better put in some effort. Get lost. Fang Tian retorted, irritated, as he closed the private chat and opened the fleet interface. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential. Assembling a fleet requires fuel, and upgrades necessitate additional resources. A level 1 fleet accommodates 30 members, a level 2 fleet 50, and a level 3 fleet 80. Currently, the strongest fleet in the region is Xiongba's level 3 fleet, boasting 69 members. The other fleets are either level 1 or level 2, which explains their arrogance. Many fleets had long prepared their personnel, merely awaiting the system to activate the function, and numerous fleets had already begun discussions regarding alliances. Presently, the relationships between fleets are rather intricate. Aside from a few pre-established alliances, most fleets remain neutral. The ice block sold out by noon, resulting in a significant influx of resources. At this moment, Fang Tian's right hand was wrapped like Doraemon, facing a plate of barbecue that Xiao Ai brought. Wearing a forlorn expression, Xiao Ai, is there a feeding function? Xiao Ai pouted slightly, yes. Fang Tian quickly opened his mouth in anticipation. Chapter 32, The Fallen Graveyard. As the vehicle approached its destination, an announcement resonated. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the PvP zone. The Fallen Graveyard. The doors are now open. Please decide for yourself whether to disembark. Fang Tian found himself in a desolate cemetery, where the outside world had succumbed to the darkness of night, illuminated solely by flickering will-o'-the-wisps. He flexed his right hand, uncertain whether his injury was minor or if Xiao Ai's medical skills had worked wonders. It seemed he was no longer in grave danger. He proceeded to the workstation, crafted some torches, and ensured he was well equipped before stepping out of the vehicle alongside Xiao He. This was an exploration map designed for 8 participants. Upon exiting, he noticed the names of the owners displayed on each vehicle. Current survivor count, 8. Perhaps due to the increasingly treacherous environment, all 8 individuals opted to disembark. Fang Tian glanced at the names of the other 7, none of whom he recognized. Yet, it was evident that they were familiar with him. After all, in this region, it was hard to find anyone unaware of his exploits. Not only had he challenged an entire team earlier that day, but his prior displays of resources in the trading channel had undoubtedly drawn attention. A petite girl with large eyes approached him cautiously. Brother Fong Tian? Could you lend me a light? In such a dark environment, it was impossible to venture forth without a source of illumination. The fire from the furnace in the private compartment could not be extracted, making an additional fire source essential for lighting torches or cooking. Without hesitation, Fong Tian extended his torch to ignite hers. Perhaps encouraged by his amiable demeanor, the girl added, Brother Fong Tian, would you take me along on your adventure? Her plea prompted others nearby to echo her sentiment. Having tasted the benefits of collaboration with Xiao Huang and Xiao He previously, Fong Tian was inclined to cooperate again. After all, with 7 others present, venturing out alone could lead to them conspiring against him. With this in mind, he nodded. I am open to taking you along. But I have 2 rules. He paused momentarily before continuing. First, I will allocate all resources, regardless of how many join. I will take the lion's share, and the rest will be divided among you. Second, you must follow my commands without question. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the team. You have 1 minute to consider. The group stood in silence, and after a minute, 2 individuals chose to depart. Fong Tian regarded the remaining 5 and said, with 6 of us, I will take 40 of the resources, leaving each of you with 12. Is that acceptable? Upon receiving their silent agreement, he instructed them to ready their weapons. The 3 men wielded swords and daggers, while the girl who had first spoken used a longbow, and another girl brandished a short bow. Fong Tian positioned 2 men at the forefront, 1 at the rear, with the 2 girls flanking him on either side. This arrangement ensured that the light from the torches would illuminate a vast area ahead. Is there any issue? He inquired. No problem, they responded in unison, while the boy assigned to the back remained silent. The girl with the large eyes sensed something amiss and hurriedly approached, saying, This place is evidently perilous. Our numbers provide some measure of safety. Just look at Fong Tian's bus. It's rated at level 3. Let us heed his counsel and unite. The boy hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fong Tian, indifferent to his emotions, tossed him a bundle of torches, stating, by the way, place a torch every 30 meters or so to avoid losing our way. Though my sense of direction is impeccable, this darkness renders caution prudent. Xiao He, Fong Tian called out. A small dark figure darted from the shadows, rushing to Fong Tian's side, startling the others. Your task today is simply to follow me. Unless in exceptional circumstances, refrain from engaging, Fong Tian whispered into its ear. Through their mental connection, Xiao He should grasp his intent. The 2 girls, seeing such an adorable little dog suddenly appear, were instantly overcome with maternal affection and approached to pet it. Fong Tian scoffed inwardly, thinking, this is a spirit beast. Do you think you can just touch it at will? To his surprise, Xiao He burrowed into the arms of the girl with large eyes, nuzzling against her. What an embarrassing creature, Fong Tian thought, torn between frustration and envy. The other girl, equally envious, approached to stroke Xiao He and asked Fong Tian, Brother, where did you get this little dog? It's so adorable. Fong Tian frowned. Stand in formation. Do not forget where we are. Prepare to set off. The atmosphere, momentarily distracted by Xiao He, returned to focus as they began to walk forward in the direction Fong Tian indicated. It must be said, the surroundings were quite intimidating. The 2 girls flanking Fong Tian clearly displayed signs of fear, while the girl with large eyes held her composure. The other was nearly pressed against Fong Tian. Recognizing the girl's inherent timidity, Fong Tian decided to allow them some time to acclimate and refrain from commenting. His insightful eye detected 2 points of red light approximately 20 meters ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to alert them. Before long, the ground ahead trembled violently, and 2 grotesque creatures emerged from the earth. They were 2 corpses, grotesquely decayed, their features eroded, and covered in repulsive blood and slime. The stench wafting from them was palpable from a distance. These were rotting corpses, awakened by vengeful spirits, devoid of reason, driven solely by the desire to shred any living being. They possessed considerable strength and were impervious to pain, with their weaknesses located in the head and chest. Fong Tian and the girl with large eyes drew their bows in succession, while the girl to his left let out a shriek and ducked behind him. Fong Tian's iron arrow pierced the head of one corpse, dispatching it instantly. The arrow from the girl with large eyes struck the chest of another. But the wooden arrow's lethality was limited, merely embedding itself shallowly without inflicting significant damage. With a sigh, the girl gritted her teeth, retrieved an iron arrow from her backpack, and aimed once more. Fong Tian gestured, You there, the girl with large eyes, come here. The girl, momentarily taken aback, soon realized he was addressing her. Rolling her eyes in response, My name is Li Shaoling. What is it? Fong Tian handed her an iron arrow, saying, You can leave the rest to them. Li Shaoling nodded, accepting the iron arrow, while Fong Tian took the opportunity to lift the small black creature that had been nestled in her embrace. The 2 men in front, despite their lack of perfect coordination, quickly dispatched the remaining corpse, relying on their extensive experience. They seemed dependable, except for Fong Tian glanced back helplessly at the girl trembling behind him. There are 2 pits. There might be something inside, came a voice from the 2 men ahead. Fong Tian led the 2 girls over, where 2 earth mounds lay before them, clearly the places from which the corpse had emerged. One of the mounds contained a decaying body, the one Fong Tian had shot, having just crawled out of the earth before being felled and now returned to its original position. Fong Tian understood that there was something valuable in this pit, while the other remained empty. Lu Shaoling, you should search that pit. Fong Tian pointed to the empty one. It's Li Shaoling. She sighed. Go into this pit and see if there is anything of value. Fong Tian instructed the other girl. The girl looked distressed. There is a corpse inside. It's so disgusting. Disgusting? Then what is the purpose of your joining us? Fong Tian frowned. But I could help with other tasks, she protested, her voice quaking with fear. Please, don't make me go in, she pleaded, clinging to Fong Tian's arm and rubbing her ample bosom against his hand. Chapter 33. The combat form of the little black goodness. Fong Tian was utterly unprepared for this situation, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss. Li Shaoling suggested, why not switch places? You can take that clean pit. This single statement fortified Fong Tian's resolve. He replied earnestly, if you refuse to go, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. The girl clung to Fong Tian even tighter, exclaiming, brother, let her go. She volunteered. I can cheer for you. She cast a pitiful glance at the nearby men, who were moved and began to plead on her behalf, urging Fong Tian to show leniency. Fong Tian, however, retracted his arm and leaped into the pit. Beneath the rotting corpse, he unearthed a weapon blueprint and 2 iron pieces. Rising, he handed the iron to the girl, stating, it's safe to return along the torchlight. You have been expelled from the team. The girl accepted the iron with a radiant smile, wanting to say more, but she found Fong Tian's dragon cry blade poised dangerously against her pristine neck. Do you not understand? The girl froze, retreating 2 steps in fright at Fong Tian's cold gaze. With no one left to advocate for her, she left in a huff. TSK. Our dear Fong Tian truly lacks an appreciation for delicate beauty. Why not have her do some chores? Such a lovely girl, and he remains unmoved? Li Shaoling observed with amusement. To indulge her would be to harm her, Fong Tian thought, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Shaoling shrugged, opting for silence. After advancing a bit further, the flickering light revealed several desiccated corpses hanging from the trees. Be cautious. Those corpses are not right, Fong Tian warned, his perceptive eye having detected the anomaly. The corpses, awakened by resentment, possessed no rationality and only sought to tear apart all living beings. They moved quickly yet were inherently frail. In addition to these corpses, several red dots were visible nearby. Everyone, plant a torch in place to ensure visibility. Then, Fong Tian surveyed the surroundings, instructing Li Shaoling to aim at a particular corpse alongside him. Shin Shaoling, aim for the head and shoot, he directed. It's Li Shaoling, she protested, yet after steadying her aim, she released an arrow. Observing her action, Fong Tian swiftly drew and released his own arrow. The 2 arrows struck the heads of the corpses almost simultaneously, causing them to struggle briefly before falling still. The remaining corpses reacted, thrashing violently. Impressive, Li Shaoling exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your speed and power far exceed mine. You're remarkable. Fong Tian's expression was grave as he commanded, quickly, gather around me. He then dashed towards the terrain he had previously scouted. There stood 3 trees arranged in a triangular formation, and he led everyone into the space between them. Just as they took their positions, the other corpses that had been suspended from the trees broke free of their restraints and fell to the ground. It's just a few corpses. Is such caution really necessary? The group questioned, puzzled. However, they were soon struck with terror as a horde of monsters emerged from the shadows, their faces paling in fear. Fortunately, Fong Tian had arranged for them to plant torches in their original positions, ensuring that they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of visibility. Plant the torches in the trees. You 2 are responsible for this area. And you 2 for that one, Fong Tian swiftly commanded. Between 3 trees lay 3 2-meter-wide passages, and naturally, Fong Tian took charge of the last one. The others, having never encountered such a formidable situation, instinctively followed Fong Tian's orders. You are responsible for support. If they falter, go assist them. But do not overexert yourselves. And be extremely cautious, understood? Fong Tian whispered to Xiao He. Xiao He barked in acknowledgement. Soon, a dark mass of monsters approached, and everyone gripped their weapons tightly. These individuals were seasoned veterans who understood that fear served no purpose. In addition to the withered corpses and decaying bodies, numerous blood-red-eyed wild dogs, nearly a meter tall, emerged from the surroundings. Bloodthirsty and ferocious, these wild dogs had long feasted on carrion and moved with incredible speed, taking advantage of the distance from the monsters. The group simultaneously drew their bows and fired arrows. At this moment, the disparity in archery skills became apparent. Fong Tian loosed an arrow every 2 seconds, nearly hitting his mark every time. Li Shaoling managed an arrow every 4 to 5 seconds, with a hit rate of approximately 70%. The others, however, clearly lacked proficiency in archery, their accuracy relying solely on chance. Before long, the faster-moving corpses charged forward, prompting the group to abandon their bows and draw their melee weapons. Fong Tian found himself facing 3 withered corpses. He stepped forward, wielding Longan, and executed a sweeping strike. 3 heads fell simultaneously. Elated, Fong Tian realized that with 13 points in strength combined with the razor-sharp Longyin, dispatching these fragile foes felt akin to slicing through vegetables. In no time, a decaying body approached from the left, while another withered corpse loomed on the right. Fong Tian swiftly dispatched the withered corpse with a lightning-quick strike, then pivoted to stab the decaying body in the chest. Initially, he had worried whether he could hold his ground in this 2-meter-wide area. However, it appeared that with 19 points in agility and the Longyin, facing ordinary monsters posed no challenge at all. Just then, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of a black wild dog leaping from the shadows toward Fong Tian. It moved with astonishing speed. Fong Tian dared not underestimate it. He sidestepped and delivered a powerful strike, cleaving the dog in 2 midair, its carcass crashing to the ground. Beware of the wild dogs. Quickly, Fong Tian's warning was abruptly cut short as a male companion paired with Li Shaoling was knocked to the ground by a wild dog. Seeing the creature's gaping maw aimed at his neck, Fong Tian was alarmed, unable to reach him in time. Just then, a loud bark echoed, and a dark figure lunged, intercepting the wild dog. It was another dog. Xiaohei? Fong Tian exclaimed in surprise, but soon felt something was amiss. After dispatching the reeking corpse before him, he glanced back. This dog bore a striking resemblance to Xiaohei, but its size was at least doubled. Now reaching Fong Tian's knee, was it in a battle form? The enlarged Xiaohei displayed immense valor, swiftly dispatching the wild dog. A startled cry rang out as another wild dog broke through their defenses, charging towards Li Shaoling. Xiaohei immediately rushed forward, neutralizing the threat. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, delivering a swift kick that sent the wild dog hurtling away. With his worries dispelled, he entered his unparalleled battle mode. Soon, all the monsters were vanquished, leaving the battlefield steeped in a stench of decay and blood. Wow, Fong Tian, you truly are impressive. I'm in awe. No wonder you dare to challenge the Xiaoba team, exclaimed a boy from the group with Li Shaoling. It was not only him. The gazes of others towards Fong Tian were filled with reverence. Out of a total of 36 monsters, Fong Tian had dispatched 19 himself, while Xiaohei had taken down 4. Given such achievements, they could hardly contest his prowess. Where did you find this little dog? It's incredible. It can even aid you in slaying monsters. Li Shaoling seemed particularly intrigued by Xiaohei. At that moment, Xiaohei had returned to its normal size, dutifully lying by Fong Tian's feet. I found it by the roadside. It primarily serves to alleviate my boredom. Its combat capability is rather average. Xiaohei let out a disgruntled bark, as if protesting Fong Tian's words. Indeed, its current strength would struggle against 2 wild dogs simultaneously. Boss, you should rest. We will go in search of supplies. Rest assured, we shall not hoard anything. All right. Fong Tian sheathed Longyin and retrieved a bottle of water. There was no need to worry about them hoarding. They would certainly check their backpacks later. Just then, Xiaohei, lying down, suddenly perked up its ears, its body swelling as it began to bark furiously at something behind Fong Tian. Something was amiss. Fong Tian swiftly turned and retreated as an enemy charged towards him. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade a lethal strike as he stepped back. However, the monster was evidently swift as well. Delivering a vicious kick towards Fong Tian's left rib, Fong Tian raised his arm to block it, only to feel an excruciating pain shoot through his left arm as he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree. Xiaohei barked ferociously and lunged forward, but was swiftly kicked away. Chapter 34. The grueling boss battle and unforeseen turn of events left everyone utterly unprepared. After kicking away Fong Tian and Xiaohei, the creature clad in iron armor and bronze plating, with its visage nearly decayed, advanced menacingly towards the remaining individuals. They immediately scattered. Yet the bronze-armored monster's speed was evidently superior. It quickly caught up to one of the boys, delivering a brutal slash. The boy cried out in agony, a deep gash inflicted upon his back, causing him to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, he did not falter in his flight, continuing to run despite the severity of his wound. Li Shaoling loosed an arrow in an attempt to save him, but the iron arrow was effortlessly deflected by the bronze armor, failing to breach its defenses. Just as calamity seemed imminent for the boy, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and an iron arrow struck true, embedding itself in the unarmored arm of the bronze zombie. Everyone turned in unison to see that it was Fong Tian. Bronze zombie, elite monster, a warrior's corpse awakened by malevolent forces, possessing impeccable attack and defense capabilities. Seeing the bronze zombie drawn towards him, Fang Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Swift, heavily armored, immensely powerful, and capable of blocking attacks. This foe appeared nearly invulnerable. Brother Fang Tian, how can I assist? Li Shaoling called out loudly. Maintain your vigilance around the perimeter. Do not approach. He wished to avoid being encumbered or ambushed. Fang Tian loosed another arrow, this time aimed at the zombie's face. Unexpectedly, the bronze zombie raised a hand, deflecting the arrow into its arm. It seemed that archery was futile. Fang Tian drew his sword, longing, removed his helmet, and leaned against a tree to catch his breath. That last kick had been difficult to endure, and his left hand still throbbed with pain. He would have to rely on his agility to evade. The bronze zombie charged forward, lifting its sword for a strike. Fang Tian sidestepped the blow just in time. Thankfully, as long as he focused on evasion, he should be able to manage without retaliating. After narrowly dodging another strike, Fang Tian positioned himself and swung his sword at the zombie's neck with considerable force. He exerted 80% of his strength. After all, it was merely a zombie, and he doubted its ability to dodge an attack. Indeed, it did not evade, but merely raised its arm to shield its vital areas. Longing penetrated the muscle of its forearm, but failed to sever the bone. How resilient! Fang Tian forcefully withdrew Longin and retreated behind the tree. His choice of position was astute. To attack him, the bronze zombie had to navigate around the tree, which would obstruct its sword strikes. Fang Tian's speed surpassed that of the monster. Circling the tree allowed him to exploit their speed differential for offensive opportunities. Without this tactic, he would have no chance to strike. Confirming the efficacy of his strategy, Fang Tian seized another opportunity, this time unleashing his full strength. Yet, even this powerful blow failed to sever the zombie's forearm. There was nothing more to be done. The blade became lodged within its bone. And when Fang Tian pulled with all his might, it would not budge. The bronze zombie, evidently not lacking in intellect, ceased the game of cat and mouse and directly swung its sword at the tree. With a series of powerful slashes followed by a kick, the tree, thick as a man, was astonishingly cleaved in two. At the last moment, Fang Tian drew the dragon whisper. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to abandon it and flee. No, you all quickly retreat, hurry, Fang Tian shouted. Upon hearing this, the others in the distance recognized the gravity of the situation and instinctively began to run back the way they came. Be careful, Li Shaoling assisted the injured boy, hastening their departure. Once they were far enough away, Fang Tian resolved to make one final stand. He still possessed one last trump card, the fiery sword technique. The reason he had sent the others away was to avoid revealing this secret weapon. He was confident that the fiery sword technique could sever the arm of this creature. However, it was merely a corpse, impervious to pain. Even if he managed to sever its arm, it would not threaten its life, and it could retaliate immediately. He had no choice but to take the risk. After a series of evasive maneuvers, he finally found an opportunity, maneuvering to the left side of the copper-armored zombie, luring it into attacking. After dodging its strike, Fang Tian seized the moment, not waiting for it to raise its hand, and slashed directly at its right arm. Fiery sword technique. Fang Tian roared, unleashing all his strength in this decisive strike. With a faint sound, accompanied by a whiff of burnt flesh, the severed arm fell to the ground. He had succeeded. However, before he could revel in his triumph, his abdomen was struck by a kick from the golden-armored corpse. Thankfully, he had anticipated this. Although the previous strike had drained much of his energy, he quickly retreated, avoiding a direct hit and staggering back several steps. Little Black. The intuitively connected Little Black dashed out from the shadows, carrying the severed arm away, leaving the copper-armored zombie grasping at thin air with its left hand. Without a weapon, the situation became manageable. Fang Tian swiftly increased the distance between them, and, once the cooldown for the fiery sword technique finished, he dashed forward to sever its left arm. With the third strike of the fiery sword, the head of the copper-armored zombie rolled to the ground. Ding! The host has slain a leader-level monster, earning 1 kill point. Exhaling deeply, Fang Tian collapsed onto the ground, the area where he had been kicked aching painfully, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. This fatigue must be a side effect of the fiery sword technique. Little Black scampered over, still clutching the severed arm, though the once glimmering sword had now turned to worthless scrap. Well done. Fang Tian patted its head. Go call them back. Summoning his strength, Fang Tian used his insight eye to locate the only crimson treasure chest nearby. Strength Potion X1, Iron X200, Evolutionary Wind X1, Spirit Stone X1. The risk had not been in vain. Fang Tian swallowed the strength potion, feeling a surge of power that alleviated much of his pain, though the weariness lingered. Evolutionary Wind, essential material for upgrading personal territories. Personal territory? A newly introduced feature? Regardless, it must be something valuable. Fong Tian stowed it in his backpack and returned to the corpse of the copper-armored zombie. Before long, Li Shaoling arrived, accompanied by Little Black. That, Li Shaoling. Li Shaoling. Li Shaoling. Is it just you? What about the others? I tended to the injured boy, ensuring he had the necessary medication and encouraging him to rest. Meanwhile, the two older brothers, halfway through their task, suddenly recalled that time was of the essence regarding the torches. Fearing that we would return without adequate visibility, they retraced their steps to prepare the torches. Fong Tian nodded in acknowledgement. What about the boss? Li Shaoling inquired. Did you manage to shake him off? Only your speed could have outpaced him. Thankfully, you were here. Otherwise, we might not have made it out alive. Fong Tian remained silent, gesturing towards the ground. Upon looking down, Li Shaoling's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Wow, how did you accomplish this?" There's nothing to it. He was only challenging at the outset. And after some maneuvering, he was rather easy to dispatch, Fong Tian replied nonchalantly. Li Shaoling rolled her eyes, pointing at the charred remnants of the creature. Do you think I am blind? Nevertheless, she proved to be quite astute, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, she gathered some wood, salvaged copper from the body, and proceeded to incinerate the remains. You could simply say that this creature was afraid of fire and met its end by being ignited by your torch. Li Shaoling teased playfully. What do you think? I must be better at spinning tales than you. Fong Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly suggested. While they are absent, you should search the vicinity for supplies. We just defeated a considerable number of monsters. There should be plenty to gather. Understood. Li Shaoling replied decisively as she departed. Be careful and take Xiaohei with you. I know. You're more bothersome than my big sister. After a while, the remaining two companions approached. That monster was afraid of fire, and you burned it to death. Fong Tian indicated toward the fire pit, while seated on the ground. Boss, you are truly remarkable. I am in awe. No wonder you advanced to level 3 so swiftly. One of them exclaimed. Hey, what happened to that girl and the little dog? The other inquired. They're out searching for supplies. Shall we also go in search of supplies? Fong Tian smiled and replied. You may go. I wish to rest for a while. The two exchanged glances, their expressions complex, and one of them anxiously remarked, Boss, you aren't injured, are you? You seemed to take a kick earlier, and that monster appeared quite powerful. Fong Tian regarded them both intently before clearing his throat. I endured several blows and sustained some internal injuries. My mobility is currently limited. I fear I may require your assistance to return shortly. The two shared another glance before grinning menacingly. No problem. We shall escort you home right away. With that, they suddenly brandished their weapons and charged towards him. Chapter 35. The Eye of Slaughter as the two assailants brought their blades crashing down. Fong Tian let out a cold chuckle, swiftly retreating a step and effortlessly evading their strikes. You were too slow. Before they could comprehend the situation, Fong Tian lunged forward with a single stroke. Blood gushed forth as the blade severed the throat of the man on the left, who crumpled to the ground with disbelief etched on his face. Current number of survivors in the area, 7. The host has slain a survivor, gaining 2 points of slaughter. The man on the right stood frozen, as if turned to wood, devoid of any reaction. Fong Tian approached him with an impassive demeanor. The man finally regained his senses, attempting to raise his weapon. However, as his hand barely lifted, a flash of steel appeared before his eyes, and he felt a sudden lightness in his grasp. Looking down, he realized his hand had been severed at the wrist. A piercing scream reverberated through the graveyard. Be quiet, or I shall cut out your tongue, Fong Tian stated nonchalantly. The scream ceased abruptly. You had better explain yourself while I still possess patience. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the man's contorted face, twisted by pain and fear. As he stammered through his explanation, Fong Tian learned the reason behind their attack. This man was a member of the Xiongba convoy, who had been seeking an opportunity. Just moments ago, Xiaohei had returned to find them. He had intentionally used the pretext of a torch to escort back the recently deceased. Along the way, he had tempted that individual with promises of gain, and they had ultimately conspired to assassinate Fong Tian when the opportunity arose. Seeing Fong Tian alone and evidently injured, they could not resist the urge to strike. Upon hearing this, Fong Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him for having agreed to team up. Had he ventured out alone, this man might have deceived even more comrades to conspire against him. Now I understand. Speak to me of your leader, Murongli. The man, now a pitiful sight with tears and snot streaming down his face, immediately replied, I have not been with them long, so I do not know much. All I know is that he possesses tools to forge iron arrows and purify water, thus he has abundant resources. Recently, he has been demanding that we surrender our supplies, seemingly to upgrade to a level 3 bus. Indeed, Fong Tian nodded. Is there anything else you wish to add? Nothing more. That is all I know. I had no choice. Our leader commanded that upon sighting you, We must do everything in our power to kill you, or he would trouble us. Brother, I implore you to spare me this once. I promise to withdraw from the convoy immediately. Fang Tian, pointing his dragon's roar at him, responded, I am asking you if you have any last words. Upon hearing this, the man's face turned ashen, trembling as he stuttered, Did you not say? Did I ever promise you clemency? Fang Tian replied with a cold laugh. If you cooperate, I might allow you to leave with some semblance of comfort. Please, don't kill me. His voice was abruptly silenced. Current number of survivors in the area, 6. The host has slain a survivor, gaining 2 points of slaughter. Fang Tian sighed, wiping the blood from his blade. Suddenly, a cry from Xiao He echoed from behind him. Fang Tian turned around and discovered that just 10 meters behind him, Li Shaoling, accompanied by Xiao He, was regarding him with palpable hostility. Wait a moment. Just as Fang Tian was preparing to explain, he noticed Li Shaoling drawing her bow and aiming it at him. His pupils instantly contracted as he slightly lowered his stance. Li Shaoling felt a sudden constriction in her breath, as if she were being targeted by a poised cheetah. The fierce aura emanating from Fang Tian instilling fear in her heart. She understood all too well that if she released that arrow, only one of them would likely survive this encounter. You better think carefully. Once you make a move against me, regardless of your reasons, I will show no mercy. Li Shaoling took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Is it the people from Xiongba? Her voice trembled slightly. Fang Tian nodded, quietly admiring her quick reflexes. Li Shaoling lowered her bow. I apologize. I acted out of self-preservation. It was her first encounter with such a bloody scene, hence her intense reaction. Li Shaoling forced a smile. I'm sorry, I was too foolish. If you could risk your life to hold off the boss for our escape. You certainly are not that kind of person. Fang Tian relaxed and replied with a smile. You are indeed quite clever. As he approached Li Shaoling, despite sensing the dissipating killing intent, she instinctively took a step back, having just witnessed him take a life. I just realized that killing one more could yield additional resources for me. Fang Tian lowered his voice deliberately, intending to frighten her. However, upon hearing this, Li Shaoling relaxed considerably, her large eyes fixed on him. I'm not afraid. You wouldn't be interested in such trivial things. One can be both frugal and lecherous. Fang Tian replied with a mischievous grin. After all, you are quite beautiful, and you are all alone here, aren't you? Li Shaoling's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. If you were that kind of person, you wouldn't have sent that girl away earlier. Fang Tian reached her side and playfully slapped Xiao He on the head. Look at you, almost letting me get shot, and not even offering to help. I've raised you for nothing. Xiao He looked up at him with a pitiful expression, nudging his head against Li Shaoling's chest, evoking her maternal instincts and prompting her to hold him tighter. You little lecherous dog, Fang Tian grumbled. Whether out of anger for Xiao He's lack of assistance or plain envy remained uncertain. Li Shaoling couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he learned from his master. Observing her complete relaxation, Fang Tian ceased his jesting. All right, we still have some time. Let us continue exploring ahead. You carry the supplies. I have too much to maneuver effectively, and there are still some materials I haven't collected. With that, Li Shaoling handed over all the supplies from her pack to Fang Tian and took the resources from the two corpses. After searching the vicinity thoroughly to ensure nothing was overlooked, the two continued their exploration. Subsequently, they encountered no more swarms of monsters. Perhaps out of guilt towards Fang Tian or to prove her own strength, Li Shaoling eagerly engaged with any monsters that appeared, while Fang Tian was content to take it easy, allowing Xiao He to assist her. At that moment, he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! The Eye of Insight has leveled up. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. A book appeared in Fang Tian's hands. Intermediate shooting skills. He promptly stored it in his backpack. The proficiency of the Eye of Insight was merely 30 points away from leveling up, and after the recent adventure, he had finally accumulated enough proficiency for a successful upgrade. Moreover, having just eliminated 2 foes, he had also amassed 10 kill points, thereby unlocking the Eye of Slaughter. Fang Tian summoned the system and activated the Crimson Eye, and instantly, a brilliant red glow emanated from his eyes. Li Shaoling was engaged in combat, oblivious to his actions. Ding! Activation of the Crimson Eye. Unlocking the Eye of Slaughter. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Another book appeared in Fang Tian's hands. Basic combat skills. He seamlessly tucked it into his backpack and began to contemplate the abilities of the Eye of Slaughter. Azure Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 0, 8000. Eye of Insight predicts danger and swiftly acquires information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, Level 1, Proficiency 0, 500, can be upgraded upon reaching 50 kill points. Eye of Slaughter enhances the host's intimidating presence. Gazing at enemies induces psychological pressure, with specific effects dependent on kill points and the mental strength of both parties. Survivors with stronger willpower can exhibit significant resistance to this skill. Available experience points, 0. Kill points, 11. Blood Pact, Little Black, in the growth phase. Can be upgraded through feeding. The Eye of Slaughter sounded formidable by name, yet its description seemed rather lackluster. It appeared he would have to seek an opportunity to test it. Taking advantage of Li Xiaoling's distraction, he quickly skimmed through the 2 newly acquired books. He gained the intermediate shooting talent and the basic combat talent. With this, his prowess had ascended to new heights. Fong Tian, there's a strange cave here. Ah. Startled, Fong Tian looked up to see Li Xiaoling sprinting towards him, her face etched with terror. Chapter 36, The Frightening Scarecrow. What happened? Fong Tian grasped her arm firmly. Li Xiaoling crouched down, trembling all over, softly sobbing, clearly terrified. Fong Tian patiently awaited her to regain composure, which she soon did. There was a cave over there. I ventured inside to explore, but as I progressed, an inexplicable wave of fear surged within me. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I had lost my sanity and could not control myself. Li Xiaoling's tear-streaked face bore a pitiful expression. It's all right. You stay here with Xiaohei, and I will take a look. After upgrading Fong Tian's insight, I had expanded its range to approximately 50 meters. To him, the cave posed no danger. Rather, it radiated a multitude of white lights, with even a hint of golden glow. This realization prompted Fong Tian to abandon the idea of further upgrading his dragon's roar. After enhancing his insight, he believed that by focusing on the dragon's roar, he could continue its advancement. However, he was reluctant to reveal himself excessively due to the considerable noise that accompanied the upgrade. I'll go with you. Li Xiaoling, still shaken, bit her lip. It's better to have someone to watch over me. All right, then hold on to Xiaohei. Approaching the cave entrance. Seeing that there was indeed no immediate danger, he led Li Xiaoling further inside. Perhaps due to lingering fears, Li Xiaoling clutched Fong Tian's hand tightly. Feeling the warmth and softness of her small hand, Fong Tian secretly delighted and finally understood why so many individuals cherish taking their girlfriends to haunted houses. Upon entering the cave, Fong Tian felt as though someone was whispering in his ear. The voice was eerie and ethereal, eliciting an indescribable sense of dread within him. Li Xiaoling screamed again, releasing Fong Tian's hand and bolting outside. Fong Tian promptly pursued her. No, I can't control myself. I don't know why it feels so terrifying the moment I step inside. I too sense a kind of fear, yet I can endure it. Perhaps it's because my mental attribute surpasses yours? Li Xiaoling appeared skeptical. Really? My mental attribute is 9, which is already quite high. What about you? Fong Tian smiled enigmatically, just a tad higher than yours. Wait for me here. I will investigate. Li Xiaoling appeared deeply concerned. Be careful. Fong Tian nodded and, accompanied by Xiaohei, re-entered the cave. The whispering resumed, and the overwhelming dread returned. Xiaohei, however, seemed unaffected and instead conveyed a rather disdainful attitude towards Fong Tian. After traversing several meters, a motionless silhouette suddenly appeared ahead. Fong Tian felt a shiver run down his spine and retrieved a torch from his bag, igniting it before tossing it forward. It was merely a scarecrow, with the golden light emanating from it, causing Fong Tian to let out a sigh of relief. Xiaohei suddenly surged forward, biting off the scarecrow's head in one swift motion. The whispering ceased abruptly. So it was this creature causing the mischief. Upon closer inspection, Fong Tian noticed 2 stones rolling out from the scarecrow's head, one black and one white. The white stone was a spirit stone, while the black one was an unfamiliar object. Dark crystal core, a gem formed from the condensation of fear and resentment. Rare even in the underworld, it harbors pure dark power. It seems it will not be of use for the time being. Taking 2 more steps inside, they found themselves surrounded by an abundance of supplies. Come in. It's safe inside. Fong Tian shouted from outside the cave. Moments later, Li Xiaoling cautiously entered, her expression filled with uncertainty. This scarecrow's mischief caused a ruckus. But now that it's over, there are plenty of supplies here. Let us hurry. All right. Fong Tian began to tally the supplies. The basic resources collected today were valued at approximately 300 water, and he had previously gathered a few special materials. However, the method of distribution. Li Xiaoling glanced at him cautiously and proposed. How about this? Since you are the one who acquired the good items, the special materials can all belong to you. As for the basic materials, you can give each of us 10. Is that acceptable? Even at 10, that would amount to 300 water. It is known that for most, a day's haul exceeding 20 water is considered satisfactory, while surpassing 50 water is deemed a bountiful harvest. Even among players with stronger abilities and weapons, returning from an adventure with over 150 water worth of supplies is regarded as a significant achievement. Those like Fong Tian, perched at the pinnacle, are indeed a minority. Let us do this. The special materials are mine. Although that boy didn't join us for the latter part. I'll cover his medical expenses and allocate him 15, while you receive 20. As he spoke, Fong Tian presented her with 17 blueprints. You take 10. And he will have 7. The value balances out. Li Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the blueprints nonetheless. It may seem that Fong Tian monopolized all the special materials and 65 of the basic supplies, yet anyone with discernment would realize that without Fong Tian leading them throughout, they could not have amassed such a fortune. That truly caught me off guard, Li Xiaoling remarked with a charming smile, suddenly adding, You're quite generous. Fong Tian ruffled the fur of the small black creature beside him. What is the matter? Do you think I'm stingy? Am I that foolish? I believe you ought to be more astute. Our contributions do not warrant such an abundance of supplies. Moreover, with your capabilities, it's unnecessary to team up. ISNT it? I can't offer you much assistance, but I must remain wary of potential betrayals from teammates. Fong Tian nodded. Indeed. Today as collaboration does not reflect your contributions, yet I find myself rather fond of you. Hence I allocated you a larger share. Li Xiaoling was evidently surprised by his words. Her cheeks flushed. But seeing Fong Tian's earnest expression, she understood her misunderstanding, and her ears turned crimson. Fong Tian, oblivious to her fluster, continued, having many members can also present advantages. Reliable allies are sometimes quite important. Moreover, he said slowly, with so many being captured here, what could the orchestrator's true intentions be? Perhaps one day, we will need to fight side by side. In summary, those who wish me harm shall find no mercy from me. However, I shall not neglect those who treat me with sincerity. Clearly, Li Xiaoling had not contemplated this deeply. As she lowered her head and silently mulled over his words, Fong Tian scratched his head, saying, My thoughts are a bit disordered, if you don't understand. Then so be it. Li Xiaoling regarded him with keen interest. You are truly a conundrum, capable of killing without a blink, yet generous and meticulous. How utterly inscrutable you are. Fong Tian chuckled, stroking his chin. People are not so easily deciphered. I previously observed your calm and resolute demeanor, yet just now, in your moment of fear, you revealed a rather endearing side. Li Xiaoling's cheeks flushed. All right, let us not dwell on that. We should head back. No, you should return first. Noticing the confusion in Li Xiaoling's gaze, Fong Tian continued, I am currently embroiled in a conflict with the Xiongba team, and you must maintain your distance. Li Xiaoling understood. You were concerned that the others might spread my name? Indeed, Fong Tian nodded. You should run back and inform the injured boy that when you returned with the supplies, you saw us 3 engaged in a brawl, and thus, out of fear, you did not dare approach and ran back instead. I trust you can fabricate a story without my guidance? Understood, Li Xiaoling affirmed. Taking a couple of steps before turning back with a smile, shall we add each other as friends once you're in the car? Sure. Li Xiaoling hurried back to the bus, handed the blueprint to the boy, and spun a tale to persuade him to board. She then climbed aboard herself, resting her chin on the window as she awaited the man's arrival. The bus will depart in 10 minutes. Survivors are urged to board promptly. At last, to Li Xiaoling's delight, Fong Tian emerged from the shadows, dragging 2 lifeless bodies behind him. Chapter 37. Establishing dominance. Fong Tian, limping and gasping for breath, struggled to drag 2 lifeless bodies toward his vehicle. Perhaps noticing his dire state, Li Xiaoling hastily descended from the car. Fong Tian quickly mouthed the word pretend to her, and she immediately understood, returning to the vehicle. The beautiful girl who had been expelled from the group engaged in conversation with 2 outsiders. And she was the first to spot Fong Tian, emitting a startled cry. The 2 young men conversing with her were equally taken aback. Such a scene was unprecedented even in this world. Why, you really killed someone? The girl's complexion turned ashen. Fong Tian, disinterested, dragged the 2 corpses to his bus, discarding them before adding Li Xiaoling as a friend. Li Xiaoling swiftly sent a message. Wow, it looks quite tragic. Fong Tian chose not to respond, having noticed that the 3 onlookers began to whisper among themselves, with the 2 young men cautiously approaching him. Planning to ambush me? Fong Tian scoffed, turning around and advancing towards them with his bloodstained longin in hand. As he approached, the 2 young men immediately halted, momentarily at a loss. Fong Tian stepped closer, his gaze, filled with murderous intent, sweeping over them as he prepared to strike. The 2 young men recoiled repeatedly, one of them so frightened he fell to the ground. In an instant, they scrambled back to the vehicle, while the girl had already retreated inside. Since his first kill, Fong Tian's demeanor had changed, at times. The aura of death emanating from him was indeed quite terrifying. However, the exaggerated reactions of these 2 seemed rather excessive. Could this be the effect of the killing gaze? What a farce. What use is this effect beyond mere theatrics? I should have acted decisively. Oh well, let them flee. After all, they had not attacked him. And Fong Tian's desire for bloodshed was not severe. Only a peculiar sense of regret lingered, with a hint of dejection. He approached the bus from which the two corpses had come, opting to scavenge for supplies, ultimately acquiring a third of their belongings. Nonetheless, the haul was rather meager, amounting to less than 300 water in total. As time was running short, Fong Tian utilized the photo function of the control panel to capture images of the two bodies before returning to the vehicle. Ding. Adventure completion rate, 75. Earn 385 experience points. Please allocate as desired. Once the vehicle started, Li Shaoling sent another message. I've managed to deceive the injured boy. If Xiangba's people find me, I will handle it. You carry on. Understood. Fong Tian switched to the regional channel, posting the photographs he had just taken, accompanied by a message. Level 3 buses could now send images within the channel. Xiangba's dogs, come out and identify the bodies. One of these trash is your own, and the other sought your bounty. I'll say it again. Xiangba's dogs, meet death on sight. Those who wish to claim Xiangba's bounty, feel free to come. I am ready. In an instant, the once lively chat channel fell into a profound silence. Although it is widely acknowledged that deaths occur here, most individuals only glean this information from the fluctuating numbers in the chat box's upper right corner, with few having witnessed a death firsthand. Moreover, 2 bodies with severed throats were present. This channel does not obscure graphic content as the conventional internet does. The bloody images are truly harrowing. After an indeterminate time, the once silent regional channel finally saw someone gradually begin to speak. Wow, this is my first time seeing such photos. Truly terrifying. Boss Fong Tian is indeed a good person. Knowing I was nearly dying from the heat, he specifically shared this image, and now the back of my head feels cool. What a ruthless act. 2 lives extinguished just like that. They deserve it. It was the people from Xiangba who instigated this. Go, Boss Fong Tian. You must not fall. If you fall, where will I find cheap eyes to save myself? Is it really necessary to kill someone just for a few harsh words? How cold-blooded. This Fong Tian is quite frightening. Is the person upstairs mentally unwell? It's evident that those 2 deceased individuals initiated the conflict. Otherwise, how could Boss Fong Tian possibly know their identities? Setting aside the facts, even if others acted first, why resort to murder? I cannot tolerate this any longer. Do you dare to reveal your identity? I will end you. Meanwhile, in the internal chat room of the Xiangba team, Moroni was fuming. This fool. I instructed him to launch a sneak attack. How could he be so careless? His death is one thing, but he has brought disgrace upon our entire team. Boss, it seems this Fong Tian possesses considerable strength. Should we advise the brothers to keep a low profile? What nonsense. No matter how formidable he is just one person. Killing him would not only bring us renown but also allow us to seize his abundant resources. Then, no one in the region would dare oppose us. Boss, I have contacted the individuals on the list he sent before his demise, and I have reached 2 of them. Have you gathered any intelligence? I only know that Fong Tian returned in a particularly poor state, unsteady on his feet, and evidently injured. Additionally, a beautiful woman was expelled from his team midway. She expressed a desire to join ours. What do you think, boss? Humph. Do you see? He is merely an ordinary person. Those 2 fools were overconfident. In the future, if you encounter him, do not reveal your identities. Wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming for vital points to strike decisively. The one who takes him down will become our second in command. Understood, boss. Understood, boss. Send me the contact details of that woman. I will have a word with her, while you continue reaching out to others to see if you can gather more intelligence. All right. On Fong Tian's side, he casually conversed with a few friends before swallowing the remaining blood-activating pills. Although a single night's rest would likely suffice for recovery, he had a so-called trial ground with thousands of participants at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, necessitating swift recuperation. After instructing Xiao AI to repair his anti-stab suit, Fong Tian reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Yet, his heart remained unsettled, sensing that something was amiss. He opened his recent chat history, and a message from Lin Yu caught his attention. Wow, my friend, your mental fortitude is quite remarkable. Your tone is so calm. How could you possibly resemble someone who has taken a life? Fong Tian finally discerned what was amiss. This was his second act of taking a life. Even though the victim was deserving of such a fate, he should not be devoid of any emotional turmoil. This was not right. Human nature is notoriously difficult to alter. He was not inherently this way. Such a rapid transformation was illogical. Why was this happening? Was it due to the system? Killing humans yielded more slaughter points than vanquishing monsters, and the newly activated Crimson Eyes required these points to ascend. This was incorrect. The system seemed to be intentionally steering him toward murder. It was attempting to exert control over him. Would there come a day when he would lose all sense of self and become a mere puppet of the system? Chapter 38. The ruthless little pink-fist Fong Tian endeavored to recollect the last memories before arriving here. That recollection had grown somewhat indistinct. It seemed that he had encountered a beggar who deliberately tossed a small piece of bread onto the ground, soiling it before handing it back to the beggar. Subsequently, he was tackled to the ground by the beggar, who proceeded to scatter red and green sand into his eyes. Was the beggar feeling insulted and seeking revenge? That seemed rather unjust. Fong Tian was merely an observer. Had the beggar been willing to consume the dirty bread, he would have immediately intervened to procure clean food. He never anticipated such an incident. System, I wish to inquire about something. Fong Tian began to call out within his mind. The system offered no response. Who implanted you in my brain? Can I converse with them? Unauthorized. Then can you relay my recent thoughts to them? Unauthorized. Let me ask you. Are you deliberately guiding me to commit murder? The system ceased to respond, and regardless of what Fong Tian uttered thereafter, there was no reaction. To prevent being controlled by the system, perhaps he should refrain from killing in the future? This naive thought was swiftly dismissed. In this world, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Those who provoke me shall not be spared. As for this so-called system, it is merely a triviality. I shall not be easily subdued. Xiao Ai. Here. Xiao Ai approached. You come to. Fong Tian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Ai. Why do you seem even more beautiful than before? Xiao Ai's expression remained inscrutable. Master, Xiao Ai does not understand. Please describe it differently. Fong Tian, perplexed, circled around her twice before murmuring, your face has indeed changed. Though you were beautiful before, it never stirred my heart. Seizing the opportunity while Fong Tian was behind her, Xiao Ai's face betrayed a hint of pride, her lips curving slightly upwards. However, upon his return to her front, her expression reverted to one of indifference. TSK. Fong Tian stroked his chin, though it seems your chest has perhaps diminished a bit. He remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ai had clenched her little pink fist tightly. Master, Xiao Ai is a reward from the I love my family evaluation. So when you upgraded to a private compartment, my functions will correspondingly enhance, and my appearance will change at random. Is that so? Fong Tian realized, recalling that he had acquired Xiao Ai when his compartment was at level 3, and now it was level 4. Indeed, it had been upgraded once. Can you lock in your current appearance? Do not change into another form. I quite like this one. It suits my taste. Understood. Xiao Ai appeared pleased, a faint blush creeping to her cheeks. It would be best if your expression were softened a bit, to appear more endearing, perhaps even somewhat naive, Fong Tian added. Xiao Ai's lips twitched, yet she refrained from responding. Come, give me a massage. Fong Tian lay down on the sofa, still feeling some aches and wishing to alleviate them quickly to face the trial grounds in optimal condition. Xiao Ai's fists tightened again, her voice monotone as she replied. Xiao Ai does not possess massage functions. Simply give me a gentle thump on the back, like this, using your fist. Fong Tian demonstrated briefly. Very well. Before Xiao Ai could finish her words, Fong Tian heard a gust of wind behind him, with a resounding thud. For a fleeting moment, Fong Tian felt as if he had been struck by a pile driver, stars bursting before his eyes, nearly causing him to lose his breath. Stop. It's fine now. You may attend to other matters. Fortunately, Fong Tian reacted swiftly. Had he endured 2 more punches, he would surely have coughed up blood. All right, master. Xiao Ai rose and departed from the private compartment. Upon returning to the bus section, Xiao Ai wore a smug expression. Ha! How dare you make this lady serve you? And dare to say I'm inferior, humph. Fong Tian, lounging on the sofa, opened his status panel. Strength, 16 agility, 19 endurance, 9 spirit, 99 18 luck, 7 skills, intermediate shooting talent. Increases ranged attack accuracy by 50. Beginner fighting talent. Enhances neural response by 20. Blazing sword technique. Level 1 summons a fire sprite to augment melee weapon damage. Resilient will. Permanently increases mental fortitude, adding a value equal to 50 of the highest remaining single attribute, rounded down. Status. Mild hunger. External injury. 50 recovery. Slight internal injury. 40 recovery. Please rest and replenish energy. Fortunately, Xiao Ai's punch did not inflict substantial harm. Both external and internal injuries received treatment, and with his robust constitution, recovery should be swift. The powerful pills he consumed in the graveyard had granted him an additional 3 points in strength, and his shooting talent had been enhanced, coupled with the beginner fighting talent, which boosts neural reaction by 20. Fong Tian's abilities now greatly surpass those of an ordinary person. However, blades and swords are merciless. A strike to a vital area could still prove fatal, so vigilance is essential. Ding ding ding, at Tian New Valley Station, we have arrived. The doors are now open. Passengers are kindly reminded to purchase tickets. In 3 hours, the trial ground for 10,000 will commence. Please prepare accordingly. 3 hours remain. What exactly is this so-called trial ground for 10,000? No one knows, but but everyone understands that it will undoubtedly be a high-risk, high-reward adventure. Fang Tian had little to prepare. All he required now was rest. He instructed Xiao AI to wake him in 2.5 hours, then embraced Xiao He, succumbing to slumber beneath the gentle caress of the air conditioning. 2 hours later, Fang Tian was awakened by Xiao AI. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, and with his injuries nearly healed, he opened the chat channel for a brief exchange with a few friends. To his surprise, he discovered that he had received an email. The email was accompanied by a collection of miscellaneous materials, rather scant, indicating that this individual was struggling. However, upon reading the text within the email, Fang Tian's interest was piqued, prompting him to add this person as a friend. Boss Fang Tian, you finally added me. What price do you seek? Fang Tian, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, got straight to the point. The value of 1,500 water worth of resources, along with a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. You are aware of the worth of these attribute-enhancing potions, right? Had I not been compelled by circumstances, I would never consider selling. He intended to sell Fang Tian an endurance pill. This item was indeed exceedingly rare. Even within the global channels, there had been no sightings of it for sale. Given that it directly enhanced attributes, most players hadn't even heard of it. Those capable of acquiring such a treasure would consume it themselves rather than sell it. You're only at level 1, aren't you? How did you come by this? I obtained it the day before yesterday while in safe mode. After disembarking, that group ventured out and perished alongside the monsters. I found it in a crimson treasure chest. I also had a strength pill which I consumed myself. This one I had intended to sell, but now, poverty leaves me no choice. If I don't acquire something from today's trial of thousands, I fear I may perish from the heat by tomorrow. You have quite the luck. However, 1,500 is a bit steep. I don't have that many resources. I can offer 1,200 in water resources along with 2 weapons, plus I'll throw in 20 ice cubes. If that works for you, let us trade. Seeing the other party remain silent, Fang Tian continued. If you prefer not to sell, you could hold on to it. This item will undoubtedly appreciate in value in the future. But for now, this is the highest price. Those capable of offering such resources were typically leaders of large teams. In the early game, they would certainly conserve their resources to recruit others, rather than spend them on this item. Sell it. Boss Fang Tian wouldn't deceive me. Moreover, I've spoken with others who cannot match your offer. Fang Tian felt a surge of joy and promptly confirmed the trade, sending over his resources. Upon receiving the endurance pill, he swallowed it whole, increasing his endurance by 3 points to a total of 12. Thus, aside from luck, which remained at 7, all his other attributes became double digits. After ensuring that Little Black was well fed, he chatted with a few friends. Exchanging good wishes before the system chimed with the final announcement. The trial of thousands will commence in 10 seconds. Teleportation will begin in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 39. The Arena of Trials. After a dazzling flash of white light, Fang Tian found himself amidst a dense jungle, with the small black creature at his feet failing to materialize alongside him. Surrounding him were numerous red glows, yet neither white nor golden light was present. In his hand, Fang Tian possessed a bracelet, which he tapped to summon a virtual screen. The screen displayed 3 functionalities: a leaderboard for trial points, a regional chat channel, and a map feature. The leaderboard elucidated the mechanics of trial points, stating that slaying monsters would yield trial points. 1 point for ordinary creatures, 10 for elite ones, 50 for boss-level foes, and 500 for lord-level adversaries. Survivors could form teams, with a maximum of 6 members, once a team was established. The surviving members would receive a 20 to 60 increase in trial points based on their numbers. However, should any team member exit the arena or meet their demise, they would retain their slot, making it impossible to replace them, and disbanding or leaving a team would preclude joining another. Eliminating other survivors bore no reward. Instead, branding one as a public enemy, marked conspicuously above their head. Any participant who vanquished a public enemy would receive 100 trial points. The regional chat channel offered no extraordinary features, resembling the mundane conversations found on a bus. The map function was straightforward, revealing the entire layout of the arena, with coordinates displayed in the lower right corner indicating Fang Tian's position at the 7 o'clock mark. The map predominantly showcased green zones, while a surrounding band of yellow was gradually expanding. Those within the yellow area would be teleported back to the vehicle, signifying the end of the trial. In addition, within the arena, a survivor's injuries would heal at an accelerated rate, 20 times faster, after disengaging from combat for 1 minute. Furthermore, after this minute, one could opt to conclude the trial, resulting in complete recovery from wounds. Noticing the team feature, Fang Tian promptly reached out to several friends. Although he felt confident in his ability to fend for himself, having a few teammates would provide stability, especially if formidable monsters emerged, at the very least. some comrades would be on guard. Otherwise, witnessing him alone confronting a boss might tempt many to shoot a few arrows at him. Li Xiaoling was almost directly opposite Fang Tian, but the distance was too great, compounded by her group of friends from a convoy. Thus, he had to forego that option. In Ruo was positioned at 6 o'clock, while Lin Yu was at 5 o'clock, accompanied by 2 friends. This arrangement allowed for the formation of a 5-member team. After deliberation, Fang Tian and Lin Yu began making their way towards In Ruo, preparing to assemble at 6 o'clock. Not long into their journey, they encountered several skeletal monsters, which were merely ordinary foes easily dispatched by Fang Tian. Upon defeat, these creatures vanished without leaving behind any corpses. Occasionally, they crossed paths with other survivors. Yet no conflicts arose. Several individuals sought to ally with Fang Tian, but he declined their overtures. "I'm almost there. Send me your exact coordinates." Fang Tian messaged Lin In Ruo. After about a minute, In Ruo replied with a coordinate. "Encountering trouble?" "Yes." Fang Tian immediately quickened his pace, relaying the coordinates to Lin Yu as he hurried towards In Ruo's direction. Soon, he spotted In Ruo, who was running while shooting behind her. 3 formidable creatures pursued her, each seemingly an elite monster. Unlike her usual appearance, In Ruo donned a fitted outfit today, exuding a sleek and graceful silhouette that showcased her curvaceous figure. In a swift motion, she pivoted mid-run, knocking an arrow with remarkable precision, and released it, striking one of the monsters directly in the heart. The creature, already wounded with an arrow lodged in its right chest, let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. Impressive. I had heard this young girl mention her archery practice, but I never anticipated her skills to be so exceptional, even in his full sprint. Fang Tian could not match her speed and accuracy. However, this was not the time for admiration. He dashed forward. "In Ruo, do not fear. I am coming." As In Ruo looked on with surprise, Fang Tian met 2 of the monsters head-on. Just before closing in, he accelerated suddenly, delivering a decisive blow that severed one monster's head. In Ruo, seizing the moment, loosed another arrow that found its mark on the chest of a different creature. Fang Tian followed up with another strike, concluding the battle. Since they were not in a party, the trial points for these 2 monsters were credited solely to Fang Tian. "Big brother Fang Tian," In Ruo exclaimed joyfully as she approached him. "You are incredible! You can take down such formidable monsters with a single stroke." Fang Tian smiled and replied, "You are quite impressive yourself. Your archery is formidable." In Ruo giggled. "Of course, I am not weak. By the way, didn't you mention having a few friends? Where are they? They should be here soon, right?" As if summoned by her words, 3 figures appeared in the distance, hastily approaching, with one of them waving in their direction. "Is that you, Lin Yu?" Fang Tian called out excitedly. The group quickly converged, and accompanying Lin Yu were a pair of young siblings, the brother named Li Jin and the sister Li Yu. According to Lin Yu, he had met them during his adventures, and they were quite decent. While their combat skills were lacking, Li Yu was well-versed in medicine, and Li Jin had a deep understanding of pharmacology. "Wow, Lin Gu, the friends you mentioned are actually the esteemed Fang Tian," Li Jin exclaimed, his expression one of exaggerated surprise. Li Yu, a seemingly delicate girl, appeared somewhat shy, standing close to her brother and casting timid glances at Fang Tian. Lin Yu chuckled. "You didn't even ask. Enough chatter. Let us form a party quickly." They aligned their wristbands, successfully forming a team, with Fang Tian readily assuming the role of leader. "In terms of cooperation, we can discuss matters as a group. However, I expect everyone to follow commands in urgent situations. Is that clear?" "Absolutely," came the chorus of agreement. "We are all seasoned adventurers. We understand the necessity of having a decisive leader, or else we risk falling apart in the face of danger. Then let us set off. I will lead the way with Lin Yu. The 2 girls will be in the middle, and Li Jin, you will bring up the rear." Once the formation was established, Fang Tian glanced at the map and guided the team toward the center. Soon, they encountered a horde of monsters comprising 2 elite beasts and 14 ordinary creatures. Following their agreed-upon strategy, the 5 of them simultaneously drew their bows for a coordinated ranged assault. As the monstrous foes approached, Fang Tian and Lin Yu faced off against 2 elite monsters, while the 2 girls continued to unleash arrows, and Li Jin took on the responsibility of guarding them. Fang Tian swiftly dispatched his elite adversary with a single blade stroke. Sensing no immediate danger to the others, he turned his attention to Lin Yu's maneuvers. He observed Lin Yu deftly sidestep an attack from the beast, simultaneously delivering a precise cut across its shoulder. In a seamless transition, he then circled behind the monster, maintaining a relentless assault. Each time the creature attempted to pivot and retaliate, Lin Yu expertly evaded its strikes. In no time, the elite monster was vanquished with remarkable finesse. "Impressive," Fang Tian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "This fellow exhibits no extraneous movements. His hand and footwork are impeccably coordinated, clearly a product of professional training." The remaining ordinary monsters were swiftly eliminated, signaling the end of the skirmish. Wow, watching Lin Ji's prowess is always a delight. Li Jin praised enthusiastically. Lin Yu responded with a wry smile. Please, spare me the flattery. Did you not notice? The one the captain dispatched was also an elite monster. What? Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? Your observation skills are lacking. It's evident from the speed and movements. Moreover, just look at the trial points we received. Lin Yu wiped the blood from his sword. Eliminating an elite monster in a heartbeat? Li Jin's jaw dropped in astonishment. No wonder Fang Tian is so formidable. Watch out. Fang Tian suddenly warned, as yet another elite monster emerged from the thicket and charged at them. Enrua swiftly knocked her bow and fired 2 consecutive arrows, both striking the creature's head with uncanny accuracy, causing it to collapse with a mournful cry. Wow, even this lovely girl is a sharpshooter. Li Jin burst into laughter. Sister, we've hitched ourselves to a great fortune. Li Yu's face flushed crimson as she playfully pinched him. Brother, keep your voice down. Lin Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed, feeling that his companions were causing him some discomfort. While Enrua stifled a giggle nearby, Fang Tian then pointed towards the nearby thicket. It seems there is something large lurking within. Chapter 40. The Iron-Armed Demon Ape. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu immediately focused his attention in that direction. It seems something is afoot. Let us investigate. The group slowed their pace, cautiously making their way into the forest. Before long, they were alerted by a commotion overhead. A dark figure leaped through the underbrush with remarkable swiftness. Li Jin could not help but whisper, "What on earth is that? Is it Tarzan?" "It appears to be a type of ape," Lin Yu observed keenly. "Its movements are exceptionally agile. It is likely a leader-class creature." The ape stood about the height of a man, its ebony fur failing to conceal its robust musculature, while its forearms gleamed with a silvery hue, subtly radiating a metallic sheen. The iron-armed demon ape, a formidable leader-class monster, possessed extraordinary agility and remarkable defensive capabilities in its arms, benefiting from speed enhancements within the jungle. Fang Tian suggested in a hushed tone, use bows and arrows to lure it out of the forest. The group simultaneously drew their bows, aiming intently, however. The ape's velocity amidst the trees, coupled with the obstructive foliage, rendered them unable to take a shot, just as Fang Tian hesitated on whether to charge forward. A twang pierced the air. An iron arrow shot through the gaps between the trees, embedding itself into the demon ape's shoulder. Upon turning to glance, Fang Tian confirmed that the shot had indeed been fired by Enrua. With a playful grin, Enrua exclaimed, "Aren't I impressive? Don't get carried away. Retreat now." After dislodging the arrow, the demon ape leaped directly towards them. Fang Tian and his companions swiftly retreated towards the forest's edge. The ape, bounding through the branches, rapidly closed the distance, swinging towards Lin Yu. "Be careful," Fang Tian urged urgently. Seemingly with a sixth sense, Lin Yu deftly evaded the ape's assault with a swift maneuver, countering with a strike of his sword against the creature's back. The blow merely grazed its skin, leaving the demon ape unscathed as it swung back onto a tree. Lin Yu muttered in frustration, "How tough." Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's formidable presence, the ape redirected its focus towards Fang Tian, swinging through the vines to launch another attack. Yet, Fang Tian, possessing the greatest speed among them, effortlessly dodged with a sudden burst of acceleration. No matter how fast the ape was, its reliance on the vines meant it could only anticipate its attacks. It stood no chance against Fang Tian's swift evasion. Under the protective cover of Fang Tian and Lin Yu, the group soon reached a clearing. The demon ape, undeterred, landed on the ground and charged towards Lin Yu using both hands and feet. Lin Yu met it head-on, bringing his sword down upon the creature's head. The ape raised its forearm in defense, and the sword struck with a resounding clash of metal against metal. Taken aback, Lin Yu was caught off guard as the ape's claw struck his side. However, Lin Yu quickly retaliated, kicking the demon ape back several steps. Enrua promptly provided support, firing an arrow aimed at the creature's eye, which it managed to block with a swift motion. Nevertheless, this action conveyed to the ape that the group was not to be trifled with. It ceased its direct assault, instead opting to cautiously maneuver in search of an opportunity. While it is fast, its strength is not particularly formidable. I can repel it with my strength of 12. Fang Tian fixed his gaze upon the demon ape. "Is your injury severe?" Li Yu, a former intern physician, quickly approached to assess the situation. "Fortunately, it is not too grave, but we must bandage and staunch the bleeding promptly." "Understood." Fang Tian tightened his grip on the dragoness roar and said, "Enrua, aim for its eyes, and I will give the signal to shoot. Lin Yu, stay behind me and coordinate our efforts." After a moment of tense silence, the demonic ape grew impatient, exhibiting signs of agitation. "It's coming." Indeed, in the next heartbeat, the demon ape lunged toward them. Fang Tian met it head-on, and when they were within 2 meters of one another, he bellowed, "Shoot." The arrow flew forth, aimed directly at the creature's right eye. The demon ape abruptly halted, raising its right arm to shield its eye. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Tian swung his blade down decisively. The collision echoed as Dragon's roar was intercepted by its left arm. However, this was anticipated by Fong Tian. He leapt forward, delivering a forceful kick to the demon ape's chest. The impact sent the creature stumbling backward. Without hesitation, Fong Tian rushed in, delivering a fierce diagonal strike. Blood splattered as the blade pierced deep into the demon ape's abdomen. Lin Yu swiftly joined him, positioning himself on either side of the demon ape's chest, brandishing his sword as they began to stab mercilessly. The demon ape let out a wretched scream, thrashing wildly, but its strength was insufficient to break free from their grip, resorting instead to clawing at their thighs in desperation. Fong Tian was not inclined to grant it mercy. He found the perfect moment to thrust his blade into its throat. The demon ape's body convulsed, its arms gradually lowering as its lifeless form swiftly vanished. Ding! The host has slain a leader-class creature, earning 1 kill point. Exhaling deeply, Fong Tian and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, relief washing over them. Tian Gu, are you all right? Enruo rushed over, anxiously inspecting the wound on his thigh. Both had sustained scratches from the dying thrashes of the demon ape. Li Yu also hurried over, checking the injuries before sighing in relief. It's just superficial wounds. Leave it to me. True to his expertise, Li Yu selected herbs of his own preparation, applying them with care. The pain alleviated significantly after the treatment. The healing speed in this trial ground was accelerated, and full recovery would come soon. Li Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. Wow, I bow to both of you. Great leaders. Li Jin exclaimed as he dashed over. That was incredible. A leader class defeated in an instant. Our ranking in the trial grounds has surged into the top 500. The group took a moment to recuperate, feeling their wounds mend before continuing onward. The scattered monsters they encountered along the way were dispatched by the Jin siblings in Enruo, ensuring the injured did not re-enter combat. Once their injuries healed, they rejoined the fray, and their efficiency in slaying monsters improved dramatically. However, their ranking remained around 300. This was due to their position at the edge of the map, necessitating both travel and combat, unlike those stationed in the center, who merely needed to seek out monsters. Whether by fortune or misfortune, for the next hour or so, Fong Tian and his companions did not encounter any more leader-class monsters. More than half of the trial time has elapsed, and the misty jungle at the center of the map has opened. 30 minutes hence, those survivors unable to enter the misty jungle shall conclude their trial. A special reminder, the monsters within the misty jungle possess a minimum rank of elite. Fong Tian felled the creature before him and glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock, which signified that this trial would come to an end by 10. He surveyed the current number of participants on the map, 3,530. At the outset, there had been approximately 7,000 individuals. In merely 2 hours, over 3,000 had been eliminated. It remained uncertain how many among them had withdrawn from the trial and how many had met their demise. Fong Tian considered his team members. Slaying elite monsters was undoubtedly the most rewarding endeavor, yielding numerous trial points, and it was relatively effortless. He was confident of his advancement. The remaining members shared a similar sentiment, devoid of dissent. Let us proceed directly, he declared, glancing at the map. The entrance to the misty jungle was not far ahead. As they walked, a group of individuals obstructed their path, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Allow me to investigate. Li Jin volunteered, rushing forward to gather information. Before long, he returned, breathless. It is the people from Xiangba. Fong Tian was taken aback, a slight smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Please elaborate. Chapter 41. The incident began when a small team encountered a horde of monsters. After much effort in vanquishing the common foes, they prepared to reap the rewards from the elite creatures, only to be thwarted by the sudden arrival of the Xiongba team, who seized their spoils. Amidst the ensuing dispute, a member of the Xiongba team launched a surprise attack, resulting in a fatality. Given the proximity to the map center, numerous players were in the vicinity, and witnessing the Xiongba team not only robbing but also committing murder incited public outrage. Several teams quickly gathered around. The notoriety of the murderer proved to be a tantalizing lure. It is known that defeating a leader-level monster grants a mere 50 trial points, and most teams would rather flee than confront such formidable foes. However, eliminating a public enemy grants a substantial 100 trial points, a temptation that no one could resist. The Xiongba team promptly declared their name, having established themselves as the foremost team in the region, bolstered by Murong Li's alliance with several other teams. Most players hesitated to confront them directly, opting instead to block their escape. Yet, the Xiongba team refrained from further violence, fearing the chaos that might ensue, leading to a stalemate. Upon grasping the situation, Fong Tian transferred the captaincy to Lin Yu and withdrew from the team. Are you certain you wish to go alone? Lin Yu understood Fang Tian's intentions. Fang Tian chuckled softly. It's easier for me to slip away alone. You know my speed. Enruo gradually comprehended the plan and exclaimed, Brother Tian, I want to accompany you. I can be of assistance. Fang Tian raised his voice. You and Brother Lin, you should leave first. Do not hinder me. Perhaps taken aback by his sternness, Enruo's eyes glistened with tears, her voice quivering. But there are 6 of them. Seeing her distress warmed Fang Tian's heart. But he quickly adopted a serious expression. If you don't listen, I shall be angry. Li Jin interjected diplomatically, Little beauty. You ought to heed the wisdom of Master Fang Tian. His skills are remarkable. If we intervene, we might inadvertently lead to his capture. Master Fang Tian is concerned for your safety. He wouldn't want you to take risks. At this, Enruo blushed, and finally, at Lin Yu's gesture, Li Yu approached to escort her away. It is best to eliminate only the public enemy. Killing others will turn you into a public enemy as well. Plan your route carefully, and retreat using the trees as cover. Watch out for archers, Lin Yu sent in a private message. Rest assured, I have it under control. You lead them into the misty jungle, I will contact you in due time. Nobody dares to act? Then make way for me, boasted the young man with the title of public enemy emblazoned above him. You think you can just leave after robbing and murdering us without consequence? Came a voice from the crowd. What of murder? Who told him to oppose our Xiongba team? The young man arrogantly swept his gaze across the onlookers. Let me inform you, several teams from our convoy are nearby and on their way. If you wish to act, do so now. Once they arrive, you may find yourselves doomed. The crowd erupted in a chorus of insults, yet none were willing to take the lead. Those who have not joined the gang cannot afford to offend the formidable Xiongba. As for those who were part of the gang, under the stern warning of their leader, they are even less inclined to act recklessly. Upon hearing that Xiongba's reinforcements were on their way, some began to contemplate retreating. A bunch of spineless cowards, only knowing. The voice abruptly ceased. The crowd looked up to discover that a steel arrow had pierced the chest of one individual. The words public enemy above his head fading away as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. A gasp of shock erupted from the crowd. The remaining 5 members of Xiongba's team were equally stunned, and after a moment of bewilderment, they turned to see from where the arrow had been shot. In the distance, 2 squads were en route, yet it was unclear who had launched the attack. Damn! Which scoundrel ambushed us? Have the courage to step forward. Quickly informed the boss of the situation and summon reinforcements. The others began to glance around anxiously, murmuring amongst themselves. After a brief wait, Xiongba's team received orders from Murongli. The leader instructed them to rendezvous with the nearest squad. Clear the way. If you don't step aside, we will strike. With the public enemy now deceased, the allure of the 100 trial points vanished, and naturally, the urge to seek justice diminished. Furthermore, given that a life had indeed been lost, fear of repercussions compelled everyone to part ways. The 5 members of Xiongba's team glanced at the map and retreated in the direction opposite to where the arrow had come from. They were cautious, leaving 2 individuals to keep watch for potential ambushes. As the leader took a few steps forward, he noticed someone standing with their head bowed ahead and approached to shove them aside. Get out of my way. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of a blade appeared, and a head tumbled to the ground. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, another glimmer of steel struck. A horrifying scream echoed, claiming yet another life. What the hell? Only then did cries of shock erupt. The obstructing figure's head now bore the blood-red words public enemy. The remaining 3 finally reacted, raising their weapons and charging at this public enemy. However, the enemy merely chuckled coldly, countering with a swift slash, causing one member to lose his hand and weapon, which fell to the ground. Another stroke followed, and the unfortunate individual, unable to scream, collapsed lifelessly. Only 2 remained. One of the Xiongba members, summoning his courage with a fierce shout, lunged forward with his gun. The public enemy simply sidestepped, seizing the gun barrel with his left hand and pulling with great force. The Xiongba member felt an overwhelming power pulling him forward uncontrollably for 2 steps. When he looked up, he found himself locked in a chilling gaze with the public enemy. The coldness in the enemy's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. An intangible murderous intent coupled with an oppressive weight washed over him. Terrified, he relinquished his long gun and turned to flee. But as he took a single step, the blade pierced through his chest. In the blink of an eye, the 6-member squad was reduced to 1. The last unfortunate soul, devoid of any fighting spirit, screamed and turned to run. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, silencing the world around them. The onlookers stood frozen, aghast. 6 lives, gone in an instant? The public enemy suddenly turned, his icy gaze sweeping across the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run through them, involuntarily retreating several steps. Are there still any who dare to challenge the mighty? The question was posed with an unsettling calmness, and the atmosphere fell silent. If there are none, I kindly request that you relay this message. Everyone held their breath. The killer, Fong Tian, wiped the blood from his blade. Ah! A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, and whispers began to circulate. They were all somewhat aware of the enmity between Fong Tian and the Formidable. Knowing that this powerful figure was unlikely to succumb to a bloodlust that would lead him to slay himself, Fong Tian turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he paused and pointed to the words public enemy above him. Are you all watching my every move? Hoping to track me down for a chance at those 100 trial points? No. The crowd dispersed in a frenzy, once assured that no one was following him. Fong Tian made his way towards the misty jungle. Chapter 42. The cold arrow in the mist. You have gone too far. Did you really take them all out? Lin Yu evidently learned of the events through the chat channel. A disorganized mob coupled with arrogance is quite easy to handle. It should not have posed much of a challenge for you either. Fong Tian, however, did not feel particularly triumphant. TSK. My desire to kill is not as intense as yours. After a moment of silence, Fong Tian replied, I too sense that perhaps I have overstepped, after all. 6 lives were lost. Have I truly gone too far? Whether it is excessive or not can be discerned from the chat channel. So, have I been labeled a bloodthirsty maniac? The chat channel still had 2032 participants. I'm on site. The great Fong Tian is so handsome. 1 strike for each. Those few from Xiongba were left utterly humiliated. Is that for real? Is he really that formidable? I find it hard to believe. With so many witnesses, how could it be false? Well done. Just recently, I was being harassed by Xiongba's men. They were far too arrogant. They deserved it. What exactly did Xiongba do to you? I thought they were the top team. I even considered joining them. Brother, heed my advice. Xiongba and their allied teams are not to be trusted. If you join them, prepare to be insulted openly. Indeed. I went on an expedition last time, and for a weapon blueprint, I was chased by Xiongba's dogs for quite a distance, nearly losing my life. Is the great Fong Tian around? Why not start a team? I'll join you. Let us take down Xiongba. It is all about survival. This world is indeed one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. I believe Xiongba has done nothing wrong. If you are too weak, isn't it only natural to be bullied? Are you brave enough to not remain anonymous? Are you? It seems that Xiongba and their allies have not been innocent in their dealings. It stands to reason. Those who associate with Morongli are unlikely to be virtuous. Yet, despite the multitude of complaints against Xiongba on the public screen, they still remain the top team. In this world, strength reigns supreme. As for joining a team, perhaps it is best to forego that idea. It could lead to unnecessary complications and potential betrayal. The recent battle had augmented his kill points by 12, which stirred a desire within Fong Tian for further confrontation. However, this rather ominous thought was quickly dispelled as he discerned his path. Entering the misty jungle to reunite with Lin Yu and the others. Before long, he found them engaged with a few elite sludge monsters. Tian Gu. Unruo dashed over. Are you uninjured? Fong Tian smiled. I am fine. Oh no. Li Jin exclaimed in distress. Beautiful lady. Where is the support? Unruo stuck out her tongue. Swiftly raising her bow to assist him, Fong Tian joined in, and soon the battle was resolved. Li Jin limped over, clutching his rear. I say, little beauty. We have cooperated for several hours. You cannot be so infatuated with looks over friendship. Upon seeing your Tian Gu, you abandon us? My backside is bruised. Unruo blushed. Looking down and softly replied, that is not true. Tian Gu. Li Jin squeaked, clutching Fong Tian's leg and lamenting. Tian Gu is so handsome. Are you uninjured? Fong Tian, braving the bitter cold, kicked him aside, exclaiming, get lost. If you come any closer, I will end you. Unruo, feeling utterly humiliated, wished fervently for a crevice to hide herself in. Fong Tian quickly changed the subject. Everyone, please keep our team formation a secret. Li Jin chuckled. Rest assured, great one. Brother Lin has already instructed us. Hurry and join the team. Fong Tian replied, there's no rush for that. I'll hold off on joining to avoid drawing attention to us by increasing our trial points simultaneously. Lin Yu smiled. No worries. Once you leave the team, I will have them hide the leaderboard names. Fong Tian gave a thumbs up. Reliable. With that, he joined the group, launching an onslaught through the misty forest. The area was teeming with elite monsters, but for Fong Tian's increasingly coordinated team, they were merely a source of trial points, easily dealt with. Meanwhile, in the channel of the Xiongba convoy, Morongli was in a fit of rage. Boss, this Fong Tian is formidable. What should we do? Formidable, my foot. I've uncovered everything. His accomplices first used arrows to ambush and kill one, while he himself hid among the crowd to take down 2 more. In direct confrontation, he eliminated another, and the last 2 were foolishly slain from behind as they attempted to flee. In this scenario, he operates from the shadows while we are exposed, making it nearly impossible to defend ourselves. Should we instruct the brothers to keep a low profile? Keep a low profile? At this point, if we back down, what are we even doing? The main issue is that these useless fools crumble under ambush. If we all rush at him together, I refuse to believe we can't take him down. So what shall we do now? Should we scatter the brothers to hunt him down? He's a public enemy now. It shouldn't be hard to find him. On such a vast map, where would we even look? What is crucial now is to establish authority. In today's trial, I must secure the top spot on the leaderboard. We still have 28 men in the trial arena. Everyone gather here. But there are numerous boss-level monsters in the Misty Forest. If we force a gathering, the brothers may encounter danger along the way. Act according to the situation. Those who can come, do so. When the time comes, weaken the monsters, and I'll step in for the finishing blow to gain experience. My current rank is still 56, and with only 2 hours left, I must claim first place. This is the only way to mitigate the fallout from today. Understood, boss. Boss, should we issue a bounty in the channel? No need. Even if we did, no one would recognize him. The notoriety he has now is burden enough. At this moment, Fong Tian's team was engaged with a boss-level clawed werewolf. Despite its rank, Fong Tian, Lin Yu, and Enroa's coordination was already exceptionally refined. Such a formidable creature was manageable as long as they exercised caution. Be careful, Lin Yu suddenly warned. Just as Fong Tian kicked the werewolf away, he sensed impending danger and swiftly sidestepped. An iron arrow struck his left arm with brutal force. Enroa gasped in alarm. Fong Tian gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Focus on the monster. Li Jin, Li Yu, stay alert. We must act swiftly. This werewolf is nearly defeated. Lin Yu understood the precariousness of their situation. Fong Tian, leading the charge, lunged directly at the werewolf. The creature swiped at him with a claw, yet Fong Tian stood resolute, shielding his vital points with his left hand. At the expense of sustaining a grievous injury, he thrust his blade deep into the werewolf's abdomen. Previously, in their skirmishes, Fong Tian and his companions had exercised caution to avoid injuries, maintaining a steady approach. Thus, when he suddenly unleashed his ferocity, the werewolf was caught off guard and suffered significantly. Lin Yu, seizing the opportunity, rushed in and delivered several swift strikes, while Enrua's arrows swiftly followed, piercing the werewolf's throat. With a surge of exhilaration, they claimed their first kill point as the werewolf succumbed. Fong Tian then sprinted towards the direction from which the arrows had come. The assailant had vanished. Nearby, several teams were engaged in monster hunting, yet none could pinpoint the target. The fog-laden forest enveloped everything in a shroud, rendering visibility nearly impossible, and thus no one discerned the source of the arrows. Reluctantly, Fong Tian returned to his team, seeking Li Yu's assistance in healing his wounds. It must be someone from Xiongba, Li Jin speculated. It could also be an ordinary person, spurred to action upon seeing the public enemy above your head, Lin Yu analyzed. It's unlikely to be Xiongba's people. Otherwise, there would have been more than just one arrow. We should relocate swiftly. After tending to his injuries, Fong Tian rose to his feet, irked by the designation of public enemy. Contemplating for a moment, he sent a message through the channel. I just killed one of Xiongba's dogs. Hence I am now a public enemy. Anyone who attacks me will be regarded as a lackey of Xiongba. Should anyone believe my temper is lenient, they may attempt to plead for mercy after their assault. Damn, that was close. There's a public enemy not far ahead, just about to strike. Could it be you? To the one above, I suggest you give it a try. Trying might lead to demise. Whether it was Fong Tian's bluster that had deterred them or not, in the ensuing time, no one dared to attack him again. The ultimate trial is about to commence. In 5 minutes, the creatures within the fog-laden forest will enter a state of unbridled rage for 10 minutes. The last survivor standing will gain entry to the eternal illusion to participate in the ultimate trial. Chapter 43. The ultimate trial. What does frenzy mean? Li Jin inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face. It must refer to an intensified desire to attack or something similar. In that case, I suspect many will opt to withdraw from the trial. Fong Tian opened the chat channel, and indeed, the number of participants was rapidly dwindling. After all, elite monsters posed a considerable challenge for most teams. Within just 3 minutes of preparation time, the number of people in the trial chat plummeted from 1,300 to 500. Goodness. Fong Tian, take a look at the trial leaderboard. How is the leader of Xiongba accumulating points so swiftly? Not only has he secured the first position, but he has also distanced himself significantly from the second place. Fong Tian glanced at the screen. Moronli was currently in first place with an impressive score of 1,853 points, while the second place held only 1,204 points. Fong Tian himself had a mere 1,156 points, ranking 13th, and Lin Yu and the others were below 1,100, hovering around the 2040 mark. How is this possible? Lin Yu expressed his astonishment. Enough speculation. Here they come. Fong Tian quickly warned. 2 elite monsters charged towards them, but they were swiftly dealt with. Li Jin chuckled. So? The so-called frenzy mode means the monsters actively initiate their attacks. This is rather straightforward, isn't it? Another wave is coming. Lin Yu cautioned. We must eliminate them quickly. Monsters keep coming, and it won't be that easy. This so-called frenzy, while seemingly manageable, was a stark contrast to the previous situation where monsters remained passive. After defeating a batch, they could recuperate, thus not feeling fatigued. Now, with no respite, should they sustain injuries, there would be no time to recover. However, for Fang Tian's team, the elite monsters were still of a level too low to pose a significant threat. In the final 2 minutes, 2 boss monsters approached, flanking them from either side. I will draw them away. You handle the elite monsters. Let's conserve our strength for the ultimate trial, Fang Tian declared, swiftly breaking away from the team, using his bow to attract their ire, leading them deep into the jungle. With only a minute remaining, these 2 boss monsters were not particularly fast, so it should be manageable. As he ran, Fang Tian noticed someone charging towards him. Stay back. I have 2 behind me. Before he could finish, an unprecedented wave of blood-red light surged ahead. The intensity of this crimson glow, it was of the Lord level. Just as Fang Tian comprehended the gravity of the situation, he witnessed a gaping maw open before him, engulfing the person in one swift motion. It was an enormous red python, over 10 meters long. The scarlet giant python, a Lord-level creature with impenetrable skin, was exceedingly perilous. What to do? At this moment, Fang Tian was less than 10 meters away from the colossal serpent. It was too late to brake or change direction. He had no choice but to gamble. Fang Tian slightly reduced his speed, veering to the right, launching himself diagonally towards the giant python. The serpent tilted its head slightly to the left and lunged to bite. Fang Tian exerted himself, suddenly accelerating, narrowly evading the deadly strike. It must be said, this sudden acceleration is incredibly effective against long-range predictive attacks. Before Fang Tian could revel in his narrow escape, the giant python suddenly swung its tail toward him. Several trees along the way were mercilessly severed, the fiery serpent's tail rendering Fang Tian utterly defenseless. It was too swift. He barely had time to shield his chest with his hands before darkness engulfed him, and his body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. The sound of snapping branches echoed incessantly. Fang Tian was oblivious to how many trees he had crashed into before finally coming to a halt, landing heavily on the ground. Surprisingly, he felt little pain. His mind remained lucid, aware that he needed to rise and flee for his life. Yet, at that moment, he could not perceive the whereabouts of his body. The impact had been overwhelmingly severe, leaving him uncertain of how many pieces he might have fractured. In the depths of his despair, the gaping maw of the giant python loomed ominously before him. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped Fang Tian, causing the massive serpent to miss its strike. In his daze, he heard a sorrowful cry nearby. However, all Fang Tian could feel was excruciating pain, his vision blurred, rendering everything indistinct. The ultimate trial has commenced, lasting 60 minutes. Please adhere to the following rules. All survivor statuses have been restored, and the acceleration recovery feature within the trial arena has been disabled. Pressing the red button in the center of the current room will transport you to the challenge chamber. Pressing the green button allows survivors to exit the trial. Eliminating all monsters in the challenge chamber will return you to the current room, granting corresponding trial points. Failing to vanquish all monsters within 10 minutes will result in being returned to the bus, concluding the trial. The challenge's difficulty is determined by the number of attempts and the current number of survivors in the room. A surge of white light enveloped Fang Tian, and as it dissipated, all his agony vanished. He slowly opened his eyes to find Enrua with reddened eyes and his concerned teammates surrounding him. It's all right. Fang Tian attempted to move his body and managed to stand. Enrua suddenly leapt into his embrace, bursting into tears. It's fine, it's fine. He gently caressed her hair, offering soothing words. Fang Tian, did a train hit you? Xiaoyu mentioned that most of your bones are broken. Li Jin exclaimed from the side. Unfortunate luck. I encountered a Lord-level monster, and one hit did this to me. Fang Tian replied with a wry smile, surveying his surroundings. They found themselves in a pristine, expansive room with a table at its center, upon which rested a red and a green button. With only 1 hour. Let us recover and then begin the challenge, Lin Yu suggested, stepping forward to press the red button. Fang Tian nodded in agreement and proceeded to press the button as well, confident that the upcoming challenge would be manageable. The Jin siblings followed suit, and Enrua's, encouraged by Fang Tian's gaze, also pressed the button. As the white light flashed, they materialized in a forest. A pack of gray wolves encircled them from all directions. The difficulty proved to be relatively low. There were 10 gray wolves, all ordinary monsters. Within a minute, the battle concluded, and they returned to the initial room, each earning 10 trial points. Li Jin burst into laughter. 10 ordinary monsters. We should have only received 3 trial points each, yet we VE multiplied that significantly. This is fantastic. Let us continue. Time is of the essence. The second wave consisted of 15 ordinary monsters, which were swiftly vanquished within a minute, yielding 15 trial points. The third wave introduced 10 ordinary monsters and 5 elite ones, requiring 3 minutes to conquer, resulting in 40 trial points. The fourth wave comprised 10 ordinary monsters and 10 elite creatures, taking a bit longer, 5 minutes in total, and awarding 60 trial points. The fifth wave presented a challenge with 15 elite monsters, proving to be quite strenuous. Liu found himself inadvertently surrounded by 3 monsters, prompting Li Jin to rush to his aid. Both sustained minor injuries. Nonetheless, they managed to overcome the ordeal without significant peril, earning 80 trial points. Is everything all right? Fang Tian inquired. It's not a major issue, but we may not be able to participate in the upcoming challenges. Liu replied as he tended to the wounds of both himself and his brother. The forthcoming trials will only intensify. I wouldn't want to be a burden to you. Please take care of yourselves. Li Jin handed Fang Tian 2 items, 3 ebony pills and a small porcelain vial. Intrigued, Fang Tian asked, what are these? Healing potions? The black pills are my invention, the leg-stretching staring pills, meant for you, Li Jin declared with pride. Fang Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you certain these are safe to consume? Rest assured, they won't be fatal. These pills provide a brief boost of energy and alleviate fatigue, but their effects last only about 40 minutes afterwards. One will experience a state of doubled fatigue. The vial contains a toxin I have refined, which can be applied to weapons to corrode the bodies of monsters. Why didn't you produce this sooner? Fang Tian questioned. Brother, the materials are exceedingly rare. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that this poison will be effective against monsters of leader rank or higher. With that, Li Jin and Liu pressed the green button together, exiting the trial. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed the red button. 6 elite monsters and 2 leader-level monsters. Chapter 44. The final challenger Fang Tian and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, realizing they were in a bit of trouble. The difficulty had escalated far too rapidly. First, eliminate the elites. Fang Tian charged ahead, seizing the opportunity before the monsters could encircle them, swiftly dispatching 1 elite creature with a single strike. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Enruo coordinated seamlessly, quickly taking down another. In no time, Fang Tian and Lin Yu each engaged a formidable boss monster, while Enruo unleashed a flurry of arrows, drawing the remaining elite creatures away. Due to their injuries, Fang Tian and Lin Yu played cautiously, focusing on evasion and attrition. However, Fang Tian soon noticed Enruo was in distress. This challenge area was confined within a cave, leaving her with little room to maneuver. After eliminating 2 elite monsters, she found herself cornered by the last 2. Panic surged through Fang Tian as he took a bold risk, closing in on the boss monster he was battling. Locking eyes with it, the oppressive aura of his killing eye unfurled. Though his current prowess was insufficient to intimidate the boss, it was enough to momentarily stun it. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Fang Tian unleashed a fiery strike, piercing the creature's heart. Once the boss was vanquished, Fang Tian immediately rushed towards Enruo, only to discover she had deftly dispatched 1 elite monster with a small dagger. He quickly caught up and eliminated the last elite creature. United, the 3 of them swiftly overcame the final boss, returning to the initial chamber. This round of challenges earned them a remarkable 180 trial points. Wow, your blade can ignite flames? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It's a skill, but overuse can lead to repercussions, so I generally refrain from it, Fang Tian explained, glancing at Enruo and noticing something amiss. Enruo, have you been injured? Enruo, clutching her left arm, nodded. I was struck by a monster, but it's merely a surface wound. Fang Tian approached her, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a bruise on her fair arm. You should withdraw from the trial. It will only grow more perilous. Wait for me outside. Enruo obediently nodded. Be careful, Tian Gu. After Enruo departed, Lin Yu regarded the spot where she vanished, his expression slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Where did that young lady learn her skills? Huh? Is there something special? Fang Tian pondered. It's probably just standard self-defense techniques for women, right? No, Lin Yu shook his head. Her techniques appear to be refined traditional martial arts, but her attributes are too low to fully realize them. In fact, a few of her moves were particularly exquisite. It must be a family legacy of some sort. Fang Tian had sensed Enruo was not as simple as she seemed, yet he thought little of it as he glanced at the trial channel. At that moment, only a handful of participants remained in the trial arena. The current rankings showed Moron Li leading with 2,103 points, Fang Tian in second with 1,512 points, and Lin Yu in fifth with 1,438 points. How on earth does he manage that? Fang Tian couldn't help but marvel. He must be capitalizing on others' kills, swooping in for the finishing blows. This time, He is attempting to salvage his reputation by claiming the kills you secured. If you manage to surpass him today, it would undoubtedly deal him a significant blow. Fang Tian chuckled bitterly. There's a difference of nearly 600 points. It's not that simple. There is still a chance. If we push through a few more rounds, we might catch up. I'm not sure how long we can hold on. Fang Tian glanced at the time. Noting there was still half an hour remaining, he swallowed a stamina-boosting pill and tossed one to Lin Yu. The two felt rejuvenated and resumed the trial. 2 boss monsters and 4 elite monsters awaited them. As their numbers dwindled, the total number of monsters decreased correspondingly. Fang Tian and Lin Yu fought strategically, their coordination improving with each encounter, often launching simultaneous attacks to dispatch an elite monster. Before long, all elite monsters were vanquished. In a 2v2 scenario, they found the battle increasingly manageable, swiftly eliminating the 2 boss monsters and securing 210 trial points. Fang Tian glanced at the leaderboard. Moron Li was at 2,283 points, but he had already exited the trial. Fang Tian had reached 1,732 points, while Lin Yu surged to 3rd place with 1,648 points. At that moment, only a few remained in the trial arena, while outside, a battered Moron Li commanded his subordinates to fervently promote in the chat channel. Did you see that? This is the might of our leader, dominating with 2,283 points. The Xiangba team is recruiting. Minimum requirement: Level 2 public transport vehicles. Any trash can scram. Level 3 vehicles are exempt from joining fees. What is the big deal? ISNT at just about trial points? What is so impressive? I refuse to bow to you. Fang Tian hasn't exited yet. Just wait. Your leader South 1st place ISNT secure yet. Ha ha ha. With a gap of over 500 points. How could he possibly catch up? Unbeknownst to Fang Tian, he was entangled in a fierce battle against a dozen robots in an assembly line factory, comprising 2 boss level and 10 elite level foes. The overwhelming numbers, coupled with the robots' innate resilience, rendered non-lethal attacks ineffective at interrupting their actions. And to slay the steel-bodied robots with a single blow was no simple feat. Their weak point is at the nape. Fang Tian urged Lin Yu, who acknowledged and sought an opportunity to maneuver behind, striking an elite robot in the nape with his sword, finally dismantling one. Fang Tian, channeling his strength, delivered 2 swift strikes, decapitating another robot. The dragon's roar, being a green-tier weapon, was considerably sharper than typical armaments, barely breaching the robot's defenses. With all elite monsters eliminated, the remaining 2 bosses became more manageable. Lin Yu would draw their aggro while Fang Tian would wait for the right moment to attack from behind. Through their harmonious cooperation, they finally dispatched one. However, to their astonishment, the other robot abruptly ceased its assault, standing motionless. Reacting swiftly, both seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable point. Just then, the robot began to tremble violently. This doesn't look good. Take cover, Fang Tian warned. Lin Yu sensed the same urgency, and they dashed toward the only nearby cover, a sturdy steel pillar. Fang Tian's speed was slightly swifter. As he just managed to conceal himself behind a pillar, he was met with a thunderous explosion. Flames, mingled with countless shards of steel, scattered across the expanse, nearly engulfing the entire area. Fortunately, Fang Tian's refuge behind the pillars spared him from peril. Shortly thereafter, he heard the notification of a kill, and in a flash, he was transported back to the initial space. In such a cataclysmic explosion, Lin Yu, without any cover, he dared not dwell on it. Lin Yu, Fang Tian called out anxiously. From a short distance, Lin Yu's voice drifted back. He lay quietly on the ground. Fang Tian hurried over and saw that Lin Yu's clothing had been seared by intense heat, and several gashes marred his back, blood flowing profusely. I miscalculated. I didn't anticipate a self-detonation. Thankfully, I managed to drop down in time. Cough, cough. Fang Tian helped him to the button nearby. With such injuries, he could no longer fight. I'll assist you with a basic treatment. It will be difficult for you to apply medicine on your own back. Fang Tian hesitated momentarily. Lin Yu forced a smile. This is nothing I cannot handle. I will go ahead. You must hurry, but do not overexert yourself. With that, he pressed the green button and exited the trial with a score of 1948. Ranking 3rd overall. At that moment, Fang Tian found himself solitary in the vast trial arena. His score had surged to 2032 points, igniting a frenzy in the external regional chat room. Fang Tian has reached 2032 points. He'll soon surpass Xiongba. Dream on. His teammates have all withdrawn. He is alone now. Does he still wish to persist? He should prepare to give up. I will always believe in Fang Tian. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, the prominent figures from various teams within the region were closely monitoring Fang Tian's score. Xiongba and his allies hoped for Fang Tian's failure, ideally wishing for his demise within. Conversely, the other teams yearned for Fang Tian to seize victory. After all, Xiongba's power had become deeply entrenched, making it exceedingly difficult to surpass him. They would not dare to risk confrontation with Xiongba until they had sufficiently developed. Fa Tian was the only one capable of containing Xiongba's influence at present. Noticing the encouragement messages flooding in from the leaders of the teams he had previously collaborated with, Fa Tian quickly grasped their intentions. He chose not to expose them, exchanged a few polite words, and then pressed the red button once more. Chapter 45. The formidable Lord-level Fa Tian gazed upon the three grotesque monsters, murmuring to himself. Three leader monsters. It seems I must not hold back. Since his last upgrade to the third level of the Azure Eyes, he had one opportunity left to enhance the Dragon's Whisper. However, with the imminent participation in the trial of tens of thousands, he wished not to reveal his capabilities too soon in front of others. Now, with no one else around and uncertain of his ability to defeat the three leader monsters, it was time to upgrade. Fa Tian focused his gaze upon the Dragon's Whisper. This blue weapon, invulnerable and capable of slicing through steel like butter, was enveloped in a radiant blue aura. As the brilliance faded, the blade shimmered with a cold light, and the dragon patterns on its body seemed to come alive, gracefully shifting. Indeed, it had been upgraded. The three leader monsters charged towards him, with the foremost being the copper-armored corpse he had previously encountered. Fa Tian seized the initiative, delivering a diagonal slash to its neck. The copper-armored corpse raised its arm to defend, but with a crisp sound, its forearm was severed. The onslaught of the Dragon's Whisper did not relent. Another swift strike, and the head of the copper-armored corpse fell to the ground. The creature that had once posed a formidable challenge was now easily dispatched with a single blow. Fa Tian laughed heartily. The remaining two leader monsters were not speed-oriented and posed little difficulty. In less than 3 minutes, all three were vanquished. This exemplifies the significance of weaponry. Before the might of the Dragon's Whisper, the defenses of leader-level monsters became inconsequential, leaving only speed types as potential threats to Fa Tian. The three leader monsters bestowed upon Fa Tian 450 trial points, elevating his total score to 2,482 points, surpassing Muronli to claim the first position. This left not only Muronli infuriated, but also ignited a frenzy in the chat channel. Wow, he truly did it. Goodness, while I believed he could achieve this, it was remarkably swift. Where's Xiongba go? Why isn't he barking? Unbelievably strong. How did he manage this? Look, he hasn't retreated. He continues to challenge. My heavens, what does he intend to do? At this moment, however, Fa Tian felt a twinge of regret. He had only considered attempting another challenge upon noticing that there were only 10 minutes left in the trial. In the previous round, he faced 3. This round, if it were 4 leader monsters, he felt little pressure. Even if there were 5, as long as the speed types were not numerous, he would be confident. Yet, he did not anticipate that this time, he would face but a single foe. A lord level. The venomous giant crab, a lord-level creature hailing from the depths of the Ink Sea, was enveloped in poisonous spiked armor, possessing pincers capable of effortlessly severing steel and capable of spewing toxic bubbles. As Fa Tian beheld the enormous crab, roughly the size of a bus, charging towards him, he turned and fled. He would not forget the damage inflicted by the previous lord-level monster. He only hoped to endure these last 10 minutes. Should he fail the trial, he would be safely transported back to the bus. The sound of crunching claws drew ever closer. The sudden cessation of the snapping sound made Fa Tian's heart leap, prompting him to instinctively roll to the left. With a resounding crash, a massive claw plunged deeply into the spot where he had just stood. Fortunately, his innate combat talent endowed him with swift reflexes, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. A searing pain shot through his left arm. Though he had evaded the direct assault, he was still grazed by the barbed hairs on the claw, which evidently bore venom. However, with a 90 resistance to toxins, Fa Tian deemed the situation manageable. Glancing up, he noticed another imposing claw poised to strike. Continuing forward would mean entering the water, a perilous endeavor against such a formidable foe. With a surge of determination, Fa Tian charged directly at it. The giant crab once again missed its mark, seeing Fa Tian rush towards it. It retreated a couple of steps before raising its massive claw once more. In that moment, Fa Tian suddenly realized that beneath the creature lay a vulnerable attack zone. Its claws could not reach him there. Though the space beneath the crab was limited to a small area directly under its mouth, the behaviors of monsters in this realm followed a certain logic. A crab attempting to lower its claws to feed would certainly lack the speed to catch him, allowing him to evade with ease. Indeed, upon reaching the space beneath the crab, it began to retreat, searching for a better angle. Yet, its retreat was sluggish. By the time it finally managed to lift its claw to attack, Fa Tian had already positioned himself beneath it. Seeing the massive claw once again miss its target emboldened Fa Tian. who took the opportunity to turn back and deliver a fierce strike with his blade while the claw remained suspended. With a resounding clang, he felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, yet the claw only bore a small fissure from the blow. How resilient! Even the upgraded dragon's roar could not breach its defenses. However, considering the previous encounter with the gigantic python, it was only natural, despite being of the same lord-level status. This crab's attack range was considerably limited, thus its defensive capabilities were correspondingly stronger. With only 8 minutes remaining, it seemed unrealistic to expect to slay this creature. Suddenly, an idea struck him: poison. Fong Tian's spirits lifted as he poured the toxin given by Li Jin onto the dragon's roar. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a fiery slash upon the giant claw. This time, a gaping wound the width of an arm emerged. After 15 seconds, once the flames had cooled, Fong Tian mimicked his previous action, creating another wound on the opposing claw. Curiously, after using the flames, the black venom on the dragon's roar vanished entirely, and the giant crab exhibited no signs of poisoning. Could it be that the flames neutralized the toxins? In reality, certain snake venoms do indeed lose their potency under high temperatures. Was it necessary for this scenario to be so realistic? Fong Tian could only pour the remaining venom onto the dragon's roar once more, then sought an opportunity to plunge it into the 2 wounds. This time, a reaction ensued. Dark liquid began to seep from the fissures, and the crab's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Fong Tian, however, was not without his own discomfort. Having employed the fiery technique once already, he now felt the toll of using it thrice, leading to considerable mental fatigue. He felt a heaviness in his head. Were it not for the life and death stakes at hand, he would have gladly lain down for a much-needed rest. Suddenly, the giant crab's movements came to an abrupt halt. Fong Tian, taken aback, looked up to assess the situation. Before him, the colossal crab's massive mandibles churned wildly, expelling countless inky bubbles. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared within a dense cluster of these bubbles, which then burst one after another. A viscous, dark liquid splattered everywhere, staining Fong Tian entirely in black. The pungent, fishy odor invaded his nostrils, and he was immediately overcome by a wave of dizziness. Poisonous. Yet, how could a creature of such a formidable rank be easily subdued? The so-called blind spot beneath it was merely an illusion, should anyone truly seek refuge there. The toxic foam would ensure their demise without a trace. However, Fong Tian merely chuckled. He feared many things, but poison was not one of them. The Mankujuha was not to be trifled with lightly. Chapter 46. The wind direction. Fong Tian, while attentively monitoring his position, retrieved a bottle of purified water from his backpack to cleanse the dark stains from his face. Taking a deep breath, he noted only a slight dizziness. The poison was entirely bearable. At that moment, the speed of the colossal crab's pincers had significantly diminished, and Fong Tian patiently awaited the right moment. 5 minutes passed. Then 1 minute. Indeed, relying on this poison to slay a lord-level creature was utterly unrealistic. The sole function of the toxin was to substantially reduce the speed of the giant pincers, posing no threat to its life. The giant claw missed its target once again. Now was the moment. Fong Tian leapt onto the giant claw, allowing it to elevate him into the air. As the distance closed, he sprang with all his might, landing firmly atop the giant crab's head. Positioned within the creature's attack range, the crab lifted its massive pincers to strike. Fong Tian, with renewed vigor, leapt once more, evading the blow while igniting flames from his weapon, the dragoness roar. With a fierce cry, Fong Tian summoned every ounce of strength, driving the dragoness roar forcefully into the crab's brain. This strike was undoubtedly fatal, causing the giant crab to thrash wildly. Fong Tian clung tightly to the hilt, and as the creature writhed, the blade stirred within its brain, hastening its demise. Finally, ding! Congratulations, host, on your first kill of a lord-level creature, earning 1,000 experience points and 5 slaughter points. A flash of white light enveloped Fong Tian as he found himself back on the bus, exceeding the limits of his fiery abilities. Coupled with the effects of the poison and the waning influence of the stamina-enhancing potion, Fong Tian had reached a state of utter exhaustion. In a daze, he caught sight of Xiao Ai beside him and murmured, "Cure me." Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the entire world trembled due to his actions. The recent lord-level creature had bestowed upon him a remarkable 1,500 trial points. And as the sole survivor in this region to have slain a lord-level monster, he received an additional 500 points, bringing his total to an impressive 482 points. Previously, when Fong Tian surpassed Muron Li in points, many had watched with a sense of schadenfreude, yet a portion still supported Fong Tian. However, when his score of 482 emerged, exceeding Muron Li's by a factor of 2, a subtle shift occurred in the chatroom's atmosphere. Incredible. 482 points. That has 4 times my score. Where is Xiongba now? Is he silent? This guy has double the points of your leader. How on earth did he achieve this? Why did his final blow yield so many points? Could it be that he truly killed a Lord-level creature? How is that possible? Our entire squad nearly faced annihilation against a single Lord-level monster. Exactly. And he was alone. Fang Tian, our leader, come out and speak with us. Xiongba's followers are silent now. Indeed, where is our leader? Fang Tian, do you possess a secret? Please, enlighten us. Yes. The weather is growing increasingly hot. I can hardly endure it any longer. Please, share your wisdom with us. My dear leader, do speak up. Today is a momentous occasion, and it would be splendid to celebrate with a generous distribution of ice. Indeed, we are all rallying behind you, even casting our barbs at the tyrant. A little bit of ice would surely bring cheer to everyone. A bunch of fools. Don't be so naive, they merely regard you as fodder. How could they possibly offer you anything for free? With all the attention he is currently garnering, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, he has no time to spare for you. Spare yourself the delusion and prepare for slumber. This ice-making contraption can produce 5 ice cubes from a single bottle of water. Yet he dares to sell you 6 bottles of water for 5 ice cubes. It's quite clear he thinks you are gullible. Astonishingly, there are still so many dimwits unwaveringly devoted to him. Indeed, when you think about it, he merely puts on a faade of charm, but in reality, he is no different from those unscrupulous merchants. How ludicrous. Is securing first place in the trial grounds truly something to boast about? As if he could dismiss us. Without our patronage, he is nothing. Yet, one cannot dismiss the fact that everyone here seeks to maximize their own interests for survival. Although our esteemed leader has profited from us, his offerings are undeniably more affordable than those of others. Quite right. Moreover, our leader possesses a commendable character today. In the trial grounds, when our party nearly faced annihilation at the hands of a fearsome leader monster, he valiantly led a rescue. Oh my, already, there are sycophants defending Fang Tian. What benefits has he bestowed upon you to elicit such loyalty? If you possess the courage, step forward and elucidate. Are you now silent because you know your argument lacks merit? In truth, one must pity the Xiongba convoy, as they have fallen prey to this scoundrel. I have heard he has already ambushed and slain many. Indeed, look at Fang Tian, the number of lives he has extinguished is staggering. He displays a chilling nonchalance in his actions. Fueled by the machinations of those with ulterior motives, Fang Tian's once stellar reputation has gradually devolved into that of a selfish, avaricious merchant. Even when a few discerning individuals attempt to defend him, their voices are swiftly drowned out by a chorus of vitriol. The sweltering heat coupled with the treacherous environment leaves everyone in a state of agitation. Initially, Xiongba was the target of scorn, yet now they have fallen silent. Consequently, those who dare to speak on behalf of Fang Tian have become the new focus of ire. Meanwhile, the unconscious Fang Tian has not graced the channel with his presence, further validating the assertions of those who harbor guilty consciences. In any case, it is all anonymous. Venting frustration is of no consequence. Previously, one could speak ill of Xiongba without fear of retribution, and now, criticizing Fang Tian comes with even less concern for retaliation. The instigator of this turmoil, Morongli, now reclines leisurely in his private carriage, calmly directing his underlings and stoking the flames of discord. In the channel of the Dark Moon convoy established by Dong Jian, a voice calls out, "Leader, shall we step in and redirect the animosity back toward Xiongba? It is too late. Our single convoy lacks the strength. We could reach out to other convoys for support. Let us refrain from hasty actions. The situation remains unclear. Other convoys are merely competitors with Xiongba and may not be trustworthy. So we are to sit idly by." Alas, as the mighty Xiongba team appeared to be on the brink of suffering a significant setback, they unexpectedly employed a strategy that minimized the impact of their defeat while simultaneously tarnishing Fang Tian's reputation. It is understandable, given that Xiongba had previously been perceived as the malevolent dragon, eliciting animosity from all quarters. In recent days, Fang Tian had basked in the limelight, which led many to feel a sense of imbalance. Coupled with the covert manipulation by Xiongba's members, such a situation was entirely plausible. Consequently, surpassing Xiongba has become a considerably more arduous task. However, let us not be hasty. This may not be entirely detrimental to us. Fang Tian's animosity towards Xiongba was never particularly profound, and after eliminating a few of their members, he might find himself swayed by compassion. This latest turn of events only serves to exacerbate the situation, and we shall simply observe the unfolding drama. Our leader's wisdom is commendable. By the way, have you managed to prepare the gift I arranged for Fang Tian? Chapter 47. Agile to the maximum. The destroyer mode has been activated. Destroyers will randomly appear during operation hours. Please eliminate any appearing destroyers swiftly or they will damage the vehicles. The trial market is now open. Survivors may exchange their trial points for various resources at any time. The temperature is expected to rise to a maximum of 50 degrees today, persisting for 10 days. All survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. The weapon upgrading feature has been enabled. Survivors can enhance their equipment at the workbench. Fong Tian was roused from his slumber by the broadcast, feeling neither severely injured nor in pain, but rather excessively fatigued and somewhat poisoned. After consuming an antidote and enjoying a full night's rest, he felt invigorated. Xiao Ai, here. Xiao Ai brought over a bucket of instant noodles. The delicious aroma made Fong Tian's stomach growl, and he eagerly seized the bowl, devouring it hungrily. Once satiated, he accessed the trial store to review his score. 482 points. Furthermore, the top 50 survivors in the trial points ranking would receive additional rewards, and Fong Tian's reward was 10 trial treasure chests. The trial market was brimming with valuable items, offering nearly all materials, even including rare items such as space gems and spirit stones. Additionally, there were surprisingly beginner-level combat techniques and shooting skills available. However, both skill books required 2,000 trial points each, making them unaffordable for most. The most cost-effective option was undoubtedly the various attribute potions, available for just 500 points each. Quite a bargain. After careful consideration, Fong Tian opted to exchange for 8 speed potions. With his Dragon Roar Blade already being a blue-tier equipment, he lacked for damage output. The greatest advantage lay in speed and endurance, with speed evidently surpassing endurance in importance. As for mental strength, it currently only served to enhance the power of the fire sword technique. Moreover, with his tenacious will skill, a higher agility would not significantly diminish his mental capacity. After the exchange, he was left with 282 trial points, insufficient for any valuable materials. So he decided to retain them. Fong Tian swallowed each speed potion one by one, only to furrow his brow afterward. The first 2 potions increased his agility by 3 points each, but the next 3 only granted 2 points, and the final 3 merely added 1 point each. In total, the 7 speed potions only augmented his agility by 15 points, a significant loss. He was aware that the efficacy of attribute potions diminishes with each subsequent use. But he had not anticipated such a drastic reduction. It seemed that these attribute potions were only effective for the first 10 doses, yielding effects of 433, 322, 2111. He suspected that further consumption of speed potions would grant him no additional points. Feeling a tinge of regret, he thought that had he known this beforehand, he should have purchased several of each type. Now, his agility had reached 34 points, and his mental strength had similarly risen to 26. His speed would undoubtedly allow him to excel, and with the increase in mental strength, he should be able to execute the fire sword technique more frequently. Having slain numerous bosses and adversaries in the trial grounds, his kill count had risen to 39, bringing him closer to upgrading his Crimson Eyes. In the trial arena, there exists no concept of exploration. The experience gained is minimal, with only a mere 1,000 points awarded upon vanquishing the Lord. There remains a considerable distance for the upgrade on the side of the Azurite. All trial chests were promptly opened, and as expected, the treasures bestowed by the system were rather lackluster. Out of 10 chests, only a blueprint for an ice maker and a spirit stone were obtained, the rest being a hodgepodge of materials. Naturally, the blueprint for the ice maker was crafted immediately. The low-tier ice maker produces a mere 500 ice blocks per day, which is better than nothing. Having concluded his tasks, Fong Tian stretched lazily and strolled towards the warehouse, preparing to shelve today's ice blocks. Upon glancing at the chat channel, he discovered an abundance of private messages from his friends. It appeared that yesterday's trial had left them quite shaken, amusingly so. As he opened a couple of messages, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Many of the messages seemed to be attempts at self-comfort. After scrutinizing for a while and then perusing the chat hall, he finally grasped what had transpired in the chat the previous night. He was not naive. It was evident that the faction led by Xiong Ba was instigating trouble from behind the scenes. Observing the fools being led astray in the channel, Fong Tian could hardly contain his laughter, his irritation almost turning to amusement. Why is this Fong Tian so silent? He has the patience of a saint. They may have been quiet, but his hired hands were certainly busy whitewashing him. Let us unite. Do not purchase his goods. Let him struggle. Are you all deranged? If you truly provoke Fong Tian, none of you will have ice blocks to buy. What a plethora of fools in this channel. A few words of provocation, and they are turned into pawns. Being a pawn is still better than being a dog. Such spineless wretches. Fong Tian could hardly be bothered with their nonsense and promptly listed his surplus ice blocks. Thanks to the new ice maker, he was able to list 1,300 ice blocks today. He set the price at 1,200 ice blocks, increasing by 1 unit of water for every 5 blocks. Feel free to insult me. I can comprehend being foolish or malicious. However, have some dignity. Insulting me while still purchasing my ice is rather shameless. Additionally, every day, 10 non-anonymous individuals who engage and articulate banter in the chat will receive a reward of 10 ice blocks each. Upon hearing Fong Tian's declaration, the chat room fell silent for 30 seconds. The ice blocks on the shelves were swiftly cleared. Once they were gone, the chat erupted into a frenzy. What the heck? The prices have risen. It's all your fault, you bunch of fools. You've angered the great Fong Tian. Haha. Luckily, I spoke truthfully. Fong Tian personally sent me 10 ice blocks. Oh no, I didn't manage to grab any. How will I endure today? Brothers upstairs, stay strong by more water. And if it's unbearable, take a shower. This weather is truly sweltering. What is the big deal? It's just a few measly ice blocks. Our leader more only said that every day, 10 non-anonymous individuals who insult Fong Tian in the chat will receive 10 ice blocks each. Fong Tian couldn't help but chuckle, replying in the channel, indeed, come forth. Aside from the dogs of Xiongba, anyone else who dares to non-anonymously insult me. Not only will Xiongba provide you with 10 ice blocks, but I shall also grant you 50. With this proclamation, the channel fell silent once more. Cursing anonymously may be acceptable, but to do so without anonymity, is that not akin to courting disaster? With Fong Tian's wealth and influence, a mere decree for a manhunt would suffice to deter anyone from daring to venture forth. Noticing the silence from those around him, Fong Tian chose to disregard them and engaged in a private conversation with his close friends. They continued their dialogue until lunchtime, and only after concluding their discussions did he turn to the leaders of the various car teams to exchange pleasantries. The demeanor of these team leaders was predominantly ambiguous, offering nothing more than hollow words of comfort and a semblance of justice. However, one leader, named Gu Xian, exhibited genuine sincerity. After exchanging only a few formalities, he directly rallied his team members in the chat channel to support Fong Tian. You are not quite fulfilling your role as a leader, Fong Tian couldn't help but retort. Gu Xian replied swiftly, what is the matter? This situation has been instigated by Xiongba. You cannot be oblivious to that. Is it worth offending Xiongba for someone like me, a mere loner? Even if you comprehend the situation, there is still a need for reason. We have not directly opposed Xiongba. We merely spoke a few words of fairness. Very well. In light of your statement, I shall waive the special materials we previously agreed upon. I'm not seeking that. After this exchange, Gu Xian sent a mail, which turned out to be a stamina pill. Seeing his gesture, Fong Tian felt it inappropriate to say anything further, so he expressed his gratitude and accepted the gift. With this, his stamina rose to 15 points. The vehicle is about to come to a stop. Please secure yourself and hold on to the handrails. You have arrived at the safe zone of the rural homestead. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Chapter 48. The plunder mode. Fong Tian silently surveyed his surroundings. A simple farmhouse courtyard, devoid of anything but a few trees. After searching the premises, he discovered only the most basic materials. No hidden maps, no blueprints. The only solace was a well in the backyard, indicating that he could only resort to manual labor and replenish some water. With a sigh, Fong Tian crafted a batch of wooden buckets and set off to fetch water. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and the warehouse was now stocked with a considerable amount of ordinary water. Due to the sweltering heat, the demand for ice was overwhelming. Those who could not procure ice had no choice but to settle for untreated water, enduring the discomfort or opting for a quick wash. Consequently, the price of ordinary water remained quite favorable. As the expedition concluded and vehicle operations commenced, the onboard announcement officially declared the initiation of the destroyer mode. Fong Tian, exercising caution, relocated all equipment from the bus compartment to the private section. He stationed Xiao He at the entrance, while he himself held the Longyin in a state of readiness. Before long, a pitch-black portal appeared at the entrance. The passengers who had boarded were startled, screaming and scrambling towards the rear of the vehicle. Emerging from the portal were 5 humanoid monsters wielding various weapons. Cloaked in darkness, they bore twisted horns and tails reminiscent of cattle, embodying a quintessential demonic visage. These destroyers relished in chaos and required swift eradication. As the portal vanished, it seemed no further monsters would emerge. However, Fong Tian glanced back in perplexity, as he thought he had caught a glimpse of some words flickering at the corner of his eye. Without time to ponder, the 5 monsters began to assault the vehicle. Fong Tian hastily charged forward with Xiao He, engaging in combat with the creatures wielding Longyin. These so-called destroyers were not particularly formidable. They were slightly stronger than ordinary monsters, but paled in comparison to elite foes. Soon enough, the monsters were vanquished, their bodies dissolving into shadowy remnants. The passengers who had retreated to the rear of the vehicle felt a wave of relief and returned to their seats. For average players, this might have posed a challenge. However, for Fang Tian, the difficulty was laughable, an utter waste of time. The destruction wrought by this wave of destroyers was minimal, with Fang Tian expending only a trivial amount of resources for repairs. He scanned the bus with a contemplative expression, noting the chat channel had dwindled from 6,023 participants to 6,012, suggesting the destroyers posed little threat indeed. Yet, a handful of slower players lamented in the chat, reporting significant damage to their vehicles and the high cost of repairs. Many voiced grievances, asserting that this destroyer mode existed solely to deplete their resources, with no rewards for vanquishing these foes. Approximately 2 hours later, another dark portal illuminated the surroundings, this time revealing only 4 destroyers. Fang Tian effortlessly dispatched them. However, this time, a more peculiar expression adorned his face. Upon glancing at the chat channel, it became evident that each individual had varying intervals and quantities of monster spawns. Some had experienced but a single wave, while others had already encountered 3. After taking a brief sip of water, Fang Tian ceased to monitor the chat and gently closed his eyes, seeking a moment of tranquility. Over an hour later, the portal's glow illuminated once more. Fang Tian's eyes flew open, yet instead of directing his gaze towards the portal, he fixated intently on a passenger to his left. This individual, like the others, made a hasty retreat towards the back of the vehicle upon the portal's emergence. However, Fang Tian's keen observation revealed something suspicious. One of the man's hands was concealed within his sleeve. At the instant this fellow began to cast a spell, Fang Tian discerned the fleeting text above his head. Raider summons destroyers for plunder, proficient in spatial and mental magic, yet physically frail. It was this individual orchestrating the portal. Were it not for his insight, the myriad passengers aboard would have remained oblivious to the portal's appearance. Maintaining his composure, Fang Tian eliminated all the destroyers before gradually approaching the summoner. The man's attire bore little distinction from the other passengers, wrapped in a scarf and mask, a common garb for desert dwellers. As Fang Tian drew near, the man feigned ignorance, pretending not to see him. The frantic movement of his eyes confirmed Fang Tian's suspicions. Without further hesitation, flames erupted from Fang Tian's blade as he swiftly struck downwards. With a sharp clang, the blade halted mere inches from the raider, and a ripple surged through the air, echoing a sound akin to shattering glass. A magical shield? Before Fang Tian could launch another assault, the raider's hand emerged from his sleeve, clutching a delicate staff. With a flick of the staff, Fang Tian felt a buzzing in his head, rendering him dizzy and barely able to stand. The raider let out a hearty laugh and opened a portal with a wave, stepping into it. In the next heartbeat, the laughter ceased. A cold blade protruded from his chest, and the portal vanished into thin air. Fang Tian rubbed his temples, muttering, "So he can also attack mentally. Thankfully, my mind is strong." Upon the raider's body dissipating, a scroll materialized in its place. Fang Tian hurried over to inspect it. Raider scroll, usable within operational time. Activates a 3-hour plunder mode. The effect ends after a successful plunder, with an additional consumption of 50 fuel. What could this mean? Could it be that one could plunder other players? Fang Tian opened the chat channel, eager to see if anyone else had encountered this item. Yet, after a thorough search, he found no mention of it. It appeared that without the insight, the average individual would struggle to uncover such details. While he found no information regarding the raider, he did encounter numerous expletives hurled by Xiongba's team, alongside some mindless followers echoing their sentiments, inciting Fang Tian's ire as he found himself increasingly perplexed. In a moment of reckless resolve, he activated the plunder mode. The bus suddenly accelerated, and the internal announcement followed suit. Plunder mode activated, target locked. Closing in within 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Fang Tian indeed beheld a bus appear in the distance, its rear emblazoned with the owner's name. This individual was familiar to Fang Tian, having previously conversed with him in the chat channel, even sending him 10 ice blocks, a memory that lingered vividly. Should we forcefully halt other vehicles for plunder? Fang Tian hurriedly approached the control screen and selected no. Abandon the current target. The next target has been locked in and will be approached in 5 minutes. Seeing the name inspired a thought. Fang Tian opened a private chat with Dongjian. Send me the list. Xiongba. Fang Tian smirked, recognizing that he had indeed come prepared. This fellow was no ordinary character. He anticipated Fang Tian's request for the list. Right. Why wait until after the adventure is over? Please hold on. Soon. The roster of Xiongba's convoy was sent over. XXX is one of mine. Please do not mistakenly harm him. Understood. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Fang Tian's mouth. Xiongba, today we shall have some fun. Chapter 49. The highway robbery, it was not meant to be. Change it again. Fang Tian sighed. He had consecutively locked onto more than 20 targets, yet none belonged to the formidable Xiongba. Upon reflection, it made sense. There were still 6,000 individuals in the channel, and Xiongba currently commanded a level 3 team, comprising fewer than 80 members. The odds of encountering one were undeniably low. Before long, the bus locked onto another target. Fong Tian checked the list and chuckled heartily. He had finally caught one. Would you like to forcefully stop other vehicles for looting? Yes. The unfortunate individual suddenly heard the announcement over the bus intercom. Robbers are approaching. Trading functions have been suspended. If you are unable to resist, you may seek refuge in the private cabin, where your safety is guaranteed. What is going on? The individual was utterly bewildered and glanced outside the window. He saw a bus abruptly overtake him, followed by a sharp right turn that blocked his path. The rear of the vehicle displayed the owner's name, Fong Tian. Before he could comprehend the situation, the vehicle ahead slammed to a halt, forcing his car to a stop. Almost immediately, a figure leaped from the front vehicle, brandishing a knife and advancing menacingly. The hapless youth, clearly flustered, hurriedly messaged for assistance in the team channel. Boss, I've been forced to stop by Fong Tian. What kind of robber is he? What should I do? What? Be clearer. I have no idea what's happening. He has already halted my bus and is trying to smash the door. What is going on? How could he find you? You must be delirious. After hacking at the door with his weapon several times, Fong Tian was drenched in sweat. The oppressive 50-degree heat outside was unbearable. Taking a few sips from his ice water to cool down, he suddenly noticed the vehicle's window opening, and the passenger drew a bow, aiming at him. Fong Tian swiftly darted to the front of the bus, evading the angle of fire. Before the archer could react, he stowed away his weapon and drew forth his own bow. Peering ahead, he released an arrow with precision. The arrow struck the individual in the left arm, causing him to retreat in haste. Competing with my archery skills? Fong Tian scoffed, redoubling his efforts to batter down the door. Shortly after, with a resounding crash, the door was completely destroyed. Fong Tian leaped onto the bus, surveying his surroundings. The only occupants were passengers cowering in fear, while the driver had likely retreated to the safety of the private cabin. Having read the looting instructions, Fong Tian understood that he could not breach the private cabin. With a sly grin, he retrieved an axe from his backpack. Let the revelry commence. The vehicle has been commandeered by robbers, if occupied for 5 minutes. The looting will be deemed successful, and the robbers will receive 50 of the owner's supplies. Looting successful, the robbers have departed. The two vehicles have separated. Normal operations have resumed. Cursing vehemently from within the private cabin, the individual realized that half of his hard-earned supplies had vanished. Once assured of his safety, he opened the private cabin door and was instantly rendered speechless. The entire carriage lay in disarray, every window shattered, and the seats and interior devastated by axe strikes. The second-level bus was in a more deplorable state than the first. On the sole intact control screen, a note was affixed, inscribed with 6 characters: retreat from Xiongba, ensure safety. Gazing at his arrow-pierced arm, the ravaged carriage, and the half-empty warehouse, he let out a bitter laugh and numbly shared his plight in the convoy channel. Panic surged through the channel. No one wanted to become the next victim. Brother, this time the convoy will compensate for your losses. No need to worry. We will soon upgrade to a level 4 convoy. I've gathered information from other regional convoys. A level 4 convoy can activate the grouping function, allowing comrades to act together, thus avoiding being targeted by him. It was only after Muron Li sent this message that the atmosphere began to settle somewhat. Damn it! After shutting down the retreat channel, Muron Li seethed with impotent rage. Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? He has already taken out several of our brothers without losing a single hair. And now there's this raider mode. A voice invitation arrived. I heard you were targeted by Fong Tian again? Did you arrange for an insider in my convoy? Don't wrongfully accuse me. It was another convoy that placed an insider with you. I have also set insiders in other convoys. This is well known between us. What kind of relationship do we have that I would place an insider with you? Spare me this nonsense. Despite our good relationship, I haven't seen you arrange for anyone to help me vin on the public screen. What good would it do to curse a few times? My heart is with you. Isn't that enough? Besides, if we remain undetected, we have the chance to deal with Fong Tian. Opportunity. When will there be an opportunity? There is one now. Hee. I saw this in the trading hall and directly helped you snatch it. Check your email. Moore only opened the email and glanced at the attachment, his eyes immediately shining with excitement. Good brother, you set the price. Given our relationship, what does price matter? I'm counting on you for support. Don't rush to use this item. Wait for the right moment. After ending the private chat, Moore only revealed a sinister smile. Fong Tian, clean your neck and prepare to meet your end. Successful plunder. Exposure increased by 1. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. What is this exposure? Upon closer examination, he discovered that exposure was a property activated after the trial grounds. Killing and plundering would increase exposure. With increased exposure, one might encounter other survivors during regular operations. The higher the exposure, the greater the chance of encountering other survivors. Those with no exposure would not experience such encounters. Both parties could plunder each other upon meeting, but if the other retreated to a private carriage, only 5 to 10 of resources could be taken. It seemed that this world was gradually opening up, from solitary exploration to collective adventures, and now to operational encounters. Interaction among survivors was on the rise. Whether this interaction was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Without the constraints of law, such interactions could easily devolve into conflict. What have you done now? Lin Yu suddenly sent a voice message. Fang Tian did not conceal the truth, directly recounting his encounter with the plundering scroll and the incident involving Xiongba. No wonder there was a victim in the chat channel who shared images of their damaged vehicle and claimed they were robbed by him, even alleging that Fang Tian had intentions of murder. Fang Tian replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I did rob him. What of it? I didn't kill him because he fled quickly." The problem was that the individual had left the team before sending the message, and he was accusing Fang Tian under his real name as an independent player. Furthermore, many others joined in, claiming to have been victims of Fang Tian's previous exploits. Ugh, why is Xiongba's scheme always so despicable? Fang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Haha, spare the disgust. They are far more aggrieved than you, having been taken advantage of so many times while you suffered no loss. Just let them vent their frustrations. By the way, you should also attempt to directly attack the plunderers tomorrow. See if you can procure some scrolls for me. But be extremely cautious, as the plunderers possess at least 3 skills: an energy shield, a mental attack, and a teleportation ability to escape. Alright, I will give it a try tomorrow. Fang Tian ended the call and clarified in the chat channel that the individual was part of Xiongba's team. As for whether others believed him or not, that was beyond his concern. Chapter 50, Private Territory. The following noon, Enrua sent a video invitation. Tian Gu, do you think this dress looks nice? Enrua twirled, holding the hem of her dress. It looks lovely, but on such a sweltering day, you're still wearing a long dress? Fang Tian casually replied while stacking ice cubes. Enrua huffed in annoyance. Didn't I mention this yesterday? I acquired a blueprint for a wall-mounted air conditioner during our adventure. Humph, you never take my words to heart. Realizing she had indeed told him about it in their private chat, Fang Tian quickly offered an apologetic smile. My bad. After our adventure yesterday, we immediately transitioned into the destroyer mode, and things were quite hectic. I must have forgotten. Enrua chuckled. I heard about it. I heard you acted as a highwayman and robbed the people of Xiongba. Fang Tian shot her a glare that was merely ridding the world of evil. Kiki, I know. The people from Xiongba are quite wicked. One of the older brothers who teamed up with me yesterday was robbed by them and nearly killed. Indeed, this world is rather chaotic. You must prioritize your safety during future explorations and be wary of trusting others too readily. Enrua grinned mysteriously. I won't have to worry about that anymore. Fang Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? I found my sister. She is in another area, and I plan to transfer there. Fang Tian furrowed his brow. Can't you chat while in different zones? Why the need to transfer? My sister's convoy is a level 4 group, which allows for grouping functions. This way, I can team up with her, and we can explore together in the future. Fang Tian felt a sinking feeling in his heart and hastily inquired, is the operation separate after grouping? How many people can be in a group? It's together. A group can have up to 6 people, enabling us to fend off the destroyers. Brother Tian, why don't you transfer with me? We can join my sister's convoy and be together every day. Enrua looked at him with hopeful eyes. Fang Tian remained silent, feeling somewhat disheartened by the news. This development would complicate any future confrontations with Xiongba's convoy. Noticing his silence, Enrua quickly added, I told my sister about you, and she wishes to express her gratitude. She assured me that once you join the convoy, you won't be constrained. Fang Tian smiled gently. No need for that. I prefer not to rely on others. You should go ahead. But, Enrua murmured, but if I go alone, I'll miss you. Fang Tian was perplexed. What is there to miss? Once you transfer, you can still chat with me just the same. Seeing Enrua's disappointed expression, he quickly reassured her. I still have some matters to attend to in this area. How about this? You transfer first, and when I decide to transfer, I will surely seek you out. Is that all right? Enrua sighed and nodded, ending the video call. Sister, he won't come. Huh. Didn't you say he offended the top convoy in your area and was falsely accused, with many people criticizing him? Yes. The advantage of a level 4 convoy over solo players is overwhelming. You didn't fail to mention the grouping to him, did you? I did mention it. However, he stubbornly refused to come, expressing his disdain for being a burden to others. Realizing this, I decided not to press him further and suggested he move to a different zone first. After ending the call, Fong Tian sighed, feeling a twinge of reluctance towards the young girl. After some contemplation, he sent her a private message. Once you arrive, do not rely too heavily on your sister. Be self-reliant and challenge yourself. However, to prioritize your safety, understand? I will visit you when I have the chance. Before he could receive a reply from Enroa, the bus's intercom chimed in. Attention passengers, the vehicle is about to stop. Please secure yourselves and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the PV zone, Death Marsh. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Fong Tian gathered his gear and set off with Xiaohei. Today's exploration area was a relatively low-level map, populated with ordinary monsters. The only formidable foe was the giant crocodile at the center of the swamp. Nevertheless, it was merely a boss-level creature, and its tough hide was easily sliced open by the dragon's roar. After a few swift strikes, he claimed his kill, sweeping away the surrounding lesser monsters before returning to the vehicle laden with materials and a treasure chest. Stop nibbling at my pants. Here. Fong Tian tossed a few portions of crocodile meat to Xiaohei. This creature had become so discerning that it would only consume meat from aggressive monsters and had developed quite an appetite. Inside the chest, he discovered a blueprint for a water purifier and a spirit stone, along with several weapon blueprints and a plethora of materials. The water purifier was particularly valuable. As water was perpetually in short supply, he resolved to craft it immediately. As for the other materials, he calculated they were sufficient to upgrade his private compartment to level 5. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade. Upon upgrading, the compartment had not expanded significantly. Rather, the wooden walls had transformed into stone, enhancing its sturdiness. Furthermore, the compartment no longer possessed that shaky feeling, resembling a typical home environment. The storage facility could also be upgraded, expanding its capacity to 80 slots. Most notably, Fong Tian was intrigued to find that his private compartment had reached its maximum level, unveiling an option for a private territory in the operation panel. Unlocking a level 1 private territory required 1,000 stones, 1,000 soil, and 500 water. Both soil and stone were common materials, easily obtainable, and he had ample water. Seeing that he possessed enough resources, he chose to unlock it. Upon unlocking, a door appeared in his private compartment, leading to an expanse of barren land the size of a soccer field, shrouded in mist at its edges. Puzzled by its purpose, Fong Tian approached the misty border and, upon touching it, was met with an invisible barrier. After considerable investigation yielded no results, he resigned himself to the notion that this space was likely intended for walking his dog. Destroyers are approaching. Please prepare yourselves. Fong Tian hurried back to the bus compartment, this time with practiced ease. As soon as the destroyers appeared, he zeroed in on the looter controlling the portal. After subduing the destroyer, Fong Tian unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the shield. At the opportune moment, Xiaohei lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the destroyer's hand, rendering him incapable of wielding his staff. Immediately thereafter, Fong Tian delivered another decisive blow, vanquishing him in an instant. Once the corpse vanished, a plundering scroll materialized. With the destroyer defeated, no further appearances of the destroyer were expected. Fong Tian, unhurried, retreated to his private compartment and approached the workbench. It was now time to upgrade his equipment, an ideal moment for research. 10 low-grade weapons could potentially be synthesized into one high-grade weapon. Albeit with a mere 50 success rate, failure would result in the shattering of the weapon. The type of high-grade weapon produced depended on the low-grade weapons utilized. For instance, if 6 swords and 4 daggers were input, there would be a 60 chance of acquiring a sword and a 40 chance of obtaining a dagger. With several blueprints at hand, Fong Tian casually prepared 10 weapons, placed them on the workbench, and selected the option to upgrade. Chapter 51. Bulletproof Vest. A fleeting green light illuminated the workbench, revealing a short sword. Steel short sword, green weapon. Fong Tian glanced at the trading hall and, indeed, there were already 2 green weapons listed. Each was priced at 1,000 water, while the current market price for an ordinary weapon hovers around 40 water. The success rate for upgrading weapons stands at 50, implying that the production cost of a green weapon should be approximately 800 water. These individuals are quite astute. However, those who have managed to survive thus far are not fools. It is unlikely anyone would fall for such tricks. Green weapons can be upgraded. 10 green weapons can be combined to forge a blue weapon, albeit with a mere 33 success rate. By calculation, a blue weapon is worth at least 24,000 water. Fong Tian tenderly caressed the dragon's roar, marveling at his extraordinary fortune to have stumbled upon such a splendid item. Moreover, it can be further upgraded, promising substantial gains. As for the short sword, Fong Tian had no use for it, and gifted it to Enra as a parting present. What he truly desired was green armor. As adversaries grow increasingly formidable, his current anti-stab gear was becoming insufficient. The trading hall offered several armor blueprints for sale, with an average price of 200 water each. Armor is indeed more expensive than weapons. Gritting his teeth, Fong Tian purchased 9 blueprints and set about crafting the corresponding armor. After removing his anti-stab gear and placing it on the workbench, he pressed the crafting button. A flash of green light sparked hope in his heart. But it was swiftly followed by a burst of flames, leaving only a pile of black ash on the workbench. Damn it! Fong Tian felt a wave of frustration. Something worth 2,000 water had just been incinerated. Unable to contain himself, he gritted his teeth and procured 10 more armor blueprints, placing them on the workbench for crafting. Crafting. Green light. Firelight. Another failure. Fong Tian nearly spat blood in exasperation. Wasn't the success rate 50? With his ice-making machine and water purifier yielding only 4,000 water per day, and after upgrading his private carriage and territory yesterday, his resources were nearly depleted. Unable to bear it any longer, Fong Tian consolidated some surplus materials from his warehouse, supplemented by the spoils from yesterday's plunder, and sold some ordinary water to barely scrape together 2,000 water, leaving his warehouse half empty. If I fail again, I'll set this wretched workbench ablaze. Fong Tian fiercely pressed the crafting button. Green light. No firelight. Fong Tian erupted in laughter as he picked up a black vest from the table. Bulletproof vest, green armor, capable of withstanding some piercing damage. Glancing at the time, he realized he was out of time. He donned the vest and activated plunder mode. Today's luck had not been particularly favorable. With less than 10 minutes remaining, he still had not encountered the formidable Xiong Ba. Would you like to halt other vehicles for plunder? Just as Fong Tian was about to decline, he noticed a familiar name on the tail of a vehicle ahead. Lin Ziqiang? It seems I have heard this somewhere. Fong Tian pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. The vehicle accelerated, forcing Lin Ziqiang's car to a halt. Fong Tian leaped from his car and approached, striking the door of Lin Ziqiang's vehicle with fervor. Fong Tian, what are you doing? The window rolled down, revealing Lin Ziqiang's terrified face. Indifferent to his plight, Fong Tian continued his relentless assault. Noticing Fong Tian's disregard, Lin Ziqiang quickly retreated to his private compartment to retrieve his bow and arrow. He stealthily readied his bow and poked his head out, attempting to placate. Great Fong Tian, I never insulted you. I never spoke ill of you. I am not one of Xiongba's people, so please spare me. Fong Tian paid him no mind, persisting with his blows. Lin Ziqiang cautiously raised his bow, chattering incessantly, Boss, whatever resources you desire, I will provide, just please cease your attack. Before he could finish, his arrow was already aimed at Fong Tian. However, at that moment, Fong Tian suddenly crouched down, causing Lin Ziqiang to miss entirely. When Lin Ziqiang lowered his gaze to re-aim, he was alarmed to find Fong Tian had already pointed his own bow at him. Before he could react, Fong Tian released the bowstring. Lin Ziqiang screamed as an arrow struck his arm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly withdrew his head. He was well aware of Fong Tian's reputation. Failing to ambush him and opting for a direct confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. Cursing vehemently, Lin Ziqiang sprinted back to his private compartment. A sharp bark resonated as a large black dog blocked the entrance to his private compartment. Hearing a loud crash behind him, Lin Ziqiang knew the car door had been breached and dared not hesitate. He discarded his bow and drew a knife, charging at the black dog. Yet, as his blade descended, the dog lunged with lightning speed, evading the strike and knocking him to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he found his hand pinned down. And Fong Tian had arrived. Boss, I have never wronged you. Lin Ziqiang immediately surrendered. Fong Tian, grinning broadly, snatched the knife from his grasp and casually tossed it into his backpack, saying, I know. Now, let us head to my car. He beckoned to the small black dog. Xiaohei, come here. The dog swiftly transformed into a smaller canine form and leaped onto Fong Tian's shoulder. Let us go. Fong Tian pointed towards his vehicle. You walk in front. Lin Ziqiang, too intimidated to resist, obediently made his way to Fong Tian's car. Once inside, Fong Tian closed the door behind him and activated the control panel to initiate a video call with Enrua. The video connected swiftly, revealing Enrua adorned in a light yellow dress. Tian Go. Thank you for the short sword. With great enthusiasm, she continued, I saw how well you wielded your dagger, so I thought the short sword would suit you as a parting gift. Enrua beamed with joy. Hee. I was contemplating what gift to present you, but I currently have nothing of value. Oh, who is this? This is the second gift I am giving you. His name is Lin Ziqiang. Do you remember him? Enrua paused for a moment before recollecting, exclaiming, he is that fraud. Indeed, Fong Tian replied with a smile, turning to Lin Ziqiang. Do you know who this beautiful lady is? Lin Ziqiang appeared utterly bewildered. I don't know her. What exactly do you intend to do, boss? He referred to her by her full name, Wang Enrua, pointing out that she had been deceived regarding the medication. I can't recall, he stammered. It's quite normal not to remember, especially considering the numerous victims from the regional channels you've deceived. Fang Tian's tone grew progressively colder. Lin Ziqiang forced a smile. Boss, I had no choice. I'm just trying to make a living. Is that so? Fang Tian said, leisurely taking a seat and fixating his gaze upon him. Lin Ziqiang's complexion turned pale. I shall return to this beautiful lady whatever she has lost, doubled. Is that satisfactory? Fang Tian scoffed. Do you truly believe I can be so easily duped? Chapter 52. The pistol bullet. What do you wish to do? Lin Ziqiang grew increasingly flustered. I apologize. A glimmer of hope crossed Lin Ziqiang's face as he bowed repeatedly towards Enrua. Beautiful lady, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall never dare again. Please forgive me this once. Enrua, evidently unaccustomed to such a scene, stood momentarily frozen. With a pitiful expression, Lin Ziqiang raised his blood-soaked arm, which bore an arrow wound. Look, beautiful lady, I have already faced punishment. Please spare me this time. I truly swear, I will never dare again. Fang Tian inquired. So, Enrua, have you calmed down? Enrua timidly replied, let it go. I have already forgotten. Well then, it shall be as such. We shall converse another time. I will escort him back. Fang Tian ended the video call and turned to Lin Ziqiang. Come, let us head to your vehicle. Once they reached Lin Ziqiang's car, Fang Tian directly questioned, do you wish to live or perish? I wish to live, boss. Your sister has already forgiven me. Just look. Grant me authorization to access the private compartment. I shall procure supplies from your warehouse. But either I will slay you with a single strike and still obtain half of your supplies, or you allow me to enter and select what I want. I want to take everything. I will leave you 30% and guarantee your survival. The choice is yours. Lin Ziqiang hesitated, but Fang Tian had already raised his blade. With no other option, he begrudgingly granted Fang Tian the necessary permissions through the control panel. Without further ado, Fang Tian strode into the private compartment and approached the warehouse door. This fellow had fared reasonably well. There was actually a spatial gem within the warehouse, and the assorted supplies amounted to around 800 units. Fang Tian placed his backpack on the ground, retrieved the spatial gem, and began to sift through the warehouse's contents. Lin Ziqiang, watching from behind with a face full of resentment, stealthily seized a long spear from a nearby workbench and fiercely thrust it toward Fang Tian's back. With a dull thud, the spear merely pierced Fang Tian's t-shirt, thwarted by the bulletproof vest beneath. Fang Tian sighed. Do you truly believe that these trivial items warrant my careful selection? I was merely awaiting your move. Lin Ziqiang stammered, but before he could utter more, Fang Tian swiftly wrested the spear from his grasp and plunged it into his heart. Ding! The host has slain a survivor and earned 2 kill points. Plunder successful. Exposure increased by 2. Yesterday's plunder had only raised the exposure by 1. It seemed that taking a life granted an additional point of exposure. After thoroughly ransacking the warehouse, Fang Tian returned to his vehicle. The bulletproof vest proved quite effective, its defensive capabilities evidently superior to the previous stab-resistant suit. Unfortunately, it only protected the torso, leaving the arms and legs vulnerable. However, when paired with a tactical helmet, his vital areas were well guarded. Just moments ago, he had relied on the helmet and vest, which allowed him to turn his back on that fellow. Regrettably, there were too few helmets for sale in the trading hall, and their prices were exorbitant. Assembling a green helmet seemed rather unrealistic. Jinyu, the sister of Jinyu, wishes to add you as a friend. Lin Yu suddenly sent a message. All right. Fang Tian opened his friends list and, as expected, found the requests from the 2 siblings. After accepting, he sent a voice invitation to Li Jin. My friend, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your assistance during the last trial. Your fatigue-reducing potions and poisons were invaluable, and I owe you some compensation. Not at all. You are the great one. Last time, you led us to vanquish numerous monsters and amassed a wealth of trial points. That is compensation enough. In fact, we owe you quite a bit. That cannot be the way we reckon it, Fang Tian replied, sending half of the recently acquired supplies through email. Such generosity. I shall not be modest then. By the way, I sought you out to ask for a favor. Speak. Firstly, I was unable to acquire any ice blocks today. I was hoping you might sell me some. I initially intended to ask Brother Lin to convey this, but I felt it would be too burdensome, so I musters the courage to approach you directly. If you don't have many ice blocks, just reserve some for my sister. I can manage without. Li Jin chuckled. Not a problem. I will send you a portion daily. Wonderful. Thank you. This dreadful weather is unbearable without ice. But let us agree on the market price. I would feel embarrassed to ask for your help again if you don't charge me. Understood. Is there anything else? Additionally, I recall you collect special items. I have a few handgun bullets and wondered if you might be interested. Handgun bullets? Fong Tian paused. Previously, he had used handgun bullets to defeat a boss monster, yet 5 headshots had proven ineffective. While this was contingent upon the type of monster, it nonetheless indicated that the bullets lacked substantial lethality. Now, with the dragon's roar in his possession, dispatching a boss monster was merely a matter of a few strikes, far more effective than a firearm. Do you have use for them? Li Jin pressed when Fong Tian remained silent. I could use them, but to be honest, their utility is rather limited. How many do you have? 8 rounds. How do you wish to sell them? To be frank, I'm not quite sure how to price them. I've inquired, and in the trading hall, bullets have sold only 2 or 3 times, averaging 100 water per round. However, my rounds have yet to attract any buyers, so perhaps you can decide a fair price? With the advent of iron arrows, bullet prices were indeed affected, and since bullets required a firearm for use, trading them became cumbersome. In that case, I shall purchase them from you at 100 water per round. I don't have many materials at hand, but I can exchange 1 spatial gem for them. What do you think? Huh, sounds good. Li Jin was evidently pleased. Fong Tian resolved to acquire them despite the steep price, for bullets boasted greater range and faster firing rates than arrows. They might prove useful at any moment. Once the transaction was complete, Fong Tian inquired, do you and your sister possess any superior potions or poisons? Currently, I only have ordinary potions, comparable to those in the trading market. Our potions require herbs or venomous insects, which are quite rare. If I acquire any next time, I shall set some aside for you. Very well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fong Tian ended the call. After dinner, with leisure time on his hands, Fong Tian approached the control screen once more, contemplating whether to upgrade to a level 4 bus or a level 2 private territory. The materials required for the bus were excessively abundant, while the level 2 private territory demanded 5,000 stones, 5,000 dirt, and 2,000 water, necessitating the sacrifice of evolutionary wind for the upgrade. The exchange ratio for stones, dirt, and water stood at 2:1, implying that only 7,000 units of water were needed for the upgrade. A couple of days of storage should suffice for this enhancement. However, what exactly was the evolutionary wind? To his surprise, Fong Tian discovered that new facilities could indeed be constructed within the private territory. Altar construction requires 20 stones and 20 woods. Upon completion, a high platform emerged within the territory, atop which rested a stone platform the size of a square table. This stone platform allowed for the sacrifice of specific items to yield varying effects. Conveniently, the warehouse contained 3 materials of uncertain utility, which Fong Tian retrieved: evolutionary wind, dark crystal, and golden dragon blood. He first placed the evolutionary wind upon the stone platform. Chapter 53. The fiery rose. The wind of evolution was a small gray stone that disintegrated into a pile of powder as soon as it was placed upon the altar. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the shattered remnants. Was that all? After waiting for an eternity, no discernible reaction occurred. In despair, Fong Tian took out a piece of dark crystal and placed it on the altar as well. The dark crystal transformed into a wisp of black mist, which also dissipated with the wind, leaving no further signs of anomaly. It appeared that the territory's level was insufficient. Returning to his carriage, Fong Tian found that the operational rewards had been distributed. Today, he received a special reward, a lucky treasure chest. Within this chest lay a spatial gem, which Fong Tian promptly embedded into the warehouse. With the 3 spatial gems already embedded, the storage limit for a single unit had been rendered infinite. Now, the warehouse could accommodate 80 types of resources, and with the unlimited single-unit storage, he need not worry about storage issues for the foreseeable future. Little Black was gnawing at his pant leg. Hungry? Fong Tian casually retrieved some beast meat from the warehouse and tossed it to the creature. When Little Black showed no interest, Fong Tian quickly realized that it was about to evolve again. He fetched a spirit stone from the warehouse and presented it to Little Black, who took it and scampered back to the bedroom, only to return shortly, indicating he desired more. Fong Tian offered another stone, yet it remained insufficient. It wasn't until he had exhausted all the spirit stones in the warehouse, amassing 5 in total, that Little Black finally seemed satisfied, clutching the stones and drifting into a deep slumber. Little Black's current combat prowess lay somewhere between that of ordinary monsters and elite foes. The evolution promised to yield considerable surprises. With hopeful anticipation, Fong Tian surrendered to the embrace of sleep. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Fong Tian's private territory had ascended to level 2, expanding to nearly 1 square kilometer, perhaps due to the wind of revival. The landscape within his domain had transformed, featuring grassy fields and ponds. A small hill had even emerged at the territory's edge, though no animals had yet appeared. Fong Tian's days had been remarkably uneventful, He encountered no formidable monsters, nor did he acquire any noteworthy resources. The soul gains included one spirit stone and a spirit-enhancing pill, which boosted his mental acuity by 4 points, bringing his total to 30. Enru had reported that she was faring quite well. Her sister's convoy was the largest in their region, rendering her largely unassailable. Meanwhile, the region had been rife with turmoil, as the prolonged heatwave had led to fatalities. Coupled with daily attacks from marauders on vehicles, the survival conditions for many seekers had become increasingly dire. In their struggle for existence, adventurers had become more reckless, leading to escalating conflicts among survivors. The sight of seekers battling over resources on exploration maps had become a daily occurrence. Following numerous instances of internecine violence, many perpetrators had garnered notoriety, resulting in chance encounters during operational journeys. A number of individuals began to entertain nefarious intentions, with carjacking incidents becoming alarmingly frequent, further intensifying conflicts. The population of the area had plummeted from over 6,000 to 4,700, with most of the surviving seekers opting to join convoys for safety. Especially among the Level 4 car teams, Xiongba has become a sought-after entity. After all, the Level 4 teams possess the capability to form groups, and embarking on adventures in teams of 6 is certainly preferable to venturing alone. In these chaotic times, people's faith is gradually crumbling, and the audacious and domineering demeanor of teams like Xiongba has paradoxically garnered an increasing level of understanding from the masses. Seizing this momentum, Xiongba has expanded its ranks to the maximum limit of 150 members, unequivocally establishing itself as the premier car team in the region. In addition to Xiongba, there are 3 other Level 4 car teams in the area. One is the allied Hungry Wolf team, and another is the Firefox team founded by Dong Jian. The operational approach of the Hungry Wolf team is quite similar to that of Xiongba. Ordinary individuals who encounter them during expeditions are left with no choice but to hide in their vehicles and opt for safety mode. To dare to step out and compete for resources with them is tantamount to courting death. The Firefox team, on the other hand, adopts a more low-key demeanor and maintains an ambiguous relationship with the other 2 Level 4 teams. Dong Jian and Muronli often communicate publicly, yet they have yet to formally announce an alliance. The last of the Level 4 teams is known as the Fiery Rose, rumored to be composed entirely of beautiful women, which has captured the attention of many. However, this team remains exceedingly mysterious, rarely engaging in conversation within the channels, and their recruitment standards are exceptionally rigorous, leaving them with fewer than 100 members. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate their potential, as the presence of so many enchanting women has led nearly all teams to extend olive branches in hopes of forming alliances. In recent days, Fang Tian has not encountered any members of Xiongba in plundering mode. Just yesterday, Dong Jian inadvertently provided him with the list of the Hungry Wolf team. However, he is certainly not foolish enough to be used as a pawn and refrains from making a move against the members of the Hungry Wolf team. The vehicle is about to come to a stop. Please secure yourselves and hold onto the handrails. You have arrived at the PvP area of the Beachy Mine. The doors are now open. Please decide for yourselves whether to disembark. Fang Tian organized his equipment and prepared to alight when a shadow darted from the private compartment and ran in front of him. Little Black, you're awake? Fang Tian exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Little Black had grown, now standing on its hind legs. Its front paws could rest on Fang Tian's shoulder, showering him with affectionate licks. Its sleek black fur glistened, exuding an air of majesty. Little Black, mature stage, can upgrade through feeding. Unfortunately, having grown up means I can no longer sneak onto the vehicle to block people as I did before, Little Black lamented, unexpectedly, with a soft whimper. Little Black suddenly shrank in size, reverting to its previous puppy form. Fang Tian laughed heartily and lifted it onto his shoulder. All right, you should maintain this form most of the time. As the duo disembarked, Fang Tian surveyed the surrounding terrain. Clearly, they were in a legendary map, having alighted at the entrance of a mine. This is a PvP map designed for 8 participants. A young man stepped down from the bus on Fang Tian's left, while on his right, 6 vehicles were occupied entirely by girls, who were evidently gathered as part of a single team. The ability to form groups indicates they belong to a Level 4 team, and the fact that they are all girls suggests they are members of the Fiery Rose. Well, Fang Tian, the big shot, the young man on the left approached, exclaiming, Boss, shall we embark on this venture together? No, you should seek out those enchanting ladies. Fang Tian replied, harboring his own intentions for a solitary adventure. The young man offered a wry smile. They clearly belong to the Fire Rose faction, and seldom do they collaborate with men. However, if you were to approach them, perhaps they might be inclined to consider a partnership with you. Fang Tian shook his head. I have no interest. With that, he collected a pickaxe from the NPC at the cave entrance, preparing to venture forth alone. At that moment, a figure emerged from the group of girls, striding purposefully towards Fong Tian. "Brother Fong Tian, at last we meet," she said. This young woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, possessed both remarkable beauty and an elegant demeanor, suggesting she hailed from an affluent background in the previous world. Fong Tian, puzzled, inquired, "Have we crossed paths before?" Chapter 54. The Hall of the Corpse King. "I am Gu Xian." Gu Xian smiled gently and extended her hand. "Well," the leader of the Fire Rose, exclaimed a young man nearby. Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had maintained a business relationship with Gu Xian concerning the wholesale of ice blocks. "You're a woman?" Gu Xian frowned slightly. "Did you not know? I have never spoken to you verbally. How could I have known that your convoy is the renowned Fire Rose?" Gu Xian fixed her gaze on him and continued, "However, I have been sending you the ice block lists all along." Fong Tian shrugged. "I never checked." Gu Xian's expression turned complex as she nodded. "All right then." Fong Tian immediately understood that this woman suspected him of feigning ignorance, yet he was too apathetic to argue. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The young man interjected with a grin, "I propose, esteemed colleagues, that we team up for an adventure today. Fear not, I assure you I will uphold the rules. The treasures will be divided between you, while I shall exert myself in the endeavor. What do you think?" Gu Xian remained noncommittal, turning to Fong Tian. "Brother Fong Tian, what do you say? You two should collaborate. I wish to venture alone this time." Having spoken, Fong Tian did not look back at them and strode directly into the cave. After picking up some torches at the entrance, he diligently searched his memory, deliberating on which direction to take. Before long, Gu Xian and her group entered as well, the young man trailing behind them, seemingly having secured their collaboration. The girls whispered amongst themselves, casting curious glances at the small black creature perched on Fong Tian's shoulder. This BG mining area was somewhat more spacious compared to the previous Snake Valley mine, with torches lighting the passages on either side. Upon entering the cave, there were two tunnels, one to the left and the other to the right, with numerous zombies wandering in the flickering firelight. "Brother Fong Tian, which way will you go?" Gu Xian inquired. Fong Tian gestured towards the right. He had a vague recollection of the BG mine's layout. Gu Xian nodded and addressed her companions. "Then we shall explore the left tunnel. Stay alert and exercise caution." With that, their group gradually made their way to the left. The zombies along the route were soon drawn to them, converging upon the group. Remarkably, the girls exhibited a high level of professionalism. Some shot arrows while others wielded blades. Under Gu Xian's command, they dispatched the monsters with remarkable efficiency. It appeared that Gu Xian possessed considerable management experience, as the entire team operated with exceptional effectiveness. Even the newly recruited young man performed steadily. Observing them venture further away, Fong Tian proceeded slowly down the right tunnel. The ordinary zombies posed no threat to him, yet he could sense that these creatures were significantly stronger than those encountered in the Snake Valley mine. It seemed that as time passed, the foes they encountered grew increasingly formidable. After walking for about 10 minutes along the right tunnel, Fong Tian came across a wooden track used for transporting mine carts. Not far along the track, he spotted an open door at the end of the passage. Stepping through the door, he entered an area filled with numerous wooden stairs and shelves. It appeared that his recollection of the terrain was indeed accurate, filled with renewed vigor. Fong Tian quickly located another door within this area and proceeded inside. This must be the eastern part of the abandoned mine. Fong Tian hastened his pace, continuing to probe forward along the right side. The number of zombies along the way had increased significantly. Yet with the formidable presence of Xiao He in combat form leading the charge, Fong Tian merely needed to remain behind and shoot arrows. It must be in this vicinity. After clearing the immediate area of zombies, Fong Tian patiently awaited further developments. Before long, the ground beside him trembled, and a bald-headed zombie emerged from the depths below. Xiao He lunged forward, swiftly toppling the creature and dispatching it with a few decisive bites. Fong Tian approached the hole from which the bald-headed zombie had surfaced, leaning in to listen. Faint roars and the sound of chains echoed from within. He illuminated the darkness with a torch, revealing what appeared to be numerous monsters below. This was indeed his destination, the Hall of the Zombie King. How should he proceed? Should he enlarge the hole with a pickaxe and shoot arrows slowly? As Fong Tian pondered this, the ground suddenly gave way beneath him, and he fell directly downwards. With a thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the earth was soft, sparing him from serious injury. Remarkably, the torch remained lit, and the surrounding zombie kings were immediately drawn to his presence, advancing toward him. The Hall of the Zombie King spanned a mere 40 square meters. Yet within this confined space were as many as 30-leader-level zombie kings. "Xiao He, do not descend yet," Fong Tian shouted upward. He quickly regained his footing and dashed toward the direction where the zombie kings were sparse. Narrowly evading several attacks, Fong Tian finally reached the wall and ignited a torch, securing it in place. After repeating this tactic a few times, the entire hall of the Zombie King was illuminated, with his agility at an impressive 34 points. Fong Tian was significantly faster than the Zombie Kings. However, the sheer density of the Zombie Kings left him no room to maneuver. He scarcely had a moment to catch his breath, forced to continually sprint along the walls to avoid being encircled. During this frantic escape, he made several attempts to strike the Zombie Kings, but being leader-level monsters, they were not easily dispatched in a single blow. In fact, his reckless assaults nearly led to several close encounters with their attacks. This could not continue. Exhaustion would surely overtake him. Xiao He seemed to sense Fong Tian's urgency. Barking incessantly from above, he resolved to take a risk. Fong Tian seized the moment, delivering a swift strike that cleaved half the head off the nearest Zombie King. He then kicked away another Zombie King to his left, ducking under the chains of a third, and followed up with a fiery slash that dispatched the half-decapitated creature. Ding! Host has slain a leader monster, gaining 1 kill point. Fong Tian felt a wave of relief. If a standard attack coupled with a fiery strike could eliminate one, then there was still hope. Employing the same strategy, he dispatched 4 more Zombie Kings, but fatigue began to envelop him. He realized that he had reached the limits of the fiery sword technique. Continuing to wield, it would likely hinder his movements. Xiao He. There are still 25 Zombie Kings remaining in the hall, and a bit of space has opened up. The massive form of Xiao He descended from above, toppling one of the Zombie Kings and swiftly sinking his teeth into its skull. Fong Tian hurried to provide cover, using Dragon's Roar to fend off the Zombie Kings attempting to surround Xiao He. After Xiao He took a few more bites, Fong Tian delivered a decisive blow, putting an end to the Corpse King. Quick, retreat, Fong Tian urgently urged. However, the Corpse King had been relatively slow, and by this time, 4 or 5 more Corpse Kings had surrounded them. To cover Xiao He's withdrawal, Fong Tian unleashed the Eye of Slaughter to intimidate 2 of the Corpse Kings. But he was struck by the iron chain of another, which whipped across his left arm. With a sharp crack, a searing pain coursed through him, and Fong Tian's left arm was left battered and bruised. Fortunately, his strength and endurance were commendable, providing him with substantial physical resilience. A mere mortal would likely have suffered a fracture from such a blow. This situation was untenable. The time required to eliminate a single Corpse King was excessive, making it all too easy to be encircled. Fong Tian maneuvered swiftly through the hall of the Corpse Kings with Xiao He. Although Xiao He was slightly slower, it could shrink its body, rendering it temporarily safe. Yet, such rapid movement was immensely taxing on their stamina. If they continued at this pace, exhaustion would claim them before the Corpse Kings could. What to do? Retreat? There was no way out. The Hall of the Corpse Kings was a confined space. The flame sword technique was no longer an option. The Eye of Slaughter could temporarily deter ordinary creatures, allowing for targeted strikes, but against creatures like the Corpse Kings, there were no vital points to exploit, rendering it futile. Aha! The slaughter points. Before entering, Fong Tian had accumulated 43 slaughter points, and after eliminating 6 Corpse Kings, his points had risen to 49. This meant that by vanquishing 1 more Corpse King, he could upgrade his red eye. This was his only opportunity. Chapter 55. Eye of Fury. Xiao He, coordinate with me. Let us eliminate this foe first. Fong Tian retrieved a bow and arrow from his backpack, swiftly launching an arrow that struck a Corpse King in the thigh. Xiao He let out a fierce cry, his form expanding as he surged forward, bringing the Corpse King crashing to the ground. Fong Tian hastened his steps, charging towards the fallen foe, and, at the cost of enduring 2 iron chains against his back, he valiantly dispatched the subdued Corpse King. Although safeguarded by a bulletproof vest, the tremendous impact rattled Fong Tian's insides, gritting his teeth against the wave of nausea. He and Xiao He broke free from the encirclement of the Corpse Kings. Calling forth the system, he allocated 500 experience points to the Crimson Eye. Ding! Crimson Eye has leveled up. The Eye of Fury has been unlocked. Rewards have been issued. Please check. This time, the reward was an equipment upgrade card, which Fong Tian promptly stowed in his backpack while evading the Corpse Kings, delving into the details of the Eye of Fury. Azure Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 11, 28,000. Insightful Eye, capable of foreseeing danger and swiftly acquiring information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, Level 2, Proficiency 0, 2,500, requires 250 kill points for upgrade. Killing Eye, enhances the host's aura, gazing at foes instills psychological pressure, with effects correlated to kill points and the mental fortitude of both parties. Eye of Fury, active use induces a state of frenzy, sacrificing rationality to amplify physical prowess and killing eye capabilities. Effects and duration are contingent on kill points, with the dual eye abilities rendered unusable for 12 hours post-effect. Available experience points, 1,700 kill points, 50 blood bond. Xiao He, mature phase, capable of leveling through feeding. With no other options, he resolved to activate the Eye of Fury. In an explosive surge, a crimson mist enveloped Fang Tian's vision, casting everything in a sanguine hue. As a wild desire for destruction surged within him, "Xiaohei, stay back. Safeguard yourself," Fang Tian bellowed, clinging to the last vestiges of reason. Charging into the throng of corpse kings, Xiaohei, displaying remarkable intelligence, barked loudly, diverting a portion of the corpse kings away. Fang Tian thrust his blade fiercely, piercing the chest of the nearest corpse king. The momentum of Dragon's roar carried forth, impaling another corpse king through its right chest, pinning both to the wall. With a whoosh, an iron chain from a nearby corpse king struck fiercely against Fang Tian's back. Stumbling slightly, he planted a foot firmly on the corpse king before him, withdrawing Dragon's roar for a sweeping strike. The two pinned corpse kings were simultaneously decapitated. As the lifeless bodies crumpled, Fang Tian raised his left hand, grasping the retracted iron chain. The chain bore immense force, tearing into his flesh. Yet, he paid it no mind, gripping it tightly and yanking the corpse king towards him, delivering several decisive blows and vanquishing yet another. Just as he intended to pivot, he felt a sudden grip on his left arm. One corpse king had latched onto him, viciously biting off a chunk of flesh. Enraged, Fang Tian retaliated, ramming his head into the foe, protected by his tactical helmet. The corpse king staggered back, and seizing the advantage, Fang Tian lunged forward, toppling the creature to the ground, deftly evading the iron chains that were flung in his direction. Upon activating the Eye of Fury, Fang Tian's strength evidently surpassed that of the corpse king, rendering it immobile and swiftly dispatching it with a few strikes. However, he received a blow from an iron chain on his back. With a nimble roll, Fang Tian created some distance and examined the wound on his left arm, where he had been bitten, as his rationality began to partially return. Surely, there was no corpse poison? Although legendary zombies lacked any such venom, one could never be too cautious. Fang Tian leaned in to draw a taste, attempting to extract the toxic blood. Yet, the moment the blood touched his lips, the metallic stench obliterated the remnants of his sanity, leaving only an insatiable thirst for blood and slaughter. Kill! Fang Tian plunged into the throng of corpse kings, frantically hacking away. The pain from attacks and bites did not hinder him. Rather, it fueled his frenzy. He had completely lost his mind, even forgetting his own identity. His sole desire was to annihilate every living creature. In this blood-red world, corpses fell one after another, granting him unparalleled satisfaction. One down, another slain. I crave yet another kill. Ha 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 ha. All of you shall perish. Unbeknownst to him, the number of moving entities dwindled around him. One more. This one must die as well. But why is this creature so agile? Why is it so difficult to slay? No, it must perish immediately. Fang Tian surged forward, cornering the creature against the wall. He lunged, pinning it beneath him, the blade poised at its throat, grinning maniacally as he plunged downwards. Why does that cry sound so familiar? Through the hazy blood mist, a furry face and wide, terrified eyes came into view. Xiaohei. Ah, it seems to be my pet dog. Yet, perhaps it is not beyond killing. The blood of the corpse king is foul. What I desire is fresh blood, boiling blood. The dragon's roar, which had momentarily ceased, stirred once more. Despair filled Xiaohei's eyes, and a whimper escaped its throat. Wait, something feels amiss? Fang Tian hesitated suddenly, but the desire for slaughter continued to torment him, igniting an insatiable itch within his heart. Just a stab, and it would all be over. Damn, this is not right. Fang Tian thrust his left hand into Xiaohei's mouth. Bite. Xiaohei clamped down, blood gushing forth, the pain granting Fang Tian a fleeting moment of clarity. He hastily flung the dragon's roar aside and rose to his feet. The blood mist in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the effect of the Eye of Slaughter finally waned. Fang Tian felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground. Time passed, and Fang Tian was awakened by Xiaohei's gentle licks. Startled, he cursed loudly and frantically retrieved a bottle of water from his bag to rinse his mouth. One could hardly blame his reaction. After all, he had just dreamed of kissing a beautiful woman, only to awaken to find himself being licked by a dog. Anyone would respond similarly. Thankfully, it hadn't escalated to a passionate kiss. Fang Tian reassured himself. He glanced around, noting that all the corpse kings had perished. The torch flickered inconsistently, on the verge of extinguishment, suggesting that the time spent in unconsciousness had not yet surpassed an hour. Upon assessing his condition, he discovered that both his tactical helmet and bulletproof vest had sustained severe damage. His arms and legs were marred with alarming wounds, and his jeans had been ruthlessly transformed into shorts by the iron chains. Yet perhaps due to the enhancement of physical strength from the Eye of Fury, these injuries were merely superficial, with even the bleeding having ceased on its own. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, there were no fractures. Losing consciousness seemed to be a consequence of sheer exhaustion. He retrieved bandages and medical supplies from his backpack and tended to his wounds with rudimentary care. Surprisingly, the most grievous injury was a bite from the little black creature, which had penetrated his palm. Did you really need to bite that hard? Or was it a deliberate act of retribution for my earlier kick? He chuckled ruefully, but then, recalling how he had nearly killed the little creature, he felt a pang of regret. I hope I didn't scare you too much, he murmured. The little black creature emitted a soft whimper, swiftly shrinking in size and curling up at his feet. It was then that he noticed the little one was also battered, evidently having sustained considerable injuries during the previous melee, particularly from the kick he had delivered. He hurried over to examine it and was relieved to sense through their bond that its wounds were not life-threatening. After offering the little black creature some water, he gently patted it until it drifted off to sleep. After a substantial period of rest, feeling his strength partially restored, he set the little creature down and made his way toward the center of the hall of the Corpse King. There, he discovered a square opening that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, radiating a brilliant golden light within. Chapter 56. The hero rescues the beauty within the cavern. 10 treasure chests lay before him, accompanied by 30 Corpse Kings. Logically, one would expect 30 chests to correspond with the number of foes vanquished. Fong Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was evident that the frequency of treasure chests had diminished recently, as many players lamented in the channels about the absence of loot after defeating boss monsters. As more players collaborated to vanquish these formidable foes, a decrease in rewards was an entirely rational outcome. Fong Tian opened the 10 chests simultaneously. Aside from an abundance of basic materials and blueprints, he discovered a stamina pill and a skill book. The skill, Berserk Charge, allowed one to charge forward with all their might, colliding with an enemy or obstacle, its power being contingent upon one's strength, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Fong Tian frowned at the skill's apparent lack of utility. His strength was already considerable. He could easily knock aside ordinary monsters, and even weaker ones could be dispatched with a single blow. What use was a skill that could only displace one opponent? Nevertheless, it seemed that such active skills might be upgradable, potentially enhancing their effectiveness. Without further hesitation, he committed the skill to memory. He consumed the stamina pill, raising his stamina to 18 points. With this increase, his fatigue significantly abated. After retrieving all the chests from the cavern, a lever appeared at the cave's base. Upon pulling it, one side of the wall trembled and split open, revealing a staircase leading upward. It appeared to be the exit. Fong Tian scooped up Little Black and ascended. Emerging from the staircase, he found himself once again in the mining area, only to hear a tremor behind him. Turning back, he noticed that the staircase had vanished, sealing off the Corpse King's lair. Now, the eye of detection was rendered useless, and Fong Tian temporarily lost the ability to foresee danger, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Fortunately, the vicinity was populated solely by ordinary zombies, seemingly devoid of peril. After walking a short distance, he faintly heard the sounds of combat ahead. Quickening his pace, he soon discovered that it was Gu Xin and her team. However, they appeared to be in distress. 3 Corpse Kings surrounded them, and on the ground lay the lifeless body of one of their own. The young man who had previously teamed up with them now lay in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. 2 other girls had sustained injuries, while Gu Xin directed their efforts to fight and retreat, striving to fend off the Corpse Kings. Yet, the formidable foes were tough-skinned and resilient, and they hesitated to engage in a direct confrontation, barely holding their ground. This small team indeed possessed commendable strength against 4 Corpse Kings that had managed to slay one. But this was clearly their limit, and they were on the brink of collapse. Just as Fong Tian prepared to intervene, he noticed an arrow lodged in the back of the young man's corpse. He had been slain by these women. Fong Tian withdrew into the shadows. Suddenly, another girl was struck by a chain, blood gushing from her arm. With 3 injured members, it was evident that this group of women was on the verge of annihilation. Should he intervene? 3 Corpse Kings posed a challenge. Yet despite his current weakened state, he could likely handle them with the women's distraction. His previous collaboration with this group in the ice block trade had been a mere transaction, not warranting such a risk. Yet, the influence of the fiery rose within the channel remains quite substantial. Now that I have engaged with the formidable Shonba, assisting them may prove beneficial in the future. At the very least, their expertise and intelligence gathering will undoubtedly aid me. With so many gossiping women gathered, what secrets could possibly remain undiscovered? Fong Tian had made up his mind. Sister, what should we do? A girl inquired anxiously. Gu Xion's complexion turned pale. You all retreat first. I will try to hold them off. She thrust her sword with great effort, inflicting a wound upon a Corpse King. No way. If we leave together. The other girls chorused in unison. Listen to my command. Do not forget our rules. Gu Xion admonished sternly. Her authority was evidently formidable. as the other girls dared not contest her words, though their eyes glistened with tears. Sister, you cannot hold them off alone. I will assist you. A girl wielding a large blade stepped forward, using her weapon to push back one of the corpse kings. All right, Xian, you hurry and lead them away. Gu Xian urged, turning her head. Be careful. Several girls shrieked in unison. Just as Gu Xian turned, a corpse king suddenly closed in, swinging its iron chain towards her. Gu Xian had no time to evade and raised her sword to block, but the chain ensnared her weapon instead. With a powerful motion, the corpse king flung Gu Xian's sword away. Another corpse king seized the opportunity to advance, ready to strike. Gu Xian, in a panic, retreated but stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. An icy chill enveloped the hearts of those present. This was the end. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, charging forward with an indomitable spirit. The corpse king, poised to attack, suddenly halted, its body flying backward with a resounding crash against the wall, creating a significant dent. Gu Xian was momentarily stunned, only to realize that Fang Tian stood before her. Watch your back, Gu Xian quickly warned. Fang Tian turned, and with a flourish of his dragon's roar, flames erupted, slicing through the dimly lit cavern. As the fire subsided, the corpse king lay in two halves. Without delay, Fang Tian rushed to the corpse king, engaged with the girl wielding the large blade, delivering a swift kick that sent the creature staggering, followed by two decisive strikes that ended its life. The corpse king that had been flung aside struggled to rise, but Fang Tian was already upon it, delivering a lethal blow. These corpse kings had already suffered considerable damage from the girls, and they could hardly withstand Fang Tian's onslaught. Falling within mere seconds, the girls stood in astonishment, witnessing the swift demise of the very corpse kings that had caused them such prolonged struggle. Even though Fang Tian was renowned, this display was simply extraordinary. Fang Tian stepped into the shadows, cradling the slumbering Xiao He, and approached Gu Xian. Are you all right? Gu Xian quickly regained her composure from the shock, managing a wry smile. I'm fine, thank you. Wow, Fang Tian, you are truly remarkable. So impressive. The girl who had previously volunteered to cover Gu Xian's retreat dashed over, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Fang Tian shrugged and retrieved some medicine from his backpack, offering it to her. Here, take this for your sisters to tend to their wounds. The young woman with the large knife took the weapon, swiftly handing it to another uninjured girl, before approaching with a cheerful smile and inquiring, Brother Fang Tian, how does your knife emit fire? Gu Xian shot her a disapproving glance, instructing, go clean up the battlefield, eliminate the nearby minor monsters, and search for any chests. Oh. The knife-wielding girl replied obediently and departed. Xian, come here and assist Brother Fang Tian with his bandaging. Observant Gu Xian noted that Fang Tian bore numerous wounds as well. No rush. Help them first. Fang Tian gestured toward the girl named Xian and turned to ask, what transpired? Gu Xian glanced at the corpse of the young man on the ground and quickly comprehended Fang Tian's inquiry, thus elucidating the situation. It turned out that they initially faced only two corpse kings, which they could manage with some difficulty. However, the young man, in his reckless positioning, inadvertently attracted the attention of an additional corpse king while trying to distance himself. This exceeded the team's capacity, and sensing impending doom, the young man attempted to flee. Yet, in his panic, he ran in the wrong direction, moving farther away instead. To make matters worse, he inadvertently led another corpse king toward the team in a bid to save himself. In a fit of anger, Gu Xian shot him dead with an arrow, while simultaneously coordinating her teammates to attack, barely managing to defeat one corpse king. However, they sustained injuries, resulting in the scene Fang Tian had witnessed earlier. Understanding dawned upon Fang Tian as he nodded, dispelling his doubts. The young girls seemed to have relaxed, huddling together in whispers, occasionally stealing glances at Fang Tian. P.S. So handsome. Is this what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? How incredible! He must be the strongest person in our region, right? I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Haha, are you thinking of offering yourself? What? Is that not allowed? Come on. He saved the elder sister, not you. If anyone is to offer themselves, it should be the elder sister. I heard the elder sister has known him for a long time. Do you think they might? Perhaps their exuberance was too loud, or perhaps the acoustics of the cave were exceptionally clear, but Fang Tian overheard their chatter, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Gu Xian admonished, what are you all chattering about? The girls quickly covered their mouths, bursting into giggles. Gu Xian sighed, Xian. Enough gossip. Come help Brother Fang Tian with the bandaging. I'll do it. The knife-wielding girl exclaimed, rushing over with two treasure chests. Xian, you take watch. I'll assist Brother Fang Tian with the bandaging. Chapter 57. A kiss, perhaps? Brother Fang Tian, I'm Ren Miaoqing. Thank you for saving us. The girl known as the Blade Sister, busily tended to Fang Tian's wounds while generously introducing herself. Hello. Fang Tian managed a forced smile, feeling at a loss with her forthright demeanor. Last time, Sister Xiaoling spoke highly of you. She claimed you were exceptionally formidable, and I thought she was exaggerating. Yet, you surpass her praises. Ren Miaoqing's large eyes sparkled as if adorned with tiny stars. Sister Xiaoling? Indeed. She mentioned that you collaborated in a graveyard previously. Oh. Fang Tian nodded, recalling Li Xiaoling as part of their team. Your little dog is so adorable. Is it injured too? Should I help bandage it? Fang Tian glanced at the sleeping pup nestled on his shoulder and shook his head. No need. Let it rest. Ren Miaoqing was deft and agile, clucking her tongue in wonder. Brother Fang Tian, how did you acquire so many injuries? You can handle the Corpse King. What else could inflict such wounds upon you? Fang Tian chuckled lightly. It's nothing. It was merely the sheer number of Corpse Kings. Gu Xian approached, carrying 2 treasure chests, and placed them at Fang Tian's feet. Great Fang Tian, since you saved us, by our customs, the contents of these chests belong to you. Fang Tian nodded and opened the boxes, discovering spirit recovery pills, mental restoration pills, and various miscellaneous materials. The fortune of acquiring 2 attribute elixirs was indeed serendipitous. He swallowed a mental restoration pill, replenishing his spirit to 33 points. Before pushing the remaining items back, Gu Xian looked puzzled. What is this? I have no use for these items, and since you all have severely wounded these Corpse Kings, I merely reap the rewards. It would be unjust to hoard them. A gasp of astonishment escaped the group of girls nearby. They recognized the immense value of the items and were taken aback that Fang Tian would so readily offer them away without a second thought. Gu Xian regarded him thoughtfully and smiled. Who would have thought the renowned Fang Tian would exhibit such gentlemanly behavior, caring for the girls? I simply believe you all possess commendable strength, hence my intention to foster goodwill, Fang Tian replied candidly. He understood Gu Xian's astuteness. Superficial flattery would not deceive her. Then I cannot take advantage of you. How about this? Gu Xian retrieved the most valuable spirit recovery pill from the chest and extended it to him. This shall be yours to ensure fairness. Fang Tian shook his head, not reaching for it, as he had no further need for the spirit recovery pill. Rather than selling it, he preferred to bestow it upon Gu Xian as a gesture of camaraderie. No, this is for you. Consider it a token of discretion. A token of discretion? Fang Tian raised Long Yin, flames erupting, startling the girls into exclamations. Regarding this matter, I wish for it to remain undisclosed. Moreover, our collaboration today should not circulate. It would not bode well for you. Gu Xian nodded. Rest assured, I will instruct them to keep your skill confidential. However, regarding our collaboration, Ren Miaoqing interjected, we are not afraid of Xiongba at all. Last time, our elder sister even had to speak on your behalf in the channel. Fang Tian could only smile wryly. Being defended by a group of beautiful women had only led to him being scolded more harshly. Rest assured, we are not concerned about others knowing of my association with you. Gu Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Our team possesses attributes that differ from others. The more connections we cultivate, the more advantageous it is for us. Xiongba's people will not trouble you simply for seeking our assistance. Fang Tian nodded, feeling helpless as he addressed Ren Miaoqing. Beautiful lady, is this truly necessary? Ren Miaoqing replied earnestly, of course, it must be properly bandaged. Otherwise, scars will remain. Fang Tian raised his hands, wrapped up like a cartoon character, and chuckled. But must I be mummified? How can I manage to hold anything like this? Ren Miaoqing giggled. I think it looks rather cute. I'll help you carry things. Gu Xian shot her a glare and approached Fang Tian to unwrap the bandages from his right hand. Then turned to the other girls. Are you all ready? We should head back. The girls, who had been whispering among themselves, sprang into action. 2 uninjured girls led the way as they all made their way towards the exit. Along the route, only a few scattered zombies appeared, which the 2 girls easily dispatched, allowing everyone to exit the mine without a hitch. By the way, the young man you killed, feel free to loot his vehicle. You can acquire some of his supplies. Fang Tian reminded them as he prepared to get into the car. Brother Fang Tian, Ren Miaoqing called out to him. What is it? Which do you prefer? Sister Xiaoling from last time, or our elder sister? I think they both like you quite a bit, she inquired with a playful smile. Gu Xian's face flushed at the remark, and she fiercely tugged on Ren Miaoqing's ear. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Ren Miaoqing yelped, elder sister. Please don't pull my ear. They asked me to ask. The other girls burst into laughter. Fang Tian was momentarily speechless, and a playful spirit arose within him as he said to Ren Miaoqing, I prefer you just as you are. Unexpectedly, Ren Miaoqing, undeterred, stared at Fang Tian with wide eyes, challenging him. All right then. Shall we go over there and discuss romantic matters? But since we only just met, we shouldn't go overboard. Perhaps just a kiss. What do you say? Oh, the girls exclaimed in excitement, urging kiss. Kiss. Fong Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he raised his hands in surrender. All right. All right. You win. I yield to you. With that, he turned to get into the car, shutting the door behind him while wiping the sweat from his brow. It took him a while to regain his composure. What am I afraid of? To be frightened by a little girl. How embarrassing. It's utterly disgraceful. Fong Tian gritted his teeth. Today he had obtained 2 stamina pills and a skill book, which he had already consumed. Additionally, he had gathered a substantial amount of blueprint materials, totaling approximately 5,000 worth of resources, a commendable haul. More importantly, his kill points had reached 74, and the Eye of Fury had been activated. The thought of the Eye of Fury weighed heavily on Fong Tian's mind. Previously, the ability to acquire additional slaughter points through murder had already raised his suspicions. Now, with the activation of the Eye of Fury, he had become utterly unrecognizable, even nearly killing his companion, Little Black. This Star Eye system indeed seemed to harbor profound issues. It would be prudent to minimize the usage of the Eye of Fury, as its effects were exceedingly difficult to control. Furthermore, Fong Tian harbored concerns that excessive use might lead him to become ensnared in a descent into a mere killing machine. As for the newly acquired Savage Charge, having employed it just once, it appeared to be far more effective than he had anticipated. Currently, his strength stood at 16 points, slightly inferior to that of the Corpse King. Yet, the fact that Savage Charge could propel the Corpse King away suggested that this skill provided a significant enhancement to his power. If this skill were capable of advancement, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. With a thought, Fong Tian accessed his status bar. Chapter 58. The Sudden Avenger. Fong Tian Strength, 16 Agility, 34 Endurance, 18 Spirit, 161733 Luck, 52 Skills, Intermediate Shooting Talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 50. Beginner Combat Talent, enhances neural response by 20. Flame Sword Technique, Level 1, 385 500 summons a fire sprite to augment melee weapon damage, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Berserk Charge, Level 1, 10 500 charges fiercely in a chosen direction, colliding with an enemy or obstacle in front, with power linked to strength, cooldown of 15 seconds. Resilient Will, permanently boosts spirit, increasing the value by 50 of the highest individual attribute, rounded down. Status, multiple external injuries, slight internal injury, mental fatigue, extreme exhaustion. Indeed, leveling up is possible. I must make ample use of my skills to swiftly elevate their ranks. Welcome back. The vehicle is about to start. Sufficient fuel detected. It will automatically enter operational mode. The vehicle is about to commence. Please steady yourself and hold on to the handrail. Next stop, Joyful Mountain Station. Ding. Adventure completion rate, 75. Earn 375 experience points. Please allocate as desired. Ding. Host has discovered a hidden map, earning 1,000 experience points. Fong Tian retrieved the equipment upgrade card from his backpack, perhaps to enhance the ice maker. However, he soon hesitated and, after deliberation, opted to upgrade the water purifier. The high temperatures will persist for only 10 days, and several days have already elapsed. Although the ice maker currently yields profits far exceeding those of the water purifier, it seems that the long-term benefits are more advantageous. Water purifier. Advanced can purify 1,000 units of water daily, requiring 50 units of charcoal each day. Comparatively, the intermediate ice maker now approaches a daily yield of nearly 4,000. Yet Fong Tian firmly believed in his judgment. His vision must extend far into the future. Brother Fong Tian, they say you were dating Ching Ching? Li Shaoling messaged privately. Fong Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. She is just joking. I knew it. That crazy girl. Let's talk later. The destroyer has arrived. At present, the destroyer merely presented an opportunity for Fong Tian to acquire plunder scrolls. After neutralizing the plunderer, he consumed a blood-replenishing pill and closed his eyes for a brief rest, cradling Little Black. Today's injuries were quite severe. It would be wise to reserve the plunder scroll for now. Fong Tian dozed off, only to be awakened by the broadcast once operations concluded. Overcome by thirst, he took a sip of water and nibbled on some roasted meat brought over by Xiao Ai, feeling a bit revitalized after some light movement. Fong Tian exclaimed in surprise as he spotted a lucky treasure chest on the ground. Today's operations had yielded yet another one. Upon opening it, he discovered a spirit stone. Quite fortunate. Fong Tian glanced at Little Black, who was still slumbering. Since the spirit stone could aid in its evolution, it should also be beneficial for its healing, right? Fong Tian attempted to place the spirit stone beside Little Black, and indeed, a wisp of spirit energy was gradually absorbed into its body. In this manner, one should recover more swiftly. After conversing with several friends, Fong Tian felt fatigued once more and drifted into slumber. Sir, he has fallen asleep. Star Tong's voice echoed in the room. Xiao Ai appeared at the doorway, glanced at Feng Tian, and inquired, has he entered a state of frenzy? Indeed, he encountered some boss monsters. You did not take advantage of his unconsciousness to assist him in battle, did you? The master has restricted my permissions. I cannot access his deeper consciousness nor control his body. Xiao Ai asked, how long has he been in this state? Before the frenzy effect subsided, he managed to restrain his murderous instincts, albeit nearly harming that little fellow. He controlled himself? Xiao Ai seemed skeptical and further questioned, with that little one's speed. Even if Feng Tian were to enter a frenzy, it would be quite difficult for him to kill it, wouldn't it? The terrain there is quite confined, making evasion challenging. And the little one has already sustained injuries to protect him. Xiao Ai nodded. In the future, you must be more vigilant. It matters not if Feng Tian perishes, but you must ensure the safety of that little one. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in significant trouble. Understood. Meanwhile, Morong Li was discreetly orchestrating some plans, and upon completion, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Feng Tian returned from his expedition, listlessly shutting the car door. He sent a message to Lin Yu. How goes it on your end? Not bad. I procured a power pill today, along with some blueprints. The haul is quite satisfactory. What about you? Feng Tian, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, sigh. Just an ordinary PvE map. I found a treasure chest, but yielded nothing of worth. Altogether, my gains barely amount to 1,000 water. That's acceptable. For the average person, a trip yielding 300 or 400 would be worthy of celebration. What more do you expect? By the way, have you noticed the abundance of space backpacks for sale in the trading market? It seems the materials everyone can acquire will only increase in the future. Feng Tian was taken aback and quickly accessed the trading channel. Previously, there were sporadic space backpacks for sale, yet they were exorbitantly priced, generally exceeding 1,500 water. Now, it appeared that someone had obtained the template, causing prices to plummet to merely 500 water each. Space backpack, capable of holding 5 types of items, with a capacity of 99 units per type, and the weight of items within the backpack is reduced by 90. Magical backpack, intermediate, a backpack enhanced by spatial power, reducing the weight of items within by 99. 99, capable of holding 15 types of items, with a capacity of 999 units per type, and can be upgraded at a workstation. In comparison, Feng Tian's magical backpack was indeed far superior, as this ordinary backpack could not be upgraded. However, this development diminished his advantage. To be able to produce a template for a space backpack, this individual must have struck it rich. Currently, everyone was exerting themselves to the utmost. Practically all had achieved level 2 vehicles, with many, like Feng Tian, having even reached level 3. Yet, as a consequence, the losses in personnel over these past few days had been grievous, and now only 818 individuals remained in this regional channel. From 10,000 to 818. It appears merely a numerical change. However, upon deeper reflection, it sends a chill down one's spine. This figure represents only the death toll within a specific region. How many lives have been lost across the globe in total? The marauders have arrived, yet Feng Tian effortlessly dealt with them and acquired the pillager's scroll. Today, the marauders seemed somewhat stronger. Although they were dispatched in a single blow, the sensation in his hands felt subtly different. He had no intention of utilizing the pillager's scroll, as the likelihood of encountering Xiongba's men was exceedingly low, and Feng Tian's hands had grown somewhat weary. In fact, if Xiongba's men ceased to trouble him, he would prefer to avoid them altogether. Despite frequently observing Xiongba's subordinates maliciously tarnishing his reputation in the channels, which irked him considerably, the most pressing concern was his awareness of the sinister intentions of this system. He was unwilling to be controlled, to transform into a soulless killing machine. You have been targeted by the Avenger. Trading functions have been suspended. If you cannot withstand the pressure, you may seek refuge in a private compartment. Remaining within the private compartment will ensure your safety. What is happening? Squeak. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air as the bus came to an abrupt halt. Fortunately, Feng Tian reacted swiftly and grasped the handrail, preventing himself from being thrown off balance. Outside, several buses surrounded his vehicle tightly. Upon glancing at the name on the rear of the bus ahead and comparing it with the list sent by Dong Jin, Feng Tian suddenly realized Xiongba's men. Chapter 59. The well-trained foe. There were 6 vehicles in total, suggesting the presence of a small squad. What is the situation? Have the forces of Xiongba set their sights on you? Lin Yu quickly sent a message. Feng Tian glanced over. For the moment, no one had exited the vehicles. And he replied, how do you know? In the regional channel. Yes, do not mention this to Enroa. Rest assured, I will advise the Jinyu siblings. You must be cautious. Feng Tian checked the regional channel and, indeed, Xiongba's men had posted numerous photographs of their buses. At that moment, the channel was abuzz with chaos. What the heck? Is the great Fong Tian cornered? What are you afraid of? Boss Fong Tian, let us take them down. Are you dreaming? There are 6 of them. How can we fight? Did we not dispatch 6 last time? That was a sneak attack. Not to mention, if 6 surround you, each with a dagger, or if they all shoot arrows together, how can one evade that? I have always advocated for peace. Yet this Fong Tian is indeed too arrogant. He dares to offend Xiongba's men. Isn't that courting death? I have long found Fong Tian displeasing. How can one hoard so many supplies? He deserves it. Exactly. He still relies on the beautiful Fire Rose ladies to back him up. What a disgrace. I wonder who can save him now. Let us place bets. How long until Xiongba releases a photo of Fong Tian's corpse? 10 to 20 minutes pays 1 to 1. Over 3 minutes pays 1 to 2. And under 3 minutes pays 1 to 5. If he is still alive, guard the vehicle doors. A single man can hold the line. They are using a vengeance scroll. After 30 minutes, its effects will end, and they must depart. Long Wushuang sent a private message. Understood. Even Long Wushuang is aware. It seems this matter has escalated significantly. Xiongba's men have yet to exit their vehicles, leaving us in the dark about their intentions. I will assist you in negotiating with Morongli. Gu Xian sent a message, shortly followed by a similar one from Dong Jian. No need. Please convey that we shall communicate directly in our regional channel. Saying this, Fong Tian sent a message in the regional channel. Could everyone please quiet down? Morongli, shall we have a chat? The channel fell silent, and Morongli quickly responded. What is it? Do you wish to reconcile? The chat interval for level 3 buses in the regional channel is merely 30 seconds. And Fong Tian promptly replied. Someone in the channel just made a valid point. Peace is precious. After all, human life is at stake. Haha, are you conceding now? You have slain so many of my brothers, and you think a mere call for peace can suffice? Here is the deal. Demonstrate some sincerity. Tell me how you plan to resolve today's affair, and then I will consider sparing your wretched life. Apologize to me on this public screen. Swear to never provoke me again, and we can let this matter pass. You must be dreaming. Here is the deal. First, call me grandfather. Then have your 6 brothers kneel and bow, take a photo, and send it here, and finally, surrender all your supplies. If you do that, I might spare your life. How does that sound? Are you blind? I am asking for an apology. Otherwise, your 6 brothers will never return. Consider your options. Upon the utterance of those words, the entire channel erupted in chaos. Goodness, how arrogant. Is he seeking his own demise? He likely intends to hide within the confines of a private vehicle, hoping that the worst he faces is the loss of some supplies and minor damage to the bus, as long as he preserves his life. Morongli, with a fierce glare, declared, very well. Don't think that hiding in a private compartment will spare you. I will find you every single day. Before long, 6 individuals from the surrounding vehicles disembarked and swiftly congregated, advancing toward Fong Tian's vehicle. Fong Tian pushed open the glass and loosed an arrow. However, to his astonishment, one of the adversaries quickly raised a towering shield, deflecting the projectile. Following this, several others bent their bows, preparing to retaliate, prompting Fong Tian to hastily retreat into the shelter of his car. The sound of pounding on the door soon echoed. These assailants were clearly well prepared, with one wielding a shield to fend off arrows while 3 others stood vigilant with their bows drawn, and 2 focused on breaching the door. Fong Tian smirked coldly, opened a window opposite the door, and leapt out. The sweltering heat outside, after being accustomed to the air-conditioned interior, instantly drenched him in sweat. He marveled at how the others managed to endure. He had escaped through the opposite window. One of the assailants quickly bent down, attempting to discern Fong Tian's whereabouts beneath the vehicle. Upon jumping to the ground, Fong Tian crouched low, knocking an arrow and aiming towards their direction. When one of them exposed his head, Fong Tian saw no reason for restraint. With a flash of cold steel, the man cried out in anguish. An arrow embedded in his left eye, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Careful with the arrows. The remaining assailants immediately sought refuge behind their shield, crouching down to prepare for a counterattack, while Fong Tian hurriedly hid behind a tire. Soon, footsteps echoed as they intended to flank him. Just as Fong Tian was about to lower his head to gauge their movements, an idea struck him. He slightly bent over and removed his helmet, shaking it beneath the vehicle. With a resounding clang, an arrow struck the helmet and ricocheted away. Just as he suspected, Fong Tian spurred into action, donned the helmet and sprinted toward the desert by the roadside. Although fleeing to another bus could provide superior cover, they could board their own bus at any moment, which might prove detrimental in the long run. The assailants, clearly unprepared for Fong Tian's choice, struggled to find an angle and hastily fired several arrows, none of which found their mark. Fong Tian quickly located a sand dune, enduring the scorching grains as he lay upon it. The assailants, should they board their own vehicle, could plunder successfully within 5 minutes. Yet, they were intent on eliminating him, and as long as he did not stray too far, they would undoubtedly pursue him. As anticipated, they soon approached, utilizing their shields for cover. Fang Tian cautiously peeked out. A flurry of arrows whistled through the air, narrowly missing him as he ducked just in time. This was untenable. Several individuals were aiming in his direction, and their marksmanship was commendable. If he raised his head to aim, seeking an angle around the shield to shoot, he would have been struck by an arrow long ago. Furthermore, the individual with the shield was leading the charge, making it exceedingly simple to block his arrows. What should he do? Activate his rage? No. Engaging in a frenzied state would merely amplify his physical strength while sacrificing reason, rendering him an easy target against these trained adversaries. After all, the weapons in their hands were lethal, unlike the blunt instruments wielded by the Corpse King, which could withstand a few strikes due to their enhanced physical resilience. Could he flee? There was no time. The proximity was too close, and the surroundings were barren. With numerous arrows aimed directly at him, to run would be tantamount to courting death. What if they closed in for hand-to-hand combat? However, there were shield bearers positioned at the front, and when 5 individuals surrounded him for a frenzied assault, his chances of survival would be slim. Fang Tian glanced at his backpack, crossbow, arrows, longin, gun. Yes, he had a gun, and there were 8 bullets. An immediate strategy began to form in his mind. Estimating the positions of his adversaries, he shifted slightly to the side and, without taking aim, abruptly stood up and fired an arrow before quickly crouching down again. Whoosh! Several arrows flew past above his head. The arrow he just shot was not aimed at hitting anyone. Its true purpose was to provoke those few archers into releasing their aimed arrows. Now was the moment. Fang Tian sprang up, raising his gun to take aim. "He has a gun!" shouted the shield bearer. After releasing their arrows, those individuals had already taken cover behind their shields and immediately crouched down at the warning. Fang Tian's heart sank. Only a small portion of their shoulders were exposed, making them exceedingly difficult to target. Even if he managed to aim, he doubted he could inflict significant damage. There was no other option. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Tian relentlessly squeezed the trigger towards the shield, unleashing a barrage of bullets. But the shield only bore a few bullet holes without being penetrated. This shield was likely of green quality, while Fang Tian was firing. Several individuals cautiously peeked out to loose a few arrows. He made an effort to shift to the right, evading 2 arrows, and swung longin in an attempt to deflect the remaining ones. However, the difference in strength meant varied arrow velocities. With a clang, 1 arrow was deflected by longin, but the slower arrow struck his left arm. Fang Tian let out a muffled grunt, resigned to once again assume a prone position. With his agility, he could generally disregard arrows in one-on-one combat, but against a multitude, the risks were undeniable. Chapter 60. I await the CD. What do you await? The arrow must be extracted, otherwise, it will hinder my actions. Fang Tian severed the arrow lodged in his arm with the dragon's roar. Clenching the fallen shaft between his teeth, he forcefully pushed the remaining portion inward. The arrowhead pierced through his arm, emerging from the other side. An excruciating pain surged through him, and Fang Tian gritted his teeth, grasping the protruding arrowhead with determination. He yanked it out. Damn it! I didn't even bring any painkillers. Fang Tian's face turned pale, his body drenched in sweat. The agony from that moment nearly rendered him unconscious. He had no choice. If he had pulled it out directly, the barbs of the arrowhead would have inflicted even greater harm. Fang Tian spat out the broken arrow fragment he had bitten, hastily bandaged the wound, and took a sip of water to regain some clarity. The sweltering heat combined with the loss of blood from his injury left him feeling slightly disoriented. He needed to act swiftly. He was all in. Fang Tian rolled sideways for a short distance, then sprang to his feet and shot another arrow, once again drawing fire from his adversaries. Fang Tian suddenly surged forward at an incredible speed towards the group. Was he courting death? His reckless behavior took them by surprise, but soon, several individuals knocked their arrows. Aiming to shoot, Fang Tian raised his left hand to shield his face, neither dodging nor flinching, his pace unwavering. 4 arrows struck him, 3 hit his body, failing to penetrate the bulletproof vest, while 1 lodged itself in his left forearm. With only about 10 meters separating him from his foes, Fang Tian unleashed a brutal charge, propelled by an indomitable spirit towards the group. How fast? The sudden increase in velocity caught them off guard, leaving them no time to shoot again. Change weapons. I will knock him aside, and you all surround him to strike. The burly man with the shield bellowed, lunging towards Fang Tian with his shield raised. The remaining few quickly complied. This man possessed a formidable strength of 20 points, the mightiest among their convoy. Even if he couldn't knock Fang Tian away, as long as he could withstand a hit, the others would encircle him, and the battle would conclude instantaneously. He was armored, targeting his limbs and face. The others spread out on either side of the burly man, preparing to converge as soon as the collision occurred. However, with a thunderous crash, the shield shattered into two pieces, the burly figure sent sprawling as if struck by a small vehicle, flying backwards. After soaring 5 or 6 meters, he spat blood and lost consciousness. The remaining few rushed to encircle him, but due to the burly man's ejection, their formation could not close in. Fang Tian took 2 strides to escape the encirclement, not looking back as he continued forward. Naturally, they were unwilling to relent, sprinting after him. Should Fang Tian reach the vehicle, devoid of shield protection, they would lose their advantage. Unexpectedly, Fang Tian had no intention of boarding the vehicle. After running a few steps, he abruptly turned around. The 2 men in front were caught off guard, yet they did not panic. One wielded a knife while the other held a gun, launching their attacks simultaneously. Fang Tian's gaze fixed intently on the knife wielder. The power of his killing eye rendered the man momentarily frozen. In an instant, Fang Tian raised his foot and sent the man flying. Meanwhile, he twisted his body with great force, evading the thrust of a spear, while Longyin aimed directly at the chest of the gunman. This individual was evidently skilled. Recognizing that at such a close range he could not draw back his weapon in time for defense, and thus relinquished his hold on the gun, instead striking out with both hands toward the blade of Longyin. This fellow was clearly an adept. Relying on his stab-resistant clothing and the pressure of his hands to diminish the force of Longyin, he sought to delay Fang Tian with a minor injury, allowing his companions to mount an attack. However, Fang Tian was well aware of the capabilities of stab-resistant garments. Suddenly, flames erupted from Longyin, and amidst the cries of anguish, it pierced directly through his heart. The 2 individuals who had been trailing behind were now flanking him from the left and right, and the one who had been kicked away was rising to his feet. Only 3 remained, yet Fang Tian felt no trepidation in facing them. Their attacks were methodical, and having learned from their previous failures, they advanced and retreated in unison, revealing no vulnerabilities. Fang Tian, lacking formal training, dared not risk an offensive, opting instead to rely on his speed to evade and block. Time was of the essence, his wound was bleeding, and he could not endure for long. Fang Tian sneered. "Are you delaying for time in hopes of seeing me bleed? But do you know what I am stalling for?" The group paused, quickly realizing that with Fang Tian's remarkable speed and the proximity to the bus stop, he could flee at any moment. At that moment, the other 2 had just attacked. The one on the left was bringing his blade down with force. Fang Tian swiftly countered with a sudden upward slash. "I am waiting for the cooldown." The clash resonated as the man's large blade was severed in 2. Before the others could react, Fang Tian charged forward with a savage assault, sending the one in the center flying. After narrowly evading the long sword from the right, he struck twice at the individual now wielding the broken blade. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Without a weapon to defend himself, and with a slower pace than Fang Tian, even the most skilled fighter was rendered ineffective. After barely dodging one strike, the second blow severed his throat. Only one swordsman remained. Fang Tian sidestepped the long sword, swinging his blade to strike, but the man blocked the attack with his sword. They both kicked out simultaneously, one relying on speed, the other on experience, and both landed kicks on each other. The man's strength was evidently inferior. Fang Tian merely took a step back, while his opponent was sent sprawling to the ground. Fang Tian advanced swiftly, taking advantage of the man's prone position to deliver several lethal strikes. Suddenly, an arrow embedded itself in the bulletproof vest. It was the previously thrown man, though he was evidently severely injured and still struggling to rise. Fang Tian smirked coldly, stepping onto his back, and plunged Longyin into his heart. The body beneath him convulsed violently, writhing in its final throes. As Fang Tian withdrew Longyin, a fountain of blood erupted, spraying nearly a foot high, the boiling lifeblood soaking into the scorching yellow sand. Sensing the diminishing struggle beneath his feet, a wave of exhilarating delight surged within Fang Tian once more. He cast his gaze toward the man who had been knocked away for the second time. Unfortunately, this man remained unconscious. With diminished enthusiasm, Fang Tian loosed an arrow, scoring a long-range headshot. Upon completing all these tasks, he felt a dizzying fatigue. The excessive blood loss combined with the sweltering heat left him yearning for a moment's respite. Yet, lying here would only result in a slow demise under the merciless sun. With great effort, Fang Tian staggered back to the vehicle, where the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning revived his spirits. He entered the private compartment and gently roused Xiao He. Having drained the energy from the spirit stone, Xiao He appeared somewhat languid. Yet his basic mobility was no longer a concern. "Go and drag those bodies over here. Do not leave behind any of their belongings," Fang Tian instructed. Xiao He acknowledged with a nod, his form enlarging as he leaped from the vehicle. Xiao Ai, assist me in staunching the bleeding. Certainly, master, she replied. Before long, Xiao He had dragged the bodies to the side of the vehicle, while Xiao Ai had already tended to his wounds, at least halting the bleeding. After swallowing a blood-replenishing pill, Fang Tian thoroughly searched the several vehicles, collecting the backpacks and weapons of the deceased. Once all was accomplished, Fang Tian captured images of the bodies and disseminated the photographs across the regional channel. Chapter 61, Stopped and Robbed? 6 lifeless bodies, each in a state of tragic demise, appeared in the chat channel, causing an uproar among the participants. The mighty Fang Tian has triumphed. How is that possible? Does he have accomplices? Previously, the photos taken by Xiongba's people showed he was alone. How did he manage this? The last encounter could be deemed a sneak attack, but this time, it was Xiongba's men who initiated the conflict. No wonder the people from the Fiery Rose are defending him. They must be eager to latch onto his coattails. Forget the beauties of Fiery Rose. I wish to clasp the leg of the great Fang Tian myself. Fang Tian, are you there? May I embrace you just once? I would mind the prickly leg hair against my face. Get real. Fang Tian would probably find your stubble irritating. How can he be so formidable? Does he possess some hidden technique? This is utterly unfair. This Fang Tian is so selfish, hoarding the secrets to becoming stronger and causing the demise of so many. After a considerable wait, when the surrounding buses had vanished and Fang Tian's vehicle resumed its journey, Moronli finally sent a message in the channel. You are indeed impressive. Just wait. Fang Tian smirked and swiftly replied. If you insist on pushing me to annihilate your convoy, then I shall oblige. Of course, if you believe I am merely boasting, feel free to come at me. Typically, such a statement would be regarded as mere bravado. However, with the gruesome images of corpses still circulating in the channel, Fang Tian's formidable achievements lent credence to his words. Fang Tian, is there a secret to your strength? Perhaps you could share a hint? It's rather disheartening to be constantly berated by some vile individuals. As long as I can ensure that no one dares to insult me face to face, I have little regard for those cowardly mice who only dare to criticize from the shadows. To grow stronger, one must be willing to fight, train, and exert oneself. Fang Tian was wise enough not to divulge any secrets about the system. And he wasn't being dishonest either. Though he had the system's assistance, the strength he currently possessed was cultivated through his own efforts and determination. Suddenly, the bus came to an abrupt halt. Fang Tian frowned and looked up, only to find 3 buses blocking the road ahead. Were they from Xiongba? Fang Tian quickly instructed Xiao He to shrink and hide, advising him to act according to the situation. The name of the bus could only be seen from the rear. And from Fang Tian's vantage point, he could only discern one vehicle's tail. Yin Feixiang? That name sounds familiar, but these individuals were not from Xiongba. Were they allies of Xiongba? Fang Tian glanced back and noted that the road was clear behind him, and there were no announcements of plunder or vengeance. Could this truly be a mere coincidence? What did these people intend? Were they seeking a transaction or looking to cause trouble? 3 individuals soon disembarked from the bus, armed and approaching Fang Tian's vehicle. The leader rapped on the window rather than forcefully banging on the door. Intrigued, Fang Tian rolled down the window and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Robbery." The leader, sporting tousled blonde hair, appeared exceptionally arrogant. Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Robbery? Indeed. We are here in a civilized manner to demand 600 water. If you comply, we assure you that we shall not trouble you." The blonde-haired leader boasted. Alternatively, if you are too impoverished, allow us to inspect your warehouse. We shall only take 30 of your supplies. Fang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly sufficient to demand merely 600 water? Your appetite appears rather modest. Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten and let us aboard. Surrender your provisions. Otherwise, should we break down your door, you shall incur the expenses of repairing your vehicle. It seems you are indeed quite civilized. Fang Tian opened the car door, allowing the trio to enter. Once inside, one of the henchmen exclaimed in astonishment, "A level 3 bus. It even has air conditioning." From the outside, there is no discernible difference between a level 2 and a level 3 bus, but the interior contrasts starkly. After all, the genuine leather seats are quite apparent. And the amenities within are far superior to those of a level 2 bus. We have struck gold. Another henchman appeared equally exhilarated. The blonde leader reprimanded sharply, "Lower your voice. Have you never seen such luxury before?" He then turned to Fang Tian and added, "My friend, we 3 are here to redistribute wealth. 600 water is insufficient for a level 3 bus." Fang Tian inquired with a smile, "Then how much do you require?" 700 water. The blonde leader made a brazen demand. Fang Tian was momentarily speechless. It appeared these individuals were indeed bandits, unrelated to the esteemed Xiongba. 650 water would suffice. Noticing Fong Tian's silence, the blonde quickly added, "However, it cannot be any lower. Our status demands a certain respect." "Very well, that is agreeable. Shall I retrieve the goods from the warehouse?" Fong Tian intended to consult with Dong Jian in his private compartment to discern the true nature of this character, known as Exine Feixiang, before deciding how to handle the situation. "Boss, should we accompany him to the warehouse? If there are ample supplies, we may procure more." The blonde waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of authority. "That would not do. Even thieves adhere to a code. We have already agreed upon a price." He then turned to Fong Tian and proposed, "Brother, you seem quite astute. Why not join us in our venture? Follow me, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of." "Very well, I shall consider it. I will first go fetch the water," Fong Tian replied nonchalantly. "Wait. First open the regional chat channel. Let us indulge in some gossip," the blonde called out to Fong Tian once more. "Gossip about what?" "To see the commotion between Fong Tian and Xiongba. You are unaware of such a significant event." The blonde looked at him with disdain. I know a bit. Someone of your stature, I presume you are quite familiar with Xiongba. Any insider information?" Fong Tian inquired. The blonde, with an air of arrogance, settled back comfortably. Arms spread across the backrest, one leg crossed over the other in a quintessential power pose. "What is Xiongba to me? I am on familiar terms with Fong Tian." "Goodness. Boss, you actually know Fong Tian? Why didn't you inform us earlier?" exclaimed one of the henchmen nearby in awe. "What is there to discuss?" "He is merely Fong Tian, nothing extraordinary," the blonde replied nonchalantly. Fong Tian could not help but laugh aloud as he approached the control panel, tapping a few buttons. "Indeed, I am quite unremarkable, but I do not recall ever being on familiar terms with you." The blonde youth appeared utterly perplexed. "Who said we are acquainted?" "What I meant was..." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the operation screen revealing information about a bus, prominently displaying the name Fong Tian in the owner's section. In shock, his tongue became tangled. Fong Tian, boss." Fong Tian nodded slightly. "It's me. What orders do you have, boss?" The blonde youth was instantly rendered speechless, his expression freezing as he slowly slumped down from his seat, crashing onto the floor. The other two lackeys huddled together in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe, trembling like leaves in the wind. The gruesome images from the channel lingered vividly in their minds, and to their horror, they had dared to rob a bus belonging to Fong Tian. To make matters worse, they had inadvertently boarded a pirate ship. Their lives now rested entirely upon Fong Tian's whim. Fong Tian cleared his throat. "Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down." Chapter 62. The flying bus. Observing the robbers who obediently crouched down with their heads held, Fong Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Why did you attempt to rob me?" stammered the leader, a young man with yellow hair. "Fong Tian, revered deity, we could only see the name from the back of the bus. Had we known it was yours, we wouldn't have dared." "Very well," Fong Tian replied, "then tell me how you ended up on this path." Through the hesitant narration of the young man, Fong Tian gradually pieced together the circumstances. According to the yellow-haired youth, they had been law-abiding citizens until recently, not even acquainted with one another. During an exploration the previous day, they had entered a 6-person map. Besides themselves, there was a girl and 2 members from a group known as Xiongba. "Wait," Fong Tian interjected sharply, "members of Xiongba always explore as a team. How could there be 2 stragglers?" The young man trembled under Fong Tian's gaze and quickly clarified. It turned out that when the limit for the exploration map was less than 6, or if 2 teams were assigned to the same map, or if some members were allocated to a PvE map, such a situation could arise. Once he finished explaining and noticed Fong Tian's expression soften, the young man sighed in relief and continued. They had initially agreed to team up, but when it came time to distribute the spoils, the 2 Xiongba members proved to be unscrupulous. The remaining members, though displeased, dared not confront them and chose to endure the indignity. However, as the 2 became increasingly brazen, even attempting to lay hands on the girl, the yellow-haired youth could no longer tolerate it and led the charge to eliminate the 2 Xiongba members. Afterward, the 3 found camaraderie in their shared plight. Or as the young man put it, heroes recognizing one another and decided to become friends, ready to take on greater challenges. Following their violent encounter, they gained notoriety, which led them to the idea of robbing others on the road. Little did they expect that their first venture would bring them face to face with Fong Tian. Sighing, Fong Tian asked, "How do you wish to meet your end?" Upon hearing this, the young man burst into tears, crawling over to cling to Fong Tian's leg, wailing, "Great hero, spare us. We are merely guilty of attempted robbery, a crime not deserving of death. Besides, we have slain members of Xiongba. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Fong Tian, repulsed, kicked him away. "If you wish to live, do not fabricate lies. Only a level 14 can form a group. If you were indeed solo players, how could you act in unison now? The young man looked aggrieved. When we entered the team, we swore an oath to maintain secrecy to avoid implicating others. Very well, Fong Tian nodded. Since you speak of loyalty, I shall honor that. The young man's face brightened instantly. Once you are dead, the team will no longer be implicated. With that, Fong Tian raised his weapon, long and surprisingly, despite their evident terror, the three did not relent. Particularly the yellow-haired youth, who resorted to defiance. Boss, I will never speak. I would rather fight to the death. You will pay a price for killing me. Fong Tian's interest was piqued. What trump card do you possess? The young man with yellow hair snorted coldly. Removing his trousers and squatting down, even in death, I shall drag you along. How disgusting. His two companions immediately followed suit. Fong Tian, frightened to the core, pleaded, No. No, stop. Pull your pants up. I'm fainting. Quick, or I shall have you severed. Only then did the trio hastily raise their trousers, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Fong Tian. After a prolonged standoff, Fong Tian sighed, Consider this. I hold a grudge against Xiongba. Since your leader has taken you in, it stands to reason he shares a similar sentiment towards Xiongba. Therefore, you may confide in me without fear of endangering them. And I shall keep your secret. After exchanging glances, the yellow-haired youth shook his head resolutely. No way. A promise is a promise. I've already given my word. Please. Almighty One, spare us. Fong Tian, exasperated by their foolishness and cowardice, commanded, Silence. Weep further, and I shall end you. The vehicle fell into a hushed stillness as the three blinked through their tears, looking pitifully at Fong Tian, rubbing his temples. Fong Tian opened the car door. Here is the plan. Yellow hair, return to the vehicle and speak with your leader. Just mention that I inquired. Instantly elated. The youth glanced cautiously at Fong Tian. So, I can get out now? Quickly. Yes, yes. Yellow hair scampered out of the vehicle. His two companions shouted desperately, Boss, don't leave us behind. We are your most loyal subordinates. Fong Tian, weary of these amusing characters, opened a private chat. Several friends had sent numerous messages, and he responded briefly to assure them of his safety. While replying to Gu Xian's messages, she called him. What is up? I was just busy and about to respond to you. They're in our convoy now. Just then, yellow hair returned, bouncing with excitement, shouting from afar, Boss Fong Tian. Our convoy leader wants to talk to you. The two companions, with tears of joy, exclaimed, Boss, you truly haven't abandoned us. Silence. Fong Tian pointed towards the front of the vehicle. Go over there and cover your ears. The three obediently complied. Gu Xian's voice came through again. Did they say they offended you? Did you encounter any injuries while dealing with Xiongba's men today? I sustained a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. What is the situation with these three? It turned out that the girl who had teamed up with them yesterday was actually Li Shaoling. The two thugs from Xiongba not only hoarded the loot, but also attempted to bully Li Shaoling. When she revealed her affiliation with the Flaming Rose, they showed no restraint. Unable to endure their antics, Li Shaoling retaliated and injured one of them while grappling with the other, prompting the arrival of these three. Afterward, Gu Xian found herself in a quandary, concerned that these three might leak information and provoke Xiongba, yet not wishing to eliminate them. She ultimately decided to incorporate them into the convoy. However, she concealed their identities and removed them from the convoy's chat group, ensuring that, apart from Li Shaoling and herself, no one was aware of the situation regarding these three. Now I understand. Very well, I shall first deal with these three fools. Fong Tian hung up the phone and waved to the three individuals. They scrambled over, pleading, Boss, please spare us this once. Who is Yun Feixiang? Huang Mao quickly raised his hand. It's me. Your name sounds quite familiar. Have you perhaps insulted me in the chat channel? Yun Feixiang replied loudly. I swear on my life, I have never spoken ill of you. Great One, you might remember our leader's name because he has gained some notoriety in the channel. One of the subordinates quickly interjected. Another subordinate chimed in. Our leader is quite famous. He has a nickname, the Flying Bus. Ha ha. Fong Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He remembered that character. In the early days, when no one had toilets, this fellow, after taking advice from other deities, had the audacity to solve his bowel issues by leaning out of the car window. Unfortunately, he chose the front window and, having consumed contaminated water, ended up in a dire situation that nearly suffocated him. Ah, so it's you. I've long heard of your exploits. Since it was this individual, it was quite reasonable that he would resort to such a crude demonstration when faced with Fong Tian's life-threatening demeanor. Yun Feixiang, with an air of arrogance, remarked, It's nothing. Merely a matter of reputation. Fong Tian could no longer contain himself and delivered a sharp slap. Have some dignity. Yun Feixiang, with a mournful expression, pleaded, Great One, please let us go. How about this? We were just about to rob you of 650 water. We will compensate you double instead, all right? Never mind, just leave. Do not engage in such activities again. Yes, yes, yes. We promise to behave. The three expressed their gratitude profusely as they exited the vehicle. Yun Feixiang took a few steps, then turned back with a serious expression. Brother, since you have shown such generosity today, I, Yun Feixiang, am always clear about my debts. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. No need for further persuasion. I shall take my leave. Chapter 63. Renewable resources. After Yun Feixiang and his two companions cleared the way, Fang Tian's bus was able to resume its journey. He dialed Long Wushuang's voice message. Impressive. Would you be so kind as to reveal which ancient martial arts family you belong to? Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. An ancient martial arts family? Did such a thing truly exist? Never mind. If you choose not to disclose, I shall not press. I hail from the Long family. You may confirm this with your clan leader. Let us set aside past grievances. Families can indeed collaborate. I am but an ordinary person, regardless of whether you believe it. Well, let us speak no more of this. I wish to inquire about the revenge scroll. If you prefer silence, I shall not insist. The Avenger is a rare spawn from the Destroyer, with an exceedingly low drop rate. Once utilized, it can lead you to those who have previously plundered you. Among those who sought you today, one should have been a victim of your past incursions. I left no survivors. All 6 were eliminated. Can they still pursue me? At the very least, the revenge scroll will be unattainable. Very well, thank you. Should you wish to visit our region, you are most welcome. Ours is a relatively peaceful area. I fear those who resist peace have already been dealt with by you, correct? I am well aware of the illustrious deeds of your convoy. Peace must indeed come at a price. Fang Tian ceased further conversation, shutting down the private chat channel and began to tally his spoils. He had thoroughly looted 6 vehicles, with the basic materials alone valued at over 10,000 water units. Not to mention several spirit stones and spatial gems, his haul was nothing short of astonishing. The weapons wielded by these individuals were largely unremarkable. Apart from a shield that had been split in 2, which was of green armor quality, he had only discovered a solitary green weapon. The weapon was of no use to him, so he decided to list it on the trading channel at a price of 800 water units. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Tian grinned mischievously and priced the seized weapons at an 80% discount off market value. He then sent a message in the regional channel. For sale, Xiongba brand green weapons and ordinary armor at a bargain price. Such heartlessness. This is outrageous. Please, do intensify your efforts. Damn, you all are too swift. I didn't even get a single hair. Fang Tian chuckled and added, the rest nothing left. I merely dispatched 6 individuals. If you desire affordable weapons, perhaps you should encourage Xiongba's crew to bring more heads. How brazen. A blatant challenge. Xiongba? Why the silence? So arrogant? Just wait. This Fang Tian shall eventually meet his demise. Lin Yu sent him a private message. Dude. Perhaps you ought to tone it down. If they disregard all caution and come after you, it could be perilous. You worry too much. Even if I refrain from taunting, they would still seek my end. A little provocation now might reveal their vulnerabilities when they strike. With that, Fang Tian picked up the shield that had been shattered in 2 and approached the workbench, perhaps due to the extent of the damage. It required 10 high-grade wooden planks for repair. However, considering the shield's value, it was worth the investment. Fang Tian procured 200 wood to craft high-grade timber and proceeded to restore the shield. The shield is excessively large, hindering movement, although it is seldom utilized. There will inevitably come a time when it proves useful, hence I shall refrain from selling it. Once my tasks were completed, Fang Tian ventured to inspect his private territory and was pleasantly surprised to find a plethora of towering trees had emerged. The terrain had grown increasingly intricate. The small hill at the territory's edge had risen considerably, with a brook cascading down from its summit. This, it seemed, was the effect of the winds of evolution. Suddenly, Fang Tian pondered, does this mean he could effortlessly enter to gather firewood and water? Furthermore, stones and soil could also be extracted from the territory? With this thought in mind, he swiftly entered the domain to collect an assortment of wood, water, stones, and soil. He resolved to return in a few days. If these resources proved to be renewable, he would strike it rich. Regrettably, apart from a few small insects, no larger animals had yet been discovered within the territory. It was uncertain whether this was due to insufficient time for evolution or a scarcity of the winds of evolution. Fang Tian entered the trading hall to search for the winds of evolution, only to find none. Undeterred, he perused each chat channel and discovered a few individuals mentioning the winds of evolution, but none of those whom he added as friends responded. Was the drop rate for this resource truly so low? Upon reflection, it was understandable. After opening numerous treasure chests, he had amassed a wealth of attribute elixirs, spatial gems, and spirit stones, yet had acquired merely one wind of evolution. As time pressed on and the wounds upon his body throbbed, Fong Tian dined on the dinner served by Xiao Ai before succumbing to slumber. Days swiftly passed, and the number of participants in the channel dwindled significantly, leaving only around 3,000 people. However, there was a silver lining. Today marked the final day of the oppressive heat wave, and the atmosphere within the channel felt markedly more relaxed. After all, the toll of the scorching temperatures had been immense. Those without air conditioning were left to purchase ice or douse themselves with copious amounts of water to cool down, while those lacking sufficient supplies were at risk of perishing from the heat. For Fong Tian, the unfortunate news was that ice would become an unsellable commodity starting tomorrow. Yet, there was another piece of good news. He discovered that the resources within his private territory were indeed renewable. Although a notification would alert him that excessive harvesting could harm the ecological balance of the territory, indicating that daily renewable resources were limited. Fong Tian had conducted tests and learned that he could harvest 500 units each of ordinary water, wood, stone, and soil daily, amounting to a total value of approximately 950 units of pure water. While this was not an exorbitant amount, it represented additional gains. It is noteworthy that even now, the majority of individuals could only hope for a daily income of 300 units of pure water, and exploring the map would yield even less. The ice-making machine would be rendered obsolete starting tomorrow, but he still possessed a high-grade water purifier and a low-grade water purifier, combined with the territory's yield, granting him an extra daily income of 2,000 units of water. The Level 4 bus had chosen to upgrade yesterday and had now completed the upgrade. The bus has undergone reinforcement once again, with all windows replaced by bulletproof glass. The two doors are as heavy as those found on a vault. Even if Fong Tian were to attempt to force open the door, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Furthermore, the comfort of the seating has significantly improved, making it nearly imperceptible to feel any jolting while seated. The backrests are now adjustable, allowing one to recline and rest comfortably when fatigued. However, these enhancements are merely superficial. The true significance lies in the fact that acquiring a Level 4 bus unlocks numerous additional functionalities. Firstly, the storage capacity can be upgraded once more, expanding the warehouse's capacity to 150. Additionally, one can construct various infrastructures within their private domain, including manors, farms, and ranches. What concerns Fong Tian the most is the ability to build a reception room in his private territory, while other facilities can wait. He prioritized the construction of the reception room immediately. This space allows him to invite friends over, with the host able to set various permissions for guests. Currently, a Level 1 reception room can accommodate a maximum of 3 guests per day. The only unfortunate limitation is that the reception room can only begin receiving guests at 3 p.m. each day, with a maximum stay of 20 hours. Thus, it is impossible to utilize the reception room's functionality for collaborative exploration. Moreover, only after upgrading to a Level 4 bus can Fong Tian proceed to upgrade his private territory to Level 3. This upgrade requires 20,000 stones, 20,000 dirt, and 10,000 water. Currently, he lacks sufficient materials and must continue to gather resources. Attention, the bus is about to stop. Please remain seated and hold on to the handrails. We have arrived at the PvE map, Cannibal Tribe. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Chapter 64. The all-out war with the destroyers. After cleaving the tribal chieftain in two with a single stroke, Fong Tian cast a glance back at the fleeing cannibals, who were being relentlessly pursued by Xiao He. With a swift kick, he forced open the massive door of the cannibal tribe's storage. Inside, he beheld a meager pile of food and wood, prompting a sigh of resignation. The resources in this PvE map were woefully scarce. After transferring all the resources into his backpack, Fong Tian assessed the total value, which barely exceeded 800 water. What a paltry sum! With time to spare, Fong Tian seized an axe and cleared the surrounding trees, managing to gather a bit more wood. As the time elapsed, he summoned Xiao He back and returned to the vehicle. Soon, a dark, ominous portal materialized. Yet, no destroyers emerged, and the vehicle remained devoid of raiders. At that moment, an announcement blared through the speakers. The trial of the King of Destruction has commenced, due to heavy casualties among the destroyers. The King of Destruction has rallied his forces, initiating an all-out war against the survivors. Survivors are requested to enter the King of Destruction's domain through the portal and eliminate the king within 12 hours. Successfully defeating the King of Destruction will bring an end to the destroyer mode in that area. Failure to defeat him will result in devastation, reverting all survivor vehicles to Level 1, completely destroying private compartments, and leaving resources utterly ravaged. We hope all survivors will cooperate closely to navigate this crisis. Once again, a trial involving thousands. However, unlike the previous trial that allowed for voluntary withdrawal, this one bore the weight of punitive consequences. Such penalties were intolerable for anyone, with the monsters encountered during exploration growing increasingly formidable. Starting from scratch would spell doom for most. Fong Tian opened the chat channel. And indeed, amidst the cacophony of shock and curses, many began urging unity and discouraging internal strife. Numerous members from various teams expressed their willingness to set aside past grievances and confront this trial together. Their motives were clear: to win favor with the few remaining solo players, who, despite their dwindling numbers, were formidable and sought after by teams. Many were already advocating for Fong Tian and the Xiongba team to refrain from conflict and unite to weather this crisis. Fong Tian, unfazed, promptly declared in the regional channel, as long as the Xiongba members did not provoke him, he would refrain from engaging them. Truly, the magnanimity of the great Fong Tian. What about the Xiongba team? Exclamations of surprise rippled through the channel. Incredible! Fong Tian has actually upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. How can that be? I am still far from upgrading to a level 3 vehicle. And what of the Xiongba members? They needed to express their stance. Before long, Morong Li sent a message in the channel. On behalf of the Xiongba team, I wish to state that for the greater good, we will not initiate hostilities against Fong Tian during this trial. However, should he choose to strike first, we will retaliate. It seems the Xiongba team possesses a broader perspective. I am genuinely impressed. Indeed, this matter concerns the lives of all. To act selfishly and engage in internal conflict would be utterly excessive. At this moment, those engaging in internal strife are essentially opposing everyone, are they not? Indeed, today, during the trial, no one is permitted to engage in infighting. Whoever does so will be deemed an enemy of all. If anyone is discovered to be fighting internally, we shall unite against them. Agreed. Well then, since we have reached a consensus, let us proceed through the portal and see what awaits us. After exchanging greetings with Lin Yu and the others, Fong Tian suddenly recalled something and entered a private compartment. After some time, he emerged and stepped into the portal. As the light flickered, he found himself standing upon a shattered expanse of earth, beneath a dimly glowing sun hanging in a murky sky. The ground was a deep crimson, interspersed with slender fissures. No vegetation was to be found in the vicinity, save for some peculiar fungi, and a few marauders roamed nearby. The wristband from the previous trial still adorned his arm, functioning as a map, chatroom, and leaderboard. Fong Tian was situated at the edge of the map, but the location of the so-called King of Destruction was not marked, indicating that exploration was necessary. Numerous team leaders were already coordinating in the chat channel, advising everyone to gather in close-knit groups and to share any clues regarding the King of Destruction that they might uncover. This map was significantly larger than before. Fong Tian contacted Lin Yu and the Jin Yu siblings and discovered that they were relatively close, yet still too distant from him. He could only instruct them to converge and gradually make their way toward him. The maximum team size was 6, and though Fong Tian initially wished to include Li Xiaoling, she was already in her own group, leaving him to hope for a reliable ally on the road. Fong Tian checked his backpack and a smile spread across his face. After patting it, he headed in the direction of Lin Yu and the others. Along the way, he encountered several marauders and raiders, earning 5 trial points for each marauder defeated. Slaying a raider yielded 20 trial points, but these creatures were exceedingly cunning, often hiding behind marauders. The raiders could continuously summon marauders to assist them, and those summoned would not provide any trial points. If one failed to quickly eliminate a raider, they could easily find themselves at a disadvantage. For instance, a nearby 4-person team found themselves encircled by a throng of marauders, with 2 raiders on the periphery periodically summoning additional marauders. Their rate of monster elimination matched that of the raiders summoning, and it was only a matter of time before exhaustion set in. Although they recognized the urgency and wished to eliminate the raiders first, they were already surrounded by marauders, making it impossible to break through. Even if one were to attempt a shot, it would be deflected by the raider's magical shield. "Is there anyone who can assist us?" cried a voice from the team in distress. Given the promise of cooperation, Fong Tian could not remain idle. He unsheathed Long Yin and charged forward. The raiders quickly took notice of him, summoning 2 marauders to advance upon him. After striking down one marauder with a swift blow, Fong Tian disregarded the other and pressed on toward the raider. The raider wielded its staff and unleashed a mental attack upon Fong Tian. However, his mental fortitude had risen to 33 points, rendering such an attack ineffective. With a single strike, he shattered the shield and eliminated the raider in an instant. The second raider soon followed suit, meeting a similar fate. Upon witnessing the scene, the members of the small team erupted in cheers. After drawing their bows and dispatching several marauders, they felt a sense of security, and Fong Tian opened the chat channel to issue a warning. The figure wielding the staff was a raider capable of summoning marauders to join the fray. He possessed psychic attacks and a magical shield that could withstand assaults, with a cooldown of approximately 15 seconds. It was imperative that everyone prioritize eliminating the raider, lest the numbers of foes multiply. Goodness. So that was it. Thankfully, I refrained from engaging that horde of monsters, as it harbored several raiders. I encountered raiders myself. Their magical shields can absorb 1 attack from melee weapons and 3 from ranged ones. The psychic attacks are troublesome, causing dizziness for quite some time. It is best to focus fire from a distance. Observing everyone share their experiences, Fong Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. He rather enjoyed this spirit of teamwork. Meanwhile, in another corner of the map, Moore only opened a private message, and, after reading its contents, a smile spread across his face. He then sent a message in the convoy channel. Everyone, assemble at the designated location. Chapter 65. The Colossal Destroyer. After bidding farewell to the small team, Fong Tian continued on his journey. Not far ahead, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. Upon rounding a massive mushroom tree, Fong Tian stumbled upon a diminutive battlefield. In a small basin, a dozen individuals stood firm against 30 or so destroyers. The survivors, backed by the mountain wall and utilizing a few large boulders for cover, cleverly prevented the destroyers from encircling them. At the edge of the battlefield, 5 raiders intermittently summoned more destroyers to join the fray. However, the survivors displayed their own cunning, swiftly dispatching a 6-member squad to break through and flank the enemy, aiming to eliminate the rear ranks first. Once the raiders fell, the remaining destroyers would be akin to fish on a chopping block, and victory appeared assured. To avoid being misunderstood as a thief of kills, Fong Tian chose not to intervene and turned to leave. Yet moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. The sound resembled that of a destroyer, albeit with a significantly greater volume. Sensing impending danger, Fong Tian hurried back and soon caught sight of the battlefield from a distance. In the midst of the chaos stood a colossal destroyer, towering nearly 5 meters tall and wielding a steel blade, a leader-level monster. A formidable war machine with both offense and defense. The giant destroyer obstructed the small squad's attempt to flank, its immense strength rendering their assaults ineffectual, as it seemed barely fazed by their blows. While a single squad could typically manage such a creature, the raiders continually summoned more destroyers to surround them. With the onslaught of minions, the 6-member squad could only fight a rearguard action. Alas, one member, caught off guard, was cornered by the lesser creatures. The giant destroyer struck with its blade, delivering a fatal blow. Retreat. The squad leader commanded decisively. With casualties already mounting and no way to approach the raiders, the number of monsters would only increase, making victory impossible. Yet, 8 or 9 individuals remained against the mountain wall, drawing a horde of destroyers. If the colossal destroyer turned its attention to them, their fate would be sealed. It seemed these individuals were merely a makeshift team, and in the face of calamity, self-preservation took precedence. At that moment, Fong Tian had reached the battlefield's edge and swiftly resolved to take action. These monsters posed little threat to him. This was a large-scale instance, and saving a few lives could bolster their forces. He charged directly at the 5 raiders, bellowing, "Hold your ground. I will flank the rear." The 5 individuals, initially filled with hope, turned to disappointment upon realizing he was alone. What could one person accomplish? Flanking 5 raiders? It was a laughable notion. The consecutive mental assaults of the 5 raiders could easily incapacitate an individual. As they hastily retreated, Fong Tian shouted again, "I am Fong Tian." At this proclamation, the squad members hesitated, their steps slowing. Who was Fong Tian? The legendary figure who could emerge unscathed from a 1v6 encounter, while one individual might struggle against 5 raiders. Perhaps a god of 1v6 could prevail. The raiders quickly noticed Fong Tian, directing the newly summoned 5 destroyers to encircle him. Fong Tian swiftly dispatched 2 foes with his arrows before the dragon roar blade began to dance through the air, soon eliminating the remaining 3. Incredible! Brothers, hold your ground. We can fight. The captain of the squad exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Without pausing, Fong Tian charged towards the marauders. However, just then, 5 more destroyers emerged, forming a circle with their staffs clashing at the tips. Fong Tian sensed the impending danger and hastily released arrows, yet they were thwarted by the destroyers' defenses. A colossal black portal materialized nearby, and with a thunderous roar, a giant destroyer wielding a steel fork stepped through. The massive creature quickly locked onto its target, advancing toward Fong Tian with an imposing stature. This was disastrous. Even if the great Fong Tian could contend alone, the relentless onslaught of destroyers would surely wear us down. Another team member was grazed by the giant destroyer's steel blade. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike, a chunk of flesh was torn from his arm. Should we retreat? Fong Tian was already engaged with the giant destroyer. After deftly dodging a lethal thrust, Fong Tian locked eyes with the behemoth. The Eye of Slaughter activated. A blood-red glow ignited in Fong Tian's gaze, causing the giant destroyer to tremble, momentarily stunned. Before it could react, Fong Tian swiftly maneuvered around it, launching a ferocious charge at the marauders. In an instant, he sent one destroyer flying, and with two sweeping slashes, he eliminated the remaining guardians. With the guardians dispatched, the feeble marauders stood no chance. Their once proud mental assaults proved ineffective against Fong Tian, and the protective magical shield merely allowed him to strike once more. By the time the giant destroyer arrived, all 5 marauders had been vanquished. Remarkably swift. Excellent. Fong Tian had dealt with the marauders and was now clearing the lesser foes. Instead of engaging the giant destroyer directly, he adeptly evaded its attacks while targeting the smaller minions nearby. With the distractions eliminated, the pressure on his squad significantly lessened. Facing a single boss creature posed little challenge for Fong Tian. Its speed was insufficient to touch him, though its physical defenses were formidable, prolonging the encounter. Once resolved, Fong Tian proceeded to assist those cornered against the mountainside, swiftly dealing with the remaining minor foes. Meanwhile, the other giant destroyer was soon overwhelmed by a collective assault. Goodness! We almost faced total annihilation. Thank goodness for Fong Tian's timely intervention. Truly remarkable. 5 marauders dispatched in an instant, and a boss creature defeated in under a minute. Truly worthy of the title of a god, who can take on 6 opponents alone. Thank you, Fong Tian, the captain of the squad, who had previously flanked the rear, approached with heartfelt gratitude. Fong Tian nodded. No problem. Which team are you from? Hungry Wolves or Fire Foxes? Given their resilience under the assault of the giant destroyer and numerous lesser foes, as well as their decisive retreat when overwhelmed, it was clear they were no mere rabble. Their seamless cooperation indicated they had not formed a temporary alliance, but rather entered as a cohesive unit. Currently, there are only 4 level 4 teams within the channel. The Team Fiery Rose can be excluded, as the mere mention of its leader's name would not elicit the desired reaction. This leaves us with only Fire Fox and Hungry Wolf. The Fire Fox team, established by Dong Jian, is a level 4 team, while the Hungry Wolf team is an allied faction of Xiangba. As for the Fire Fox team, our leader, Dong Jian, has just instructed me to convey his message that he shall reciprocate your kindness. Fong Tian remarked casually, it's no trouble at all. He then inquired, by the way, the others aren't from your team, are they? Those few young lads just now seemed eager to slip away, and should they escape, the remaining members would likely meet a grim fate. They're merely brothers passing by, he replied, clearly grasping Fong Tian's implication, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. In such a dire situation, without reinforcements, they were indeed facing a dead end. Although they might harbor suspicions of betraying their teammates, it was merely a desperate measure. Their willingness to take risks and target the rear lines was commendable. Please take care. I must take my leave now, he added, choosing not to elaborate further and attempting to turn away. Wait. Fong Tian turned back, only to see the individual raising his wrist, fixated on the air. Clearly, he was engaged in a private chat. Soon, he bit his lip and managed a forced smile. Great Fong Tian. Shall we team up together? Fong Tian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him for an extended moment before responding slowly. No, I am in haste to meet a friend. With that, he turned and departed. The captain of Fire Fox exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and reopened the private chat to confirm the message sent by Dong Jian. No need for reminders. Disregard the passerby, and come here. Chapter 66. Gourd Valley. Attention, everyone. 5 marauders can summon the boss monster, the giant destroyer, and can do so continuously, with an unknown interval. If there are more than 5 marauders, it is advisable to invite a few more teams to join the fight nearby. Fong Tian sent out a reminder in the regional channel. It seems this trial is far from easy. Everyone must exercise caution. We must prevail. Initially, I was somewhat careless, as the monster's abilities are fixed, but I did not anticipate such variations. So, should we simply avoid those large groups of monsters? Fong Tian pondered and replied, I suspect that's not feasible. I haven't seen any destroyer kings yet. I believe we must defeat a certain number of monsters for the boss to appear. That makes sense. Let us do this. If we encounter a large group of monsters, let us not rush in. Instead, we'll send a location in this channel for our nearby comrades to come and assist. What do you think? That's a splendid idea. But let us agree on one thing. If anyone dares to betray us, we'll all unite against them. Absolutely. Our region has truly come together. Just now, our team encountered danger and was rescued by the Xiongba convoy. Well, the Xiongba convoy is actually helping others? It seems our region is becoming increasingly united. Fong Tian, brother? Shall we move together? Where are you now? Li Shaoling sent a private message. I'm still meeting up with my friends. Why aren't you with your convoy? There are only 2 or 3 people near me, and I'm waiting for them to gather. The others are too far away, but there are many marauders nearby, making it a bit challenging for a small team. Where are you located? If it's on the way, let us join forces. If it's too far, you should collaborate with other teams for now and regroup when the big boss appears. Soon, Li Shaoling sent over a coordinate. That has someone on the way. You're in that vicinity. I'll head over and we can regroup. All right, I'll wait for you. After closing the private chat, Fang Tian quickened his pace. Approximately 30 minutes later, he met up with Lin Yu and Jin Yu, who were accompanied by 2 others they had encountered earlier and deemed reliable, a young man dressed in black and a youth clad in yellow. The 2 seemed somewhat familiar. And Fang Tian paused in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, it's you." The 2 quickly recognized him and rushed over in excitement. It was indeed their former comrades from the Dark Forest, Xiao Huang and Xiao He. After days of training, Xiao He had gained a bit of composure, while Xiao Huang bore a touch of weariness. "See, I was mistaken. With such skill, I told you he must be the esteemed Fang Tian of the channel." Xiao He looked triumphantly at Xiao Huang. It appeared that since their last adventure, the 2 had added each other as friends and maintained contact. However, after their previous collaboration, Fang Tian had chosen not to reveal his name to avoid complications. All right. You're clever. I'll give you that. Fang Tian, regardless of what happens this time, we must become friends. This marks our 3rd encounter, a delightful coincidence. Xiao Huang appeared quite pleased. Fang Tian smiled and added them both as friends. By the way, didn't you mention having a younger sister? Have you found her? Xiao Huang nodded. Yes, I have found her, but she's not in our area. With the new zone transfer feature, you could bring her over. It would be comforting to have her nearby. Xiao Huang sighed. This girl believes she is doing well over there, so she doesn't want to come. Xiao He laughed heartily. His sister is a little tough girl, with a temperament even more fiery than mine. Li Jin leaned in. Just look at how well-behaved my sister is. How about this, my friend? Let your sister add me as a friend, and I'll help you mentor her. Fang Tian, feeling impatient, pushed him away. Go away. Don't cause trouble. So you already knew each other? It seems I've approached the right person. Lin Yu also walked over. Yes, we collaborated once before. He is reliable. Let us discuss our positioning first. No rush. A team from the Fire Rose is nearby and wants to collaborate with us. That is fine. Lin Yu nodded. He was somewhat aware of the quality of personnel in Fire Rose. Well, I've heard that Fire Rose is full of beautiful women. Does this mean I have a chance? Li Jin was evidently intrigued. Li Yu pinched him. Brother, be serious. Serious about what? You found happiness. But I'm still without a partner. As he spoke, Li Jin teasingly glanced back and forth between Li Yu and Lin Yu. Li Yu blushed deeply, retreating behind Lin Yu. Well done. You're quick on the draw. Fang Tian couldn't help but tease. Lin Yu, unfazed, casually remarked, where is that team of girls? Let us gather. Wait a moment, let me ask her location. Saying this, Fang Tian sent a message to Li Shaoling. However, after waiting several minutes without a reply, he mused, perhaps she is busy with monsters, let us wait a bit longer. After quite some time, with still no response from Li Shaoling, Xiao Huang suggested, why don't we meet up with another friend of mine? She just informed me that she is also nearby. Xiao He, with a forlorn expression, remarked, you rascal, have you added other friends behind my back? Male or female? Xiao Huang chuckled. It's that beauty we encountered last time. She added me later. Fang Tian had no objections. If it's not far, that's fine, but don't tell her my name before we meet. Since Li Shaoling's team ISNT fully assembled, having one more person one team matter. After briefly discussing their formation, they decided Xiao Huang would lead the way. Not far ahead, they came upon a valley, which resembled a gourd shape on the map, with Fang Tian and the others positioned at the bottom of the gourd. They entered the bottom area through a passageway only 2 or 3 meters wide. This gourd valley's bottom area was almost the size of a football field, with tall cliffs surrounding the vicinity, apart from the passage behind them and the one leading to the gourd's head in front. There were a few scattered monsters nearby, but for Fang Tian and his companions, they were mere trifles, easily dispatched. The monsters in this valley are rather sparse, Lin Yu suddenly remarked. Fang Tian slowed his pace, sensing an unsettling anomaly. Could it be that all the monsters had been lured to the head of the gourd? Given the density of creatures in the vicinity, the sparse presence of monsters in such a valley was indeed peculiar. Recalling the strange demeanor of the Huahu convoy members, he hastily inquired of Xiao Huang. Does that girl have a convoy? Xiao Huang hesitated for a moment, then replied, I didn't ask, but it should be a level 4 convoy. She participated in the last operation as part of a group. Fang Tian abruptly halted, a realization dawning upon him. Something is amiss. She might be affiliated with Xionba. What? Xiao Huang exclaimed. I didn't mention your name to her. After all, I only just confirmed your identity. He continued, when we encountered her last time. You boasted about battling goblins and encountering skilled opponents. She likely deduced your identity and deliberately added you. Xiaohei also sensed the unease. What exactly did you tell her? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xiao Huang admitted, I merely said I was fortunate to have assembled a super expert and asked if she wanted to join. Fang Tian's heart sank, and he shouted, withdraw. Quickly. But it was too late. Suddenly, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals surged into the valley, blocking the entire passage while drawing their bowmen to aim at them. Simultaneously, a large group emerged from both sides of the passage leading to the head of the gourd, sealing off another route. From the crowd, a swordsman stepped forward, waved from a distance, and called out loudly, Fang Tian. I am Moronli. At last, we meet. Chapter 67, The Blood Battle at Gourd Valley 1. Seeking an escape route. Find an escape route, Fang Tian murmured softly. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, swiftly scanning the surroundings for a possible way out. Xiao Huang appeared dazed, frantically gesturing with his right hand in the air, clearly attempting to send a message of inquiry. Fang Tian, deep in thought, pondered strategies while loudly questioning, Moronli, wasn't it agreed that you wouldn't strike against me today? Your words are as empty as the wind. He was aware that his inquiry sounded rather foolish, yet it served merely to buy him some time. I only remember stating that I would ensure your demise. Moronli laughed heartily. Xiaohei glanced at the chat channel, seething with anger. Damn. These despicable scoundrels. They are claiming in the regional channel that you are the one unreasonably pursuing them. There is no point in debating it. We can't take pictures in the trial arena, Fang Tian insisted, attempting to maintain his composure. I'm so sorry. I didn't know she. Xiao Huang's voice trembled, revealing his evident fear. Just then, Gu Xin, the leader of the Flaming Rose, sent a message. Fang Tian, have you seen Li Xiaoling? The team that went to rendezvous with her cannot find her. Nearby passers-by said she was taken away by a group of people. Xiongba is plotting against me. Abducting Li Xiaoling must be an attempt to extract my location. Has she betrayed you? She likely hasn't. Xiongba seems to have trapped me through other means. And Li Xiaoling is probably being held captive. Understood. At that moment, a girl emerged beside Moronli, giggling, Fool, stop sending messages. I'm right here. Xiao Huang's face was a mask of indignation. Why did you use me? The girl laughed melodiously. Why else would I add you as a friend? With such an unattractive appearance, do you think you deserve a spot on my friends list? Fang Tian's gaze sharpened as he recognized her. She was the girl he had expelled from the team in the Graveyard of Despair. It was in that very map that he had met Li Xiaoling. Surely, her abduction was linked to this girl? Don't argue with her, Fang Tian urged, tugging at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's expression was one of remorse. I'm sorry. It was my foolishness that endangered you all. Just saying sorry is enough? Li Jin, unable to contain his frustration, charged forward to confront him, only to be restrained by Xiaohei. Let it go. It's already happened, and he didn't do it on purpose. At this juncture, we shouldn't turn on each other, Xiaohei counseled. Li Jin, reflecting on this, stamped his foot in frustration. If anything happens to my sister, I swear I'll make him pay. Fang Tian sighed. Enough of the bickering. Ultimately, I am the one who has brought you into this predicament. Just then, Moronli's arrogant voice rang out once more. You trash over there. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you come over now and bow to me, I will let you leave unharmed. Except for Fang Tian, of course. Haraha, Lin Yu quietly remarked. There's a cave nearby. I wonder if it leads outside. Indeed, Fang Tian replied, surveying the area, keenly observing the terrain in search of a glimmer of hope. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, individuals continued to emerge from the head of the Gourd Valley, suggesting that Moronli was indeed stalling for time. This indicated that Xiongba's forces were primarily ambushed in the valley's upper region. Fortunately, they had timely detected the anomaly. Otherwise, if encircled in a more confined area, they would have been rendered utterly powerless. Shortly, it became evident that Moronli's personnel were in position, and he impatiently urged, you have 2 more minutes to decide. Fang Tian managed a forced smile, inquiring, so, is anyone willing to step forward? Lin Yu was the first to declare, don't look at me. I am a soldier. There is no option for betraying my comrades here. Moreover, we are not devoid of opportunities. Those in the channel are converging towards us. If we can hold out long enough, the pressure of public opinion will deter them from exterminating us entirely. Li Yu murmured, I stand with Brother Lin. Li Jin shrugged, saying, then I shall accompany my foolish sister. Xiaohei, brimming with fervor, proclaimed, as a dignified son of Huaxia, I kneel only before heaven, earth, and my parents. This scoundrel has no right to demand my submission. In a virtual realm or online scenario, many might scoff at the notion of trading a kneel for a life. Yet here, death loomed as a tangible reality, and when faced with such dire circumstances, few could maintain the fortitude of their knees. Observing his comrades, who, despite their palpable anxiety, stood resolutely by his side. Fang Tian felt a surge of solace. However, Xiao Huang's eyes were bloodshot, his facial muscles twitching. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Fang Tian remained silent, recognizing that Xiao Huang had a sister, and those with attachments often exhibit a certain fragility. Yet, if you wish to go, then do so, we shall not look down upon you for it. With gritted teeth, Xiao Huang trembled as he took a step forward. Lin Yu grasped the eager Xiao He, subtly shaking his head. Mor only laughed heartily. That trash, is he coming to kneel? Fang Tian offered a final caution. Think carefully, they may not honor their word. With a grim smile, Xiao Huang advanced towards Mor only. Li Jin produced a few pills, distributing them among the group. Li Yu swiftly approached to tend to Fang Tian's wounds. By this time, Xiao Huang had reached Mor only, standing frozen before him. Mor only regarded him with disdain. You pitiful wretch, kneel faster. Don't make me regret this. The girl beside him playfully complained, brotherly. I've lost count of how many times I've vomited to entice this ugly man. My shoes are filthy. After kneeling, will you have him lick my shoes clean? Mor only grinned lewdly, pinching her backside. Sure. But remember, tonight, you'll need to attend to other areas. Xiao Huang, with bloodshot eyes, glared at the smirking girl, whispering. You know me, I have always feared for my life. To survive, kneeling isn't such a big deal. However, as he spoke, Xiao Huang bent his knees, seemingly ready to bow. In that instant, however, Xiao Huang flipped his right hand, revealing a dagger, which he thrust with lightning speed into the unsuspecting girl's neck. You made me a traitor, Xiao Huang bellowed, withdrawing the knife and lunging towards Mor only. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Yet the girl's death granted Mor only a moment to react. He swiftly drew a pistol from his waist. Bang! A cloud of crimson mist erupted from Xiao Huang's head as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Fang Tian's mind was engulfed in a haze, blood rushing to his head. He could hardly believe that the timid Xiao Huang would resort to such drastic measures. The usually cautious and self-preserving individual had displayed a valor that seemed to defy death itself. He had not misjudged the character of his companion after all. Gritting his teeth, Fang Tian endeavored to steady his nerves. Yu Xiaohe roared in fury, attempting to charge forward. Fang Tian swiftly grasped him, delivering a sharp slap to awaken him. Retreat with Lin Yu. Let us first seek refuge in the cave and look for an escape route. I will cover you. Xiaohe's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he bit his lip, falling in step behind Lin Yu. Teams 1 through 4 secured the passageway, while the rest dispersed to flank the enemy, aiming to turn them into a porcupine of arrows. Moron Li, evidently enraged, brutally stepped on Xiao Huang's lifeless body and issued the command to attack. Soon, 70 to 80 men spread out in a fan formation, closing in on Fang Tian. Observing that Lin Yu and the others had already dashed toward the cave, Fang Tian readied his bow, taking aim. As the assailants approached within 40 to 50 meters, he released an arrow. However, due to the considerable distance, it veered off course, merely grazing one man's arm. Fire! With Moron Li's command, the men of Xiongba simultaneously drew their bows. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, as countless projectiles rained down upon Fang Tian. In such a concentrated volley, considerations of accuracy and evasion became moot. Chapter 68, The Blood Battle of Gourd Valley 2. As a rain of arrows obscured the sky, Fang Tian unhesitatingly retrieved his shield from his backpack and crouched behind it. The incessant sounds of arrows embedding themselves into the shield filled the air. Moron Li commanded his subordinates to slowly encircle the area, boasting, "Do you think I would allow anyone to engage in close combat with you? Let us see just how formidable you truly are. Await your demise." Fang Tian understood that once surrounded, the relentless barrage of arrows would become impossible to withstand. "Come over." Lin Yu beckoned from the mouth of the cave. Without hesitation, Fang Tian charged toward the cave, shield in hand for protection. The cave did not lead outside. However, given the circumstances, it seemed they could only make a stand here. Lin Yu shrugged. The cave was scarcely 10 meters deep and 2 to 3 meters wide, with no other exits. Fang Tian forced a smile. "I apologize, everyone. It seems I have brought you into this predicament." Lin Yu drew a large shield from his backpack, stating, "At this juncture, let us refrain from such talk. Raise the shield and withstand their assault. The trial time is limited, as long as we endure. The pressure from others will deter them from lingering." Xiao He shouted, "Let us fight to the last breath. Avenge Xiao Huang. Charge." Li Jin was advising Li Yu's sister. "Do not fear, just stay behind and shoot arrows." Li Yu nodded resolutely. "I understand. With you all, I am unafraid." Fang Tian's spirit surged as he bellowed, "Xiongba, enter and meet your end." Xiongba's men had already surrounded the cave, and those with angles were shooting arrows inside. Yet, with Fang Tian and Lin Yu each raising a shield, the arrows were rendered ineffective against them. Moron Li rushed over, firing a shot from his handgun. only for it to be thwarted by the shield. What should we do, boss? His shield is green equipment. It's not easily shattered. Just as Muronli was about to respond, an arrow suddenly shot out from the cave and struck his shoulder. Damn! Muronli cursed loudly, retreating into the crowd. Fang Tian lamented the missed opportunity, lowering his bow and calling out, "Is that all you are capable of?" At Fang Tian's cue, Xiao He and Li Jin joined in the taunting. Particularly, Li Jin, with a tongue as sharp as honey, spat out obscenities so vile that even Fang Tian found them distasteful. "All of you charge. Let us turn them into pulp." Morong Li's frantic voice echoed. As the dark crowd approached, Li Jin made a face. "Shouldn't we refrain from provoking them? Let them shoot arrows slowly. That would be just fine." Fang Tian retrieved longing, asserting, "We cannot allow them to remain composed. I will face them head-on with Fang Tian. You support us with spears or firearms." Lin Yu also drew a long sword. The cave was only a meter or two wide, allowing a maximum of 4 individuals to stand. Xiang Ba's men were unable to maneuver, crowding together as they surged forward. Fang Tian exhaled in relief. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, lacking in coordinated battle tactics. Exchanging glances with Lin Yu, the two remained still, shields raised, awaiting the imminent confrontation. As the foremost adversary drew near, they simultaneously lowered their shields and struck. Longing pierced through one adversary like lightning, while Fang Tian sidestepped another sword thrust. He then raised his hand to deflect a spear that came at him. Another individual swiftly approached, and with a sudden thrust, Xiao He pierced the abdomen of Fang Tian with a spear, only to be followed by a decisive strike from Fang Tian that ended his life. Lin Yu, though slower than Fang Tian, possessed superior skill and coordinated seamlessly with Li Jin, achieving considerable success in their efforts. Before long, 5 or 6 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. "Charge forward. We shall exhaust them to their last breath. 1,000 water for those who engage. 5,000 for each strike. 10,000 for a kill. The one who slays Fang Tian shall become the leader of the new convoy." The piercing cries of Murong Li echoed from outside the cave. "Ah!" Li Yu exclaimed in shock. Li Jin, who was covering for Lin Yu, was struck in the shoulder by a cold arrow. Li Yu hurriedly rushed forward to assist him with bandaging. The assailant quickly retreated, shouting, "Boss, I landed a shot." Murong Li's voice soon followed. "Good. You shall receive 5,000 water." This announcement invigorated the morale of the gathered warriors, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Though Lin Yu faced no immediate peril, the absence of cover would deplete his stamina significantly. After dispatching a few more foes, he noticed Lin Yu's breathing becoming increasingly labored, and Fang Tian understood the time for action had arrived. Gripping the hilt of Longing tightly, flames erupted forth. This time, not only did the blade ignite, but the tip extended into a flaming edge, rendering Longing at least twice its original length. Die! With a sweeping motion, the fiery sword sliced through the air, cleaving 7 or 8 of the Xiongba players in two. The acrid stench of charred flesh filled the air, creating a pocket of emptiness amidst the chaotic battlefield. "By heavens!" Xiao He gasped in disbelief, his mouth agape. "Stop bandaging. Look at the divine spectacle," Li Jin exclaimed in a frenzy. Lin Yu was equally astonished. "This skill wasn't so formidable last time. Was it upgraded?" "Indeed," Fang Tian murmured. "However, with my attributes, I can only utilize this upgraded skill about 3 times. Perhaps the spectacle was too overwhelming. The Xiongba members, faces etched with fear, instinctively took 2 steps back. Skills must have a cooldown. Let us strike before it recharges," a minor leader urged, rallying the spirits of the group. As they collectively roared their encouragement, they surged forward once more. Fang Tian let out a cold chuckle, reaching into his backpack to produce a fist-sized, furry black object and tossed it to the ground. It was a small black dog. Woof. The dog emitted an enormous bark. And then, as if inflating, it swelled to half the height of a person in an instant. Having been unable to bring Xiao He into the last trial, Fang Tian had deliberately included him in the magical backpack this time, and to his astonishment, it had worked. Before the Xiongba members could comprehend the situation, Xiao He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the throat of one of their own, severing it with brutal efficiency. As the remaining Xiongba members reacted, they raised their weapons to strike at Xiao He. Yet, his fur proved extraordinarily resilient. Their blades merely sheared off a few strands and scratched the surface. A leader-level creature. A gasp rippled through the crowd. In such a confined space, the destructive potential of a leader-level monster was well understood by all. Onward. Fang Tian beckoned Lin Yu as they charged forward. The trio, 2 men and 1 dog, began a slaughter within the cave, advancing in a line as the Xiongba members found themselves utterly incapable of retaliating. Retreat. The situation was on the brink of collapse. The foremost individuals screamed in terror as they retreated. However, in the midst of such a throng, extricating oneself was no simple task. After a few lifeless bodies were left behind, The forces of Xiangba finally withdrew from the cave. Such incompetence. How could so many be frightened away by just a handful of them? Charge in at once. The voice of Murong Fu echoed, yet ultimately, the men of Xiongba dared not advance again. Fang Tian called back Xiao He and retreated into the cave alongside Lin Yu. The cavern was strewn with bodies. The ground stained crimson with blood, and the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage. 21 killed. You were truly impressive. Li Jin gazed in disbelief. Li Yu, overwhelmed by the sight of dismembered limbs and the stench of blood, retched. Li Jin hurriedly patted her back. Dear sister, hold it together. The smell is already unbearable. Let us take a moment to rest. Fang Tian took a sip of water. Xiao He, if you're not fatigued, please clear these bodies and move them to the sides of the passage. Understood. Xiao He responded with enthusiasm. At this rate, we might truly emerge victorious. Fang Tian remained silent, taking a bite of food and closing his eyes to recuperate. Outside the cave, boss, please calm down. One of the subordinates attempted to console the furious Murong. Calm down? Nonsense. A bunch of useless fools. Boss, their strength is overwhelming. Not to mention their leader's formidable pet. The cave's layout is too confined. It truly is challenging to mount an attack. If we were to force our way in, even if we managed to exhaust them, our losses would be too great. It's not worth the risk. Murong-Li's anger subsided slightly. Then what do you propose? We cannot simply wait indefinitely. We could. Inside the cave. When the first torch was hurled into the cave's entrance, Fang Tian knew that his greatest fear was about to materialize. Fire attack. Chapter 69. Intrigues at this moment. Approximately 2,000 meters from the gourd valley, Gu Xian hurried along with a group of young women. Along the way, several squads from other regions joined them, significantly increasing their numbers. Ren Miaoqing calculated the headcount and whispered, "We have reached 80 of our target." Gu Xian nodded and called out, "Sisters, let us hasten our pace and be mindful of our formation. Are we truly going to engage in battle with Xiongba?" A girl beside her murmured. Ren Miaoqing scoffed. "They have already kidnapped Sister Xiaoling. The war has commenced." Word had reached them that Li Xiaoling was being held captive in the gourd valley, and they were determined to rescue her. Gu Xian replied softly, "Let us assess the situation with Fang Tian first. We need not take direct action ourselves. We shall leverage our advantages and use public opinion to compel Xiongba to cease hostilities." Ren Miaoqing appeared anxious. "I fear that by the time we arrive, Brother Fang Tian might." "Let us not dwell on that," Gu Xian interjected. "I have already contacted the Firefox convoy." Meanwhile, outside the gourd valley, Dong Jian and the Firefox convoy blocked the path, hindering the Hungry Wolf convoy's advance toward the valley. The leader of the Hungry Wolf convoy, Shindang, approached and greeted, "Boss Dong, could you grant us passage?" Dong Jian chuckled, "Certainly, but my convoy lacks the discipline of yours. Just look at the chaos here. It may take a while to clear the way." Shindang glanced around and whispered, "You do not genuinely believe Fang Tian has a chance of survival, do you? Even if we do not intervene, he is doomed." Dong Jian affectionately placed a hand on his shoulder. "I am aware. But do you know that Xiongba has already lost 21 men?" Shindang shrugged uncomfortably. "And so what? Fang Tian's group has suffered casualties too. Xiongba still has over 100 men. Victory is unattainable for him." "I understand," Dong Jian responded calmly. "The members of the Fire Rose are en route and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Once they arrive, we will utilize their influence to pressure Xiongba into a ceasefire." Shindang forced a smile. "They cannot hold out for 10 minutes, even if they do. The Fire Rose will not engage directly." Dong Jian nodded. "And yet, Xiongba has already lost 21 men, with the likelihood of more to follow." Shindang fell silent, taken aback. "Of course, you could choose to fight us," Dong Jian continued. "However, I find it somewhat foolish for us to engage in mutual destruction." He patted Shindang's shoulder. "You think similarly, do you not? Otherwise, you would have already been on the battlefield." Meanwhile, within the valley, Li Jin exclaimed in panic, "Are they trying to burn us alive?" As torches were hurled into the cave one after another, anxiety overwhelmed them. The cave lacked flammable materials. Their intent was to suffocate them. Fang Tian's mind raced as he retrieved fabric and water from his backpack, handing them out. "Wet the cloth and cover your mouths and noses. Keep your bodies low. All right, let us charge out." Lin Yu nimbly fashioned a mask and donned it swiftly. "No. I will dash out. You all stay here. Lin Yu, provide me with cover." At that moment, outside the valley, over 80 members of the Xiongba convoy had formed a semicircle, all their bows drawn and aimed at the cave's entrance. A subordinate leaned closer to Murong and asked, "Boss, why haven't the Hungry Wolf team arrived yet?" Murong grunted in annoyance. "They said they were held up by the Firefox's men. There's no need to wait for them. Keep your sights on the cave entrance. They will surely rush out." Before he finished speaking, a figure dashed out of the cave, sprinting along the mountainside toward the top of the gourd-shaped area. "Shoot him," Countless arrows flew forth. Lin Yu immediately halted, brandishing a massive shield to protect himself. Simultaneously, Fang Tian burst from the cave, making a beeline for the exit at the bottom of the gourd. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu slipped back into the cave. "It's Fang Tian. Kill him first," Moro only shouted. However, the archers, still recovering from their previous volley, were slow to react, and Fang Tian, moving with remarkable speed, quickly reached the edge of the encirclement. Several nearby members of Xiongba swiftly closed in. Fang Tian, relying on his bulletproof vest, withstood the onslaught of blades piercing his chest. With a sweeping strike, he inflicted grievous wounds on two unfortunate souls, leaving them on the brink of death. "Those who block my path shall perish," Fang Tian roared, unleashing the oppressive aura of his killing eye, not pausing for an instant. The adversaries in his vicinity, gripped by fear, involuntarily recoiled. The remaining members, witnessing their comrades retreat, hesitated to advance, unwilling to meet their demise. Those farther away, concerned for their companions, refrained from firing, watching helplessly as Fang Tian broke through the encirclement. "Useless fools. Chase after him," Moro only bellowed in frustration. "He has a shield. Arrows are ineffective. Surround him. We cannot allow him to escape." The absence of the Hungry Wolf team, meant to block the bottom of the gourd valley, left Moro with only about 20 defenders at that exit. While 20 could suffice against an average individual, none dared to make promises against Fang Tian. If he were to escape, the Xiongba convoy would find it impossible to maintain a foothold in this area. Instantly, the Xiongba members sheathed their bows and chaotically pursued Fang Tian, their originally semicircular formation now thrown into disarray. "Now's the moment." Fang Tian slowed his pace, attentive to movements behind him. Inside the cave, Lin Yu had already kicked aside the torches at the entrance, and as the opportune moment arrived, he patted Xiaohei's head. Woof! Xiaohei shot out of the cave like lightning, plunging into the crowd and wreaking havoc. Concurrently, Lin Yu and the others emerged from the cave, unleashing a flurry of arrows. The wolves are out. The sudden turn of events threw the Xiongba formation into further chaos, leaving them uncertain whether to pursue Fang Tian, to slay Xiaohei, or to attack the individuals emerging from the cave. Morong Li's veins bulged as he furiously shouted, "Damn it! Teams 5 and 6. Deal with this wolf. Team 7, shoot arrows to drive the cave dwellers back. The rest continue the pursuit." Fang Tian had been waiting for this moment. He suddenly turned, charging at the Xiongba members with unmatched speed. What is he planning? The Xiongba members, initially in pursuit, were momentarily stunned as he surged toward them. It is important to note that, despite some individuals being dispatched to deal with Xiaohei and Lin Yu, there still remained over 60 pursuers after Fang Tian. In that moment, everyone was taken aback, their pursuit gradually coming to a halt. Should they shoot? Yet, the command given by their leader was to encircle him. At this juncture, as he walked into their trap, it seemed unnecessary to fire. It would suffice to wait until he approached and then strike him down with a flurry of blades. Not only they, but even Lin Yu and his companions were equally astonished. They were unaware of Fang Tian's scheme, merely executing his directives. Charging into the enemy ranks in such an exposed manner, was this not courting death? Li Jin murmured, "It's over. He has gone berserk now. He probably only aims to kill one to break even, and 2 would mean a profit." Xiaohei shouted, "Then let us make it quick and merciful." Chapter 70. The Grim Reaper. As Fang Tian found himself pursued by adversaries merely a few meters away, one of them finally reacted and drew a bow. A savage charge. Fang Tian surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the throng, knocking one unfortunate soul unconscious. The surrounding crowd quickly encircled him, raising their weapons to strike. Die. With a roar, Longing transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long blade of crimson fire, tracing a complete circle of flames around him as Fang Tian spun, wherever the firelight reached. The movements of those nearby froze in time. A mere second later, the bisected corpses collapsed neatly to the ground, blood mingling with still-throbbing entrails pouring forth. From above, it appeared as though a scarlet blossom had unfurled around Fang Tian. The cacophony of wails and screams reverberated throughout the valley. The grotesque scene combined with the acrid scent of charred flesh overwhelming the senses, causing many to succumb to nausea. Muronli was evidently taken aback by the spectacle, left speechless and gaping. Yet, it was his companion who shouted fervently, "Seize the moment while his skill is on cooldown, attack now." Fang Tian inhaled deeply, the potent stench of blood igniting a primal itch within him. Not enough. Observing the eager foes surrounding him, he laughed maniacally. "Come on." The Eye of Fury activated, a bloodthirsty crimson gleam flickering in his eyes as he charged once more into the crowd. Surround him. Bring him down with a flurry of blades. Muronli bellowed. But could they truly encircle him? In his berserk state, with all attributes enhanced, no one could withstand even a single strike from Fang Tian. Attempting to shoot arrows in a surprise attack, with the protection of a bulletproof vest and helmet, Striking a vital point amidst the chaos was far from simple. In his frenzied state, a single sweep of Longin could easily fell several adversaries. How could they hope to encircle him? A multitude might indeed be capable of overwhelming one man. But could a flock of chickens achieve the same? Yes, precisely like a flock of chickens. At that moment, Fang Tian was akin to a butcher, mercilessly reaping lives. Li Jin swallowed hard. Am I seeing things? Or has my mind faltered? Are we truly engaged in a game of mowing down foes? Xiao He dashed back to the cave, seeking refuge behind Lin Yu. Glancing back, Lin Yu noticed the creature bore numerous wounds, yet they were merely superficial. Shall we rush out to assist? Xiao He, sharing a name with Fang Tian's pet, was eager to join the fray. Li Jin hesitated. Did he not instruct us to remain in the cave at all costs? Lin Yu quickly interjected, do not throw your life away. Did you not see his pet return? We must hasten to shoot arrows. His eyes are now blood red, and this state appears to be a skill. Time must be of the essence. All right, I shall take the shield. My hands are injured, and my aim with the bow will be lacking. Li Jin accepted the large shield from Lin Yu. Moron Li's complexion turned pale. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of their losses. In the blink of an eye, only a mere 30 members of the Xiongba remained in the valley. Meanwhile, arrows continued to rain down upon them from the cave. However, if only they could eliminate that accursed Fang Tian. Moron Li drew his pistol, advancing cautiously. Be careful with that gun. Lin Yu, ever watchful, shouted a warning upon seeing the weapon brandished. Yet Fang Tian remained oblivious, lost in the throes of slaughter. Bang! Fang Tian was struck in the left leg, causing him to stagger and kneel upon one knee. Moron Li, elated by this turn of events, took aim at his right leg and pulled the trigger. Yet, Fang Tian swiftly regained his footing and plunged into the crowd, causing Moron Li's second shot to miss its mark. Cursing under his breath, Moron Li continued to pull the trigger, quickly emptying his magazine. However, he could no longer hit the elusive Fang Tian, inadvertently injuring several of his own men instead. Realizing that Fang Tian was maneuvering to close in on him, Moron Li turned to flee. Yet, he was met with screams and the rapid approach of footsteps behind him. He understood that no matter how fast he ran, escape was futile. Gritting his teeth, he turned around, only to be confronted by the cold blade of Longin. Moron Li reacted swiftly, ducking just in time to avoid a fatal blow, and retaliated with a kick aimed at Fang Tian's chest. However, the kick felt like striking a steel plate. Fang Tian remained unfazed, while Moron Li was pushed back 2 steps from the impact. As Fang Tian swung down with another strike, Moron Li could only raise his longsword in defense. The resounding clash echoed as the sword was severed, despite being a piece of green equipment. The momentum of Longin continued unabated, slicing through a substantial portion of flesh from Moron Li's left shoulder. Ah, help me, he screamed in desperation. But no one dared to approach in that moment. Following another agonized cry, Moron Li's right hand was severed at the shoulder. Fang Tian then delivered a kick that sent him flying, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Our leader is dead. The members of Xiongba exclaimed in horror. Run! They scattered in panic. Yet, it was too late. None could outrun him, nor did anyone possess the strength to retaliate. In that moment, he descended into a frenzy. Devoid of thought, instinctively hunting the living around him. Yes, not right. We must hide in the cave. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Before long, the valley was left devoid of life, with only a few stragglers scrambling toward the head of Hulu Valley where their remaining teammates awaited. Fang Tian was not inclined to relent, relentlessly pursuing them. The defenders, upon witnessing the dire situation, dared not linger and turned to flee. Meanwhile, at the summit of Hulu Valley, Gu Xian had successfully driven off the Xiongba members guarding Li Shaoling. After freeing Li Shaoling, Gu Xian inquired, what transpired? Quickly. We must save Fang Tian. They should be in the valley ahead. Li Shaoling urged urgently. Without hesitation, Gu Xian led a contingent of 60 to 70 women in the direction indicated by Li Shaoling, instructing them to generate momentum in the channel to compel Xiongba to cease their actions. Soon, they spotted 2 or 3 dozen figures charging toward them. Be cautious. Stay alert. Gu Xian commanded loudly. The women raised their bows in unison, aiming at the approaching individuals. Halt. Approach any closer, and we will not be merciful. Gu Xian shouted. Are you from Xiongba? Bring Moron Li forth to speak. However, the advancing figures paid her no heed. Their faces awash with fear as they continued their advance. Release the arrows. The volley shot forth, embedding itself into the ground before them, delivering a clear warning. These individuals were remnants of Xiongba, pursued by Fang Tian, and upon seeing their path obstructed, despair overtook their faces. Gu Xian exclaimed loudly, Where is Moron Li? Summon him forth. I demand an explanation for why our members of the Blazing Rose have been taken captive. Strangely, the individuals around her paid her no head, instead turning their gazes towards the rear. Soon enough, Gu Xian discerned the reason. A figure charged into the midst of the crowd, and in an instant, shrieks of terror erupted as blood and dismembered limbs painted a horrifying tableau. Within a mere minute, 20 to 30 souls were ruthlessly slaughtered. As the final victim was cleaved in two, a blood-soaked man, his eyes glinting with an eerie crimson light, approached them slowly. The young women turned pale, retreating in fear, with many unable to suppress their screams. Even Gu Xian, well-versed in the ways of the world, was rendered speechless by the gruesome spectacle before her. As she beheld this figure, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, drawing ever closer, she found herself at a loss. This terrifying being was advancing steadily, the palpable aura of murderous intent suffocating the air. Defend with long weapons at the front, while the rest prepare for ranged attacks, Gu Xian commanded, her voice trembling slightly. At that moment, the crimson glow in the man's eyes gradually faded, and the frenzied bloodlust began to dissipate. A weary, hoarse voice broke the tense silence. Gu Xian? Chapter 71. A river of blood. The voice was somewhat familiar, yet the figure before her was drenched in blood, with fragments of flesh and entrails clinging to him. His face a mask of crimson, rendering his features unrecognizable. However, Gu Xian had already discerned approximately who he was. Is that you? Fang Tian? Fang Tian wiped his face and replied, "It is I." Li Xiaoling, filled with joy, rushed forward, explaining fervently, "Brother Fang Tian, I did not betray you. It was that girl from before. She seems to have added you as a friend." "Yes, I understand. Thank you." Fang Tian forced a smile, noting the pallor of Li Xiaoling's cheeks, feeling a flicker of gratitude. Faced with the coercion and temptation from Xiangba, this young girl had remarkably managed to maintain her resolve. Gu Xian inquired, "What is the situation within the valley? Has the wolf pack arrived? What about your friends?" "The wolf pack has not come. My friends are still inside," Fang Tian replied, his concern for Lin Yu and the others prompting him to turn towards the valley. "Ching Ching. Take a team to gather the personal belongings of these individuals. The rest, follow me," Gu Xian commanded, hastening to pursue Fang Tian. "Ah?" Ren Miaoqing lamented. "Could we perhaps exchange for someone else?" But by that time, Gu Xian had already departed with her team. Ren Miaoqing realized that this was not the moment for negotiations. She could only endure her revulsion and search for supplies amidst the corpses, several of the girls unable to suppress their nausea. Soon, the members of the Fire Rose followed Fang Tian into the passage leading to the base of the gourd-shaped valley. "Maintain formation. If Xiangba's men charge at us, heed my commands without hesitation." After issuing her orders, Gu Xian quickened her pace to walk alongside Fang Tian, asking, "How many more are inside?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xian was rendered speechless as she beheld the scene within the valley. Lying in a space larger than a football field were nearly 100 corpses. Most of the bodies were mutilated, and in several areas, they were piled like small hills. Blood mingled with entrails stained the ground, truly a river of blood. The girls of the Fire Rose soon witnessed this horrific sight. Perhaps having been somewhat desensitized by the earlier skirmish, none screamed or retched this time. Yet the hellish scene rendered every face pale, a chilling dread rising within them that made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Fang Tian turned to cast a glance at them, a mere neutral gaze causing everyone to instinctively recoil a couple of steps. "Your people can guard this area," he instructed. "All right," Gu Xian responded, striving to maintain her composure. "Shall I send a team to assist you in clearing the battlefield? This trial differs from the last. If we do not collect their personal effects, their bodies will not vanish." "Very well," Fang Tian agreed, making his way toward the cave. Not far into his journey, Fang Tian suddenly halted, casting a curious glance to his left. He then approached slowly, lifting his weapon, longing. "Wait, Boss Fang Tian, I'm an undercover agent for the Firefox." A figure lying on the ground, feigning death, scrambled to his feet and retreated frantically. Fang Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the exit at the bottom of the valley. "Your people are outside?" "Yes, yes. Our leader has blocked the exit where Xiangba's men are stationed, waiting for your orders. Stay here and don't move." Fang Tian stepped into the cave where Lin Yu and the others were tending to their wounds. Earlier, to draw fire, they had sustained various injuries from arrows. The sight of Fang Tian, drenched in blood, startled them. Relieved to see everyone safe, Fang Tian finally exhaled. After using the Eye of Fury, his consciousness was hazy, and he feared inadvertently harming his friends. "Are you all right?" Lin Yu approached swiftly. "It's nothing serious. The injuries aren't grave. Merely the after effects of the skill. I feel utterly exhausted," Fang Tian replied weakly, leaning against the wall. "Wow, that was quite the spectacle. One person chasing after a whole group and slaughtering them," Li Jin exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. "Luckily, Brother Lin told us to stay put. Otherwise, you might have inadvertently taken us down in your rampage." "Are you all fine?" Fang Tian inquired. "Fortunately, we're all alive, except for Xiao Huang," Xiao He said, his expression somber. Fang Tian patted his shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. "I'll help you bandage up." Liu rushed over. Not just yet. Fang Tian said after sipping some water. You should tend to your own wounds first. I need a moment to rest. Fang Tian activated the system. His kill points had exceeded 250, and he allocated 2,500 experience points to the Crimson Eye. Ding. Crimson Eye leveled up. The skill Keen Eye has been unlocked. And rewards have been distributed. Please check. A manual on intermediate combat techniques appeared in his hand. After a quick perusal, Fang Tian discovered he had acquired intermediate combat proficiency. After a moment's contemplation, he accessed the system again. Azure Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 1158,000. Insightful Eye, predicts danger and swiftly acquires information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 08,000, can be upgraded upon reaching 1,000 kill points. Eye of Slaughter, enhances the host's aura of intimidation. Gazing at an enemy inflicts mental pressure, with effects dependent on kill points and both parties' mental strength. Eye of Fury, when activated, enters a berserk state. Enhancing physical prowess and the Eye of Slaughter at the cost of sanity, effects and duration are contingent upon kill points. Cannot use eye abilities for 12 hours after effects wear off. Keen Eye, in combat, randomly discovers enemy weaknesses, striking a weakness before it vanishes inflicts double damage. Usable experience points, 1900. Kill points, 328. Blood Pact, Xiaohei, mature stage, can be upgraded through feeding. The Keen Eye appeared to be a passive skill. Yet all skills were currently available for use. Could it be that the upgrade of the eyes refreshed the status of both abilities? I'm heading out now. Wait for me here. Fang Tian waved, taking Xiaohei with him as he bid farewell to Lin Yu and the others. Stepping out of the cave towards the location of the Firefox's ambush. Beyond the valley. Members of the Xiongba faction attempting to flee found themselves encircled by a large group of individuals that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Leading the encirclement were several convoys headed by the Firefox. Regardless of the pleas or threats from the Xiongba members, those surrounding them remained unresponsive. Any attempt to break free was met with a barrage of arrows. Numerous small convoys and pedestrians surround the scene. Drawn by the rumors circulating in the channel regarding Fang Tian's pursuit of Xiongba, eager to witness the unfolding drama, many have commenced live broadcasts within the channel. Was it not said that the esteemed Fang Tian and Xiongba were at odds? Why does it appear that other convoys have also become entangled in this affair? Surely, this is merely the periphery. It seems that the main forces of Fang Tian and Xiongba are still within the valley. Just moments ago, Xiongba's followers were vociferously claiming that Fang Tian was hunting them down. Why are they now silent? It must be that Xiongba's men launched a surprise attack on Fang Tian, deploying a smokescreen in advance. Have you not considered that it is implausible for one man to pursue a convoy of over 100? Indeed, Fang Tian has yet to emerge to clarify the situation. He is likely already slain. Truly, Xiongba's convoy is despicable. They professed a desire to avoid trouble this time, yet they have resorted to treachery. As a group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion within the channel, a sudden voice cried out, "Someone is coming out." Chapter 72. Ruthless Annihilation. All eyes turned towards the valley as two figures emerged, one of whom was drenched in blood, followed closely by a large, scarred black dog. Dongjian approached, exclaiming, "Boss, this is the mighty Fang Tian. The forces of Xiongba have been completely wiped out," announced the undercover fox, his voice ringing out. "What?" Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Those quick to react had already disseminated the news through the chat channels, stirring a wave of excitement. No way. They've been exterminated? How can that be? There must be others aiding them. Did you not see the several convoys surrounding Xiongba's men? Indeed. They must have conspired to take him down. I'm currently at the northern edge of Hulu Valley, where numerous members of the Fire Rose are stationed to prevent anyone from entering. I once thought he was formidable, but it turns out he merely has strong connections with various convoys. Right. With so many convoys backing him, it's no wonder he dares to challenge Xiongba. How shameless. He even needs the help of those Fire Rose women. Dong Jian waved for the undercover agents to step aside and turned to Fang Tian. Apologies for my tardiness. Fang Tian chuckled. I, too, feel a bit late. Logically, you should have been aware of Xiongba's intentions beforehand, no? Dong Jian's expression grew serious. More only kept everything under wraps. I only knew they were gathering here until just before they made their move. Fang Tian laughed heartily, saying nothing more. With Dong Jian's intellect, it was impossible for him to be unaware of Murong's target. The reason for his silence was simply to watch the conflict unfold. Should Xiongba emerge victorious, he would leverage public opinion to condemn Xiongba for disregarding regional interests in his assault on himself. Conversely, if he were to win, he would manipulate the narrative to portray himself as negligent of regional concerns. Dong Jian continued, "Upon receiving the news, I rushed over immediately. Along the way, I encountered the Hungry Wolf convoy for support. I did not fail my mission and managed to hold them off, thus providing some assistance." Fang Tian nodded appreciatively. Thank you. I heard you also managed to block Xiangba's remnants. Over there, you may deal with them as you wish, Fang Tian replied, gesturing behind him. Following Fang Tian's indication, he beheld an open area where dozens wielded long spears and pikes, with many more armed with bows and arrows, effectively trapping Xiangba's remaining 20 or so men, rendering them immobile. If Murong Li possessed such capabilities, the surrounding spearmen closing in would mean Fang Tian, even in a state of frenzy, would find himself cornered. A wave of dizziness washed over him, the recent carnage having drained his energy. Fang Tian discreetly consumed a stamina-boosting pill, feeling revitalized as he strode purposefully toward the encircled remnants of Xiangba. The Fox's men, evidently having received Dong Jian's orders, parted to clear a path. The crowd of onlookers stirred once more. A confrontation is imminent. With so many surrounding them, it seems Xiangba's men are doomed. The remnants of Xiangba quickly recognized Fang Tian's presence, their faces reflecting despair, for they had just witnessed this demon mercilessly slaughtering their comrades. Nearly 100 lives had been mercilessly extinguished by him. How could 20 individuals possibly stand a chance? Boss Fang Tian, we are merely following Murong Li's orders. Spare us. I will withdraw from the convoy at once. You have already slaughtered so many of us. There is no need to eradicate us completely. We surrender. The crowd, led by Xiangba, clamored for mercy, with some, unable to bear the weight of their despair, even breaking into tears, witnessing their plight. Many in the onlooking crowd felt a pang of compassion. Boss Fang Tian, why not let it go? They have surrendered. Indeed, one should show mercy when possible. There is no need for such ruthlessness. How pitiful, spare them. Yet, Dong Jian had not approached, instead calling out loudly from behind Fang Tian. What say you? Boss Fang Tian? Fang Tian flexed his limbs, fixing a steely gaze upon him, and replied, those who seek to harm me are never left alive. Dong Jian, clearly sensing the foreboding tone in Fang Tian's words, quickly regained his composure and proclaimed, very well. Brothers, step aside. Let Boss Fang Tian handle this himself. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How ruthless. He truly intends to annihilate them all. What? Does he plan to take on all 20 of them alone? Impossible. Noticing someone from Xiangba's group quietly drawing a bow, Fang Tian surged forward, accelerating towards the throng. It was a desperate gamble. Suddenly, flames erupted and blood splattered. The one who had issued commands was rendered silent, and within a 2-meter radius around Fang Tian, severed limbs mingled with blood, creating a gruesome tableau. The few fortunate enough to escape the inferno were swiftly overwhelmed by the suddenly enlarged Xiaohong, falling victim to their grisly fate. Silence. An oppressive silence. In the blink of an eye, over 20 vibrant lives had been reduced to mere remnants of flesh. The orchestrator of this carnage stood amidst the heap of corpses, casually washing the blood from his face. After cleansing himself, Fang Tian approached Dong Jian and softly remarked, the equipment and supplies are yours. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping me fend off the hungry wolf convoy. Dong Jian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Although he had previously been informed of the battlefield events through private messages, witnessing it firsthand was a burden he could scarcely endure. The hungry wolf convoy that sought to aid Xiangba has been intercepted by us and is now not far from here, he uttered, reciting the lines he had prepared in advance. Fang Tian suddenly pivoted, brandishing longing towards him. Dong Jian's mind went blank for a fleeting moment. He believed he had met his demise. Is this knife beautiful? Fang Tian inquired with a teasing glint in his eyes. Dong Jian, fixated on the blade's glimmering tip, stammered. It is beautiful. Such a beautiful knife has already been borrowed once. Do you wish to borrow it a second time? Dong Jian struggled to swallow. I was in the wrong. I apologize. I am going to tend to my wounds. Please convey to your brothers that I dislike being watched. With that, Fang Tian sheathed long and, accompanied by Xiaohong, ventured into the valley. As Fang Tian's figure vanished into the valley, a collective sigh escaped the lips of all present, and a low hum of disbelief filled the air. How terrifying. Single-handedly dispatching over 20 individuals. How brutal. Just look at these corpses. They have been utterly dismembered. What was that he just performed? Was it a skill? Why do I lack such abilities? Not merely a skill. He also possesses a pet. That large dog killed a man with a single bite. Is that a wolf? It appears that what was said in the channel is indeed true. All the members of Xiangba have been annihilated by him. How outrageous. Despite the agreement to collectively eliminate the destroyers, he ruthlessly slaughtered an entire convoy. Even after they surrendered, he still struck them down. He is nothing short of a cold-blooded demon. Dong Jian took several deep breaths, and his heartbeat gradually calmed. Boss, are you all right? His subordinates gathered around him. I'm fine. Dong Jian steadied himself and declared loudly, all right. This matter has come to a close. Let us swiftly disperse and search for the destroyers. Do not forget the punishment for failing the trial. After a brief pause, he continued. Fong Tian also mentioned that he dislikes being monitored. You all witnessed his actions just now. It would be wise to distance yourselves from this place post-haste. With that, he led his men to clear the battlefield before hastily departing. The onlookers, upon hearing this, promptly scattered, having witnessed Fong Tian's savagery firsthand. They dared not linger in a place where they could easily lose their lives. The bodies in the valley had vanished without a trace. The members of Li Hua Megawei had piled their weapons and bags together, and beside this heap lay a few gravely injured individuals. Among them was none other than Murong Li. Chapter 73. Exposing traitors and mourning Lin Yu and others were also present, and Fong Tian hastily approached. Li Jin was laboriously digging a pit, evidently preparing for Xiao Huang. But where was Xiao Huang? Xiao He, overwhelmed with grief, pointed behind him. Xiao Huang's lifeless body lay quietly on the ground, a deep bullet wound marking his forehead, from which blood had already congealed. His expression was frozen at the final moment of life, filled with rage yet adorned with a hint of serene acceptance at the corners of his mouth. If I had known it would come to this, I should have stopped him. Fong Tian felt a pang of guilt. Lin Yu sighed, stating, in such a situation, who would have thought he was seeking survival? How could anyone have intervened? Xiao Hei's voice trembled with sorrow. He was a man of deep emotions. The reason he often spoke of you was that he felt grateful for the supplies you provided us last time and always remembered your kindness. In the end, he must have felt that he had let us down and was ashamed to face us. Lin Yu forced a bitter smile. If I were in his position, I might have acted similarly. Li Yu gently wept as she wiped the blood from Xiao Huang's face, her voice choked with emotion. How foolish. He clearly had the chance to survive. In that situation, did any of us truly believe we would emerge alive? How could that be deemed foolish? Li Jin had finished digging the pit and approached, bowing 3 times before Xiao Huang's body, solemnly declaring, Brother, I misjudged you. You were a true man. The group solemnly buried Xiao Huang. Once everything was in order, Fong Tian clenched his fists and walked up to Murong Li. At that moment, Murong Li had completely lost his previous arrogance. His right hand was severed, blood pooling around him, as he lay on the ground, pale and weak, while his 2 subordinates groaned in desperation beside him. Fong Tian swiftly dispatched the 2 subordinates with a couple of strokes and stared quietly at Murong Li, trembling. Murong Li asked, How much for my life? Fong Tian flicked the blood from his knife, demanding, Where are your backpack and weapons? They're right here. Lin Yu handed over the items. Now that your team has been destroyed by you, if you spare my life, I will leave this area immediately. I can provide you with whatever resources you desire. If you kill me, my family will seek vengeance. Fong Tian retrieved bullets from the backpack, loading his handgun and pointing it at Murong Li. Go and bow to my friend in apology. As the bullet was chambered, Murong Li had already closed his eyes in despair. Upon hearing Fong Tian's words, he immediately opened his eyes, hope rekindled within them. If you comply, I promise not to kill you. What? Xiao He exclaimed, as he had been closest to Xiao Huang and naturally desired revenge. Soon, he was silenced by Fong Tian's glare, though his expression clearly conveyed dissatisfaction. All right, I'll do it. Murong Li, fearing Fong Tian might change his mind, forced himself to the side of Xiao Huang's body. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Apologize, Fong Tian's cold voice commanded from behind. A flicker of resentment crossed Murong Li's eyes. But he knew he had no choice. I am not human. I deserve to die. I am sorry. Murong Li bit his lip and struck himself several times. Xiao He, go assist him. The little black figure approached with a stormy expression, raising his right hand to deliver a series of resounding slaps, sending Murong Li tumbling to the ground. With his face swollen and bruised, Murong Li struggled to rise, spitting blood as he gazed at Fong Tian. Can I leave now? He inquired. Do as you wish, Fong Tian shrugged nonchalantly. A flicker of hope ignited in Murong Li's eyes as he turned to depart. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a hard object pressed against the back of his head. Turning to see the dark barrel of a gun, his momentary joy swiftly transformed into despair. Fong Tian's voice echoed, I promise not to kill you, but my friend seems to disagree. Die. Little Black gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. With a single gunshot, Murong Li's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Little Black exhaled deeply, returning the handgun to Fong Tian. The members of the Fire Rose had already gathered all their supplies. Gu Xian pulled Xiaoling over. Before Fong Tian could inquire, Xiaoling recounted the events. Upon entering the trial grounds, Xiaoling had strayed too far from her main group. After sharing her coordinates on the convoy channel, she reached out to Fong Tian. Unexpectedly, before her teammates arrived, she was approached by others seeking to form a team. Just as she prepared to decline, those individuals suddenly attacked, capturing her and giving her no chance to send a message. They bound her in the Gourd Valley. Soon after, Murong Li and a girl appeared. coercing her to lure Fang Tian. She vehemently insisted she had no connection to Fang Tian, as that girl only knew they had once teamed up. Without confirming her true friendship with him, being part of the Fire Rose, Morong Li dared not be overly aggressive. After a brief interrogation, he ceased his inquiries. This was primarily due to the fact that Xiao Huang had inadvertently revealed Fang Tian's whereabouts, thus sparing her from further torment. After listening quietly until she finished, Fang Tian spoke softly. It appears there is a mole from Xiong Ba within your convoy. Otherwise, they could not have captured you. Xiao Ling nodded. Certainly. But I do not know who it is. Fang Tian's mind raced. Since the fallen cemetery, has anyone deliberately tried to get close to you? Xiao Ling hesitated, recalling. There was one. But I cannot confirm anything. Gu Xian leaned in, whispering, speak boldly. I have been observing since the beginning and have a firm suspicion now. Asking you is merely a precaution. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ling whispered a name into Gu Xian's ear. Gu Xian sighed. It's her. Follow me. With that, the three made their way towards the Fire Rose ranks, approaching a woman in her 30s. The woman was slightly overweight, with a fair complexion, clearly having lived well in the previous world. Upon seeing Gu Xian approach, a flash of panic crossed her face, but she quickly composed herself, feigning nonchalance. Gu Xian stood before her, fixing her gaze. Were you with Xiong Ba from the start, or were you bought off? The plump woman immediately panicked, screaming like a slaughtered pig. This is unjust. I don't know anyone from Xiong Ba. Could you elucidate why moments ago? A wounded subordinate of Xiong Ba was about to engage you in conversation, yet you chose to terminate him? Was it not to silence him? Furthermore, the sisters in your group have also expressed concerns, stating that you were overly cautious, distributing the least amount of resources, while your bust level surpasses that of others. Where do your resources originate? I would never dare to commit murder. You must have misinterpreted the situation. The plump woman feigned ignorance. Gu Xian retorted with a cold laugh. I witnessed you stow the murder weapon in your backpack. Shall I assist you in checking it? It seems you haven't had the opportunity to clean the bloodstains. Upon hearing this, the plump woman was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for Gu Xian's acute observation of the gruesome scene. Observing her reaction, Li Shaoling grasped the situation and exclaimed in anger, What benefits have they offered you? You nearly cost me my life. No wonder you've been trying to get close to me lately. The plump woman collapsed onto the ground, wailing, I had no choice. I have a son waiting for my return in reality. I promise I'll never do it again. Please spare me this once. Gu Xian turned to Fang Tian, who pointed towards Xiao Huang's grave. He too has a sister awaiting his care, and Xiao Ling has family members waiting for her return. Gu Xian nodded, her expression resolute, as she drew her sword and severed the plump woman's throat. The cry ceased abruptly. Do not panic. She is an undercover agent for Xiong Ba. It was she. With this matter concluded, Fang Tian returned to Xiao Huang's grave. After a deep sigh, he swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 74. The King of Destruction. Why has the King of Destruction not yet appeared? There is less than an hour remaining. Do any of you have friends in other regions? Private message them for updates. It is not permitted to communicate across regions in the trial area. Enough of the nonsense. Boss Dong Jian has analyzed that the King of Destruction will manifest after a certain number of monsters have been slain. Damn it. It's all Fang Tian's fault for opposing Xiong Ba, involving so many convoys and wasting too much time. That's not entirely fair, is it? I believe Xiong Ba's people provoked him. He merely retaliated. Nonsense. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They had surrendered, yet he insisted on exterminating them. This individual is utterly oblivious to the bigger picture. For the sake of his trivial grievances, he has embroiled our entire region. I am Gu Xian from the Flaming Rose. I can attest that it was Xiong Ba who resorted to underhanded tactics first, and he was merely defending himself. Heh, you Flaming Rose folks have defended him for ages. Who cannot see the special relationship you share? I would trust your testimony. Surely, it was the Flaming Rose who employed beauty as a strategy, colluding with Fang Tian and other convoys to set a trap for Xiong Ba, out of jealousy for his formidable convoy. Who cannot see through this? What utter nonsense! Gu Xian suppressed her anger, contemplating how to steer public opinion, when suddenly she received a message from Fang Tian. At this moment, everyone was filled with resentment, and it was likely that many convoys were secretly fanning the flames. Any explanation now would be futile. Gu Xian sighed and urged everyone in the convoy channel to calm down and cease the verbal warfare in the chat. Fortunately, at that moment, crucial information appeared in the channel. Brothers, the King of Destruction has emerged. Coordinates are XXXX. XXXX. This creature is colossal. Everyone, rally together. If we do not resolve this within 50 minutes, it will be disastrous. Hold strong. We are on our way. This was of utmost importance. None could afford the consequences of failing the trial, and all hurried towards the coordinates of the King of Destruction. Fang Tian quickened his pace, dispatching the surrounding destroyers with swift strikes. After several hours of rest, due to the rapid recovery rate within the trial area, his wounds had nearly healed, and the period of weakness had passed. However, Xiaohe did not seem to benefit from the accelerated recovery and remained quite feeble, prompting Fang Tian to stow him in his backpack. I still have a handgun. Take this one. Fang Tian produced Moron Li's pistol and handed it to Lin Yu, evenly distributing the limited ammunition. There were not many bullets, only about 10 for each person. Lin Yu accepted the weapon, glanced at the map, and remarked, "We are a bit far. We cannot afford to delay. Let us quicken our pace." 20 minutes later, they arrived at the battlefield. The plains echoed with the cacophony of battle cries, and at the center of the battlefield stood a colossal figure. This creature towered 10 stories high, resembling a humanoid rock monster, vastly different from the typical destroyers. The King of Destruction, in statue form, a lord-level entity, boasted formidable defenses and astonishing destructive power. In the channel, Dong Jian was orchestrating the assault, with nearly 3,000 individuals encircling the King of Destruction, a rain of arrows obscuring the sky. The sharp iron arrows clanged as they struck it, causing fragments of rock to tumble down. The attack strategy of the King of Destruction was exceedingly simplistic. It either struck with its hands or stomped with its feet, and its speed was not particularly swift. A mere moment of quick reflexes was sufficient to evade its assaults. After prolonged combat, only a handful of individuals sustained injuries from the debris propelled by the King of Destruction strikes. Fang Tian felt utterly helpless. Although the dragon's roar was razor-sharp, facing such a colossal beast, a slash would likely only shear off a bit of skin from its feet. Aim for its upper body. I've already dispatched brothers to collect the iron arrows beneath it. Those who run out of arrows should come to XXXX to receive more. Thankfully, we have Boss Dong Jian here. Everyone, let us give our all and take down this monster. Under Dong Jian's composed command, the stones on the King of Destruction continuously peeled away, visibly reducing its size. After a few minutes, the King of Destruction abruptly halted, its entire form collapsing. Fragments scattered across the ground, and its enormous head crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. We won. The cheers rang out triumphantly. Boss Dong Jian is incredible. We did it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone raised their arms in jubilation, exchanging high fives in celebration, oblivious to Fang Tian's urgent message in the channel. Be careful. It's not dead yet. Suddenly, the gigantic head split open, and a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall emerged, sporting massive flesh wings, cow-like horns, and a tail. It wielded a sharp steel blade in each hand. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the King of Destruction, yet its immense wings set it apart. Before anyone could react, it flapped its wings and soared into the air. The King of Destruction, true form, a lord-level entity, possessed the ability to fly, was incredibly swift, had strong defenses, and primarily attacked with linear lunges, capable of summoning a legion of destroyers. Fang Tian's heart sank. A speedster that could fly. How could they possibly contend with it? Quickly shoot. This is its true form. Countless arrows ascended into the sky. But despair set in as the arrows lost their potency by the time they reached it, failing to inflict any harm. Instead, the spent arrows fell into the crowd, injuring several individuals. The King of Destruction let out a terrifying howl from the sky, prompting an immediate response. Countless destroyers and raiders encircled the battlefield from all directions. Brothers on the outskirts, deal with the smaller creatures. Prioritize eliminating the raiders. Dong Jian's timely command instilled a sense of focus among the group, allowing them to regain their composure. The airborne King of Destruction began its assault, swooping down with lightning speed. Shoot. The rain of arrows was unleashed once more. Yet the King of Destruction suddenly retracted its wings, gliding with increased velocity, evading most of the attacks, while the few arrows that struck largely failed to penetrate its defenses. As it neared the ground, the King of Destruction inverted its blades, leading with the edges, and plowed through the crowd like a pair of plowshares. Amidst the cries of agony, it soared back into the sky once more. Dozens of individuals were either hurled through the air or cleaved in twain by dual blades, their dismembered remains forming a linear tableau. The King of Destruction, soaring high above, extracted several arrows embedded in a shoulder, seemingly unscathed. The channel was instantly awash with a palpable sense of anxiety. How are we to confront this? Captain Dong Jian, please devise a strategy. I do not wish to start over. The carriage took such effort to upgrade. Dong Jian's response plunged everyone into deeper despair. This creature is not particularly challenging. If we eliminate the surrounding minions and unite our efforts, we can outlast it. However, we have only 10 minutes left. We certainly won't make it in time. Everyone, watch your positioning and prioritize survival. Afterward, as long as we consolidate our strengths, we can swiftly upgrade the carriage once more. What? Is there truly no way out? After laboring so long, sacrificing lives for resources, will it all be lost? I still have many valuable items in my warehouse. Fang Tian, come out. Yes. Where is Fang Tian? It's all your fault. Why did you have to provoke Xiangba at this moment? You've doomed us all. Everyone, remain calm. The events of today were truly instigated by Xiangba. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Are you and your fire roses attempting to oppose all of us for the sake of this pretty boy? Just as the channel erupted into chaos, a single message from Feng Tian silenced them all. Give me 5 minutes. Chapter 75, Blockage 5 minutes? What do you mean by 5 minutes? Can one truly defeat the Destruction King in a mere 5 minutes? As expected of you. Speak up. How shall we cooperate? Are you out of your mind? How could 5 minutes possibly suffice? Even 5 hours would be futile. This is at least a Lord-level monster. You are the foolish one. Do you have a plan now? If not, then silence yourself and stop whining. Dong Jian's voice quelled the discord. Everyone, quiet. Master Feng Tian, what are your instructions? You all handle the minions. Do not concern yourselves with the boss. Leave the rest to me. Everyone followed his instructions diligently, focusing on eliminating the lesser foes while the boss's attacks were anticipated to be linear. They spread out as much as possible, with sufficient evasion space. They hoped to dodge by predicting its movements. Dong Jian's battlefield analysis and leadership skills were remarkably astute, quickly organizing their efforts. Feng Tian had already conferred with Lin Yu on a strategy. After signaling the other teammates to maintain their distance, the two aimed their firearms at the aerial Destruction King. The surrounding crowd immediately realized the danger and hurriedly retreated, fearful of being caught in Feng Tian's and Lin Yu's crossfire. So Feng Tian is the leader? It turns out they possess firearms. No wonder. This world truly has modern weaponry. How utterly unscientific. Both men were skilled marksmen, and after firing several rounds, they caused the Destruction King to sway. Though it bled from its shoulder, abdomen, and thigh, the inflicted damage was minimal. Its flesh wings could be pierced. Yet they seemed unaffected in its flight, as Lin Yu keenly observed. Feng Tian nodded. Although it slightly retracts its flesh wings while gliding, a portion remains exposed. Let us attempt to sever its wing structure to impede its flight. Here it comes. As the others refrained from attacking, Feng Tian and Lin Yu successfully drew the Destruction King's ire, which now propelled itself downward towards them with its wings unfurled. The two swiftly discerned its charging trajectory, positioning themselves on either side, poised for action. As the Destruction King dove, it tucked its wings slightly and began to glide, drawing its dual blades with increased velocity, akin to an arrow released from a bow. So fast, in the blink of an eye, the dual blades had reached them. Having anticipated the trajectory, the two adeptly sidestepped the blades and simultaneously swung their weapons, delivering fierce strikes at the Destruction King's flesh wings. Clang! The onlookers barely grasped what had transpired as the two were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths, their weapons slipping from their grasp. The Destruction King ascended once more into the sky, prompting Xiao He and the Jin Yu siblings to rush forward. Are you all right? Feng Tian and Lin Yu exchanged glances, each revealing a wry smile. They had expected the creature's wing structure to be so resilient. Their previous attacks had been deflected, leaving their hands numb, and they were subsequently struck by the flesh wing. Fortunately, their combined efforts had somewhat mitigated the impact, and no bones were broken. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squinting upwards. My sword didn't breach its defenses, and your strike only created a small notch. Feng Tian pressed on his painfully impacted shoulder. It appears this creature's most formidable defenses lie in its wing structure and the crown of its head. Don't you have a technique that can ignite your blade? Perhaps you should give it another try? Xiao He returned the swords to the two individuals and proposed a plan. Feng Tian shook his head, stating, with my full force combined with its own inertia, I could only inflict a minor gash. Even with the fire sword technique, it would be exceedingly difficult to sever its flesh wing skeletal structure. Moreover, I observed that its skeleton is double-layered. Severing one bone would be futile. Li Jinshi suggested, then let us try again. Feng Tian sighed in resignation. Creatures of this lord-level humanoid type possess considerable intelligence. After I break one of its bones the first time, it will not fall for the same trick again. I suspect it is already on guard. Li Jin looked up, noticing that the King of Destruction had not attacked again, seemingly wary. The surrounding cacophony gradually intensified. What should we do? It appears that even Feng Tian and the others are struggling. I have long claimed he is unreliable. How could he possibly succeed? He merely boasts, relying on the support of a convoy behind him. In truth, he is insignificant. Indeed, he was injured in a single encounter. Yet he shamelessly claims he will resolve this in 5 minutes. Huh, what a joke. It's more like he will be resolved in 5 minutes. Damn it. Let us disregard this matter. Li Jin, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaimed, while we are fighting with all our might, they are merely standing by, making derisive comments. Why pay them any mind? We are battling the King of Destruction for our own sake. Suddenly, Feng Tian pointed at the King of Destruction, exclaiming, what is that? It just appeared above its head. What? There is nothing there. The others shook their heads in unison. Fang Tian pondered, for he could see a pulsating red crosshair hovering above the King of Destruction's head. The others were oblivious. Evidently, this was a unique ability of his own vision. Fang Tian summoned the system. Sharp Eye. During combat, randomly discover the enemy's weaknesses. Striking before the weakness disappears will inflict double damage. Is this the skill? Previously, Fang Tian had slain numerous destroyers and raiders, but had never triggered this ability. Must one face a formidable foe or engage a particular entity for a sufficient duration to activate it? However, this weakness refresh rate seems rather trivial. In previous attempts, while aiming for a headshot, he had successfully struck once, but the creature's skull was remarkably resilient, showing no signs of breach. Hence, Fang Tian had declared that this monster's most fortified areas were its head and the skeletal structure of its flesh wings. Additionally, it possessed 2 horns atop its head, capable of deflecting attacks with a slight tilt. Lin Yu whispered, "Time is running short. Let us retreat." Fang Tian took a deep breath. "I have a plan. Though it requires the 3 of you to take a risk and provide cover for me." He then pulled a few teammates aside and quickly outlined his thoughts. After finishing, Fang Tian solemnly warned, "This plan is perilous. You will certainly be injured, and there is a chance you may even lose your lives. Consider this carefully. If you are unwilling to take the risk, we should withdraw." Lin Yu exuded confidence. "I'm fine with it. I've just had a similar experience. It's merely a matter of spitting up some blood again." Li Jin appeared indifferent. "As long as my sister is safe, I'm good with whatever." Xiaohei, ever fearless, declared, "Since arriving in this world, every day has been akin to having my head tied to my belt." Li Yu cast a glance at Li Jin and Lin Yu, nodding obediently. "Very well. Let us prepare." Fang Tian handed a pistol to Lin Yu, and the 2 of them each entrusted their green shields to Xiaohei and Li Jin. After finalizing some details, Fang Tian led Li Yu in retreat. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps back when they were obstructed by a throng of people. The individuals at the forefront remained silent, while voices emerged from the crowd. "Do you wish to escape? You are the one who has caused this predicament, and now you seek to flee? Ha! How amusing. Just moments ago, you claimed it would be resolved in 5 minutes. Now, after merely 3 minutes, you attempt to slip away? Step aside." Fang Tian fixed his gaze upon the 2 individuals in front, intimidating them into retreat. Yet, there were too many behind them, and the path remained blocked. These rascals! Fang Tian could not help but tighten his grip on the blade. Chapter 76, The Legend. Just as Fang Tian was on the verge of fury, a familiar voice interrupted him. "What are you doing? Step aside." Turning his head, Fang Tian was startled to find Yun Feixiang, the audacious individual who had once attempted to rob him, accompanied by his 2 underlings. The crowd murmured with inquiries. "Who are you? What gives you the right to dictate here?" With an imposing presence, Yun Feixiang declared, "I hold 2 identities. One is Fang Tian's brother, and the other I shall not disclose, lest it frightens you all. Now, do not cause a ruckus. Clear the way." Fang Tian's lips twitched at the absurdity. Indeed, the title of Feixiang the Bus would send those with fastidious tendencies scuttling away. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd as they pondered his background. It was widely rumored that Fang Tian had numerous fleets at his disposal, and this self-proclaimed brother of his must surely be a prominent figure among them. Though they believed Fang Tian had wronged them today, emboldened by their numbers to challenge him from the sidelines, they were not inclined to directly offend a powerful fleet leader. "We are not causing trouble. He was the one who boasted first and is now trying to back down." Yun Feixiang shot back. "Nonsense. Think with your meager brains. Is there anything Fang Tian cannot accomplish? Move aside, or I shall not be polite." Surprisingly, his fierce gaze bore an air of authority, causing those nearby to step back in trepidation. Fang Tian rolled his eyes, bemused that his hard-earned reputation paled in comparison to this ostentatious display. Yun Feixiang approached with his 2 lackeys, grinning broadly. "Boss Fang Tian, how may I assist you?" With a playful smirk, Fang Tian replied, "You could indeed be of help. But are you not afraid for your life?" Perhaps due to the numerous onlookers, Yun Feixiang gritted his teeth, standing tall. "I am famously unafraid of death. Command me as you will." "Then follow me," Fang Tian instructed, halting after a short distance, approximately 30 meters away from Lin Yu and the others. "Be brother. You don't mean someone will actually die, do you?" Yun Feixiang asked, his face drawn in fear. Fang Tian crouched down. "Form 2 rows of 2 in front of me and do not move under any circumstances. When I say let go, you shall part in the middle. As long as you do not hesitate, you will be safe." The group complied, standing resolutely. Fang Tian bound his right hand, clutching a knife with a cloth strip, while Lin Yu and the others prepared themselves. Lin Yu brandished dual pistols, and Xiaohei and Li Jin each held a shield, stacking them together for added protection. "Go." Fang Tian sent a private message. Lin Yu raised his pistols, unleashing a torrent of bullets that captivated everyone's attention. The King of Destruction, also drawn in by the commotion, roared in anger, diving towards Lin Yu, and his companions. "Be brother, we are in the path of its charge." Yun Feixiang trembled. Fang Tian commanded sternly, "Do not move. Follow my lead. Right half step," Lin Yu urgently reminded, swiftly stowing his pistols and retrieving a smaller, ordinary shield. Xiao He and Li Jin, obscured from view by the shield, immediately complied with the instructions. In the blink of an eye, the King of Destruction surged towards the trio. Xiao Hei's shield was swiftly cleaved in two by the King's blade, while Li Jin's shield, positioned inward, remained unscathed. Lin Yu deftly sidestepped the blade, but this time, the King of Destruction glided perilously close to the ground, thwarting his instinct to duck and instead forcing him to raise his shield defensively over his abdomen. In an instant, the three were hurled backward by a tremendous force. The crowd, including Yun Feixiang and others, hastily scattered as Fang Tian charged forth. Brandishing a blazing long knife like a cannonball, he executed a brutal charge, his speed so astonishing that no one could discern the events unfolding. In a flash, the spectators beheld three distinct images: approach, convergence, and separation. As they regained their focus, Fang Tian was seen not far ahead. Slightly bent forward in the aftermath of a strike, the flames on his blade now extinguished. The King of Destruction had been cleaved from head to waist, his severed halves rolling into the crowd due to inertia. Simultaneously, the surrounding minor creatures wailed and fled in panic. Congratulations to the survivors in this region for vanquishing the King of Destruction, successfully averting a cataclysm. You will return to the carriage in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The cacophony of battle fell abruptly silent, with all eyes turning to Fang Tian at the center of the arena. Under the collective gaze, Fang Tian straightened, tearing away the cloth that had bound his right hand, sheathing his dragon's roar. He glanced back at his teammates and, upon confirming their safety, pointed towards them with a smile gracing his face. After a brief moment of silence, a deafening cheer erupted, reverberating through the air. "Incredible! We did it! We have won!" Countless individuals surged forward, hoisting Fang Tian aloft, their jubilant shouts blending into a chaotic chorus, leaving them unable to even comprehend their own exclamations. Fang Tian's teammates were similarly engulfed in the throng, celebrated as heroes, including the trio of Yun Feixiang, each of whom had played a crucial role. Indeed, they were heroes, ensuring that the efforts of all during this time were not in vain, and one could even say they had saved many lives. In that moment, all grievances were forgotten, and animosities were cast aside. Only the elation of having escaped calamity remained in everyone's hearts, along with profound gratitude towards Fang Tian and his comrades. As the undeniable MVP, Fang Tian earned a new title, God Fang. God Fang. It began with a few voices, then grew to a dozen, until the entire area resonated with the chant of those two words. Amidst this rhythmic calling, Fang Tian was repeatedly lifted high into the air before descending once more. At that moment, they witnessed a legend. Just as Fang Tian was thrust into the air once again, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he was transported back to the bus. Damn! Fang Tian collided forcefully with the ceiling of the bus, darkness momentarily clouding his vision as his body plummeted downward. Why doesn't it hurt? It seems there is no carpet on the bus. Fang Tian reached out to touch the soft surface beneath his face. Ah! A startled cry from Xiao Ai pierced the air. Fang Tian hastily lifted his gaze, only to discover that Xiao Ai had fashioned a cushion out of her own flesh, while his guilty hand was firmly grasping her delicate white rabbit form. His face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to rise, only to realize that his hand was resting on her chest. When he exerted force, the poor little rabbit was instantly deformed beneath his grip. Observing the pained expression on Xiao Ai's face, Fang Tian repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate. I didn't realize it was so soft." Unable to restrain himself, he pinched her once more. Slap. With 5 distinct finger marks adorning his face, Fang Tian awkwardly stood up, wiping away the blood from his nose. "It wasn't intentional. Except for that last time. But surely, as your master, I shouldn't have to be so rough, should I?" Xiao Ai also stood, her cheeks slightly flushed, and donned a professional smile. "Master, this is Xiao Ai's anti-pervert system. Is it possible to deactivate it?" Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely asking out of curiosity." "Impossible. Congratulations to the survivors in this region for completing the Destroyer trial. Please redeem your trial points promptly. A new environmental challenge is about to commence, and the regional conquest mode will soon activate, further increasing the exploration difficulty." Regional conquest? A chill ran down Fang Tian's spine. This was hardly favorable news. The channel would undoubtedly erupt with noise. Yet, knowing that an announcement would be made in due course, he chose not to dwell on it. Today's trial had yielded considerable rewards for him. Chapter 77. The malevolent capitalist Fang Tian meticulously tallied today's harvest. First and foremost were the supplies seized from Xiangba, which, due to their participation in the trial, were laden with equipment, rations, and medicinal items. Notably, he gifted Muron Li's pistol to Linyu. As for the remaining items, he refrained from hoarding them all. After allocating portions to the Fire Rose and his teammates, he retained for himself 10 green weapons, 100 ordinary weapons, 40 pieces of armor, 200 units of food, 200 bottles of water, and various medicines. Admittedly, he kept the lion's share, yet he was confident that his companions would harbor no objections. Currently, green weapons were valued at 800 water, ordinary weapons at 40 water, and armor at 200 water, which meant that through his plunder alone, he amassed nearly 20,000 water. Regrettably, the spoils from the Xiongba convoy could not be looted as they were acquired within the trial grounds, rendering them wasted. Moreover, due to Fong Tian inflicting the highest singular damage on the King of Destruction, he received an additional trial score bonus, catapulting him to the pinnacle of the trial leaderboard once more. Coupled with his remaining points from the previous session, his total trial score now stood at 5,468. The reward for securing the first position on the trial leaderboard consisted of 10 lucky treasure chests, which he opened immediately, yielding 1 spirit stone, 1 equipment upgrade card, and several material blueprints. To his surprise, the equipment upgrade card was among the rewards, as these fortunate chests typically did not yield such valuable items. He promptly decided to apply the upgrade card to the water purifier, considering that the sweltering heat would soon dissipate, rendering the ice machine obsolete. After a dazzling display, the water purifier was successfully upgraded. Water purifier, top tier, capable of purifying 3,000 units of water per day, requiring 150 units of charcoal daily. A 3-fold enhancement. This would ensure that his income would not diminish significantly with the ice machine's departure. The spirit stone was directly given to Xiao He for its self-healing. Next, Fong Tian accessed the trial shop, where the price of attribute elixirs remained at 500. He could exchange for 10. After calculating the number of elixirs he had consumed, he opted for 6 stamina pills and 4 strength pills. Strength, 25 agility, 34 stamina, 27 spirit, 161733 luck, 527 skills. Intermediate shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 50. Intermediate combat talent, enhances neural reaction by 50. Fire sword technique, level 2, 10,000 summons a fire sprite to augment melee weapon lethality, cooldown time 15 seconds. Barbaric charge, level 1. For 160-500 charges forcefully in one direction, colliding with an enemy or obstacle in front. Power correlates with strength, cooldown time 15 seconds. Tenacious will, permanently increases mental power, with a value equal to 50 of the highest remaining single attribute, rounded down. Both stamina and agility had reached their maximum attributes. He could still consume 3 more strength pills and 8 more stamina pills. Fong Tian made a mental note to avoid excessive consumption of elixirs to prevent wastage. At this moment, his attributes had already surpassed those of an ordinary person by more than 3-fold. Coupled with the leader class pet, Little Black, the Azure weapon, Dragon's Whisper, the Verdant armor, and an array of talents and skills, TSK, Fong Tian began to feel that his fortune was somewhat extraordinary. However, reflecting on the origins of these items, aside from the inexplicably acquired system, everything else was obtained through relentless effort and intellect. When considering it this way, it seemed quite reasonable. For instance, just moments ago, in order to vanquish the King of Destruction, the initial probing, the ultimate strategy, the audacious risk-taking, and the cooperation of friends, all were indispensable. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though he had executed a swift kill, yet in that brief moment, Fong Tian had first initiated a barbaric charge while simultaneously casting Dragon's Whisper with the flame enchantment, complemented by the double damage from the Keen Eye's weakness. This meticulous orchestration led to his triumphant success. It is crucial to note that both parties had collided at an astonishing speed, reaching a terrifying level of relative velocity. Not only did the King of Destruction fail to dodge in time, but Fong Tian also had no opportunity to aim. Prior to making his move, he had already conferred with Lin Yu regarding their positioning. Everything was meticulously planned, for without such preparation, it would have been impossible to strike the weak point with precision. Undeniably, Fong Tian had begun to develop an affinity for this place. In his previous world, the monotonous routine had long extinguished his passion, causing him to become despondent at the slightest challenge. Yet in the current world, the myriad of crises compelled him to exert every ounce of ingenuity to achieve victory. Although fraught with peril, each triumph bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and a gratifying feeling of gradual empowerment. Furthermore, the thrill of facing 100 adversaries in the Gourd Valley, with the exhilarating sense of vengeance akin to that in the martial world, filled him with immense satisfaction. Indeed, it was not a massacre. This exhilaration stemmed from the sweet taste of vengeance. Fong Tian reassured himself it was for avenging Little Huang. However, upon recalling little Huang's demise, his mood soured. He silently returned to his bedroom and lay upon the bed. Xiao AI. Yes. Activate chat mode. Certainly, Master. What would you like to discuss? Today. During the trial, I lost a teammate. This world is rife with danger. Death is a common occurrence. Fang Tian's expression darkened. He had a sister. He endured humiliation only to survive. Yet, was he your friend? I am not certain. We have merely collaborated a few times. Nevertheless, his demise is connected to me. Had he not encountered me, he would not have perished. Did you intentionally cause his death? A flicker of anguish crossed Fang Tian's eyes. I wished to save him, yet I failed. If you had swapped places, if you had perished because of him, would you blame him? Fang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. Then let this matter pass. In the future, you will meet more friends and face greater crises, leading to more farewells. You must learn to cope with it. Fang Tian shook his head, wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, and clenched his fists. I do not wish to grow accustomed to such things. As long as I become stronger, I can prevent these occurrences. Indeed, that is the essence of a strong man. A standard smile graced Xiao Ai's face. Fang Tian, with a bitter smile, confessed, I am not strong. Rather, I am exceedingly fragile. I no longer wish to endure this pain. A hint of tenderness flickered in Xiao Ai's gaze as she perched on the edge of the bed, her warm little hand gently caressing Fang Tian's cheek. I will be here for you, she reassured him. This heartfelt concern shattered Fang Tian's composure, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. No, no, no. If this continues, I shall weep. He hastily rose, wiping his tears away. Deactivate chat mode. Xiao Ai paused momentarily before her expression returned to a smile. Understood, Master. Is there anything else you require? Fang Tian shook his head slightly. Nothing more. Thank you. If it weren't for your robotic nature, I doubt I would ever have found the courage to express these feelings. It was past 3 o'clock. He declared, I must rest now. You have worked hard too. Go recharge and take a break. Certainly, Xiao Ai replied, exiting the bedroom and closing the door behind her. She let out an adorable yawn. Her expression softening as she mused, this fellow can be rather endearing at times. Xiao Ai, organize the supplies. Store the ice maker in the warehouse. And ensure the water from the purifier is processed before you rest. Xiao Ai's expression turned to one of indignation. That despicable capitalist. Such a lecher. In Huaxia District 625. Within the Chun family convoy, the bus of the convoy leader held a middle-aged woman with tear-streaked cheeks as she entered the territory. Inside, a distinguished middle-aged man was listening to a report from a younger individual. Reporting to the family head, the last small convoy in this area has surrendered. Good. Starting tomorrow. Deploy personnel in batches to conquer the other regions as planned. Understood. And what of the Long family? They are progressing at a similar pace. Very well, you may leave. The middle-aged man glanced at the grieving woman who had just entered and inquired, Sister, you appear distressed. Has something occurred? The woman cried out in anguish. Li'er is dead. The man sprang to his feet in shock. What? I have always said. Li'er should have been brought to my side. You insisted on this so-called training. It is your fault that Li'er has perished. The woman wept, her voice hoarse from sorrow. The man rushed forward to console her. And after a lengthy effort, her sobs began to subside, though her eyes burned with hatred. Give me a team of men. I shall seek vengeance. Calm yourself. The woman retorted angrily, You wish to stop me? No, but it is unnecessary for you to go personally. I will ensure you receive satisfaction. He summoned the young man who had just reported. You will handle this matter. Regardless of the means, find the one responsible for Li'er's death. But family head based on previous intel, that person has not joined any convoy. Such individuals are difficult to locate. The middle-aged man replied coldly, I said, by any means necessary. Even if you must annihilate their entire region. Understood. Chapter 78. The Peculiar Exploration Map Master. It is time to rise. Fang Tian rubbed his eyes. What time is it? It is 11:30. With a groggy demeanor, Fang Tian propped himself up and mumbled, Why did you wake me so late? Noticing his master's lack of vigor and that there were no pressing matters in the morning, the intelligent assistant, Xiao Ai, adjusted his wake-up time accordingly. Fang Tian uttered no further complaints. After freshening up, he made his way into the bus compartment while munching on something. The scenery outside the window had transformed dramatically from the scorching desert of yesterday to a stony Gobi. A sandstorm was raging outside, with pebbles and dust being swept into the air, relentlessly battering the bus. Observing the numerous marks on the bulletproof windows, Fang Tian quickly deduced the nature of this environmental trial. Such a ferocious sandstorm would inflict considerable damage on the vehicle. To avoid destruction, the passengers would have to expend materials for repairs. The underlying logic mirrored that of the previous heat wave, aimed at depleting the resources at everyone's disposal. The chat channel remained lively. My bus compartment's glass is shattered. Mine too. My eyes are barely open. What should we do? The vehicle's durability keeps plummeting. The glass gets repaired only to be smashed again. The bedroom windows seem to have some protection. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stay in there. Heh. Thankfully, I upgraded my compartment to level 3 yesterday. The glass is quite sturdy and hasn't shattered yet. If I had known, I wouldn't have purchased that green weapon yesterday. Now I lack the materials to upgrade my compartment. Fortunately, Fong Tian was impressive yesterday. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Stop praising him. Isn't he just looking out for himself? Exactly. If he hadn't ambushed Xiongba with that gun, we could have handled it ourselves. Moreover, he single-handedly defeated the boss and hoarded all the trial points. Otherwise, I might have had enough materials to upgrade to a level 3 compartment today. Why are you all so shameless? When you sent a voice chat invitation, something feels off in the channel. Is it the remnants of Xiongba's faction targeting you? No, Xiongba's convoy has disbanded. The threats are from other convoys. Have you offended another convoy? Fong Tian smiled wryly. No need to offend. From yesterday's broadcast, they're concerned about my rising reputation affecting their influence with the announcement of a new regional assault mode. The cunning of you people. Lin Yu clicked his tongue. I wanted to caution you to be wary of the force behind more only. I am aware. He landed a precise kick on me. Had it not been for my superior attributes, I might not have prevailed. His kick was quite deft, not haphazardly executed, yet his adaptability is poor. And he lacks practical experience. From what he uttered before his demise, it seems his family has also entered the fray. You should remain vigilant. Fong Tian suddenly noticed Lin Yu had sent him 10 rounds of ammunition via email. Did you purchase bullets? I received them this morning. They are too expensive. Better saved for self-defense, as they are not particularly useful for monster hunting. How much did you pay? Do not inquire about the price. Even if you handed me a gun, I would not be courteous. Suddenly, the broadcast blared. The regional connection channel has been opened. The newly added Super PvP mode allows survivors to explore alongside others from different regions. Details are to be discovered at your own pace. Ding ding ding. The vehicle is about to arrive. Please remain seated and hold on tightly to the handrails. You have arrived at the PV map, the wilderness. The doors have opened. Please decide whether to disembark. A new mode has been introduced. The conflicts within a single region were already abundant, and now, with the inclusion of other areas, we are beset by both internal and external strife, leaving us no peace to develop, Lin Yu lamented. Fong Tian promptly inquired, what map are you on today? It's this Super PvP mode, came the reply. I'm on the PvE mode. Be careful and figure out the strategies. Let me know what you find out. After hanging up, Fong Tian sighed and, accompanied by the now-healed Xiao Hong, disembarked from the bus. The exploration map revealed a desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence or structures. Before long, the faint sound of hoofbeats echoed from the distance. Fong Tian looked up, his view obstructed by a cluster of rocks. Yet with the eye of detection, he discerned 2 red dots swiftly approaching. Soon, 2 swordsmen clad in ancient garb appeared, galloping forth. Swordsmen, masters of various martial arts from the realm. Fong Tian braced himself for confrontation, only to find that the duo merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. Are they not here to trouble me? With a thought, Fong Tian commanded Xiao Hong to grow larger and mounted him. Xiao Hong, startled, barked in protest, clearly displeased by this act of riding. All right, run that way, and I'll buy you some good meat later. Xiao Hong bolted ahead. Fong Tian, in a horse stance, stared in bewilderment as Xiao Hong raced off, the scene growing exceedingly awkward. Wait, I haven't even mounted properly. After transforming, Xiao Hong's back only reached Fong Tian's thigh. Thus, when he attempted to ride, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. As Xiao Hong accelerated, he dashed away, leaving Fong Tian to contemplate the situation. After much deliberation, he realized he could only lift his feet to stay on, but without a saddle, stirrups, or reins, any acceleration from Xiao Hong would destabilize him. After pulling out several tufts of Xiao Hong's fur amidst its indignant barking, Fong Tian reluctantly stowed him in his backpack and proceeded on foot to pursue. By now, the silhouettes of the 2 riders had vanished. However, the path they took was a well-trodden road, ensuring he would not lose his way. After a frantic sprint, he finally spotted a sizable estate, surrounded by houses and walls that were impenetrable. Guards stood at intervals along the walls and rooftops, indicating tight security. Countless red lights flickered within the estate, leaving Fong Tian uncertain about the nature of this exploration map. In previous explorations, he encountered overt monsters, straightforward in their aggression. Yet, the individuals radiating red light did not attack him, which felt exceedingly peculiar. With a moment's hesitation, Fong Tian gradually approached, as the sounds of conversation filled the courtyard. Soon, Two swordsmen atop the wall noticed him, yet instead of launching an attack, they gestured to the right, saying, "Esteemed sir, please enter through the main gate." Fong Tian nodded and swiftly walked in the direction indicated. After rounding a corner of the wall, he beheld an imposing grand entrance. Flanked by 2 rows of house servants and a steward, a mule cart was stationed at the gate, and the driver presented a note to the steward, whose expression shifted dramatically as he hurried inside the estate. Almost immediately, the clamor within the manor fell silent. What was amiss? Fong Tian quickened his pace toward the cart. The driver, like the nearby house servants and steward, was inscrutable to the probing gaze, yet his towering stature and rugged demeanor suggested he was no mere side character. The cart's canopy drooped low, revealing a faint reddish glow within, indicating the presence of someone. Before long, the steward emerged briskly, gesturing invitingly. The driver cracked his whip, and the mule cart proceeded into the estate. Fong Tian's gaze followed the cart inside, where he observed a multitude of individuals, all adorned in the attire of the martial world. The cart made its way directly into the courtyard, and the burly driver leaped down, clasping his fist in greeting. "I have heard of the esteemed physician Shui." Upon hearing the name of physician Shui, Fong Tian's thought stirred, prompting him to step forward. Lifting his gaze to the plaque above the door, inscribed upon it were 3 grand characters, Juxian Zhuang. Chapter 79, The Great Battle of Heroes at the Gathering of Talents. In the midst of the fierce confrontation at the Gathering of Talents, it was likely that the figure seated within the carriage was none other than Azu. Once again, the tale of the demigods and semi-devils unfolded before him. Fong Tian felt an irresistible urge to step inside and witness this rare and illustrious scene. Yet, a servant obstructed his path, smiling obsequiously as he requested, "Might I ask this esteemed hero to present their invitation?" Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in response. "I misplaced it at the inn." The steward hurriedly approached, whispering reassuringly, "No need for concern. The invitation is merely a call to gather the world's heroes to unite against the latest scourge that has emerged within the martial realm. The more, the merrier. Please, do come in." Voices of discourse emanated from the courtyard. "So, it seems you have no close ties with this young lady?" As Fong Tian prepared to enter, a sudden thought struck him, and he chuckled. "Since Chiao Feng has arrived, I shall hasten my friends to join us. They are still en route." With that, he turned and swiftly departed. "Coward," murmured the servant behind him. Before long, Fong Tian found himself in a secluded area, diligently recalling the intricacies of the plot. He had become thoroughly familiar with the storyline of the Gathering of Talents, although he longed to witness Chiao Feng's valiant struggle against the multitude. Yet time was of the essence. He could not squander it on mere entertainment. He needed to extract some advantages, akin to his previous encounter with Duan Yu. However, it appeared that the events surrounding the Gathering of Talents did not involve any treasures or secret manuals. This segment of the narrative depicted Chiao Feng being falsely accused of the murders of his master, father, and mother, while his nationality was unveiled. During the investigation, Azu was grievously injured by a monk from Shaolin, leaving Chiao Feng helpless to save her. Coincidentally, he learned that the renowned physician Shui and the Yu brothers were widely disseminating invitations to combat the threat posed by himself. Chiao Feng, unwilling to be scorned and determined to rescue Azu, thus brought her to the banquet. It seemed his only course of action was to rescue Chiao Feng. Perhaps, like before, he could glean some martial secrets from him to enhance his own attributes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That physician Shui, driven by a vendetta for his sect, had mastered martial arts from across the realm. Each time he treated an ailment, he requested others to exchange their prized techniques. Surely, he possessed a wealth of martial manuals. Previously, he had heard Duan Yu impart the Lingbo Weibu, yet he had failed to grasp any skills. This could be attributed to the profound complexity of the technique. Chiao Feng's martial prowess was likely similarly advanced. However, Shui's skills were comparatively rudimentary, and perhaps he could acquire new abilities. Furthermore, being a renowned physician, he might also have access to attribute-enhancing elixirs. Though Chiao Feng was the protagonist, it was essential to remember that this was merely an adventure adapted from a novel, and the scenes were likely fabricated. Even if Chiao Feng were just an unconscious NPC, his demise seemed inconsequential. Resolute in his decision, Fong Tian returned to the entrance of the Gathering of Talents, only to find the steward absent. Inside, the clamor of battle echoed fiercely, indicating that the conflict had already erupted. Fong Tian ventured into the estate, weaving through the throng to make his way inside. At that moment, he perceived a radiant glow emanating from Chiao Feng at the center of the crowd, though his attributes remained obscured. With a thunderous voice, Chiao Feng proclaimed, "You wretched cur shall be the first to taste blood." He summoned his energy to his arm and unleashed a powerful strike. 2 elderly monks extended their right palms, attempting to block a powerful strike. At that moment, an individual descended from the heavens, becoming entangled in the clash of their formidable forces, resulting in a violent spurt of blood and an immediate cessation of movement. Fang Tian swallowed hard, fortunate enough to witness the unfolding chaos, as Qiao Feng prepared for a merciless onslaught. Indeed, the two monks swiftly shifted the blame, attributing the loss of life entirely to Qiao Feng. Very well. Let it all rest upon my shoulders. Yet, what of it? In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura of ferocity erupted from Qiao Feng, compelling even the indifferent Fang Tian to retreat 2 steps. Like a beast unleashed, Qiao Feng appeared to casually extend his hand, seizing an individual and striking down upon him, shattering his skull with a single blow. With 2 lives extinguished, the assembled heroes were left in shock and fury, clamoring to charge at Qiao Feng. Fang Tian discreetly withdrew, refraining from engaging. Firstly, he had never mastered martial arts, and, witnessing Qiao Feng's godlike prowess, he felt an instinctive fear. Secondly, should he intervene and miraculously succeed, the glory would be scant. His strategy was to await Qiao Feng's father's arrival. In that moment, if he could strike and secure Qiao Feng, he would emerge as the true hero of the encounter. By then, Qiao Feng would be rendered defenseless, and with his father entangling him with a long whip, Fang Tian would simply need to sever it with his blade. At this juncture, Qiao Feng resembled a demonic deity, a harbinger of calamity, as adversaries fell before him, none capable of matching his might. In the blink of an eye, numerous bodies lay sprawled upon the ground, blood flowing freely and coalescing into a horrific tapestry of crimson. Fang Tian, wary of being inadvertently harmed, adeptly maneuvered to evade Qiao Feng's wrath. Many other valiant souls nearby mirrored his evasive tactics, adopting a spirit of mutual learning. Fang Tian joined them in vocalizing his fierce exclamations, all the while retreating further, observing Qiao Feng's brutal onslaught amidst the throng. Fang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, though he had also achieved a remarkable feat of facing 100 adversaries the day before. It paled in comparison to Qiao Feng's prowess, especially considering that the martial artists around were all formidable. Furthermore, he had been ensnared by a surprise ambush, while Qiao Feng had boldly confronted the impending danger, a stark contrast indeed. Be careful, a Zhu cried out, aiding Qiao Feng in evading an ambush from Tan Gong. Tan Pe, incensed, retorted, "Ah, you little rascal, we refrained from killing you before, yet you dare to assist others." With that, she swung her palm down toward a Zhu's head, but Qiao Feng arrived just in time, sending her flying. Although a Zhu narrowly escaped disaster, her face turned pale with fear, and she gradually weakened. Fang Tian understood this was the result of Qiao Feng's qi beginning to wane. Shueshini coldly interjected, "This girl's vital energy has nearly depleted. Will you not use your internal strength to sustain her?" Noticing Qiao Feng's silence, he continued, "Should she draw her last breath, even the gods would struggle to save her." Fang Tian could not suppress a laugh. Did Qiao Feng truly believe he was a fool? At such a moment, bestowing qi upon a Zhu would mean certain death for him. It was far wiser to break free. If Shueshini was willing to assist, he would do so. If not, even if Qiao Feng perished alongside him, he would not be saved. Indeed, Qiao Feng swiftly resolved to break through, seizing 2 shields from the ground as he charged towards the main gate, leaving no one in his path to impede him. Just as he was on the verge of escaping, a frail voice lamented, "First slay that girl, then take revenge." If Fang Tian recalled correctly, this voice belonged to the iron-faced judge, Shan Zheng. "Yes," a young man responded, raising his blade to strike at a Zhu. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the previous day when Murong Li had slain Xiao Wang, and Fang Tian nearly succumbed to the urge to rush in and save her. However, he quickly regained his composure and restrained himself. Indeed, in the next moment, Qiao Feng hurled the round shield, cleaving the young man and his weapon in twain. What a close call. Fang Tian exhaled in relief. Becoming too engrossed in the unfolding drama, he had nearly jeopardized his own plans under Qiao Feng's bold influence. Chapter 80. Alas, I have become Azu at this moment. Qiao Feng appeared invincible. The assembled heroes dared not assault him further and swiftly redirected their attacks towards Azu. How shameless. Qiao Feng vocalized Fang Tian's sentiments, protecting Azu with one hand while preparing to confront the adversaries with the other. Azu, already exceedingly frail, realized her fate was sealed and gently urged Qiao Feng to flee. Fang Tian, seething with indignation, lamented the folly of these so-called heroes. Even if they were deceived into believing Qiao Feng to be malevolent, why not simply eliminate him instead? What valor is there in targeting a defenseless woman? Qiao Feng, consumed by rage, could not abandon Azu in the face of such despicable behavior. Fang Tian sighed inwardly, recognizing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, Qiao Feng soon sustained injuries to his back, right shoulder, and right chest, finding himself in dire straits. Acknowledging that escape from death was futile, he bellowed, instilling fear in the hearts of many. I shall take my own life, not perish at the hands of vermin. This thunderous declaration resonated in Fong Tian's ears as he gazed upon the indomitable Xiaofeng amidst the crowd, feeling an overwhelming respect swell within him. Did he ever embody such heroism while wreaking havoc among the masses? Surely, he fell far short. Yet, in this fervent moment, no one would allow Xiaofeng the luxury of a dignified demise. A throng of over 10 surged forward. Xiaofeng, still brimming with formidable presence, struck like lightning, seizing an elderly monk from the crowd and lifting him high. Upon witnessing the capture of a Shaolin master, the assembled warriors hesitated, momentarily retreating. However, Xiaofeng sighed deeply, proclaiming that he hailed from Shaolin and that his martial prowess was imparted by the venerable monks. Resolving to spare the life of the elder, he released the monk and closed his eyes, awaiting death. A sense of confusion enveloped the crowd. An instinctive awareness that something was amiss rendered them motionless. Fong Tian, stirred by Xiaofeng's noble spirit, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, he would not harm even this monk. How could he ever bring harm to his esteemed teacher? How could he slay his own kin? The throng shifted their gazes towards Fong Tian, a stranger to them, his peculiar attire stirring suspicion. Yet, his words held merit, and expressions of contemplation spread across their faces. Nevertheless, a dark-skinned giant remained unmoved, brandishing his blade towards Xiaofeng's chest. This was the iron-faced judge, Dan Zheng, whose heart was consumed solely by the desire for vengeance after the recent loss of his 2 children. Xiaofeng stood resolute, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps he contemplated his identity as a chitin, or reflected on his lifelong pursuit of righteousness, now transformed into a reviled villain amidst this gathering. As the blade drew near, Xiaofeng suddenly let out a primal roar, akin to a ferocious beast. Dan Zheng was taken aback, momentarily dazed by the resonance of Xiaofeng's anguished cry. Unable to maintain his footing, the surrounding crowd involuntarily took a step back, just as Dan Zheng's other son, Dan Xiaoshan, charged forward with his weapon drawn. Xiaofeng remained motionless, as if surrendering to fate. In a flash, a figure surged forward with unyielding determination, closing in on Dan Xiaoshan from behind. Amidst the glimmering flashes of blades, Shan Xiaoshan's steel knife was deftly parried, subsequently sent flying by a powerful kick. The crowd then discerned that the one who had intervened was the stranger who had fervently defended Xiaofeng moments prior. Fong Tian's face contorted in anguish, wishing he could chastise himself. How foolish. Xiaofeng's father was on the verge of arriving to rescue him. What was the purpose of his reckless foray? Was he courting death? It was solely due to the poignant and grandiloquent heroism of the moment that had so deeply moved him, far surpassing any drama or novel. Particularly, as Fong Tian was acutely aware of Xiaofeng's life trajectory, he found himself ensnared in the narrative, unable to restrain his impulsive actions in this critical juncture. The sudden appearance of Fong Tian left the crowd perplexed, yet Shan Zheng, consumed by fury, paid no heed and charged forth with his blade. While Shan Zheng's speed was unremarkable, his swordsmanship was exquisite. After evading one strike, Fong Tian found himself unable to dodge the next and was forced to parry with Longyin. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, nearly sending Longyin flying, leaving Fong Tian's arm numb and his palm throbbing with pain. The strength of his opponent exceeded his own. Observing Shan Zheng's left foot twitch, seemingly preparing to kick, Fong Tian readied himself. Unexpectedly, it was merely a feint. Shan Zheng's left palm struck out with sudden ferocity. Fong Tian could not evade in time and was struck on the left shoulder, sent careening backward. As he spewed blood midair, he crashed heavily to the ground. Indeed, these martial arts masters were not to be trifled with. Fong Tian had once thought that his prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, hoping to play at least a supporting role, but here he was, swiftly dispatched by a mere third-rate character. After sending Fong Tian flying, Shan Zheng raised his blade once more to slay Xiaofeng. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the air, forcing Shan Zheng to retreat repeatedly. The succession of unforeseen events threw the hall into chaos, as the crowd huddled together in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. A long rope descended from the rooftop, swirling through the courtyard with formidable strength. The sheer power of the rope compelled everyone to brandish their weapons in self-defense. To their astonishment, the rope suddenly changed direction, ensnaring Xiaofeng. Exhausted and dazed, he let go of his shoe, only to be lifted aloft by the rope. A masked man in dark attire caught him and whisked him away from the courtyard. The sound of galloping hooves echoed, swiftly fading into the distance. Fong Tian exhaled in relief, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiaofeng was safe. Wait, what about me? Shan Zheng, witnessing the rescue of his sworn enemy, was filled with rage, pointing at Fong Tian and bellowing, "First, slay the little thief. Damn it, I have become as you." Fong Tian lamented, seeing a group of familiar faces charging towards him. These were the very heroes who had vociferously shouted moments ago, yet had shrunk back into the corner alongside him. They dared not approach Xiao Feng. But they were emboldened to confront Fang Tian, having seen him fall to Shan Zheng's blows, and they charged at him with wild cries. Truly, what gallant heroes! Fang Tian could not help but recall those verbose champions in the chat channel. In a moment, fury surged within him, with a flash of fire from Longin. He swung his blade fiercely, cleaving through the advancing throng, severing both man and blade in an instant. The aura of his sword? Gasps of astonishment erupted. The others, witnessing this display, immediately halted in their tracks, daunted and unwilling to draw closer. Fang Tian was acutely aware that lingering in this place was unwise. Fortunately, he was not far from the exit, and he hurriedly made his way towards the door. Perhaps the recent display of the fire blade had been too terrifying, for no one obstructed his path. It was not until he reached the entrance that a man clad in green attempted to tackle him. Uncertain of the man's capabilities and unwilling to engage in combat, Fang Tian swiftly drew his pistol. With a thunderous bang, the green-clad man was struck and fell to the ground. Hearing the incessant whistling of projectiles behind him, Fang Tian unleashed a fierce charge, increasing his speed to evade the hidden weapons, and broke free from the encirclement of Jushin Manor. Once he had escaped the tumult, he dared not delay, fleeing towards the direction of the bus with utmost urgency. Soon, over a dozen horsemen pursued him, but Fang Tian turned and fired his pistol, bringing down several horses, which deterred the remaining pursuers. After all, both his firearm and the blazing sword technique had surpassed their comprehension. By the time the main force of horsemen arrived, Fang Tian had vanished from sight. Confirming that no one was following, he came to a halt and spat out a mouthful of blood. The earlier strike from Dan Zheng had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest had provided some protection. Otherwise, given Dan Zheng's strength, he would have likely sustained fractures. Now, it seemed all efforts had been in vain, and Xiao Feng was nowhere to be found. Just as Fang Tian was lamenting his misfortune, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind him. Had they caught up? Chapter 81. Transmission of power upon hearing a disturbance. Fang Tian promptly rose in defense, only to find the figure clad in black and Xiao Feng upon a horse. Fang Tian was taken aback. For according to the narrative, the man in black should have already escorted Xiao Feng to the cave for recuperation. The man in black, with his radiant eyes fixed on Fang Tian, scoffed, "It's this wretched mule who insists on rescuing you. Yet, you somehow managed to escape on your own. That speaks to some skill." At this moment, Xiao Feng, having lost considerable blood, appeared pallid, yet could not conceal his indomitable spirit. "I, Xiao Feng, would never abandon a friend who risked his life for me." The man in black shook his head, dismounted, and produced a hemostatic ointment to staunch Xiao Feng's bleeding. "You, boy, are you injured?" he inquired coldly. "Not at all, just a minor wound. I have already taken medicine," Fang Tian replied absently, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to gain an advantage. Although he felt exhilarated to fight alongside a hero like Xiao Feng, he still sought to obtain his rightful rewards. Suddenly, the expression of the man in black darkened. "You have no experience in the martial world. How can you retreat without laying false trails? In the distance, I hear the sound of hooves. They are likely in pursuit. I shall divert the pursuers. You too hide well." With that, the man in black leapt onto his horse and rode away. Xiao Feng steadied himself with difficulty and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I cannot express my thanks for such great kindness. I only ask you to share your name, and I shall repay you in kind." Fang Tian, flustered, mimicked the gesture. "You flatter me. I am Fang Tian." Xiao Feng sighed. "In such a life and death predicament, you dared to act against the tide and came to my aid. Truly, a hero in youth." Fang Tian chuckled ruefully. "Please, do not exaggerate. Did you not see? That Dan Zheng dispatched me with just 2 moves. Hardly a heroic display." Xiao Feng replied earnestly, "Whether one is a hero is determined by the heart, not by skill." Fang Tian laughed foolishly. "Since you say so, I shall accept it. To be called a hero by Sir Xiao Feng, I suppose my life has not been in vain." Xiao Feng smiled. "By the way, I have a matter that eludes my understanding. How did you extricate yourself from that encirclement? Did you have assistance?" Fang Tian, with a glint in his eye, responded, "I possess a secret method for protection and encountered a young gentleman of the surname Duan in Dali, who imparted some marvelous footwork to me. It was by this means that I escaped." Xiao Feng was taken aback and quickly inquired, "The gentleman you speak of, is he Duan Yu?" "Indeed. Do you know him?" Fang Tian feigned surprise. Xiao Feng rejoiced. "Ha! What a coincidence! That Duan Yu is my sworn brother. He indeed mentioned this matter during our wine-drinking contest. Who would have thought today you saved my life once more? Such a coincidence." Fang Tian was genuinely astonished. This surprise was not feigned. He had assumed this was merely a simple, randomly refreshed adventure map. Little did he know, after his departure, This world continued to function normally. And even the traces he left behind could influence others. Who would have thought we were so fated? Xiao Feng was exceedingly excited, his complexion noticeably brightening. Alas, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would insist on toasting with you. Do not refer to me as benefactor. It feels too distant. My assistance stems solely from my belief in your character and my admiration for your spirited nature. If you hold me in regard, then simply call me young Master Feng. In truth, Feng Tian intended to suggest addressing one another as brothers, yet the time for adventure was limited, and he feared that Xiao Feng might, in a moment of enthusiasm, propose a brotherhood that would squander precious time. Since young Master Feng has expressed this sentiment, I, Xiao, shall certainly comply. I have a request. Feng Tian felt a surge of impatience rising within him. Please, young Master Feng, speak freely. Whatever I, Xiao, can assist with, I shall do so with utmost effort. Feng Tian got straight to the point. As you can see, my martial skills are rather deficient, leaving me vulnerable in this world of Jianghu. Therefore, I hope you might offer me some guidance. Xiao Feng nodded repeatedly. No problem. Once I have recovered. Aside from my unique secret techniques which I cannot disclose, I will gladly share all I can. Feng Tian quickly interjected. I have matters to attend to and can only spare half an hour, so I kindly ask you to teach me some fundamental techniques for now. I shall practice them gradually later. Very well. I observe that young Master Feng possesses agility in his movements, yet they lack a certain method. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate, so that I may tailor my instruction accordingly? Feng Tian scratched his head and executed a rudimentary set of punches. It appears you possess no foundational skills, yet your physique is remarkable, and you exhibit an innate strength, a rare talent in martial arts. With proper training, your future will undoubtedly be boundless. After Xiao Feng's thorough analysis, he began an extensive explanation. However, much like his prior encounter with Duan Yu, his discourse on internal energy was utterly confounding and offered no clarity. Even when attempting to follow Xiao Feng's advice about sinking energy to the Dantian, Feng Tian felt no trace of inner strength. It seemed that the internal arts of this world were beyond his grasp and could not be forced. Nevertheless, it was not without merit. Although he could not fully comprehend, he felt unusual sensations coursing through him as Xiao Feng spoke, indicating a potential enhancement of his attributes. Moreover, when Xiao Feng discussed countering techniques, Feng Tian could barely grasp the concepts, so he endeavored to commit this portion to memory, believing it would prove useful in the future. After approximately 40 minutes, the sound of hooves grew louder as the man in black returned. I have led the pursuers astray. Allow me to escort you to tend to your injuries, this young brother. Feng Tian promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your guidance. I must take my leave. May we meet again. Xiao Feng returned the gesture. Our paths are intertwined. We shall surely cross again in the future. Take care. Just as he was about to depart, Feng Tian suddenly paused and turned back. Brother Xiao, I am compelled to express a thought. Xiao Feng, his expression serious, replied, Please, share your thoughts. Feng Tian continued. Regarding the individuals at the gathering of heroes today, do you perceive them as good or ill? Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. His expression complex. Feng Tian elaborated. From your perspective, you have been wronged. These individuals attacked you indiscriminately, and many employed rather despicable tactics. Yet, from the viewpoint of others, you are a kitten who has slain his father, mother, and teacher. They believe their actions against you are justified. Would you not agree? Xiao Feng listened silently, his face a mask of calm, yet the slight movement of his sleeves betrayed his intense emotions. Feng Tian paused briefly before continuing. To be frank, I initially mingled among the crowd with the intention of launching an attack against you. However, at the last moment, I was so moved by your indomitable spirit that I altered my course of action. Xiao Feng appeared genuinely touched and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, Young Master Feng possesses profound understanding of righteousness. Despite our brief acquaintance, you have managed to see past societal prejudices and place your trust in me. Feng Tian waved his hand, interrupting, There is no need for superfluous words. What I wish to convey is this. While those seeking vengeance against you may be met with your unparalleled martial prowess, as long as you survive, there will inevitably come a day when justice prevails. Am I correct? Xiao Feng nodded, signaling for him to continue. Feng Tian paced back and forth for a few moments, deep in thought, before adding, however, should there come a day when you find yourself with enemies intent on your demise, others may not be able to withstand them. Therefore, I have one more request to make. Chapter 82. The heavenly pull of all things. Feng Tian approached Xiao Feng, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. One day, when you confront your foes, dear brother Xiao, I implore you to heed my words and exercise caution, lest you mistakenly harm the innocent. Xiao Feng quickly helped him to his feet. You worry too much, young Master Feng. Though I may lack merit, I have always conducted myself with prudence. Unless I witness an evildoer in the act, I would not lightly take a life. Nay, Fong Tian replied earnestly, shaking his head. When faced with a blood feud, even in the absence of witnessing the crime, hatred may cloud one's judgment, leading to the tragic misfortune of slaying the innocent. At this juncture, a cloaked figure suddenly fixed a wary gaze upon Fong Tian. This figure was Qiao Feng's biological father, the very man responsible for the demise of Qiao Feng's parents and master. Qiao Feng appeared somewhat dismissive, seemingly confident in his own discernment, perhaps finding Fong Tian's admonitions overly verbose. Yet Fong Tian remained resolute, grasping Qiao Feng's right hand and carving a small incision upon it. He did the same to his own hand, then tightly clasped their hands together, allowing their blood to mingle and drip onto the ground. This is a warning ritual from my homeland. Remember this pain. Should you ever seek vengeance, even against those who wronged your parents, do not be hasty in your actions. Reflect deeply before you act. The so-called warning ritual was a mere fabrication, intended to impress upon Qiao Feng the gravity of the matter. Though Qiao Feng still bore a look of confusion, he felt the sincerity of Fong Tian's concern, and his expression grew solemn. Very well, I shall remember. Fong Tian released a sigh of relief. He had done all he could, regardless of Qiao Feng's eventual fate. His wish was for the tragedy between Qiao Feng and Aju to be averted. Their bond was indeed difficult to reconcile. After bidding farewell to Qiao Feng, he did not linger, seeking his way back to the carriage. Ding. Completion of this adventure, 85. Experience points gained, 255. Please allocate as you wish. Ding. The host encountered a fortuitous event. Based on the event's difficulty, an additional 1,000 experience points were awarded. Eagerly, he opened his status panel and, upon seeing the results, could not help but burst into laughter. Strength, 30 agility, 34 endurance, 32 spirit, 33. Both strength and endurance had increased by 5 points, a doubling compared to his previous increase with Duanyu. It was worth noting that he had consumed a considerable number of attribute potions, and could only take 3 more strength potions, each yielding a mere point. The endurance potions were already maxed out, leaving no further avenues for enhancement. In the foreseeable future, everyone would likely max out their attribute potions. Only these additional attributes would grant Fong Tian a singular advantage. What delighted him further was the discovery of a new skill. Dragon Seizing Technique, Level 1. 0500 can attract nearby objects. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Power depends on skill level and overall attributes. Fong Tian retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and tossed it to the ground. With a swift motion of his left hand, he conjured a gust of air that caused the bottle to leap into the air, and he caught it effortlessly. A splendid skill. Is this not the heavenly pull of all things? How high could this skill's potential reach? Various applications for this newfound ability flashed through Fong Tian's mind. Upon this realization, he released the little black creature from his backpack and made a sweeping motion in the air. The currents surged once more, causing the fur on the creature's back to stand on end. Subsequently, the little black creature wagged its tail and scampered over, gazing up and licking Fong Tian's left hand. Fong Tian's expression darkened. He wiped the drool from his hand on the creature's back, realizing that this ability was not as effective as he had anticipated. After numerous tests, Fong Tian discovered that this so-called dragon capture skill had a casting range of merely 3 meters, with a weight limit of approximately 3 kilograms for the objects it could attract. It seemed imperative to first elevate his level and overall attributes, as his current average was barely above 30. A sudden conjecture emerged in Fong Tian's mind. Was his ability to comprehend the dragon capture skill related to his overall attributes reaching 30? If his attributes were to increase in the future, would he be able to grasp even more skills? Moreover, based on Qiao Feng's words, it appeared that his actions could leave an imprint in this realm. Should he re-enter this world, the goodwill accrued from these 2 adventures would undoubtedly prove advantageous. With this thought, Fong Tian began to feel a sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had refrained from confronting Qiao Feng. Fostering a good relationship with him was far superior to aligning with lesser characters. The vehicles had commenced their operations, and Lin Yu had sent a private message detailing his experiences in the Super PvP map. This particular Super PvP exploration map had attracted 12 participants from 3 distinct regions, comprising 3, 4, and 5 individuals from each area respectively. Each region had different parking points located at the 3 cardinal directions of the exploration map. Upon disembarking, one could observe the number of participants and the names of the regions through an operational screen beside the vehicle. And there was a dedicated exploration channel for preliminary communication with other regions. The area where Fong Tian and his companions were situated was designated as Huaxia Region 1128. In Lin Yu's map, the other 2 regions included another from Huaxia and one from an African nation. Upon concluding the exploration, the screen displayed the exploration ratios achieved by the three regions, awarding them 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. However, it appeared that these exploration points had no immediate significance. Did you encounter any conflicts? Fong Tian inquired with curiosity. No, everyone was quite rational. We communicated effectively right after disembarking, ensuring we did not disturb one another. We even encountered a team from that small African nation, yet no conflict arose. Was communication possible? The workstation provided a real-time translator. It required just 3 electronic components to create. After concluding their conversation, Fong Tian re-entered the regional channel, where discussions about the super PvP mode were indeed prevalent. Perhaps due to the challenges of survival, the majority of participants in the super PvP maps exhibited a sense of peace, with conflicts being exceedingly rare. The reason for stating rare was that the regional population had dwindled from 3023 to 2986. Some may have perished at the hands of monsters, but it could not be ruled out that some had fallen victim to conflicts with other regions. Fong Tian also glanced at the world channel. Aside from a plethora of slogans advocating peaceful coexistence, many were analyzing the implications of trial points. After a comprehensive review, Fong Tian formed his own judgment. He harbored doubts regarding the so-called trial points, suspecting their purpose was merely to establish rankings. It appeared they were currently in a phase reminiscent of a ranking match, where trial points served as evidence for classification. Once the ranking concluded, this classification would likely serve as a reference for regional combat matchmaking. Presently, the prevailing sentiment in the world channel advocated for peace, with many calling for unity and discouraging internal strife. However, such proclamations were best taken with a grain of salt. Fong Tian would not be naive enough to believe them. After all, in the real world, many Western nations, under the guise of peace, have committed countless unsavory acts. Fong Tian assessed his resources, and after selling off his useless equipment, he managed to scrape together 20,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of soil, and 10,000 units of water, thus upgrading his private territory to level 3. This new level unveiled additional living facilities that could be constructed, which might serve as advantageous features for fleet leaders. Yet, Fong Tian had no intention of forming a fleet. There was no need to squander resources on building such structures in his territory. Eagerly, he stepped into his domain, which had expanded to nearly 20 square kilometers, transforming it into a veritable paradise. The terrain had diversified, featuring majestic mountains, flowing streams, and lush jungles amidst arid deserts. Regrettably, he still had not encountered any large animals. Although insects were abundant, the daily influx of soil, stones, ordinary water, and trees in his territory had reached a staggering quantity. Clearly, managing it all alone would be an overwhelming task. As he surveyed everything within his territory, a bold idea began to take shape in Fong Tian's mind. Chapter 83. The laborer Fong Tian stepped into the carriage and sent a friend request to Yun Feixiang, which was soon accepted. How are things on your end? Don't mention it. The whole carriage is filled with flying dust and stones. I'm just stuck in my room. I have a job lined up here with compensation. Are you interested? Of course. But how can I get there? Don't worry about that. Just provide me with the IDs of your 2 subordinates, and I will bring you all over. After adding his 2 subordinates as friends, Fong Tian entered the guest hall of his territory and invited the 3 of them over. The trio emerged from the teleportation portal, and upon stepping out of the guest hall, they were utterly astonished by the vast expanse of the private territory before them. Yun Feixiang, in bewilderment, asked, "Boss, are you certain we are playing the same game?" "Enough with the chit-chat," Fong Tian replied, outlining his plan. He had summoned these 3 to work, specifically to assist in resource gathering within the territory, with the promise that they would receive 10 of the collected materials as compensation. "So are you in?" "Absolutely." The 3 responded in unison. After all, being idle in the carriage was unproductive, there was no danger, and they could acquire resources for free. Why not? "Do you all have backpacks?" Yun Feixiang scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, "We're operating as a group, so only I have one. Backpacks are too expensive." At that moment, backpacks had dropped in price to 400 water each, yet they still remained considered luxury items for the average person. Without further ado, Fong Tian entered the trading hall and purchased 2 backpacks to distribute to them. Space backpack, capable of holding 5 different items, with each item accommodating up to 99 units. The weight of items inside the backpack will be reduced by 90. Though inferior to the magical backpack, it sufficed for resource collection. After giving them a few simple instructions, Fong Tian led them to start working. It must be said that the repetitive and monotonous task of gathering resources was exceedingly tedious. However, Yun Feixiang and the others worked fervently. Despite their low attributes leaving them utterly exhausted, they expressed no complaints. "All right, let's take a break after dinner." Fang Tian called out to them. We're coming. The group scampered over eagerly. How much have you gathered? He converted to pure water. It's about 1,500 units. Fang Tian rolled his eyes. That means each of you will only receive 150 water. Why the excitement? 150 water is no small sum. One of the subordinates exclaimed. After dinner, if we work a few more hours, that's equivalent to 300 water. Another chimed in with glee. Yun Feixiang cleared his throat. Of course, given my status, I wouldn't normally be thrilled about such a small amount. I'm primarily happy to lend a hand to you, my brother. Fang Tian, uninterested in banter, handed him some grilled meat prepared by Xiao Ai. Here, have something to eat. Rest a bit before continuing. The eyes of Yun Feixiang and the others sparkled as they lunged for the grilled meat, their enthusiasm startling Fang Tian to the point he nearly unleashed a fiery outburst. Observing the chaotic scramble, Fang Tian sighed. Can you three behave normally? It's just grilled meat. The meat in the trading hall isn't even expensive. The meat itself may be cheap, but the spices are costly. The cost of the season's barbecue condiments could have sufficed for several hearty meals. Fang Tian chuckled bitterly, acknowledging. All right. It's my fault for being out of touch with the masses for too long. Don't rush. Eat your fill. After dinner, the trio eagerly commenced their tasks, laboring until 11 o'clock at night. While Fang Tian was fetching water, he heard an announcement. Current resources are nearing the logging limit. Continued harvesting will damage the territory's ecology. Fang Tian halted the three, storing their assembled materials into his magical backpack and consigning them to the warehouse. Upon inventory, they discovered that they had gathered approximately 9,000 units of water's worth of materials, while Fang Tian himself had amassed nearly 15,000 units. After all, his attributes far surpassed theirs, allowing him to work without much respite. Coupled with the immense capacity of the magical backpack, his efficiency exceeded that of the average individual by several times. Calculating the yield, the current level 3 private territory could produce around 24,000 units of water daily, meaning it would only take 5 days to upgrade to a level 5 bus. Once the bus reached level 5, it would unlock level 4 private territories, which would undoubtedly yield even greater resources. However, as more individuals unlocked level 2 private territories, the prices of wood, stone, ordinary water, and soil produced by the territories would plummet, resulting in reduced income. Yet, as long as Fang Tian maintained a pace ahead of others, his resource acquisition would continue to overshadow that of his peers. All right, based on your haul today, I'll allocate you 900 units of water. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. The trio eagerly nodded. Will you return tomorrow? Can we really come back tomorrow? They exclaimed with joy. Yes, provided you keep your work here a secret and do not disclose it to others. Yun Feixiang nodded, hands on his hips, reprimanding the duo. You too. Did you hear that? Stop being so careless. Keep your mouth shut. Fang Tian couldn't help but tap him on the back of the head. You're the one I worry about the most. You could blurt out that you're hauling a cartload of dung in the channel. What else could you possibly be afraid to say? Yun Feixiang stumbled from the tap, repeatedly smiling in apology. Rest assured, this time I promise not to say a word. After bidding farewell to the trio, who expressed their gratitude profusely, Fang Tian returned to the truck, where he discovered a delightful surprise. Today's operations had yielded 3 lucky treasure chests. Upon opening them, he received 2 spirit stones and some iron. The primary function of spirit stones has now been discerned when upgrading equipment. Incorporating spirit stones can enhance the success rate by 50. For instance, upgrading ordinary equipment to green equipment, which typically has a 50 success rate, rises to 75 with the addition of a spirit stone. Likewise, upgrading green equipment to blue equipment, originally at a 33 success rate, would increase to 49. 5. This revelation has caused the value of spirit stones, initially worth around 1,000 units of water, to soar to nearly 2,000 units. However, most individuals are reluctant to use spirit stones for weapon upgrades, as a green weapon is only valued at approximately 800 units of water. It is only worthwhile to use them on blue armor valued at 4,000 units of water or blue equipment worth 24,000 units. Consequently, those who can afford such items are predominantly the leaders of various teams. Fang Tian found himself momentarily disinterested in spirit stones, as the dragon's roar in his possession rendered the blue weapon unnecessary. Currently, his helmet, attire, and shield were all of a verdant hue. As for the blue armor, valued at no less than 120,000, he hesitated to part with such resources, prioritizing the enhancement of his vehicle instead. Suddenly, Little Black tugged at his pant leg, interrupting Fang Tian's reverie. Hungry again? Hadn't he set aside ample meat for it? Fang Tian glanced toward the corner, only to discover that the meat remained untouched. After several attempts to communicate, he finally grasped Little Black's sentiment. The ordinary beast meat no longer held any allure for it. Perusing the trading channel, Fong Tian noted that the only meat superior to the common variety was that of elite beasts, priced exorbitantly at 10 water per portion. A gaggle of unscrupulous merchants. Though such meat was rare, it was of little use to the average individual. Nevertheless, those who possessed it perpetuated rumors, claiming that excessive consumption could enhance attributes, thereby artificially inflating the price. Fong Tian, naturally, dismissed such nonsense, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce to Little Black's desires. As he scanned the trading area, he spotted a vendor he had previously dealt with, Bu Hao. Bu Hao operated a convoy that had been steadily growing, recently achieving the status of a level 4 fleet. You have Wind Demon Wolf and Saber-Toothed Tiger King's meat, correct? Fong Tian inquired. Indeed, but its taste is hardly superior to beef, and it does not enhance attributes. Its sole benefit lies in hastening stamina and injury recovery, Bu Hao candidly admitted, recognizing the futility of attempting to deceive Fong Tian. I understand. I'll take 500 portions of each. Please quote your price. For you, it's 5 water per portion. We all work together to slay them. So I can't charge too much that's acceptable. Fong Tian initiated the transaction, parting with 5,000 water. Observing Little Black devour the meal with fervor, he felt it was worth every bit. Xiao AI, once Little Black finishes, help it wipe its mouth. Otherwise, it's forbidden from the bed. Understood, master. After stretching his weary body from a long day's toil, Fong Tian felt utterly exhausted. Following a refreshing bath, he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 84, Super PvP Map. Treasure Pavilion. Early the next morning, Fong Tian assessed the condition of the bus. After enduring a day of sandstorms, the vehicle exhibited considerable wear, requiring approximately 10 water for repairs, which was not excessive. The comment section remained lively. Isn't this utterly unfair? Why does a level 2 bus suffer nearly 100 water in daily wear while a level 3 bus only consumes 30? This defies logic. Higher levels should naturally incur greater costs. Could there be a bug at play? Foolish mortals, whoever told you that fairness exists? This realm has always been dictated by the law of the jungle. Those who lag behind shall inevitably face consequences. ISNT Fong Tian, the sole owner of a level 4 bus in our district? I estimate his daily wear is merely 20 water. In truth, he is not particularly remarkable. He merely stumbled upon a freezer by sheer luck. Without it, has he sold anything of value? Indeed. Moreover, this individual is exceedingly selfish. His personal vendettas nearly cost us the trial. You are being unreasonable. When Fong Tian single-handedly vanquished the King of Destruction, your sentiments were quite different. Spare me your flattery. The reality is that without the income from the freezer, he is now as impoverished as the rest of us. Fong Tian let out a cold laugh. It seemed those team leaders were quite wary of their influence, as there were always whispers of slander. Just as he contemplated leaving the chat channel, a message caught his eye. Selling 5 spirit recovery pills for 3,000 water each. Act swiftly. Have you lost your mind? The most coveted strength pills are merely 5,000 water each. And you are peddling these utterly useless pills for 3,000? Indeed, wouldn't it be wiser to save that money for strength pills or to upgrade the bus? Who would buy such a thing? After some consideration, Fong Tian decided to purchase them. The mental attributes were still beneficial, as they could enhance the power and usage frequency of the blaze sword technique. However, the seller was anonymous, so Fong Tian could only send a message in the channel. Please send me the trade for all 5. Goodness. A true powerhouse casually spends 15,000 water on a whim. Huh. A classic case of ineptitude. How could one buy such items? Fong Tian, I advise you against this purchase. There are stamina pills and swiftness pills available in the trading hall for around 5,000 water each. Those would be a wiser investment. After completing the transaction, Fong Tian remarked in the channel, I am aware, but I have already consumed my fill of those 2 pills. Any further intake would yield no effect. Let me also remind you, each type of pill can only be consumed up to 10 times, with diminishing returns. The maximum attribute increase is 22 points. What? There is a limit to this? Goodness. Fong Tian, does that mean your attributes are nearing 30 points? After finally acquiring 2 strength pills and surpassing 10 points in strength, I felt quite impressive. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Haha. Where are those who spoke so derisively moments ago? Come forth and witness what true strength looks like. Indeed, do not merely chatter without substance. With the formidable prowess of Fong Tian single-handedly toppling Xiong Ba and swiftly dispatching the King of Destruction with a mere stroke, how could it be merely attributed to a freezing machine? Fong Tian closed the chat room, acutely aware that regardless of the current tide of opinion, as long as those teams continued to tarnish his reputation, his standing would inevitably wane. However, such matters were of little consequence. His display of strength was merely to instill a sense of trepidation among the leaders of those teams. After consuming 5 spirit-nourishing pills, Fang Tian's mental acuity surged by 12 points, elevating his mental attribute to a staggering 45. With 33 points, he could unleash the second-level blazing sword technique thrice consecutively. Now, he could likely execute it 4 times. The vehicle is approaching its stop. Please remain seated and hold on tight. We have arrived at the Super PvP map, the Treasure Vault. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. To his surprise, it was this map. Fang Tian mused, stroking his chin. This treasure vault appeared to be a conventional map, evident from the regional and world channels yesterday, where nearly half of the Super PvP maps were of this nature. The danger level of this map was quite low, populated primarily by sluggish mechanical puppets. These puppets moved at a leisurely pace and were simply tough-skinned and robust. Defeating each one yielded a wealth of materials. The treasure vault comprised 3 tiers, with the third tier offering the richest rewards, the second tier being moderately rewarding, and the first tier the least. Participation in the treasure vault was limited to 12 individuals, drawn from 3 areas, with 4 participants from each area. Clearly, this was a map designed to foster competition. Fang Tian glanced at the operation screen. The other 2 areas were both from Huaxia, eliminating the need for a translator. To the brothers from the other 2 zones, shall we convene at the North Gate and discuss our strategy? Certainly. Absolutely. After a brief moment of preparation, Fang Tian alighted from the vehicle, joined by 3 others from his area who had also disembarked from the adjacent cars. The moment these 3 spotted Fang Tian's name on their vehicle, they eagerly surrounded him, exhilarated by his presence. Fang Tian, great one. We are counting on you to lead us to victory, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. What fortune we have. Fang Tian nodded. Let us proceed to meet the others. Soon, the teams from the 3 zones convened at the north gate of the treasure vault. Fang Tian, esteemed one, a young man clad in black attire approached. Who might you be? I am Chun Mingzhi from Huaxia, Zone 1949. My team leader is Long Wushuang, who has spoken highly of you, he stated enthusiastically, extending his hand to Fang Tian. Behind them, whispers of admiration arose. Indeed, it is no wonder that Fang Tian commands such respect. Even the renowned Long Wushuang from the World Channel is acquainted with him. I've noticed that Fang Tian seldom speaks on the World Channel, one remarked. After all, his legendary feat of single-handedly defeating Xiong Ba had undoubtedly reached the ears of many prominent figures. Noticing the apparent familiarity between the leaders of the 2 zones, the young leader from the 3rd zone furrowed his brow. I propose we adhere to the established protocols, gentlemen. The so-called protocols had been deliberated upon in the World Channel discussions. In pursuit of the so-called peace, when encountering the treasure trove map, individuals resorted to a competitive format to allocate the floors, thus preventing any casualties. Fang Tian, wishing to avoid wasting time, stepped forward. Very well. I shall represent our district in the contest for the 3rd floor. Who will ascend first? Upon hearing this, the others promptly dispersed, clearing a significant area. Then I shall not hold back. The young man, brimming with arrogance, advanced, tossing Fang Tian a wooden sword along with a bundle of arrowless wooden arrows. Fang Tian paused momentarily, then accepted them with a smile. The young man erupted in laughter. Ha! You truly dare to challenge me. I am renowned as the champion of one-on-one duels in our district. It seems your luck has run dry. Those behind him clearly agreed, their gazes towards him filled with admiration. Fang Tian remained cautious, for this world was fraught with hidden talents, and he did not wish to falter in the depths of adversity. Are you prepared? That brother Chen, whatever your name is, please signal the start. The 2 positioned themselves 10 meters apart. Chun Mingzhi raised his right hand. 3, 2, 1, begin. Chapter 85. Contest. The young man let out a cold laugh, expressing his admiration for the courage displayed. Remember, losing to me, Han Bin, is not disgraceful. Without hesitation, he smoothly drew his bow and released an arrow. Fang Tian casually raised his wooden sword, deflecting the incoming projectile, and complimented, your archery is commendable. Han Bin, filled with pride, unleashed a rapid succession of arrows. In a swift motion, Fang Tian rolled, sheathed his sword, knocked an arrow, and shot in one fluid movement. With a sharp thud, the wooden arrow struck Han Bin's shoulder. In disbelief, Han Bin gazed at Fang Tian. Were you a professional archer before? Sort of. Next, the 3 players in the same vicinity erupted in cheers. As expected of boss Fang Tian. One move, and it's over. Haha, I thought this guy was a real threat. Wait, Han Bin clearly refused to concede. Do you even know the rules? You need to hit the vital points or non-vital points 3 times to determine the victor. Fang Tian shrugged. All right, let us continue. Having witnessed Fang Tian's archery prowess, Han Bin evidently decided to engage in close combat, charging forward with his sword. This presented a rare opportunity for Fang Tian to hone his skills. Although he possessed intermediate combat talents and had learned various techniques from Qiao Feng, he had yet to find a suitable occasion to practice. Thus, he refrained from immediate retaliation and faced Han Bin earnestly. However, he soon grew disheartened, as Han Bin wielded his sword with reckless abandon. "Hangu, stop holding back. Unleash your ultimate move," his comrades called out from Han Bin's region. With a sigh, Han Bin relented. "In that case, I shall grant you a glimpse of my Gale Sword technique." Suddenly, Han Bin's speed surged, seemingly activated by some agility-enhancing skill. Fang Tian found himself in a precarious position, retreating repeatedly. "Haha, let me show you what speed is." Just then, Fang Tian's velocity dramatically increased, and he struck Han Bin's thigh in a flash. "Whoa, so fast." "No, I was careless just now." Again, Han Bin charged once more, losing his patience. Fang Tian executed a counterattack, blocking Han Bin's long sword and pushing him back with a forceful shove to his chest. "That's the third time. I win." "That push doesn't count as an attack." Before Han Bin could finish his sentence, Fang Tian suddenly closed the distance, forcefully pushing him backward, sending him sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, crashing to the ground. "Does that count?" Cough, cough. "You win." Han Bin, dazed from the fall, managed to rise and clasped his hands in surrender. "Haha, we won. My friend, I truly admire your courage. Losing to boss Fang Tian from our region is nothing to be ashamed of." The trio from Fang Tian's group echoed his sentiments. Unexpectedly, Han Bin, displaying grace, offered a wry smile as he exited the arena. "Your turn." Fang Tian turned to Chen Mingzhi, who, after conferring with his group, raised his hands in surrender. "No need to fight. With your stats, we cannot compete. We'll concede the third level to you and contend for the second." "Good." Fang Tian refrained from indulging in unnecessary chatter and led his 3 enthusiastic companions into the treasure pavilion. To the left upon entering, a staircase awaited, with each floor bearing a similar layout, consisting solely of a spacious chamber. 12 concealed doors adorned the walls, and as one approached these portals, a steel puppet would emerge. Defeating these automatons would yield material chests. Every 25 minutes, the puppets would respawn from the hidden doors. "Boss Fang Tian, shall we team up to vanquish them?" one of the trio suggested. Fang Tian chuckled softly. "No need. I prefer to tackle them solo. These foes pose minimal threat." With that, he disregarded their presence and made his way to one of the concealed doors. This individual was indeed adept at calculating his moves. Yet Fang Tian had no intention of playing the fool. In the absence of danger, there was no need to act as a selfless benefactor. His assistance in reaching the 3rd floor was already a substantial favor. The concealed door rumbled open, revealing a towering steel puppet, approximately 2 meters in height. This creature was sluggish, possessing only thick skin and substantial resilience. With the dragoness roar at his disposal, Fang Tian could dispatch 1 puppet every minute on average. Conversely, among the 3 companions, only one wielded a green longbow, while the others bore only ordinary white weapons. They required 3 to 4 minutes collectively to fell a single foe. Over the course of 12 adversaries, Fang Tian vanquished 9, while his companions struggled to defeat even their 3rd. After collecting the material chests dropped by the puppets into his backpack, Fang Tian stepped forward and delivered a decisive blow to help them eliminate the final automaton. "Why the tension?" he inquired with amusement. "I'm merely assisting without claiming your resources." With that, he settled down cross-legged to rest. The trio exhaled in relief and, after dividing the materials, approached him with jovial demeanor. After approximately 15 minutes, the next wave of puppets finally appeared. Having dispatched this batch, the 3 huddled together for a brief discussion before approaching Fang Tian once more. Boss Fang Tian, this waiting is rather tedious," one remarked. "Indeed." "Haha." Fang Tian furrowed his brow. "Speak plainly. Since the monsters here are insufficient for us to slay, why don't we drive the creatures from the 2nd floor down to the 1st, suggested another. Fang Tian shook his head with a smile, opting for silence. "I've said this won't work. If we drive them to the 1st floor, what if they ally with the 1st floor inhabitants against us? What do you propose?" The young man pressed. "We could launch a surprise attack and eliminate the 2nd floor foes. This way, we can monopolize their resources and plunder their spoils." Greed gleamed in his eyes. The other 2, upon hearing this, gasped in excitement. "I've heard that plundering can yield vast supplies. We could save ourselves days of effort." "Yes, with Boss Fang Tian leading, it will surely be successful. After clearing the 2nd floor, we can also deal with the 1st floor inhabitants." Observing the growing enthusiasm and gleaming eyes of his companions, Fang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, these individuals regarded him with trepidation upon their first encounter. Yet now, Their camaraderie had morphed into a sinister plot of murder and theft, revealing a stark transformation from their earlier demeanor. There are myriad reasons for taking a life: power, status, national grievances, and personal vendettas all serve as justifications for such heinous acts. Yet, the transformation of seemingly amiable individuals into ruthless demons in an instant sent a chill down Fong Tian's spine. "I refuse," he declared, his words falling like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervent emotions of the three. They exchanged glances, looking back at Fong Tian, eager to articulate something further, but were deterred by the icy aura he emanated, silencing their thoughts. A wave of inexplicable disdain welled up within Fong Tian as he rose and moved to the opposite side of the room. What a fade. He had taken countless lives himself. Hush, be quiet. Fong Tian chuckled bitterly, realizing the irony. Was he not also a harbinger of death? After tidying up once more, the three expressed their need to return to the bus to store supplies. Fong Tian paid them little mind and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. "Fong Tian, the second floor's crew is coming for us." Chapter 86. Let us engage in fencing. Upon hearing the commotion, Fong Tian turned to see the three individuals had already ascended the stairs, breathlessly rushing towards him. "What is happening?" he inquired. "They're undoubtedly coveting the resources on our third floor. Just moments ago, they launched a sudden ambush as we passed by." Footsteps echoed again from the stairway, and a figure emerged. The trio simultaneously drew their bows and unleashed a barrage of arrows, quickly filling the air with projectiles as both sides hurled insults, causing chaos within the room. "Boss, we'll provide cover. You charge in and take them down." Fong Tian refrained from joining the fray and bellowed, "Cease this at once." The assailants at the top of the stairs promptly halted and retreated, yet the three above continued their tirade and assault. Fong Tian swiftly maneuvered before them, brandishing his blade threateningly. "Do you not comprehend my words?" The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, falling into silence. "Brothers on the second floor, what do you intend to do?" Before long, Chun Mingzhi's voice resonated. "What do we intend to do? You were the ones who ambushed and injured my brother." "Indeed," Fong Tian retorted. "It has nothing to do with me. They initiated the attack. Do not concern yourselves with me. Handle it as you see fit." He retreated to a corner. "Boss Fong, we are all from the same territory." Another chimed in. "Exactly. Eliminate them. You can keep the majority of the resources. We are one of your own." Fong Tian sneered. "Did you consider me one of your own when you were scheming to drag me into your mess?" With no regard for Fong Tian, Chen Mingzhi swiftly rallied his men to charge forward with their shields. The three on the upper floor were swiftly subdued, but perhaps out of deference to Fong Tian, they refrained from delivering fatal blows, merely disarming the trio. Chen Mingzhi sheathed his weapon and approached Fong Tian. "Boss Fong, these three." The trio lay on the ground, nursing their wounds and casting desperate glances at Fong Tian for assistance. Fong Tian shrugged. "Dispose of them as you wish. I am not acquainted with them." A flicker of malice flashed in Chun Mingzhi's eyes, but he quickly contained it, addressing the three, "By Boss Fong's grace, I shall spare your lives this time. Now, get back to your vehicle." Fong Tian chuckled lightly. "It seems fortune favors you today. Take this advice: if you lack the capability, do not provoke others indiscriminately." The three struggled to their feet, casting resentful glances at Fong Tian as they slowly made their way towards the staircase. "I had thought he was quite formidable. Yet he dares not utter a word in front of others from different territories," one muttered. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide as he looked down to see an arrow protruding from his chest before tumbling down the stairs. The other two were stricken with terror, turning back only to meet Fong Tian's icy gaze. "I warned you." One of them trembled, gripped by the intense fear emanating from Fong Tian, and they both screamed before turning to flee. But they had forgotten there was a railing ahead. Fong Tian watched as the two tumbled over the railing and down the stairs, his lips twitching involuntarily. Their fall had a certain flair, yet this was the third floor. After a series of pained cries, he leaned forward to take a glance. Han Bin and his companions were in the midst of transporting supplies, two of whom wielded spears. In a twist of fate, these unfortunate souls met their demise, impaled on the very weapons they carried. Both Fong Tian and Han Bin stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this a case of fear-induced death, suicide, or murder at the hands of Han Bin's group? What on earth was happening? Han Bin's face was etched with anxiety. "No worries, the floor is slippery." Fong Tian retreated, disheartened. What a loss. A significant depletion of 4 points from his kill count. Observing Fong Tian's descent into despondency, Chun Mingzhi chose not to linger and led the others downstairs. After the trial concluded, Fong Tian scavenged the bus, acquiring a space gem and a modest amount of supplies. Upon returning to the vehicle, he upgraded the reception hall of his private territory, allowing it to accommodate 8 guests daily. After careful consideration, he dialed Gu Xian's voice message. Hello, Fong Tian, what do you need? I have a task and am looking to recruit some workers. What do you mean? My private territory refreshes a considerable amount of resources daily, and I cannot gather them all by myself, so I thought of you. I tested it yesterday, and working for 6 to 7 hours here can yield around 300 units of water. Private territory? Have you acquired the evolutionary wind? Is there more to spare? Gu Xian exclaimed. Yes, I obtained it some time ago, but I don't have much left. Oh. Gu Xian's tone reflected a hint of disappointment. Earning an extra 300 units of water a day is quite a decent income. How many people do you need? Well, I've already enlisted the Yun Feixiang trio, and I could use, for more people, daily. All right, how do we proceed? Gu Xian appeared genuinely intrigued. In this perilous world, even the slightest resource could prove vital for survival, especially a steady and reliable source of income. Give me their names, and I will send out the invitations shortly. As the clock struck 3, Fong Tian utilized the reception hall to start recruiting. Gu Xian arrived with Ren Miaoqing and 2 other unfamiliar girls, evidently keen to inspect the private territory herself. Brother Fong Tian, it's been a while. Ren Miaoqing greeted with a cheerful smile. Fong Tian returned her smile, then brought over the Yun Feixiang trio. Who are these lovely ladies? Yun Feixiang's eye sparkled. Fong Tian responded with a hint of exasperation. This is the leader of your convoy. Don't you recognize her? Yun Feixiang grimaced. When would I have had the chance to meet her? We weren't included in the group chat. Gu Xian chuckled. Don't take it to heart. After all, my side is a women's convoy, and it wouldn't be appropriate to add you to the group chat. Yun Feixiang grinned. I understand, as long as you can accommodate us. Wow, you're so beautiful. And these ladies are as well. By the way, I'm Yun Feixiang. Don't forget to add me. Gu Xian shot him a glare. Have you forgotten the rules I mentioned? Yun Feixiang recoiled, silenced, while the girls erupted into laughter. Gu Xian turned to Fong Tian. Fong Tian, please elaborate on the job details. Fong Tian led the way out of the reception hall, speaking as he walked. In truth, there isn't much to it. You merely need to gather all the materials and stack them in units of 1,000. When the time comes, I will distribute your wages at a rate of 10. For further details, you can consult Yun Feixiang and the others. Such grandeur. As soon as they stepped out of the reception hall, the girls were astonished by the sight of the private estate. Gu Xian widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this a level 3 estate? Fong Tian nodded. I just leveled up recently. This scenery is stunning. So many flowers and butterflies. We could camp here. Ren Miaoqing exclaimed with delight. Gu Xian, however, admonished her. Stop fooling around. We're here to work. Fong Tian chuckled lightly. It's all right. If you feel tired, you can take a break. After all, your earnings are directly related to your labor. Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to relax like this. Ren Miaoqing giggled. Gu Xian shot her a glare. Let us first familiarize ourselves with the work here. We can discuss relaxation later. Yun Feixiang, lead the way. True to her reputation as the leader of the team, Gu Xian quickly organized the tasks, and the group began their work with remarkable efficiency. Fong Tian, meanwhile, returned to the reception hall to send an invitation to Lin Yu, a spot he had deliberately reserved. Lin Yu stepped out of the teleportation portal, his face a mask of confusion. What is going on? Are you busy now? I just finished an exploration and have nothing to do. What is this new scheme of yours? He looked around curiously. Fong Tian briefly explained his plan to hire workers. Sounds good. Since I have nothing to do, I'll help you out. You've got an eye for talent. I have plenty of strength. I can guarantee my work is worth 2. Lin Yu was quite intrigued. I'm not looking to purchase your strength, Fong Tian replied with a grin. Then you brought me here just to chat? That is fine too. Didn't you say your private estate is vast? Let us find a scenic spot. Before long, Lin Yu followed Fong Tian to a clearing beside a serene pond, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms. This place is quite nice. Isn't it? Fong Tian remarked with a smile. Ah, it's been ages since I've experienced such tranquility, Lin Yu said, taking a deep breath. He jokingly added, such a lovely place. You should have brought a beautiful lady along instead of me. I brought you specifically, Fong Tian chuckled, actually. I didn't just invite you to chat. I want to purchase something from you, but it's not your strength. Lin Yu paused, intrigued. What do you want to buy? Fong Tian removed his outer garment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us engage in a duel. Lin Yu shivered, instinctively stepping back and drawing his weapon. Don't get any funny ideas. I will fight back. Fong Tian rubbed his hands together with glee. There's no one around. Just give in to me. Name your price and resources. Chapter 87. The path to success. As Lin Yu had already drawn his gun, not the one you might be imagining. Fong Tian refrained from further jesting and candidly stated his intentions. Lin Yu sighed in relief, understanding that he was merely summoned to serve as a martial arts instructor. Fang Tian chuckled. Indeed, you can set your own salary. You need not teach daily. Just come by occasionally to impart your wisdom. Lin Yu casually responded. Then let us settle on 500 water for a day's instruction. It's quite pleasant to visit your locale for the scenery. That's 8,000 water per day. Let us commence right away. What shall we do? Lin Yu remarked. You've become quite the capitalist, lavish and generous. I shall not hold back. Lin Yu continued. Since you wield a knife, I will teach you a set of knife techniques. With that, he used a sword to demonstrate a series of movements, elucidating various details as he went along, though the techniques lacked the flamboyance often depicted on television. Fang Tian recognized that Lin Yu's knife skills were an enhanced version employed by modern military forces, boasting formidable practical efficacy. After practicing several repetitions, Lin Yu began to provide guidance, correcting Fang Tian's numerous errors. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, Fang Tian diligently practiced without any inclination to slack off. Approximately an hour later, Lin Yu halted the session and tossed Fang Tian a freshly carved wooden knife, taking one for himself as well. Let us remove our protective gear and engage in some real combat. Fang Tian nodded and charged forward with his knife. Initially concerned that his superior attributes might injure Lin Yu, he refrained from unleashing his full strength. However, after a few exchanges, he was astonished to discover that Lin Yu's attributes appeared to surpass his own. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Yu feigned a move, positioning the tip of his knife against Fang Tian's chest. Against skilled opponents, you should be wary of such feints, Lin Yu advised. Fang Tian nodded. I shall be more cautious in the future. By the way, what are your strength and agility ratings? Strength is 21. Agility is 24. Fang Tian was perplexed. I possess 30 in strength and 34 in agility. Yet why does it feel as though your attributes exceed mine? Lin Yu smiled. Let us engage in a few more exchanges, and you shall understand. This time I will use my full strength, so be careful. They clashed once more. Despite Fang Tian exerting all his power, he found himself at a disadvantage from the very first strike. In the second encounter, Lin Yu effortlessly disarmed him, followed by a kick that nearly left Fang Tian gasping for breath. Do you understand now? Lin Yu chuckled. Fang Tian, clutching his abdomen and recovering for a moment, replied. I see it clearly now. The truth was rather straightforward. In both exchanges, Fang Tian had not had the chance to build up his strength or had just expended it when Lin Yu struck with full force, creating the illusion of inferiority. The same applied to speed. Lin Yu's movements were precise and concise, while Fang Tian's were grand and excessive, thus widening the gap in their velocities. Hearing Fang Tian's analysis, Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. Impressive. Your comprehension surpasses mine. Fang Tian took a deep breath, once more. With that, he charged forward again, knife in hand. After a few exchanges, Fang Tian urged, do not hold back, unleash your strength, and do not fear inflicting pain. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I have been waiting for you to say that. Before the words had barely left his lips, the wooden sword sliced through the air, leaving a gash on Fang Tian's thigh. Fortunately, the wooden blade was not sharpened. Had it been a real weapon, Fang Tian's leg would likely have been rendered useless. You are truly extraordinary. With skills like yours, you could have handled the situation in Hulu Valley all on your own. You overestimate my abilities. Even against just 7 or 8 adversaries, I would struggle immensely. It's like being struck by a flurry of fists from a seasoned master. Moreover, I lack your lethal techniques to swiftly eliminate foes. Indeed, it wasn't long before Fang Tian was covered in injuries, prompting Lin Yu to feel a pang of sympathy. Let us pause for a moment. I shall tend to your wounds. After bandaging his injuries, and sensing that mealtime was approaching, Fang Tian led Lin Yu back to the reception hall, where he busied himself with meal preparations. Half an hour later, Fang Tian's voice resonated throughout the territory. Everyone, dinner is served. Please come to the reception hall. Soon after, the group known as the Fiery Rose returned to the reception hall, and upon entering, they were astounded by the feast laid out before them. Today, Fang Tian had fully utilized the capabilities of his little assistant to prepare an extravagant spread: steak, roasted whole lamb, suckling pig, seasonal vegetables, beverages, red wine, and even a large pot of soup. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Ren Miaoqing exclaimed, eagerly rushing forward, almost unable to resist reaching out for a taste. However, she quickly recalled herself, glancing back at Gu Xin, retracting her neck, and standing obediently to the side. Yun Feixiang and the others were not much better off, nearly drooling with anticipation. The remaining girls managed to maintain their composure, though their eyes were utterly captivated by the culinary delights. Fang Tian smiled warmly. Thank you all for your hard work. Please help yourselves and treat this place like your own home. By the way, allow me to introduce my brother, Lin Yu. Gu Xian smiled and shook hands with Lin Yu. I recognize this esteemed individual. Weren't you the one who cooperated in defeating the King of Destruction last time? Lin Yu politely returned the handshake and greeted the others. Fang Tian, you are injured? Gu Xin was the only one not distracted by the feast, noticing Fang Tian's wounds. The others, upon hearing this, began to murmur questions about what had transpired. Please, just call me Fang Tian. There's no need for titles. I'm fine. Really? I was merely practicing techniques with my brother here. These are just superficial injuries. Ren Miaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You can sustain injuries like this from practice? Were you not wearing any protective gear? That would expedite your progress. Fang Tian urged. Everyone, please, take a seat. Yun Feixiang scratched his head and remarked, take it slow. Fang Tian, you're already so impressive. Why endure such hardships? Here, attributes and weapons are far more critical than mere skills. Gu Xin's beautiful eyes fixed curiously on Fang Tian. I believe this is the reason for your remarkable achievements. It's evident that your archery skills are entirely self-taught. You must have practiced quite a bit. Ren Miaoqing inquired. How can you tell he shoots so accurately? Fang Tian couldn't help but ask. Is there something wrong with my shooting form? Gu Xin nodded. Your stance is clearly that of an amateur. Yet the precision of your shots indicates that you have indeed trained diligently. Fang Tian chuckled. If you have some time, could you kindly help me correct my posture? I truly lack any foundation in archery. No problem. I can teach you right now, Gu Xin replied decisively. Considering the splendid feast you've provided, I must impart my knowledge to you. Let us eat first, Ren Miaoqing lamented, her tone tinged with hunger. As she spoke, her mouth became muddled with saliva from her anticipation. Fang Tian could not help but laugh. All right, enough talk. Let us commence the meal. The guests erupted in cheers. And soon the sound of clinking dishes and glasses filled the dining hall. Chapter 88. The city and the sky observing the food on the table vanish within mere minutes. Fang Tian scratched his head, bemused. I seem to have prepared insufficiently. I hadn't anticipated. Noticing the blush on the faces of several girls, he realized he had misspoken and quickly pointed at Yun Feixiang. Yun Feixiang, you three certainly have hearty appetites. Don't you? Yun Feixiang was momentarily taken aback, gesturing towards Ren Miaoqing, who was struggling to fit a gigantic steak into her mouth, her expression one of grievance. Gu Xin shot Ren Miaoqing a disapproving glance, gently patting her back. Slow down. At this rate, you'll bankrupt him. Ren Miaoqing swallowed hard, took a large sip of red wine to compose herself, and defiantly glanced at Fang Tian. He is the nefarious capitalist, and we, the impoverished proletariat, should consume him into destitution. All right, as long as you can eat, indulge to your heart's content. Fang Tian summoned Xiao Ai through the lounge. Please bring over the desserts and fruits. Before long, Xiao Ai, donned in a maid outfit, wheeled in a cart. Wow, fruits and ice cream. Ren Miaoqing's face lit up with joy. Yun Feixiang, however, had a completely different focus. Wow, how did you get such a beautiful maid? Even Lin Yu displayed a hint of envy, remarking, compared to us, you seem to be living the life of luxury. Fang Tian chuckled. It's not as extravagant as it seems. When I'm alone, I merely make do with whatever is available. Soon, everyone was satiated, and after a brief respite, Gu Xin urged them to get back to work. Fang Tian interjected, by the way, your leader Gu Xin and I had a discussion, and I've decided to heed her advice, adjusting your earnings to 15 of the resources obtained. Really? The group simultaneously expressed their astonishment, erupting in cheers. Long live the big sister. Long live Boss Fang. However, Gu Xin wore a perplexed expression, as she did not recall negotiating with Fang Tian. A raise from 10 to 15 represented a significant increase in their income. Moreover, with daily dinner provisions included, earning 500 water daily was entirely feasible if they remained diligent. Fang Tian's motivation for the salary increase stemmed from his desire for a long-term collaboration with the Flame Rose. He was reluctant to recruit untrustworthy individuals for labor within his territory. Furthermore, the resources within the territory bore no cost. As the territory upgraded, even more resources would become available. The harder these individuals worked, the more he stood to gain. It was imperative to earn as much as possible early on, otherwise, as the population within the territory increased, the value of the produced resources would diminish. In truth, he had initially intended to set the laborers' pay at 15. The initial 10 threshold was merely a tactic to bolster their motivation. To put it plainly, the expected salary increase was simply what he had always intended to offer them. Akin to large corporations withholding year-end bonuses only to raise salaries later. As for weaving a little lie to enhance Gu Xin's favor, that was merely a secondary consideration. This woman, capable of independently managing such a large convoy, was undoubtedly formidable. After all, in a long-term partnership, one must ensure fairness. Remember to keep this confidential. Gu Xin cast a grateful glance at Fang Tian, saying, The fact that our territory can produce resources should not remain a secret for long. Many prominent caravan leaders are already aware. They are indifferent as long as the common folk remain uninformed. Otherwise, the value of the resources I have gathered will plummet. With a nod, Gu Xin led the group away. Lin Yu interjected, I should lend a hand as well. Your generous wage is a burden I cannot bear comfortably. You could simply practice with me. Fang Tian appeared puzzled. Haste makes waste. Tonight, you should practice your sword techniques alone. Fang Tian nodded in agreement. Then allow me to escort you home. You need not toil, especially since you seem quite taken with that Li Yume. There is no hindrance to your official duties. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, saying nothing further as he departed. Fang Tian instructed Xiao Ai to tidy up the aftermath and began practicing his swordplay at the entrance of the reception hall. It was not until the announcement indicated that the resource collection had reached its limit, leaving him sore and fatigued, that he turned to tally the materials and distribute wages before sending everyone on their way. It appeared that the strategy of increasing wages was effective, as productivity among these individuals had significantly improved, likely due to their conscious reduction of idle time. After practicing for a considerable duration, only stopping when he could barely lift his arms, he returned to his room to rest. The following morning, a revitalized Fang Tian engaged in light exercise, marveling at the benefits of his elevated attributes, in contrast to his reality, where a lack of physical activity would leave him sore for days after merely a few push-ups. He found his body fully rejuvenated. With an expedition on the horizon, Fang Tian was cautious not to overexert himself and chose to practice archery within the territory. Having previously trained on a bus with limited space, his long-range shooting had suffered from inadequate practice. As the expedition approached, he returned to the bus, enjoying a meal while opening the treasure chests obtained from the previous day's vault. Among the contents was a solitary spatial gem. The rest consisted of basic materials, which he swiftly stored in his inventory. Attention! The vehicle is about to come to a stop. Please sit securely, grasp the handrails. As we have arrived at the Super PvP map, the Lord's Palace. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. The Lord's Palace? Fang Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing the name as familiar. This was an 8-person expedition map, with participants from 3 regions, though his own region contained only 2 individuals, while the other 2 had 3 each. It seemed reminiscent of a DNF map. Let us enter and investigate further. Once prepared, Fang Tian stepped off the bus, arriving in a room adorned with blue flooring, where numerous floating orbs could be seen outside the windows. The chamber was lined with spiraled stone pillars and several armored humanoid statues. So this is the map, Fang Tian quickly recalled. Soon, another member from his region disembarked, a bespectacled gentleman with an affable demeanor. Fang Tian, I am from the Brotherhood Caravan. May I join you? Fang Tian paused, realizing, oh, you are from Bu Hao's caravan? Indeed, I understand the rules and assure you I will follow your lead. You will have the final say in resource allocation. Very well. Should we gather first? Which path shall we take? The room features 2 exits. One leads to the adjacent chamber through a door, while the other ascends via a staircase. However, both exits are currently obstructed by iron gates. They should be in the next room. You go awaken those statues, the bespectacled man suggested, pointing at the unmoving humanoid sculptures. Are they alive? He inquired. Fang Tian furrowed his brow. Haven't you ever played with them? No. Just run around them and return immediately. I'll handle the rest. All right. The bespectacled man, showing no hesitation, swiftly circled around the 6 or 7 statues before sprinting back. The statues trembled violently, shedding a thin layer of stone dust to reveal gleaming silver armor and weapons beneath. They were the exiles, beings of steel, unyielding to pain. Despite their seemingly formidable armor, they offered no resistance under the dragon's roar. 1 strike severed heads, and 2 strikes shattered them. Fang Tian quickly dispatched them, and the iron gates of both exits swung open. Let us go find them, he said, heading toward the adjoining room. Inside the next chamber, 6 others were already present, divided into 2 groups as they faced a swarm of flapping blue and white young dragons. The pterodactyls were agile, excelling in piercing attacks, while the blue-winged dragons possessed ranged capabilities, their bites inflicting freezing damage. Fang Tian refrained from intervening to avoid being mistaken for trying to steal kills. Clearly, these individuals were not inept. Their teamwork was impeccable, and they swiftly dealt with the small horde of pterodactyls. The remains of the pterodactyls yielded both pterodactyl meat and hearts, which could serve as sustenance, a decent monster indeed. Once they had cleared the battlefield, Fang Tian approached to regroup with them. After a brief discussion, the 2 groups decided to act in unison, while Fang Tian opted to venture forth with the bespectacled man alone. The 2 returned to the initial room and ascended to the upper level, where they encountered a variety of humanoid statues. There were the ghost swordsman statues, mage statues, and gunslinger statues. Without needing prompting from Fang Tian, the bespectacled man instinctively stepped forward to activate them. Together, they swiftly dispatched these ordinary monsters. Well, your strength could allow you to solo this. The bespectacled man exclaimed in admiration. Rest assured, I won't be greedy. Just reward me a little after the fight. He added. Fang Tian chuckled. As long as you follow my instructions, you will not be shortchanged. Ascending another level, they encountered slender humanoid monsters riding on floating stones. The stone humanoid mages and iron humanoid mages were present. Finally, they faced a boss-level monster, the ice humanoid mage, Dusa. This formidable foe employed ice spike attacks and had a chance to counter with ice spikes upon being targeted by ranged assaults. Chapter 89. Night vision goggles. There are so many. I dare not approach. Let us lure them with arrows. The bespectacled man produced his bow. No. Fang Tian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The arrow had already struck one of the stone golems. Fang Tian quickly pushed the bespectacled man aside. And in the next moment, a stone spike erupted from the ground where he had just stood. The bespectacled man shivered and instinctively clenched his thighs. That was close at that moment. Several golems were floating over on chunks of earth, launching long-range attacks with stones. Fang Tian used his shield to protect the bespectacled man. You distract them with your arrows, but keep moving at all times. The bespectacled man, undeterred, immediately dashed to the side, shooting erratically as he ran. Soon, he had drawn most of the golems to the opposite side of the room, where they were met with a barrage of stones and cries of distress. Brother, hurry up. I don't have a shield. Give me a minute. Without further ado, Fang Tian charged towards Disa. Disa quickly noticed him and turned, beginning to cast a spell with both hands. Fang Tian felt a chill at his feet and swiftly activated his barbaric charge, evading the ice spikes that erupted from the ground and collided with a steel golem. In quick succession, Fang Tian summoned Xiao He from his backpack. In a seamless partnership, the duo made quick work of the unfortunate leader-class monster, which barely had time to retaliate before being torn to shreds by Xiao He. Following this, Fang Tian recalled Xiao He and dispatched the remaining golems, rescuing the bespectacled man, who was now nursing a bruised head. The bespectacled man grimaced, touching his swollen head. Goodness. I almost got crushed, huh? That leader monster is dead? So soon? Yes, it exploded and dropped this green weapon. Fang Tian tossed him a verdant longsword. The bespectacled man gratefully accepted it. Perfect. I saved up for a green bow last time, but it's utterly useless. Melee weapons are far more reliable. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst into the adjacent room. Fang Tian instinctively brandished his sword. What's wrong? The newcomer, with a bleeding left hand, appeared frantic. Brother, those people suddenly turned off the lights and ambushed us. Can you help save my brother? Let us go take a look. The bespectacled man hesitated. Boss, doesn't this not concern us? Yet, seeing Fang Tian already stepping into the next room, he gritted his teeth and followed. Inside the adjacent room, the floor was littered with sharp spikes, and numerous chandeliers hung above, illuminated by flickering candles, casting light throughout the chamber. A fierce struggle was underway, with 3 individuals attacking one, who was already badly injured, lying on the ground beside another lifeless body. Stop! The young man who had called for help shouted. The trio paused momentarily upon seeing him with reinforcements, while the besieged individual could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Didn't you agree to cooperate? Fang Tian glanced at the body on the floor, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The 3 exchanged glances, and one of them replied, They attacked us first. We were merely retaliating. Utter nonsense. The young man seeking help was incensed. His face flushed crimson. It is clearly you who ambushed us under the cover of darkness. Now that you lack the strength to confront us, you feign innocence after being countered? Spare us the disgrace. The young man, in a fit of anger, retorted, You struck first. My brother would never initiate an attack. Brother, come over and you will understand. One among them beckoned to Fang Tian. Wait for me here, Fang Tian replied, turning and striding towards the trio. The young man urgently cautioned, Don't approach. They are deceiving you. Fang Tian shot him a glare, commanding, Silence. As Fang Tian advanced alone, the 3 exchanged glances. One retreated to the corner while the other 2 approached. Brother, it was indeed they who attacked first. Look at the wound on my left hand, one of them insisted. Fang Tian approached the pair and smiled. Stop the charade. The deceased was stabbed from behind, indicating you initiated the ambush. The young man suddenly grasped the situation. Be cautious. There might be a trap involving the lighting. The 2 men sneered, realizing this now is too late. Attack, as the words left their lips. The one in the corner activated a lever, causing the overhead candle lamps to retract swiftly into the ceiling, plunging the room into darkness. The young man, left behind, despaired. It's over. Just like before. The bespectacled man, sensing the danger, cautiously began to retreat. Suddenly, a series of sharp barks echoed from the darkness, followed by cries of distress. Soon, the sound of clanking chains filled the air as the candle lamps descended, illuminating the room. Fong Tian stood beside the switch, coldly surveying the body on the ground, equipped with night vision goggles. In this map, resources were scarce. He welcomed the confrontation with these individuals. However, they had been clever, utilizing night vision goggles crafted at their workstation for the ambush. Regrettably for them, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Little Black's night vision capabilities far surpassed those of a human. What transpired? Is that dog his pet? The young man exclaimed in shock. The bespectacled man shrugged. In our territory, he is a god. Anything can happen in his presence. Well done, Fong Tian remarked, petting Little Black's head before stowing it in his backpack and collecting the spoils. The young man hurried over to assess the condition of his two companions. One was deceased, while the other sustained severe injuries, the situation looking dire. Gritting his teeth, the young man's expression darkened. Fong Tian sighed. Glasses, assist him first. The bespectacled man hesitated, then realized, offering a few words of comfort to the young man as they helped the injured individual downstairs. Fong Tian then stepped into the room above. As he entered, he was met with darkness, revealing numerous colossal stone giants, some even floating in the air. These stone giants were rugged and robust, their immense sizes nearly filling the room, leaving little room for evasion. Fortunately, Fong Tian was quite familiar with this area and quickly located the stone giant controller hiding behind them. After dispatching the controller with a few swift strikes, the stone giants emitted mournful cries, their heavy stone armor shedding to reveal their vulnerable souls. Fong Tian did not even need to lift a finger. After leading them in a few circles, the souls could no longer withstand the strain and detonated one by one. The bespectacled man and the last remaining youth from another area appeared at the staircase. Boss, the injured brother has been bandaged. He wishes to join our ranks. Fong Tian nodded. I will lead. I shall distribute the supplies. If you can accept this, follow me. The young man, evidently left with no choice, ascended the staircase behind Fong Tian. Having witnessed Fong Tian swiftly clear a host of monsters with astonishing speed, the youth was filled with admiration, ready to heed his every command without question. After methodically cleansing several rooms, Fong Tian gazed at the staircase leading upwards and spoke gravely. Above, we are likely to encounter a Lord-level monster. Consider this carefully. Once we enter the DNF map, we must defeat the boss to unlock the exit. In other words, if we cannot overcome it, there will be nowhere to flee? The bespectacled man swallowed hard. Fong Tian nodded, consumed a small portion of food, and sat quietly to recuperate. Once his stamina was nearly restored, he rose and asked, What say you? The two exchanged glances and replied in unison, Let us do it. Without further ado, Fong Tian led the two up the staircase. Within the room stood numerous statues of exiles, and at its center loomed a towering figure. He had waist-length, light blue hair, and his silver body was adorned with a layer of golden armor, exuding an air of purity and nobility, radiating a divine majesty. Light City's Lord, Seghart. A Lord-level guardian of the Sky City, possessed light attribute explosions, area lightning strikes, and ranged laser attacks. Exercise caution in your approach. Chapter 90. The mighty Lord of the City of Light, I shall engage him alone. You all keep your distance. Should I activate those statues? Your foremost task is to draw the aggro with your arrows and lure the minions away. Do you understand? Understood. Fong Tian inhaled deeply and charged towards the Lord of Light City. Along the way, two statues were drawn to him, but were swiftly redirected by the bespectacled duo. The Lord of Light City noticed Fong Tian and floated before him, his feet barely touching the ground. He raised his right hand, causing a strand of long hair behind him to stiffen like steel needles. As he swung his arm down, the hair lashed out violently towards Fong Tian. Forewarned, Fong Tian crouched to evade the strike and retaliated with a swift slash to the Lord's right leg. The sound of metal echoed. Even the dragon's roar failed to breach the golden armor encasing his form. Fong Tian quickly retreated, summoning Xiaohei from his backpack, with man and dog coordinating their assault. Fong Tian finally seized an opportunity to strike the Lord's unprotected waist. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature exhibited no signs of pain or bloodshed. It was not a corporeal being. Fong Tian remained cautious, aware that such monsters do not experience stiffness upon injury. Continuous attacks could provoke a counterstrike at any moment. Indeed, the Lord of Light City suddenly radiated a blinding white light. Retreat! Fong Tian exclaimed, urgently beckoning Xiaohei to fall back. In the next instant, the white light surged outward, and Xiaohei was caught off guard, yelping as he was sent flying, awakening several more statues in the process. The young man's expression shifted dramatically. Goodness! That large dog must possess at least a leader-level combat prowess. How could it be sent flying with a single strike? The bespectacled man laboriously felled the nearby exile statue and shouted, "Forget about that. Quickly draw the activated statues over here." Once Xiao He landed, he quickly regained his footing, seemingly unscathed, and barked fiercely before charging back into the fray. Having learned from his earlier misfortune, Xiao He exhibited heightened caution, retreating swiftly whenever the Lord of Light City emanated white light, thus avoiding further injury. At this juncture, Fong Tian had pinpointed the Lord's vulnerability, located at the right side of his neck. However, even jumping to strike this spot would be a challenge, and given the Lord's resilience to injury, a counterattack could spell disaster. "It seems manageable." The young man watching from the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. The bespectacled man urged, "Let us focus on our tasks. Another statue has been activated over there. Draw it over." Fong Tian and Xiao He proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from any reckless advances. After approximately 20 minutes of fierce combat, a faint blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the Lord of Light City. Fong Tian understood this to signify that they had successfully reduced his health by half. This shield would mitigate damage. Thus, when Dragon's Roar struck, its force would be significantly diminished. Simultaneously, the Lord's movements quickened considerably, and after Fong Tian landed another blow, the Lord's form once again shone with white light. Fong Tian and Xiao He hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding another burst of light. Just then, the Lord pointed a finger, and a beam of red light erupted instantaneously, illuminating Fong Tian. A laser. Fong Tian cursed his misfortune. There was no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a green shield from his backpack. Meanwhile, a beam of white laser, as thick as a grinding wheel, shot forth from the fingertips of the city lord. With a resounding boom, the shield was instantly penetrated, and the laser continued its relentless onslaught, piercing through the bulletproof vest of Fong Tian, leaving his left shoulder scorched and mangled. Fong Tian emitted a chilling scream, the excruciating pain rendering his mind blank. Xiao He let out a furious roar, driven by a desperate desire to save its master, and lunged at the city lord's back, aiming to bite. The city lord swiftly seized Xiao He, slamming it to the ground, and then, with arms outstretched, soared into the air. Upon witnessing this, Fong Tian shouted, "Xiao He, run!" Xiao He struggled to rise, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. As the city lord's emotionless laughter echoed, countless bolts of lightning engulfed the ground beneath him. As the lightning dissipated, Xiao He reverted to its puppy form, emitting smoke while lying motionless on the ground. It was over. The young man's face turned pale. What to do? The bespectacled man cursed. "What else can we do?" Fong Tian, the leader. "How can we assist?" "First, save my dog." Fong Tian gritted his teeth, removing his tactical helmet and bulletproof vest, charging towards the city lord. The green armor was utterly insufficient to withstand an assault from such a formidable creature. It was better to remove it for maximum mobility. The city lord pointed at him, and Fong Tian, ever vigilant, swiftly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the laser. Following this, he let out a mighty roar, transforming his dragon's roar into a fiery blade that struck fiercely at the city lord's waist. The city lord was sent flying by the blow, crashing violently against the wall. The fiery sword technique was not something to be taken lightly. The city lord seemed enraged, drifting directly towards Fong Tian. Fong Tian hastily retreated, dragging the city lord towards the depths of the room, while the bespectacled man seized the opportunity to carry Xiao He away from the scene. The dog was still alive. The young man shouted, "Brother, just hold on. Let us see if we can find a way to open the door and escape." "We can't escape." Fong Tian's resolute voice echoed. "I must kill him today." The young man hesitated, whispering to the bespectacled man, "Shouldn't we just go open the door? This clearly isn't winnable." The bespectacled man pondered for a moment. "This door likely cannot be opened. It's the game rules." "Then are we doomed?" The young man sank to the ground, a bitter expression on his face. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come." "Help him." "What use is that? His pet is down. How could he possibly face the Lord alone?" The bespectacled man took a deep breath. "Perhaps others cannot, but he is function of our district. Don't just sit and wait for death. Right now, our only path to survival is to believe in him." Fong Tian, dodging left and right, hesitated repeatedly before abandoning the idea of using the Eye of Fury. While it could temporarily enhance attributes, the cost was a drastic reduction in rationality, resulting in instinctual attacks. This boss's strikes were wide-ranging. Relying solely on instinct would be futile, and he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. A different strategy was essential. Just then, the city lord suddenly ascended into the sky once more. "This is bad." Fong Tian had no time to contemplate. He activated his barbaric charge, managing to break free from the range of the impending thunderstorm just before it struck. "There is hope." With a surge of spirit, Fong Tian seized the opportunity as the city lord landed, launching a fierce fire slash at the lord's waist. After successfully landing the strike, he swiftly retreated. Although he inadvertently activated several statues, the bespectacled man quickly diverted their attention. Once the cooldown of the brutal charge expired, granting him the ability to evade the impending lightning strike, Fong Tian charged back into the fray. The third fire slash struck true, witnessing Fong Tian's valiant efforts. A glimmer of hope shone in the eyes of the two observers. The fourth fire slash landed, yet the city lord remained standing. The 4 fire slashes had placed immense strain on Fong Tian's spirit, pushing him to his limits. He could only muster his resolve to unleash the dragon's roar attack. But to the shielded city lord, it was akin to mere tickling. "Boss, continue using that skill," the young man shouted in desperation. The bespectacled man sighed. If it were possible, he would have done so already. There must be a usage limit. Then what should we do? His shoulder is injured. Enduring like this is not a solution. The bespectacled man remained silent, focusing intently on dealing with the summoned expeller statues. After nearly 20 minutes of fierce battle, the city lord showed no signs of faltering, his movements as relentless as ever. Meanwhile, Fong Tian, having been severely wounded by the laser, was running on empty, even beginning to feel the dragon's roar grow increasingly burdensome in his grasp. As the city lord attacked once more with his hair, the dazed Fong Tian bent down too late and was struck by the steel-like strands on his back. The overwhelming force knocked him to the ground, a searing pain radiating through him as countless slender wounds emerged on his back. It was over. The young man, despondent, fell to the ground. The bespectacled man also turned pale, staggering back 2 steps to lean against the wall. Yet, Fong Tian in the arena did not surrender. He quickly rose to his feet and executed a brutal charge to create distance. The city lord, like a shadow, pursued him relentlessly, raising a hand as a strand of hair transformed into sharp needles behind him. This time, Fong Tian did not bend to evade, but instead lifted his head defiantly. His eyes glowed crimson, and the veins in his right hand, gripping the dragon's roar, bulged prominently. Life and death hinged upon this final strike. Chapter 91. The crystal of light. As the lord of the city prepared to strike with his right hand, Fong Tian's eyes blazed with a crimson glow, the oppressive force of his killing eye surging forth. His killing value had reached an astounding 392 points, a formidable pressure that even a lord could not withstand, causing his movements to abruptly halt. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Tian's left hand had transformed into a claw-like grip, aimed directly at the lord's flowing hair. Dragon seizing skill. The hair, now free from the lord's control, began to fall, only to be drawn into Fong Tian's grasp by an unexpected force. With a firm grip, he yanked downwards with all his might, simultaneously springing into the air. The dazed lord's head was pulled askew, exposing the vulnerable neck unprotected by golden armor. In that moment, a roar erupted as a fire dragon seemingly materialized amidst the flames, lunging towards the lord's right neck. There lay the weakness marked by the keen eye. Boom. A tremendous force erupted at the lord's neck, causing Fong Tian to release his grip on the hair, crashing to the ground himself. The lord's body was hurled sideways, colliding violently with the wall before crashing down to the floor. Goodness. The young man stood utterly astonished. To pull someone's hair and strike their neck, such audacity existed? To challenge a lord one-on-one. This was beyond exaggeration. I knew we should trust Fong Shun. At this point, the bespectacled man suddenly fell silent, his eyes filled with dread. What's wrong? The young man followed his gaze, only to witness the lord, having risen unperturbed, floating serenely in the air. Do not fear. He is already dead. The Lord of Light shall forever stand proud, even in death. Fong Tian sat weakly on the ground. That last strike, empowered by fire and aimed at a weakness, had dealt catastrophic damage. However, he too was in dire straits, utterly exhausted and gravely injured. Most critically, he had overextended himself using the fire sword technique, leaving him drowsy and unable to concentrate. Indeed, there exists someone capable of challenging a lord single-handedly. I thought the World Channel was filled with boastful claims. Are you longtime allies with this deity? The young man looked on in shock. The bespectacled man chuckled bitterly. This deity has not joined any team. He operates alone. The young man clicked his tongue in admiration. That makes sense. With such prowess, he needs no team for protection. The bespectacled man spoke mysteriously. Don't mention team protection. Just a few days ago, have you finished chatting? Go clear out the surrounding minor foes. Fong Tian struggled to retrieve a bottle of water from his backpack, but despite several attempts, he lacked the strength to twist off the cap. The bespectacled man hurried over to assist him, urging the young man to clear the nearby exiles. Once the exiles had been entirely vanquished, the iron gate leading downstairs swung open automatically, revealing a massive treasure chest in the center of the room. The young man laughed heartily, rushing to open the chest, only to be seized by the bespectacled man. "You're going to open it?" The young man scratched his head. "My apologies, I got too excited." Together, they carried the chest over to Feng Tian, and upon his nod, they opened it, retrieving its contents one by one. The radiant crystal, the wind of evolution, 2 spirit stones, 1 material treasure chest, 1 green weapon blueprint, 1 green armor blueprint, and 1 green finished bow. Upon seeing the radiant crystal and the wind of evolution, Feng Tian's previously despondent spirit was instantly revitalized. He had once acquired a dark crystal and had sacrificed it at the territory altar. Surely, this radiant crystal could also be offered, with both light and darkness gathered. A transformation within the territory was inevitable. The wind of evolution was essential for upgrading the territory to level 2, and its price could only be described as terrifying. Long Wushuang had previously stated that as long as Feng Tian possessed it, he could name any price. By Feng Tian's estimation, this item was worth nearly 6 figures. As for the other items, although they were commendable, they had already lost their allure for Feng Tian. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Tian swiftly allocated the resources. The bespectacled man would take the green armor blueprint, the young man would receive the green weapon blueprint, the green finished bow, and the material treasure chest, with the remaining items belonging to Feng Tian. "Any objections?" Feng Tian inquired, glancing at them. The young man, with sincerity etched on his face, replied, "You saved my brother and me. I have no complaints about working for you for free, especially since you have distributed so much to me. The value of these items is at least 2,000 water." The bespectacled man was positively beaming. "My previous record never exceeded 800, and now, with this green armor alongside the green weapon you gave me, their combined worth is nearly 3,000. What more could we desire?" "Exactly," the young man added. "We haven't done anything. To put it bluntly, bringing an extra dog along would have been more useful than the 2 of us. We are truly satisfied with this distribution." The bespectacled man couldn't help but chuckle. "Please, let's not insult dogs. That dog we encountered was far superior to both of us. As long as you are satisfied. I am utterly exhausted now. Glasses, please assist me downstairs." Feng Tian then turned to the young man. "Brother, you lead the way. Let us depart swiftly." The 2 agreed. And with Feng Tian using Long Yin as a cane and supported by the bespectacled man, he laboriously made his way downstairs. Of course, he did not forget to loot the vehicles of those 2 individuals. While his back was turned to them, he concentrated all his attention behind him. After the looting, Feng Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not expected these 2 to be so content as to refrain from attacking him at this moment. It seemed there were still normal people in this world. As for the young man's slain companion, due to the group mode, he could fully utilize the deceased's belongings without concern for waste. The 3 vehicles yielded less than 4,000 water and resources and 1 space gem. In high spirits, Feng Tian decided to share 500 water with them. "What is this?" the bespectacled man asked, puzzled. Feng Tian smiled. "Consider it a reward." Although the 2 were unclear about the reason, they graciously accepted the unexpected boon and expressed their gratitude to Feng Tian repeatedly. "There are still several rooms left unexplored. You may form a team and give it a try. I will rest in the vehicle." Esteemed one, could we possibly add each other as friends?" The bespectacled man could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Rest assured, I promise not to bother you. However, if some significant event arises, I could assist you in running errands." "All right," Feng Tian replied, closing the car door. Once inside the vehicle, he expelled the black pill he had been holding in his mouth. It was the stretch leg and stare pill given to him by Li Jing. Now that he was completely safe, there was no need to contend with the side effects of that pill. Feng Tian forced himself to walk into the bedroom, retrieved a small black object from his backpack, and after offering it a spirit stone, he could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed. The announcement jolted him awake. Dingnu Valley Station. "We have arrived. The doors are now open. Passengers are kindly requested to purchase tickets." Feng Tian propped himself up, his mind still throbbing with pain. But at least he had regained some clarity. The wound on his shoulder had been bandaged, presumably by Xiao Ai, confirming that the small black object beside him was unharmed. Feng Tian entered his territory and approached the altar, where he offered the recently acquired light crystal. As the crystal turned to ash, Feng Tian felt a sudden brightness. The fog-laden sky transformed into a brilliant blue, and even the sun appeared in the sky. This indicated that the concept of day and night had emerged in his territory. But what else was there? Observing his surroundings with earnest attention, he found no other changes. What was still lacking? Or perhaps it was a matter of waiting. He resolved to ponder this later. Dingnu Valley Station was the second stop, meaning it was already 3 p.m., and he could summon Gu Xin and the others. At that moment, he hesitated. contemplating whether to sell the Wind of Evolution to Gu Exine or Long Wushuang. After a moment of reflection, Fang Tian, driven by a spirit of experimentation, placed the Wind of Evolution upon the altar. It quickly transformed into ash and dissipated. Filling Fang Tian with joy, he could indeed continue to make sacrifices. Although he could not see the immediate effects, the ability to offer sacrifices surely bore some advantage. With that thought, he decided not to linger on indecision and summoned the workers to join him. After finishing the tasks, he could no longer withstand his fatigue and retreated to rest. It was only in the evening, feeling somewhat better, that he called Lin Yu over. His injuries had not yet healed, making sparring impossible, so he could only learn some theoretical knowledge from Lin Yu. The sudden emergence of the day-night system in the territory astonished everyone, yet Fang Tian deliberately avoided the topic, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 92, Regional Conquest Mode. A night of silence passed, and the following morning, Fang Tian was awakened by Xiao Ai. The side effects of the fire sword technique had dissipated, yet the wound on his left shoulder, struck by a laser, remained unhealed. Given his attributes, it was astonishing that he had failed to recover throughout the night, a testament to the formidable destructive power of Lord-level monsters. Xiao Ai, has your intelligence improved? Fang Tian inquired casually while enjoying the breakfast she had prepared for him. I don't recall instructing you to tend to my injuries yesterday. Xiao Ai paused momentarily, replying, Yes, master. Our butler robots enhance their intelligence through interaction with their masters. Fang Tian smirked. Then when can we deactivate the anti-miscreant system? Xiao Ai blushed slightly, her expression turning irritable. It cannot be deactivated. All right. Once I finish, please dispose of the trash. Hey, don't walk away. Observing Xiao Ai storm out in a huff, Fang Tian couldn't help but marvel at her capabilities. She is quite intelligent, isn't she? Capable of feeling anger. The regional conquest mode has been activated. Every 3 regions form a fixed regional chain. Starting today, within the Super PvP map, you will encounter only survivors from the linked regions. Every participation in the Super PvP map will yield exploration points, which can be exchanged for supplies in the trial shop. Regions within the chain will be ranked based on conquest points, equal to the total exploration points accumulated by survivors in that region. Regional rankings will influence the safety map, PvE map, and PvP map within the region. Higher-ranked regions will have greater total supplies available in the exploration. Survivors, fight for your region. Here we go. Are we already being led to our own demise? Fang Tian opened the operation screen, and, indeed, a new icon for regional conquest appeared. Huaxiao 1128 was Fang Tian's region, while the others were Huaxia 2288 and Huaxia 7222, with no dedicated chat channel for the trio of regions. To the side, a leaderboard for regional conquest displayed the current rankings. Huaxia 7222, 1956 points, Huaxia 2288, 1955 points, Huaxia 1128, 1954 points. Fang Tian himself possessed 6 exploration points. Confirming that his earlier analysis was correct, the exploration points accumulated over the past 3 days were indeed for ranking purposes. Upon entering the regional channel, it was evident that chaos had erupted within. Good grief. Doesn't this rule plainly indicate that we are to turn on each other? Shouldn't we discuss with the other 2 regions? Perhaps negotiate a peaceful development? Don't be so naive. This mode is designed to determine the top 3 positions. Would you willingly accept your region finishing last? We're currently in last place, which means our future explorations will yield significantly fewer supplies. Indeed, with the current state of affairs, I spend a fortune on repairs daily. If we remain at the bottom, I will inevitably perish from exhaustion. What should we do then? Damn it. In this situation, we cannot afford to be merciful. Is there anyone to take charge? What shall we do? Where are the leaders of the car crews? Step up and say something. Is the boss Fang Tian present? Fang Tian pondered for a moment and sent a message. The leaders of several teams should utilize the global channel to see if they can establish contact with the leaders of those 2 regions for preliminary discussions. Dong Jian promptly responded, I am already in contact. Everyone should remain calm. Soon, the other prominent figures of the teams chimed in, indicating that they were also reaching out. Excellent. With 2 leaders taking the initiative, we can feel reassured. Dong Jian, please keep us informed of any developments. We are all counting on you. Fang Tian, however, preferred to remain uninvolved. Both of the other regions were part of Huaxia, and he held little interest in such confrontations. After lunch, he entered an ordinary PvE area and cleared it in less than half an hour. Upon tallying the resources gathered, he was astonished to find the total value amounted to a mere 900 water. Logically, the total value from a complete clearance of such a PvE map should not fall below 1500. Fang Tian glanced at the regional channel. The exploration of the safe map was nearly concluded, and judging by their reactions, The resources obtained today were particularly scarce. A quick look at the global channel made Fang Tian frown. Based solely on the current exploration of the safe areas, the top-ranked chain region showed no decrease in resources. In contrast, the second and third-ranked regions had seen a significant drop in their yields. This clearly indicated an encouragement for mutual annihilation. When the PvP and PvP explorers returned from their adventures, this hypothesis was fully confirmed. It was conservatively estimated that the average exploration yield in Fang Tian's third-ranked region had diminished by approximately 40. Moreover, today's exploration had not altered the third-place ranking of Fang Tian's region. It seemed that chaos was imminent. When you send a message, it's already chaotic. I have no desire to get involved in this matter. Fang Tian rubbed his temples. Since they were all from Huaxia, it was indeed a complex situation. He hoped the leaders of the teams could negotiate a more peaceful resolution. Within the channel, while the team leaders had yet to express their positions, numerous strategists had already emerged. Should we adhere to the previously established rule in the global channel and compete for points in a tournament format? Yes, it would be best to maintain peace. There is no need for actual fratricide. But what if they refuse to acknowledge their defeat? Exactly. Furthermore, even in a tournament setting, if everyone gives their all, casualties could still occur. Is there a team leader present? I have studied military strategy, and I believe we should ally with the second-ranked region to thoroughly crush the first. Nonsense. Our region currently has the lowest points, even if we unite. What if our allies betray us? Have you forgotten the treachery of Dongwu? You know nothing about military strategy. Listen to me. We should incite discord. Encourage the other two regions to engage in conflict, and we shall reap the benefits as bystanders. Ah, indeed. The individuals in the other regions are fools. You can easily provoke them into mutual destruction, right? In my opinion, we should devise a plan together to strike hard during tomorrow's exploration, catching them off guard to eliminate a significant number of them, even if they eventually realize the gravity of the situation. The loss of so many lives will not undermine our standing. Indeed, are they truly foolish enough to believe that the alliance of two regions could simply overwhelm us? Observing these inexplicably confident strategists caused a throbbing headache for Fang Tian, prompting him to disregard them entirely. As he noted that time was drawing near, he summoned the members of the Blazing Rose and Lin Yu to commence their labor. Today, Gu Xian was absent, reportedly engaged in negotiations with influential figures from other regions. Fang Tian, indifferent to these matters, directed them to gather resources before resuming a day of rigorous training with Lin Yu. After completing yet another set of sword techniques, drenched in sweat, Fang Tian lifted his gaze to the moonlit sky, feeling a twinge of confusion. It was now likely past midnight. Yet no warning had been issued regarding the cessation of resource gathering. Clearly, with Gu Xian absent, this group was slacking off. After taking a sip of water, Fang Tian contemplated calling them to conclude their work, as the hour was growing late. Who goes there? Suddenly, Fang Tian pivoted as he noticed a disturbance in the nearby underbrush. Yet no one responded. Drawing his weapon, he issued a firm warning. Come forth. Chapter 93. Joy leads to sorrow for the final time. I issue a warning. Silence will not spare you from my wrath. The grassland lay still, devoid of any sound. Without further ado, Fang Tian loosed an arrow. A small figure darted from the underbrush and fled into the distance. A rabbit? Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Has the territory evolved to harbor wildlife? Could it be a result of the luminous crystal offered in sacrifice yesterday? A surge of joy filled Fang Tian. This meant a stable source of food could now be replenished within his domain. However, acquiring meat from smaller animals proved to be far more challenging compared to other resources. Unless larger creatures emerged, the time spent hunting such diminutive animals would yield little efficiency. Nevertheless, the addition of a new resource was certainly a welcome development. In high spirits, Fang Tian broadcasted a call for the workers to assemble. Upon accounting for their gathered resources, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the total value of today's collection had reached an astonishing 32,000 water units. Previously, a warning would sound once the territory's gathered resources hit 24,000 water units. It seemed that the additional sacrifices had greatly enhanced the amount of resources the territory could accumulate each day. Regrettably, the guest hall required a level 5 bus for an upgrade, and currently, it could only accommodate 8 individuals, incapable of consuming the overflow of resources. He must expedite the upgrade to maintain his edge over the evolving version. Encouraged by his own resolve, Fang Tian tossed some food to the recovering Xiaowei before drifting into slumber. By noon the following day, the three regions had finally negotiated a method of coexistence, largely adhering to the previous arena format to minimize casualties. Many within the channel expressed dissatisfaction with this decision, clamoring for conflict, and even demanding Fang Tian to take charge. Naturally, Fong Tian was wise enough not to respond to such provocations, nor did he wish to preach ideals of love and peace. He simply pretended not to notice. As the time for exploration approached, Fong Tian gritted his teeth and purchased 3 power pills and 3 spirit pills, raising his strength and spirit attributes to 33 and 48 points, respectively. With all attribute potions consumed, any further enhancement would have to wait for a fortuitous encounter. Attention, the vehicle is about to stop. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. You have arrived at the Super PP Map Treasure Vault. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Once again, this announcement. Fong Tian grimaced and promptly stated in the exploration channel, "Gather at the North Gate, and make haste." After finishing, he exited the vehicle and awaited at the North Gate. Soon, the others gathered around him. "Are we competing individually or as a team?" inquired a fellow from Area 7722. "I am amenable to either," replied a confident individual from Area 2288, turning to Fong Tian. "You decide, considering your area is the weakest." Fong Tian shrugged. "You all settle your rankings first. We shall proceed to the 3rd floor. Those victorious may challenge me afterward." The 3 members from Fong Tian's area were already elated, while the others from the 2 remaining regions looked utterly bemused. What nonsense! Before he could finish his thought, Fong Tian swiftly appeared before him, unleashing a devastating fire blade that cleaved through the air. Boom! The marble floor was marred by a long crack, with shattered stones scattered all around. Fong Tian waved his hand, leading the members of his region into the treasure hall. The remaining 2 groups exchanged glances, each contemplating the other, yet none could muster a word. The one who had spoken earlier touched his singed hair at the temples. A sense of trepidation lingering. Is that the infamous Fengshen from their region? Was it not said that he relied on firearms to annihilate a level 4 convoy? Goodness! His speed and destructive power surpass even that of a chief-level monster. It appears that in this map, we can only aspire to 2nd place. The disparity in strength is too great, and I lack the courage to challenge him. From now on, encountering him will only spell misfortune. Who would dare to confront such power? This expedition's companions were rather straightforward, with no one inciting Fong Tian to engage in violence, allowing him to focus on collecting materials and treasure chests. Upon returning to the vehicle after the adventure, he suddenly received a voice invitation from Long Wushuang. "Fong Tian, it has been a while since we last chatted. It seems your fame has attracted too many people, leaving little room for us old friends. Oh, please. My endeavors are but trifles, whereas you, General Long, are truly illustrious." It is said that Long Wushuang has completely unified his region, commanding all within it. Rumor has it that this individual possesses formidable abilities, along with a cadre of exceptionally skilled companions, bringing the entire region under his sway, earning him renown across the world. Enough with the jesting. I am here to offer you a warning. What is it? Fong Tian dared not take this lightly. The fact that someone of Long Wushuang's stature was offering a special warning must indicate a serious matter. The individual you killed, more only, appears to be connected to the Qin family, and their clan leader has issued a bounty on your head. The Qin family is an ancient martial arts clan? Fong Tian began to piece things together. I have faced Morong Li directly. His techniques were exquisite, yet he seemed to lack the family's essence. Indeed, you must exercise extreme caution. The Qin family's power is immensely formidable. He bears the surname Morong. His connection to the Qin family cannot be profound, can it? I initially believed the same and attempted to mediate on your behalf, but Long Wushuang paused. Currently, the head of the Qin family is Morong Li's uncle, and they refused to heed my request. Fong Tian fell silent for a moment, then managed a wry smile. I have little understanding of your ancient martial families. I do not even know how to guard against them. Our ancient martial families possess an inherent advantage. Most of us start with average attributes exceeding 20 points due to rigorous training from a young age, coupled with combat skills and experience. That is utterly absurd. Fong Tian exclaimed, exasperated. Are you saying that after all my efforts, I might not even be able to best a newcomer to this world who practices ancient martial arts? Our advantage is indeed significant. To put it in perspective, with sufficient time, most of us can challenge ordinary lord-level monsters without sustaining injuries. Fong Tian remained contemplative. The recent battle with the city lord still vivid in his memory, with the assistance of Xiao He and 2 teammates clearing out the minions. He had paid a hefty price to achieve victory. At this moment, Long Wushuang conveyed to him that there exists an ancient martial family, most of whom can challenge him without sustaining injury. Moreover, this very family has just issued a decree for his assassination. Just yesterday, he was reveling in the twin blessings within his territory, and today, he finds himself plunged into despair. Long Wushuang's tone carried a hint of hesitation. The head of the Qin family has granted you a chance for survival. Yet, speak on. Fong Tian steeled himself mentally. He requires you to govern your territory, surrender the dominion to the Qin family, and subsequently sever one of your own limbs to kneel before the Qin family and offer an apology. he can assure you that your life will be spared. Is that so? Brother, the batch of weapons you sold me at a low price in the beginning has indeed aided the novices of our family. However, I too bear the weight of my family's expectations, hence my assistance is limited. Well, I can provide manpower to help you unify your territory, and I can teach you single-handed sword techniques. In any case, you still possess the opportunity for a resurgence. Do consider it. A trace of remorse tinged Long Wushuang's voice. Feng Tian's mind was a tempest of thoughts, a cacophony of ideas rushing in. It felt as though thousands of voices were whispering in his ears. Yet he heard each one distinctly. Gradually, his previously perplexed gaze solidified into determination. And he pronounced clearly and emphatically, "The path to survival he offers is not one I desire. I shall carve out my own way to life." Chapter 94. To achieve success, one must first embrace madness. Long Wushuang fell silent for a moment. I do not harbor any contempt for you, however. You truly have no chance of success. After making up his mind, Feng Tian instead felt a sense of relaxation. I understand, yet I am not devoid of opportunities. I have heard of your solo confrontation with the King of Destruction, but to put it bluntly, based on your performance, you do not even meet the average standard of our kin. I trust you, Feng Tian replied with a smile, but at the very least, I have attained a level of combat strength comparable to your weaker clan members, have I not? Perhaps in terms of attributes, Long Wushuang sighed, but the techniques we employ are better suited for bodies with higher attributes. In a real fight, you hold no advantage. Moreover, you are currently in the light, while your opponent lurks in the shadows. Even so, consider this. Before entering this world, did I possess any means to contend with your people? After this period of growth, I have at least narrowed the gap considerably, have I not? That merely suggests you were fortunate in the early stages. It does not signify much. We are now acting as a family, consolidating resources to gain a greater advantage. Long Wushuang paused momentarily and continued, to be frank, aside from my current area, our family has begun to expand into many regions. The resources we acquire will ultimately benefit our kin, and we shall only grow stronger from here on. Do you understand? Feng Tian sighed. Thank you for your kindness, but I tend to be rather stubborn. I have compromised far too many times in my previous world, and it seems I have grown accustomed to it. Having finally transitioned to a new world, I do not wish for compromise to become my habit once more. Long Wushuang suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I see. For your recent proclamation, I shall share a secret with you. Upon hearing Long Wushuang's so-called secret, Feng Tian's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Thank you. You have been incredibly helpful. After ending the call with Long Wushuang, Feng Tian glanced at the time and was astonished to find it was already 3 o'clock. He quickly summoned his fellow worker. Lin Yu had a few matters to attend to, so Feng Tian decided to practice his swordsmanship first. The sudden pressure from the Chen family felt suffocating, and even now, he found himself fantasizing that perhaps Long Wushuang was merely jesting. After all, ancient martial families seemed rather fantastical, did they not? Yet, considering the world he inhabited, such ancient martial families did not appear so surreal. At that moment, a long-missed video call from Enrua came through. Brother Tian, it has been such a long time. Enrua greeted cheerfully, wearing a familiar light yellow dress and her long hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a fairy. Feng Tian felt his spirits lift significantly. It has been so long, and you have become even more beautiful. How have you been with your sister? Quite well. My sister takes special care of me, and I am particularly happy here. Enrua giggled, adding, of course, I am also especially happy when I am with you, Brother Tian, while your sister cares for you. You must also remember to exercise regularly. Do you understand? I understand. Enrua pouted playfully. I remember everything you taught me. My sister even praised me, saying I have become much more sensible during this time apart. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Feng Tian couldn't help but chuckle again, remarking, all right. Perhaps I have been a tad too verbose. Enrua inquired, by the way, Brother Tian, my sister mentioned that to repay you for your care towards me, I should divulge a secret, but you must promise not to share it with anyone. She said it is highly confidential. Another secret? The so-called secrets in this game are often linked to substantial advantages. Feng Tian promptly assured her, rest assured, I shall not disclose it. It pertains to the vehicle repair card. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian scratched his head. I am already aware of that. To his surprise, the secret Enrua intended to share was the same one that Long Wushuang had mentioned. It seems that Enrua's sister possesses an extraordinary identity, especially considering that Enrua herself appears to be skilled in martial arts. Could her sister also belong to an ancient martial arts family? With this thought, the shadows of the Qin family loomed over him once again. Enrua exclaimed, her face beaming with pride, you truly are remarkable. Humph. My sister said you would definitely be unaware. Oh, Brother Tian, do you have something on your mind? Feng Tian replied, it's nothing much. Just that I've been frequently gathering wood lately, but the efficiency is rather lacking. which is quite bothersome. Naturally, he would not mention the matters concerning the Qin family, and instead spoke of the thoughts he had pondered the previous night. Enrua's eyes widened in surprise. Then why not upgrade your axe? An upgraded axe can enhance your lumbering efficiency. Fang Tian chuckled wryly. I tried that long ago. Upgrading the axe merely sharpens it as a weapon, without any improvement in its utility as a lumber tool. Enrua appeared puzzled, but I recall my sister's axe being upgraded. Wait a moment, let me message her. After a brief interval, Enrua's face lit up with triumph. I have the answer. Haha, see? My sister is quite impressive, isn't she? She knows so much. Fang Tian couldn't help but tease. You little rascal. Just moments ago you were proud of me, and now you're boasting about your sister, right? Spit it out. Enrua stuck out her tongue. It's like this. When you upgrade the axe, if you add 10 pieces of silver, it can be upgraded to a green tool. So it was. Fang Tian realized with clarity, exclaiming, Please convey my gratitude to your sister. She has been of immense help. Enrua beamed with happiness. My sister said it's unnecessary. Just keep it to yourself. Otherwise, the price of wood will plummet. Understood. After exchanging a few more words, Fang Tian ended the call, eagerly rushing to the workbench. Axes are plentiful in the marketplace, and silver is abundant. Tin water can be exchanged for a piece. Fang Tian quickly assembled several green axes. Silver axes, being green tools, possess enhanced lumbering efficiency. Considering the success rate of upgrades, the value of a silver axe hovers around 1,000 water. By the way, if the silver axe can be further upgraded, with great enthusiasm, Fang Tian gathered 10 silver axes, placed them along with the silver, and selected the upgrade option. Invalid recipe. Must it require gold? Fang Tian then collected 10 pieces of gold. Workbench level insufficient. It seems that it is not feasible at the moment. Sighing, Fang Tian suddenly realized that if axes can be upgraded, then the pickaxes used for quarrying and digging should be upgradable as well. After a series of operations, Fang Tian acquired an impressive array of advanced pickaxes designed to enhance excavation efficiency. Regarding the collection of water resources, he devised a pragmatic solution to procure additional backpacks and repurpose the wooden barrels he had previously utilized. By employing these barrels to fetch water directly into the backpacks, he could significantly improve efficiency. Although this preparation required an investment of over 30,000 units of water resources, the added sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Rings true. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Fang Tian announced via loudspeaker to gather the laborers, distributing the new equipment with great enthusiasm. Green tools. With these, our income will certainly increase. Incredible. Where did these come from? Clearing his throat, Fang Tian addressed the crowd. Do not inquire about their origin. I have provided you with tools and opportunities. Cherish them and work diligently. Agreed? Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. Let us take a chance, Fang Tian declared, raising his fist. We are the third generation of wealth. The crowd erupted with excitement. Aspire for success, Fang Tian proclaimed passionately. Let us go all out. The crowd responded animatedly. Tonight we'll sleep on the floor, Fang Tian shouted triumphantly. Tomorrow, we'll sleep as the bosses. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Fang Tian, exasperated, interjected, No, I mean as the boss. Can we be a bit more serious? As the crowd dispersed amidst laughter, Fang Tian took Lin Yu aside for further training with the sword. Now, all that remained was to anticipate the laborers' achievements for the day. Chapter 95, The Temple of Woma. As the moon ascended among the branches, Lin Yu executed a feint, compelling Fang Tian to sidestep. Before he could stabilize his stance, Lin Yu's blade sliced toward his waist. However, Fang Tian swiftly contracted his abdomen, allowing the strike to merely graze his attire. In a flash, he retaliated with a counterattack, leaving Lin Yu unable to evade, resulting in a cut on his arm. Haha! Fang Tian exclaimed with exuberance, reveling in his first successful hit against Lin Yu. Impressive. Your progress is remarkable, Lin Yu praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Your innate talent is extraordinary. You are truly a natural at martial arts. Fang Tian humbly replied. Oh no, it is your excellent instruction combined with my inherent attributes. Lin Yu shook his head. This has little to do with attributes. Your physical reflexes are astonishing. Typically, such a level of reaction is only seen in professional boxers. It may be related to my skills, Fang Tian speculated. I possess a fighting talent skill that enhances my neural response by 50. Lin Yu inquired, Are you referring to the skill from the trial shop that requires 20,000 trial points? I recall it only enhances by 20. That is the basic level. I have acquired the intermediate version, Fang Tian clarified. Oh, that makes sense. Coupled with your strong comprehension and diligence, your progress is indeed meteoric. With your current attributes, you are now capable of contending with me in a one-on-one match. Let us practice our strikes. Improving your hand-to-hand skills will benefit your swordsmanship as well. Agreed. After an intense session of practice, Fong Tian, having gained considerable benefits, noted the time and escorted Lin Yu back, subsequently beginning to tally the earnings for the workers. Upon completion, a grin spread across Fong Tian's face. The resources collected today amounted to an astonishing 56,000 water. Indeed, the investments made during the day were not in vain. Furthermore, the additional offering of the evolutionary wind proved to be worthwhile. Boss, these axes and pickaxes are exceptional. Our collection efficiency has nearly doubled. Yun Feixiang laughed heartily. I should be able to earn around 300 water today. I'm striking it rich. Who was it that said I was merely making grand promises? Fong Tian shot him a glare. Is it not advantageous to be with me? Yun Feixiang's face radiated joy. Not at all. I was just joking with him. Associating with you holds boundless potential. I can now upgrade to a level 3 bus. Enough. Let us return and rest. We shall continue tomorrow, the following noon. Fong Tian promptly acquired 10 vehicle repair cards. These cards, though not exceedingly common, possess the remarkable ability to completely restore any vehicle, regardless of the extent of damage, without consuming additional resources. In cases of severe vehicle destruction, these cards are quite economical, valued at approximately 800 water each. Fong Tian purchased them for a secret shared by Long Wushuang. Approaching the workbench, he tossed in the 10 repair cards and selected the upgrade option. Vehicle repair card success. Now, he merely needed to await the conclusion of the expedition. Attention! The vehicle is about to arrive. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. You have reached the PvP map, the Temple of Woma. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. The Temple of Woma? Another legendary map. Outside the vehicle stretched a vast expanse of earthen yellow mountains, their craggy faces adorned by the weathered exterior of the Woma Temple. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the temple's facade had faded and eroded, blending seamlessly with the surrounding cliffs. A grand archway loomed ahead, where a 6-member team from the Hungry Wolf Brigade awaited. Why hasn't Fong Tian arrived yet? It has been 10 minutes. Just a moment longer. Here he comes. The group quickly converged, and the leader spoke. Fong Tian, I am from the Hungry Wolf Brigade. Oh, Fong Tian nodded. Your leader is Shindang, correct? So, are you here to avenge Xiongba? The man's face flushed with embarrassment. Fong Tian, please don't joke. Our alliance with Xiongba was merely temporary. We didn't engage in the trial map. I understand, Fong Tian replied with a smile. So, you've been waiting to discuss this? The man forced a smile, we thought, since we crossed paths. Would you consider collaborating to explore this map? Fong Tian scanned their faces, responding nonchalantly, it matters not, but my rule is that everyone must heed my command. And I shall take 60% of the spoils. The group exchanged glances, and the man finally shook his head with regret. In that case, let us part ways. Fong Tian said nothing further and stepped into the archway. Why not collaborate? This is a legendary map, home to a Worma Lord, potentially a boss-level creature. Indeed, even if we give him 60%, we would still profit if it's a boss-level monster. After all, we have previously allied with Xiongba, who commanded us entirely. What if he treats us as expendable? True. This man is ruthless. He slaughtered Xiongba and could easily do the same to us. Fong Tian entered the first level of the Worma Temple, where he encountered creatures reminiscent of minotaurs. There were Worma warriors wielding chain hammers, Worma champions brandishing long forks, and flame Wormas with red, fleshy wings. Although intimidating in appearance, they were merely ordinary foes, easily dispatched by Fong Tian. As for the dark warriors, cave worms, and bats that flitted about like grasshoppers, they were hardly worth noting. Fong Tian did not linger, swiftly searching until he soon located the entrance to the next level. The second floor of the Worma Temple offered little novelty, yet its layout was exceedingly intricate. Fong Tian roamed for nearly 20 minutes without finding the entrance to the third level, only to encounter a formidable foe, a Worma Guardian, muscular and brown, wielding dual daggers. A leader-class foe, the Worma Guardian was an evil creature endowed with formidable magical powers, a perfect amalgamation of speed and strength. Fong Tian charged forward, intending to launch a surprise attack, while the Worma Guardian's back was turned. However, just as he reached the creature's rear, it sensed his approach and retaliated with a single swipe, forcing him back. Before Fong Tian could counter, the Guardian struck again, its dual blades alternating in a relentless assault that left him struggling for breath. The sound of footsteps approached. It was the members of the Hungry Wolf squad, quietly observing from the side. At this moment, Fong Tian felt an overwhelming discomfort. For the past few days, he had been sparring with Lin Yu, becoming accustomed to waiting for his opponent to strike before exploiting any openings for a counterattack. However, this opponent wielded dual blades in a relentless assault, offering him no opportunity to retaliate, leaving him in a rather dire predicament. Is this all? I had assumed he was formidable. It turns out that even a boss monster poses a challenge similar to ours. This particular boss monster seemed distinct, with an exceptionally rapid attack speed. At this juncture, Fong Tian found it far from difficult to dispatch this guardian. Although the weakness of this Woma guardian had yet to reveal itself. A single fiery strike would either slay it or leave it severely weakened. Yet, his pride surged, with his attributes and the practice he had undergone in recent days. Could he truly be unable to handle a mere boss monster? It's worth noting that the Chun family's members could even take on a lord single-handedly. However, the relentless assault of the Woma guardian flowed like a continuous stream, providing no opportunity for a counterattack. Flowing water? Suddenly, Fong Tian recalled a conversation with Xiao Feng, who had remarked that many within the gathering of heroes had mastered their techniques to such an extent that their strikes resembled the smooth motion of flowing clouds and water. If I were to engage him in a tit-for-tat exchange, I would inevitably become embroiled in a protracted battle. Yet, if I were to seize the initiative and intercept the flow at its source, I could capture him in one fell swoop. Does this not perfectly correspond to my current predicament? Chapter 96. The Lord of Woma Fong Tian took a deep breath as he observed the Woma guardian raising his right hand, poised to strike. This time, he chose not to evade but instead stepped forward, extending his left hand to seize the guardian's right wrist, while simultaneously thrusting his sword, longing, with lightning speed. A piercing sound echoed as the Woma guardian emitted a cry of agony, blood gushing from his chest. Fong Tian yanked the guardian's arm downward, leveraging the motion to pivot his body, swiftly drawing Longin and executing a horizontal sweep. The blade glimmered coldly as it severed the guardian's neck, claiming his head with a single stroke. The members of the Hungry Wolf team stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the once ferocious Woma guardian had been so swiftly dispatched. Goodness, he took him out in an instant? Was he merely toying with us? Perhaps he was deliberately luring us into a trap. How fortunate! Fong Tian, indifferent to their musings, closed his eyes to reflect upon the events that had just transpired. For him, it felt as though a new realm of understanding had opened. The words of Lin Yu and Xiao Feng reverberated in his mind. What had once been incomprehensible now began to clarify. It appeared that while Lin Yu's teachings were undoubtedly beneficial, they were designed for the average individual. However, Fong Tian's attributes had long surpassed those of an ordinary human, rendering Lin Yu's instructions occasionally insufficient, lacking in vigor. Conversely, Fong Tian realized that much of what Xiao Feng had imparted was also unattainable. After all, Xiao Feng had mastered internal martial arts, and thus his insights could only serve as a reference. It seemed that his training would require not only physical diligence, but also mental engagement, necessitating a synthesis of their teachings alongside his own attributes to unearth the combat techniques best suited to him. Having discerned his path, Fong Tian felt an expansive clarity wash over him as he approached the treasure chest beside the Woma guardian. Inside, he found 2 ordinary blueprints and a spatial gem, which, while treasures to others, appeared to him as mere detritus. After stowing them away in his backpack, he continued his search. After approximately 10 more minutes, he finally discovered the entrance to the 3rd layer and stepped into the hall of the Woma Lord. The hall was teeming with monsters, nearly overwhelming Fong Tian with a sense of claustrophobia. The creatures seemed to stack upon one another. Fortunately, most were merely common foes, requiring only a bit more time to dispatch. He recalled that in the past, warriors confronted with such a scene would have needed to employ the crescent blade skill to clear the area. Although Fong Tian lacked the skill, he was unbound by legendary constraints, wielding Longin to sweep through the masses. With the might of Longin, these ordinary monsters stood no chance. The Hungry Wolf team soon followed suit, startled by the sheer number of monsters but reassured by Fong Tian's fearless charge into the fray. It must be said that the resources within the Lord's Hall were remarkably abundant. With each small cluster of monsters cleared, numerous material chests would emerge. For the members of the Hungry Wolf team, the fiery Woma that spewed flames proved to be the most bothersome adversary, leaving them singed and disheveled. However, to Fong Tian, the flames spewed forth by the fiery Woma were merely a slight warmth, perhaps due to his elevated mental attributes. What truly vexed him were the incessantly jumping dark warriors. These bothersome creatures kept their distance, leaping about and occasionally launching a sneaky dart his way. Although their damage was minimal, a direct hit to the eye could be catastrophic. This compelled Fong Tian to first eliminate the dark warriors with his bow and arrows, significantly slowing down his monster-clearing pace. Despite the abundance of resources in the area, Fong Tian had little interest in the materials. His sole objective was the master of this domain, the Woma Lord. Descending through the entrance, after approximately half an hour of relentless combat, Fong Tian and the Hungry Wolf team finally cleared the upper section of the main hall. From afar, a colossal silhouette stood upon the central altar of the hall. It was a super-enhanced version of the fiery Woma, its massive azure form towering over the fiery counterpart, muscles bulging as if ready to burst with each breath. A pair of exaggerated, fleshy wings slightly unfurled behind it, if the fiery worm's wings resembled those of a chicken. The Wormalords were akin to those of a dragon. The Wormalord, a lord-level ancient demon resurrected through the sacrifice of 10,000 followers, wielded the power of lightnings, ensuring that none could escape its grasp. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. The Wormalord was surrounded by a throng of lesser monsters and 4 or 5 Wormaguardians, making any approach quite troublesome. Upon dismounting, he had noticed that his insight was on the verge of leveling up. After this recent exploration, he presumed he had accumulated enough experience points. Checking the system, he saw that the proficiency of his Azure was at 1265 8000. With 6,700 experience points available for allocation, just 35 points shy. It seemed that upgrading Dragon's Roar was not feasible for the moment. Perhaps he could attempt to lure some monsters instead. Fong Tian grasped his bow and kindly warned the members of the Hungry Wolf team nearby, "Be cautious." With that, he released an arrow. A Wormaguardian let out a piercing scream and charged forward, accompanied by a small horde of nearby monsters. The Wormalord remained undisturbed, allowing Fong Tian to swiftly eliminate the swarm. He repeated this strategy, gradually clearing the monsters surrounding the Wormalord. Before long, all the creatures encircling the altar were vanquished, leaving only 3 Wormaguardians and the Lord, along with a dozen lesser monsters. Fong Tian attempted to shoot at one of the guardians at the altar's edge, inadvertently rousing the Wormalord, which swiftly turned its head and charged towards him, accompanied by all the monsters on the altar. Goodness! Retreat. 3 boss monsters plus the Wormalord. The Wormalord was undoubtedly of Lord level. Alas, the lure had failed. Retreating was imperative. The members of the Hungry Wolf team took off running, but after a dozen steps, they realized Fong Tian had not followed. Fong Tian took a deep breath, bracing himself as he stood his ground, blade in hand. The Wormalord was the fastest, barreling directly towards him with a fierce swipe of its right claw. Fong Tian barely ducked to evade, darting forward and slipping beneath the Lord's right wing, charging towards the 3 Wormaguardians that followed closely behind. Before entering the attack range of the 3 Wormaguardians, Fong Tian unleashed the fiery sword technique. With a sweeping motion of the Dragon's Roar flame blade, he carved a precise, charred wound across the chest of the 3 guardians. Immediately thereafter, he directed his blade towards the foremost Wormaguardian and executed a savage charge, driving the Dragon's Roar deep into its chest and slaying it in an instant. The momentum of the charge did not cease. Fong Tian continued forward and sent several ordinary monsters flying before finally coming to a halt. His savage charge had reached an upgraded level, now capable of knocking back 5 foes. As soon as he paused, Fong Tian swung his blade indiscriminately from side to side, swiftly clearing the remaining ordinary creatures. The Woma Overlord and the 2 remaining guardians rushed over, but Fong Tian had already devised a strategy, employing the Qinhuat's tactic of circling around the pillars, using the 2 guardians to block his opponents. By the time the Woma Overlord finally reached Fong Tian, both guardians had already been vanquished by him. The Hungry Wolf squad, observing from a distance, exchanged incredulous glances. 3 leaders and a horde of lesser monsters, just like that? Truly impressive. I am genuinely in awe. I even find myself admiring our leader for daring to confront the Dominator's alliance. Indeed. Fortunately, we were held back by the Firefox last time. Stop talking. You're making me feel anxious. Look, he actually gaining the upper hand against the Woma Overlord in a one-on-one duel. He landed several blows. Once we return, we must earnestly persuade our leader to foster a good relationship with this formidable deity. In the midst of the battlefield, Fong Tian grew more valiant with each encounter. Following his recent metamorphosis, his comprehension of swordsmanship ascended to a new level, allowing him to gain the upper hand against the Woma Overlord. However, it was not long before the increasingly vexed Woma Overlord initiated its counterattack. With a furious roar, it formed a circular grip with its hands, unleashing a storm of electric sparks. Fong Tian realized the imminent danger and attempted to retreat, but the Woma Overlord suddenly accelerated, striking out with electrified hands. Fong Tian was caught off guard and was hurled backward with a pain scream. Chapter 97. The treasure of the sect leader Fong Tian fell heavily before the wolf pack, remnants of electric sparks dancing across his body. The wolf pack quickly retreated, wary of being implicated. One among them, noticing the weapon Longan had fallen to the ground, advanced instead of retreating, intent on retrieving it. Unexpectedly, Longan leapt as if propelled by an invisible string, swiftly soaring away. As the onlookers followed its trajectory, they beheld Fong Tian seizing Longan, rising abruptly, and driving the blazing blade into the chest of the incoming Worma sect leader. Immediately thereafter, Fong Tian executed a ferocious charge, forcing the creature back while deftly withdrawing Longan. Goodness, how could he emerge unscathed after being flung so far? Is he clad in green armor? Impossible. Green armor cannot fully protect against even a leader-level monster. Could it be blue armor? Blue? The cost of blue armor exceeds 100,000 coins. Who could possibly afford that? Well, perhaps he could indeed manage it. Fang Tian glanced down at his energy bulletproof vest, noting only 2 superficial cuts, his body unharmed. The sect leader's electrical assault had been largely mitigated by the blue armor, insufficient to inflict damage upon Fang Tian, whose mental fortitude stood at an impressive 48 points. It merely incapacitated him momentarily. While not possessing the remarkable agility of the ancient martial clans, Fang Tian realized that with adept utilization of equipment and skills, any disparity in prowess could be compensated. Once more, Fang Tian charged forward, exploiting the sect leader's colossal size and sluggish turning radius to toy with it. Enraged by the humiliation, the Worma sect leader let out a furious roar, its hands crackling with electricity once again. This ability would enhance its speed, overwhelming for Fang Tian. However, he had now grasped the principle of preemptive strikes, severing the source of his opponent's power, rendering direct confrontation unnecessary. Suddenly, Fang Tian locked eyes with the Worma sect leader, employing the Eye of Slaughter to momentarily stun it. He then executed a wild charge, hurtling towards the creature's right flank, causing it to stagger as its electrical energy dissipated into nothingness. The right flank of the Worma sect leader had long been identified as its vulnerability by Fang Tian's keen eye. He had withheld his attack until this precise moment to disrupt its offensive. The distant wolf pack, watching in awe, murmured in astonishment. Remarkable! The leader's skill can indeed be interrupted. We should retreat. Just moments ago, this fool wanted to claim its weapon. He might turn against us. One team member whispered. Since we've already offended him, why not? He pointed towards the throngs of monsters in the lower half of the sect leader's hall. The others exchanged bewildered glances. You mean to lure the monsters towards him? Yes, no matter how formidable he is, he cannot handle them all. But what if he is not foolish? What if he simply withdraws upon seeing us attract the monsters? Remember what happened to Xiangba. Best not to court death. Indeed, this fellow is merciless. I have no desire to perish here. Meanwhile, Fang Tian had entered a state of profound focus. The techniques imparted by Lin Yu and Xiao Feng clashing fervently in his mind, each spark of insight refining his skills into ever more exquisite forms. As Fang Tian grew increasingly familiar with the techniques of the Woma Lord, he frequently interrupted its attacks, treating it as if it were a mere sandbag. This was largely due to the fact that the Woma Lord belonged to the type that experienced injury-induced stiffness, had it been the Lord of Light, who suffered no such immobilization upon injury. Dealing with it would have been considerably more troublesome. Just as Fang Tian was relishing the encounter, a circle of white light abruptly appeared around the Woma Lord's feet, rapidly expanding upwards and enveloping its form in an instant. When the white light dissipated, the Woma Lord had vanished. Teleportation. Fang Tian surveyed his surroundings and, utilizing his insightful ability, swiftly located the Woma Lord amidst the horde of monsters. Time was of the essence. Fang Tian dared not delay. He loosed an arrow that drew the Woma Lord and several nearby minions towards him. Little Black leaped from his backpack, diverting the attention of the majority of the monster horde. Fang Tian braved the sporadic attacks of a few ordinary creatures, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon the Woma Lord, withholding nothing in his fiery onslaught. However, just as he sensed the Woma Lord was on the brink of collapse, another flash of white light occurred, and its form disappeared once more. How frustrating! Fang Tian felt a rising urgency as time slipped away. Yet, there was no sign of the Woma Lord among the horde. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air from behind him. Fang Tian quickly turned around to find the severely weakened Woma Lord had teleported behind the hungry wolf squad, driven into a frenzy. The Woma Lord unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, instantly downing 4 members of the 6-person team. Help! The remaining 2 sprinted towards Fang Tian in desperation. Yet, it was too late. They were far too slow, and within mere steps, the Woma Lord caught up to them, dispatching them with a couple of swipes. By the time Fang Tian arrived, the bodies of these 2 unfortunate souls had been trampled into the ground. However, after this bout of frustration, the Woma Lord seemed to have exhausted its strength. Fang Tian delivered a series of decisive strikes, and after landing a critical hit from the fiery rush, the Woma Lord let out a wretched cry and collapsed to the ground. Ding! The host has slain a Lord-level monster, earning 5 kill points. Fang Tian checked the members of the Hungry Wolf squad, only to discover that none had survived. It appeared that the attacks from a Lord-level monster were indeed insurmountable for those of average attributes. It was unfortunate for these fellows, who had come to spectate but ended up as unwitting casualties. With a heavy heart, Fang Tian stripped them of their belongings. Glancing over at Little Black, he noticed that although surrounded by a small group of ordinary monsters, there was no real threat. Next, Fang Tian rubbed his hands together in excitement as he approached the altar in the center of the hall, where a massive treasure chest awaited. Such a lord's treasure chest could yield 8 precious items. Open. Evolutionary Wind 1 Silver Serpent 1 Woma Horn 1 Green Armor 2 Green Weapons 2 Blessing Oil 1 Silver Serpent, a blue weapon, capable of slicing through iron. Imbued with powerful energy that grants the wielder an additional 5 points of spirit. Woma Horn serves as a substitute for an alliance token, facilitating the formation of alliance caravans. Blessing Oil, when consumed, it permanently increases luck by 2 points, effective only once. Fong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had struck gold. The evolutionary wind was worth no less than 6 figures, and selling it would allow him to upgrade to a level 5 bus. Even if offered as a direct sacrifice, it would significantly augment the resources within the territory. The Silver Serpent is beyond comparison, a blue weapon. Moreover, it is a blue weapon that can directly enhance attributes. Currently, an ordinary blue weapon is valued at no less than 20,000 water, and one that can enhance attributes is simply not worth selling for anything less than 30,000. As for the Woma Horn, this item has never appeared on the market. Its literal interpretation suggests it can directly unite other fleets into an alliance. Presently, alliances among fleets exist only in verbal agreements, lacking any binding force. As a valuable asset capable of establishing a tangible alliance, its worth is no less than that of the Wind of Evolution. Though the Blessing Oil appears to merely increase luck by 2 points, it is, in fact, the most challenging attribute to enhance, and the effects of luck have been meticulously analyzed by various data enthusiasts. The foundational luck value is 5 points. Once it exceeds this threshold, each additional point of luck enhances the success rate for upgrading equipment, with each increment providing an additional 3. After consuming this bottle of Blessing Oil, paired with Celia's Blessing, Fong Tian's luck has reached 9 points. In the same endeavor of upgrading blue equipment, while others may have a success rate of 33, his success rate stands at an impressive 45, and with the addition of spiritual stones, it rises even higher. With his elevated luck, simply upgrading equipment for resale proves to be an exceedingly lucrative venture. As for the 2 green armors and the green weapon, while their combined worth exceeds 4,000 water, they pale in comparison and are regarded as mere refuse. At this juncture, Xiaohei has finished off that batch of minor creatures, and Fong Tian summoned it back, jubilantly returning to the vehicle. Naturally, he did not forget the 6 fallen members of the Hungry Wolf. With a visage of sorrow, he bowed 3 times and, without hesitation, rummaged through their vehicle, acquiring a substantial amount of resources. Upon returning to his vehicle, he did not rush to address his newfound acquisitions, but instead seized the opportunity to rest. The vehicle inspection card would soon be available for use, and according to Long Wushuang, another arduous challenge awaited. Chapter 98, The Ascension of the Azurite. The Might of Keyboard Warriors, attention, welcome back. The vehicle is about to commence its journey. Sufficient fuel detected. Automatic operational mode will initiate. The vehicle is about to start. Please secure yourselves and hold on to the handrails. Next stop, Joyous Mountain Station. Just 1 more hour. Fong Tian pondered for a moment before sending a voice message to Gu Xin. Do you have Shindang from the Hungry Wolf Brigade on your friends list? Of course. Why? Inform him that I have added him as a friend. What? Do you suspect he is the one stirring up discord in the channel lately? The term stirring up discord referred to the growing discontent among many regarding the regional rankings of the ongoing siege, inciting Fong Tian to confront the other 2 regions. Naturally, Fong Tian could not respond. Defeating him would label him a murderous fiend, while losing would brand him a sinner of the region, yielding no advantages whatsoever. Consequently, many began to accuse Fong Tian of prioritizing his own advancement while neglecting the welfare of others, even resurrecting the incident concerning the King of Destruction. Besides you, which leader of the other brigades has participated? Fong Tian scoffed. In the future, regional interests will undoubtedly be intertwined, necessitating the selection of a leader. My untarnished reputation will influence their standings. Why don't you allow my people to help clarify things for you? Clarifications are futile. Let them say what they will. I have no intention of becoming a leader as long as my position remains unthreatened. Very well. He said he has added you. You two can converse. By the way, inform your team that I will be starting work a bit later today due to some matters on my end. Fong Tian ended the call and accepted Shindang as friend request, initiating a voice chat. Boss Shin, I have something to discuss. Today, your team encountered the exploration map and faced the Lord. They were defeated. Shindang was aware that those individuals had likely reported their encounter with him beforehand. Did you eliminate the Lord? Indeed. This Lord possesses teleportation skills. I was initially engaging him one-on-one, but during the fight, he suddenly appeared behind your team and dispatched them instantly. Very well. Shindang paused briefly before responding with a chuckle, as expected of the great Fong Tian. Capable of single-handedly taking down a lord. Fong Tian also chuckled. What? You don't doubt that it was me who did it? Though I have collaborated with Xiong Ba, which may cast some suspicion, I trust that if you truly did it, you would not shy away from admitting it. All right, let us leave it at that. Fang Tian concluded the call. Shen Dang sighed in relief. It seems he has not taken out his frustrations regarding Xiong Ba on us. A curious subordinate beside him inquired. Are we certain he did not deliver the killing blow? Absolutely not. If he had, we would be forced to disband. What about the ongoing discord in the channel? Should we continue? What if there is a mole reporting back to him? Do not concern yourself. Proceed as planned. Fang Tian, resting with his eyes closed, glanced at the time, 2:45 p.m. He rose and walked towards the private compartment, removing his enhanced ballistic armor. This blue protective gear was designed to withstand significant cutting damage and mitigate attribute harm. The attire was crafted from armor he acquired before disembarking. His initial attempt was met with misfortune, but he succeeded on the second try, expending nearly 80,000 water in the process. Nevertheless, the endeavor proved worthwhile, as it enabled him to vanquish the Woma Lord without injury. After investing 10 units of advanced fabric for repairs, Fang Tian donned the outfit anew, placing the flashy dragon meat in his backpack before returning to the bus compartment and summoning the system. Upon exploring the Woma Temple, the experience gained was sufficient to upgrade the Azure Eye, an opportunity that could not be overlooked. Azure Eye, Level 4, Proficiency 020,000. Insightful Gaze, capable of foreseeing danger and swiftly obtaining information about items and monsters. Crimson Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 08000, can be upgraded upon reaching 1,000 kill points. Killing Gaze enhances the host's aura of intimidation. Gazing at an enemy induces psychological pressure, with effects contingent upon kill points and both parties' mental strength. Berserk Eye. Active use allows entry into a berserk state, augmenting physical capabilities and killing Gaze at the cost of rationality. Effects and duration are linked to kill points, and the ability cannot be used again for 12 hours post-effect. Keen Eye. During combat, randomly reveals enemy weaknesses, with double damage inflicted before the weakness dissipates. Available experience points, 415 kill points, 410 after the upgrade of the Azure Eye. Fang Tian gazed upon the dragon's whisper in his hand. A purple dragon aura emerged from the blade, swirling around him before returning to the sword, which vibrated intensely, emitting a faint dragon's roar before finally calming. The dragon's whisper. An epic-grade weapon imbued with pure yang energy inflicts additional damage to ghostly and beastly entities. Was it merely sharper? Fang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing the dragon's whisper would grant additional attributes akin to the silver serpent. Nonetheless, having leveled up should render it sharper, he hoped. Ding. The upgrade of the Azure Eye was successful. Rewards have been credited. Please check. A thin book materialized in Fang Tian's hand. Classic quotes of keyboard warriors. What is this? Perplexed, he opened the book. With so many people around, why do they pick on you alone? Have you considered your own shortcomings? Such a timid disposition? Seeing someone robbing yet daring to act heroically? If it were me, I would be invincible. How dare you show your face with such an appearance? Goodness. After reading just one page, Fang Tian felt his blood pressure soar, nearly tearing the book apart in frustration. Suppressing his anger, he finished reading, quickly purchasing a blood pressure medication from the trading hall, which brought him some relief. Taking a deep breath, he opened his status bar. Although no new skills had been acquired, his attributes were as follows: Strength, 33 Agility, 34 Stamina, 32 Mentality, 811798 Luck, 72. His mental attribute had increased by a remarkable 50 points. Impressive indeed. Truly the prowess of a keyboard warrior, with a unique advantage in alleviating low blood pressure. While the mental attribute does not directly enhance combat strength, it increases the usage frequency of the fiery sword technique and significantly reduces attribute-based damage. Attention, the Happy Mountain Station has arrived. The doors are now open. Passengers are kindly reminded to purchase tickets. Now is the moment. Fang Tian produced the parking maintenance card he had prepared in advance and opted to use it. Ding 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 ding, vehicle malfunction detected, estimated repair time 1 hour, operations halted. Passengers are advised to transfer to other vehicles. The recently boarded passengers began to grumble as they exited through the door. Fang Tian took a deep breath and followed them off the bus. Upon disembarking, he was immediately met with a barrage of swirling sand and stones, which struck him like a blow. He felt a sudden darkness envelop him as countless grains of sand invaded his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, while small rocks clattered against his helmet. It was a consequence of the bus's high quality that he had been oblivious to the harsh environment of sandstorms he was now facing. Raising his hand to shield his face, he fumbled for the bus door behind him to ascertain his direction and began to navigate his way forward, step by arduous step. 1, 2, 3, for 98, 99, 100. After 100 steps, the sandstorm abruptly ceased, prompting him to hastily retrieve water from his backpack to wash the sand from his eyes. After a considerable struggle, he finally regained a blurry vision of his surroundings. Behind him roared the chaotic sandstorm, yet it seemed to be held at bay by an invisible barrier, unable to encroach upon the space just a step away from Fong Tian. Before him stood a dilapidated circus tent, with a child stationed at the entrance selling tickets. Apart from this, it was utterly deserted. The intelligence from Long Wushuang had proven accurate. Disembarking at the Huanyan Mountain Station had indeed led him to a unique scene. However, the scenarios here were generated at random, compelling Fong Tian to rely solely on his own abilities to locate and eliminate enemies. This was not a formidable challenge for Fong Tian, for he possessed the insightful eye capable of discerning danger. Just as he prepared to approach the child, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! A world inspector's presence detected ahead. To avoid attracting divine retribution, the insightful eye and keen eye have been disabled. Please refrain from using other system capabilities. Chapter 99. Firewalls and Trojans. Upon hearing the system's warning, Fong Tian promptly halted his steps and inquired in a hushed tone. What exactly is a world inspector? Could it bring about my demise? What is its level? The world inspector serves as the custodian of the current world's regulations. Within this realm, it wields unmatched authority over the rules. Once it detects any force that does not belong to this world, it will unleash divine retribution, utterly formatting the intruder. Fong Tian endeavored to comprehend this information, speculating. So, it is akin to a firewall, while your system resembles a Trojan virus. The entity I am about to confront possesses such formidable power? How could I possibly prevail? You are merely challenging a Lord-level adversary. However, this location corresponds to the main storyline of this world, hence the world inspectors will be observing discreetly. Does that mean as long as I refrain from utilizing the system's capabilities, the world inspectors will not intervene? The system fell silent. Fong Tian inhaled deeply, gripping the dragon's whisper, and approached the tent of the circus. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, he was obstructed by an invisible barrier, indicating that he needed to purchase a ticket from the child by the door. The child, approximately 7 or 8 years old, was clad in tattered garments, his expression vacant and his gaze hollow. Greetings, do I need a ticket to enter? Fong Tian scrutinized the child carefully, for he could potentially be a disguised foe. The child fixed his gaze upon Fong Tian, producing a small iron bucket with his left hand while brandishing a diminutive dagger with his right, murmuring, "Buy a ticket. Buy a ticket." Fong Tian leaned closer, noting that the bucket contained a small amount of blood, seemingly fresh. Do you require blood? How much? 1 drop. 1 drop. Fong Tian nodded, yet refrained from taking the dagger. Instead, he rummaged through his backpack, murmuring, "I didn't bring a dagger. Never mind. I'll use a knife." With that, he plunged his left hand into the bucket, while his right hand guided the dragon's whisper to lightly graze the surface. The bucket emitted a soft thud as he withdrew a finger to display the wound to the child before inserting his bleeding finger into his mouth. The child numbly nodded and set the bucket down. Fong Tian, attempting to step into the tent, found that the invisible barrier had dissipated. Inside was a rudimentary stage where a clown, adorned with a painted smile, was energetically performing clumsy acrobatics. The audience was not fully seated, with only half of the 70 or so seats occupied. These individuals, clad in coarse garments, were a mix of men, women, the elderly, and children, all engrossed in the performance. According to Long Wushuang, only one enemy lurked among them. Should he harm any other individual, he would be summarily expelled. Fong Tian concentrated his gaze on the clown, who was engaged in a juggling act, clumsily tossing 3 balls back and forth in a rather amateurish display. Yet, it was precisely this lackluster performance, coupled with the clown's absurd makeup, that brought Fong Tian a sense of ease, even eliciting laughter from him. After all, he had not indulged in any form of entertainment since arriving here. Unbeknownst to him, he became captivated by the performance, momentarily forgetting his mission. Suddenly, the dragon's whisper vibrated, prompting Fong Tian to become instantly alert. Is this performance not also a test? After all, the duration of the bus card is merely 1 hour. If one becomes engrossed, what would happen if the time exceeds? A dreadful thought suddenly crossed Fong Tian's mind. Might he become utterly lost, transforming into one of the audience below? Hastily, Fong Tian averted his gaze, unwilling to behold the stage any longer, and began to scrutinize the spectators. All eyes were fixated on the performance, yet strangely, despite witnessing the comical antics of the clown, not a single smile graced their faces. Instead, many exhibited expressions of fear, sorrow, contemplation, and other emotions, with almost everyone possessing a vacant stare, presenting an eerie sight. Before long, he discerned several suspicious individuals. The first was a middle-aged man clad in exquisite attire, his garments far more luxurious than those of the others, clearly not an ordinary person. The second was a burly man, his face contorted in anger, wielding a hammer. He was the sole audience member displaying a furious countenance, his eyes alight with intensity. The third was a dazed youth, the only other individual besides the ticket vendor at the entrance who bore no expression. The fourth was a sorrowful young woman, while many wore sadness. She alone noticed Fong Tian and held his gaze. Fong Tian approached each one, probing gently, but they exhibited no unusual behavior. Even when obstructed from viewing, they merely shifted silently to another position, unfazed by his presence. Only the last young woman remained seated as he stood before her, her sorrowful expression accompanied by an urgent, pleading glimmer in her eyes. Who could she be? Should he attempt a random strike? No, he had only 3 chances to challenge. And each time the map would reset, he could not afford to squander opportunities. After failing to communicate with the girl, Fong Tian closed his eyes, concentrating deeply to sense his surroundings. Before long, he discerned a faint aura of hostility. Opening his eyes swiftly, he traced the source of this malevolence to the furious giant. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped his weapon, Long Yin, and approached the towering man. The brute exhibited no sign of alarm, yet time was of the essence. He could only trust his instincts. Meanwhile, on Long Wushuang's vehicle, a youth posed a question. Brother, did you truly reveal the secret of Huanshan to him? Long Wushuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he will learn of it sooner or later. Such secrets eventually surface. Isn't it too early to tell him now? The humanoid monsters within are far more formidable than typical Lord-level foes. Our men can scarcely ensure their safe return, if he cannot handle even this. Evading the Qin family's pursuit will be impossible. I find it highly unlikely. Setting aside whether he can defeat them, he is merely an ordinary person, lacking our acute sensitivity to murderous intent. He might not even recognize the presence of enemies. Long Wushuang smiled slightly. Not necessarily. His current accomplishments suggest he possesses unique qualities. Actually, brother, if you have an affinity for him, why not simply incorporate him into our convoy? With the strength of our Long family, would the Qin family dare to act recklessly to protect a single individual? The youth appeared quite unconvinced. Long Wushuang sighed. It is not that simple. We have a mission to undertake. How can we afford to create enmity with the Qin family over just one person? You are no longer a child. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. The youth nodded obediently, then inquired with curiosity, what exactly is our mission? It seems that many of our kin are unaware of it. Could you perhaps divulge some details? Long Wushuang looked helpless. To be honest, I cannot elucidate it clearly. In any case, focus on your own growth. We must find a way to endure this tribulation. Just as Fong Tian was preparing to launch an attack, he suddenly recalled something upon seeing the fierce expression on the man's face. Chapter 100. Just a clown. No. Happy Mountain. Thunderous Valley. The first stop is Happy Mountain. Fong Tian swiftly turned his head, scanning the audience, but not a single person displayed any sign of joy. Could it be? He directed his gaze towards the clown on stage, whose face was adorned with a painted smile. Surely, there could be no mistake. The earlier obsession with the performance was merely a ruse, designed to deter any serious scrutiny of the clown. The most concealed enemy was positioned right in plain sight, obscured by the spotlight. With increasing conviction in his suspicions, Fong Tian leapt onto the stage, rushing towards the clown. The clown, however, paid him no heed. Continuing with his act, Fong Tian dashed up to the clown, forgoing any further words, and swung his blade. Yet, despite this, the clown exhibited no reaction. Had he miscalculated? This fleeting thought momentarily slowed Fong Tian's actions. Just as the dragon's roar was about to descend upon the clown's head, the clown emitted a high-pitched laugh, evading the strike with an agile twist. Simultaneously, he produced 2 pitch-black daggers, lunging them towards Fong Tian. Due to his earlier hesitation, Fong Tian was caught off guard, feeling a sharp pain in his ribs as the daggers pierced him. Indeed, this was a monster of the Lord class. His blue armor failed to shield him from the daggers, though it spared him from immediate demise. The clown, having successfully landed a hit, retreated while cackling. You've lost. Just like them, become my loyal audience. Aha. Gazing at the daggers dripping with dark liquid, Fong Tian suddenly grasped the situation. Poison? He quickly glanced down, noticing the inky blood seeping from the wound in his bulletproof vest, accompanied by a faint sense of numbness. Slowly, he slumped to the ground, unwillingly staring at the clown. You actually poisoned me. Despicable. The clown approached with a grotesque grin. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. You shall become my most esteemed audience member, seated in the front row. Now is the moment. Fong Tian surged forth, igniting a fire dragon that illuminated the dim stage, catching the clown off guard as he screamed and was sent flying. Is that all it takes to bring me down? Fong Tian boasted. Let me introduce you to the MNGGZHH. Yet, recalling his earlier awkward performance against the NPCs, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. The clown, having been outmaneuvered, noticed the wound on his abdomen and erupted with fury, screeching as he charged forward. Fong Tian remained composed. After several exchanges, he began to ponder. Although the clown was swift, his techniques were rather rudimentary, utilizing short weapons, and soon Fong Tian gained the upper hand. It seemed there was no need for Xiaohei. Most importantly, this fellow was afraid. He feared the dragoness roar. Truly worthy of an epic weapon, that last blow had undoubtedly dealt him a severe blow, making him reluctant to press forward. With each encounter, Fong Tian grew more emboldened, inflicting several wounds upon the clown. Suddenly, the clown retreated, emitting a strange, high-pitched wail. As the piercing laughter reached his ears, Fong Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The jester before him twisted and, astonishingly, transformed into two figures, only to multiply into four in an instant. What a spectacle! An illusion? In quick succession, the four jesters scattered, charging at Fong Tian from all directions. Die! They cackled maniacally, their daggers poised to strike simultaneously. Fong Tian abruptly pivoted, disregarding the other three jesters, and unleashed a torrent of flames from his dragon's roar, sending the jester behind him hurtling away. The remaining three jesters twisted and vanished into thin air. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fong Tian sighed in relief. At the last moment, he had discerned the subtly distorted shadows surrounding the three illusions. To the eyes of others, these phantoms appeared flawless. But Fong Tian's heightened mental acuity allowed him to unravel the jester's signature psychological trickery. The jester struggled to rise, but Fong Tian, propelled by his barbaric charge, swiftly closed the distance, launching relentless assaults. The gravely injured jester was powerless to defend himself, still clinging to the hope of employing other forms of psychic attacks. However, given Fong Tian's formidable mental strength, such attempts only hastened his demise. Moments later, another fiery strike fell, and the jester screamed in agony as he collapsed, ultimately dissolving into black dust, accompanied by faint echoes of laughter. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, shedding his blue bulletproof vest to bandage his wounds. The blood that oozed from his injuries now crimson, indicating that the venom had been purged. It was indeed unfortunate for the jester. Both his psychic and venomous assaults had been countered. A formidable boss of the lordly caliber was effortlessly dispatched by Fong Tian. With the jester's demise, the audience below gradually regained their senses. Heavens! That fiend is dead. We are finally free. Was it that hero who saved us? Has he been sent by the heavens to rescue us? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the well-dressed middle-aged man, previously suspected by Fong Tian, approached. Hero, I am their village chief. Thank you for saving us. Fong Tian scratched his head. Just tell me what the reward is. Reward? The village chief looked puzzled but soon understood, apologetically explaining. Hero, our village was ravaged by natural disasters. We stumbled here while fleeing and were imprisoned by that demon. So we possess no wealth. Never mind then. Fong Tian waved his hand dismissively. You are free now. Go. After sending off the villagers who were incessantly expressing their gratitude, Fong Tian approached the chest that had appeared at the center of the stage. Unlike the previous lord's treasure chest, this one was an ordinary golden chest, adorned with a carved smiling face. Fong Tian stepped forward to open it, and a brilliant golden light emanated as its contents were revealed. Divine Power Pill X2, 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill X1, Jester's Mask X1, Enhanced Antidote Pill X1 except for the last item. The rest seemed to be valuable treasures. The Enhanced Antidote Pill appeared to counter the jester's poison, a considerate touch, though Fong Tian had no use for it. Due to the temporary failure of his inside eye, he could not discern the attributes of these items and decided to take them for now. Fong Tian conducted a thorough inspection but found nothing of significance and subsequently stepped outside. The villagers were seated in the open area at the entrance, their faces etched with worry. Curiously, the child in the small bucket filled with blood had vanished. Was the child not one of the villagers? Had he disappeared along with the clown? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Why are you still here? Fong Tian inquired casually. The village chief, with a furrowed brow, replied, the wind and sand outside are so fierce that we have nowhere to go. An idea sparked in Fong Tian's mind. Why don't you accompany me? I have a place to accommodate you, but you must assist me with some tasks. What do you say? The village chief's face lit up with joy. That would be splendid. With your protection, we need not worry anymore. Fong Tian felt a surge of happiness as well. His territory had always enjoyed a surplus of resources, and having these willing laborers would alleviate any concerns about waste. Now, stand in formation, adults on the outside, children on the inside. Stay close and follow me. Fong Tian led the villagers boldly into the swirling sand and returned to the vehicle. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations on reaching Joyful Mountain Station. Additional exploration time will be granted. Detection of ordinary villagers boarding the vehicle. Would you accept them as subjects? Chapter 101. Subjects? Fong Tian glanced at the control screen, which bore an explanation. Subjects could be accommodated within private territories, where they would develop freely according to their skills, paying a fixed tax to their lord each day. The initial loyalty of a subject is set at 60. The higher the loyalty, the greater the tax yield. How fortuitous! The renewable resources within the territory were being squandered daily with these subjects. The materials I could acquire in the future would increase significantly. Fang Tian chose to accept them, leading them into his private domain. He pointed to a vacant area and addressed the village chief. You shall reside here. You may freely exploit the resources within. And I trust you will construct your own homes. The village chief, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, This environment is splendid, far superior to our former homeland. Rest assured, my lord. We will build our own houses. Very well, you may organize the rest. Fang Tian replied as he made his way to the reception hall to summon the laborers of the day. Hey, boss, you've expanded your operations. Have you recruited new brick movers? Yun Feixiang remarked, surveying the bustling villagers. No, these are merely villagers rewarded by the system for completing a special task, Fang Tian clarified. There are such tasks? How can I participate? Yun Feixiang's interest was piqued. I noticed several of the female villagers are quite lovely. I want in. Fang Tian shot him a glance. I will inform you when you possess the strength to handle it. This task requires facing a lord-level monster solo. Teams cannot participate. Goodness. Yun Feixiang grimaced. It seems this is not something for ordinary folks like us. Now, get back to work. Fang Tian dismissed him before heading to the altar, wishing to offer the third evolutionary wind obtained from the Woma Lord. Unfortunately, upon placing it, there was no response. Returning to the carriage, he found the system was now operational. Had he not noticed any world inspectors earlier? Were they cloaked? Was it that blood-drawing child at the entrance? Blood tests? Yet, no matter how he pondered, the system remained silent. After muttering to himself for a time, he resigned to inspect the contents of the treasure chest. Divine Power Pills X2. Each consumption increases strength by 10 points, with a maximum of 10 pills per person. High-tier attribute elixirs. Consuming both would directly enhance strength by 20 points. Is this the advantage of being ahead of the version? Previously, the strength-enhancing pills only yielded a maximum of 22 points from 10. In fact, the vast majority of players had only consumed 1 or 2 attribute pills, as they were exceedingly rare. Overjoyed, Fang Tian swallowed the pills, witnessing his strength attribute soar to 53. Furthermore, due to the tenacious will skill, half of the strength attribute was transferred to his spirit, elevating it to 107 points, thus achieving the coveted 3-digit milestone. With eager anticipation, he turned his gaze to the other rewards. Revival Pill X1. Consuming this restores 1 estate completely. Resurrection coins, typically useless, are life-saving items in critical moments. Joker Mask 1. Requires prior configuration of a pseudonym and appearance. Once donned, it conceals one's identity, even altering the name on public transport. This item currently serves no purpose. Powerful Detox Pill 1. Upon ingestion, it eliminates all toxins from the body. Although it is indeed a valuable item, it holds no utility for Fang Tian and should fetch a handsome price. With this thought in mind, Fang Tian dialed Long Wushuang's video call. Fang Tian. My esteemed friend, have you completed the task? Long Wushuang chuckled, turning to someone beside him. I win. As promised, hand over the 5 spirit stones. Are you relying on me to win again? Any dividends? Of course. Long Wushuang effortlessly sent a spirit stone his way. Generous boss. By the way, I have something you might be interested in. Fang Tian produced the Wind of Evolution. Long Wushuang's interest was piqued. The Wind of Evolution? You're selling this? Fang Tian nodded. I hadn't intended to sell it, but its sacrificial limit is only 2 times, and I can no longer make use of it. 2 sacrificial opportunities? Long Wushuang exclaimed. Indeed, after the second sacrifice, the resource refresh rate increases at least 2-fold. I have yet to determine the upper limit, but it's certainly worth it. Interested? Absolutely. How could I refuse? Name your price. Fang Tian hesitated. I find it difficult to quote a price for this. Long Wushuang sighed with a wry smile. I know the Chen family acquired a Wind of Evolution yesterday for 200 spirit stones. However, the price fluctuates daily. With its capability for a second sacrifice, its value will undoubtedly rise. 1 spirit stone equals 1,000 water, thus 200 spirit stones equate to 200,000 water. Indeed, the esteemed families have transformed their measurement units to spirit stones. We are merely consolidating the resources of our entire family in subordinate fleets. A larger scale is nothing extraordinary. How about 300 spirit stones? Does that suffice? Fang Tian remained non-committal and revealed the Woma horn. Take a look at this. What is this? Long Wushuang inquired, puzzled. An equipment piece? The Woma horn can replace the Alliance token. Although Fang Tian was unaware of what the Alliance token entailed, he was confident that Long Wushuang would be familiar with it. Sure enough, Long Wushuang's eyes lit up. Wow. I never expected someone in our nation would obtain this. Does this imply others in foreign countries have acquired it? What they've obtained is not this. It's the alliance token. This item can establish alliances, integrate fleets, and create dedicated chat and trading channels within the alliance, proving immensely beneficial for regional unification. Regardless, since I have no use for it, I can sell it to you if you desire. This item has no market price. Long Wushuang furrowed his brow. Where did you acquire all these exceptional items? Are you certain you are operating alone? Fong Tian pondered for a moment and resolutely stated, Here's the deal. I will give you everything. I desire no resources in return, only something else. Long Wushuang appeared contemplative. Wait a moment. With that, he ended the video call. After approximately 10 minutes, Fong Tian received an email from him. Speed Elixir 1. Each intake enhances agility by 10 points, with a maximum of 10 doses per individual. Body Refinement Pill 1. Each intake increases endurance by 10 points, with a maximum of 10 doses per individual. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. Although these were valuable items, their worth did not equate to his own possessions. Soon after, Long Wushuang sent a voice message. My friend, I'll give you these 2 items for now. And tomorrow I shall provide you with my personal insights on qi cultivation. How does that sound? Qi cultivation? Goodness. Are you part of an ancient martial family or a sect of immortals? This is getting out of hand. Fong Tian could no longer contain his astonishment. It's not that exaggerated. My qi cultivation method lies somewhere between the internal arts of martial novels and the practices of immortality. With long-term practice in reality, it can extend life and enhance physical strength. Engaging in this practice will allow us to better control our bodily energy, thereby augmenting your personal prowess. All right. Fong Tian accepted the email and sent over the Woma Horn and the Wind of Evolution. Chapter 102. Abundant resources. Fong Tian consumed both the Swift Elixir and the Body Refining Pill, resulting in an impressive increase in agility to 44 points and endurance to 42 points. The surge in attributes was remarkable. Fong Tian threw a couple of punches, savoring the immense power bestowed upon him by these enhancements. My lord, Xiao Ai remarked, I believe it would be beneficial to provide your subjects with some essential resources, as this would expedite their development. Xiao Ai approached him, and Fong Tian nodded, stepping into his territory. The village chief and the villagers were energetically engaged in their tasks, each one diligently smashing stones to create stone tools. Fong Tian felt a bead of sweat roll down his brow and hurried to the trading hall to procure basic tools such as axes, pickaxes, and backpacks. He also retrieved some stones, timber, food, and water from the warehouse, accumulating them before the villagers. Here are these provisions for you. Night is fast approaching. You should prioritize building shelters to settle down. Although the territory had the capability to construct houses, the dwellings would only accommodate individuals, and with 40 villagers, they could not all fit. They had to rely on their own efforts. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude. With these resources, their efforts in clearing the land became significantly easier. Upon returning to the carriage, Fong Tian discovered that the villagers' loyalty had increased by 510 points, which prompted him to regard Xiao Ai with newfound respect. Well done. From now on, keep an eye on the villagers, and should they require anything, have them communicate directly with me. Fong Tian affectionately ruffled Xiao Ai's hair. Once Fong Tian departed, Xiao Ai disdainfully adjusted her disheveled bangs, murmuring, Not a single thought for others. What a pity for your clumsy subjects. At that moment, Fong Tian had summoned Lin Yu into the reception hall. This is for you, Fong Tian said as he handed over a silver serpent. What is this? The fish intestine sword? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Within Fong Tian's territory, he was unable to access the carriage functionality, rendering him blind to attributes. It's a blue weapon that enhances mental acuity by 5 points, Fong Tian explained succinctly. Wow, you really gave this to me? Indeed, we had previously agreed that you would teach me sword techniques. And now I must trouble you to instruct me in fist and foot techniques as well. Consider this your tuition. Fine, I want to be polite then, Lin Yu replied, accepting it without pretense. The two walked side by side into the territory, commencing their lessons for the day. After practicing 2 sets of punches, they squared off for some sparring. However, after just 2 exchanges, Lin Yu was swiftly disarmed, and Fong Tian delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. What the heck? Lin Yu exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, bewildered. Fong Tian chuckled. When sparring with me, you must exert your full strength. Lin Yu, undeterred, rose again, declaring, damn it, bring it on. This time, Lin Yu gave it his all, making it difficult for Fong Tian to gain an advantage. This left him in awe of Lin Yu's formidable prowess, especially considering his own strength and agility were nearly double Lin Yu's. It was astonishing that such a gap yielded no clear upper hand. Stop, Lin Yu shouted. Why stop? Fong Tian retorted, slightly annoyed at the interruption. Exactly. Why stop? came a voice from Yun Feixiang, who chimed in. Fang Tian turned to see his laborers crouched behind a patch of grass. What are you all doing? Slacking off? Fang Tian scolded, his expression stern. Alas, brother Fang Tian, even in the midst of work, one must take a moment to rest. We are striving for a balance between labor and leisure. Rin Miaoqing pouted playfully. Indeed, we ought to learn a thing or two from the two esteemed individuals. Yun Feixiang mimicked her tone, prompting several girls to express their distaste with a barrage of playful blows. Fang Tian sighed and turned to Lin Yu, saying, If it bothers you, I can ask them to leave. It's fine, it's not a closely guarded secret, Lin Yu replied with a generous spirit. Then why did we stop just now? Fang Tian asked, puzzled. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and rubbed his sore arms, complaining, with such force, I can barely keep up. Just how high are your attributes? Fang Tian sheepishly scratched his head. My attributes aren't that high, probably just over 40. What? The others gasped in astonishment. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. You call that not high? Fang Tian shrugged. In any case, I can't match the strength of a lord-level monster. The group fell silent. And Yun Feixiang murmured, From this perspective, you do have a point, but why does it sound so boastful? Let me regulate my strength and speed. With that, Fang Tian attempted to slow his pace and diminish his force until he felt comparable to Lin Yu, and only then did they engage in battle. However, Fang Tian soon found himself at a disadvantage, unable to keep up, and after several exchanges, he received a kick to the thigh. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. How have you progressed so swiftly? Have you received guidance from a master? Swift? Fang Tian did not see it that way. With your skills and agility, an ordinary person would need at least 6 months of training to achieve this level. Although I may have one in terms of technique just now. Landing a critical hit on you seems quite difficult. I feel my progress is rather slow. Let's keep going. You unleash your full strength, my attributes are high, and I can take a beating. The two resumed their duel, with Lin Yu unperturbed about harming Fang Tian, relishing the combat without holding back. Yun Feixiang and others watched with excitement, particularly Yun Feixiang, who was grinding her teeth, cheering loudly. Go. Defeat him. Let him show off. Strike him down. Ha! That kick was splendid. Refreshing. After half an hour, with his body covered in imprints and scratches, Fang Tian could finally endure no longer and lay sprawled on the ground to rest. Yun Feixiang approached with a mischievous expression, filled with feigned indignation. Boss, don't fall. Fight him to the bitter end. Get lost. Back to work or your wages will be docked. Fang Tian retorted, exasperated. After resting for half an hour, Fang Tian rose. Let us continue. The following morning, Fang Tian received a small booklet from Long Wushuang. This was not a skill book. The words were all inscribed by Long Wushuang himself. To grasp the content within, Fang Tian would have to decipher each word individually. Fortunately, the qi cultivation method sent by Long Wushuang was quite fundamental, and with the detailed instructions provided, it was not difficult to practice. By the end of the morning, he could sense a faint, elusive breath circulating within him. The afternoon expedition merely took place in a dismal safety zone, a dilapidated shopping mall, devoid of significant resources. Despite the assistance of the insightful eye, Fang Tian could scarcely gather any supplies, accumulating a mere value of 500 water. Upon the conclusion of the adventure, he heard an announcement from the vehicle's intercom. As the Huanqi mountain station has been cleared, survivors are granted an additional hour for exploration. You may continue to disembark for further adventure. Re-entering the exploration zone, the bus departed, leaving behind a portal. To Fang Tian's astonishment, the resources within the area had respawned. After thoroughly scavenging the supplies once more, he stepped through the portal, arriving directly at Huanqi Mountain Station, where he promptly boarded the bus upon its arrival. Although the day's yield was modest, it reaffirmed a pivotal realization. This extra hour of exploration could potentially yield double the resources. While today's safe zone offered little, he understood that encountering a resource-rich area would signify immense gains. Upon returning to the bus, Fang Tian once again gathered the workers and Lin Yu to commence their training. Perhaps it was merely his misfortune, but in the subsequent days, his exploration maps were consistently barren, yielding scant rewards. The only notable advancement was the remarkable improvement in his skills over these few days. With a resounding thud, after enduring over 30 exchanges, Fang Tian was once more struck in the face. Didn't we agree not to hit the face? He lamented, rubbing his nose as tears streamed down his cheeks. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling ruefully. Hitting you at all is a feat. How could I be particular about the target? Just then, a voice echoed through the territory. The regional domination mode will commence tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. The outcomes will significantly influence the internal rankings of the linked areas. So please approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Chapter 103, Level 5 Bus. Alas, another tempest of blood and chaos. A sigh echoed from behind. Fang Tian turned around and smiled. Gu Xin, It's a rare sight to see you personally here to lend a hand. How does it feel? Gu Xian, unreserved, replied. I heard from them that you possess advanced tools, so I came to take a look. If you require them, I can sell some to you at a discount. Though I cannot disclose the methods of production. All right, 30 axes and 30 pickaxes will suffice. There aren't many maps to use, and rotating them should be adequate. Gu Xian handed Fong Tian a tissue. Fong Tian was taken aback. What for? To wipe your face. Gu Xian chuckled. You look no different from him now. From whom? From me. Young Fei Xiang approached, his face smeared with footprints and dripping with blood. What happened? Gu Xian flicked her hair. Just a scuffle. We gave him a beating. Young Fei Xiang leaned closer, grinning. You do look remarkably alike. Get lost. Fong Tian kicked him away, wiping his battered face, ravaged by Lin Yu. Gu Xian's bright eyes fixed on Fong Tian. I consider myself quite diligent, but I still fall short compared to you. Young Fei Xiang interjected, right? You're pushing it too hard. Daily beaten to a pulp. Though I often find myself in the same state, at least I gain some advantage. What's your aim? Don't compare me to you. Fong Tian retorted with irritation. Suddenly, young Fei Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that you, boss, are a masochist? And your orientation differs from ours, hence you invite him to beat you? That makes sense. His two lackeys immediately chimed in. Oh. A group of girls nearby gasped in realization, casting sparkling eyes at the two relatively handsome men, murmuring excitedly amongst themselves. Fong Tian, unable to contain his frustration, kicked young Fei Xiang away and could not help but turn back to scoff. Are you serious about your half-step retreat? Lin Yu's face darkened, his lips twitching. Just so we're clear, I only consider you a brother. The girls began chattering enthusiastically. Oh no. Fong Tian is actually quite nice. Give it a shot. What if feelings develop? Well, how thrilling, right? Both of them are so handsome. Silence. Fong Tian barked, nearly drawing his weapon in exasperation. Seeing Fong Tian on the verge of losing his temper, Gu Xian quickly intervened. Please, everyone, calm down. Fong Tian cast a grateful glance at Gu Xian. Forcing a wry smile, honestly, I'm left with no choice. Do you remember Morongli? His family holds significant power and has already set their sights on me. I must grow stronger quickly. It's the only way to survive. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere turned grave. I see. Gu Xian furrowed her brow. Why not join us, the Fire Roses? We should try to coordinate our actions. Otherwise, if someone ambushes us during an expedition, it will be difficult to defend ourselves. No. I prefer to operate alone. It's more agile that way. Fong Tian's expression darkened as memories of Xiao Wang flooded back. Lin Yu sighed. He speaks the truth. Pairing a regular person with him would only hinder his progress. Gu Xian no longer insisted and smiled, saying, if there is anything I can assist with in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The abundant resources we receive daily from you greatly aid the development of our team, and I owe you a personal favor. All right. If I truly need help, I will certainly speak up. Fong Tian responded with a grin. As the time was getting late, he added, let me first inventory your supplies before dispersing your wages. After sending the members of the Fire Rose away, Fong Tian turned to Lin Yu and suggested, shall we stay for a drink and chat? Lin Yu shivered slightly. No, that's all right. Fong Tian sighed. Can we be a bit more serious? I recall you used to be quite aloof. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Perhaps next time. We have a new model to prepare for tomorrow, and I need to rest well. He then inquired, do you think there are any significant flaws in my current skills? Fong Tian pondered for a moment before responding. The gap between our abilities has narrowed considerably. The difference is merely one of experience, which can only be accumulated over time. Indeed. Lin Yu suddenly appeared curious. Have you acquired any new skills recently? Or has your stamina increased? Why do you ask? Haven't you noticed? Especially these past 2 days, your resilience has improved significantly, and your recovery has been much quicker. Upon this reminder, Fong Tian acknowledged that is true. In the earlier days, I was the one who had to rest after being overwhelmed, but these past couple of days, it has been you who suggested taking a break. Why are you asking me? Lin Yu retorted, why don't you try kicking me with all your strength? Fong Tian pointed to his abdomen. I'm wearing blue protective gear, so I'm not afraid. Whoa. Fong Tian was nearly knocked back by the kick, taking a moment to recover. You could have given me a warning. Lin Yu shrugged. You asked me to kick. Fong Tian took a deep breath. It seems I'm not injured. Lin Yu frowned. You feel nothing? I was giving it my all. Fong Tian stroked his chin, contemplating. It must be due to the blue protective gear. Lin Yu mused. That shouldn't be the case. Your gear is leather armor, designed to guard against stabs, and its defenses against blunt strikes are limited. Moreover, my foot still aches a bit. It feels as though I kicked something elastic, absorbing part of my force. Try kicking me again. With a resounding thud. Fong Tian stepped back a few paces, yet his face lit up with joy. I understand now. This is the result of the Qi cultivation insights from Long Wushuang. In the instant of impact, I instinctively focused that trace of energy in my abdomen. Previously, I would only tense my muscles to brace for the impact. Indeed, all that practice was not in vain. After listening to Fang Tian's explanation, Lin Yu suddenly realized. No wonder I've sensed you growing stronger in both strength and speed these past few days. I thought it was due to your lack of control over your power. It appears that this training enhances your attributes. However, it doesn't show on the panel. Why concern yourself with what the panel displays? As long as it's effective, that's what matters. Lin Yu looked at him with envy. You are becoming increasingly formidable. This world is utterly insane. Even internal skills are emerging. Fang Tian chuckled softly, retrieving Long Wushuang's notes from his backpack and tossing them to him. What is this? Copy it down. Return it to me tomorrow, and do not share it with anyone else. Are you certain? Lin Yu inquired, his face alight with surprise. Fang Tian nodded affirmatively. The stronger you become, the more I learn from our sparring sessions. Lin Yu smiled in understanding. I see, but one must not receive without giving. You have already paid the tuition. I cannot accept this without compensation. Then let it not be without compensation. I still require over 10,000 units of resources to upgrade my bus to level 5. You can cover that. All right. I will gather it when I return. Lin Yu exhaled in relief and departed. Before long, after receiving the resources sent by Lin Yu, Fang Tian examined the upgrade requirements. To reach level 5, he needed 2,500 units of advanced alloys, 2,500 units of advanced leather, and 500 units of bulletproof glass. Each advanced material required 20 units of ordinary materials for synthesis. With the alloy, leather, and glass currently having a water-to-resource ratio of 1:1. The total expenditure amounted to approximately 110,000 units of water. Fang Tian swiftly acquired all the necessary resources and opted to proceed with the upgrade. Bus upgrade in progress, estimated time, 12 hours. Please be patient. Chapter 104. The commencement of the championship at the break of dawn the following day, Fang Tian was roused from his slumber by Xiao He. Are you hungry? He inquired, to which Xiao He shook his head. Do you need spirit stones? Is evolution imminent? Xiao He nodded in affirmation. Fang Tian chuckled heartily. At present, Xiao He's strength was merely on par with that of a chief monster, rendering it of limited assistance. However, should it evolve once more, it would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. Without hesitation, Fang Tian retrieved a dozen spirit stones from the storage and tossed them to Xiao He. Yet, Xiao He did not seize them but rather circled around the small pile of stones a few times. Puzzled, Fang Tian queried, what does this mean? Is it insufficient? Xiao He emitted a sound and shook its head. After much contemplation, Fang Tian began to discern Xiao He's intent. The purity of these spirit stones was inadequate for an upgrade. Xiao He finally nodded in agreement. Almost all materials could be upgraded. Typically, 20 low-grade materials could be transformed into a higher grade, and it was reasonable to assume that spirit stones could follow suit. Fang Tian managed to gather 20 spirit stones and place them on the workbench to initiate the upgrade process. Invalid recipe? Not enough? Or perhaps additional components were required? Given the caliber of spirit stones, Fang Tian could only think of the drop of golden dragon blood in the storage as a potential additive. Yet even with this addition, the recipe still displayed as invalid. He consulted Long Wushuang, but received no substantial response, though he promised to inquire further. With no immediate solution for the upgrade, they would have to wait. Xiao He let out a few soft whines, nuzzling affectionately against Fang Tian's leg. After soothing Xiao He, Fang Tian opened the chat channel. Numerous speculations regarding the upcoming regional championship mode filled the channel, but the scant information from the broadcast rendered all conjectures seemingly plausible. Today's exploration yielded little in the way of rewards. After a hasty sweep of the map, Fang Tian returned to his vehicle. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Level 5 bus upgrade complete. Fang Tian promptly accessed the vehicle information. Casting a furtive glance at the materials required for upgrading to level 6. 1,000 spirit stones, 1,000 vibranium, 1,000 beast skins, and 1,000 celestial glass. Excellent. The value of the spirit stones alone was equivalent to 1 million water. The other 3 materials were unknown to him, indicating that upgrading the bus to level 6 was not a feasible pursuit at present. With the level 5 bus upgrade completed, both the tool station and level 3 reception area were now eligible for upgrades. Upon upgrading the reception area, it would accommodate 20 guests at once. But in order to elevate it to level 4, the private territory must first be upgraded to level 4. This required 100,000 stones, 100,000 dirt, and 100,000 water, amounting to approximately 170,000 water at current market rates. However, Fang Tian found himself in dire financial straits. necessitating several days of labor from the workers. With the tool station upgrade, numerous new upgrade recipes became available, including several that Fong Tian urgently needed. Holy Spirit Stone requires 100 Spirit Stones. Vibranium requires 50 high-grade alloys. Beast Skin requires 50 high-grade leather. Celestial Glass requires 50 bulletproof glass. When converted, these 3 high-grade materials each held a value of approximately 1,000 water, comparable to that of Spirit Stones. As for the sacred Spirit Stones needed by the Little Black One, Fong Tian currently lacks the ability to procure them. The scant materials he possesses can at most yield 30 pieces. Attention all survivors, the regional competition mode is about to commence. The 3 regions within the chain form a single group. This regional competition mode is divided into 3 segments: the individual championship, the team championship, and the convoy championship. The individual championship will take place daily at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., while the convoy championship is scheduled for 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. All survivors and convoys are invited to participate. Each victory shall reward participants with treasure chests, and the individuals and convoys attaining the first place in their region will represent their area in the glorious battle. Registration for the team championship will open the day before the glorious battle, with all players in the region voting to select 6 survivors to participate in the glorious battle. Based on regional standings, participants in the individual competition will enjoy 4,000, 1,500, and 500 exploration points respectively, while team participants will share 6,000, 3,600, and 1,200 exploration points. And convoy participants will share 8,000, 5,000, and 2,000 exploration points, with the corresponding regional conquest points awarded. Each individual match shall last a maximum of half an hour, while the convoy matches may extend to 1 hour. Convoy teams are advised to prepare their entry lists, as each team may send forth 50 members to participate. Please be ready. The competition shall officially commence in 10 minutes. Fong Tian furrowed his brow and opened the conquest interface to glance at the rankings. Huaxia Region 7222, 8,985 points. Huaxia Region 1128, 8,832 points. Huaxia Region 2288, 8,544 points after a week of diligent effort. The 1128 region to which Fong Tian belongs has managed to catch up to the second place. Yet the scores among the 3 regions are merely separated by a few hundred points. In this competition, regardless of whether it is individual, team, or convoy, the conquest points awarded based on rankings will vary by thousands. This signifies that the outcomes of this competition could determine the regional conquest standings for an extended period. Indeed, the channel has erupted in fervent discussions. Wow, we've worked hard to reach second place. We must safeguard our position. Absolutely. Since we surged to second place yesterday, the resources for exploration have noticeably increased today. Can't you all aspire to something greater? We should seize this opportunity to strive for first place. Honestly, with the remarkable Fong Tian in our region, the first place in the individual championship is surely secure. The team championship is also assured. With Fong Tian here, he could single-handedly take on 3 opponents, and the other 5 only need to deal with the remaining 3. Indeed, I actually believe the convoy championship is also secure. Regardless of which convoy Fong Tian joins, he will undoubtedly make a significant impact. Doesn't he carry a firearm? However, joining convoys is no longer an option. The recruitment feature has just been locked, and it seems we won't be able to join a convoy before the competition concludes. What is there to fear? With our esteemed leader Dong Jian at the helm of the Firefox convoy, first place is still within reach. You are all being rather frivolous. This concerns those in high places, not us. That statement is misguided. If they strive for first place, the resources for our future explorations will certainly increase. Indeed, we are all from the same region. One could say we are fellow townsfolk. At this moment, we must unite. The competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In a flash of white light, Fong Tian found himself transported to a platform adorned with white bricks. In his left hand, he held an electronic device. The platform measured approximately 40 to 50 meters in length and width, encircled by an empty audience area. Above, for screens facing each direction displayed the names of the combatants. The match officially begins. In accordance with the principles of love and peace, you will each possess a shield capable of withstanding a single severe blow. Once the shield is shattered, you may concede defeat through the device in your left hand. Love and peace. Fong Tian couldn't help but chuckle. If one were truly to abide by love and peace, would it not be simpler to declare a loss upon the shattering of the shield? How dare you laugh, mocking me? Watch as I cleave you in two. The young man opposite him brandished a knife, charging forward with a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. In this arena, few would possess the audacity to approach upon seeing Fong Tian's name. This individual must either be oblivious to the screens above, unaware of Fong Tian's identity, or he was merely playing the role of a fool hiding a tiger. Fong Tian, not daring to underestimate the situation, swiftly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Chapter 105. The enigmatic girl with the great axe. The iron arrow shot forth in an instant, leaving the young man utterly unprepared, frozen in place. Fortunately, just as the arrow was about to strike, a translucent barrier shimmered into existence before him, shattering with a sound akin to broken glass. And the iron arrow clattered harmlessly to the ground. It appeared that he was rather inept. Fong Tian lowered his bow and arrow, declaring, "You have lost." The young man, momentarily taken aback, retorted angrily, "How dare you? That was a sneak attack. It doesn't T-count." "Really?" Fong Tian replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. "How about we settle this with a fair fight? You call that a skill, resorting to sneak attacks?" Fong Tian furrowed his brow. "Mind your language. This is a competition arena. Who stated that arrows are prohibited? Are you daft? I'll take you down." The young man charged forward, swinging his blade. Fong Tian sidestepped effortlessly, grasping the young man's wrist and, with a slight exertion, disarmed him, tossing the weapon aside. The young man's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "What the?" Before he could finish, Fong Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending him flying through the air, spinning 720 degrees before crashing to the ground, his face swelling ominously. Remarkably, he did not cry out in pain, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness. The opponent has lost consciousness. The victor is Fong Tian. Rewards have been credited. There are 28 minutes until the next match. You may choose to spectate the remaining players or return to your cabin to rest. Fong Tian opened the treasure chest in his possession, discovering merely some basic supplies. He opted for spectator mode, eager to observe the situation with Lin Yu. Regrettably, Lin Yu's match had already concluded, leaving the arena deserted. Fong Tian meandered through several matches, yet found nothing of particular interest. The experts typically concluded their battles swiftly, leaving behind a plethora of novices engaged in trivial skirmishes. A new match will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare. The match has begun. Your basic status has been restored. As Fong Tian readied himself for action, the young man glanced up at the screen, offering a wry smile. "To think I would encounter you here. I can't tell if it's good luck or bad." Fong Tian shrugged. "Let us get on with it, shall we? You might as well save yourself some trouble. Give it your all and bring glory to our region." As he spoke, the young man tapped a few commands on his left-hand device. "The opponent has conceded. The victor is Fong Tian. Rewards have been credited. Don't mind the chatter in the channel. Most of us are rooting for you." The young man waved farewell, dissolving into a beam of white light. Fong Tian stood momentarily stunned, his emotions a complex tapestry. However, he quickly regained his composure and opened the treasure chest he had just acquired. Inside lay a spirit stone. With little inclination to spectate further, he returned to his domain. According to the arena's announcements, each match allowed for a restoration of basic status, presenting him with the opportunity to enhance his skills. Strength, 53 agility, 44 endurance, 42 spirit, 812, 6107 luck, 72 skills, intermediate shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 50. Intermediate fighting talent, enhances neural response by 50. Blazing sword technique, level 2, 270, 2000 summons a flame spirit to amplify melee weapon damage. Savage charge, level 2. 62,000 with unwavering determination, charge forward in a singular direction, forcefully colliding with up to 5 enemies or obstacles in your path. The potency of this skill correlates with one's strength, with a cooldown period of 15 seconds. Dragon capture technique, level 1. 8500. This skill allows the user to attract nearby objects, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Its power is contingent upon skill level and overall attributes. Resilient will. This skill permanently enhances mental fortitude, increasing the value by 50 of the highest single attribute, rounded down. These skills must be employed against living beings, and proficiency can only be enhanced upon successful hits. Currently, there are living creatures within the territory, presenting an opportune moment for skill practice. The fiery sword technique can be executed approximately 10 times consecutively. However, after exhausting its use, a lengthy period of rest is required before it can be utilized again. Yet, if the number of uses does not exceed 5, merely disengaging from combat for around half an hour will refresh the usage count. Taking advantage of the unique recovery state of the arena and the presence of living creatures in the territory, he aims to swiftly enhance his skill proficiency. Numerous small animals have emerged in the territory. Within the depths of the forest, even deer, wild boars, and bison can be found. Fong Tian, accompanied by the little black creature, ventures deeper into the forest, directing the little black one to herd the animals toward him. He charges through with savage charge, occasionally employing the fiery sword technique to grill stakes on sight. As for the smaller animals, it is quite simple, as long as he is within a reasonable distance. Fong Tian can directly use the dragon capture technique to draw them closer. With the increase in attributes, Fong Tian's casting range for the dragon capture technique has now reached 6 meters, allowing him to directly seize objects weighing up to 6 kilograms. A new match will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. Proficiency in the fiery sword technique has increased by 100, savage charge by 155, and dragon capture technique by 125. Quite satisfactory. Indeed, the most challenging skill to practice remains the fiery sword technique, as it cannot be used consecutively too many times. Fortunately, each successful hit on more than 2 targets directly grants an increase of 10 experience points. As the white light flickers, Fong Tian's state has indeed been restored, and the fatigue from the fiery technique has dissipated. This time, his opponent is a rather charming young girl. She glances up at his name, her face illuminated with surprise. Fong Tian, the Great? Haha, I can't believe I encountered you. Fong Tian can't help but chuckle. From the fiery rose? The young girl beams sweetly. Not yet. I haven't joined a team. Oh? Fong Tian responds with mild astonishment, glancing up at her name. Zhao Cheng. He has no particular recollection. However, for such a young girl to have survived thus far without the protection of a team, she must possess some exceptional qualities. Fong Tian. The Great. Shall we begin? Zhao Cheng appears quite excited. All right, let us go. Zhao Cheng playfully exclaims and charges toward Fong Tian. No weapon? Fong Tian attempts to shoot an arrow. Zhao Cheng reacts with remarkable speed, suddenly pivoting to evade as the arrow is released. Fong Tian expresses surprise and shoots another arrow. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, rendering escape nearly impossible. Unexpectedly, Zhao Cheng reached into her backpack and produced a colossal axe. Sweeping it horizontally to deflect the arrow, Fong Tian was taken aback and quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the swing of the axe. The size of the axe was indeed exaggerated, especially when juxtaposed with the petite frame of the young girl, creating a striking visual contrast. After executing her initial swing, Zhao Cheng did not pause. Instead, she spun around, utilizing the momentum of the massive axe to deliver another sweeping blow. Goodness! Is she a Garen? Fong Tian leaped up, evading the axe's blade while delivering a downward strike. The shattering sound of the shield resonated, and as Fong Tian landed, he was struck by the axe that swept through for the 3rd time. With a steadying breath, Zhao Cheng smiled and said, truly impressive, Fong Tian. I concede defeat. You are quite formidable. My shield has shattered as well. Fong Tian smiled, recognizing the girl's exceptional skill. Hey, I'm not foolish. Had this been a real fight, your axe would have cleaved my head in two. That swing would undoubtedly not have missed you. Fong Tian remained non-committal and inquired, shall we continue? Chapter 106. Hearts Not. Zhao Cheng sheathed his colossal axe and declared, I concede. Best of luck to you. Fong Tian smiled gently and replied, I shall do my utmost. The opponent has conceded. The victor of this match is Fong Tian. Rewards have been credited. Disregarding the foolish chatter in the channel, Zhao Cheng waved his hand with a charming smile and vanished from sight. Fong Tian's expression was complex. He shook his head with a wry smile as he departed the arena. Zhao Cheng's remarks made sense upon reviewing the channel's chat history. Haha, I've triumphed in 3 consecutive matches. Indeed, you are all mere novices, while I reign supreme. I, too, have achieved 3 victories. I used to think you all were formidable, but it seems I was mistaken. What bad luck. I faced a master in my very first match and was eliminated in 2 swift arrows. Do not boast. You merely got fortunate with opponents who were all inexperienced. What would you do if you encountered a powerhouse like Fong Tian? I just spectated Fong Tian's match against a cute girl wielding a giant axe. It was spectacular. I saw it too. That girl was fierce, spinning with that massive axe. She must have had at least 20 points of strength. Alas, her misfortune was facing Fong Tian, a single leap and a strike, and she was finished. Truly impressive. Fong Tian is undoubtedly the champion of our district. I predict he will claim victory in the glory battle as well, earning us significant points. Be confident. Remove the word predict from your vocabulary. You are all too young to understand that this tournament has high rollers behind the scenes. Really? Who is involved? No way. I must place a bet on Fong Tian's victory. Wait, do you think he might collude with those high rollers to fix the matches? Is that possible? My ex-girlfriend's brother's first love is the girlfriend of the wolf pack leader. She said Fong Tian has already made arrangements with them. Your connections are quite tangled. Surely not. This concerns the welfare of our entire district. How could he do this? He has always been a selfish individual. Have you forgotten the incident with the King of Destruction? Can we refrain from spreading conspiracy theories? Fong Tian is not that kind of person. The outcome will speak for itself. If he loses, it will undoubtedly be a deliberate match fixing. Fong Tian sighed and closed the chat channel. Within the treasure chest, he uncovered a spatial gem. After counting, he found that the gems in his storage were just sufficient. He approached the workbench and upgraded his magical backpack once more. Magical backpack, advanced a backpack enhanced by spatial power, reducing the weight of items within by 999. It can accommodate 100 types of items, with each type allowing for infinite stacking. With this enhancement, no matter how many resources the exploration map contained, Fong Tian could clear it entirely. However, this time there was no option to upgrade through the workbench, indicating that it had reached its final form. Fong Tian plunged deep into the territory once again. Xiaohei proved invaluable, herding a large group of animals into a valley, blocking the entrance to ensure these unfortunate creatures had nowhere to escape. Fong Tian charged in with a fierce battle cry. A new match will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. The opponent has conceded, and the victor of this match, Fong Tian, has received his reward. Fong Tian looked up as a young man waved at him with a smile, encouraging him. In an instant, the figure vanished. Fong Tian shrugged and opened the treasure chest, acquiring some basic materials before returning to his territory. It was already 4:35 p.m., and the day's individual matches had concluded. Currently, only 175 participants remained in the individual competition, having eliminated over 90 of the contestants across 4 matches. At the current pace of 4 matches per day, the champion would be determined in just 2 days. Gu Xian initiated a voice call. We have a match today, so you don't need to come over yet. We can talk after the 8 p.m. match. Fong Tian acknowledged. The official members of the Blazing Rose numbered over 100, although only 50 were allowed to compete. Gu Xian would undoubtedly arrange for a rotation to ensure the best lineup. However, my guest room has been upgraded. I can accommodate 20 people in a day. You could form an elite squad and come here for training. Really? Gu Xian's interest piqued. Great. Wait a moment. I'll send you the list. Given that the current team formation function allowed only 6 members per group, aside from the limited 2 trials they had undertaken, they had not had the opportunity for large-scale combat. Being able to gather 20 people for dedicated training would undoubtedly be advantageous for the competition. Soon, Gu Xian sent over the list of 20 names. A variety of beautiful women emerged from the portal, some of whom were newcomers, glancing around and chattering excitedly. Ladies, we have only 1 hour. Let us make the most of our training. At Gu Xian's call, the women followed her out. Ren Miaoqing forcibly pulled one of the girls and brought her before Fong Tian. He quickly recognized the girl with her back to him as Li Xiaoling. Ren Miaoqing made a face at Fong Tian and hurried off. Fong Tian was bewildered. Xiaoling, what's wrong? Li Xiaoling looked down, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and said softly, I haven't contacted you for a while. You're not angry, are you? Fong Tian paused. Oh, I suppose that's true. You haven't replied much lately, but it's understandable. I did put you through a lot last time. It's safer for you to keep your distance. Li Xiaoling was silent for a moment before replying. I'm not afraid of being implicated. I just worry about dragging my sisters down. Fong Tian suddenly understood. Now that the whole team has officially partnered with me, you don't need to worry anymore, right? Isn't that wonderful? Yes, but my elder sister mentioned that your archery stance isn't quite right. Fong Tian recalled that Gu Xian had indeed mentioned this, but he had been preoccupied with practicing his sword techniques and had forgotten. Is your sister asking you to be my instructor? Right now? Li Xiaoling smiled wryly. Originally, she intended for Qingqing to help correct your form, but that girl got lazy and insisted I do it. Is that all? Fong Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing you so hesitant, I thought there was some monumental secret. Let us get on with it. With that, Fong Tian took out his bow and arrow, readying his shooting stance. Li Xiaoling, observing his carefree demeanor, felt a sense of relief and approached Fong Tian to correct his posture. Remarkably, after her guidance, Fong Tian discovered that with proper alignment, both his aim and rapid shooting became considerably more comfortable. That's about it. Just remember the physical sensations and practice for 10 minutes each day, she advised. Indeed, Fong Tian remarked in surprise. Isn't this rather simple? That girl Qingqing is quite lazy, isn't she? She left this to you. A faint blush crept onto Li Xiaoling's cheeks. Actually, she just wanted to tease me. Saying that what did she say? That you're not teaching well? Fong Tian absent-mindedly replied, while repeatedly practicing the archery stance. Li Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, shooting him an annoyed glance, only to find that he was wholly absorbed in perfecting his form. Noticing her silence, Fong Tian, pulling back the bow, turned and asked, How is this stance? Is it standard? Am I not looking dashing? Well, it is quite dashing. Li Xiaoling's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly turned away, exclaiming, I'm off to train. Watching her flustered retreat, Fong Tian began to grasp the situation, but when he turned around, he was startled. Whoa, Xiaoyai, what are you doing standing behind me like a ghost? What kind of look is that? Whoa, Xiao AI. When did you arrive? What is with that expression? What do you intend to do? Chapter 107. The rivalry of caravans. Xiao AI concealed her peculiar expression, stating that the villagers required his assistance. Oh. Fong Tian replied, stepping out of the reception hall. Xiao AI murmured, the more we gather, the more they multiply. All men are indeed the same. Gu Xian had already commenced training the girls, and Fong Tian chose not to interrupt, instead making his way toward another gathering of villagers. The villagers had constructed numerous houses by the banks of a small river and were presently engaged in various tasks. Some were crafting fishing nets, others were erecting walls, while still others were cultivating farmland, creating a scene of tranquility. Upon seeing Fong Tian, the villagers gathered around him, expressing their gratitude for his hospitality with repeated calls of master. Fong Tian raised his hand to quiet them, signaling for silence. From now on, refer to me as Lord, not Master. Yes, my lord. How are you faring here? The village chief stepped forward, bowing to report. Thanks to your support, my lord, we are doing quite well. Our housing situation has been largely resolved, and we are currently constructing walls to fend off wild beasts. The fishing nets are nearly complete, and we shall begin to rely on fishing for sustenance starting tomorrow. However, are there any difficulties? We lack crop seeds and need to venture into the wild to search for them, but the wilderness seems to be rife with beasts, and we have no weapons for protection. If you could provide us with a certain amount of iron, or our village blacksmith could forge weapons. There is a blacksmith? Fong Tian's interest was piqued. The village chief beckoned, summoning a burly man. This man had once been a suspect in Fong Tian's eyes during the clown theater incident. His muscular physique was evidently a result of years of blacksmithing. Are you the blacksmith? What can you forge? I can craft agricultural tools and weapons. I possess all the necessary tools, save for the raw materials. Without further ado, Fong Tian collected some iron from the trading market and piled it on the ground. Take this and forge some weapons for me. Show me what you have by tomorrow. The blacksmith beamed with joy. Thank you, my lord. The village chief also appeared elated. With weapons, we shall be able to hunt and acquire more food. Fong Tian nodded, bidding them farewell, and ventured deeper into his territory to continue honing his skill proficiency. Time swiftly passed, and at 6 o'clock, the fiery spirit of the realm, using an overflow of energy, ushered Fong Tian into the audience of the caravan competition. The stands were filled with numerous spectators, yet their names were obscured. Fong Tian casually sought an empty seat to settle into. Here. A girl waved her hand. It was Rin Miaoqing. Fong Tian hurried over. The seats beside her were occupied entirely by girls, who quickly made space for him to sit. I can't believe it. Wasn't it said that the Rose of Fire had no men? Voices from other spectators murmured from behind. He must be some big shot from a caravan. This group of women may seem aloof, but they are undoubtedly entangled with those caravan leaders in secret. As he overheard their gradually intolerable remarks, Fong Tian abruptly stood, casting a piercing gaze that swept across the crowd. The sudden aura of menace left those few individuals stunned into silence. Only then did Fong Tian take his seat, with the girls beside him casting grateful glances in his direction. With your temperament, you actually managed to endure? Fong Tian was somewhat astonished. Rin Miaoqing sighed. The audience stands as a safe zone. We cannot physically engage. The leader has instructed us. If we can act, we do. If not, we must endure. Arguing with these scoundrels would only bring us misfortune. Fong Tian nodded, deeply resonating with her words, and shifted the conversation. Did you not undergo special training as well? Why did you not participate in the competition? The leader advised me to observe from the audience's perspective, to discern if there are any flaws in our tactics. After all, an outsider's view is often clearer. The match is about to commence. The opponents of the Blazing Rose team were a crew dubbed the Fruit Family, a team Fong Tian had heard of, as they were once allies of the formidable Xiongba. The Fruit Family had only recently ascended to a level 4 team, and in comparison to the already established level 5 Blazing Rose, their reputation in the channel was significantly lacking. As the competition began, both teams quickly arranged themselves. Gu Xian stepped forward to negotiate. Shall we adhere to the rules established in the channel? The so-called rules were decreed by the team leaders, mandating that any member whose shield had been breached must raise their hand and exit the arena immediately to avoid injury. Should a breached member dare to retaliate, they would face severe consequences. Naturally, we have always shown compassion towards the fairer sex, Haven Tiwi, brothers. The leader of the Fruit Family swaggered forward, exuding an air of arrogance. The members behind him erupted in laughter, accompanied by a cacophony of whistles. Clearly, these individuals did not regard the girls of Blazing Rose with any seriousness, and the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. How audacious for a level 4 team to behave in such a manner. This Fruit Family had always been brash, having once been subservient to Xiongba. They were now rumored to have allied themselves with Huahu. Regardless of team levels, the competition allowed only 50 participants. What significance did rank hold? When it came to battle, it was the men who would prevail. Blazing Rose was destined to lose. Indeed, it was likely that soon enough, these lovely ladies would be reduced to tears. In truth, the notion that Blazing Rose consisted entirely of female members had long since lost its novelty. It was evident that their current standing was largely due to their association with the esteemed Fang Tian. Under his protection, their status was hardly surprising. It was said that Fang Tian had communicated with the leaders of all teams, which is why Blazing Rose had not been completely overwhelmed. What? Fang Tian has not even joined a team. Would those leaders truly heed his counsel? You know nothing. Do you genuinely believe he lacks connections? It is rumored that during the clash with Xiongba, many teams coordinated their efforts. He was not the sole victor. Indeed, a friend of mine is part of the Wahoo team, and he secretly informed me that he participated in the siege against Xiongba, with 400 to 500 individuals joining forces to eliminate Xiongba's members. Nonsense. I was right outside Hulu Valley that day and witnessed Fang Tian single-handedly dispatch over 20 of Xiongba's men. Do you have evidence? I heard it straight from my friend. As the cacophony of gossip swirled around them, Fang Tian and Ren Miaoqing exchanged glances, both sharing a rueful smile. At last, the negotiations concluded and the team championship match commenced. It must be said that the leader of the Fruit family possesses quite a remarkable strategy, having organized his 50-member team with clarity and precision. 20 individuals stand in the front line, wielding shields for protection, while 30 others remain behind, armed with bows and arrows. Although their formation appears somewhat disorganized, there is a certain charm to it. In contrast, the Flaming Rose has deployed only 10 warriors in the front line with shields, 25 archers, and an additional 15 stationed at the flanks of the battlefield. Comparatively, the Flaming Rose's formation is far more orderly, clearly indicative of their high caliber. With a simultaneous command from both leaders, the archers on either side release their arrows. However, due to the protective shields at the front, only a few individuals are forced to retreat after the exchange. To bypass the shielded defenses, one can only resort to throwing projectiles. Yet in the presence of armor on both sides, the lethality of such attacks proves to be minimal. Both leaders swiftly recognize this predicament and command their forces to advance, seeking to determine superiority through close combat. Curiously, the 15 warriors from the Flaming Rose's flank do not engage in the fray, remaining stationary. Chapter 108. Who says women are inferior to men? The two factions swiftly collided. The young ladies of the Fire Rose displayed remarkable skill, holding their ground against a group of men in hand-to-hand combat without faltering. However, the front lines were uneven, with 35 against 50. As the leader of the Fruit clan remarked, the advantage lies with us. Outside the arena, Fang Tian sighed. What a fool. Ren Miaoqing echoed his sentiment. There's a complete lack of adaptability. Shouldn't a portion of them be designated for defense? Or did he intend to rely on the members' ability to improvise? Indeed. The 15 women flanking the Fire Rose simultaneously advanced, swiftly maneuvering to the diagonal rear of the Fruit clan's formation, raising their bows and unleashing a flurry of arrows. Chaos ensued among the Fruit clan. Defend with shields, you fools. The leader of the Fruit clan bellowed in despair. But without prior arrangements, the scene had descended into chaos. And no one heeded his cries. Here and there, shields shattered, and some raised their hands to signal their retreat from the battlefield. With a commanding shout from Gu Xian, the girls on the flanks stowed their bows and charged into the fray with swords drawn, akin to tigers amidst a flock of sheep, causing the Fruit clan to collapse instantaneously. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Fruit clan was obliterated, while 30 to 40 members of the Fire Rose remained standing in the arena. We won. The girls in the arena erupted in joyous cheers, jumping and embracing one another. Gu Xian raised her sword high, signaling for silence, and proclaimed loudly to the audience, "Let it be known that we, the Fire Rose, are no mere ornaments. Who says women are inferior to men?" In unison, the women echoed, "Who says women are inferior to men?" This rallying cry was filled with indignation and grievance. Since their inception, the Fire Rose had faced as much scrutiny as Fang Tian. Encouraged by Gu Xian, the girls had never wavered, striving fiercely to prove their worth. At last, they had the opportunity to affirm their capabilities. The victorious team, Fire Rose, has been awarded. Please prepare, as the next match will commence at 7 o'clock. Following the announcement, the women teleported away from the arena. The Fire Rose girls in the audience collectively screamed, jubilantly departing, leaving behind bewildered spectators and a flustered Fang Tian, who was desperately rubbing his ears. They had actually won, and so effortlessly. Goodness, the Fruit clan was utterly incompetent. They couldn't even last 10 minutes? Even if one released 50 pigs, the fire rose wouldn't have caught them all in that time. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of these girls? They truly exhibited remarkable prowess, showing no signs of fear in battle. Fong Tian reflected on this as he departed. Gu Xin and the girls were celebrating, and upon seeing Fong Tian return, they cheered and surrounded him, expressing their gratitude profusely. Fong Tian remained in a daze, being pulled in every direction, unable to comprehend a single word. It was only with Gu Xion's intervention that he finally extricated himself, adjusting his disheveled clothing, which was nearly torn apart, revealing a hint of shoulder. Observing Fong Tian's flushed and flustered demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his usual composed and aloof persona, the young women erupted into laughter once more. All right, let us not create a ruckus," Gu Xian interjected, earnestly expressing her gratitude to Fong Tian. "I truly appreciate your assistance. Had it not been for the rehearsal here, I would not have dared to divide our forces so boldly. It's nothing, really. With your capabilities, you would have triumphed even without this training," he replied. "However, it wouldn't have been so effortless. Well then, ensure you practice diligently. The next match is merely 40 minutes away." In the second match, the Flaming Rose faced a mere level 3 team, effortlessly overpowering them and swiftly concluding the battle. The team competition featured only 2 matches daily. And since only teams of level 2 and above could participate, there were only about 40 teams competing in this region. After today's 2 matches, the Flaming Rose had successfully secured a place in the top 16. By the end of the matches, they had accumulated a total of 100 treasure chests, significantly enhancing the overall strength of their team. Yet, for the Flaming Rose, the most substantial achievement was proving their worth, finally shedding the labels of being mere decorative or social teams. Following the conclusion of the matches, Gu Xin remained vigilant, tirelessly adjusting strategies based on the issues identified during the 2 competitions. The young women, visibly invigorated, were determined to seize this opportunity to turn their fortunes around. Perspiring profusely yet refusing to complain of fatigue, Fong Tian pondered for a moment, operating the control screen before heading to the training grounds, where he drastically improved his skill proficiency, with his dragon capture technique rising by 2 levels. Flame Sword Technique, Level 2, 770-2000, enhances the lethality of melee weapons by summoning fire spirits. Barbaric Charge, Level 2, 10-22,000, allows one to charge fiercely in a single direction, colliding with up to 5 enemies or obstacles in front. Its power correlates with strength, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Dragon Capture Technique, Level 2, 580-2000, enables the attraction of nearby objects, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Its power depending on skill level and total attributes. Curiously, after leveling up, the cooldown for Dragon Capture extended from 5 seconds to 15 seconds. However, its charging time significantly decreased from approximately 2 seconds to 1 second, and the speed at which objects were drawn increased considerably, with the weight capacity for capture greatly enhanced. The weight capacity for Level 1 Dragon Capture was approximately 10% of average attributes. With Fong Tian's current average attributes around 60, he could capture objects weighing 6 kilograms. With Level 2 Dragon Capture, he could now seize objects weighing up to 30 kilograms, equivalent to 50% of his average attributes. Coupled with the reduced charging time and increased flight speed, despite the lengthened cooldown, its effectiveness in combat had greatly amplified. As midnight approached, Fong Tian made his way to the training grounds of the Flaming Rose. Gu Xin and the young women sat in a circle, engaged in earnest discussion. Upon noticing Fong Tian's arrival, they instantly fell silent. "What is going on? Are you speaking ill of me?" Ren Miaoqing replied with a playful grin. "We'll tell you once we've decided. Consider it a surprise." Fong Tian, feeling somewhat resigned, said, "All right, whenever you wish to inform me is fine." Gu Xian approached him, inquiring, "Do you need to rest? If so, we should return now." Fong Tian replied with a smile, "If you have not yet practiced enough, you may continue. However, it might affect your rest." "Actually, it won't," he continued, "since the reception in the lounge lasts for 20 hours. You could return tomorrow morning at 11. After a brief pause, Fong Tian added, "I have just constructed a private manor in the territory. You may stay there, although it is somewhat cramped." "Is that so?" Yu Xian's eyes lit up, recognizing the opportunity to practice for a few more hours. "Well, truly, you are extravagant. All meals and accommodations included." Ren Miaoqing exclaimed excitedly. "Let's proceed to the construction site. The raw materials are all sourced from the territory. Follow me." As they observed Fong Tian's departing figure, Gu Xian turned back to the girls, raising an eyebrow. "If there are no objections, we shall grant him the materials." No objections. Though the materials were priceless, sharing them would certainly benefit them as well, particularly since he was such a good person. Ren Miaoqing raised both hands in agreement. Then it is settled. Let's go see our new residents, rest early today, and rise for morning practice tomorrow. Chapter 109. The blacksmith and taxation. Fong Tian led the group into his newly established estate. The manor sprawled over nearly 100 acres, its tall walls and iron gates standing majestically. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted by a beautiful fountain, flanked by vibrant flowers lining the main path, while the surrounding open spaces were adorned with expansive grasslands. However, due to the hasty construction, Fong Tian had not yet built additional facilities. Apart from the reception hall and the main luxurious residence, there were no other structures within the vast estate. Each floor has rooms, but there aren't enough guest rooms. So I've added a few beds in each room. You'll have to squeeze in, Fong Tian explained. I haven't arranged any furniture yet, so we'll have to make do for now. Those who come to work later can stay here, and I will gradually organize the necessary facilities. Gu Xin replied courteously. Having a bed is sufficient. Thank you. Utilities are all set. You can manage as you see fit. I'll be in the master bedroom on the left side of the 3rd floor. You can come find me if you need anything, he added. Ren Miaoqing giggled. Can I come find you even if there is nothing going on? Gu Xin playfully pinched her. You silly girl. Don't say such things. She turned back to Fong Tian and remarked, she just likes to joke. She is not really like that. Fong Tian shrugged and returned to his room. The master bedroom was connected to his private compartment, and without his permission, guests had no access. Xiaoyai, who was tidying up the room, seemed relieved when she saw Fong Tian enter alone, and after a brief cleaning, she left. Fong Tian cuddled with Xiaohei for a while, and after a few playful moments that made Xiaohei show its teeth, it gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Fong Tian prepared breakfast for the young women who practiced in the morning and then headed towards the village. The village chief approached him, beaming with a smile. Greetings. My lord, how is the weapon forging coming along? Every male villager now possesses a weapon, and yesterday, as hunting and fishing yielded great results. Additionally, we have acquired plenty of crop seeds. We can now sustain ourselves. Noticing Fong Tian's silence, the village chief continued. Once the crops mature and we domesticate some animals, we will be completely on the right track. Indeed, Fong Tian nodded. Show me one of the weapons. The village chief quickly exited the storage and soon returned with a spear, which Fong Tian examined. The spear was a white weapon. A surge of joy filled Fong Tian's heart. The blacksmith had managed to forge a weapon recognized by the system. Each weapon currently held a fixed value of 40 water, and if this blacksmith could produce more, the daily profits would be substantial. Although white weapons were now commonplace, the chances of acquiring green and blue weapons remained exceedingly low. For those desiring advanced weaponry, most would still need to purchase weapons to synthesize their own. Thus, the value of weapons remained remarkably stable, with negligible risk of depreciation. Gather all villagers, he commanded. The village chief was efficient, and soon, aside from those out hunting, the remaining 30 villagers had assembled in the village square. Fong Tian called out, Can everyone adapt to the environment here? It's wonderful. Much better than our hometown, came the enthusiastic responses. Indeed, this place is a picturesque haven, with clear mountains and beautiful waters, abundant and plump fish in the rivers, and fields that are exceptionally fertile, truly perfect. The abundance of game here ensures that we need not worry about hunger any longer. Moreover, our Lord has been exceedingly generous, providing us with ample supplies. Fong Tian nodded in satisfaction, saying, Since you all enjoy it here, let us make this your permanent residence. The villagers responded in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Fong Tian then shifted the topic. In that case, let us discuss taxation. Village chief, how was your previous tax rate determined? Your Excellency, the village chief replied, the tax we paid to the government was approximately 15 to 20. In addition, we had annual military service and corvée labor. Fong Tian nodded. Under my rule, military service will not be required. You need only defend yourselves against wild beasts. As for corvée, a few of you can assist in managing the estate. How does that sound? The villagers rejoiced, expressing their thanks. As for the tax, Fong Tian continued. You have mentioned the favorable environment here, coupled with the absence of military service and corvée. He turned to the village chief. What do you think? The village chief glanced at the villagers and wiped the sweat from his brow, suggesting, perhaps we could settle on 20? Upon seeing Fong Tian shake his head, the village chief hastily added, or maybe 25 would be acceptable. What does everyone think? Soon enough, villagers began to voice their opinions. I think it's reasonable. This land is abundant. Even at 25, it is much better than what we had before. I have no objections either. With our Lord's protection, an additional 5 is inconsequential. Fong Tian cleared his throat and declared, I have decided on a tax rate of 15. The villagers erupted in cheers. Long live our Lord. Truly our Savior. Not only have you spared our lives, But you have also provided us with such a splendid place to live, and you ask for so little in tax. They pledged. We will work diligently and ensure our contributions. Fong Tian glanced at the system and saw that the villagers' goodwill had indeed increased. The loyalty of most had now reached 80. All right, you may all return to your tasks. Blacksmith, please stay. The villagers bowed and departed, while the blacksmith approached with purpose. Your weapons are commendable. Could you produce more in the future? I will supply the materials and offer you a reward. The blacksmith readily agreed. With your generous support, my lord, I will certainly give my utmost effort. How many can you forge daily? Fong Tian inquired. Approximately 35, the blacksmith replied. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. 35 weapons would yield around 1,400 water, and after deducting materials and the blacksmith's wages, the net income would only be about 1,000 water per day. However, with your generous treatment, I can select a few young apprentices from the village to teach them the craft. Fong Tian was delighted, realizing that increasing loyalty had indeed borne fruit. Excellent. Village chief, please assist him in arranging the apprentices. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. The village chief affirmed. No problem. Regarding taxation, we could construct a warehouse at the village entrance to store the collected taxes each day. What do you think? That is agreeable. The girls of the Flame Rose have departed, and Fong Tian returned to the carriage, quietly awaiting the commencement of the adventure map. Ding 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 ding. The vehicle is about to halt. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the PvP map, the Zoomer Temple. The doors have opened. Please decide whether to disembark. A legendary map. At last, a map of considerable merit. Fong Tian's spirits lifted as he leaped from the vehicle, accompanied by the little black figure. The spot where they alighted was none other than the entrance of the Zoomer Temple, an ancient and majestic edifice standing resolutely upon the desolate expanse of the Alliance province. This was an 8-person adventure map, and aside from Fong Tian, there was a group of 6 from the Hungry Wolf team, along with a familiar face, Zhao Cheng. Fong Tian, big boss. Zhao Cheng rushed over, dragging a colossal axe akin to Su Huang, its blade carving a deep gash into the ground. Fong Tian broke into a sweat. The juxtaposition of such a petite figure wielding a giant axe was indeed a striking sight, one that was quite difficult to comprehend. Chapter 110, the Zhuma Temple. What a coincidence. Can we form a team? Zhao Cheng appeared quite exhilarated. On the other side, members of the Hungry Wolf team approached, extending an invitation to join forces. Fong Tian chuckled. Last time, several members of your team adventured with me, and they were utterly annihilated. Are you sure you wish to team up with me? Our leader has expressed his trust in your character, they replied. Fong Tian nonchalantly responded, all right. If we form a team, I shall take 50, and the remainder you may divide among yourselves. You will follow my commands throughout. Is that agreeable? The members of the Hungry Wolf exchanged glances, then looked at Zhao Cheng, nodding in unison. No problem. And you? Fong Tian inquired of Zhao Cheng. Absolutely no issue. I primarily wish to learn from you. The supplies are of little concern. Then let us proceed. Time is of the essence. This map is rather expansive. Fong Tian wasted no time and led them into the temple. Upon entering the grand entrance, they found themselves in the long corridor of the Zhuma Temple. A short distance ahead, they encountered a staircase descending into the depths, beside which lay a wooden chest containing 8 scrolls. The dungeon escape scrolls, when torn open, would return them to their original location. In comparison to the 3-tiered Worma Temple, the Zhuma Temple's layout was evidently much larger, and 2 hours of exploration would scarcely suffice for a return. Quite considerate, indeed. Each of them took a scroll and descended the staircase, arriving at the first level of the Zhuma Temple. Upon their arrival, they found a small plaza teeming with ordinary monsters, aside from large rats and moth-like creatures. The true denizens of the Zhuma Temple emerged. Unlike the monsters in the Worma Temple, these creatures possessed the bodies of men with the heads of sheep. The Zhuma Guardians wielded large iron hammers, the Zhuma statues brandished steel forks, and the Zhuma archers were armed with bows and arrows. Be cautious of those statues. Approaching them will activate them, Fong Tian cautioned. The Zhuma Guardians and statues resembled the exiles of the Sky City, remaining dormant until provoked. Let us engage directly. They should all be ordinary monsters, Zhao Cheng eagerly proposed. Very well, there are 8 monsters over there. You may go and dispatch them to familiarize yourselves with teamwork. Fong Tian advised, preparing his bow to provide cover. Got it. Zhao Cheng charged forward with his iron axe, while the Hungry Wolf team members hastily followed. Although these were merely ordinary monsters, the strength of the Zhuma creatures was evidently superior to those they had encountered previously. Particularly, the Zhuma Guardians and statues, when combined, exhibited power comparable to that of a boss monster. However, it was clear that these individuals were not weaklings, each brandished weapons of green quality, and 7 of them were more than sufficient to handle 8 monsters. Before long, the monsters were vanquished, and the leader of the Hungry Wolf team collected the spoils, presenting them to Fong Tian. It seems this is a lucrative map. The material drop rate is quite high. Fong Tian glanced at the loot, an ordinary weapon and a few materials, which he casually tossed into his backpack. We must hasten. This map is quite profound. The first level was populated by groups of ordinary monsters, none exceeding 10 in number. Fong Tian refrained from engaging, focusing intently on surveying the terrain in search of the entrance to the lower levels. Upon exiting the plaza, they encountered a series of small rooms on either side, each harboring its own monsters. Do not enter the room, follow me instead. In Fong Tian's memory, the terrain in front of the Zimmer Temple is similar across its 4 levels, featuring a central plaza surrounded by numerous small chambers. Though the entrances to the lower levels vary distinctly, the exact locations elude him, compelling them to search one by one. To conserve time, they opted not to clear the small rooms but addressed only the obstructive mobs. At last, they discovered the entrance to the second level at a corner. The conditions on the second level mirrored those of the first. Fong Tian had no intention of lingering, instructing the others to eliminate the monsters while he focused on navigation. The entrance to the third level is here. The monsters on the third level appeared more densely packed, with groups of several dozen, yet no leader-class monsters were in sight. Stay close to the walls to avoid awakening any statues. There are no leaders here, so we needn't waste time. The group pressed against the walls, striving to evade the creatures as they searched within the oppressive confines of the temple. However, the density of monsters was overwhelming, and not far into their journey, they inadvertently roused a considerable horde. Fortunately, the distance from the third to the fourth level was short, and Fong Tian soon spotted a staircase leading downward at the diagonal corner of the hall. He called to his comrades still engaged in battle. The entrance to the fourth level is here. With that, he descended the staircase ahead of the others. Upon reaching the fourth level, elite monsters began to appear. Zimmer Guardians, Leader-class monsters, Zimmer statues, Leader-class monsters, Zimmer archers, Leader-class monsters. These Leader-class creatures bore no distinguishing features from their ordinary counterparts, blending inconspicuously within the common mobs. Without the inside eye, it would be nearly impossible to discern them based solely on appearance. Before long, the rest of the team followed him down. The captain of the Hungry Wolves handed over the recently acquired supplies to Fong Tian, wiping the sweat from his brow. Boss, shall we take a break? I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Zhao Cheng, appearing less weary, nonetheless chimed in. I played this game with my brother when I was young. Advanced monsters begin to appear on the fourth level, so we should indeed regroup. Fong Tian nodded, agreed, but time is precious. Let's rest for 5 minutes. One member of the Hungry Wolves could not contain himself, exclaiming, 5 minutes is hardly sufficient. We've been battling nonstop and are utterly exhausted. Another added indignantly, you're quite comfortable, just standing there directing us without lifting a finger while taking half the spoils. You. The captain of the Hungry Wolves shoved him slightly, signaling him to be quiet. Fong Tian scoffed, if you're dissatisfied, we can disband, but I will still claim half of what we just acquired. The expressions of the Hungry Wolves team darkened at his words, yet they hesitated to retaliate. You inexperienced fools understand nothing. Silence yourselves. The captain hurriedly intervened, scolding a few of them before offering a conciliatory smile to Fong Tian. Boss, don't let them get to you. They're just kids who know little. Fong Tian chose not to elaborate further and closed his eyes to rest. The captain of the Hungry Wolves, demonstrating understanding, approached as the 5 minutes elapsed. Boss, there should be leader monsters on this level. Should we continue searching for the lower levels or clear the monsters here first? Fong Tian gestured toward the crowded mobs in the hall, chuckling ruefully. Do you think we can slip past with such a dense throng? Let us first eliminate the creatures here. All right, comrades. The wolf leader called out, leading the group towards the horde of monsters. Zhao Cheng had already recuperated and now took the lead, causing the other men to feel a sense of embarrassment as they vied to step forward. As they drew closer, the nearest Zimmer Guardian statue was disturbed, its stone shell shattering to reveal a bronze-hued skin beneath. This triggered a chain reaction, awakening several adjacent statues. And soon a dozen monsters were irate and advancing towards the team. Zhao Cheng surged ahead, issuing a sharp command as he swung his axe with ferocity. One Zimmer Guardian was instantly sent flying, a massive gash carved into its abdomen. However, the second Zimmer Guardian was merely forced back a few steps by the momentum of the mighty axe, quickly retaliating with its iron hammer. Zhao Cheng narrowly evaded the strike as the hammer crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. A leader monster, Zhao Cheng urgently warned. There is one as well. The wolf team found themselves pressed by a remarkably swift Zimmer statue. Simultaneously, the sound of bowstrings twanged from the battlefield's edge. Several arrows shot forth, intercepted by the wolf leader's shield, though one arrow pierced through his green shield. There's a leader archer. Faced with 3 leader monsters and a dozen Zumo creatures, the team's predicament became suddenly dire. Chapter 111. Captain of the Zuma Guards Zhao Yicheng glanced back and noticed that Fang Tian had taken a few steps closer but showed no intention of attacking. With no other choice, she shouted, "Hold your ground. I will take out the archers first." With that, she swung her axe to fend off the leading guard before charging towards the direction from which the arrows were fired. The members of the Hungry Wolf squad were no slouches either, quickly restraining the leading guard. Clever move, Fang Tian couldn't help but commend. This young lady wasn't just rushing in, she cleverly utilized the ordinary monsters along the way as cover, swiftly advancing. Before long, she reached the group of archers, dispatching 2 ordinary archers with a couple of swift axe strikes before relentlessly pursuing the elite archer. The Zuma archer had no close combat capability and, upon being approached, attempted to create distance for a counterattack. However, Zhao Yicheng offered no reprieve, tightly entangling the archer and soon dispatching the elite monster with a flurry of strikes. The remainder was straightforward. Zhao Yicheng swiftly dealt with the ordinary monsters with her massive axe and coordinated with the Hungry Wolf squad to eliminate the remaining 2 elite monsters. Clearly, those who had survived until now were not weak. With the enhancement of their green weapons, 2 or 3 individuals were more than sufficient to tackle one elite monster. Everyone was progressing rapidly. The members of the Hungry Wolf squad sat on the ground, panting heavily. Zhao Yicheng, however, was in good shape and quickly gathered the spoils, presenting them to Fang Tian, who approached leisurely. "You are being unreasonable. Aren't you going to help?" The members of the Hungry Wolf squad were evidently furious. Zhao Yicheng hurriedly explained, "Brothers, please do not be angry. He wants to assess our limits. The monsters here are formidable, and only by understanding our strength can he make appropriate arrangements." Fang Tian cast an appreciative glance at her and smiled. "I will give you 5 minutes to rest." After a brief respite, Zhao Yicheng volunteered, "There is a cluster of over 20 monsters. You all maintain your formation while I draw them out." Fang Tian hesitated for a moment, preparing to say something but ultimately refrained, merely retrieving the dragon roar in readiness. He could distinctly see that within the cluster of monsters, there were 5 elite ones, one of which stood out with a unique name, Captain of the Zuma Guards, whose attack, defense, and speed reached the pinnacle of elite monsters, boasting power comparable to that of Lord-level creatures. Soon, Zhao Yicheng activated the stone statues, stowed her axe, and sprinted towards them, a dark mass of monsters in hot pursuit. The ordinary monsters were no match for her speed, but the elite ones were slightly faster, quickly closing in on the group. However, the speed difference was negligible. By the time they caught up, Zhao Yicheng had already retreated to her teammates. At that moment, 2 adjacent elite Zuma statues were shoved aside, and a Zuma guard surged forward like a torpedo, rapidly closing the gap behind Zhao Yicheng, its heavy iron hammer raised high. This was indeed the captain of the Zuma Guards. "Be careful," everyone promptly alerted. Zhao Yicheng sensed the impending danger and executed a roll to the side. With a thunderous crash, the iron hammer struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth, and a massive pit was created in the cobblestone floor. Before Zhao Yicheng could rise, the captain of the guards swung his hammer in a sweeping motion. With no chance to evade, Zhao could only retrieve a shield from her backpack. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered into pieces, and Zhao emitted a muffled groan, propelled backward like a golf ball struck with force, landing several meters away. The captain of the Hungry Wolves was quick to react, hastily drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. A sharp clang echoed as the iron arrow ricocheted, leaving merely a white mark on the armor of the Zuma Guards. "A Lord level," the captain exclaimed in astonishment. They all understood that Zhao Yicheng's shield was of green quality. With one blow rendering it useless, coupled with its formidable defense, it was highly probable she was facing a formidable Lord-level monster. Zhao struggled to rise, but the guard captain was already upon her. Although the impact had not injured her due to the shield's protection, it had disrupted her breath, rendering her incapable of contending with such a beast. All she could do was extract a massive axe from her backpack, desperately fighting for survival. The guard captain raised his hammer high, and with gritted teeth, Zhao lifted her axe in response. Though it was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, she found herself with no alternative. At that moment, with a thunderous boom, the imposing figure of the guard captain was sent soaring, crashing against the adjacent wall. Fang Tian steadied himself and looked down, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhao Yicheng's eyes brightened, but soon her arms grew weak, and she could hardly lift the axe. As she lost her grip, the axe plummeted toward her. Fang Tian swiftly employed his dragon-seizing technique, catching the axe in his hand, and grinned. "If you can't wield it, allow me to use it." With that, he grasped the axe handle, hoisted it to his back, and hurled it with force, sending the axe spinning through the air. Just as the guard captain regained his footing, the flying axe struck him, embedding its blade into his shoulder and forcing him back against the wall. Immediately, Fang Tian dashed forward with his sword, the sound of a dragon's roar emanating from his weapon. The searing blade pierced the guard's chest with brutal force. As the effects of the fire sword technique faded, Fang Tian executed a swift horizontal slash, severing the guard's throat. The Zuma guard trembled once before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Host has slain a leader-level monster, earning 1 kill value. Fang Tian exhaled lightly, retrieving the axe and returning it to Zhao Yiqing. Are you injured? I'm fine, just a bit winded, she replied. Her face filled with admiration as she accepted the axe. You were incredible. You took down that lord monster in an instant. Not quite a lord, merely a somewhat stronger leader monster. You should rest, Fang Tian said as he charged toward the hungry wolf team, who were besieged by 4 leader monsters and a horde of ordinary creatures, appearing quite beleaguered. With dragon's roar in hand, Fang Tian dispatched the group of monsters with ease. His weapon, now transformed into a purple weapon, could fell ordinary leader monsters with just 2 or 3 strikes, while the common creatures fell with mere contact. In less than a minute, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Fang Tian stood amidst a pile of corpses, asking, "Is anyone injured?" The members of the Hungry Wolf team looked upon him with awe, all shaking their heads in unison to indicate they were unscathed. They busily gathered the spoils of battle and presented them to Fang Tian. The recent harvest has been quite satisfactory. Having acquired 4 green weapons and a substantial amount of basic materials, along with even 2 spirit stones. Time is of the essence, there is no room for rest. We must venture forth and avoid combat as much as possible, Fang Tian instructed. Despite the exhaustion from the recent battle, the team, having witnessed Fang Tian's formidable prowess, dared not utter a word of dissent and complied dutifully. Regrettably, the monsters on the 4th floor were exceedingly numerous, and they could not venture far without encountering a horde blocking their path, compelling them to fight their way through. Fang Tian, no longer holding back, led the charge at the forefront, with Zhao Yiqing and the leader of the Hungry Wolf team flanking him, while the others fanned out on either side, resembling a sharp blade piercing through the throng of monsters. With allies providing cover, Fang Tian, wielding the dragon's roar, harvested swiftly, obliterating foes with remarkable efficiency. The teammates were thoroughly impressed. There was no need for Fang Tian to instruct them on luring monsters or collecting loot. Each acted with remarkable initiative. Yet, Fang Tian felt a growing sense of urgency. At the current pace, it seemed unlikely they would reach the lair of the Zummer Lord within the allotted 2 hours of exploration. Chapter 112, The Divine Weapons Purgatory at Long Last. After traversing more than half a circle around the 4th level, Fang Tian and his companions discovered the entrance to the lower level in a secluded room nestled in a corner. The 5th level of the Zuma was structured as a labyrinthine maze, and the monsters within the corridors were relatively sparse. Fang Tian guided his comrades close to the walls, striving to evade combat as they advanced swiftly. Upon reaching the outermost corridor, he continued along the left side, making nearly a full circle until he arrived in the grand hall beneath the 5th level of Zuma. Indeed, his memory served him well. A Zuma Guardian captain was set to respawn here. The square was densely populated with monsters, numbering at least 40 to 50, with a considerable proportion being elite-level creatures. Fang Tian, cautious not to underestimate the situation, instructed his companions to form a defensive line against the wall while he ventured forth to provoke the enemies. Before long, a Zuma Guardian was stirred from its slumber, its stone shell shattering, which in turn awakened the nearby Zuma statues. This triggered a chain reaction, causing all the statues within the hall to spring to life. This development took Fang Tian by surprise, although he was aware of the concept of chain reactions. He had not anticipated that all the monsters would become interconnected. A horde of dark figures surged towards him, exuding an overwhelming presence reminiscent of an army. Fang Tian, realizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to confront them head-on and fled instead. His teammates, waiting for him, were taken aback when they saw him attract an entire battalion, their faces paling in disbelief. They were no novices. The speed of the Zuma monsters made it clear how many elite-level foes were among them. Recognizing their expressions of dread, Fang Tian understood that they would struggle to withstand such a wave of monsters. He contemplated the potential peril of being ensnared within the throng. In a moment of clarity, he abruptly halted, turned, and unleashed a violent charge. The leading Guardian captain was sent flying, and as Fang Tian canceled the skill, he swiftly executed the fiery sword technique, creating a fan-shaped pattern of flames within the dim hall. 7 or 8 Zuma monsters within the arc were neatly cleaved in two. Astoundingly, even after having been on countless times, his teammates stared in disbelief. It was crucial to note that those at the forefront were elite-level monsters. Had he truly dispatched a group of elite foes with a single stroke? Before they could gather their wits, Fang Tian was already back at their side. urging them to prepare. The horde behind him surged forward, but only 2 or 3 elite-level monsters remained, making the confrontation manageable. The Guardian Captain, having been struck, soon charged at Fang Tian, but he stood firm in defense, although the fiery sword technique was on cooldown. Fang Tian's current attributes and skills rendered him quite capable of handling such a quasi-leader level monster. Suddenly, a few cold arrows whizzed through the darkness, with 3 of them barely piercing Fang Tian's blue armor, though they failed to inflict any damage. The fact that these arrows could breach his blue armor indicated that they were indeed elite level. A direct hit to a vital area could prove troublesome. At this moment, Fang Tian found himself with little room to evade, and he dared not underestimate the threat. He summoned Xiaohe from his backpack, understanding each other intuitively. Xiaohe did not enlarge, but instead exploited its small stature to dart through the gaps beneath the monsters, only to enlarge and pounce upon the 3 elite archers. Once the distractions were eliminated, the captain of the guards became an easy target for Fang Tian. His once proud, resilient armor was rendered a mere joke under the might of the dragon's roar. After a few strikes, the captain was left battered and bruised. Soon, the keen eye revealed the weakness in the captain's abdomen. Fang Tian employed the Eye of Slaughter, immobilizing the captain before delivering a precise thrust of the dragon's roar, striking true to the weak point, resulting in the captain's demise. With a couple of swift slashes, Fang Tian dispatched several ordinary monsters, then unleashed a savage charge to break through the encirclement, working in tandem with Xiaohe to eliminate the ranged foes. The remaining monsters posed no threat and were quickly vanquished. As they surveyed the field strewn with corpses, the members of the Hungry Wolves were left in a state of disbelief. "Wow, I've only slain one, and how did we wipe them all out?" one exclaimed. "Which scoundrel insisted our leader ally with Xiongba last time? Damn, I still shudder at the thought. This is outrageous. Taking down a boss is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. And this pet, too, it just savagely killed a boss monster. It must be at least a boss-level pet, right? Damn, am I even inferior to a dog? Boss, form a team. I'm in. Or should we stage a coup and make Shen relinquish his position? With Fang Tian leading us, we would surely soar. All right. No more joking. Quickly gather the supplies. Don't waste Fang Tian's time." Before long, they returned with a trove of resources and treasure chests. Fang Tian opened them one by one, most containing green gear and high-grade materials, all of considerable value. This map was indeed rich with treasures. Upon opening the final chest, he discovered a double-bladed giant axe Inferno, a blue weapon reserved for the mightiest warriors. It was indestructible and granted an additional 5 points to strength. Fang Tian smiled. The drop rate here is quite impressive. This should be a blue weapon, and it seems to enhance my strength attribute. What? No way. We hit the jackpot. The others rejoiced, knowing that blue weapons typically fetched no less than 20,000 in the market. Moreover, weapons that granted additional attributes obtainable solely through treasure chests were even more valuable. I'll keep this for now. We'll distribute it later. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Zhao Cheng, as this weapon seemed tailor-made for her. Alas, judging by the distribution ratio, it was clear that the weapon would ultimately end up in Fang Tian's possession. Yet, Zhao Cheng seemed oblivious to such concerns, simply beaming with admiration at Fang Tian. After a brief respite, Fang Tian led them onward until they found the entrance to the Zhuma Pavilion. The Zhuma Pavilion was a vast labyrinth composed of countless small rooms, each with 4 exits, requiring a specific sequence to reach the 6th level of Zhuma. Fang Tian was well aware of the path. Left, up, right. However, the challenge lay in the fixed perspective of the game. Now that he was physically present, he could not discern which direction was left or right. With no other option, Fang Tian had to rely on his intuition and randomly chose a direction. This place is filled with ordinary monsters. We'll clear them swiftly. Stay close to me and don't wander off. After traversing the path etched in his memory, Fang Tian discovered that they had returned to the 5th level of Zhuma. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed this place was relatively accommodating. His greatest concern had been becoming lost within the labyrinth after a misstep. However, for those unacquainted with the game, the experience might have proven quite daunting. Fortunately, this world afforded the opportunity for error. With the chance to retry, there was no need for anxiety. After a 3rd attempt, Fang Tian finally discerned the correct direction and stepped into the grand hall of the 6th level of Zhuma. This level was devoid of any monsters, resembling a rest area. Estimating the time, he realized that over an hour had passed since their arrival. However, as the final bastion of the leader's hall, the 7th level of Zhuma would likely be filled with formidable boss monsters and captain guards. Feeling somewhat fatigued himself, Fang Tian allowed the group to eat, drink, and rest for about 10 minutes. Once their stamina had been replenished, he rallied everyone to venture into the perilous 7th level of Zhuma. Chapter 113. The dangerous and alluring Zhuma 7. As they stepped into the 7th level, They were immediately confronted by a throng of stone statues. In the blink of an eye, the statues sprang to life, and the awakened monsters launched their assault. Fang Tian and his companions fought back valiantly, but soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Remarkably, one-third of these monsters were of the leader variety. One member of the Hungry Wolves was struck by an exceptionally agile Zuma Guardian, spitting blood in the process. Captain of the Guardians, Fang Tian, momentarily trapped, could not advance and shouted, "You all hold your ground." With that, he summoned Little Black, instructing it to execute its previous tactic of targeting the rear ranks, while he decisively wielded the fiery sword technique to clear the monsters before him. With space now available, Fang Tian found an opportunity and charged forward, aiding in their escape by ensnaring the Guardian Captain. The others reacted swiftly, supporting Fang Tian on the opposite flank to prevent him from being caught off guard. After a few rounds of fierce combat, utilizing the keen eye and killing eye for a critical strike, Fang Tian swiftly dispatched the Guardian Captain. Upon confirming that no additional Guardian Captains had been activated among the statues, Fang Tian began to reap the rewards, clearing this batch of monsters in no time. The group exhaled in relief and began to gather their spoils, while Zhao Yiqing checked on the brother who had just been struck. "How are you?" Zhao Yiqing asked, frowning. "I've sustained internal injuries," he replied. Fang Tian nodded and addressed the injured man. "You should return for now. Rest assured, your share will not be lessened." The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, insisting, "Actually, I can still hold on. It's nothing serious." "I see you're in a hurry. And I can still contribute." Fang Tian deliberated for a moment. "Then you can be responsible for tidying up the battlefield." The man struggled to his feet and smiled. "I can stand at the edge of the battlefield with a shield to draw the ranged fire. That way, your dog can focus on assisting you in clearing the monsters." Fang Tian regarded him thoughtfully. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. We cannot bring shame to the Hungry Wolves. We are no idle layabouts." The leader of the Hungry Wolves approached. "Time is of the essence. Let us minimize our breaks and continue." Fang Tian ceased his chatter, instructing them to form a solid formation while he went to lure the monsters. The creatures here appeared in formidable clusters, with each group starting at a minimum of 40, comprising several leader-level monsters and one Guardian Captain. With preparations in place, these monsters became manageable. Fang Tian employed his strategy from the 5th level, using the fiery technique to eliminate some leader monsters before drawing them over. Nevertheless, due to the overwhelming number of leader monsters, the pressure on the group remained significant. Fang Tian held up well, but the others were already exhausted. Even Zhao Yiqing was drenched in sweat. As time dwindled, Fang Tian sought to avoid further delays, allowing only 5 minutes of rest after each battle. Yet, the group persevered, gritting their teeth without a hint of complaint. The considerable rewards of this level justified its dangers. Not only were there green equipment pieces, but several attribute potions as well. Although Fang Tian had consumed all the elixirs, such treasures were coveted by ordinary individuals. The 7th level of Zuma contained 3 submaps, and they were currently situated in Zuma 71. The area of the submaps was relatively small, after vanquishing 3 waves of monsters. Fang Tian and his companions discovered the entrance to level 72. Learning from their earlier misstep, Fang Tian instructed the team to remain behind while he single-handedly dispatched the nearby monster with a fiery strike before allowing the others to enter, thus avoiding the chaos of a sudden ambush upon opening the door. In this layer, the density of monsters increased significantly. The narrow passage was densely packed, with the number of creatures in each group rising by a dozen. This escalation in adversaries translated to greater pressure on the team. And by the time they cleared this level, the members of the Hungry Wolf squad were nearly exhausted. Zhao Yiqing leaned against the wall, breathless. "I can't go on. We need to rest for a moment." Fang Tian, also perspiring, nodded in agreement and offered some water to the panting little black creature. Fang Tian did not tally the spoils from this level, as his magical backpack had surprisingly reached its capacity. There were simply too many and too varied items to fit, forcing him to stow the stackable treasure chests directly into his bag to conserve space. Even Fang Tian had never experienced such a bountiful harvest, and his teammates were grinning widely. After resting for about 10 minutes, Fang Tian estimated the time and clapped his hands. "Everyone, it's probably been less than half an hour. Can we muster the strength for another round?" Zhao Yiqing swung his axe. "I'm ready." The leader of the Hungry Wolf gritted his teeth and stood up. "Brothers, let's go for another wave. We cannot bring shame to the Hungry Wolf." The members of Hungry Wolf howled in response and prepared to charge into 73. Fang Tian quickly restrained them, insisting on entering first to clear the area with his fiery attack. Level 73 served as the final bastion of the Zuma Master, curiously. Although the number of monsters had increased by over a dozen, the proportion of the wedge moths within the groups had also risen significantly, which paradoxically diminished the overall threat of the horde. These were merely ordinary wedge moths with low defensive capabilities, easily dispatched with no more than 2 strikes from a green weapon. The moth's method of attack involved spitting acidic liquid, which posed minimal harm, merely a slight burning sensation that could be washed away with water afterward. This shouldn't be the case, Fong Tian mused, battling the captain of the guards while keenly observing the other creatures. There were no formidable boss monsters lurking about, and the wedge moths appeared to be entirely ordinary. Wedge moths, common creatures with venomous attacks, had an exceedingly low chance of inducing petrification. Such monsters were ubiquitous within the Zuma Temple, and they had encountered many previously. The so-called paralyzing effect had never activated even once. Suddenly, a member of the Hungry Wolf cried out in terror, "I can't move." Fong Tian swiftly turned to see this individual had turned ashen, resembling the unactivated stone statues. "Me too," another teammate shouted, having been sprayed by a wedge moth, now rendered immobile. The petrification rate in this layer had increased. Nearby teammates rushed to provide cover, but amidst the throng of monsters, they were barely managing to hold their ground and had no strength left to assist. Soon, the 2 individuals screamed in agony, severely injured by the onslaught of creatures. Suddenly, with the loss of 2 individuals, the remaining members found their defenses crumbling. Fortunately, Fong Tian's sharp instincts kicked in at that moment. Seizing upon a weakness, he delivered a fatal blow to the captain of the guards, then hurriedly rushed to offer support. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished this wave of monsters. "Are they all right?" Zhao Yiqing inquired, checking for any signs of danger to life. While there was no immediate threat, they were rendered incapable of engaging in direct combat. The wolf leader sighed. The moths on this level seemed capable of petrifying individuals for approximately 2 to 3 seconds, rendering the situation nearly insurmountable. Zhao Yiqing added, "There are simply too many of these moths, and their range of attack is extensive. Evading them entirely is impossible." Fong Tian, without uttering a word, ventured deeper into the passage to survey the situation. Upon his return, he stated, "Injured individuals should retreat first, while the rest of you assist me in launching a coordinated strike. Is that agreeable?" The group exchanged hesitant glances. Fong Tian smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I will not lead you astray. I am confident in my abilities. However, if you prefer to avoid the risk, we can split the spoils now." Zhao Yiqing gritted his teeth. "Very well. I trust you." The wolf leader and his companions conferred quietly, ultimately deciding that everyone except the injured would remain. The rewards here were simply too bountiful. With a formidable ally to guide them, not seizing this opportunity would surely lead to regret. Several of the injured took with them some green weapons to free up space in Fong Tian's backpack, then swiftly tore open the escape scroll, the white light shimmering as they vanished from the scene. "What should we do?" "We will follow your lead." Chapter 114. Assault on the home of the Zuma Lord. Fong Tian instructed his companions to retreat near entrance 73. After a brief respite, he ventured deeper into the passage. Before him lay a multitude of stone statues and swarming wedge moths. Drawing his bow, he unleashed a volley of arrows, decimating more than half of the moths within his line of sight. The statues, impervious to ranged assaults and remaining dormant, only attracted the attention of the interspersed Zuma archers, who aimed their arrows at Fong Tian, utilizing his shield for protection. He approached the statues once he noticed the remaining moths were obstructed by the statues and had lost their angles of attack. The horde of monsters was abruptly awakened, charging at Fong Tian with ferocious roars. Employing his previous strategy, he sprinted a few paces before pivoting to collide with the swiftest captain of the guards, instantly dispatching a cluster of monsters with a fiery strike. He then continued towards his teammates, and upon nearing their position, with his fiery sword technique and barbaric charge having cooled down, he turned back to unleash another devastating attack, annihilating yet another group of foes. Excellent. With this, we can barely manage the remaining monsters. Oh my, no matter how many times I witness this, it remains astonishing. Enough flattery. They cannot hear you now. Quickly, shoot down as many moths as possible with your bows. Before long, the area was cleared of monsters, with the moths having been largely eliminated beforehand. None suffered from paralysis this time. Fong Tian, neglecting his weariness, proceeded to clean up another wave of creatures in a similar fashion. However, this time, fortune did not favor them. The captain of the Hungry Wolves was unfortunate enough to be petrified and subsequently impaled by a Zuma statue, blood gushing from his thigh. Another comrade, attempting to shield him, was struck in the abdomen by an archer's arrow. Having barely finished off this wave of monsters, Fong Tian recognized that they had reached their limits. That should suffice. Thank you for your efforts. Let us now divide the spoils. Exhausted yet invigorated, the group's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fong Tian retrieved all the spoils, opening every unclaimed treasure chest, and including the green weapons previously carried away by the injured. The total tally was as follows: 50 green weapons, each valued at 800 water, summing to 40,000 water. 1 inferno, valued at approximately 25,000 water. 8 assorted low-tier elixirs, collectively worth about 30,000 water, and various other materials and common weapons, totaling around 15,000 water. The grand total amounted to 110,000 water. According to their previously established distribution ratio, Fong Tian allocated resources worth 47,200 to the Hungry Wolves team, while Zhao Yiqing received goods valued at 7,800 water, keeping the remainder for himself. With only standard backpacks available, the 3 remaining members of the Hungry Wolves team were burdened, strapping a pile of weapons to their backs with ropes. Observing their frantic attempts to organize, Fong Tian couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Are you satisfied with your haul?" The captain of the Hungry Wolves grinned widely, unable to close his mouth. "This surpasses our entire week's worth of gains. You are truly remarkable. I'm in awe." Haha. The captain's decision to team up with you was indeed sagacious. The members of the Hungry Wolves clearly expressed their satisfaction. Fong Tian's perception of these individuals shifted. Although they had previously been allies of the formidable Xiong Ba, these individuals were undeniably courageous fighters. After bidding farewell to Fong Tian, the members of the Hungry Wolf tore open the dungeon and escaped. Zhao Yiqing was relatively fine. Fong Tian knew it was inconvenient for her to carry items alone, so he allocated supplies that were stackable, alleviating her concerns about transport. "Still not leaving?" Fong Tian inquired. Noticing she seemed to have more to say. "Could you sell me that blue axe? I have some supplies in my vehicle, which I plan to save for upgrading the bus. I should be able to gather enough for 25,000 water." Zhao Yiqing was evidently eyeing the inferno. "All right. You head back and wait for me. I'll trade with you once I'm done." Zhao Yiqing was taken aback. "You're still fighting? Isn't there little time left?" Just as she spoke, a broadcast notification faintly echoed. "The bus will depart in 10 minutes. Survivors, please board promptly. I wish to take a look at the home of the Zuma Lord. If I return to this map in the future, it would be prudent to be prepared. You should head back now." Zhao Yiqing frowned, pointing at the dense mass of monsters ahead. "Are you certain you can charge in?" Fong Tian shrugged. "I can't guarantee anything, but I'll give it a try." "Just a try?" Zhao Yiqing's eyes widened. "With so many moss inside, if you get petrified, that would be disastrous. It's not worth the risk." Fong Tian smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. I'll be cautious. You should leave, or you might get dragged into it." He indeed had little confidence. He could only attempt to find a gap to slip through, and if all else failed, he could use a barbaric charge to escape. Having cleared the Happy Mountain station, he had an hour of stay time left. If he could penetrate the home of the Zuma Lord in a short span, he still had a chance to slay the Zuma Lord. Ultimately, there were at least 70 to 80 monsters, including 2 captain guards, and with his flame sword technique nearing its limit, it was utterly impossible to eliminate this wave of monsters alone. Zhao Yiqing scrutinized him for a moment, then gritted her teeth. "Since you've decided to take the risk, I shall risk helping you." Fong Tian immediately understood her intent and chuckled. "There is no need to put your life on the line with me. I suspect there is more than one captain among that lot. Your speed isn't sufficient, and it's too easy to be caught." Zhao Yiqing scoffed. "Don't underestimate me." Saying this, she took out the swift pill she had just received and swallowed it, stowing away her axe as she approached the horde of monsters. Observing her resolute demeanor, Fong Tian no longer hindered her and quickly concealed himself around the corner. Zhao Yiqing cautiously extended a foot towards the outermost statue, disregarding whether it had been activated, then turned and fled. The statues were instantly agitated, surging toward Zhao Yiqing. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Tian dashed out, brushing past the leading captains. Zhao Yiqing hadn't run far before one of the captain guards caught up, swinging her away with a single blow. However, she had prepared for this. Mid-air, she tore open the escape scroll, landing only to spit out a mouthful of blood. The captain monsters immediately turned back, converging towards Fong Tian. At this moment, most of the ordinary creatures stood in front of Fong Tian, with only a few captains blocked from pursuing. With unbridled speed, Fong Tian dispatched the ordinary monsters, obstructing his path with swift strokes of his blade, rapidly approaching the entrance to the lair of the Zuma Lord. Along the way, he was occasionally met with the venomous spray of the wedge moth, yet with his spirit exceeding 100 points, these common monsters posed no threat to him whatsoever. Suddenly, a captain of the guards charged at him from the side. Fong Tian, wary of a potential ambush from the surrounding leaders, opted not to engage directly. He barely managed to evade a deadly blow, ducking just in time, and retrieved a shield from his backpack to guard his back. In the next moment, the captain struck again, shattering the shield and sending Fong Tian flying. However, this was all part of his strategy. Upon landing, he executed a barbaric charge, clearing the throng of monsters at the entrance and stepped into the Zuma Lord's abode. Exhaling deeply, Fong Tian felt a sense of relief. The previous strike, cushioned by the shield and his blue armor, had not caused significant harm. Casting a glance back, he noticed that the monsters had not pursued him inside. He was grateful for Zhao Cheng's assistance. Without her help, the density of the monsters would have made it exceedingly difficult for him to breach this stronghold. Though he had not witnessed her departure, he silently prayed for her safety while surveying the interior of the Zhuma Lord's sanctuary. The room was a modest square space, merely several dozen square feet, with a door on each wall. At its center stood a stone altar, upon which rested a grotesque statue resembling a ram-horned figure. The Zhuma Lord, in statue form, a creature of lordly stature, had once been sealed by the combined efforts of 3 heroes but had inexplicably returned to life. Its attack method involved rapid fireball projectiles and the ability to summon followers to assist in battle. Fang Tian remained at the entrance, hesitant to approach, lest he inadvertently trigger the creature's activation. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his internal energy to circulate around him, which would expedite his stamina recovery. His use of the blazing sword technique had reached its limit, and he required a half-hour respite from combat. Without the aid of the blazing sword technique, he feared he would be unable to vanquish this formidable foe. Chapter 115. The Lord of Zuma. After resting for about half an hour, Fang Tian felt a surge of vitality. This signified that he could once again wield his flame sword technique. Stretching his limbs, he found that his fatigue and injuries had completely mended. He did not rush into action, but instead circled the room. Apart from the entrance behind him, the remaining 3 walls bore doors that were merely ornamental, inaccessible to him. Satisfied that no further danger lurked, Fang Tian took a deep breath, summoned Xiao Hong, and instructed it to patrol the perimeter while he approached the statue of the Lord of Zuma. A violent tremor emanated from the depths below, and in an instant, the statue erupted like the emergence of a legendary monkey king. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, with fiery red muscles and adorned with a ram-horned helmet, the Lord of Zuma leapt from the altar and lunged directly at Fang Tian. As a fellow lord, the Lord of Zuma's speed far surpassed that of the Lord of Woma. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Fang Tian, raising his left hand to strike. Fang Tian sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift slash. The dragon's roar sliced through the Lord of Zuma's tough skin, leaving a deep gash on his arm. Indeed, as an epic tier weapon, even a basic attack could breach a lord-level creature's defenses. The Lord of Zuma howled in pain, his right palm slamming down with a flash of red light, unleashing several fireballs from his hand. Fang Tian had anticipated dodging this strike, but the sudden emergence of the explosive fireballs extended their range, leaving him no time to react. Several fireballs struck his chest, delivering a fierce and searing force that pushed him back. A hole was burned into his clothing, and he quickly caught the acrid scent of singed hair. Alarmed, he retreated hastily, inhaling deeply. Fortunately, with his blue armor and exceptionally high mental attributes, the magical attack inflicted limited damage upon him. Enduring a few blows was manageable. The Lord of Zuma let out a furious roar, and with a flash of white light, a dozen Zuma creatures materialized. Zuma guardians, Zuma statues, Zuma archers, and wedge moths. He could summon such a multitude? Although these were merely ordinary monsters, their sheer numbers would restrict Fang Tian's mobility. If he were to be struck by the Lord's physical attacks amidst the throng, he might not withstand the onslaught. With no other choice, Fang Tian unleashed his flame sword technique upon the lesser creatures. To his surprise, after only a few moves, the Lord of Zuma waved his hand once more, summoning yet another horde of minions. Xiao Hong, clear the small fries. Fang Tian fought while retreating, keeping the Lord engaged as Xiao Hong swiftly dealt with the lesser foes. At last, the Eye of Keen Insight revealed a weakness on the Lord of Zuma's right chest. As soon as the cooldown for the flame sword technique was over, Fang Tian decisively employed the Eye of Slaughter in conjunction with Flame for a combination strike. However, given that the Lord of Zuma was of the fire element, this combination seemed to inflict minimal damage. The Eye of Keen Insight could only be effective against each creature once, leaving him to whittle away at the Lord with the flame sword technique gradually. Before long, the uses of the flame sword technique were nearing their end. Yet the Lord of Zuma remained vigorous. Another use of flame would burden his mental state, jeopardizing his condition if he failed to resolve the battle swiftly. He might find himself in peril. As the pace of the little black S monster slaying fell behind the summoning speed, the number of creatures in the room surged, beginning to impede Fang Tian's movements. The little black had been driven into another corner of the room. While it could fend for itself, it was no longer able to assist. Although these frail minions posed no threat to Fang Tian, they nonetheless interrupted his actions. He had already suffered multiple fireball attacks, and his injuries accumulated, leaving his armor in tatters and his body marred with burn scars. This was dire. The Zumar Lord was far stronger than an ordinary boss. It appeared that he would require the aid of his teammates. Retreat? It would be a shame to leave after finally gaining entry with their help. Just as Fang Tian hesitated, The Zoomer Lord swiped at him with a claw, blocked by the surrounding minions. He had no choice but to raise his left hand in defense. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as deep gashes were etched into his arm. There was no turning back. Fang Tian resolved to activate his Eye of Fury. A crimson mist enveloped him, and with a ferocious roar, he charged at the Zoomer Lord with a brutal onslaught. Empowered by his heightened attributes, he rammed the Zoomer Lord into a corner, pressing his left hand firmly against its left chest, while his right hand wielded the dragon's cry, plunging it into the creature's right side. Ordinary monsters soon encircled him, unleashing chaotic assaults upon his back, but Fang Tian paid them no heed, withdrawing the dragon's cry to stab again. After enduring several strikes, the Zoomer Lord struggled to break free from Fang Tian's grip but retaliated with a barrage of fireballs that forced him back. Yet, Fang Tian seemed impervious to pain, leaping forward for a desperate collision, pushing the Zoomer Lord back once more, and delivering another blow. After receiving multiple stabs to the chest, the Zoomer Lord began to falter, exerting all its strength to thrust both palms outwards, pushing Fang Tian into the throng of monsters. Blood spewed from Fang Tian's mouth, yet he remained undaunted, swiftly carving a path with the dragon's cry as he pressed onward towards the Zoomer Lord. A flicker of fear appeared on the Zoomer Lord's otherwise expressionless face as it roared for the minions to clear a path, retreating towards another corner. Attempting to escape, Fang Tian let out a maniacal laugh and activated his recently recharged brutal charge. Several monsters screamed as they were sent flying, and just as he was about to collide with the Zoomer Lord, Fang Tian raised the dragon's cry. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced the Zoomer Lord's right chest, the force of the charge propelling it against the wall. The dragon's cry lodged itself into the wall, pinning the Zoomer Lord in place. Blood gushed forth from the Zoomer Lord, and after a mournful wail, it fell silent. Ding! The host has slain a boss monster, earning 5 slaying points. Fang Tian withdrew the dragon's cry and turned towards the motionless horde of minions. After a brutal massacre, he stood there aimlessly. At that moment, the remnants of his sanity seemed trapped in a sea of blood, the thick liquid morphing into various colossal beasts that incessantly tugged at him, attempting to drag him beneath the surface. He fought desperately against the monstrous forms, striving to break free, but the blood that filled his orifices suffocated him, sapping his strength entirely. At long last, it is uncertain how much time had elapsed, as the colossal beast fell one by one. He finally emerged from the sea of blood. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Fang Tian was jolted back to reality. As he gazed around in bewilderment, he found himself amidst a scene of carnage reminiscent of a hellish abyss. A sudden alarm surged within him. Where was Xiaohe? Could it be? Fang Tian dared not dwell on the thought and bellowed, "Xiaohe!" With a soft bark, the diminutive Xiaohe, now returned to his canine form, peeked out from the mound of corpses, wagging his tail in delight. A wave of relief washed over Fang Tian as he exhaled deeply, swiftly scooping the little creature into his arms. After ensuring he had not sustained serious injuries, he comforted him before placing him safely into his backpack. Time was of the essence. Fang Tian could not afford to delay any longer as he stowed the enormous treasure chest that had materialized upon the altar. Just as he was about to tear open the escape scroll for the dungeon, a thought struck him, prompting him to approach the corner where the corpse of the Zhuma cult leader lay. Chapter 116. An unexpected windfall. After severing the head of the Zhuma sect master with a series of swift strikes, Fang Tian stowed the head into his backpack. The vigorous exertion, compounded by the injuries sustained in his frenzied state, caused him to spit blood. It was only after this that he tore open the scroll for escaping the dungeon. Upon returning to the rendezvous point, Fang Tian discarded his tattered garments and performed a rudimentary bandaging of his wounds, settling into a cross-legged position to recuperate. However, the severe injuries incurred during his rage would likely take time to heal. The bus has arrived at Huanyuxian Station. Please board promptly. Upon hearing the announcement, Fang Tian stepped into the portal leading to Huanyuxian, braving the swirling sands and debris to board the vehicle. As soon as he entered, with no time to assess his supplies, he was abruptly transported to the arena of the championship match. The match has commenced. Your basic state has been restored. Fang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that his injuries were far from healed. It appeared that the severity of his wounds rendered the competition's restorative effects inadequate. He hoped for a weak opponent this time. Yet, before he could take stock of his surroundings, the young man across from him hurled an insult and chose to concede. The opponent has surrendered. The victor of this match is Fang Tian. Rewards have been credited. It seemed that fame had its advantages, saving him considerable trouble. Astonishingly, he was rewarded with 2 treasure chests today. Fang Tian opened them casually, revealing a spirit stone and some materials. There was no time to dwell on this. He promptly opened the Zhuma sect master's treasure chest. Spirit Stone X2 Speed Elixir X2 Wind of Evolution X1 Strength Pill X1 Black Iron Helmet X1 Teleportation Ring X1, due to the use of the Eye of Frenzy. The insight I was rendered ineffective for the next 12 hours, compelling Fong Tian to examine each item individually on the control panel. After reviewing everything, he found himself swimming in a sea of bliss. The spirit stones and speed elixirs, while collectively valued at less than 10,000 water, were trivial in comparison. What was the wind of evolution? The world channel was flooded with offers at 200,000 water, yet it remained elusive. And what of the strength pill? A splendid item that consistently increases strength by 10 points, yet its current market value was unattainable. Most astonishing of all were the two remaining pieces of equipment. Black iron helmet. A purple epic grade item. This full coverage headgear is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, granting the wearer an additional 20 points of endurance. A purple epic grade armor. Fong Tian's current helmet was merely green. He had longed for a blue helmet, but had been hindered by insufficient resources, as a blue helmet was valued at no less than 100,000 water. With so many demands for resources, he had postponed any upgrades. To his surprise, he had now obtained a purple helmet outright. Crafting a purple helmet requires 10 blue helmets with only a 20% success rate. By adding a sacred spirit stone, the success rate can be elevated to 30%. Even accounting for luck, succeeding once out of 3 attempts would be considered fortunate. A single sacred spirit stone is worth 100,000 water, meaning each crafting attempt costs 1,100,000 water. At a rate of 1 success per 3 attempts, the black iron helmet is valued at a minimum of 3 million water. 3 million. This unexpected windfall nearly left Fong Tian breathless. As for the final item, the teleportation ring. By inputting coordinates or vehicle IDs, one can perform spatial jumps. With a cooldown period of 24 hours, it is impossible to teleport directly onto the bus from the adventure map. To think such a thing could drop. With this, upon entering a map like the Zuma Temple, there would be no need for arduous monster clearing. Just how significant is this item? Fong Tian is momentarily perplexed. Yet he is acutely aware that its applications are vast. In the long run, if utilized appropriately, the value it can generate will assuredly surpass that of the black iron helmet. And there is this. Fong Tian retrieved the bloodied head of the Zuma leader and approached the control screen. Zuma icon can substitute for a declaration of war token. Upon use, it declares war on a designated team. Once declared, all vehicles from both parties will converge in a confined area for 3 hours, until one side is completely annihilated or the user calls for a ceasefire. Although Fong Tian himself cannot utilize it, it is undoubtedly a remarkable asset for team leaders. Especially for those formidable teams, with a clever strategy, they could potentially obliterate an opposing team in one fell swoop. Should I inquire if Long Wushuang desires it? Fong Tian opened the chat channel and suddenly recalled Zhao Yicheng. Were it not for her, he would have never slain the Zuma leader. After adding her as a friend, she quickly accepted. Seeing that she was unharmed, Fong Tian breathed a sigh of relief and initiated a voice call with her. Why is it taking so long? Zhao Yicheng's voice sounded somewhat feeble. Are you injured? I'm not dead. After a brief pause, Zhao Yicheng continued. The total value of materials on my end is only around 20,000 water. Could you hold on to the Inferno for me? I need to stockpile some resources for a few days. Consider it a token of gratitude for your efforts. Fong Tian remarked as he promptly sent the Inferno. After all, risking one's life to secure a fortune and merely a blue weapon, Fong Tian could certainly afford such a gesture. Zhao Yicheng evidently saw the mail, exclaiming in surprise. Her tone now brimming with confidence. You truly gifted it to me? Why? We can collaborate again in the future. For now, focus on your recovery. Fong Tian, disinterested in further conversation, ended the call. Now that Enrua had ventured to another region, Fong Tian's trial teammates consisted solely of Lin Yu, the Jin Yu siblings, and Xiao Hong. With one position remaining, Zhao Yicheng, possessing commendable skills and a daring yet meticulous nature, could indeed be a worthy consideration. He dialed Long Wushuang again. The latter appeared preoccupied. After issuing some instructions to others upon answering, she finally responded, Fong Tian, what's up? Are you quite busy? Should I call back later? No need. Long Wushuang's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. There are too many regions. Once the championship commences, a plethora of trivial matters arise. I have 2 items. With that, Fong Tian sent information regarding the Zuma icon and the wind of evolution through the chat box. Long Wushuang's voice instantly brimmed with excitement. I want the wind of evolution. 300,000. What about the Zuma icon? Long Wushuang did not answer, but instead inquired, did you slay the Zuma leader? Have you done so as well? A relative of mine, along with several team members, has also entered that map. It seems you have acquired quite a few valuable items as well. Haven to you? Long Wushuang sighed, reflecting on the fact that he was the only member of his team to conquer the Joyful Mountain. While the others had retreated after barely reaching the 7th level of Zuma, he had fought valiantly to reach the home of the Zuma Lord. But time was no longer on his side, and and he had no option but to concede. Fong Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Indeed. This map is exceedingly treacherous, and the monsters within are formidable. Were it not for the selfless assistance of others, I would not have gained entry. This item is of no immediate use to me, and considering that this map is rather conventional, I may encounter it again in the future. Given our current scarcity of resources in the championship, I shall refrain from making a purchase for now." "Very well, I shall set it aside," Fong Tian concluded, not wishing to impose further. After ending the call, he initiated a transaction. Long Wushuang, without hesitation, transferred 300 spirit stones. With the stable exchange rate of 1,000 between spirit stones and water, totaling 300,000. Once Long Wushuang hung up, a young man beside him remarked, "Why didn't you remind him?" Long Wushuang smacked his forehead. "I was too busy and completely forgot," just as he was about to send a private message to Fong Tian. He paused and closed the chat window. "Never mind, I have already warned him before. If he requires further reminders, he likely won't last much longer. Do you think he can survive?" Long Wushuang shook his head. "It's hard to say. After all, he can now single-handedly deal with the lordly monsters. As long as he is swift to recognize the situation and concedes early, he should be able to preserve his life." Chapter 117, Are There Still Masters? After ending the call, Fong Tian consumed a divine power pill. His strength reached a formidable 10. He removed the green hat, which he had long despised, and donned a black iron helmet. This epic-grade armor allowed him to utilize its hidden appearance feature, thereby preventing his vision from being obstructed by the full-face helmet. With the black iron helmet in place, Fong Tian's endurance increased by an additional 20 points, transforming his attributes to Strength 63, Agility 44, Endurance 62, Spirit 813, 1112, Luck 72. The match has begun. Your basic state has been restored. Fong Tian assessed his status, noting that his injuries had largely healed. Reflecting on his recent attributes, he cast a glance at his opponent, now infused with a hint of pity. "Function?" The young man across from him scoffed. "I'm eager to see how." Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Tian raised his hand and shot an arrow. Before the young man could react, his shield shattered. In the next moment, the tip of the dragon's roar blade pressed against his throat. The young man gulped. "Impressive. I'm in a hurry." "All right. The opponent has surrendered. The victor of this match is Fong Tian. Rewards have been credited." Upon opening the 2 treasure chests, he received another piece of spirit stone and a pile of junk. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Tian decided to take out 100 spirit stones and crafted a holy spirit stone at the crafting table. Little Black came bounding over with a joyful yelp, grabbing it and scurrying into the bedroom. With 200 spirit stones remaining, converting them into water would yield 200,000, while upgrading his private territory would require approximately 170,000. It was time for an upgrade. However, it seemed there was no rush. After all, the Fiery Rose group would be rehearsing in the next few days, leaving him little time to gather resources. Fong Tian produced a batch of green tools and brought them to his territory. After handing these tools to the village chief, the villagers' loyalty increased once again. Although the tax rate for resource gathering was only 15, which was far less lucrative than working, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. "Village chief, how is the blacksmith's apprentice situation progressing?" "My lord, those children are aware of your care and are working diligently. Moreover, there seems to be something extraordinary about this territory. They are learning swiftly and have nearly mastered their skills." Fong Tian understood that this was likely due to the wind of evolution. He inquired, "How many weapons can they produce in a day?" The blacksmith replied, "Altogether, they can forge at least 150 weapons daily." Fong Tian couldn't help but laugh. 150 weapons valued at 6,000 in water. "You should urge the blacksmith to take on more apprentices." The village chief hesitated. His energy is limited. He can only manage these few apprentices. Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was this a setting? Or perhaps a matter of insufficient rapport? He calculated briefly, based on the previous wages given to the blacksmith. Deducting raw materials would yield a profit of around 70 for himself. Since this might be related to loyalty, tell the blacksmith that from now on, we will eliminate fixed wages. I will provide the forging materials, and for each weapon crafted, I will reward him with 5 pounds of meat, allowing him to earn more. Understood. After deducting the costs of fuel and materials, Fong Tian retained approximately 65 of the profits, earning around 3,900 water daily from the blacksmith. A commendable income indeed. "Is there anything else?" Fong Tian inquired, noticing the village chief lingering. "Indeed, it concerns the daughter of our village's elderly tailor, Xiang. I've heard you are having weapons forged by the blacksmith, and she asked me to inquire if you require leather armor." "Ah?" Fong Tian exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "She can craft it? Quickly, bring her here." The price for armor remained stable at 200 water, significantly more expensive than weapons. To his astonishment, there were villagers capable of such craftsmanship. Fong Tian felt immense relief, having previously set low taxes for the villagers. Understanding the existence of loyalty, he had intentionally offered them favorable conditions, and he was pleasantly surprised by the swift return. Before long, the village chief returned with a young girl. Fong Tian immediately recognized her as the sorrowful girl from the clown circus. Xiang approached briskly and bowed, "My lord." Fong Tian gazed at her with keen interest. "Can you make leather armor?" With her head bowed, Xiang replied, "I've learned some skills from my mother and can make ordinary pieces." "How many sets can you produce in a day?" Fong Tian asked, voicing his primary concern. "I can only make 5 sets daily," she answered. Fong Tian frowned. 5 sets would only yield a value of 1,000 water, comparable to the blacksmith's earnings. However, considering the complexity of crafting leather armor compared to weapons, he pondered the potential. "Sir, our village has many women who are quite idle. I could teach them," she continued. "Splendid," Fong Tian exclaimed. "You should teach as many as possible. I will provide the materials, and in addition, I shall give you 20 pounds of meat for each set of armor." Xiang was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly before departing. In high spirits, Fong Tian commended the village chief. "Well done. We need more talents in the village, so ensure you recommend them to me often. I will increase your salary by 30%. The village chief beamed with delight, expressing his gratitude profusely. He then leaned closer, saying, "My lord, since you place such trust in me, I have an idea." Fong Tian was taken aback. Was there yet another skilled individual? "Speak. Your territory is rich in resources, possessing everything. However, there are many essential items we cannot produce, such as oil, salt, spices, silk, and metals. Therefore, I propose go on. Could you grant us permission to use your carriage to trade with other regions, allowing us to exchange surplus resources for essential goods?" Upon the village chief's explanation, Fong Tian quickly comprehended his intentions. He wished for the villagers to disembark at various stops to trade the surplus resources of the territory for daily necessities. He had no objections to this. After all, people have aspirations. Currently, the villagers' needs were merely met for sustenance, lacking any quality of life. It was essential to facilitate trade to elevate their living standards. "Very well, I shall grant you access shortly, allowing free entry and exit from the carriage." Although lacking the anticipated excitement, Fong Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. However, enhancing the villagers' quality of life would ultimately foster their continued goodwill. Perhaps sensing Fong Tian's disappointment, the village chief continued, "If you permit, I can assist in promoting our territory. Given our considerable advantages, we can undoubtedly attract villagers from outside." Upon hearing this, Fong Tian's spirits lifted. The prospect of bringing in new residents was indeed splendid. The greater the number of villagers, the more taxes he would receive, and the likelihood of discovering exceptional talents among them would also increase. "Excellent. Let us proceed." After bidding farewell to the village chief with a heart full of joy, Fong Tian suddenly paused. Could it be? He recalled that among the 4 villagers he had suspected of being a boss, there was the village chief, the blacksmith, the young girl, and lastly, a child. With the increase in loyalty, the village chief, the blacksmith, and the girl had all revealed themselves as exceptional talents, providing him with unexpected benefits. Could it be that once loyalty reached a sufficient level, the child might also surprise him? It must be so. Such coincidences could not be mere chance. But what skills could a mere child possess? Surely, it could not be something as fantastical as summoning a hero from legends? The competition begins. Your basic state has been restored. Chapter 118. The Warning of the Hungry Wolf and the Weeping Fong Tian. Is it really you? It seems my luck has taken a turn for the worse. Fong Tian looked up and was taken aback to discover that it was none other than the Hungry Wolf captain, with whom he had recently collaborated. "Are your people unharmed?" "They're fine. The competition has allowed them to recuperate significantly. Shall we practice? Come on." The Hungry Wolf captain wasted no time, charging forward with his blade. Fong Tian, caught by surprise at his audacity, swiftly drew his bow. The captain raised his shield to block, closing the distance between them. Fong Tian unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the protective barrier. "You've lost," Fong Tian declared. The Hungry Wolf captain, seething with anger, retorted, "You merely rely on your speed. Let us compete in strength, perhaps wrestle?" Fong Tian furrowed his brow. "Is that truly necessary?" The captain discarded his weapon onto the ground. "I must uphold our team's honor. Just say whether you dare. If you're afraid, then forget it." "Madman." Fong Tian nearly retaliated with a swift kick, but soon regained his composure, grinning. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true dominance looks like." With that, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. "Someone is after you. It seems connected to Murongli. For details, add me as a friend," the Hungry Wolf captain whispered. Fong Tian understood the implication, exerting force to toss the captain aside. After a brief struggle, the captain chose to surrender. Fong Tian glanced at the name hovering above the captain's head and, upon exiting the match, sent a friend request. Hey, was it really necessary to be that rough? I nearly broke my back. I fear being discovered. That would endanger you, the captain replied. Now, tell me what is going on. Who is after me? I don't have specific details about the other regions. They were inquiring whether my boss has any enemies with you. It appears they intend to use a revenge scroll. Fong Tian was taken aback. Such a thing still exists? After the destroyer mode ends, can the revenge scroll still be sourced? The revenge scroll is utilized for vengeance, whether encountered in adventure mode or through the use of a plunder scroll. As long as there has been a conflict, it can be employed to directly block an enemy's transit. If you have any formal enemies, you must be wary of that individual being located by them. I have no enemies. Are you certain? Given your conduct, you've likely offended many. I am certain. For those who have clashed with me have perished. Wow, you are quite arrogant. What stance does your leader take? He dares not participate any longer. However, he has instructed us to observe. I am telling you this without his consent. Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, our leader is not involved. It was just a few words. Indeed, perhaps we shall collaborate again in the future. Fong Tian closed the chat window, lost in contemplation. It appeared that the Qin family had come looking for him. Were they attempting to utilize the revenge scroll? Fong Tian meticulously recalled his encounters, confirming that those who had clashed with him had all met their demise. The competition was an exception, as attacks during it would not count as enmity. However, there were 3 individuals who stood apart, the Yun Feixiang trio. They had once robbed him, and although their relationship was amicable now, a conflict had indeed occurred. If the Qin family were to utilize their vengeance scrolls, they could undoubtedly thwart Fong Tian. After contemplating this, Fong Tian sent a message to Yun Feixiang, sternly admonishing him to refrain from disclosing any information regarding the robbery to anyone, including Gu Xian. Yun Feixiang readily acquiesced, as this was certainly not a matter of pride. Given Fong Tian's understanding of him, he was not overly concerned about betrayal. However, as a precaution, Fong Tian decided to confer with Lin Yu about arranging for him and the Jin Yu siblings to join the Fire Rose group, forming a trio alongside Yun Feixiang. This way, with a locked 6-person team, even if Yun Feixiang were to be swayed, Lin Yu would be immediately alerted upon their departure from the group. Additionally, by ensuring Yun Feixiang worked daily, he would have limited opportunities to interact with others, mitigating potential issues. Currently, there were 2 primary concerns. First, the upcoming trial grounds, as the 3rd mass trial was approaching rapidly. Second, the potential infiltration of the Qin family within the Fire Rose, who might launch a surprise attack during work hours. It seemed prudent to establish strict permissions to prevent outsiders from intruding upon their operations or accessing the vehicle compartments. With these measures, vulnerabilities appeared to be minimized. One must commend the timely warning from the Wolf Pack captain. It seemed that my instincts were indeed correct. Initially, when entering this realm, Fong Tian exercised extreme caution in his dealings with others. He would never have readily agreed to collaborate with a team like the Wolf Pack. However, as time progressed, it became evident that those who survived were of value. Hence, Fong Tian adjusted his approach. As long as others did not pose a threat, cooperation was in order, fostering familiarity that could prove advantageous in the future. In this collaboration with the Wolf Pack, they believed he was leading them to success. Yet Fong Tian was acutely aware that without their assistance, he would have been unable to breach the Zimmer Lord's Hall. Today's warning, therefore, was an unexpected boon. Nevertheless, for those who aimed to target him, Fong Tian would show no mercy, such as the Qin family. Clenching his fist, he vowed that if they would not relent, he would ensure they paid the price. Ancient martial families, are they? Just wait. The match begins. Your basic status has been restored. The opposing side is deserted. This round is a bye. Congratulations on advancing to the top 16 of this area. Fong Tian recalled that indeed, prior to this match, only 22 contestants remained. He had stowed away the 4 treasure chests from the previous 2 matches in his backpack while opting for spectator mode. Aside from this match, there were still 15 contests left, 9 of which were buys, leaving only 6 actual confrontations. A quick glance revealed that these opponents possessed rather mediocre skills, with none worthy of particular note. After the matches concluded, Fong Tian returned to the guest compartment. We are ready, Gu Xian informed him, having sent over the list. Fong Tian entered the reception room and summoned them over. Once he had dismissed the others, Gu Xian lifted a golden card in her hand. Fong Tian paused, approaching to examine it. Building replication card. Perfectly replicates any single structure. The replicated building can be upgraded normally. Replicating buildings? What purpose could this serve? Fong Tian hesitated for a brief moment before drawing a sharp breath. To an average person, this item was utterly inconsequential, akin to a mere trifle. However, for Fong Tian, who had sacrificed twice to harness the winds of evolution and possessed nearly inexhaustible resources within his territory, it held immeasurable worth. The prospect of duplicating the reception hall struck him with a sense of longing he had never felt before, based on the efficiency observed over the past few days. With all green tools at his disposal, an average laborer could extract approximately 7,000 units of water daily. Admittedly, the recent decline in resource prices within the territory might be attributed to some prominent convoy leaders upgrading their domains. Nevertheless, even at the current rate, each laborer could yield around 5,000 units of water daily, and with Fong Tian's reception hall accommodating 20 individuals, the collective output of all laborers amounted to a staggering 100,000 units of water each day. After deducting a 15 wage, that translated to 85,000 units of water daily. Should the reception hall be duplicated, the income would effortlessly double. More significantly, the newly created reception hall would also have the potential for upgrades. According to Fong Tian's estimations, a lower-tier reception hall could summon at least 50 individuals, thereby generating an additional 200,000 units of water daily. This was a daily boon, with future upgrades promising even greater profits. The returns would escalate exponentially. Who could afford such a treasure? Unlike the winds of evolution, which, despite their subsequent high value, had a rate of occurrence, this item was entirely unprecedented even to Fong Tian. 1 million? 10 million? 1 billion? In Fong Tian's mind, even if it were priced at 10 billion, he would never part with it, opting instead to keep it for his own use. Selling such a treasure would result in a substantial loss, unless it possessed a fixed occurrence rate akin to the winds of evolution. Fong Tian felt a wave of breathlessness, pressing against his chest as he managed to ask, "You wouldn't be considering selling it to me, would you?" Gu Xian playfully swept her bangs aside, revealing a captivating smile. "How should I price it then? Do you think 1 billion is too steep?" Fong Tian's face fell. "Not at all. It seems rather cheap." "Then will you buy it?" "I can't afford it." Fong Tian was on the verge of tears from longing. "You needn't purchase it. I require you to exchange it for something of equal value." Gu Xian chuckled mischievously, her gaze fixed on Fong Tian. He shuddered, crossing his arms and taking a few steps back, his eyes glistening with tears. Must it be this way? Chapter 119. The Quarterfinals, the end of Fong Tian's legend. "What are you thinking?" Gu Xian replied with a hint of irritation. "I am not Xingxing, not that desperate." Fong Tian quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. This item is of immense value, and I got a bit too excited. Please, tell me what you want." Gu Xian's expression softened slightly as she humorously remarked, "I never expected the illustrious Fong Tian to be taken aback by something. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such an object?" Fong Tian sighed. "The more successful one is, the higher the value of such things. Please, just tell me, stop tormenting me. It's quite simple. I want 35 equity in the replicated reception hall, and then our collaboration can continue. In the future, we at Fire Rose will undertake the labor tasks in your territory. Is that all?" Fong Tian was somewhat incredulous. "But why? Currently, the third-level reception hall generates approximately 100,000 water daily, after deducting the 15 wages for the workers and the 35 equity. Fong Tian would still earn 50,000 water. Moreover, since Gu Xian only desired the equity of the replicated reception hall, Fong Tian's original revenue would remain unaffected, effectively granting him an additional 50,000 water daily. Furthermore, as the reception hall upgrades, the profits could increase even more. Gu Xian sighed. "The convoy has its challenges. I managed to acquire a wind of evolution with great difficulty, yet my territory is only at level 2, leaving me with scarce resources. The sandstorms are causing significant wear on the vehicles, and I do not wish to compel my sisters to pool funds for upgrading the territory. Therefore, I thought it best to invest in your venture." Fong Tian quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, considering that Gu Xian's investment for a 35 stake in his operation was far more advantageous than her replicating her own reception hall. Additionally, by securing the labor tasks in his territory, she could foster the development of the entire convoy, while she too could eventually upgrade her territory. One must not forget that Fong Tian was also advancing, and his momentum was unparalleled, as long as he could consistently stay one version ahead of others. Gu Xian's investment in him would undoubtedly yield returns. Fong Tian pondered for a moment. "I have one more question." Gu Xian immediately understood his implication and replied, "Operational rewards." Upon hearing this, Fong Tian promptly decided to agree. Operational rewards are entirely based on chance. Fong Tian received such rewards daily and knew how slim the chances of obtaining valuable items were, given that there were currently no fixed monsters dropping replication cards. Acquiring these replication cards through equity was indeed worthwhile. It's a deal, but regarding the contracted labor, I may occasionally need to host a few friends. So I can only guarantee that 80 will be your people. Pleasant collaboration. Gu Xin released her grip. Fang Tian eagerly took over. And since the reception hall also featured a control screen, he immediately utilized it to replicate the reception hall. I will send you the list of the other 20 individuals privately before I leave. Good. Fang Tian wasted no time, swiftly exiting the reception hall and entering the adjacent newly appeared reception hall. Gu Xin's urgency in securing her own stake likely stemmed from her desire to utilize the reception hall to train more individuals. Now, she could train 40 people at once, amplifying her advantage over other convoys. From today's individual competition, it is evident that victory in the team event would also grant each participant 2 chests per match. Additionally, there are 2 matches remaining today, the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Should they triumph in all, the fire team could amass a total of 200 chests, representing a substantial gain. By the way, does your team have any vacancies? Fang Tian discreetly pulled Gu Xin aside and inquired softly. We are rather selective in our recruitment, but there are still quite a few openings. Why do you ask? I have 3 friends. Could I trouble you to accept them into the team? They could be placed in Yunfei Xiang's group. No problem. Just send me their names when I return. After bidding farewell to Gu Xin, Fang Tian plunged deep into the forest to enhance his skill proficiency and practice his blade. Time swiftly passing by. He also attended the team competition midway, where the seasoned powerhouse, Fire Rose, decisively triumphed over their opponents, advancing to the top 4. Following the match, Fire Rose celebrated briefly before resuming their training. Naturally, Fang Tian did not remain idle. His skill proficiency continued to rise steadily. That night, when it came time to sleep, Fang Tian faced a dilemma, having to squeeze in with the others, 2 people sharing one bed, a rather cramped arrangement. Upon returning to his bedroom, he found Xiao He still clutching the shimmering Holy Spirit stone, utterly unresponsive, leaving him wondering when it would finally evolve. The next morning, Fang Tian continued his morning exercises until it was time for exploration. Ding ding ding. The vehicle is about to stop. Please sit tight and hold on to the handrails. You have arrived at the safe zone, Cool Mountain Stream. The doors are now open. After disembarking and searching around, Fang Tian returned to the vehicle with a face full of disappointment, carrying a collection of miscellaneous supplies that barely amounted to 500 water, an utter waste of time. Even after the resources in the exploration map refreshed, he could not muster the energy to venture out again. They were merely basic supplies. He had plenty in his territory. And with workers available, why squander time? It would be far more prudent to adjust his state of readiness for the regional finals today. There were 4 remaining matches, the quarterfinals, semifinals, qualifying round, and finals. Those who had made it this far were no weaklings. And Fang Tian had no intention of underestimating his opponents or risking a downfall. The match begins. Your basic state has been restored. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the audience seats were nearly filled. Although this was the quarterfinals, the spotlight was undeniably on this match featuring Fang Shun. Lu Hong. He was somewhat familiar. He was rather flamboyant and seemed to be doing well, representing the Firefox team. The audience appeared quite excited, especially since Fang Tian's previous opponents had been rather weak, either conceding defeat or being eliminated swiftly. Lu Hong, hailed as the foremost expert of Firefox, had repeatedly showcased his prowess by single-handedly defeating boss monsters in PvE maps and sharing photographs in the channel. I have been eagerly anticipating this match. Lu Hong had made several declarations about ending Fang Tian's legendary streak and usurping his position as the top player in the channel. This was indeed a battle of titans. Had Fang Shun remained inactive for too long? Now even the most insignificant challengers dared to provoke him? I have watched the entire competition, and his performance has indeed been remarkable. He has effortlessly dealt with nearly all his opponents. In my opinion, he truly stands a chance of defeating Fang Tian. Indeed, I once jested about him, thinking him overly arrogant, yet his skills are undeniably impressive. Nevertheless, I remain skeptical if he is indeed that formidable. Why did he not showcase his prowess during the last King of Destruction event? It is said that after the incident with the King of Destruction, he acquired new abilities, which is what has enhanced his strength. Abilities? How intriguing. In the arena, the 2 competitors stood silently, making no movements. Lu Hong, clad in leather armor and helmet, wielded a longsword, calmly observing Fang Tian. Fang Tian, growing somewhat impatient, wished to conclude the battle swiftly in order to watch the other matches. However, given the confidence and extraordinary demeanor of his opponent, he refrained from taking unnecessary risks and loosed an arrow from his bow. With a swift whoosh, the iron arrow shot forth, propelled by Fang Tian's immense strength, both accurate and fierce. Lu Hong remained unperturbed, gently raising the blade of his sword to deflect the arrow. This seemingly effortless maneuver required keen perception, courage, and skill, each element indispensable. The audience erupted into cheers, indicating that this was indeed an exhilarating confrontation. Fong Tian also raised his thumb in approval towards him. Chapter 120. The unexpected situation in the semifinals. Gazing at Fong Tian's thumb, Lu Hong exclaimed with exuberance. His movements animated. Isn't this move incredible? Did it scare you? Haha. Fong Tian couldn't help but facepalm. One moment he exuded the demeanor of a formidable expert, and the next he transformed into a jester. The tone of his voice, the gestures, and the expressions were infuriatingly comical. Today, let me show you what a true master is. Lu Hong, with a manic grin, charged forward. Unfazed, Fong Tian met him head-on in a contest of skill. After a few exchanges, Fong Tian discerned the situation. Lu Hong's abilities were decent, yet his attributes paled in comparison to his own. Lu Hong, reveling in the thrill, wielded his sword with the ferocity of a tempest, launching a relentless assault. Fong Tian grew impatient. Is that all you've got? Lu Hong sneered. Can't hold on any longer? Then prepare to experience my ultimate move. He raised his sword high, its blade radiating a brilliant white light, and brought it down with tremendous force. With this strike, I shall achieve fame and glory. A roar echoed throughout the arena. Skills. Fong Tian, feeling a surge of competitive spirit, chose not to evade, instead wielding Longing with all his might to parry. A resounding clang echoed as a slight numbness coursed through his wrist. It appeared this skill was akin to the fiery sword technique, amplifying attack power with a force comparable to his own. Alas, Lu Hong stared blankly at the broken sword in his hand, unable to comprehend what had just transpired as Longing swept past him, shattering his shield. You have lost. Lu Hong, in disbelief, glanced at Longing. Impossible. Even with a blue weapon, it shouldn't be so effortless to sever my green weapon. Fong Tian frowned. Why do you prattle on? Will you concede or not? Lu Hong surveyed the crowd, absorbing the myriad reactions from the audience, and with a resolute grimace declared, I will not concede. You merely rely on your superior weapon. Come again. Are you certain? Without a shield, facing me could be fatal. Lu Hong, embodying a sense of righteous indignation, retorted, Am I afraid of death? I shall give it my all. After years of rigorous training, today I will surely astonish everyone. With that, he swiftly retreated and extracted a white wooden staff from his bag. No backup weapon? Fong Tian found this amusing. Could this flimsy stick possibly contend with Longing? However, Lu Hong did not charge but instead brandished the staff, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, Fong Tian felt the temperature around him soar. This was dire. This fellow wielded a staff. He could cast spells. Look above his head. Gasps erupted from the audience. The air above Fong Tian turned crimson, and tendrils of flame materialized from thin air. Soon, the flames fully formed, engulfing a significant portion of the arena. Lu Hong laughed heartily. So, you are Fong Shan? Let me show you what the twilight of the gods truly is. He directed the flames to descend upon Fong Tian. More gasps resonated from the crowd, but Lu Hong, momentarily blinded, was caught off guard as Fong Tian appeared before him. The spell-casting had taken too long. With a swift strike, Fong Tian sent him sprawling to the ground, then began to stomp mercilessly. You talk too much. You think you're impressive, don't you? Fame and glory, you say? Astonishing, indeed. Ragnarok, indeed. Amidst the uproarious laughter of the audience, Lu Hong rolled about on the ground. You sneak attacked me. No honor in combat. Don't step on my face. I concede. Under Fong Tian's fierce gaze, Lu Hong, resembling a wronged little wife, pitifully chose to surrender and left the arena. The opponent has conceded. The victor of this match is Fong Tian, and the reward has been credited. Congratulations to Fong Tian for advancing to the top 8 in this region. Remarkably, there were 4 treasure chests from this match, yet Fong Tian, feeling indifferent, tossed them into his backpack and opted to spectate other matches. The audience continued to savor the recent contest. At the start, I thought it was an intense competition, but it turned into a comedic spectacle in the end. How foolish to dare challenge the god Fong. To be fair, his strength is still quite formidable, possessing 2 skills. That spell he cast was impressive, with such a vast range. Unfortunately, the casting was too slow and was interrupted by the incredibly swift Fong. If that skill were used against monsters, it would surely be powerful. How do they acquire their skills? I've heard some come from operational rewards, while others are obtained from treasure chests, but the drop rates are exceedingly low. Operational rewards can be so generous? I heard those who have operated daily since day 1 have a chance to receive top-tier rewards, while those like us, who faced resource shortages and paused operations early on, can only obtain mid-tier and low-tier rewards. Whoa, so I've been at a loss. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so frugal with my resources in the early stages. In the beginning, we couldn't even fill our stomachs. We couldn't operate on empty bellies, could we? Daily losses. Actually, the odds are quite slim. A friend of mine has never ceased operations but has received any good items despite the long duration, always incurring losses. Fong Tian swiftly surveyed other matches but found no particularly formidable opponents. As he watched Lin Yu pierce through the shield of the Hungry Wolf Gang leader, Shindang. All matches concluded. Unexpectedly, Shindang displayed considerable skill, managing to engage Lin Yu for such a prolonged period. Upon returning to his territory, Fong Tian inquired of Gu Xin, who had just returned. How did it go? I sent people to observe every match, and aside from your friend Lin Yu, there were no stronger contenders. In my opinion, the champion of this region is certainly yours. Fong Tian pondered for a moment and whispered a few words into Gu Xin's ear. Gu Xin nodded. All right. Thank you for the reminder. I will do my best. Once arrangements were made, Fong Tian began to cultivate his energy, patiently awaiting the commencement of the semifinals. The match has begun. Your basic state has been restored. At last, Fong Tian glanced across to his opponent, a young man with tousled golden hair, whose name was unfamiliar to him. Fong Tian had seen this individual in the previous round. His skills were rather mediocre. Before Fong Tian could speak, the young man charged straight at him. Fong Tian raised his hand, releasing an arrow, which was blocked by a shield. Undeterred, he awaited the opponent's approach, then swung his blade. The young man sidestepped to evade. However, all of this was well within Fong Tian's calculations, and he swiftly retaliated with another strike. Indeed, Huang Mao acted almost entirely according to Fong Tian's strategy, swiftly sidestepping to his left front. However, Fong Tian's previous strike was merely a feint, intended solely to maneuver Huang Mao into this very position. The subsequent upward slash was the true attack. He was filled with confidence, believing that given Huang Mao's speed, this strike was unavoidable. As if scripted by Fong Tian himself, Huang Mao obediently swung his sword to block. With a sharp clang, Huang Mao's long sword was cleaved in two. This sense of mastery filled Fong Tian with a profound sense of accomplishment. From blindly charging in at the beginning to gradually learning various techniques, countering moves, and now possessing a clear strategy and meticulous planning, he had reached a point where he could effortlessly toy with someone of Huang Mao's caliber. Fong Tian launched a kick, poised to shatter Huang Mao's protective shield and conclude the match. Yet, in the next moment, an utterly unexpected turn of events unfolded. Huang Mao showed no intention of evading. Instead, he discarded his long sword and drew a handgun from his pocket. As Fong Tian shattered his protective barrier, Huang Mao pulled the trigger. Bang! Their shields disintegrated simultaneously. Yet Huang Mao showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to pull the trigger in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 121. Rolling heads and chickens on the chopping block as the gunfire erupted. Gasps of astonishment resonated from the audience. Clearly, no one anticipated that someone would dare to bring a firearm onto the arena. Guns and ammunition were supposed to be exceedingly rare, only obtainable during the initial 3 days of the novice period, and only a fortunate few had managed to acquire them. By now, the scant bullets available had long been exhausted. To wield a gun was utterly lacking in martial virtue. Incredibly, Fong Tian was still alive. On the battlefield, Fong Tian himself was taken aback, instinctively retreating. However, he quickly realized that the bullets had been entirely thwarted by his black iron helmet and blue armor. Regaining his composure, a surge of fury ignited within him as he charged towards the yellow-haired assailant. This competition had been predominantly harmonious, and Fong Tian had never resorted to lethal force. But it was evident that this yellow-haired opponent was intent on killing. Had it not been for his superior armor, the consequences could have been dire. The yellow-haired foe immediately withdrew, lowering his gun to aim at Fong Tian's unprotected legs. Bang! 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 Fong Tian felt a sharp pain in his thigh and instinctively activated his brutal charge. The yellow-haired adversary suddenly shimmered with a green light, seemingly employing some skill to accelerate and evade the trajectory of the charge. Yet Fong Tian was quick to respond. He canceled his charge and swiftly closed the distance to the yellow-haired opponent. As the yellow-haired foe attempted to raise his gun once more, Fong Tian seized his wrist with a firm grip. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the yellow-haired man cried out in agony, losing his firearm. Fong Tian exhaled in relief, casually tossing the pistol into his backpack. I concede, the yellow-haired man exclaimed, desperately maneuvering his painful right hand to operate the device on his left forearm to surrender. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that his hand was firmly grasped by Fong Tian. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with Fong Tian's cold, steely stare. What? He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Did you grant me an opportunity to concede when you wielded that gun? Fong Tian retorted. The yellow-haired man's face paled as he attempted to explain, but all he saw was a flash of cold steel. In an instant, he felt the world spin around him. After a violent jolt, his vision was consumed by the stark white floor. Subsequently, everything faded to darkness. Opponent eliminated. The victor of this match is Fong Tian. Rewards have been credited. Congratulations to Fong Tian for advancing to the top 4 in this region. As the spectators gazed in astonishment, Fong Tian, bloodied and victorious, removed the yellow-haired man's backpack. After Dragonine cleaned the blood from him, he discarded the headless corpse onto the ground and vanished from sight. Witnessing the grim scene of dismemberment on the battlefield, the audience fell into a stunned silence. Minutes later, whispers and exclamations began to rise. Incredible! A decapitation! How gruesome! Isn't that a bit too cruel? The man had already surrendered. Indeed, such a lack of grace. Yet, can we truly say that? Had it been someone else, they would have been shot dead instantly. Do you not know Fong Tian's temperament? As long as you do not provoke him, he is manageable. But those who seek to harm him will find no mercy. His armor was presumably blue, rendering him impervious to bullets. I understand that. Yet he was clearly shot in the thigh and was bleeding. How could he be unharmed? I once heard an expert on the World Channel mention that the higher one's stamina and strength, the greater the physical defense. Many individuals with stamina exceeding 30 are hardly affected by white weapons. It seems that handguns, as specialized weapons, possess relatively low actual power. Returning to his territory, Fong Tian hastily stowed the 6 treasure chests he had just acquired into his backpack and examined the wound on his thigh. 2 bullets had lodged themselves in the muscles of his upper thigh and the side, merely penetrating slightly, as they were faintly visible from the outside. It was merely a flesh wound, without any damage to tendons or bones, which relieved Fong Tian. Clearly, having high attributes had its advantages. With his strength at 63 and stamina at 62, handguns were now largely ineffective against him. This was indeed favorable news, for the speed of bullets was far greater than that of arrows, making them much harder to evade, although his injuries would partially heal before the next match. Fong Tian felt it prudent to tend to his wound to ensure he was in optimal condition for the competition. He drew out long and cut away part of his pants near the wound, making an incision in the muscle of his thigh to extract the bullet. Despite his formidable physique, pain was still pain, particularly in such a self-administered situation. After prying open the newly cut incision with one hand, he gritted his teeth and grasped the still-warm bullet with the other, successfully extracting it. After bandaging the wound, Fong Tian wiped the perspiration from his forehead and exhaled deeply. However, he soon found himself troubled by the bullet lodged near the base of his thigh. Firstly, the proximity to vital areas made it a daunting task to operate on such a sensitive spot. One miscalculation could yield dire consequences. Although the body had a recovery bonus, one could never be certain if it would heal properly afterward. Secondly, addressing the wound there necessitated bending over, complicating the task of extracting the bullet. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Gu Xian arrived with Ren Mouching and Li Shaoling. They exclaimed, "You've been shot. Are you all right?" They hurried over, concern etched on their faces. Fong Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly replied, "I'm fine, really. No injuries." Li Shaoling immediately spotted the blood on the ground and exclaimed, "You say you're fine. Look at all this blood. Where are you hurt? Let me see." Upon noticing Fong Tian's demeanor, Ren Mouching could not help but gasp, "Oh no. Is that where you were hit? Are you all right? Can you still use it?" Fong Tian, exasperated, gestured toward his wound. "No. It's just a thigh injury. I'm in the process of extracting the bullet. It's merely a flesh wound, nothing serious." Ren Mouching instantly relaxed, chuckling. "That was close, close. Thankfully, the bullet missed a bit. Enough of that." Gu Xian interjected, giving her a light slap, then turning to Fong Tian, "Let us help you with the bullet. You want to be able to manage that area on your own." All right." Fong Tian conceded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, upon reflection, this endeavor was indeed for the purpose of healing. It was a matter I found difficult to manage myself. Being overly sentimental would only result in awkwardness. Thus I did not refuse. "Lie down," they instructed. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded within the forest. Just moments ago, Fong Tian, the cold-blooded assassin, lay on the grass clad merely in his shorts, while 3 young ladies crouched nearby, gesturing towards his injury. Gu Xian remarked, "The wound is not deep, but it continues to bleed. We must stem the flow swiftly. Do you have any tweezers?" Li Shaoling replied, "I didn't bring any. Making a trip would take too much time. If we make a small incision with a dagger, we should be able to extract it." Ren Mouching chimed in, TSK. Your legs are quite pale. Stop talking nonsense. Shaoling, weren't you a nurse at one point? You take charge. Brother Fong Tian, bear with me. I'm about to make the incision." At that moment, Fong Tian regretted his decision, feeling as though he had become a mere chicken on a chopping board. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 122. Lin Yu's peculiar skills and the 1,000 spirit stones. What is the matter? Can it be cut? Perhaps the attributes are too high. I have a green dagger here. Why don't you give it a try? At this moment, Fong Tian was left with nothing but embarrassment, feeling no pain at all. Finally, after a flurry of activity, Li Xiaoling wiped the sweat from her forehead and set the blood-stained dagger aside. All done. You all. Open the wound a bit. I will retrieve the bullet. The three of them coordinated and began to extract the bullet. Suddenly, Fong Tian shivered, and his expression turned bizarre. Li Xiaoling quickly halted her actions, asking, "What's wrong? Did it hurt?" Ren Yaoqing stifled a laugh behind her hand, saying no. I accidentally. Gu Xian could not suppress a light chuckle, urging, "Stop fooling around. Quickly get the bullet out." However, Ren Yaoqing soon gasped, her face flushed, pointing with her hand. It. Gu Xian and Li Xiaoling exchanged glances and were instantly filled with embarrassment, unable to contain their laughter. At this moment, Fong Tian, feeling utterly disheartened, covered his face with his hands, saying, "How about I do it myself?" Gu Xian, struggling to hold back her amusement, remarked, "Actually, it's a normal phenomenon. Since you've been bleeding, the blood has concentrated there. So." Ren Yaoqing paused, saying, "Really? I haven't read much." "Don't lie to me." Fong Tian, looking utterly blank, replied, "All right, stop trying to explain. Can we not focus on this for now?" Seeing him like this, the girls relaxed instead, suppressing their laughter as they assisted Fong Tian in removing the bullet. At last, he was freed from his predicament. Fong Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Ren Yaoqing and Gu Xian washed their hands nearby, while Li Xiaoling began to bandage Fong Tian. However, she soon stopped, poking him with her finger and whispering something. "What?" Fong Tian did not catch it clearly. Li Xiaoling's face was so red it seemed it might bleed. As she softly said, "Could you move over there? You're blocking." "Ha." Ren Yaoqing erupted into uncontrollable laughter, just as Gu Xian took a sip of water. She burst out laughing, spraying Fong Tian's face. In despair, Fong Tian wiped his face and turned around, finally completing the bandaging. No. I can put on my own pants." Fong Tian quickly stood up, preventing Li Xiaoling from helping him with his trousers. After clumsily donning his pants, perhaps seeing his embarrassment, Gu Xian sent Li Xiaoling and Ren Yaoqing away. Ren Yaoqing giggled, whispering a few words to Li Xiaoling before leading her, whose face was slightly flushed, away from the scene. "It's nothing serious, just healing. There's no need to be too embarrassed." Fong Tian smiled wryly, saying, "All right, enough of this. Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you about?" Gu Xian leaned in, whispering a few words in his ear. Fong Tian nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your effort. Please, take a rest." After watching Gu Xian leave, Fong Tian let out a long sigh and slapped himself lightly. What a coward. How embarrassing. Shouldn't they be the ones feeling shy in this situation? However, it was understandable. He could manage one-on-one situations with a brave face, but with three girls at once, his confidence waned, as momentum tends to shift in such interactions. He faltered, and the girls grew bolder. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, he took a sip of water and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. The method of breath regulation imparted by Long Wushuang proved quite effective with daily practice. It not only enhanced his physical strength but also accelerated the healing of his injuries. Unbeknownst to him, the semifinals had commenced. The match has begun. Your basic state has been restored. Fong Tian laughed heartily. At last, the moment has arrived. Lin Yu inquired, "How's your injury? I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't respond." Fong Tian checked and replied with a smile, "It's nothing serious, merely a minor injury, and I have fully recovered. I was unable to receive messages in the territory. Only the reception room in the territory can utilize the control screen. Other areas are inaccessible. The territory only alerts the owner with a horn in case of special circumstances from the outside." The packed stands buzzed with chatter. Do they know each other? This individual collaborated with Fang Shun when he defeated the King of Destruction. Lin Yu? That name rings a bell. I partnered with him on the map. He is incredibly formidable. He easily took on 2 boss monsters. Well, is there such a master in our district? He is usually so low-key. Could they be throwing the match? I heard many teams are involved in the outer circle. Do you think they might throw the match for this? That seems unlikely. After all, the champion is to represent our district in the honor battle, and he shouldn't be so selfish. You can never tell. Have you forgotten about the King of Destruction incident? Indeed. Moreover, he eliminated a master yesterday, and with the team competition approaching for registration, we are now short one master who could participate. Stop speculating. He is not that kind of person. In the arena, Fong Tian felt a surge of excitement. At last, I can engage you in a battle without reservations. Lin Yu chuckled. Let me remind you. I have consumed quite a few attribute potions recently, and with my training in that technique, my attributes have significantly improved. Then I shall not hold back. Fong Tian charged forward, and the two began to exchange blows in a dazzling display. After 5 or 6 exchanges, sensing Lin Yu's attributes had indeed risen considerably, Fong Tian decided to unleash his full prowess without restraint. Observing the two skilled combatants on the field, the spectators erupted in cheers. Wow, are these two filming a martial arts movie? Their speed is astounding. It's almost blinding. Why can't we record this? After about 20 exchanges, Lin Yu began to pant heavily. Fong Tian's attributes still had the upper hand, and under full exertion, he found himself struggling. Lin Yu couldn't help but praise. Your progress is remarkable. Higi, your teachings are excellent. Then I shall employ my ultimate techniques. Be cautious. Fong Tian remained vigilant, gathering his focus. However, Lin Yu merely altered his style slightly, revealing no extraordinary maneuvers. As Lin Yu's speed began to wane, Fong Tian seized the opportunity, swiftly disarming Lin Yu of the silver serpent with a reverse strike, simultaneously thrusting forward. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu's form suddenly blurred, and the dragon's roar pierced directly through him. The decisive strike, aimed with unwavering determination, unexpectedly missed its target, causing Fong Tian to lose his balance and stumble forward, inadvertently passing through Lin Yu's ethereal form. A sense of alarm surged within him. Without a moment to ponder, he unleashed a ferocious charge, propelling himself forward with sudden acceleration. The audience gasped in unison, their eyes wide as they witnessed Lin Yu's blurred figure abruptly regain clarity, narrowly evading a sword strike that came perilously close. What a close call. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, his brow furrowing in contemplation. With such formidable skills at his disposal, defeating Lin Yu within half an hour seemed a daunting challenge. The opponent has conceded defeat. The victor of this match is Fong Tian, with rewards now credited. Congratulations to Fong Tian for advancing to the regional finals. Lin Yu will face the loser of another match in a bid for a top 3 finish. Fong Tian, unable to relish the cheers of the audience, opted to observe the other semifinal. However, in a flash of white light, he found himself back within his territory, indicating that the previous match had concluded. Hastening his steps towards the carriage, he opened a private chat. How did you concede? I was eager for a proper contest. There is no need. I would inevitably lose anyway. It's wiser for us to conserve our strength for the next match. Opportunities to compete will abound. Just as Fong Tian was about to respond, a private message from Dong Jian arrived. Your opponent in the finals asked me to contact you. He is offering 1,000 spirit stones for you to take it easy. Chapter 123. The Chen family, a terrifying existence. Upon receiving this news, Fong Tian let out a cold chuckle. 1,000 spirit stones equate to 1 million water, quite generous indeed. Just as he was about to respond, Bu Hao, the leader of the Qinshi Brigade, sent him another message regarding a different matter. I am already aware, thank you. After replying to Bu Hao, Fong Tian directly initiated a video call with Dong Jian. After approximately half a minute, Dong Jian accepted the call. Fong Tian remained silent, merely observing him with a detached expression. Dong Jian maintained a calm demeanor. I am merely delivering a message on behalf of someone else. Rest assured, only a few of my close associates are aware of this, and it will certainly remain confidential. Fong Tian interrupted him directly, inquiring, what do you think I should do? Dong Jian chuckled awkwardly. Considering such a substantial income, it is worth contemplating. And? That is all. Dong Jian offered another dry chuckle. I am just a messenger for hire, like last time with Li Shaoling. Though I know you are unlikely to agree, I still need to relay the message since I have accepted the payment. Fong Tian chose not to engage further and ended the video call. Dong Jian lifted his gaze, opened another video call window, and shrugged. I knew he wouldn't agree. Meanwhile, Fong Tian exchanged a few more words with Gu Xin before stepping into the bedroom to check on Xiao He, who was still in deep slumber. He closed his eyes to meditate, quietly awaiting the arrival of the finals. Not only he, but nearly everyone in the region was anticipating this moment. The finals were about to commence. Wow, so tense. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Fong Tian. This Chinwei fellow, I've never heard of him before. I watched his semifinals. He was slow and his skills were decent, but he is nowhere near Lin Yu, let alone Fong Shen. Haven't you heard? The betting odds from those brigade leaders aren't about who will win or lose, but rather how long Chinwei can last. In any case, we should secure the individual and team matches, and the brigade match seems secure too, given the strength of the Fire Rose and the Fire Fox. After this championship, our region will undoubtedly rise to the top. Our daily supplies will increase significantly. It's starting. It's starting. The match has begun. And your basic state has been restored. The audience area filled to capacity in an instant. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Chinwei brandished a longsword. Dressed in an extravagant green ensemble, exuding arrogance as if he held Fong Tian in complete disregard. I will slay you, Chinwei shouted, charging directly at Fong Tian. His antics elicited laughter from the audience. Ha ha, he is clearly a fool. Fong Tian appeared unfazed, patiently awaiting the moment when Chinwei swung his sword down before lifting his own blade to parry. In that fleeting instant, Chun Wei's expression vanished, and he released the sword from his grip. Swiftly, he revealed two pristine white daggers from his sleeves, their speed escalating as they lunged toward Fang Tian like two venomous serpents. However, Fang Tian had long been prepared and remained composed, deflecting the attack with his blade. Chun Wei's expression shifted slightly as he stepped back. You noticed? A stranger bearing the surname Chen, who had never before revealed his presence, naively sought to deceive me with a ruse of false competition. How utterly foolish. Fang Tian scoffed. How many assassins has the Chen family dispatched to eliminate me? In truth, he had enlisted Gu Xian's assistance the previous day to investigate the roster of finalists, and this Chun Wei was among those who had previously remained unseen. Moreover, the message from Bu Hao indicated that Chun Wei seemed to be concealing his true capabilities, having effortlessly defeated a formidable member of his team in the preliminaries. Consequently, Fang Tian was already well aware. Since the Chun family had sent operatives to this region to hunt him down, they would undoubtedly seize such an advantageous opportunity. You need not concern yourself with that. Chun Wei, dismissing further dialogue, charged forward once more. The two engaged in combat anew, each exerting their utmost strength. The spectators could scarcely discern their movements, let alone the trajectories of their weapons. From a distance, it appeared as though two venomous serpents and a sinuous dragon danced through the arena, the sounds of clashing weapons resonating endlessly. Goodness! This battle is even fiercer than the semifinals. While the intensity was comparable, these two seemed to exude a palpable aura of lethality, striking with incredible ferocity. In contrast, the previous match resembled a friendly sparring session. Chun Wei was clearly playing the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Were I in Fang Tian's position, that sudden burst of speed from Chun Wei would have surely caught me off guard. By the heavens, I suddenly wished to bet on Chun Wei's victory. At the front of the stands, a group of over 100 beautiful women, who had remained silent until now, suddenly erupted in unison. Fang Shun, go for it. Fang Shen, go for it. They were the supporters of the fiery rose. Indeed, let us rally behind Fang Shen. Goodness. I just placed a wager of 200 units on Fang Shen to win within 10 minutes. Gradually, more and more individuals succumbed to the fervor, uniformly cheering for Fang Tian. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, Dong Jian and several of his comrades were engaged in hushed discussion. Boss, we won't get dragged into this mess, will we? It should be fine, right? If Fang Tian survives, we can always claim ignorance. Dong Jian sighed. With my intelligence network in this area, it's impossible not to uncover the underlying schemes. He cannot be deceived. Just now, he sent a video to gauge my response. What should we do then? Dong Jian smiled reassuringly. No worries, I subtly warned him about Li Shaoling, so he should be aware that someone was keeping an eye on me. At least he won't blame us. Why should we even involve ourselves in this matter? It's far too risky and offers no tangible benefits. You don't understand. Dong Jian sighed once more. I am also a victim of circumstance. On the arena, Fang Tian was silently lamenting. He could feel that Chun Wei possessed attributes comparable to Lin Yu, yet his skills surpassed those of Lin Yu. With nearly every 10 exchanges, Fang Tian was compelled to resort to a brutal charge to escape and regroup. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. The dagger in Chun Wei's hand was likely of blue-grade quality, impervious even to the might of longing. With all his strength, or perhaps utilizing the flames, he might be able to sever it, but Chun Wei's speed rendered such an opportunity utterly elusive. His keen eye had already identified the weakness in Chun Wei's chest. Yet it proved futile. If he could strike directly at the chest, there would be no need for the enhanced damage inflicted upon weaknesses. With the sharpness of the dragon's roar, victory would surely be his. This situation is untenable. Should he ever anticipate the direction of the barbaric charge, it would spell disaster. Fang Tian, inwardly anxious, sought to employ the intimidation effect of the Eye of Slaughter, yet this opponent's movements were too swift for direct confrontation. After several more exchanges, Fang Tian found himself once again on the verge of collapse. In a frenzy, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, leveraging his superior strength to force Chun Wei back, then expertly angled his barbaric charge to escape once more. However, at that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted behind him. Fang Tian's protective shield shattered instantaneously. This is bad. He promptly interrupted his skill, retrieved his gun and shield from his backpack, and turned to face his adversary, raising his shield to fire. You break my shield with your gun, then I shall shatter yours in turn. Yet, instead of continuing to shoot, Chun Wei lunged forward with a dagger, moving with an eerie grace. As the bullets flew, Chun Wei did not falter. With a deft flick of his dagger, he astonishingly deflected the incoming rounds. Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Is this even possible? Fang Tian's face was etched with bitterness. This was something beyond his capabilities. This individual was far superior to him. Is this the might of an ancient martial family? What can be done? Chapter 124. The Ancient Martial Arts Family. No Mercy in Execution. The bullet had just been seized from the hands of that yellow-haired rogue, and with only 5 remaining, none had found their mark. This would not do. A strategy to breach the shield must be devised. Once the shield was shattered, Fang Tian would be free to unleash his full potential. After exchanging several blows, Fang Tian disregarded the dagger aimed at his chest, opting instead for a mutually destructive approach. Striking fiercely, however, Chun Wei reacted with remarkable speed, halting his assault and evading the dragon's roar. Dressed in blue, Chun Wei quickly grasped the situation, redirecting his attacks towards Fang Tian's face. Though his weapon was also blue and could barely penetrate defenses, a single strike would not inflict fatal damage. And engaging in a life-or-death struggle would only lead to the shattering of his shield. Unexpectedly, Fang Tian did not flinch or evade the attack aimed at his visage. Continuing to fight fiercely, Chun Wei immediately retreated, astonished by the all-encompassing blue helmet. Fang Tian snorted disdainfully. The disparity in attributes cannot compensate for the gap in skill. Thus, I shall augment my equipment. Do you truly believe that the ancient martial families can dominate at will? After a fierce exchange, Fang Tian surprisingly turned the tide, achieving a stalemate with Chun Wei. After all, Chun Wei could only target Fang Tian's limbs, while Fang Tian remained undaunted. This exemplified the advantage of superior equipment. Although he was still somewhat at a disadvantage, if this continued, victory was likely to favor Fang Tian, for his stamina attributes were undoubtedly superior to those of his opponent. Chun Wei evidently recognized this fact, suddenly halting and withdrawing. Fang Tian immediately pursued, uncertain of Chun Wei's intentions, but determined not to let him succeed. Chun Wei refrained from countering, his hands hanging limply as he relied solely on agility to evade. Yet, after merely 2 or 3 exchanges, as Fang Tian raised his blade once more to strike, Chun Wei suddenly launched a counterattack, brandishing a pair of daggers that pierced towards Fang Tian's abdomen. Gasps erupted from the audience. He had indeed adopted a mutually destructive strategy. This strike could prove fatal. Only a few keen observers noticed that the originally pristine white daggers had, unbeknownst to them, turned pitch black. Fang Tian did not cease his offensive, seemingly resolved to shatter Chun Wei's shield at the cost of a minor injury. With a sharp crack, Chun Wei's shield shattered, and simultaneously, his dagger pierced through the armor, wounding Fang Tian's abdomen. The armor mitigated much of the damage. It was merely a flesh wound. Fang Tian raised his blade for another attack. Chun Wei withdrew his dagger and retreated repeatedly, adopting a purely defensive posture. After exchanging several more blows, Fang Tian suddenly felt a potent numbness radiating from his abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his body, causing his movements to slow. Chun Wei smirked coldly, revealing the dagger in his hand, from which dark liquid began to drip ominously. Fang Tian glanced down, and indeed, the wound on his abdomen was oozing pitch-black blood. You poisoned me. Fang Tian staggered a couple of steps, but ultimately could not endure, collapsing onto the ground. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. What is happening? It feels as though someone is targeting Fang Shun. First with a gun, now with poison. Is this not against the rules? Didn't he see him applying poison? Is it a skill? Alas, it seems I have met with a devastating defeat. How utterly disgraceful. Resorting to poison. Yet, it matters not. I believe this esteemed individual is not inferior to Fang Tian. His participation on behalf of our region is quite commendable. Indeed, the outcome of the contest is of little consequence, provided it does not result in loss of life. Ideally, the two should join forces in the team competition. That would secure a steady victory. Oh, spare me. Look at Chun Wei's tactics, all lethal maneuvers. Their voices are too hushed. It's likely they harbor a grudge. In the arena, Chun Wei did not recklessly approach the incapacitated Fang Tian but rather bided his time. Only when Fang Tian had completely exhausted his strength and collapsed did he cautiously advance. The bounty set by the family head shall belong to me. A glimmer of greed flickered in Chun Wei's eyes as he raised his sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, the prostrate Fang Tian opened his eyes. Tell me, is there a possibility? Chun Wei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Fang Tian. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. And Fang Tian unleashed the eye of slaughter. An intangible aura of murderous intent enveloped Chun Wei, causing him to lose control of his body. As a member of the ancient martial clan, he possessed some resistance to such malevolence, regaining his senses in merely a second. Yet, it was already too late. Fang Tian rose, drawing the longing from his chest, exclaiming, "How unfortunate. I happen to possess an antidote pill, which I ingested prior to the match, precisely to counter your ploy." In truth, he had not consumed the antidote but had relied solely on the innate resistance to toxins bestowed by the Mangyujuha to endure. He spoke loudly, intentionally for the audience's benefit. Blood gushed forth as Chun Wei staggered back, disbelief etched upon his face before he collapsed. My word. The opponent anticipated the use of poison. Quite impressive. I knew it. How could the revered Fang lose? The adversary has perished. The victor of this match is Fong Tian. The reward has been credited. Congratulations to Fong Tian for becoming the champion of this regional individual competition. Tomorrow, he shall represent our region in an illustrious battle against the champions of Huaxia District 7222 and Huaxia District 2288. The individual competitions in this region have concluded. Champion Fong Tian, runner-up Lin Yu, and third place Yang Bo. Additional rewards have been distributed. Please check your accounts. Those who have entered the top 16 will be automatically registered for tomorrow's team competition. Other participants may also register independently. All survivors in the region will vote to select the strongest team, with results announced by midnight tonight. Once the team roster is confirmed, it cannot be altered or withdrawn from. After silently absorbing the information, Fong Tian rummaged through Chun Wei's belongings and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands lingered, fervently engaging in animated discussions. Whom shall you vote for in the team competition? Select 6 from the top 8, obviously. It is a pity there was a fatality. Otherwise, with Fong Tian and Chen Wei together, other regions would likely capitulate. The presence of Fong Tian alone is sufficient. The champions of the other regions will also compete. Should Fong Tian eliminate both opposing champions in tomorrow's individual match, we would have a 6v5 advantage, which is entirely feasible. Haha. Having been oppressed by District 7222 for far too long, it appears that our moment of resurgence is finally upon us. In a dim corner, Yang Bo, who had recently suffered a narrow defeat at the hands of Lin Yu, returned to the carriage with a cold smirk, dialing a voice call. Chen Wei is dead. What? How could this happen? He intended to monopolize the bounty with his poison blade skill, but Fong Tian preemptively consumed an antidote. Damn it, that fool. He has alerted the enemy. However, one cannot say that, as Fong Tian must have sensed something long ago. His connections in this area are likely quite intricate. Wait a moment. Even if Chen Wei was weak, he is still one of our official clan members. There is no way he could lose to an ordinary person in a one-on-one confrontation, right? Did you meddle? Do not speak recklessly. I did nothing. Though Fong Tian's skills do not match those of Chen Wei, his attributes are exceptionally high, and his equipment is particularly good. Moreover, Chen Wei did not anticipate that the poison blade would fail, which led to his carelessness and subsequent demise. It is best that way. Just ensure you do not entertain any ill intentions. I will be watching closely tomorrow. Rest assured, we shall proceed according to plan, and I will personally eliminate him. Chapter 125, Divine Skills, yet fragmented pages. The Firefox Squad. Dong Jian sat in his territory, his expression a portrait of bitterness. He had indeed triumphed once more. Surrounding him, several subordinates voiced their opinions. Could it be that each of those individuals possesses strength akin to Chen Wei? If that were the case, Fong Tian would surely be doomed. Perhaps not. After the championship, unless they could capture him through a revenge scroll, it would be improbable to seize Fong Tian. What shall we do, big brother? Dong Jian sighed. We lack the power to resist. Our only hope now lies in Fong Tian's potential defeat tomorrow. Otherwise, if their allies mount a large-scale invasion, our entire region will be lost. Then should we? No. Dong Jian glared fiercely at the subordinate. We have already provoked him. We cannot meddle further. We cannot afford to offend either side. Let us remain as mere spectators. What about the smear campaign against Fong Tian? Should we continue? That is inconsequential. Other squads are doing the same. However, let us pause for now. We must strive to stay out of it. Fong Tian returned to the carriage. His backpack contained a total of 44 treasure chests and 1 champion chest. Letting out a long breath, he opened all 44 chests, yielding spirit stones, 20 space gems, 5 green weapon blueprints, 20 various other materials for Fong Tian. These items were merely commonplace. Despite their aggregate worth reaching 40,000 water, they failed to stir his heart. Among the bountiful treasures, the most valuable item was a skill book, Basic Combat Techniques. A splendid acquisition. Alas, it held no utility for him. This skill was available for purchase in the trial merchant shop and occasionally found in the trading hall. Typically priced around 80,000 water. It seemed fortune smiled upon him. After vanquishing Chen Wei, Fong Tian also acquired 2 blue daggers with 3 agility, collectively worth at least 40,000 water. Calculating, his total income amounted to 160,000, truly substantial. To put this in perspective, upgrading a level 4 bus to level 5 required only 100,000 water. Currently, only members of large squads could access level 3 buses. In contrast, small squads and civilian players struggled daily at the poverty line, toiling fiercely for their sustenance and the maintenance of their buses. This income was sufficient to catapult an ordinary person into the ranks of the elite. Contentedly, Fong Tian organized his warehouse and then closed his eyes in prayer. Directing his gaze towards the resplendent champion chest, He believed that the treasures concealed within would rival those of the Lord-level chests. Open. Dazzling golden light illuminated the entire carriage, prompting Fang Tian to shield his eyes. As the brilliance faded, within the chest lay a small booklet devoid of a cover, its surface shimmering with flowing gold. Fang Tian felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Unable to contain himself, he executed a swift move to draw the booklet towards him. Yet upon closer inspection, he could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. The fragmented tome of ancient divine techniques, known as the Celestial Scripture, possesses the potential to yield a random divine skill book once its pieces are assembled. Yet, these are but remnants of a bygone era. How frustrating. Where might one gather the treasures that emerge from the champion's chest? Could it be that Lin Yu's runner-up chest might also unveil such wonders? Contemplating this, Fang Tian hastily dialed Lin Yu's voice call. Congratulations, champion. Spare me. Had it not been for your diligent instruction, I would not have attained this success. By this logic, you are my master, far superior to me. Such comparisons are unwarranted. The breathing techniques you imparted have proven invaluable. We are, at most, equals in mentorship and friendship. I cannot abide being called master. Enough of this banner. What treasures did your runner-up chest reveal? Not bad, really. I received a divine power pill that boosts strength by 10 and a swift pill that enhances agility by 10. Give me the swift pill. I obtained a book on basic combat skills. Let us trade. Deal. I was eager to acquire that, while the swift pill lacked a transaction record. Fang Tian's understanding of the market led him to believe the asking price was reasonably fair. Regardless of any minor losses, their friendship rendered such matters trivial. After completing the trade, Lin Yu suddenly remarked, "The match I just played felt peculiar." Fang Tian inquired swiftly, "Did he throw the match? How did you know?" "I had someone investigate. The opponent I faced was likely dispatched by Moore only, so he has been concealing his true capabilities from others. An ancient martial family, I presume?" "Indeed. If you can assist me in any way, please do not hesitate to ask. In the future, accompany me in practicing my techniques. But refrain from overtly coming to my aid. I can maneuver more freely on my own." "Understood." After ending the call, Fang Tian pondered for a moment before sending a message of gratitude to Bu Hao. "Not at all, Fang Tian. We are old acquaintances. And you previously flew my brother through the Sky City. Should you encounter any members of my team in the future, I would appreciate your continued support. Just mutual assistance." After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Tian then contacted Long Wushuang via voice call. "What is Chenwei's standing within the Chen family?" Knowing Long Wushuang was busy, Fang Tian got straight to the point, confident that Long Wushuang had sent someone to observe the match. At the bottom tier, he is not a direct descendant of the Chen family, he merely shares the surname. However, he possesses a venomous blade skill, which could be classified as below average. Fang Tian gasped, "Are you certain there is no embellishment? If he were not so weak, how could he recklessly strike at you for the sake of claiming the reward? His original task must have been to lower your guard." "I understand now." Fang Tian let out a bitter laugh. "I shall not disturb you further. Remember this, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." "Understood." Fang Tian ended the call. A mere lowly member of the Chen family managed to exploit his poison resistance to achieve a kill. How formidable must the Chen family truly be? And how should he confront such a powerful adversary? Du Xin sent a message. "I have ascertained that the champions from the other two regions are entirely new faces, emerging only after the downfall of Xiongba. I believe we can be fairly certain of this. Thank you, continue your training, and strive for victory. Do take care." Fang Tian took a deep breath. He was well prepared and remained composed. He also felt fortunate that his relations with the teams, aside from Xiongba, were well managed, ensuring that crucial intelligence would not be a disadvantage at this critical juncture. This sentiment is directed towards those who label the protagonist as overly benevolent. In retrospect, the minor favors previously granted to certain individuals pale in comparison to the life and death significance of the intelligence involved. Is it truly a loss? Fang Tian swallowed a speed pill and glanced at his status bar to review his skills. Fire Sword Technique, Level 2, 1272,000. Barbaric Charge, Level 2, 1522,000. Dragon Capture Technique, Level 2, 1382,000, with the Glory Battle set for tomorrow. Time was of the essence. He needed to elevate his skill levels. After inspecting his wounds and ensuring that the venom was nearly expelled, he applied a simple bandage and dashed into his territory. He must enhance his skill proficiency today. Chapter 126. To burn out. Never to wither. Fang Tian was diligently honing his skills within his territory when he took a moment to observe two matches of the team, Flaming Rose. In the semifinals, they faced the Hungry Wolf team. Despite the individual prowess of the Hungry Wolves, their teamwork paled in comparison to that of Flaming Rose. Ultimately, with only 3 members remaining, the Hungry Wolf team conceded defeat while Flaming Rose still boasted 20 players. This outcome astonished everyone. Initially, many considered Flaming Rose merely a decorative team, thriving solely on the fact that all its members were female. However, their recent performances had begun to shift public perception. Nonetheless, some still believed that Flaming Rose was simply benefiting from an early start, which allowed them to outshine the second and third-tier teams. Yet today, witnessing the venerable Hungry Wolf team suffer such a significant loss was utterly unexpected. I can't believe the Hungry Wolf team is so weak. I thought they could compete with the Firefox team, one spectator remarked. It's not their weakness, it's that Flaming Rose is extraordinarily strong. Another retorted. Look at their slender arms and legs. How strong could they possibly be? Are you foolish? Can't you see their teamwork? Each of them possesses commendable skills. Don't just stand there and speak without understanding. You might not even be able to defeat any of those girls. Remarkably, a team composed entirely of women had developed to such heights. It was truly commendable. Damn it. I can't remain idle any longer. Starting tomorrow, I must practice archery diligently. I can't afford to be complacent. Give it a rest. All I ever see is you bragging in the channels. If you spend even half that time practicing, you wouldn't still be a level 2 public transport vehicle. Do you think Flaming Rose can defeat Firefox? It's no longer important. Both teams are formidable. Whichever team represents our district will surely excel. As the grand finals commenced, Flaming Rose faced off against Firefox. The former divided into 3 squads, seamlessly interweaving and providing mutual cover, swiftly gaining the upper hand through their harmonious coordination. In a large-scale battle, the importance of teamwork is paramount. While the cohesion of Firefox was commendable, it still lagged behind the well-trained Flaming Rose. Just when everyone anticipated that Firefox would meet the same bitter fate as Hungry Wolf, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lu Hong, who had previously clashed with Fang Tian, stealthily unleashed a massive fire spell under the cover of his teammates. A deluge of flames descended upon one of the squads of Flaming Rose. Fortunately, having witnessed Lu Hong's prowess, Gu Xian had prepared for such an attack and had trained specifically for it. The squad under fire immediately scattered to retreat. But the speed at which the flames fell was astonishingly swift. Tragically, 5 or 6 of her sisters could not escape the blast radius, their shields shattered, forcing them to exit the arena. Gu Xian quickly identified Lu Hong, concealed among the crowd, and commanded her teammates to advance in alternation, pushing towards him. If they could swiftly eliminate Lu Hong or incapacitate him from casting further spells, the remaining members of Firefox would not stand a chance against them. At that moment, a 20-member elite team of Firefox unleashed a torrential barrage of arrows. The young women, upon witnessing this deluge, instinctively raised their shields in defense. However, to their dismay, the potency of this volley was immense. The shields were almost instantly penetrated, with only the green shields managing to offer temporary protection, leading to the loss of a dozen comrades in an instant. The situation had dramatically shifted. Gu Xian, taking the lead, urged her companions forward with a fervent charge, initiating a close-quarters battle. Yet, during their advance, they were met with another wave of arrows, leaving them severely outnumbered. Despite the unwavering bravery of the young women, fiercely fighting against the odds, the tide of battle could not be turned. After shattering the shield of her immediate opponent, Gu Xian gazed at the remaining 10 or so surrounded Firefox members, sighed, and laid down her weapon. In the admiring eyes of her adversaries, she approached the tear-streaked faces of her companions at the edge of the arena, proclaiming loudly, "Sisters, it matters not that we have lost. What is paramount is that we have showcased our spirit. We are the Fire Roses, destined to burn brightly, never to wither." The young women, choked with emotion, echoed in unison, "Indeed, Fire Roses, never withering. Hooray, let's go." The audience erupted in a cacophony of whistles and cheers. And having witnessed the indomitable spirit of the Fire Roses, many set aside their prejudices, sincerely applauding the young women, perhaps inspired by the crowd's support. The young women wiped away their tears and held their heads high as they departed the arena. The opponents concede, and the victors of this match are the Firefox team. Rewards have been credited. Congratulations to the Firefox team for becoming the champions of this regional team competition. Tomorrow, they will represent this region in a glorious battle against the champions of Huaxia District 7222 and Huaxia District 2288. The regional team competition has concluded. Champions, Firefox team. Runners-up, Fire Roses team. Third place, Hungry Wolf team. Additional rewards have been distributed. Please check. Fang Tian exited the arena, reflecting on the vast vision of Dong Jian. He had undoubtedly mastered arrow templates far superior to the iron arrow. Yet he had patiently refrained from selling them to maximize their potential impact. This exemplified the stark contrast between leadership players and casual players. Were Fang Tian in his shoes, he would have monopolized the opportunity for immense profit. A notification chimed, and Dong Jian sent 1,000 arrows along with a message. The personal competition champions in the other 2 regions are similar to Chan Wei. The steel arrows, with their formidable penetrating power, could synergize with green and blue crossbows to unleash even greater destruction. Fang Tian scoffed. He had already acquired intelligence from other regions, and Dong Jian certainly knew he could discover the information as well. What value did this gesture hold now? As for the 1,000 steel arrows, they were indeed of worth. It seemed he still lacked the audacity to offend him. Thank you, Fang Tian replied, not wishing to escalate tensions. For his primary adversary was the Chen family. Upon returning to the territory, Gu Xian and the others awaited at the entrance of the guest hall. Fang Tian approached. Noticing the redness in their eyes, particularly Ren Miaoqing, whose eyes were swollen from tears, he gently comforted them, saying, "Do not be disheartened. You all performed splendidly. Let us strive harder next time." Upon hearing his comforting words, Ren Miaoqing, whose emotions had already settled, became agitated once more. With a sudden burst of emotion, she threw herself into Fang Tian's embrace and began to weep. Fang Tian, feeling helpless, patted her gently and said, all right, do not cry. We will try harder next time." However, Ren Miaoqing, through her sobs, exclaimed, "We clearly had a chance to win the championship. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Woa. Gu Xian hurriedly approached to pull her away, saying, "Enough. Don't let your elder brother Fang Tian make fun of you." Fang Tian, feeling quite embarrassed, took out a bottle of water, employing the tactic of drinking to avoid the situation. After being pulled away, Ren Miaoqing took a while to calm down. Glaring at Fang Tian and warning, "If you dare to mock me, I will reveal all the embarrassing things from yesterday." Fang Tian, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered and coughed violently in surprise. What? Upon hearing this, the girls' sorrow diminished instantly, and their curiosity ignited, leading to a flurry of excitement. What happened? What happened? As it seemed the girls were about to go into a frenzy, Gu Xian, utilizing her authority as the eldest, forcibly quelled the impending chaos, preventing a riot. Would you like to return and rest?" Feeling the curious gazes directed at him, Fang Tian became uneasy and had no choice but to issue a dismissal. "All right, I shall send someone to work tomorrow," Gu Xian proclaimed loudly. "Sisters, everyone has worked hard these past few days. Let's go back and open our treasure chests." The girls, filled with enthusiasm, surged into the reception room and departed. Fang Tian let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the traces of tears from his chest as he entered his territory. It was not until midnight, upon confirming his status as a member of the local team competition, that Fang Tian finally allowed himself to rest. The next afternoon, Fang Tian, returning from an unfruitful expedition, awaited quietly. The Battle of Glory was about to commence. How shall one navigate this challenge? Chapter 127, The First Battle of Glory. A triumph with ease. The schedule for today's Battle of Glory is exceedingly tight. At 3:00 p.m., the individual matches commence, comprising 3 rounds, each lasting an hour. Following this, at 6:00 p.m., the team matches will take place, again consisting of 3 rounds of 1 hour each. Finally, at 9:00 p.m., the convoy matches will unfold, also featuring 3 rounds of 1 hour. Fang Tian awaits in silence, assessing his own condition. Strength, 63, Agility, 54, Stamina, 62, Mentality, 813, 1112. Luck, 729. Skills, Intermediate Shooting Talent, Intermediate Combat Talent, Flame Sword Technique, Level 2, 2000. Barbaric Charge, Level 3, Dragon Capture Technique, Level 2, 2000, and Resilient Will. The Barbaric Charge has advanced to Level 3, indicating that it has reached its peak. There are no longer any limitations on quantity. With a maximum charge distance of 30 meters, capable of demolishing everything in its path. Strangely, despite having full experience points, both the Flame Sword Technique and Dragon Capture Technique remain unable to upgrade, causing considerable frustration for Fang Tian, who has labored tirelessly. Since the Barbaric Charge can ascend directly to Level 3, it suggests that no special items are required. The inability to upgrade the other 2 skills likely stems from insufficient attributes, leaving Fang Tian at an impasse. The advanced elixirs he requires are currently unavailable for purchase, so he must rely on fate. The Battle of Glory is about to commence. As the announcement echoes, everyone from zones 7222, 2288, and 1128 is teleported to the grandstands of a colossal arena, surrounded by enormous screens that display the central scene from all angles. Soon, many recognize Fang Tian, sparking a commotion. It's Fang Shen. Look. Goodness. I can't believe I'm sitting next to Fang Shen. Go, Fang Shen. Bring glory to our region. We believe in you. The cacophony of voices fills the air, inadvertently heightening Fang Tian's anxiety. He recalls Long Wushuang's words, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The individual battles now commence. Random draws are underway. First match, Zone 7222 Zhou Yi versus Zone 2288's Lu Wen. The match begins. Both competitors have restored their basic states. Unlike those around him, Fang Tian stands with arms crossed, observing nonchalantly. Hey, let us keep it civil. If your shield breaks, you concede? Fine, there's a team match coming up. No need to go all out. With that, the two combatants engage on stage. While it appears fierce, their display merely reflects the caliber of ordinary individuals. They are clearly staging a farce. Yet, no one seems to notice, particularly the spectators from the other zones, as cheers reverberate throughout the arena. In contrast, the audience from Fang Tian's region appears remarkably relaxed, having witnessed Fang Tian's prowess. The skills displayed by the two combatants seem trivial in comparison. They perform their roles convincingly. Even Fang Tian fails to discern any flaws. A cold smirk crosses his face. You think you can act to lower my guard? You underestimate my intelligence capabilities. Before long, Zhou Yi from Zone 7222 delivers a swift kick, shattering Lu Wen's shield. Lu Wen stepped back 2 paces, operated his left-hand device, and opted for surrender. The opponent has conceded. The victor of this match is Zhou Yi, and the rewards have been credited. The audience on either side erupted into utterly contrasting cheers and jeers. The next individual match will commence promptly at 4 p.m. Fang Tian chose to exit the arena, and it wasn't too long before Lin Yu followed suit. Was it all an act? Fang Tian inquired. Can you discern their skills? Not unless I engage directly, came the response, but if the Qin family's influence is indeed substantial, you must exercise caution. Indeed, Fang Tian, ever prudent, cast a glance into his bedroom, where Xiaohe remained sound asleep. He returned to his seat in the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. Shortly thereafter, villagers preparing for trade gathered at the exit. Fang Tian opened his eyes to check the time. Indeed, it was nearly 4 o'clock. The second round of the individual matches is about to begin. Random draw in progress. Second match, Zhou Yi from Zone 7222 versus Fang Tian from Zone 1128. The match commences. Both parties have largely regained their stamina. Zhou Yi looked up. Presenting a friendly smile, let us adhere to the previous match's rules. Shield breaks denote surrender, shall we? Fang Tian sneered. Fine. Without further ado, Zhou Yi charged forward. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers. Fang Tian, wary, focused intently as he dismantled several moves. Zhou Yi's performance mirrored that of before. Appearing merely as an ordinary adept with attributes around 20. Let us see how you play. Fang Tian suddenly accelerated, executing a thrust. To his astonishment, the strike landed, shattering Zhou Yi's shield. A trap? Fang Tian swiftly retreated. Yet, Zhou Yi showed no follow-up. He merely paused in surprise before bowing in surrender, manipulating his left-hand device. Fang Tian stepped back cautiously, wary of any trickery. However, the opponent has conceded. The victor of this match is Fang Tian, and the rewards have been credited. I won. Fang is incredible. If Zhou Yi lost, then Lu Wen must have been even more vulnerable. Haha. The championship of the individual matches is ours. The stands of Fang Tian's supporters erupted with fervor, contrasting sharply with the silence from the other two zones, where only sporadic curses could be heard. Fang Tian furrowed his brow, having envisioned countless scenarios, even the possibility of this fellow going berserk and eliminating him in an instant. Yet, having already concluded that both individuals harbored ulterior motives, he had never anticipated such an outcome. Could it be that I am overthinking? Did the Qin family only place their agents in my zone? Indeed, considering Qin Wei's prowess, such a formidable ancient martial arts clan would hardly require elaborate measures to deal with an ordinary person. But could it truly be so? Fang Tian left the arena, utterly perplexed. What is happening? Can he sense my leniency? Lin Yu sent a private message. I lack your experience. I can't discern it. We must remain vigilant in the next match. Do not let your guard down. Indeed, Fang Tian dialed Gu Xian's voice message. According to her account, the recent matches of these individuals were indeed quite ordinary, and they had not encountered any formidable opponents. Could it be that the competitors from other districts were equally inept? If that were the case, Lin Yu would effortlessly claim the championship. However, without himself and the Qin family, Lin Yu could indeed become the champion in this region. At Gu Xian's request, Fang Tian enlisted the 40 members of her team to work in the territory while he remained in the vehicle, earnestly contemplating various possibilities. At present, there appeared to be only 2 scenarios. 1. This initial match was merely a ruse to lull themselves into complacency. The next opponent would come at them with full force, intent on taking their lives. 2. The Qin family did not regard him seriously, having only dispatched individuals to this region. Fang Tian took a deep breath, dismissing the second possibility, for he must regard the first as the sole likelihood. At that moment, a message from Zhao Yicheng further confirmed Fang Tian's suspicions. Are you all participating in a fixed match? A friend of mine in Zhou Yi's district was eliminated in the second personal competition. He claims that Zhou's strength is unfathomable, having been dispatched in an instant. Yet, could it truly be so simple? If the first scenario were accurate, the arrangement would be utterly meaningless. After all, following Qinwei's incident, even the most Navi would not let down their guard. Or perhaps all of this was merely a product of his overthinking. Was the Qin family's true objective to create trouble for him through other channels? For instance, the fire rose. Fang Tian immediately activated the control screen, adjusting all visitors' permissions to prohibit any interference with the master. The third personal match is about to commence. Third battle. District 2288 Zhou Yi versus District 1128's Fang Tian. The match begins. Both parties have essentially regained their status. Chapter 128. The arrival of the patroller. Life and death at stake. The atmosphere in the stands was lively, particularly on Fang Tian's side, where cheers resounded throughout the day. In stark contrast, the audience on Lu Wen's side remained relatively subdued. After all, Lu Wen had just suffered defeat at the hands of Zhou Yi, who was soon vanquished by Fang Tian. Thus, it seemed to the spectators that this match would bear little intrigue. Fang Tian remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Wen, who wielded a long spear. Shall we adhere to our old customs? I shall not hold back. Lu Wen greeted with a friendly demeanor, charging towards Fang Tian. After exchanging several blows, Lu Wen found himself in a precarious position, his defenses swiftly shattered. The moment his shield was breached, Fang Tian instinctively withdrew. Yet, Lu Wen appeared unperturbed, merely shrugging and chuckling. Impressive. I concede. He then reached out to signal his surrender. Cheers erupted from Fang Tian's supporters. However, in that fleeting moment, an epiphany struck Fang Tian. He silently drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Lu Wen deftly deflected the projectile with the tip of his spear. Casting a puzzled glance at Fang Tian. Is conceding not enough? This unexpected turn of events left the audience in stunned silence. The entire arena hushed. The two combatants spoke in hushed tones, inaudible to the spectators. Fang Tian had no intention of allowing Lu Wen to escape. He recognized that confronting the Qin family members alone was his only chance of survival. He needed to eliminate one of them at the earliest opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Fang Tian declared, "Enough of the charade. Your speed in deflecting that arrow does not align with your previous combat." Lu Wen stepped back, forcing a laugh. "I do not comprehend what you mean." Fang Tian readied his blade, adopting a defensive stance. "I know your intention is to strike during the team match." Upon hearing this, Lu Wen's demeanor shifted dramatically, an invisible aura of menace emanating from him, sending shivers down Fang Tian's spine. In the next heartbeat, Lu Wen charged forward. Embodying the saying, "A glimmer of cold light precedes, then the spear strikes like a dragon." What is happening? My goodness. Lu Wen is throwing the match. Just look at his movements now. I see it clearly. He intends to lose, but Fang Tian refuses, striving for a fair victory. Is he really that foolish? What could be the reason? Fang Tian found himself in a dire predicament. It appeared that Chen Wei was indeed the weaker link, for Lu Wen was far superior. This opponent not only displayed unique techniques, but also possessed agility and strength nearing 40 points. Most critically, Fang Tian had never faced a formidable adversary wielding a spear. Utterly perplexed by the serpent-like agility of the spear's tip, with a resounding thud, Fang Tian failed to evade, and his shield was shattered. "It seems we have overestimated you." Lu Wen halted his assault, casting a disdainful look at Fang Tian. "After all, you are merely a mortal. Do not underestimate me." Fang Tian retorted fiercely, advancing with his blade. The battle was excruciating for him. Lu Wen's long weapon rendered any offensive maneuver ineffective. An attempt to leverage his armor for a desperate fight were futile. With a sudden impact, Fang Tian's forehead was pierced by the spear's tip, a stark reminder of the peril he faced. Although he was possessed by the black iron helmet, a powerful impact caused him to experience a slight dizziness. Before he could regain his composure, he was struck in the abdomen by a bullet. Fortunately, his attire was also composed of blue armor, preventing any harm to his internal organs. Fang Tian quickly retreated, fleeing towards the edge of the arena. This was untenable. The disparity in strength was far too great. It was best to withdraw. As long as the green hills remained, one need not worry about firewood. Utilizing the acceleration from his reckless charge, Fang Tian swiftly reached the arena's perimeter, only to be met by an invisible wall of air. Leaving the arena will result in automatic defeat. Please confirm via the device on your left hand. Damn. Fang Tian attempted to operate the device, but Lu Wen's arrow shattered his hopes. Left with no choice, he swung his blade to block, but to prevent the operation interface from interfering with the fight, any offensive or defensive action would cause the interface to vanish instantly. There was no escape. Retreat? Impossible. Although this opponent was slower than him, within the confines of this arena, he would inevitably be pursued. Thus, He had no choice but to fight. First, he would engage in idle chatter, and when their eyes met, he would test the combination of the Eye of Slaughter and the Flame of Fury. If that failed, he would resort to the skill of the Eye of Frenzy. Wait. Lu Wen paused at his words, fixating on Fang Tian's hands, scoffing, stalling for time? Do you think that would be effective? I shall not grant you the opportunity to concede. Fang Tian approached him nonchalantly, trying to create distance while casually remarking, you don't share the surname Qin. You must not be a member of the family, right? If it's about the bounty, the Qin family offers a certain amount, but I can double it. Who told you that those from the Qin family must bear the surname Qin? Lu Wen lowered his voice, yet his gaze remained fixed on Fang Tian's hands. The head of the family has left you a way out. All you need to do is surrender all your resources, sever an arm, and then accompany me to meet him. Fang Tian paid no heed to his words, secretly preparing the Eye of Slaughter. However, this fellow was so intent on preventing Fang Tian's escape that he kept his focus solely on Fang Tian's hands, leaving no openings. Fang Tian's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Have you forgotten? I once treated you to a meal. At this point, he couldn't help but internally scoff. The last person to utter those words had met a gruesome end. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Wen instinctively looked up at Fang Tian. Now was the moment. The Eye of Slaughter and the Flame of Fury were simultaneously activated. Yet, he soon discovered that the Eye of Slaughter could not be unleashed. Not only that, but he found himself unable to utilize any of the system's functions. In an instant, Fang Tian understood. A world overseer was nearby. Why did they arrive now of all times? The Flame of Fury had already been unleashed, the arrow drawn, and it had to be released. Fang Tian slashed forward, only to have Lu Wen effortlessly evade it. If that was the case, then perish. The murderous intent in Lu Wen's eyes surged as he advanced. Fang Tian struggled to hold his ground, forced to retreat repeatedly. However, he had barely taken a few steps before his back collided with the air wall at the edge of the arena. Realizing he was on the brink of disaster, Fang Tian boldly decided to take a risk. Regardless of Lu Wen's next move, he activated his reckless charge. Fortunately, Lu Wen's next shot was directed at his left side. Had it aimed directly at him, it would have been tantamount to suicide. Lu Wen reacted with remarkable swiftness, clearly aware of the skill known as barbaric charge. He deftly sidestepped the trajectory of the attack, simultaneously predicting its path and preparing to strike Fang Tian. However, Fang Tian had no intention of using barbaric charge to inflict harm. He merely initiated the move to close the distance to Lu Wen. In the realm of combat, the longer the weapon, the greater its strength. Conversely, the shorter the weapon, the more perilous the encounter. To contend with a spear, one must engage in close-quarters combat to have any chance of success. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Wen was momentarily unprepared, Fang Tian grasped the spear shaft with his left hand and launched a decisive strike. At that very moment, Lu Wen showcased the formidable martial arts heritage of his ancient clan. He raised his left hand to seize Fang Tian's right forearm, while his right hand relinquished the spear to deliver a palm strike to Fang Tian's abdomen. With nowhere left to retreat, Fang Tian braced himself to endure the blow. Surprisingly, the strike lacked substantial force, and he did not feel pain. However, an icy chill surged from his abdomen, rapidly spreading downward. Fang Tian's legs instantly lost all sensation. In a life-and-death scenario, he exerted immense pressure downward with his trapped right hand. Lu Wen, not possessing superior strength, chose to abandon the pursuit and withdrew. Fang Tian's body tilted and collapsed onto the ground, having completely lost control over his legs. What kind of skill is this? Lu Wen's spear had been wrested from him, and now he drew a long sword from his waist, approaching leisurely with a gaze full of disdain. A mere mortal dares to challenge us. Do you even stand a chance? With system skills rendered unusable, his legs incapacitated, and barbaric charge on cooldown, Fang Tian found himself unable to strike back. Yet, propped up by the wall of air, he sat up, locking eyes with Lu Wen, and to his astonishment, he smiled, a smile filled with genuine delight. You're mistaken. Chapter 129, The Returning Dragon's Roar. Lu Wen scoffed. Am I mistaken? Very well, I shall first sever your hands and then inquire slowly. Fang Tian, with the dragon's roar in his left hand and a spear in his right, steadied himself as he coldly regarded the approaching Lu Wen. Who told you I am a mere mortal? A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as a fiery blade descended. Lu Wen had long been prepared and stepped back just in time to narrowly evade it. Touching his singed hair, he mocked, and then what? Fang Tian raised his left hand, launching the spear like a javelin. Lu Wen immediately swung his sword to deflect it. However, simultaneously, the dragon's roar also surged forth. A desperate strike? How arrogant! Lu Wen sidestepped effortlessly, yet he failed to notice that the dragon's roar was aimed with the hilt forward. As he dodged the dragon's roar, Lu Wen advanced a step, swinging his sword towards Fang Tian's arm. Fang Tian maintained his posture after throwing the weapon, with his palm directed towards Lu Wen, grasping at the void. Just as Lu Wen's sword was about to descend, Fang Tian's hand tightened slightly. The dragon capture technique. In the hushed arena, Lu Wen incredulously glanced down at his chest. A sharp blade protruded from it, witnessing Fang Tian incapacitated and unable to stand. The audience in his section had already succumbed to despair, with many slowly departing. Yet this sudden, bizarre turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth? The blade can return on its own? Sword manipulation technique. Goodness, can one still retaliate despite being immobile? This match has left me utterly bewildered. What a roller coaster. Regardless of the twists, he has triumphed. Our region claims the first place in the individual competition. Fang Tian is magnificent. You can always believe in Fang Tian. Fang Tian. Fang Tian. Lu Wen struggled to take a step forward, but with the blade embedded in his vital area, he could muster no strength. As he moved, he could no longer hold on, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Fang Tian coldly regarded him. Did you hear that? I am no mortal. Here, I am a god. Do not utter such folly in your next life. Do not presume you can escape. I shall await you on the path to the underworld. Before his words could fade, Lu Wen collapsed to the ground, lifeless, blood gushing from his chest, flowing swiftly down to Fang Tian's legs. Opponent deceased. The victor of this match is Fang Tian. Rewards have been credited. The honor battle individual competition has officially concluded. First place, Fang Tian, receives 4,000 exploration points. Region 1128 receives 4,000 conquest points. Second place, Zhou Yi, receives 1,500 exploration points. Region 7222 receives 1,500 conquest points. Lu Wen is deceased. Region 2288 receives 500 conquest points. The honor battle team competition will commence promptly at 6 o'clock. All participants are advised to prepare accordingly. Fang Tian's legs remain numb, and he could only use the dragon capture technique to retract the dragon's roar, slowly crawling to collect his opponent's belongings. Ignoring the revelry in the audience, he departed. In the stands, Zhou Yi's expression was grim as he returned to his bus and dialed a voice call. Lu Wen is dead. What? You fools. Why have you deviated from the plan again? It is indeed Jinwei's fault for prematurely revealing our strategies, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Lu Wen was merely following the plan and was merely uncovered. Is he truly so formidable? Lu Wen is already of moderate skill. How could he fail in a one-on-one confrontation? This individual's prowess is not particularly impressive. Yet he possesses a peculiar ability to wield a knife as if it were a boomerang, striking Lu Wen in a vital area from behind. The blade itself bore no malice, making it difficult for even us to detect its approach. Who would have thought that an ordinary person could eliminate two of us so effortlessly? Has the team competition been arranged? Yes, indeed. We have at least 2 to 3 members in each area. When the time comes, we shall strike together, and his demise will be assured. However, what is it? He has already sensed our intention to act during the team competition. So what? It is now confirmed that registration for the team competition cannot be cancelled. He will be forcibly transported there. He has been struck by Lu Wen's ice palm, rendering his legs incapacitated. There is no way he will fully recover for the next match. Rest assured, this time success is guaranteed. Yes, once the notification of status recovery arrives, we can commence our attack. Have you all agreed upon a simultaneous strike? No matter how exceptional he may be, he cannot survive. Indeed, upon returning to the carriage, Fang Tian immediately summoned the system. As expected, it could be activated. It seems he has not been targeted. The World Inspector was merely spectating. Fang Tian opened the status panel and glanced at his condition. Status: internal injury from ice palm, impaired blood circulation, loss of control in both legs, semi-permanent internal damage. Unable to recover naturally, please take medication promptly. He touched his legs, finding them icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Wait. No way. This is it. I feel nothing. Xiao Ai. Fang Tian cried out in anguish. Xiao Ai, startled by his heart-wrenching wail, rushed out of the private compartment. Aren't you capable of healing? Please, help me, Fang Tian pleaded with a quavering voice. Xiao Ai approached quickly and conducted a brief examination. I only possess basic medical knowledge. I am not a professional medical robot. I cannot treat this injury. Hearing this, Fang Tian felt tears welling up. What if we use that 9 rebirth revitalizing pill? The battle is over. Perhaps I could recover by the time the team competition begins. Yet, there are still 30 minutes left. What if there are lingering effects? What else can we do? It's not like we can conjure a professional medical robot right now. Professional? Suddenly, Fang Tian thought of someone. And a glimmer of hope appeared on his face as he hastily initiated a video call. Li Yu appeared on the screen, smiling. Congratulations on your victory, Fang Tian. Fang Tian cut to the chase. You must help me. I've been struck by the ice palm, and my legs are completely incapacitated. Li Yu appeared somewhat alarmed. Is it that serious? Describe the symptoms. After Fong Tian briefly explained, Li Yu's brow furrowed. Such injuries do not exist in reality. I have no experience with this at all. Fong Tian grew increasingly anxious. What shall we do? Li Yu pondered for a moment before slowly suggesting, in your situation, you should try taking a blood-activating and stasis-resolving pill first. I will head to the trading market shortly to procure some warming herbs and attempt to concoct a remedy for you. Thank you so much. However, will there be any lingering side effects? You should proceed to the trading market's spice section and purchase some ginger. Prepare a portion as ginger soup to drink. And use the juice from another portion to massage your lower body to enhance blood circulation, preventing any localized necrosis. Understood. Fong Tian hastened to acquire some ginger, instructing Xiao Ai to prepare a part for the ginger soup while crushing the remainder and setting it aside. I will keep an eye on the soup to ensure it doesn't boil dry. Xiao Ai made her way toward the private compartment. Wait. Xiao Ai suddenly halted, her body tensing. Come over and assist me with a massage. A look of distress immediately crossed her face. Chapter 130. Surrounded by fearsome foes. Escape is futile. After standing motionless for a considerable time, Xiao Ai finally turned with great difficulty and came over to assist Fong Tian in removing his trousers. Apply ginger juice to massage my legs. Poor circulation could lead to necrosis. Hurry. Xiao Ai clenched her small fists. However, glancing at Fong Tian, whose anxious face was marred by purple bruises on his frozen legs, she gritted her teeth and approached to massage him with ginger juice. Fong Tian swallowed a blood circulation promoting pill, then dipped his right hand in the ginger juice, pulling down the waistband of his shorts with his left hand and reaching inside, a friendly reminder, this action is risky, please do not imitate. As Xiao Ai was intently focused on her massage, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Startled, she turned her head sharply and encountered a most dreadful scene. Xiao Ai instantly erupted in rage, delivering a slap that rendered Fong Tian unconscious, his expression serene. He had fainted. The system on Fong Tian emitted a sound. You've driven me to madness. How dare you? Xiao Ai trembled with fury, grabbing the dragon cry sword from the ground, intent on punishing him. My lady, he has been struck by the ice palm. Your approach is correct. Or he could suffer necrosis. Isn't there a bodily recovery mechanism here? But it could lead to a debilitating effect lasting at least a month. Here, that is fatal. Xiao Ai remained irate, her face flushed, brandishing the dragon cry sword threateningly. He's just a lecher anyway. Perhaps I should simply sever it. At this thought, she couldn't help but chuckle, finally calming down. After Xiao Ai pinched him several times on the acupoint, Fong Tian slowly regained consciousness. Rubbing his burning cheek, he murmured, What happened to me? Xiao Ai's anti-pervert system was triggered. Oh. Fong Tian's face turned crimson. Don't misunderstand. I was merely, healing. Though the movement might seem a tad inappropriate, but it was instinctive, muscle memory, you see. All right, I understand, Xiao Ai replied, turning her face away to massage the soles of his feet. Despite the awkwardness, with his manhood at stake, Fong Tian persisted with his actions. Before long, Xiao Ai brought over ginger soup. After drinking the soup and enduring another 10 minutes of massage, he finally felt a faint sensation below his waist. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, requesting Xiao Ai to fetch warm water for a cleansing. After freshening up, he donned his trousers once more. His legs remained uncontrollable, but for now, he need not worry about localized necrosis. Xiao Ai assisted Fong Tian to the bedroom, and after he lay on the bed, she departed. Fong Tian took a moment to collect his thoughts, glancing at the time 1740. The team competition would commence in 20 minutes. His friend's private messages chimed incessantly, but he had no time to address them now. He dialed Gu Xian's number. How's your injury? I won't die. Have the others in the team looked into it for me? In our district, there are 2 newcomers, including Yang Bo, who ranked 3rd in this district and has faced Lin Yu. The 2288 district's team has 3 newcomers, but Lu Wen is already dead, leaving 2. The 7222 district, including Yang Yi, has 3 newcomers. Fong Tian remained silent for a considerable time, gently massaging his temples before murmuring, All right, thank you. Please send me their names in a private message later. Gu Xian's voice was laden with anxiety. If these individuals possess strength comparable to Lu Wen, then perhaps you should consider withdrawing? Fong Tian sighed. I just tried, and it is impossible to withdraw. Participation is mandatory. What if you and Lin Yu join forces? Is there any possibility of defeating them? Even if we collaborate, facing 2 opponents would be exceedingly challenging. Given the current circumstances, there are at least 4 of them, and victory seems unattainable. What should we do? Should I contact the other 2 contestants from our district? I know them. Their abilities are far too inferior. It would be futile. Fong Tian managed a wry smile. We can only attempt to concede right from the start. After ending the call, Fong Tian contemplated and messaged Lin Yu, urging him not to intervene. Once he had completed these tasks, he fell into deep thought. According to Gu Xian, Once the group matches commenced, he would have to face the onslaught of at least 4 members of the Qin family. The odds of victory seemed non-existent. What should he do? After receiving the information relayed from the arena, Long Wushuang's expression was one of profound regret. Had he not offended the Qin family, he could have truly become a formidable ally. Brother, do you think he could also? That is impossible. I have verified that in any group match, he must confront at least 4 individuals. In the previous 2 matches, he revealed too many of his strengths, and now even in one-on-one combat, his chances of success are severely diminished. Indeed, his sword technique, which can automatically redirect, loses its threat after being witnessed once. It is also my fault. I underestimated the Qin family's resolve. I did not anticipate that they had placed people in all 3 districts. Otherwise, I should have advised him to withdraw from the group matches yesterday. It seems the Qin family has resolved to seize control of those 3 areas. Dealing with Fang Tian is merely a secondary objective. We must expedite our plans. The Battle of Glory, the group matches, is about to commence. Everyone was transported to the competition venue, which was significantly larger than that of the individual matches. Soon, someone noticed Fang Tian lying on the ground. He had yet to regain his ability to move, and a few concerned spectators assisted him to a seat. It's Fang Xin. Fang Xin. Incredible! He brought us glory in the individual matches. Let's go. If we secure the group match, we will be safe. Huh? Why is he on the ground? It seems his leg injury hasn't healed? No worries. He can recover before the match begins. I doubt it. It seems that severe injuries cannot fully heal. His legs appear to be incapacitated. What should we do? With one less person, aren't we doomed to lose? Fang Tian ignored the surrounding clamor, silently praying that the first match would allow the other 2 matches to commence first. He needed a moment to devise a plan. The group battle is now commencing. Random drawing in progress. First battle. District 7222 versus District 2288. Truly, one fears what one dreads. Fang Tian was transported to the arena. His legs weakened. Fortunately, Lin Yu swiftly rushed forward to support him. The other 2 teammates squeezed in, brandishing their weapons with malicious intent directed at Fang Tian. What are you doing? Lin Yu immediately sensed the danger. The 2 men remained silent, their cold gazes fixed on Fang Tian. One was Yang Bo, the 3rd-ranked competitor in this region, while the other was an unfamiliar face unearthed by Gu Xian, who had also breached the top 8 of this area. Fang Tian dared not linger and reached out to forfeit. However, a message flashed. The match has not officially begun. This action is invalid. Yang Bo discerned Fang Tian's intention and sneered. Want to surrender? You won't have the chance. The moment the battle commences, we will take your life. Lin Yu, if you wish to survive, step aside. Lin Yu's muscles tensed instantaneously. Fang Tian hurriedly patted his hand discreetly. Help me sit down and keep your distance. Without hesitation, Lin Yu assisted Fang Tian in sitting down, standing at a distance while casting a worried glance at him. The other 2 teammates were utterly baffled, closing in. What are you doing? Hey, what's going on? You ignored me before the match when I tried to discuss tactics, and now there's infighting? Yang Bo and another member from the Qin family shot them a disdainful look. Get lost. The 2 teammates were momentarily taken aback, suppressed by the sudden surge of murderous intent, and hesitated to advance. The match begins. Yang Bo and the other had already surrounded Fang Tian from both sides, raising their weapons, poised to strike as soon as the state of both parties had essentially returned to normal. Just after this statement, they would bring Fang Tian to his demise. Meanwhile, not far away, Yang Yi from Zone 7222 observed the unfolding situation, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seems that Lu Wen's sacrifice was not in vain. His ice palm had rendered Fang Tian's lower limbs paralyzed. This time, Fang Tian had no way to escape. Chapter 131. The Qin family and the Long family, both parties had essentially regained their composure. Dai, Yang Bo and another member of the Qin family launched their simultaneous assault. Fang Tian remained remarkably unperturbed. With his left hand on the ground, he raised his right middle finger at Yang Bo. A brilliant flash emanated from a yellow ring adorning that finger. As blades descended, they struck nothing but air. Fang Tian's figure had vanished. Concurrently, the real-time status above both teams updated, now reflecting a score of 6-5. At that moment, Zhou Yi, accompanied by 2 members of the Qin family, charged forward. They effortlessly dismantled the shields of 2 of Fang Tian's allies before converging with Yang Bo. Where is he? I have no idea. He vanished suddenly. Did he miscalculate the timing and forfeit? No. It seems he possesses a yellow spatial ring, which he used to escape. Let us discuss this later. Zhou Yi raised his longsword. Yang Bo understood the unspoken cue, casually parrying a few strikes before allowing Zhou Yi to shatter his shield, subsequently conceding. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Yu remained in the 1128 area, witnessing the 6 opponents charging towards him. Lin Yu hastily raised his hand to signal his surrender and exited the arena. The victors of this match are the team from Zone 7222. Rewards have been credited. Please check. The next team match will commence promptly at 7 p.m. Gazing at the suddenly vacant arena, the audience erupted into utter chaos. What just happened? So soon? How did Fengshen disappear? Damn, it's a fixed match. Right from the start, it seems we had internal strife, with two individuals attacking Fengshen. What is going on? I've never seen these two before. Are they spies sent by Zone 7222? How shameless. They took advantage of Fengshen's moment of weakness to launch a sneak attack. It's over. The first place in the team match is lost. Lost first place? We might end up at the bottom. Not necessarily. Feng Tian should recover completely by the next match, and even if there are two traitors, it won't be hopeless. Moreover, Luwen from Zone 2288 has been eliminated by Feng Tian, so they are down a player. Back in the car, Joey discussed a few points with Yang Bo before receiving a voice call from their superior. Mission failed. Feng Tian possesses a special ring, which he used to escape. A special ring? What does it look like? I didn't see it. Yang Bo mentioned it was yellow, but he didn't get a good look either. Could it be a special ring? Just wait. I will consult the family head. Inside Long Wushuang's vehicle, upon hearing the spy's report, he appeared quite pleased. This lad. Incomprehensible. At that moment, he received a video request from the head of the Chen family. Uncle Chen, what brings you here? The Chen family head's expression was grim, his hawkish eyes fixated on Long Wushuang. Nephew, do you intend to wage war against our Chen family over this Feng Tian? Long Wushuang smiled slightly, responding with composed dignity. Uncle Chen, on what grounds do you say this? I merely informed him that the Chen family sought him, advising him to come forth and apologize. If he chose not to heed my counsel, it was beyond my control. Could you enlighten me as to why the teleportation ring is in his possession? Long Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of Uncle Chen, your information is remarkably well informed. I acquired this teleportation ring just the day before yesterday, and yet you knew about it so swiftly. However, I still possess the ring. I haven't lent it to anyone. The head of the Chen family snorted coldly. It seems returning it after use won't take but a few moments. Long Wushuang nodded and replied with a smile, indeed, yet you must also be aware that the teleportation ring has a cooldown period. If I could use it immediately, wouldn't that serve to clear my name? With that, Long Wushuang showcased the ring in his hand, which then emitted a brilliant white light before his figure vanished. The Chen family head let out a muffled grunt and abruptly ended the call. Long Wushuang materialized in another vehicle, where a fully staffed team awaited him. Upon his arrival, the group promptly offered their respects. Young master, Long Wushuang strode directly to a young man. Transfer all control to me. The young man readily complied. But a bead of sweat trickled down his temple, betraying his anxiety. Long Wushuang accessed his friend list and sent a friend request to the head of the Chen family. The request was promptly accepted, accompanied by a question mark. Long Wushuang then sent a video invitation. When the call connected and the head of the Chen family beheld Long Wushuang, his expression shifted. What is it? Long Wushuang chuckled. Nothing much. Merely a chance to demonstrate something to you and to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Yes, thank you for assisting me in identifying the traitor. The matter regarding the teleportation ring was intentionally leaked to him. With a swift motion, Long Wushuang thrust a sword into the young man's throat, who then collapsed slowly to the ground. The head of the Chen family chuckled nervously. I do not know him. I acquired this information from the black market. Of course. How could I dare to suspect you? Our two families should unite to weather this storm. However, Uncle Chen, you cannot doubt me without evidence. Naturally. Well then, you may resume your endeavors. This Feng Tian is no trivial adversary. Continue to ponder strategies. Long Wushuang emphasized the word ponder with a hint of derision. The head of the Chen family clenched his teeth and terminated the video call. Long Wushuang wiped the blood from his sword and addressed the others. Your suspicions were correct. Well done. Go to the warehouse and gather the supplies. You may divide the basic resources, but bring the special items to me. Understood. Long Wushuang played with the teleportation ring, gazing out the window as he murmured to himself, one more hurdle remains. The teleportation ring is unusable. Can you overcome this challenge? Meanwhile, in Feng Tian's vehicle, Xiao Ai was gently massaging his legs. After the recent bout, he was beginning to regain some sensation in his legs. Although he still couldn't walk normally, it appeared that the ice palm was indeed a formidable skill, leaving behind such stubborn injuries. However, what plagued him more than his injuries was the looming team match against the 2288 district. The cooldown period for the teleportation ring was 24 hours, rendering it unusable for the time being. What should he do? Feng Tian sent a private message to Long Wushuang, inquiring if he had any life-saving treasures at his disposal. At this moment, Long Wushuang was aboard the traitorous vehicle, unable to receive any messages. Upon glancing into the trading hall, it appeared devoid of any extraordinary treasures. While exploring the marketplace, although there were numerous valuable items, none were of any practical use. What to do? Fang Tian retrieved 2 glory chests obtained from the individual competition from his backpack. They represented his last hope. He opened the first one. 2 spirit-gathering pills were revealed. Each pill could enhance one's mental acuity by 10 points, with a maximum of 10 pills per person. A fine item indeed. However, for Fang Tian at this moment, it was utterly useless. He proceeded to open the second chest. Inside lay 1 breath of evolution and 1 blue weapon, both commendable finds. Under ordinary circumstances, such treasures would have delighted Fang Tian for an entire day, yet what he urgently required was something that could save his life. Once a life is lost, even the finest treasures become mere burial goods. As the competition time drew ever closer, Fang Tian extracted the 9 turns revival pill from his backpack. Consuming it would completely restore his state, akin to a resurrection coin in its potency. He contemplated holding it in his mouth, ready to swallow it when struck by a fatal blow, hoping to deceive the Chun family into underestimating him at the critical moment. Yet, it seemed this was his only option. Nonetheless, the Chun family's sole target was himself. Before he could succumb, they would likely remain vigilant. The chances of success appeared almost non-existent. The second round of the team competition is about to commence. Chapter 132, Escaping a Calamity. Yet not entirely unscathed, the second battle. District 2288 versus District 7222. The match commences, both sides have largely regained their status. With a sigh of relief, Fang Tian exhaled deeply. Soon, someone in the audience recognized him and hurried over with inquiries. Fang, is your leg all right? What happened in the last match? Why were there 2 people attacking you? Are you all involved in match fixing? The intensity is vastly different compared to individual competitions. At this critical juncture, Fang Tian deemed it unnecessary to respond. He made his way back to the vehicle. Relying on the 9 turns soul rejuvenating pill felt unreliable. He could not afford to underestimate the Chun family. Fang Tian plunged into the auction house, tirelessly searching among the unclassified items and treasures. However, half an hour passed, and his eyes were strained, yet he found nothing. In utter frustration, Fang Tian opened his friend's list, hoping for a response from Long Wushuang. Apologies. I was in someone else's vehicle and unable to receive messages. I have nothing that can assist you. He sighed, collapsing onto his bed. His system abilities remained inactive in the previous match, and even if they had been functional, survival seemed improbable, other than the Eye of Slaughter being useful against people. The Eye of Fury and the Eye of Keen Insight were practically ineffective against skilled opponents, being more suited for battling monsters. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Fang Tian initiated a voice call to Enruo, inquiring whether her sister possessed anything akin to a teleportation ring. Regrettably, he came up empty-handed once more. Was there truly no way out? He gently patted the sleeping Xiaohei beside him, who showed no signs of waking. At that moment, a call request came through. It was another Xiaohei. Is there something you need? Fang Tian asked, lacking the mood for idle chatter. Why haven't you been responding? I've been searching for you all this time. If you have something to say, make it quick. I'm quite busy right now. Let me get straight to the point. Are you intentionally avoiding the competition? It's complicated. In short, both teams have individuals attempting to eliminate me. So I need to find a way to escape the arena. Take a look at this. Xiaohei presented an item. Heaven and Earth Chi bag. Damage can trap an enemy within the bag for 1 hour. Ordinary blades cannot pierce the bag. After 1 hour, the enemy will automatically escape. After reading the description, Fang Tian's heart surged with joy. Isn't this the item of the cloth bag monk? Did you venture into the map of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Yes, it coincidentally pertains to the siege on the Bright Summit segment. However, my strength was inadequate. Zhang Wuji broke the bag, and I dared not emerge until everyone had departed. I collected these bag fragments and repaired them using a workbench, not expecting it to be functional. Can being trapped inside prevent teleportation during the glory tournament? It should be possible. It can isolate all contact with the outside world. This item is difficult to destroy from within, but from the outside, ordinary weapons can pierce through. Once pierced, the person inside will instantly escape. Can I borrow it? Why would I seek you out otherwise? Upon concluding his words, Xiaohong promptly transmitted the Qiankuan back. Time was of the essence. Fang Tian hastily expressed his gratitude and immediately summoned Xiaobei. Please place me inside this bag. Although theoretically, his absence at the commencement would imply forfeiture, Fang Tian resolved to remain within the Qiankuan bag for a full hour, just to be prudent. The third match of the team competition was about to commence. The third battle was between Zone 2288 and Zone 1128. As the match began, both sides had essentially regained their stamina. Following the victory of Zone 7222 in the previous round, it was established that they would secure first place in the team competition. This match would determine the second place. Given that Fang Tian had secured first place in the individual competition, a victory in this match would solidify a commendable standing for Zone 2288 as well. Consequently, the audience from Zone 1128 was particularly invested in the outcome. Had Fengshen recovered? After 2 consecutive rounds of restoration, surely even the gravest of injuries could mend, right? Huh? Where is he? Not only the audience, but the competitors from both teams also noted this peculiarity. The overhead display indicated a tally of 5 for both sides. The faces of the Qin family members darkened instantly. After a brief exchange of glances, both teams swiftly resolved the conflict. Owing to the leniency shown by 2 members of the Qin family from Zone 1128, Lin Yu and his team quickly succumbed to defeat. The opponent concedes. The victor of this round is Zone 2288. Rewards have been credited. The Glory Battle Team competition has officially concluded. First place. All members of Zone 7222 will equally share 6,000 exploration points, and Zone 7222 will receive 6,000 conquest points. Second place. All members of Zone 2288 will equally share 3,600 exploration points, and Zone 2288 will receive 1,500 conquest points. Third place. All members of Zone 1128 will equally share 1,200 exploration points, and Zone 1128 will receive 1,200 conquest points. The Glory Battle Vehicle competition will commence promptly at 9 o'clock. All participating teams are requested to prepare. The audience erupted in confusion. What was happening? Where was Fang Tian? Damn. If they couldn't fight yesterday, they shouldn't have signed up. Is he too injured? There must be something fishy about this team competition. Those large teams are conspiring behind the scenes. Damn it. I bet on our zone. And I'm going to suffer a huge loss. How shameless. To profit from our wagers, they have sold out the interests of our entire region. Inside Dong Jian's vehicle. Fang Tian's reputation was plummeting rapidly. Should we stoke the flames? Dong Jian shot him a glare. Arrange for some individuals who did not participate in the vehicle competition to help bolster his reputation in the channel. We must prevent his standing from declining too swiftly. The vehicle competition is about to begin, so brothers, prepare yourselves. What? Just follow my lead. If Fang Tian survives this, our region will face a calamity. Dong Jian sighed. Inside the stifling Qiankuan bag, Fang Tian felt a sudden brightness before hastily emerging. The hour had finally passed. Please bring me a glass of ice water. Arrange for ginger soup and a massage as well. After instructing Xiao AI to handle the matter, Fang Tian exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and glanced at the regional channel. A multitude of individuals were vociferously criticizing him, while surprisingly, members of the Firefox faction were defending his reputation. On the side of the Fire Rose, due to Fang Tian's prior admonitions, they merely offered him anonymous support, having narrowly escaped danger. Fang Tian felt an immense sense of relief and naturally dismissed the vitriol aimed at him. It appeared that this challenge had been surmounted. Fang Tian retrieved the Qiankuan Ichi bag, along with the blue weapon he had acquired from the Glory treasure chest, and sent them to Xiao He. Thank you. You saved my life. The rent is rather steep, haha. I've struck it rich. Let us save the thanks for later. I need to attend to my current affairs. After closing the chat window, Fang Tian glanced at Long Wushuang's message. This glance extinguished the joy he had felt from escaping peril. The head of the Qin family had commanded individuals from 3 regions to simultaneously transfer to their area, totaling 15 people. With their strength, they would quickly gain control over his region. Were they truly intent on eliminating him? Fang Tian sent a call request. Is there a detailed list? Only a partial one. I will send it shortly. Additionally, I suggest you transfer regions immediately. As long as you keep transferring, they should find it difficult to pursue you. Transferring regions requires a day's advance notice, and one cannot embark on adventures for 7 days post-transfer. However, given Fang Tian's current notoriety, he would be swiftly discovered in any region he moved to. If the Chun family was resolute in their intent to kill him, they would likely dispatch followers continuously, rendering Fang Tian unable to embark on any adventures in the future. Thank you, but matters do not occur in threes. I shall not merely evade. Consider this carefully. A level 6 convoy can initiate a regional vote for locking the area. If more than half of the large convoys in the region cast affirmative votes, the transfer functionality for your area will be locked, and then escape will be impossible. Yes, I understand, but I wish to impart a lesson to them. What lesson? Even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Chapter 133, Exploring the Mall after ending the call with Long Wushuang. Fang Tianming had Xiao AI massage his legs while he sat idly, gazing at the small black figure on the bed, his mind gradually formulating plans. Long Wushuang had made it abundantly clear that, with his trump cards exposed, a member of the Chun family of moderate skill could easily dispose of him. Now, With 15 individuals simultaneously entering this region, their intentions to eliminate him were unmistakable. Given their strength, once they formed a convoy, it would not be long before they ascended to a level 6 convoy. A level 6 convoy could lock down the area, rendering him a caged bird, destined for demise sooner or later. However, before they reached level 6, it appeared there were still avenues for maneuvering. Even if escape became the only option, he must ensure the Chun family pays a price. With this thought, Fang Tian sent a message to Gu Xian, requesting her assistance in compiling information regarding convoy upgrades. Once Gu Xian agreed, he sent a voice message to Enrua. Tian Gu, why not send a video? I want to introduce my sister to you. She happens to be right here. Enrua intentionally lowered her voice, though her excitement was palpable. Are you two chatting? Yes. The glory war is about to commence. We are discussing strategies. Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Her sister's involvement in the glory war indicated that her convoy must be among the top in the region. All right. I want to disturb you further. I'll reach out tomorrow. Is there something urgent? You can share now. Actually, it's mainly them discussing. And I can't quite grasp it. It's not a pressing matter, so you focus on your plans. Good luck. With that, Fang Tian ended the call and sent Enrua a message. Have you mentioned my full name to your sister? Enrua quickly replied. I usually just call you Tian Gu. She doesn't know your full name yet. Should I tell her? No need for now. I'll contact you later. Okay. Fang Tian pondered for a moment, glancing at his still cold legs, and sent a voice message to Li Yu. Have you found any hot herbs? None. The trading market is filled with herbs for clearing heat and detoxification, as well as those for treating external injuries. Fang Tian frowned upon hearing this. What to do now? Must he resort to using the 9-turn resurrection pill? Not only was the exploration issue at stake, but to confront the Qin family. He needed the power of the convoys in this area. Yet in his current half-paralyzed state, no one would align with him. How about this? Tomorrow, come to my territory and see if you can find the appropriate herbs. All right. Don't worry. I won't treat you unfairly. Since you don't often meet Lin Yu, I'll bring him along tomorrow. How about you two take the opportunity to arrange a date? Fang Tian chuckled mischievously. Li Yu's voice immediately became much softer, and she muttered something before ending the call. After sending a message of gratitude to Xiao Hei, Xiao Ai had nearly completed her massage. With her assistance, Fang Tian sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the heart technique imparted by Long Wushuang, gradually calming his breath. Fang Tian did not attend the convoy competition, as he had become the target of many. His presence in the audience would undoubtedly incite a commotion. The results of the team race revealed that the 7222 district secured first place, earning 8,000 conquest points. The Firefox team from this district claimed second place, receiving 5,000 conquest points, while the 2288 district finished third, acquiring 2,000 conquest points. Notably, the Qin family did not participate in any of the 3 team races, indicating their clear intent to target Fang Tian. Intriguingly, the team from District 7222 also utilized steel arrows, suggesting that the leaders of that team possessed the steel arrow template, which they have kept as a secret weapon. Upon entering the trading hall, Fang Tian observed a significant number of steel arrows available for sale. The current price stood at 200 water for a bag of arrows, 20 arrows, but as more teams began to offload their steel arrows, the price was rapidly declining. Consequently, in the glory battle, District 7222 amassed a total of 15,500 points, 1,500 points from individual matches, 6,000 points from team matches, and 8,000 points from the team race. District 2288 accumulated a total of 6,100 points, with 500 points from individual matches, 3,600 points from team matches, and 2,000 points from the team race. The District 1128, where Fang Tian resided, garnered 10,200 points, comprising 4,000 points from individual matches, 1,200 points from team matches, and 5,000 points from the team race. Currently, the rankings among the 3 regions are as follows. Huaxia 7222 District, 24,786 points. Huaxia 1128 District, 19,356 points. Huaxia 2288 District, 14,723 points following the glory battle. This ranking appears largely settled. Given such a substantial point disparity, any overtaking seems implausible. A glance at the district chat revealed half the participants berating Fang Tian, while the other half defended him. Those who criticized felt he occupied a position without contributing, having withdrawn from 2 matches, thereby causing his team to finish last in the team event. Conversely, his defenders argued that despite everything, he had won the individual match. And considering his injuries and the evident betrayal by teammates in the team event, there must be underlying circumstances. The 2 factions engaged in heated arguments, with many calling for Fang Tian to address the situation. However, at that moment, Fong Tian preferred to disregard their opinions. Matters of life and death took precedence over public perception. This glory battle afforded Fong Tian 4,200 exploration points, bringing his total to 4,209 points when combined with previous accumulations. Upon inspecting the exploration shop, he noted the following items. Space Gem, a special material, costs 8 points. Spirit Stone, a special material, costs 10 points. Lucky Chest, a beginner's chest, costs 50 points. Crimson Chest, a mid-level chest, costs 100 points. Steel Longsword, a blue weapon, costs 200 points. Spirit Gathering Pill, a high-level mental elixir, costs 500 points. Body Refining Pill, a high-level endurance elixir, costs 800 points. Basic Fighting Shooting Skills, a passive skill, costs 800 points. Divine Power Pill, a high-level strength elixir, costs 900 points. Swift Pill, a high-level agility elixir, costs 900 points. Steel Armor, blue armor, cost 1,000 points. Steel Helmet, a blue helmet, cost 1,000 points. Fong Tian found little interest in these items and promptly flipped to the last page. The Winds of Evolution, special materials, require 2,000 points for exchange. Exploration chests, advanced chests, necessitate 5,000 points for redemption. Dark Crystal Stones, special materials, also demand 5,000 points. Light Crystal Stones, special materials, similarly require 5,000 points. Intermediate Combat Shooting Skills require 6,000 points for trade. Soul Crystal Stones, special materials, call for 10,000 points. Advanced Combat Shooting Skills, a passive ability, necessitate 30,000 points for exchange. There are indeed numerous valuable items, particularly the two most expensive skills. However, the requisite exploration points are exceedingly high, 30,000 points, a sum that seems unattainable for the foreseeable future. Moreover, the Soul Crystal Stone, which requires 10,000 points, piqued Fong Tian's interest. Considering the aforementioned dark and light crystal stones, it can be reasonably inferred that the Soul Crystal Stone is also something that can be offered in territorial sacrifices. Unfortunately, the cost is prohibitively steep, and aside from the Super PvP map, there are no alternative means to acquire exploration points. Even when amassing resources within the map, one can obtain a mere 3 points, making it virtually impossible to accumulate a significant score through conventional methods. Judging by the exchange rate in the exploration shop, an average of 1 exploration point can be exchanged for 100 units of water resources. Thus, the 4,209 points in Fong Tian's possession represent a considerable fortune. What shall he choose to exchange? Chapter 134, Level 3 Blazing Fire. After much contemplation, he resolved to exchange for the Gathering Spirit Pill. Dragon Wushuang had once marveled at his rapid mastery of internal martial arts. Upon arriving in this world, Dragon Wushuang also selected several exceptionally perceptive outsiders to impart his teachings. Yet their progress paled in comparison to that of Fong Tian. A distinct advantage Fong Tian possessed was his mental attribute, which far surpassed that of others. Furthermore, the potency of the Blazing Fire Sword technique was intrinsically linked to one's mental attribute, suggesting that the prerequisite for upgrading this technique likely hinged upon that very attribute. With this realization, Fong Tian hesitated no longer and promptly purchased 8 Gathering Spirit Pills, deciding to reserve the remaining 209 trial points for later use. After consuming them all in one go, his mental attribute surged once more, reaching an impressive 212 points. Fong Tian accessed his status panel, feeling invigorated, and indeed, he had leveled up. Blazing Fire Sword Technique. Level 3 summons fire elementals to enhance the lethality of melee weapons, allowing for self-regulation of flame density. The greater the density, the smaller the range, with a cooldown period of 60 seconds. Although the cooldown duration had extended from 15 seconds to 60, the ability to adjust the attack range meant that a single skill could effectively function as multiple skills. Regrettably, Fong Tian remained in a crippled state. Despite his eager anticipation, he would have to defer testing the skill for another time. The Dragon Seizing Technique still could not be upgraded. Yet the advancement of the Blazing Fire Sword Technique affirmed that Fong Tian's strategy was sound. The power of the Dragon Seizing Technique was contingent upon all attributes, indicating that a certain threshold of overall attributes must be attained for it to level up. Currently, with strength at 63, agility at 54, endurance at 62, and mental acuity at 212, his total attributes reached 391, yet he still could not upgrade. A truly perplexing situation. Having consumed a full 10 Gathering Spirit Pills, he now needed to devise a means to acquire the other 3 types of pills. With sufficiently high attributes, any so-called ancient martial family would ultimately be within his grasp. The vehicle has arrived at the final stop, the frightening cliff station. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails as the vehicle prepares to halt. The vehicle has come to a complete stop at this final station. Passengers are kindly asked to gather their personal belongings and prepare to disembark. We look forward to your next journey. Farewell. Today's operational revenue has been credited. Please check your account. Today's earnings amounted to a spirit stone, which Fong Tian casually tossed aside while calling out for Xiao AI. Please inform the workers in the territory that wages will be settled tomorrow or the day after. Understood. After Xiao AI departed, Fong Tian closed his eyes, contemplating strategies to deal with the Qin family, and gradually drifted into slumber. Starting today, exploration points earned in the Super PvP map will be doubled. Based on the resource acquisition rankings, survivors will receive exploration points in the amounts of 6, 4, and 2. Beginning today, a 10-day Super Sandstorm mode will be initiated, tripling vehicle wear. Reclining leisurely on his bed, Fong Tian analyzed the implications of these two notifications. The doubling of exploration points clearly favored those striving to ascend the conquest rankings. However, given the vast regional point disparities, altering the standings in the short term would remain challenging. The so-called Super Sandstorm mode, with its tripled wear, posed a formidable challenge for the average individual. Yet for a wealthy figure like Fong Tian, it was devoid of stress, even eliciting a hint of amusement. Today, Fong Tian remained in the vehicle, his leg injury showing no signs of improvement. The ginger massage provided only temporary relief, failing to offer a cure. At 3 o'clock, he greeted Gu Xian and allocated her a quota of 37 individuals. With Xiao AI's assistance, he entered the reception room, where he summoned Lin Yu and Jin Yu, the siblings. Lin Yu looked at Fong Tian in astonishment. Is it that serious? Fong Tian replied with a wry smile. It's semi-permanent. There's no medicine that can restore it. I can only trouble you all this time. Li Jin, with a mischievous grin, leaned in and quipped. Is that part still intact? Fong Tian retorted. Since you failed to find me medicine today, I'll have to cut yours off too, so no one can use it. Li Jin shuddered and dashed out. Lin Yu, undeterred, turned to Li Yu. I don't know much about herbs, but I can lend a hand. Li Yu, blushing slightly, nodded gently, and after checking Fong Tian, led Lin Yu outside. At that moment, Gu Xian sent over the list, and Fong Tian found a spot to sit, bringing in the workers from the fire roast. After a flurry of chatter, the women went out to work, and Fong Tian returned to the carriage, awaiting their return in silence. In the evening, Xiao AI hurried in. Your friends have found the herbs. Fong Tian promptly granted them access to his private compartment, instructing Xiao AI to escort them inside. The three entered, covered in dirt and leaves, appearing quite disheveled. Thank you for your hard work. It must have been challenging to find them, Fong Tian said, quickly directing Xiao AI to serve tea. Li Yu wiped the sweat from her brow. It was tea too bad. There are plenty of herbs here, though some aggressive animals caused a bit of a delay. Aggressive animals? Fong Tian inquired, puzzled. Ever since he sacrificed the light crystal, some gentle creatures had indeed appeared in the area. Had the lack of inspection for just a few days led to the emergence of carnivorous beasts? Lin Yu interjected. We encountered some wolves and lions deep in the territory. But fortunately, it wasn't a major issue. Fong Tian frowned and quickly broadcast a warning to the workers. Lions and wolves possess combat abilities equivalent to ordinary monsters, posing no threat to the fire roast team. However, if this trend continues, would more dangerous creatures arise in the territory? We have gathered all the herbs, but there are no pharmaceutical tools here. Wait for me. I will prepare the medicine and trade it with you. Fong Tian regained his composure and suggested, how about this? The market for medicine is quite favorable at the moment. Why not move over here, gather herbs daily, and produce medicines for sale? You could earn quite a bit. Li Jin's eyes sparkled. I was just about to suggest that. However, simply gathering herbs is too slow. I've just discovered some cultivable herbs. If we clear some fields to plant them, we could definitely make a fortune. Unlocking a level 5 private compartment allows access to a level 1 territory. Couldn't you manage that in your own territory? Fong Tian asked. That's not feasible. My sister and I barely pooled resources to establish a level 1 territory. But the land is too barren. Nothing grows there. Hearing from Brother Lin that your territory's level is high and that plants regenerate swiftly, it stands to reason that your yield of medicinal herbs would be equally rapid, which is why I wish to give it a try. Fong Tian nodded. Very well. I shall invite you here daily. Should we cultivate a medicinal field, I can enlist a few villagers to assist you. However, it is prudent that our collaboration remains confidential, as I am currently facing some opposition, and being associated with me could be detrimental. Li Jin nodded vigorously. Understood. And what about the profits? Given that this is a skilled endeavor, shall we split it 55 to 45? Agreed. Li Jin appeared quite pleased. Then, Brother Fong Tian, I shall return to assist you with the medicine preparation. Tomorrow, I will bring along the necessary tools and relocate here. Very well. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Liu swiftly traded several bowls of medicinal soup, advising to consume 3 bowls a day. After furrowing his brow and finishing 1 bowl, Fong Tian felt a warm current spreading within him, bringing a sense of calm, and he quickly resumed his practice while the warmth lingered. Unbeknownst to him, yet another day of operations drew to a close. Strangely, after the operations concluded, Fong Tian faintly heard voices emanating from within the bus compartment. What could this mean? Are the Qin family involved? Chapter 135. Resurgence of the Overlord in what should have been an empty bus compartment. A voice unexpectedly pierced the silence, sending a shiver down Fong Tian's spine. If it were a member of the Qin family, there would surely have been an announcement. What could it be? Fong Tian retrieved Lu Wen's long spear, using it as a makeshift cane, and slowly emerged from his bedroom, gripping longing. The medicine given by Li Yu had proven remarkably effective, allowing him to walk with the aid of a staff. Suddenly, a thunderous bang startled Fong Tian. It was a stone hurled by the ferocious sandstorm striking the window. Fortunately, his vehicle was sturdy enough, resulting in only a minor crack in the glass. Xiao Ai, who had been tidying up in the kitchen, approached him, asking, "What happened? There seems to be some commotion outside." "I'll go check," she said, but Fong Tian quickly grasped her arm. "No, it could be dangerous. Stay here and wait for me." With that, he cautiously made his way over and gently opened the door leading to the bus compartment. Outside stood several strangers, gathered around the village chief, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Fong Tian's presence, the chief hurried over. "My lord, these are people we brought from the market. They wish to join our territory." Fong Tian breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was a false alarm. He had indeed consented to the chief's plan of recruiting individuals for their community. "Do they possess any special skills?" "2 fishermen and a farmer," replied the chief. "Very well, I shall grant them permission," Fong Tian stated as he approached the control panel, officially accepting the newcomers as subjects. Once authorized, they were permitted entry into the territory. With time on his hands, Fong Tian ventured into the area where villagers congregated, eager to ascertain his daily earnings. In terms of taxes, each villager contributed less than 300 water daily, and with a population of fewer than 40. The daily tax revenue amounted to approximately 10,000 water. The blacksmith contributed around 4,000 water daily, while the tailor added another 6,000, bringing the total to 10,000 water. The 2 goose houses collectively produced about 200,000 water each day, from which 30,000 for labor wages and 35,000 for Gua Xian's dividends were deducted. Additionally, Fong Tian invited the Jin and Yu siblings daily for herbal gathering and occasionally entertained guests, which slightly reduced the number of laborers. Nevertheless, a daily income of 100,000 water seemed assured. Thus, Fong Tian's stable income amounted to 120,000 water, equating to 120 spirit stones. As for the surplus of over 2,000 from the water purifier, he deemed it unnecessary to calculate, considering it pocket money. After all, his daily expenditures on various seasonings, fruits, and meats were considerable. "My lord, the villagers are facing some difficulties." "What troubles them?" "In recent days, hunters have ventured deep into the forest and encountered numerous ferocious beasts, resulting in injuries among the villagers. Our blacksmith has yet to master the crafting of green gear. What do you suggest?" Fong Tian nodded. "Wait for me here." He returned to the bus compartment, calculating the number of villagers. Green weapons, clothing, and helmets were priced around 4,800 water, and with roughly 20 able-bodied laborers needing equipment. The total came to approximately 100,000 water, or 100 spirit stones, to resolve the issue. After purchasing 20 sets of equipment, Fong Tian entered the territory and presented them to the village chief, saying, "Consider this a gift from me. Please develop swiftly and convert all the wooden houses into stone ones." The village chief was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly, exclaiming, "My lord, your generosity knows no bounds. We had initially prepared some resources to acquire green equipment, but we still lack sufficient supplies. If we can save these resources, I can hire craftsmen tomorrow to help us build the stone houses." "Indeed, pay attention to recruitment," Fong Tian remarked before departing the territory. These villagers were invaluable, capable of generating an income of 20,000 water daily for Fong Tian. This investment would pay off in just 5 days, not to mention the increase in loyalty, making it an absolute win. Upon returning to his private compartment, Fong Tian checked the villagers' loyalty, which had mostly exceeded 90. It seemed that the higher the loyalty, the smaller the increments in loyalty gained each time. After calculating the resources in his warehouse, he found he had about 200 spirit stones and liquid assets. Upgrading the bus to level 6 required approximately 4,000 spirit stones, so he had some time before that became pressing. Current resources are nearing the logging limit. Continued logging will damage the territory's ecology. It appeared that this was the limit of a level 3 private territory. And upgrading to a level 4 private territory required materials valued at over 100 spirit stones. Fong Tian promptly chose to upgrade, and upon successful completion, the area of the territory expanded to 200,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of a province in reality. To upgrade to a level 5 private territory, a level 6 bus was necessary, and upgrading the bus to level 6 required 400,000 water, equivalent to 4,000 spirit stones, which he could set aside for now. After the successful upgrade, the level 4 reception hall was also eligible for enhancement, but the materials required left Fong Tian speechless. While the other materials summed to less than 10,000 water, the upgrade astonishingly demanded 5 holy spirit stones. 5 holy spirit stones equated to 500 spirit stones, or 50,000 water. Currently, Fong Tian's entire fortune could not even gather a single one, indicating he needed to conserve resources diligently moving forward. With nothing else to occupy his time, Fong Tian returned to his bed, glancing at the still unconscious Xiao He and shaking his head before drifting off to sleep. Days passed, and 4 days had gone by. During this time, due to his leg injury, Fong Tian had been confined to bed rest. Although the explosive capability of the ice palm was not on par with the blazing sword technique, the after effects were rather severe. After consuming a bowl of medicinal soup prepared by Li Yu, Fong Tian rose to stretch a bit. While his movements remained somewhat awkward, he had regained basic mobility, indicating he could partake in today's exploration. Lying at home every day made Fong Tian feel as though he was growing stale. The Qin family had formed a team named the Return of the Dominators, which had already reached level 2. However, according to Gu Xian, upgrading the team required not only the appropriate resources but also the fulfillment of team member quotas, and most importantly, each upgrade had a requisite interval. To elevate the Return of the Dominators to a level 4 bus capable of organized action would take at least 8 more days, while reaching a level 6 team capable of initiating area locks would require an additional 20 days. This meant that Fong Tian had 20 days remaining. As for how to deal with the Qin family, he had long since devised a plan, intending to set it in motion after today's expedition. The changes in the region over the past few days have been quite significant. Due to the impact of the super sandstorm, several level 2 vehicles have been rendered obsolete, leaving fewer than 400 individuals in the 1128 area. It must be said that the might of the super sandstorm is indeed formidable. Level 2 vehicles hardly withstand a few hours before being utterly destroyed. Without timely repairs, private compartments also face annihilation, and once they are ruined, survival becomes impossible. Even Fong Tian's level 5 vehicle requires a daily resource expenditure of 100 water for maintenance. If the windows remain unrepaired for more than 3 days, they will shatter. Woof. A small, sleek black figure leaped from the corner, promptly embraced by Fong Tian. Xiao He had completed its evolution yesterday and was now in its fully developed form. However, its strength remained untested, making today's expedition a perfect opportunity for evaluation. Ding ding ding. The vehicle is about to arrive. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. We have reached the PvP map, Stone Tomb. The doors are now open. Please decide whether to disembark. Chapter 136, The Pig Cave. 3 with intentions in a mere PvP map. Fong Tian did not hesitate much. He equipped himself, placed the small black creature on his shoulder, and descended from the vehicle. This was a map designed for 4 participants, and a quick glance at the names of the other 3 revealed no members of the Qin family among them. The trio approached Fong Tian eagerly. Well, Boss Fong Tian. Haha, I never expected to see you in person. What really happened during the glory battle? Was someone out to get you? Clearly, the 3 were familiar with each other, likely from the same team. Fong Tian frowned slightly. Yes, someone is indeed targeting me. But I prefer not to discuss it. Then let us not bring it up. Boss, shall we team up? A young man in black hurriedly interjected. No. I must be cautious with members of the Chun family around, Fong Tian replied. Primarily, he was aware of the nature of this map, known as the Stone Tomb. The so-called Stone Tomb was, in fact, the Pig Cave from Legends. The monsters within posed little danger, far less than those in the previous Zuma Temple, making it unnecessary to form a team. With that, Fong Tian strode directly towards the entrance of the Stone Tomb, where, like the Zuma Temple, there were dungeon escape scrolls. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This scene did not escape the notice of the small black creature perched on Fong Tian's shoulder. Having fully evolved, the small black creature's intelligence had significantly increased, and its mental communication with Fong Tian had become much smoother. It promptly relayed this information to him. Fong Tian halted and turned to face the trio. The 3 immediately changed their expressions, but it was too late. Fong Tian had caught their subtle shift in demeanor. It was clear they harbored ulterior motives. Fong Tian reconsidered and addressed them. If you wish to team up, that is acceptable. But I shall take 70% of the spoils. The trio exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with surprise, and they quickly agreed to follow. Inside the pig cave were ordinary monsters such as red wild boars, black wild boars, scorpion snakes, and wedge moths. For an average player, this might be a favorable map, as the red and black wild boars could yield meat, making it a decent treasure hunting ground. However, Fong Tian would not squander time on processing meat. The only aspect that attracted him was the white wild boars on the 7th level of the cave. To save time, Fong Tian instructed the small black creature to remain vigilant at his back while he spearheaded their advance. Oddly, despite their evident ill intentions, the trio seemed disinclined to launch a surprise attack from behind. Could it be that his suspicions were unfounded? Was their hostility merely a result of envy towards the affluent? Under Fong Tian's leadership, the group of 4 quickly surged into the 4th level of the pig cave, where they finally encountered the first boss monster, the white wild boar. A boss-level creature, moved slowly but wielded a meteor hammer with tremendous destructive power. Observing the 2-meter-tall white wild boar, its ample flesh jiggling as it walked, Fong Tian found it inexplicably endearing. Before Fong Tian could make a move, the small black creature could no longer contain itself. With a roar, it leapt from Fong Tian's shoulder. In an instant, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall giant hound. No, it was more apt to say it had become a massive wolf. With a fierce howl, the wolf lunged at the white wild boar, standing at 2 meters tall. The boar appeared diminutive and helpless before the wolf. The swinging meteor hammer struck the wolf with no effect, while the wolf clamped its jaws around the boar. With its forepaws planted on the boar's body, the wolf viciously shook its head, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Ding! The host has slain the boss monster, earning a kill value of 1. So swift? Fong Tian was overjoyed. The rapid defeat of the boss monster indicated that the wolf had achieved at least the strength of a lord-level creature. Given his current lack of agility, he had been somewhat apprehensive about facing a lord monster, but now he felt reassured. Furthermore, with the wolf's assistance, he need fear the Qin family in future solitary confrontations. My word, it had long been rumored that Fong Tian possessed a divine hound, but it was astonishingly powerful. This white boar was indeed a boss monster, and it was dispatched in an instant. This was no divine hound. It was clearly a wolf. The trio gaped in astonishment. Fawning over the display, Fong Tian furrowed his brow. The expressions of these 3 lacked fear, suggesting they had no intention of turning against him. The white boar could obviously be harvested for meat, yet it was evident that the boss monster's flesh was particularly appetizing to the wolf, which had devoured it without the need for dismemberment. After discovering a treasure chest in a corner, Fong Tian, feeling disinterested, tossed it into his backpack and continued searching for the path to the 5th level of the pig cave. After vanquishing another white boar, Fong Tian finally entered the 5th level. Here, the number of wild boars increased slightly, but the wolf's appetite was evidently insatiable. It almost required no effort from Fong Tian, as it would eagerly approach any boar for a self-service feast. Fong Tian's attention was primarily focused on the trio. The more he observed them, the more suspicious they appeared. They clearly harbored some ulterior motives toward him. But what could their intentions be? With their limited courage, they surely wouldn't dare to ambush him. Could it be that they planned to strike once he and the Lord Monster had mutually exhausted each other? Or were they merely envious of wealth, seeking to exploit him for resources? Which team are you from? Fong Tian inquired while the wolf indulged in its feast. We are from the fruit family, they replied. Ah. Fong Tian recalled that this team had been ruthlessly defeated by the fiery rose. Judging by their level of public transport and their performance against minor monsters, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary individuals. This was quite peculiar. Fong Tian suppressed the urge to eliminate them. He still wished to ascertain their true intentions. Beyond the 5th level of the pig cave lay the stone tomb formation, which resembled the Juma Pavilion, a vast labyrinth. Yet Fong Tian remembered the way. Following the sequence of up, down, they soon arrived at the 6th level of the pig cave. The 6th level served as a buffer zone, devoid of monsters. There are numerous white boars on the 7th level. You should wait here while I clear out the monsters at the entrance, Fong Tian instructed as he descended to the 7th level with the wolf. The density of monsters on the 7th level was alarming. It would be somewhat perilous if the trio were to act while huddled together. Upon entering the 7th level, the sight of numerous white wild boars nearly triggered Fong Tian's intense fear of dense crowds. Oh dear. He glanced at the small black creature perched on his shoulder. The little one, evidently well-fed, let out a satisfied belch before reluctantly diving into the throng of pigs. Fong Tian, with his legs not quite as agile as he would like, felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of white wild boars. He had no desire to endure even a couple of blows from a meteor hammer. Thus, he chose to remain at the cave's entrance, allowing the small black creature to rampage within. It must be said that the hierarchical pressure among monsters was strikingly evident. While Fang Tian was capable of taking on a lord-level monster single-handedly, he dared not withstand the attacks of a leader-level beast. In contrast, the small black creature, having attained lord-level strength, was tough and resilient, rendering the blunt force attacks from such leader-level monsters largely ineffective against it. Before long, the white wild boars near the cave entrance were vanquished. Fang Tian returned to the 6th level and addressed the 3 individuals. Come down. You were tasked with processing the meat of the white wild boars. With that, he ascended back to the 7th level. The 3 exchanged glances, acknowledging their plan. Be exceedingly cautious. This fellow does not hesitate to kill. Maintain your composure. Chapter 137. It's time to roast the wild boars. The trio descended to the 7th level of the boar cave, startled by the overwhelming presence of white wild boars. Boss, shall we stick to the walls? One suggested. With our combined strength, we can only take them down one by one. You two focus on butchering the meat. Leave the combat to me. Each dismemberment takes a minute, so these helpers will come in handy. However, they can only carry a maximum of 495 portions of meat. While each white wild boar yields about 80 to 100 portions, we will need to find Fang Tian to empty our bags after dispatching a few. Fang Tian hardly engaged in the battle, occasionally taking pleasure in slaying solitary wild boars to relieve the pent-up frustration from recent times. Although his movements were still somewhat sluggish, he felt no pressure dealing with individual boss monsters. Xiaohei's speed in slaying was commendable, yet the sheer number of wild boars was overwhelming. As exploration time dwindled, half of the wild boars remained in the 7th level, and Xiaohei was nearing exhaustion. Realizing this was unsustainable, Fang Tian gathered the nearby treasure chests and whispered a few words to Xiaohei. Understanding the plan, Xiaohei shrank his form and dashed into the horde, swiftly drawing a multitude of monsters towards him. The trio, who were diligently butchering, paused in astonishment at the scale of the monster horde Xiaohei had attracted, their readiness to flee apparent. Taking a deep breath, Fang Tian activated his level 3 fire sword technique, preparing to unleash his fury upon the white wild boars. Unlike before, this time the dragon's roar did not blaze with flames. Instead, the searing energy coalesced in Fang Tian's grasp, solid yet restrained. Was he meant to adjust the flame's density? With the horde surging towards him, Fang Tian urged Xiaohei to take the lead while he concentrated on mastering the technique. Xiaohei let out a mighty roar, expanding in size to shield Fang Tian. Quickly, Fang Tian discerned the secret. The intensity of his grip on the dragon's roar dictated the flame's density. The stronger the grip, the higher the density. He decided to test the minimum strength first, as it would offer the broadest range. Xiaohei, move aside, he commanded. Xiaohei promptly shrank back, positioning himself behind Fang Tian. Raising the dragon's roar high, Fang Tian infused it with fiery energy. Instantly, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the blade, manifesting into a colossal fiery sword phantom, the air within several dozen meters becoming sweltering. With a decisive swing, the immense fire sword descended with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal blade struck the ground, leaving a 10-meter-long, 1-meter-wide gash. The wild boars caught within the chasm were reduced to charred remnants, while those nearby suffered severe burns. The air was thick with an enticing aroma of roasted meat. After signaling to Xiaohei, the duo charged into the horde, swiftly harvesting the weakened wild boars. Meanwhile, the trio, initially planning to retreat, exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Damn, we always knew he was formidable, but this is beyond belief. One strike took down 7 or 8 boss monsters and injured dozens more? What are we afraid of? We don't need to engage directly. Lower your voice. After dealing with this batch of white wild boars, Xiaohei seemed to have his appetite whetted by the enticing aroma and began to gnaw on another thoroughly cooked boar. Meanwhile, Fang Tian sat aside, reflecting on the recent execution of his blade. The first-level fire sword technique exhibited a potency surpassing that of the previous second-level fire, with a significantly expanded range. However, the duration of the fiery blade was somewhat shorter than before, if executed in a sweeping motion. It could likely cover at most a 90-degree arc. In contrast, the second-level fire could sweep across 180 degrees if wielded with sufficient speed. Nevertheless, this limitation could presumably be compensated for through practice and enhanced agility. Given that such power could be achieved with merely a first-level force, one could only wonder how formidable it would be at full strength. Of course, the white wild boars were not worthy of such treatment. After a brief respite, Fang Tian instructed Xiaohei to continue eliminating monsters while he observed the few individuals who were engrossed in disassembling something. What were their intentions? Judging by their furtive glances and exchanges, it was evident they harbored no goodwill for Fang Tian. Taking their lives would be as effortless as plucking something from one's pocket. The reason he refrained from acting was twofold. He wished to utilize them as tools and was curious about their forthcoming actions. Woof. Xiaohei returned, yelping in distress. Fong Tian's heart sank. Xiao He, having grown larger, had taken to boasting, yet suddenly seemed frightened enough to bark. Was there a lord-level monster? He glanced back at the horde behind Xiao He and spotted a distinctive creature charging forward with remarkable speed. It was a large scorpion snake, entirely black, standing a meter tall and stretching about 3 meters in length. The so-called scorpion snake was a bizarre amalgamation of a scorpion and a snake, possessing the body and head of a serpent, while its tail and pincers belonged to a scorpion. It looked quite peculiar. An evil venomous snake, a leader-level monster, known for its speed and attacking with pincers and a stinger. What was there to fear about a mere leader-level creature? Xiao He cowered behind Fong Tian, trembling pathetically. Surely, you're not afraid of snakes? Xiao He nodded with a whimper. Pathetic. In truth, Fong Tian also harbored a natural fear of serpents, but with his insightful eye, he discerned the creature's weaknesses, causing much of his trepidation to dissipate. Leave this to me. You handle the others. Fong Tian charged forward to engage the evil venomous snake. This creature was indeed swift, and Fong Tian found himself unable to evade due to his own clumsiness. Fortunately, with the protection of his violet helmet and blue armor, he only needed to focus on defending the unprotected areas. Leveraging the sharpness of his dragon-esque cryblade, Fong Tian swiftly dispatched the evil venomous snake. Though his blue armor sustained several punctures from the creature's stinger, this beast was slightly more formidable than the white wild boars, yet it remained merely a leader-level foe. With the scorpion snake defeated, Xiao He regained his confidence, bellowing as he charged into the horde, soon clearing the remaining monsters. They had now delved 7 layers deep, with only a few scattered creatures remaining near a domed tomb ahead, including another scorpion snake. Time was running short, and Fong Tian, unwilling to rest, ventured inside with Xiao He. Before long, the battle concluded, but he had a fierce clash with the scorpion serpent. Fong Tian's azure armor lay in tatters, having largely lost its protective capabilities. Seeing that all monsters had been vanquished, the trio gathered around. Truly, Fong Tian was impressive, to have cleared so many boss monsters in one fell swoop. Haha, we've struck it rich this time. Let us quickly dismantle the remaining pork and depart. There are only 20 minutes left. Fong Tian took a sip of water and shook his head. There is no rush. There should still be another creature lurking here. You all focus on dismantling. Do not interfere. As he spoke, Fong Tian approached the dome tomb. The base of the tomb lay beneath the surface while the dome rose above it. Connected by a stone bridge, Fong Tian slowed his pace and ascended the bridge. Just as he reached the end of the bridge and stepped onto the tomb, a violent tremor resonated beneath his feet. Instantly, he recoiled, and the ground split open, revealing a desiccated arm emerging from the earth. Soon after, a corpse clad in a yellow robe crawled out from the chasm. The Stone Tomb Corpse King, a formidable lord-level monster, possessed immense strength and resilience. Chapter 138. The dense inferno of the 3rd level. Suddenly, the resting little black sprang to its feet, lowering its body and emitting a low growl. Fong Tian quickly cautioned. You attack head-on, be cautious, don't be greedy, and prioritize your safety. This Stone Tomb Corpse King likely belonged to the category of creatures with thick blood, high defense, and formidable attack power. If it were agile, Fong Tian would have confidence in defeating it. However, given its current lack of mobility, this adversary proved quite challenging, leaving the main offensive to Little Black. The Stone Tomb Corpse King swiftly locked onto the intruder and lunged toward Fong Tian. With a furious roar, Little Black dashed forward, tackling the Corpse King and sinking its teeth into the creature's shoulder. The Corpse King, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a powerful strike to Little Black's head. In pain, Little Black leaped back, spitting out a chunk of decaying flesh it had bitten off, then charged again. This time, it cleverly avoided a direct confrontation, exploiting the Corpse King's slow-turning speed to engage in guerrilla tactics. After observing the Corpse King's movements attentively for a while, Fong Tian felt reassured and charged in as well. With Little Black providing cover, he quickly gained the upper hand, landing several strikes. However, despite the sharpness of his dragon's roar, which could easily slice through its flesh, the damage inflicted was disappointingly minimal due to the Corpse King's tough hide. Fong Tian, time is running short. Shall we withdraw? Urged the trio. This creature moves slowly. We can retreat to the previous level and use the dungeon escape scroll. Indeed, time was of the essence. Noticing the vulnerability revealed on the Corpse King's neck, Fong Tian resolved to unleash the full might of his blazing sword technique upon it. Little Black. Immediately comprehending, Little Black ceased its hit-and-run tactics and launched itself at the Corpse King, drawing its ire and creating an opportunity for Fong Tian. Seizing the moment, Fong Tian executed the blazing sword technique with all his might. A resounding dragon's roar emanated from his blade, which glowed a brilliant red, as if freshly extracted from a furnace. Yet the flames were condensed within just 2 inches of the blade. radiating a dazzling white light. The ferocious power of the flames was entirely compressed within the blade. With a swift slash, the firelight flashed briefly, and the Corpse King locked in combat with Little Black. Abruptly halted, its body rendered immobile. Little Black struck the Corpse King's chest with a paw, sending it toppling backward, its head rolling to Fong Tian's feet. It's down. A boss monster. Despite the advantage provided by the keen-eyed weakness, Fong Tian surmised that even without the weakness boost, such a blow would have nearly incapacitated the Corpse King. What? So weak? It turns out to be merely a boss monster. Let us gather our belongings and return. We're out of time. The battle concluded far too swiftly, leading these individuals to mistakenly regard the Corpse King as a mere boss monster. Fong Tian, uninterested in explaining, hurried to the top of the tomb, collecting the freshly spawned boss treasure chest. After designating a coordinate near the wall with his teleportation ring, he called out and used the dungeon escape scroll to depart from the area. All right, now let us distribute the loot. Fong Tian retrieved the treasure chests they had acquired along the way from his backpack, notably excluding the final boss treasure chest. The three individuals agreed with a nod and approached the treasure chest, but Fong Tian immediately sensed something amiss. Their expressions were far too unnatural. With such an abundance of treasures, they should have been elated. What, however, were their true intentions? Fong Tian remained on guard yet chose to remain silent, joining them in opening the chest. Boss, did you study martial arts before? Wow. Boss, you are truly formidable. If only I possessed half of your prowess. Boss, where did you acquire your pet? Boss, why does your sword emit flames? Is it a skill or a feature of the blade? Incredible. The group lavished excessive praise upon him, and Fong Tian merely responded casually, biding his time for their ulterior motives to reveal themselves. Soon, the chest was fully opened, and all the spoils were accounted for. 6 for 100 portions of white wild boar meat, 40 green weapons, 10 pieces of green armor, 1 blue weapon, the silver snake, 12 spiritual stones, valuable materials, and several white weapons. The meat from this boss-level creature was valued at approximately 5 water each, totaling 32 spiritual stones. The green weapons were worth 32 spiritual stones, the green armor 20 spiritual stones, the silver snake 25 spiritual stones, the ready-made items 12 spiritual stones, and the remaining trash 10 spiritual stones. The total value amounted to 131 spiritual stones, roughly equivalent to 131,000 water. While the overall danger was not as great as that of the Zimmer Temple, the abundance of boss monsters and the high value of the white wild boar meat made this venture yield even greater rewards than the exploration prior to the 7th level of the Zimmer Temple. As per their prior agreement, Fong Tian directly allocated 13 spiritual stones to each of them, retaining nearly 100 for himself. Upon reflection, he realized he had incurred a loss. Their only contribution was the butchering of the meat, which was valued at only 32 spiritual stones, while they received 39. However, these three perhaps harbored some guilt, as they displayed no signs of surprise. After stowing their items in their backpacks, Fong Tian regarded the hesitant trio. Pleasure doing business. I shall take my leave now. Wait. The moment had finally arrived. Fong Tian sighed in relief, his smile radiant. Is there something you wish to discuss? The young man in black exchanged glances with his companions and forced a laugh. Boss Fong Tian, we have about 10 minutes left. It is rare to encounter a master such as yourself, and this opportunity is invaluable. So, Fong Tian, uninterested in small talk, drew his dragon's roar. You wish to spar? Then, come at me. The young man in black trembled, hastily waving his hands. And no, I cannot withstand that. Fong Tian furrowed his brows. What do you mean, then? Please make haste. The black-clad man swallowed hard. In close combat, I am no match for you. I have witnessed the glory of your battles. I merely wish to compare archery skills with you, if you would wait. With that, the young man hurriedly ran to his vehicle. Moments later, he emerged, cradling several quivers of arrows. Shall we use these wooden arrows for our contest? It would prevent any accidental harm. Fong Tian accepted the quiver of wooden arrows he offered, and the tension in his brow eased. He had finally discerned their intentions. Understanding dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. To my astonishment, the tactics of these individuals coincide remarkably with my own thoughts. Thankfully, due to an injury to my leg, I have yet to implement my plans, thus sparing the perpetrator from the dire consequences of exposure. As for the fate that awaits those who reveal the scheme, these unfortunate souls will soon come to understand. Perhaps noticing Fong Tian's peculiar smirk, the young man clad in black hurriedly removed his backpack and cast it aside. Please do not misunderstand. I bear no lethal arrows concealed upon my person. It is merely a friendly contest. Indeed, Fong Tian nodded. What form shall our competition take? How about this? We emulate Western cowboys, walking back to back for 10 paces. then turning simultaneously to shoot, determining who is swifter and more accurate. What do you say? He turned to the other two. All three of you may join in. Should even one of you hit me, I shall concede. The other two paused momentarily before readily agreeing, positioning themselves side by side. Fang Tian turned his back to them, lifted his leg, and began to count his steps. 1, 2, 10. Chapter 139, The Gate of Peach Blossom. As the words of the cross were spoken, the four individuals simultaneously turned and loosed their arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four wooden arrows intersected in midair. Fang Tian swiftly crouched down, evading the incoming arrows while releasing two shots in quick succession. One by one, the trio was struck. Although the arrows were made of wood and the three were clad in armor, Fang Tian's formidable strength inflicted significant wounds upon them. I have triumphed, Fang Tian proclaimed as he approached them. Despite their injuries, the trio appeared remarkably pleased. To be honest, I never intended to win. I primarily sought to broaden my horizons. Truly impressive. All right, time is running short. We should take our leave. Fang Tian approached them with a smile, but do not hurry off just yet. I have a question for you. The trio, sensing the peculiarity of his grin, instinctively recoiled, only to find that Xiaohe had already blocked their escape route. Fang Tian drew forth longing and asked in a grave tone, "Was this orchestrated by your leader?" The young man in black at the forefront chuckled awkwardly. "What? I do not comprehend. The purpose of our sparring was for you to get wounded by me, and subsequently for those who wished to kill me to team up with you, thus enabling them to locate me through a revenge scroll." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. "Do not deny it. I intended to employ this very tactic. I wish to know if it was your leader's directive, or if those seeking my demise approached you independently." One of them stammered, "No, we merely wished to spar." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of steel severed his head from his body. After wiping the blood from his blade on the corpse, Fang Tian turned his gaze to another. He answered incorrectly. "Now it is your turn. Big brother, please spare me." The blade flashed again. Fang Tian then fixed his eyes on the last young man in black. Terrified, the young man, realizing that death had now focused upon him, dared not conceal any truth. "It was commanded by our leader. He merely instructed us to be injured by you. I do not know the specific purpose." Fang Tian nodded and sheathed longing. The young man exhaled in relief and turned to leave. However, as he pivoted, a gaping maw loomed ominously before him. Crack! Xiaohe spat out a bloody head, kicking it aside as he resumed his playful antics. Fang Tian collected the bags of the fallen and rummaged through the trio's vehicle before sitting down to rest. It was evident that the Chun family had already targeted the caravans within the region, employing every means possible to provoke them into confrontation. Not only in this area, but likely in the other two regions as well, they had bribed others. Thus, from this point forward, engaging in such super PvP maps could not be done lightly. Conversely, if a confrontation were to occur, leaving no survivors was imperative. However, since the Chun family had conceived this stratagem, employing the same method to dismantle them one by one would be unfeasible. A new approach must be devised to eliminate several isolated targets before the Qin family's caravan reached level 4 and could form a group. Before long, the appointed time arrived, and Fang Tian's bus gradually departed, revealing a portal leading to the station of Joyful Mountain. As the bus carrying the other three individuals gradually vanished along with the corpse, all the monsters on the map had respawned. However, Fang Tian did not rush into exploration. He opened the recently acquired treasure chest from the Stone Tomb's Corpse King, revealing 2 low-grade elixirs, 1 spirit stone, 1 spatial gem, 2 green weapons, 1 piece of green armor, and 1 divine power elixir. He couldn't help but feel that the quality of the loot from the Lord's chest had diminished lately, perhaps due to his excessive slaying of Lord monsters. Despite the considerable value of these items, bolstered by the divine power elixir, which equated to approximately 100 spirit stones, Fang Tian found little worth in them, given his substantial wealth. He stowed the other items in his backpack and consumed the divine power elixir, raising his strength to 73 points. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Feeling somewhat fatigued was a clear indication of having pushed the blazing fire technique to its limits. It appeared that the 3rd level of the blazing fire not only provided a significant enhancement, but also intensified mental exhaustion. Fang Tian's spirit, at 212, was nearly depleted after just 2 uses. After reaching the maximum limit of the blazing fire sword technique, he required at least half an hour of rest in a non-combat state to recover. Seizing this moment, he contemplated strategies for dealing with the Qin family. As time passed, and once his spirit was revitalized, Fang Tian gained some clarity. Little Black, time to work. He grabbed a newly refreshed dungeon escape scroll, seized the resting Little Black, and tossed him into his backpack before utilizing the teleportation ring. When the light of the teleportation faded, He found himself at the wall of the 7th level of the pig cave, surrounded by an endless expanse of wild boars. After releasing Little Black, Fong Tian busied himself, leaning against the wall to gradually eliminate the monsters. Half an hour had elapsed in exploration, once the nearby wild boars were cleared. He commanded Little Black to halt and ventured forth to lure out the stone tomb as Corpse King. Such a slow-moving lord posed little threat to someone with agile skills. Drawing from previous experience, Fong Tian navigated the encounter effortlessly. Once the weakness was revealed, he used Little Black as cover to swiftly decapitate the monster. After stowing away the lord's treasure chest and retrieving Little Black, who was eager to charge into the herd of pigs, he approached the hole from which the stone tomb as Corpse King had emerged. After a brief hesitation, he leaped down. As his surroundings brightened, Fong Tian found himself in a sunlit valley. Indeed, this was the Peach Garden Gate. Releasing Little Black, he surveyed the area, which, apart from some dilapidated structures nestled among the trees, also housed some peculiar monsters. A group of adorable red puppies and several skeletons wielding short axes wandered about. The mutated skeletons were ordinary monsters, marked by their swiftness, while the divine beast in a standby state was a leader-level monster, tough-skinned and capable of breathing fire. The valley was not extensive. Most of it was within the range of Fong Tian's detection eye, indicating the absence of high-level monsters. Little Black, evidently intrigued by these red counterparts, darted towards them, barking excitedly at one of the little red puppies since Fong Tian had not issued any attack orders. However, these puppies paid no heed to it. After a prolonged silence, the little black dog grew impatient and extended its paw to prod them. Unexpectedly, upon contact, the red puppy emitted a loud cry and transformed, becoming larger than a human. Rising to its feet, it unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the little black dog, causing it to yelp in distress. Enraged, the little black dog retaliated, transforming into a creature even grander than a divine beast, charging forward with a fierce howl. The divine beast stood no chance. Soon, it let out a wretched cry, and its body exploded into fragments like a burst balloon. Fong Tian's purpose for coming here was not to engage with these divine beasts. He commanded the little black dog to guard him and swiftly proceeded in the direction etched in his memory. The divine beasts and skeletons along the way were effortlessly dispatched by the little black dog, and when it was overwhelmed, Fong Tian took up the dragon roar to assist. The valley was not extensive, and he quickly located his destination, a dilapidated wooden cabin. This place held the key to the legendary armored sacred land, the Hall of Confusion. Chapter 140. Summoning divine beasts and the war god armor. Fong Tian retracted the small black creature and paused briefly at the entrance of the wooden cabin before approaching the dilapidated door. However, as he neared the threshold, an invisible wall of air obstructed his path. What could be the reason for this? The location was undoubtedly correct. Otherwise, there would have been nothing to hinder him, rather than encountering an air barrier. It seems there are hidden elements within this air wall. Fong Tian took a deep breath, closed his right eye, and scrutinized the barrier with his left eye, which possessed the ability to probe. Gradually, some concealed inscriptions began to materialize. Hall of Confusion, Sacred Ground. Entry permitted for one person only, containing earthly fiend-level monsters. Locked state, accessible solely during standard exploration time. So that is the case. It was already past 2 o'clock, indicating it was beyond the additional exploration period. Fong Tian felt somewhat disheartened. Who could have known? The pig cave spanned a remarkable 7 layers, compounded by the presence of the stone tomb Corpse King of Pig 7. It would be exceedingly difficult to reach this point within the standard exploration timeframe of 2 hours. Nevertheless, it could be said that not being able to enter might not be entirely unfavorable. After all, that earthly fiend-level monster was likely a far more formidable entity than a lord monster, and given Fong Tian's current condition, venturing inside could spell disaster, with entry impossible. Fong Tian decided to turn away and, accompanied by the small black creature, unleashed a frenzy of slaughter within the Peach Blossom Gate. The gate was not particularly large, and soon enough, Fong Tian and the small black creature had cleared it entirely, accumulating over 30 points of slaughter value. Regrettably, the resources here were scant, yielding only a few meager treasure chests. As the last skeleton crumbled into a pile of bones, Fong Tian withdrew a dungeon escape scroll and prepared to depart. Just then, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. Had he overlooked a treasure chest? Fong Tian hastily ran towards the golden light and discovered a tiny chest at the starting position of the Peach Blossom Gate. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to open it and instead tossed it into his backpack, utilizing the dungeon escape scroll to leave. Upon arriving at the Happy Mountain Station through the portal, a violent sandstorm nearly knocked Fong Tian off his feet. With a resounding crash, a stone the size of a fist struck him on the head. Fortunately, he was protected by his black iron helmet, Otherwise, this blow would have been quite painful. In such a fierce sandstorm, it was uncertain how the passengers and villagers managed to navigate. However, while they too were affected by the storm, it appeared their struggles were far less severe than those of the survivors. Before long, a bus emerged from the tempest, and Fong Tian leaped aboard. After brushing off the sand from his clothes, he retrieved the treasure chest he had just acquired. The earlier chests obtained from the Peach Blossom Gate had yielded nothing of great value, totaling no more than 2 or 3 spirit stones. Nonetheless, Fong Tian remained unfazed as he opened the massive lord's chest. Inside, he found ordinary pills X3, spirit stones X2, green armor X1, speed potion X1, war god armor X1. Fong Tian let out a hearty laugh. The initial items were mere trifles, but the speed potion was indeed a prized possession. After consuming the speed potion, his agility attributes surged to 64 points. As for the final piece of the war god armor, a purple epic-grade equipment, boasts nearly impenetrable physical defense. Though its protection against magical attacks is rather inadequate, and wearing it increases strength by 20 points. What a splendid turn of events. With the dragon's roar, the black iron helmet, and the complete set of epic-grade gear, Fong Tian could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the deep green armor, complete with a flowing cape, and rushed into the private compartment to admire himself in the mirror. To his delight, this war god armor surprisingly offered full-body protection. Previously, both the green and blue armors failed to shield his limbs, leaving Fong Tian anxious while battling monsters, as a moment's inattention could result in injury. Now, with comprehensive protection, he could face lesser monsters with reckless abandon. Although it was noted that the armor's defense against magical attacks was subpar, Fong Tian's remarkably high mental attribute rendered him largely untroubled by such assaults, making this shortcoming negligible. Moreover, the armor's ability to directly enhance his strength by 20 points brought his total strength to an impressive 93, tantalizingly close to breaking the century mark. The war god armor also featured a hidden appearance function, which Fong Tian discreetly activated before contentedly returning to the compartment. There remained the final small treasure chest he had acquired. This chest seemed to have appeared suddenly after clearing the Peach Blossom Gate, although small. It filled Fong Tian with anticipation. Upon opening it, he discovered a modest tome within. Summon Divine Beast. Fong Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. This was once the ultimate dream of countless Taoist players. Without hesitation, he seized the skill book and chose to learn from it, eagerly opening his status panel thereafter. Strength, 93 agility, 64 stamina, 62 mental, 18146 27 luck, 72 skills, intermediate shooting talent, increases ranged attack accuracy by 50, intermediate combat talent, enhances neural response by 50, flame sword technique, level 3, berserker charge, level 3, dragon capture technique, level 2, 2000, summon divine beast, level 1, 0500 summons a divine beast to fight alongside. Tenacious while gazing at the array of skills and the astonishing attributes laid before him, Fong Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Not to mention the skills. Even just his attributes alone would surely send a few individuals into a frenzy if posted in the channel. The spoils of this adventure far surpassed those of his journey to the Zuma Temple. The war god armor, the summon divine beast skill, 2 high-grade attribute elixirs, and the substantial supplies he had previously gathered. Of course, there was also the nearly 20 spirit stones he had looted from those unfortunate souls. Speaking of which, those 3 fellows were indeed unfortunate, having been reduced to mere butchers at Fong Tian's behest, and ultimately losing their lives in the process. Yet, one could argue they were foolish, with Xiongba serving as a cautionary tale. How dare they entertain thoughts of rebellion? Was that not courting death? At that moment, Dong Jian sent a voice invitation. Hey, he began, his tone somewhat hesitant. There's something I've been pondering and feel I must share with you. Are there any others around you? No, Fong Tian replied. Go ahead. Yesterday, the return of the formidable faction sought me out. They instructed me to have your subordinates deliberately provoke a confrontation upon encountering me, did they not? Are you aware of this? Indeed, that appears to be the case. I suspect they are preparing to employ the Scroll of Vengeance. Why would you confide in me? Fong Tian found this somewhat peculiar, given Dong Jian's nature. He would typically prefer to observe from the sidelines rather than engage directly. These individuals possessed significant backing, and now that they have formed a convoy, it seems unlikely they would depart easily, even if you were to meet your end. I possess a modicum of insight regarding their power, which is fervently engulfing various territories. I see. You intend to utilize me to eliminate these adversaries, do you not? Dong Jian chuckled dryly. It would be more accurate to say we are collaborating. While I cannot assist you in combat, I have numerous brothers at my disposal, and I trust they can aid you in other respects. Very well, I too. wish to converse with you. I shall summon you to the reception room in 10 minutes. With that, Fang Tian ended the call and sent a message to the leader of the Hungry Wolf convoy, Shindang, stating, I will summon you in 10 minutes to the reception room. At that moment, Fang Tian noticed a message from Bu Hao, the leader of the Brotherhood convoy, regarding the Qin family seeking him out. Recognizing his candor, Fang Tian sent a message inviting him to meet as well. 10 minutes later, Fang Tian extended invitations to Dong Jian, Shindang, Gu Xian, and Bu Hao through the reception room. Having recovered from my injuries, it is time to settle accounts with the Qin family. Chapter 141. Unified front. Before long, the four leaders of the convoy appeared in the reception room. It was evident that they were quite familiar with one another, their expressions tinged with surprise, seemingly taken aback by Fang Tian's initiative to gather them all together. Please, follow me. To have such esteemed figures like you here truly overwhelms me. Fang Tian greeted them warmly, leading the group out of the reception room towards his estate. As they stepped outside, they were momentarily taken aback by the vast expanse of the fourth-level territory. Upon entering the estate, the sight of numerous servants further deepened their astonishment. Fang Tian guided them into the living room, where Xiao Ai and the staff had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Bu Hao couldn't help but glance around, exclaiming, Goodness. Fang Tian, you truly live a life akin to that of the immortals. You even have servants. Shindang appeared equally envious. Last time, I managed to recruit an NPC during an exploration, but the darn thing wouldn't listen to me. I had to cater to its needs. Its loyalty is still below 50. It feels like I've invited a lord into my territory. Fang Tian generously shared that the servants were obtained from completing a main quest, accessible at the Huanxi Mountain Station, and he would inform them of the specifics through private messages shortly. He had, of course, already consulted with Long Wushuang regarding this matter. Given the quest's difficulty, it was unlikely that anyone could challenge it in a short span of time, as it was a solo undertaking, precluding team participation. After all, who could single-handedly confront a lord-level monster? Thus, there was little risk in divulging this information. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three present brightened with surprise. This was classified information, and they hadn't anticipated learning it so effortlessly. However, their faces soon reflected a peculiar understanding. To present such a secret as a mere greeting suggested that Fang Tian's invitation involved matters of significant weight. Come, esteemed colleagues. Allow me to raise a toast to you all, in gratitude for gracing us with your presence. With that, Fang Tian lifted his glass and engaged in conviviality. The leaders, who usually communicated remotely, seized this rare opportunity for face-to-face interaction, eager not to squander the moment. Particularly Bu Hao, whose strength paled in comparison to the other three giants, seldom had the chance to share a table with them. The atmosphere quickly became amiable, filled with the clinking of glasses. After a satisfying meal, Fang Tian accepted a towel from Xiao Ai to wipe his mouth and turned his gaze towards Shindang. Shindang, you must be aware of the ongoing glory wars. There are those conspiring against me, are you informed? At this, the table fell silent, and the three others turned their attention to Shindang. A sense of unease crept into Shindang's heart as he chuckled nervously. Well, I have some inkling. I've heard they've formed the convoy known as the Returning Tyrant. Fang Tian nodded, saying, I shall not conceal it from you. These individuals possess formidable backgrounds, currently dominating at least 4 or 5 regions, with many more under their control. Their initial plan was to simultaneously expand in District 7222, District 2288, and our own, gradually engulfing territory while seeking to avenge more only. At this point, Fang Tian paused for a moment and then spoke slowly. However, they have failed in the Battle of Glory, and now they have concentrated everyone in this area, intending to eliminate me in one fell swoop and seize control of this territory. Dong Jian chuckled and replied, Brother Fang Tian, it's not a significant issue. They are currently only a level 2 team, and you can easily change regions. Fang Tian glanced at him and sighed, since they have already formed a team. Even if I leave, they will merely send others to hunt me down. The people here will remain untouched. After all, their primary goal is to annex this area, and my demise is merely a secondary objective. Noticing Dong Jian's skepticism, Fang Tian continued, though I have not directly interacted with the forces behind them. I have gathered insights from other factions, so my judgment is well-founded. Gu Xian nodded in agreement, interjecting, this is beyond doubt, now that they have established a team. They are assured of controlling this region, regardless of whether Lord Fang Tian is present. Shindang remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Bu Hao surveyed the group and nodded in silence. Dong Jian appeared troubled, furrowing his brow. I have an idea. Fang Tian stood up and paced back and forth. Before Xiangba returns, we should destroy them, and then leave this area before their backing reinforces their ranks, provided that you assist me. The other 4 exchanged glances, but remained silent. Fang Tian smiled. Feel free to speak your mind. Dang glanced at Dong Jian, and seeing him silent, mustered the courage to say, "Pardon my candor, but if we assist you, we might attract unwanted attention. I must look out for my brothers." Fang Tian seemed to anticipate his concerns and promptly replied, "Rest assured, you only need to provide support. I will handle the confrontation, ensuring that your people remain concealed." Dong Jian quickly affirmed, "Since you guarantee that, I have faith. But how can you be certain that after this group is eliminated, their backing won't send more people? Once this group is gone, I will immediately vacate the area. Thus the pursuers will not come after me," Fang Tian stated, sensing the agreement among the others. He continued, "Their time is precious. They typically employ covert infiltration to seize territories. Given that their actions here have been exposed, attempting to develop further would incur greater costs, leading them to abandon this place in favor of less guarded regions." After speaking, Fang Tian returned to his seat, took a sip of wine to soothe his throat, and added, "Besides them, other factions are also racing against time to claim territory, so once I depart and dismantle their foundation here, they will not waste time sending more people." Gu Xian immediately declared, "All right, I will assist you." Observing the hesitation of the other three, Fang Tian remarked, "Pardon my bluntness. Without my help, you are no match for the returning Xiong Ba. They have 15 individuals whose skills rival mine. If you wish to avoid being annexed, your only avenue is to collaborate with me." With that, Fang Tian filled a cup to the brim and raised it towards them. "So, shall we embark on this partnership with mutual satisfaction?" Gu Xian unhesitatingly raised her glass and clinked it with Fang Tian's, downing the drink in one swift motion. Bu Hao, seated at a distance, quickly approached to join Fang Tian in the toast. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Dong Jian also lifted his glass, chuckling, "All right. Let us unite against the external forces." Dang appeared to struggle considerably, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and moved over to clink glasses with Fang Tian. Fang Tian let out a hearty laugh, drained his cup, and then took a seat. "Now that we have established our collaboration, we ought to be forthright with one another. I wish to inquire if the returning Xiong Ba has sought your cooperation?" Fang Tian suggested, directing his question towards Dang. Dong Jian and Bu Hao had already confided in Fang Tian. Their expressions relaxed, while Gu Xian looked utterly bewildered. Dang, however, was straightforward. "He approached me yesterday, seeking to utilize my men for the materials needed for the revenge scroll. I merely acquiesced on the surface, but did not instruct my brothers to comply." Fang Tian nodded. "It seems this is the only tactic they have at present. They have reached out to both you, Boss Dong Jian, and you, Boss Bu Hao." Gu Xian quickly interjected, "They did not contact me." Fang Tian smiled knowingly. "I am aware. Since you are close to me, they would naturally refrain from approaching you." Dang could not help but ask, "How do you wish for us to assist you?" Chapter 142, Strategy. Who agrees? Who opposes? Fang Tian chuckled, "Of course. We will utilize the revenge scroll." Dang was taken aback, rising from his seat. "If they are aware of this method, they will undoubtedly be on guard. Are we not pushing our brothers into the fire?" Fang Tian quickly reassured him, "Of course, modifications will be made." He then whispered his plan. After listening, the four major leaders exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Fang Tian felt a bit embarrassed. The plan may be flawed, but it ensures your safety without confronting them directly. Gu Xian sighed in resignation. "It seems there is no other way. However, to proceed, you must first provide us with the list of personnel returning from Xiongba." Fang Tian nodded. "Once I escort you back, I will privately send you the details." Dong Jian stated solemnly, "Leaders, since we are all in this together, we must be cautious. It is best that only the brothers responsible for the operation are aware of the truth. We must not let it leak." Dang agreed. "From now on, I will only instruct the captains of all squads to report the names of anyone they encounter upon disembarking. And I will give separate instructions when we identify targets." Bu Hao immediately expressed his agreement, nodding vigorously. Fang Tian added, "Naturally, the brothers executing the plan should not be at a disadvantage. For each target handled, they will receive 100 spirit stones as a reward." Dong Jian laughed heartily. "As expected of you. While we measure in water, you directly use spirit stones." Bu Hao chimed in, "You are indeed generous. The price I was offered was 50,000 water, with the added risk of life. Your 100 spirit stones seem far easier to obtain." Fang Tian's expression turned serious. "Gentlemen, time is of the essence. We have less than 8 days. If they upgrade to a level 4 convoy and activate the grouping feature, we will have to retreat." Dong Jian assured him, "Rest easy. 8 days should suffice." Dang concurred, "There is no issue. I will disband our groups upon returning, forming teams of 3. This will significantly increase the likelihood of encountering them. The Fire Fox, Hungry Wolf, and Fiery Rose are all level 5 convoys. Aside from the Fiery Rose, which has strict regulations and fewer than 200 members, the other two are fully staffed with 300 members each. Additionally, there are some extraneous members, meaning over a third of the region's population is involved in this operation. By the way, today I was ambushed by members of the fruit family and eliminated them. If anyone has them on their friends list, send a message stating they teamed up with me and were ambushed by the Lord's monster. The others present immediately understood the situation. Dong Jian offered, I will handle it. I have him on my friends list. Noticing Shindang's peculiar expression, Fang Tian hurriedly clarified. Your brothers were genuinely killed by the Worm Lord. Shindang appeared relieved. All right, I understand. As for the return of Xiongba, you can continue to stall and find your own reasons. It will suffice that they have not encountered me or the executing brothers, which should deter them from taking action. Once everything was thoroughly discussed, Fang Tian escorted the prominent figures back. After distributing the list of those returning from the dominance, Fang Tian summoned the workers and, in turn, called forth the small black creature, taking a seat upon it. At this moment, the creature had grown sufficiently large for riding, yet it clearly displayed reluctance, compelling Fang Tian to entice it with roasted wild boar meat. Soon, the small black creature galloped into the depths of the forest, and he was eager to test his skill in summoning divine beasts. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were deserted, Fang Tian activated the skill. Several talismans floated down, and a cloud of white mist suddenly arose, revealing an adorable little red dog. This was a level 1 divine beast, bonded to Fang Tian, with a sense of wonder. He gently patted the dog's head, yet the creature seemed to possess little intelligence and offered no response. Not far off, a prairie wolf appeared, prompting Fang Tian to immediately command the divine beast to attack. The creature, with its short legs, hurried over, enlarged itself with a puff, and unleashed a stream of fire at the prairie wolf. However, the flame was rather feeble, akin to a lighter set to maximum. The wolf, singed, let out a howl and retaliated. After a full minute, the charred prairie wolf fell with a mournful cry, while the injured divine beast scurried back, diminished in size. Fang Tian found himself at a loss for words. The prairie wolf was among the weakest of ordinary creatures, only marginally stronger than a wild dog. It was indeed embarrassing that a divine beast had struggled against such a feeble opponent, seemingly relegating it to the role of a mere mascot. The divine beast paid no heed, merely flitting around Fang Tian, lacking any semblance of intelligence and failing to qualify even as a pet. Was it possible that he had summoned it incorrectly? It was merely a level 1 divine beast. Surely, the skill could be upgraded. Repeated use of the skill should suffice. Fang Tian summoned the divine beast again, but to no avail. It appeared that he could only resummon a divine beast after the current one perished. Previously, in the game, Taoists utilized guards with large blades to slay divine beasts, thereby enhancing their proficiency. Although there were no such guards here, Fang Tian's thoughts took shape, and before he could ponder further, the small black creature bit down, causing the divine beast to explode into fragments like a burst balloon. It indeed exhibited no intelligence, not even emitting a cry of distress, which freed Fang Tian from any hesitation as he activated the skill once more. Before the new divine beast could emerge from the mist, the small black creature bit down again. With the assistance of the small black creature, the proficiency of the skill increased rapidly. Unfortunately, this skill also required a measure of mental energy, necessitating a half-hour rest for every 100 points of proficiency gained. By 6 or 7 o'clock, the skill finally reached level 2, and the creatures summoned were now level 2 divine beasts. These were slightly stronger than their level 1 counterparts. Yet they remained merely formidable ordinary creatures, falling short of the strength of a boss monster. Based on current information, the skill's maximum level appeared to be 3. Even at level 3, the divine beast would likely only match the strength of a boss monster. Such strength in a pet held little significance for Fang Tian. However, if the legendary parameters were to be strictly followed, divine beasts could gain additional experience points upon slaying monsters, suggesting that the upper limit of this skill was indeed promising. As the protests from the little black creature began to escalate, Fang Tian escorted it back to the reception room. After summoning the workers for dinner, he promptly retreated to his private compartment to hone his skills. With Fang Tian's remarkable efficiency, he could accumulate approximately 150 proficiency points per hour. However, elevating the summoned divine beast to level 3 would require a staggering 14 hours. By the time the expedition commenced the following day, he had yet to fully master his skills. Clang, clang, clang. The vehicle is about to come to a halt. Please remain seated and hold onto the handrails. We have arrived at the Super PvP map treasure vault, and the doors are now open. You may choose whether to disembark. Once again, they found themselves on this map. While it may be considered the most leisurely for others due to its low danger and relatively abundant resources, the norm dictated that one must compete in the arena to claim the bountiful treasures of the 3rd tier. At this moment, Fang Tian dreaded the idea of battling in the arena, as it would inevitably render him a target for revenge scrolls. Yet, he was reluctant to remain inside the vehicle, having heard that the treasure chests within had a minuscule chance of yielding high-grade materials. Currently, he had placed a bounty of 100 spirit stones on the 15 returning members of Xiongba, precisely at a time when resources were scarce. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Tian made the decision to disembark. Once the personnel from the 3 zones had gathered, he strode confidently to the center of the arena. We from Zone 1128 aim for the 3rd tier. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who is against? He tightened his grip on the longing sword, resolute that he would leave no survivors should anyone dare to strike. Chapter 143, A Path to Self-Destruction. Having once triumphed in the glory battle, Fang Tian's reputation remained formidable. The other 3 individuals in the area exchanged glances, hesitant to express their thoughts. Observing their reticence, Fang Tian took the initiative and ascended to the 3rd floor, with the trio hastily following in his wake. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fang Tian scrutinized their expressions and inquired, "Are you all from the same team?" They nodded in affirmation, revealing the name of their team. It appeared to be a recently promoted mid-tier team at level 4. A detail that did not linger in Fang Tian's memory. "I shall take half of the loot here. The rest you may divide amongst yourselves. Do you have any objections?" "None whatsoever. Even this arrangement is more favorable than what we would receive on the 1st or 2nd floors. Truly, Fang Shun, you need not even engage in battle. Your mere presence intimidates others into submission. Alas, it is a pity that I shall not have the chance to witness your prowess again." As the conversation progressed, Fang Tian sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Opting to dismiss their banter, he proceeded to eliminate the monsters that appeared. Soon, having cleared a wave of foes, he found himself in a lull, during which the 3 approached him once more. "Fang Shen, could you perhaps showcase your skills for us? We would love to learn from you." "Indeed, the wait for the next wave of monsters is dreadfully tedious. My friend here boasts about his abilities. Perhaps you could provide some constructive criticism?" Fang Tian sighed inwardly, recognizing that most teams in this area had succumbed to the allure of the returning Xiongba. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for the most powerful teams stood united with him, while the rest were merely a disorganized rabble. At this moment, he was reluctant to engage in conflict. Those who dared confront him had met their demise, and the followers of Xiongba might begin to suspect something amiss, prompting them to seek alternative means to counter him. What he required was time, along with the assistance of the Hua, who teamed to amass enmity points from all their members before Xiongba's return reached level 4. "No. I sustained injuries in the last glory battle and have yet to fully recover. It is not convenient for me to engage in combat right now." The trio exchanged glances, unwilling to relent. "Come on, don't be like that. It's not as though we intend to fight for real, merely a friendly spar. Yes, let's call it a day before things get out of hand. No hard feelings. Are you afraid?" Fang Tian chuckled at their taunts, recognizing their attempts to provoke him. "Since you insist." Drawing his dragon S-roar, he approached them. Before they could utter a word, he executed a sweeping strike, blood erupting from their throats simultaneously. They were unable to scream, collapsing in convulsions. How fortuitous! Not only could he loot a substantial amount of resources, but now, all the supplies on the 3rd floor were uncontested. Why must they seek their own demise? Fang Tian pondered, collecting their belongings and unceremoniously kicking their bodies into a corner. In the PvP map, when a player is slain, others are typically notified. However, this was a super PvP map, and thus, those below remained blissfully unaware of the carnage above. Comfortably harvesting materials from treasure chests, it was not until nearly 2 o'clock, when the remaining players from other regions boarded their vehicles, that Fang Tian leisurely descended the stairs to loot the 3 vehicles in his area. By the time the clock struck 2, and all others had departed, the entire treasure trove belonged solely to Fang Tian. Fang Tian summoned his companion, Xiaohei, whose assistance allowed him to thoroughly explore the entire map, accumulating a veritable mountain of material treasure chests. Regrettably, the extra hour of adventure time proved somewhat insufficient. As time drew near, Fang Tian reluctantly called Xiaohei to depart. It seemed imperative to attempt the second station's task. Should he succeed, it would likely grant him an additional hour of exploration. Upon returning to the vehicle, Fang Tian opened all the material treasure chests. Indeed, there was a chance of obtaining advanced materials from the chest at present. However, these so-called advanced materials comprised spirit stones, vibration gold, exotic beast hides, and celestial glass, rather than the more extraordinary items like holy spirit stones. Nevertheless, considering the resources pillaged from the 3 unfortunate souls, Fang Tian's total haul approached 50 spirit stones. A satisfactory amount, enough to buy half a life from the Chen family. Glancing at his private messages, he noted that Bu Hao, Shen Dang, and Dong Jian had each completed a task. Accomplishing 3 tasks on the first day suggested that wrapping up the remaining 15 individuals within 8 days would pose little challenge. Yet, a minor issue arose. Fong Tian's daily income from his territory hovered around 120 spirit stones, and over the past 4 days, he had barely scraped together 500 spirit stones, preparing to upgrade the reception hall. However, now that he had dealt with 3 members of the Chen family, he would need to issue a bounty of 300 spirit stones. He still needed to devise a plan to gather resources. After trading away the 300 spirit stones intended for the bounty, Fong Tian promptly established a group chat to share his progress, ensuring no tasks overlapped. When shall we make our move? Have you acquired the revenge scroll? Bu Hao inquired within the chat. There's no rush. The revenge scroll costs only 10 spirit stones each, and I have long been prepared. Once all 15 individuals are dealt with, I shall strike together, eliminating them all in a single day. Targeting them one by one would raise their suspicions. Your strategy is quite sound. They shall remain unaware. As long as we maintain secrecy and avoid exposure, we will be fine. Ensure that the brothers who have drawn their ire remain vigilant and avoid mishaps. Seeing the method was effective, Fong Tian felt a measure of relief. After summoning his workers, he entered his territory to practice his skills. By 7 or 8 in the evening, Fong Tian finally accumulated enough experience points to summon divine beasts. To his disappointment, however, this skill, akin to his dragon capture technique, had hit a wall and could not be upgraded. Fong Tian was nearly certain that the advancement of the summoning skill was tied to his mental acuity, given his current mental state. Failing to reach level 3 was excessively demanding. At present, Fong Tian had reached a bottleneck with his mental capacity, having exhausted the usage of high-level elixirs, leaving him uncertain on how to advance further. In desperation, he commanded his second-tier divine beast to hunt monsters within the territory to level up. He instructed the divine beast to seek out prey without harming humans and to refrain from entering villages. Injured, the divine beast would rest and recover, obediently departing afterward. Boss, I've been searching for you everywhere. Turns out you're here, exclaimed the trio of Yunfeixiang. What is it? Panting, Yunfeixiang replied, Boss, I discovered an iron mine in your territory. Can we go dig it up? What? Fong Tian's face lit up with surprise. How did you discover this? Currently, his territory yielded only stones, soil, common water, and timber. Although food was also produced, the hunting efficiency was low, rendering the laborers reluctant to exert themselves. With many prominent convoy leaders upgrading to private territories, the prices of these resources within the territory were plummeting. If Yunfeixiang had indeed uncovered a high-yield iron mine, Fong Tian's income could see a significant increase. Yunfeixiang, brimming with pride, stated, While I was mining stones, I noticed that a few contained traces of iron ore. I instructed my 2 underlings to dig deeper into the mountain in that direction, and the further we went, the more iron elements we uncovered. Look. He presented 2 stones. Fong Tian quickly took them for inspection. One was unmistakably iron ore, while the other exhibited a faint metallic sheen that was hardly visible without close scrutiny. Stones are fundamental materials. Iron ore can be smelted into iron blocks at the tool station. Even with the eye of insight, the less obvious stone revealed no abnormalities. You could see this? Your eyesight is remarkable. Fong Tian inquired with curiosity. Yunfeixiang chuckled. My father used to be a miner, and I often accompanied him to the mines, so I've seen quite a bit. Besides, despite my appearance, I am a bona fide geology graduate. Impressive. Hurry. Take a few people to mine and see how much you can extract. All right. Yunfeixiang replied enthusiastically, dashing off with his 2 companions. Chapter 144. The lucrative or Fong Tian chose not to accompany them, opting instead to return to the village. The village chief had already enlisted several construction workers to erect a wall around the village, a fortification against wild beasts. After explaining the matter of the divine beast, he instructed the hunters to refrain from attacking. Fong Tian inquired about the villagers' taxation. Although the number of villagers had been steadily increasing daily, the continuous decline in the value of resources within the territory meant that Fong Tian's overall income had not seen an uptick. The only source of consolation was that the apprentices of the blacksmith and tailor had gradually become proficient. It would not be long before they could begin taking on their own apprentices, thereby augmenting the production of weapons and armor. Continue to welcome villagers. We can expand the wall a bit. Our prosperity will only grow from here, he encouraged. My lord, I believe the wall is sufficient for now. Its current size can accommodate 200 villagers, and with fewer than 60 villagers currently residing here, we can establish another village should our numbers exceed that, the chief replied. Very well, you may arrange it as you see fit. With that, Fong Tian departed the village, making his way towards the medicinal chamber of the Jin and Yu siblings. The duo was grinding herbs in the courtyard, and upon noticing Fong Tian's approach, they eagerly welcomed him. Where's Lin Yu? Fong Tian inquired. Li Yu rolled her eyes and remained silent. Li Jin, with a mischievous grin, replied, "He is testing a potion for me and is resting in the room." "What kind of potion?" Fang Tian asked. Curiosity piqued as he moved towards the room. Li Jin followed closely, chuckling, "A poison." As Fang Tian pushed open the door, he found Lin Yu convulsing on the bed, frothing at the mouth, and couldn't help but laugh. "It seems your poison has been quite effective." Not entirely successful. The antidote failed. Ow. Li Yu could no longer contain herself, giving him a sharp tug, exclaiming, "He deceived us into thinking it was a tonic. That is why Lin Gu was willing to try it." Li Jin hastily reassured, "Don't worry, he won't die. After all, he is my brother-in-law. I know my limits." He added with a smirk, "He'll just be out for a few days. You just wait. When he awakens, he won't spare you." Observing their antics, Fang Tian discerned that Lin Yu was in no grave danger, and he closed the door. After sharing a few light-hearted moments with the siblings, he inquired, "How's the operation of the medicinal chamber progressing?" Li Jin's expression turned serious. "It's going quite well. We've already cultivated several acres of medicinal fields and planted various herbs suitable for growth. Every day, Lin Yu and I head out to gather herbs, and starting tomorrow, we should see stable profits. Take a look." He produced a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Fang Tian. Upon examining it, Fang Tian discovered that it was Li Jin's ledger. Though the handwriting was somewhat crude, it was meticulously detailed. Despite Li Jin's usual unreliability, he proved to be quite competent when it came to business. As he perused the figures, Fang Tian's face lit up with astonishment. Goodness, the profits can be this substantial? According to Li Jin's estimates, the medicinal chamber could yield a profit of 100 spirit stones per day. With Fang Tian set to receive 50 spirit stones from this venture, this nearly accounted for half of Fang Tian's total income from the territory. It was worth noting that the medicinal chamber was operated by only 3 individuals. Li Jin chuckled. Of course, in this world, pharmaceuticals are perpetually scarce. Li replied with a smile, "I haven't ventured out for exploration these past few days. Lin Gu says it's too perilous. Anyway, with the income from this apothecary, I can survive in this world just fine, especially since you provide meals and lodging." Li Jin sighed. "It's a pity that you only have some basic herbs here. So I must venture out each day, otherwise, I would lack materials for alchemy." "Oh, brother, please refrain from meddling with those poisons. They're of no use. Even the Lord's monsters cannot be slain by them." Li Yu clearly harbored grievances about his brother's attempt to poison Lin Yu. Li Jin shot him a glare. "What do you know? I'm not merely concocting poisons. This world has its alchemical advancements. If I can find superior materials, I might just brew the extraordinary elixirs akin to those in cultivation novels." "You are dreaming." Fang Tian interjected, "If you wish to explore, that's fine. I've already spoken with Gu Xin. You can temporarily join the Fire Rose and team up with Lin Yu. You can explore together and look after one another." Li Jin rejoiced. "That's splendid. But could I not team up with Lin Gu? Perhaps arrange for a few beautiful ladies instead?" "Get lost," Fang Tian retorted as he exited the apothecary, returning to the previous location to practice his sword techniques and internal skills, awaiting news from Yun Feixiang. Approximately 2 hours later, Yun Feixiang and his companions arrived, drenched in sweat. "How did it go?" Fang Tian hastily approached, offering them a bottle of ice water. Yun Feixiang gulped it down in one go, exhaling with excitement written all over his face. "The iron mine has been completely excavated, yielding a total of 30,000 blocks of iron ore." "What was the efficiency of the mining?" Fang Tian inquired. "It was only slightly slower than mining stone. We possess advanced pickaxes. One person can excavate it in about 8 hours. Currently, the workers are putting in roughly 8 hours a day, with the industrious ones exceeding 10 hours. Presently, each individual averages 5,000 units of water and resources, and with the declining market price of territory resources, it will only diminish further. If everyone were to mine, they could extract 30,000 iron ore in 8 hours. The current exchange rate for iron ore to water is 2:1, which means 15,000 units of water, a threefold increase. However, there is only one iron mine at present." Fang Tian closed his eyes, calculating silently, and soon reached a decision. "From now on, you shall serve as the mineral explorer in my territory. For every mine you discover, you will hold a 15 share. For instance, from today's 30,000 blocks of iron ore, in addition to your earnings from labor, I will also reward you with an extra 500 blocks of iron ore. What do you think?" Yun Feixiang was stunned into silence for several seconds before regaining his composure. "Wow. If I find 10 iron mines, wouldn't I be rich?" Fang Tian laughed heartily. "Be bold. Find 100. I assure you, you will soar." Yun Feixiang gazed at the night sky, his eyes gleaming with ambition, drool cascading down like a waterfall. His 2 companions were eager to cling to him. "Boss, we truly did not misjudge you. You are the chosen one. Take us along for the ride. Yun Feixiang gazed skyward and exclaimed, Brothers, let us embark on a quest for resources tonight. With enthusiasm, he rallied his companions, and Fang Tian, filled with satisfaction, watched the trio depart, unable to suppress his excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although he appeared to grant Yun Feixiang a 15 stake, the true profit still belonged to Fang Tian. It is crucial to note that the average earnings for each laborer stand at a mere 5,000 currency units after deducting wages. Fang Tian's actual take-home amount dwindles to 4,250 units, and this figure is on a steady decline. However, should Yun Feixiang uncover sufficient mineral resources, each laborer could potentially earn 15,000 units daily from mining. Even after allocating 15 to Yun Feixiang and subtracting wages, Fang Tian would still garner an impressive 10,500 units per individual each day. Moreover, iron ore, indispensable for crafting weapons and armor, as well as upgrading transport vehicles, is unlikely to depreciate in value. In fact, as the demand for superior weaponry escalates, there is a subtle yet discernible trend of price increases. The 2 mineral samples recently provided by Yun Feixiang were examined by Fang Tian himself, aside from experts like him. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to identify traces of iron ore among countless stones. One must sacrifice to gain. Initially troubled by how to address the Qin family's bounty, the collaboration with Yalu and Yun Feixiang suddenly unveiled a promising prospect, significantly alleviating Fang Tian's financial burdens. Now, all that remains is to await good news from Yun Feixiang. Noticing that the time was ripe, Fang Tian returned to his private compartment and settled in for a restful slumber. Chapter 145, the 4th-level Divine Beast, Colonization and Slave System activated at midday. After a day of exploration, Fang Tian returned to the vehicle, weary and dusty, and opened the group chat of the caravan's leaders. Gu Xian and Dong Jian had each managed to secure one. Well done. Just one more to go, but in 2 days, the Qin family will upgrade to a 4th-level caravan. We are counting on you. It won't suffice relying solely on us. It must align with fate. Indeed. If our people do not encounter the exploration map, there is little we can do. Do you know the exact time the Xiang Bagui Lai caravan was established? I'm not quite sure, but just to be safe, I suggest we act tomorrow after the exploration, regardless of whether we can secure the last one. Yes, I think so too. If we delay until the day after tomorrow, they might have already upgraded to a 4th-level caravan, and that would be dire. After a brief exchange with the esteemed individuals, Fang Tian promptly closed the chat window and sent a reward of 100 spirit stones to Dong Jian. He then messaged Gu Xian, I will owe you your sister's 100 spirit stones for now. I'll repay it tonight after collecting the resources, as I am nearly bankrupt. All right. Gazing at the barren warehouse, Fang Tian sighed deeply. Times had been exceedingly tight. He had managed to deal with 14 out of 15 members of the Qin family, costing him a substantial 400 spirit stones in rewards. This predicament delayed the upgrade of his hospitality hall, which required 500 spirit stones. However, it was unavoidable. If he could not resolve matters with the Qin family, upgrading the hospitality hall would be meaningless. He had to ensure that the Qin family bore the consequences here. The greater the cost of pursuing him, the more they would weigh their options between hunting him down and developing their family. Otherwise, the relentless pursuit would significantly hinder his progress. Currently, Fang Tian's territory boasted nearly 80 villagers, yielding a daily tax of approximately 20 spirit stones. The combined earnings from the blacksmith and tailor amounted to another 10 spirit stones daily, while the medicinal shop run by the Jin and Yu siblings brought in 50 spirit stones each day, thanks to Yun Feixiang's discovery of over 10 iron and copper mines. The laborers now contributed 170 spirit stones daily. The income from the water purifier served as pocket money. For others, exploration income was paramount, yet for Fang Tian, it had become the most unstable source of income. Unless there were Lord Monsters or Super PvP maps, ordinary maps yielded a mere 1 or 2 spirit stones a day, entirely wasting Fang Tian's time. Calculating his daily earnings, the net income hovered around 250 spirit stones. If Yun Feixiang could uncover even more mines in the future, the revenue would rise further. With today's earnings, the bounty for the Qin family was sufficiently covered. After storing supplies for 2 days, he could upgrade the hospitality hall. And at that point, the income would only continue to escalate. The prerequisite, however, was to resolve the situation with the Qin family. Fang Tian still held a degree of trepidation regarding the formidable Qin family members. The 2 he had slain were eliminated through cunning tactics rather than pure skill, where he would have no advantage. Of course, there was no necessity for pure confrontation. Fang Tian stroked the head of his dog, Xiaohei, and suddenly thought of the Divine Beast. A couple of days prior, the Divine Beast had ascended to level 3, possessing the strength of a leader monster, considering the time. It ought to be due for an upgrade now. With this thought, Fang Tian's mind stirred, prompting him to issue a follow command to the divine beast. This was a newly developed technique, although the divine beast lacked the intelligent communication skills of Xiaohei. It could still receive remote commands to follow or rest as long as it remained alive. Should the distance become excessive, the divine beast would teleport directly before Fang Tian upon selecting the follow option. In a flash, a white light illuminated the space as the divine beast materialized. However, it seemed to be engaged in battle with other creatures and, caught off guard, immediately unleashed a torrent of fire upon Fang Tian's face. Oh! Fang Tian yelped in pain, staggering backward. Fortunately, his black iron helmet provided some protection, otherwise, his hair and eyebrows would surely have been singed. Upon witnessing Fang Tian's distress, Xiaohei swiftly expanded in size, delivering a powerful paw that sent the divine beast crashing against the wall. The divine beast seemed to realize its blunder, instantly transforming into a small dog and emitting a pitiful whimper. Xiaohei, Fang Tian quickly interjected. Upon hearing his master's call, Xiaohei turned around. Yet it failed to consider the destructive force of its enormous form within the confines of the small private compartment. Its massive tail swept violently across the living area, sending the coffee table and sofa tumbling to the ground. Fang Tian sighed, gesturing towards the chaos. Be more civilized. Look, everything is in ruins. Don't turn. Xiaohei immediately complied, pivoting in response to his finger, only to inadvertently slam Fang Tian against the wall with another swipe of its tail. Shrink down. Fang Tian could no longer endure the mayhem. Xiaohei promptly obeyed, reducing its size and bounding over to Fang Tian, licking him affectionately. In mere moments, the private compartment had descended into utter disarray. The antics of these two rascals were far more spirited than any husky. From now on, you are not allowed to grow large in the private compartment, Fang Tian asserted with gravity. Xiaohei nodded vigorously, and the divine beast seemed to grasp the situation as it softly whimpered in agreement. Having leveled up, the divine beast appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Fang Tian scrutinized it closely. Level 4 divine beast, belonging to Fang Tian. Indeed, it had advanced. He escorted them to his territory and issued commands. You too. Engage in a spar. Xiaohei, take it easy. Don't kill it. As for you, let us call you Xiaohong. If things get dicey, just shrink. At his command, both little dogs simultaneously grew larger and clashed. Within less than a minute, Xiaohong shrank back down, whimpering as it circled around Xiaohei's legs. Xiaohei stood proudly, gazing into the distance with an air of canine nobility. Comparing Xiaohei's usual destructive prowess, Fang Tian gained a clearer understanding of Xiaohong's capabilities. Currently, as a level 4, it surpassed typical leader monsters in attack and defense but remained only average in speed, far from the strength of a lord-level creature. According to the lore, once a summoned divine beast reaches level 2, it can ascend to level 5 through monster slaying. Thus, it seemed there was still room for growth for this divine beast. Xiaohong, continue to train and wait for me at the territory entrance once you reach level 5. Xiaohong responded with a gentle yip and called out to Xiaohei. Noticing Xiaohei still gazing proudly into the distance, it then dashed into the territory. With Xiaohong gone, Xiaohei approached, exhibiting a dog-like demeanor and signaling its hunger. Fang Tian, feeling quite irritated, made his way to the warehouse to retrieve some meat, intending to return to the guest hall to gather people later. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, delivering momentous news. The super sandstorm has ceased. Congratulations to all survivors for weathering the storm. The colonization system will commence in 5 days. Within the regional chain, the area ranked first in conquest will colonize the area ranked third. The colonized region shall remit 20 of all land yields and exploration revenues. The slave system is now activated, henceforth, to transfer from a low-ranking area of the regional chain to a high-ranking one. One must become a slave to a survivor of the target region. A difference of 1 rank necessitates a 30-day period of servitude, while a difference of 2 ranks requires 90 days. Slaves are obligated to submit daily supplies, with the amount determined by their master. Warning: the super sandstorm was merely the first wave of assault from the Desert Lord. Due to the prolonged sandstorm, the ground is now thick with yellow sand, providing a favorable battlefield for the Desert Legion's advance. Warning! Warning! The Desert Legion is about to strike. The current desert trial ground will soon open. For further details regarding this trial ground, please refer to the control panel. Chapter 146. The commencement of the desert trial. Courage or fortitude? Why must chaos ensue at this very moment? Could it not have waited a few days? Fang Tian felt a wave of discontent wash over him, his mind clouded with concern that this trial might disrupt his meticulously laid plans. The thought of being ambushed by the returning Xiang Ba during the trial was unsettling. However, lamenting the situation proved futile, Fang Tian activated the control panel, and indeed, the submenu for the trial materialized before him. The offensive of the Desert Lord was delineated into 3 distinct phases. The first phase, a sandstorm designed to facilitate the advance of the Desert Legion, had already concluded. The second phase, marked by a full-scale assault from the monsters, would commence at 4 o'clock this afternoon and endure for 5 hours, during which all monsters would actively seek out and attack survivor vehicles. In essence, once the trial began, the sanctity of the vehicles would no longer be assured. The third phase remained shrouded in uncertainty, locked away from view, yet it likely involved a counteroffensive. Survivors were afforded the choice between two modes, Fortitude Mode and Courage Mode. Opting for Fortitude Mode would render their private compartments utterly secure, allowing them to retreat into their vehicles if overwhelmed, with the worst-case scenario being the damage of a public compartment, which could be repaired post-trial. Conversely, selecting Courage Mode would yield a 50 increase in trial points, albeit at the cost of a 100 escalation in monster strength, with private compartments rendered unsafe. Once a mode was selected, a minimum of 1 hour would be required before any changes could be made. While this appeared considerate, within the context of territorial offensives, securing a higher rank necessitated that a greater number of individuals choose Courage Mode. This represented a prime opportunity to ascend the ranks. After all, the colonial system had been activated, and the third-ranked territory was mandated to remit 20 of all its income to the first-ranked territory. This reality was intolerable even for Fong Tian, as it included income derived from territorial resources, given that the third-ranked territory's exploration income had already diminished. The transition to a colonial status rendered their prospects bleak. At this juncture, the introduction of the slave mode further complicated matters. To transfer to a higher-ranked territory, one must first become another's slave. This was tantamount to compelling everyone into a desperate scramble for ranking. Soon, the conglomerate group that Fong Tian had assembled was abuzz with analysis regarding today's developments. After offering a brief insight, he opened the regional channel. No wonder the operational mode had been so delayed today. I sensed something was amiss. By heavens, this is nothing short of a monster siege mode. Everyone, muster your courage. I refuse to be colonized. Choose Courage Mode. I trust you not. You would have us select Courage Mode and risk our lives while you cower in Fortitude Mode. Wouldn't you? I'm not that foolish. I recall when we first arrived here, the announcement declared the vehicles safe. How has that changed? You misremember, my friend. The broadcast stated that vehicles were safe most of the time. Indeed, vehicles have long ceased to be secure. Our region may be relatively unscathed. But I've heard tales of rampant highway robberies in other areas. Our region exhibited similar tendencies at the outset, led by Xiongba. However, since Xiongba was vanquished by Fengshen, we have enjoyed a much more harmonious existence. You are a quintessential figure of controversy, who can ascertain whether those responsible for the robbery were indeed members of the Xiongba faction. It is equally plausible that it was the handiwork of Fong Tian himself. Indeed, how else can one explain his remarkable progression? As a solitary player, he ascended to level 5 public transport at an astonishingly early stage, undoubtedly feasting upon the spoils of others' endeavors. Goodness, the sentiment in this channel shifts like the wind. You see, a new faction, the Xiongba Return, has recently emerged, actively recruiting members. They certainly harbor animosity towards Fengshen and are likely to instigate further discord. Let me clarify, I am merely an impartial observer. I harbor no intent to tarnish Fong Tian's reputation. However, consider this. Since the reign of the Destruction King, he has jeopardized our success in trials due to personal vendettas. In the subsequent Glory War, he relished in personal triumph, claiming victory in individual competitions, only to later sabotage our team matches, leading us to defeat. This behavior clearly reflects a self-serving nature. I fail to comprehend why some of you persist in defending him. Enough of this. During the Destruction King incident, it was Xiongba who initiated the conflict. In the recent team matches, there were betrayals from within our ranks. Fengshen withdrew to preserve his life. Moreover, the traitors in the team matches were predominantly members of the Xiongba Return faction, believe it or not. I do not believe that for a moment. It is apparent to everyone. In the individual match in Zone 7222, Shoei conceded defeat, indicating a prearranged agreement where Fong Tian was allowed to win the individual competition, only for our team to intentionally lose. It was all mere manipulation behind the scenes. Regardless of the circumstances, I steadfastly support Fong Tian. He is a genuinely good person. I have interacted with him. You Xiongba supporters can continue your disparagement, but I refuse to believe that everyone here is foolish enough to be swayed by your claims. Damn it. Can't the fans from both sides refrain from tearing each other apart? The trial is imminent. We should be contemplating how to face it. I am utterly exasperated. At such a critical juncture, why engage in fan quarrels? Fong Tian is likely at a loss for words, confronted with such triviality from those seemingly with too much time on their hands. Fortunately, at this moment, the leaders of the faction convened and reached a consensus. Addressing the channel, Esteemed members, although our rankings in the conquest are at stake, we must proceed with caution and prudence. Today's trial will last 3 hours. And our level 4 and above factions will be able to form teams, ensuring that at least 80 of our members will activate courage mode at the outset. For those who cannot form groups, please assess your abilities and do not overextend yourselves. We will first gauge the strength of the monsters and share our findings, allowing you to make informed decisions thereafter. If possible, we encourage the use of courage mode, as it can help us secure our regional rankings and provide trial points, which can be used to explore the marketplace for essential resources. Upon receiving the leader's messages, the smaller factions and solitary players felt a renewed sense of assurance, knowing that others would lead the charge. Indeed, it is the esteemed leaders who bear the responsibility. How impressive. Is there a level 4 faction with available slots? I am equipped in green gear, having always been a solitary player, and I now seek to join a team for collective advancement. I wish to join as well. My weapons and armor are also green, and I am an accurate archer. Only 10 minutes remain. To those leading the charge, best of luck. Fong Tian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Yu. Have you joined the Fire Rose yet? Yes, we have. Now the 3 of us are with the Yun Face Yang trio. Well, be cautious. Would you like to join our group? I can have Li Yu opt for a defensive strategy. There should still be time. Forget it. Today is merely the second phase. It shouldn't be too challenging. I can manage on my own. With that, Fong Tian messaged Xiaohe and Zhao Yiqing. Xiaohe indicated that he had joined a team, but it was not yet at level 4, and he preferred to observe for the time being, declining Fong Tian's invitation to join the Fire Rose. Zhao Yiqing expressed her disinterest in joining a team, preferring to navigate solo. Consequently, Fong Tian no longer lingered on the matter, instructing Xiao Ai to retreat to the private compartment while summoning Xiao Hong back, perhaps having learned a lesson when Xiao Hong returned this time. Ready to unleash a torrent of flames, she sensed something amiss and immediately stifled her breath, resulting in a painful singeing. Fong Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, realizing that he needed to practice summoning Xiao Hong in the future. Otherwise, their coordination would remain woefully lacking. The Desert Legion will attack in 10 seconds. Please select your combat mode within 10 seconds. Failure to do so will default to courage mode. After 10 seconds, with a screech, the bus came to an abrupt halt, and the windows turned transparent. Outside, the sandstorm that had raged for 10 days had ceased, revealing undulating dunes as far as the eye could see. On the crest of the dunes, there was naught but emptiness. Yet within the dunes, currents of hidden danger swirled. Chapter 147, Sand Scorpion, Selected Courage Mode. Attributes of the Desert Legion increased by 100. The Desert Legion is attacking. When survivors are in the vehicle, the Desert Legion will prioritize attacking the bus. When survivors are beneath the vehicle, the Desert Legion will prioritize attacking the survivors. Please strive to eliminate as many monsters as possible. At the conclusion of the trial, the area with the highest overall trial score will receive 20,000 conquest points, while the second area will receive 10,000 conquest points. As the broadcast concluded, the sand outside surged violently as if boiling, and soon dark figures leaped from the yellow sands. Dozens of half-human-sized black giant scorpions emerged, swarming around the bus, while in the distance, a few white giant scorpions, towering as tall as a person, could be seen atop the sand dunes. Sand Scorpion, common monster, the vanguard of the Desert Legion, capable of concealing its form within the yellow sands. Sand Scorpion King, a leader-class monster, the head of the Sand Scorpions, possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, with a stinger that delivers a paralyzing venom. The oncoming creatures were merely common monsters, and Fong Tian paid them no mind as he leaped from the vehicle with Xiao He and Xiao Hong. Soon, the army of scorpions descended upon them, encircling the trio of men and dogs. Leaning against the bus with Xiao He and Xiao Hong flanking him for protection, Fong Tian felt no pressure as he wielded his blade with abandon. After dispatching several monsters, Fong Tian surveyed his surroundings and noted that no additional creatures had spawned, and the Sand Scorpion Kings had yet to approach. Due to the selection of Courage Mode, these Sand Scorpions exhibited an attack power far exceeding that of ordinary monsters, often springing from the sandy ground beneath for surprise assaults. The Level 4 team, capable of forming a party, could easily manage with 6 members standing back to back. However, solitary players would likely find it challenging to disembark and withstand the onslaught. They could only remain inside the bus, blocking the doors to fend off the creatures, though this would lead to considerable damage to the vehicle. For Fong Tian, however, these monsters posed no threat. His leg injury had fully healed, and with the eye of detection revealing scorpions hidden in the sand, he was virtually invulnerable as long as he was not surrounded. Even if encircled, he felt no concern, for the war god armor rendered these common monsters utterly harmless. Xiao He faced no issues whatsoever, as these sand scorpions dared not approach it. Although Xiao Hong was merely a leader-class monster, Its tough hide rendered it impervious to the attacks of these ordinary creatures. Before long, Fang Tian had dispatched the entire batch of sand scorpions. He glanced at the trial points, which had increased by 60 points. There had been approximately 40 monsters, indicating that these common creatures provided merely 1 point each, while the boost from courage mode allowed for 5 points. With no monsters remaining in the vicinity, Fang Tian set his sights on the sand scorpion kings atop the distant sand dunes. But at that moment, the yellow sands erupted once more, revealing yet another wave of sand scorpions. Was this the pattern? Did the sand scorpion kings refrain from attacking until the last moment? While this level of difficulty might pose a considerable threat to solitary players, it presented no challenge whatsoever to organized team members. For Fang Tian, it was even less of a concern, leading him to feel a tinge of boredom. After ensuring that Xiao He and Xiao Hong were on guard, Fang Tian activated the regional chat channel, where some information had already been shared. Caution, everyone. These sand scorpions can burrow underground and launch surprise attacks. Their weakness lies in their heads. It is advisable for solo players to refrain from choosing the courage mode and to remain inside their vehicles. The vehicle can endure quite a bit of damage, but be vigilant. Once the windows are shattered, repairs must be made promptly. In courage mode, the scorpion stinger possesses formidable striking power, capable of piercing through green leather armor. The stinger carries a mild toxin. Receiving several stings in succession may lead to paralysis. Has anyone encountered aggressive assaults from those larger scorpions on the outskirts? They appear quite intimidating. Not yet. Feeling rather bored, Fang Tian decided to exit the vehicle and charge towards a nearby giant scorpion king. There are a total of 8 sand scorpion kings, and they are not clustered together but rather encircling Fang Tian's vehicle. Soon, he found himself face to face with one of the scorpion kings, dodging a lethal sting. He swiftly severed a portion of its tail with a single strike. The scorpion king emitted a piercing shriek, and before it could retaliate, Fang Tian brought his blade down upon its head, splattering green ichor across his face. At that moment, 3 other scorpion kings from the same side of the road charged towards him. Xiao He, quick to respond, broke through the minions' encirclement and intercepted one of them. Surprisingly, the scorpion king that Fang Tian had attacked was still alive. Its already formidable defenses were bolstered by the courage mode, rendering it almost indestructible. As even Dragon Roar's output failed to finish it off in 2 strikes. As Fang Tian prepared to deliver a finishing blow, the scorpion king swept its pincers downward, sending yellow sand swirling chaotically and obscuring his vision. Concerned about potential hidden attacks, Fang Tian took a step back. To his astonishment, the creature burrowed underground to escape. Another trick? The sound of shifting sand reached his ears, indicating that 2 additional scorpion kings were approaching. Fang Tian quickly turned around, this time employing a smarter tactic by pursuing one relentlessly, ensuring it had no opportunity to escape. After focusing their fire, they swiftly dispatched one, and the other soon followed suit, cleaved in 2. Ultimately, these were merely boss monsters. Even with enhancements, they did not pose an insurmountable challenge. Seeing that the Scorpion King blocked by Xiao He had been torn to shreds, Fang Tian instructed Xiao He to guard the one that had burrowed underground. Let us see how long you can hide. I refuse to believe you can hold your breath indefinitely. Observing that the Scorpion King on the opposite side of the road showed no intent to assist, Fang Tian hurriedly returned to the vehicle. Xiao Hong was managing well against a swarm of scorpions, but many ants can indeed take down an elephant. Given enough time, she would surely struggle. After delivering a few strikes to alleviate some of her burden, he boarded the bus and sent a message in the chat. Those Scorpion Kings are boss-level monsters with high defenses, and their stingers seem to be venomous. Once one Scorpion King is attacked, the remaining ones on the same side of the road will come to its aid. A severely injured Scorpion King may burrow into the sand to evade, but it cannot hide for long. It will eventually emerge to catch its breath. This remark was prompted by the fact that Xiao He had already cornered the Scorpion King. Despite the Scorpion King's attempts to reposition itself underground, it had not escaped far and was easily pursued by Xiao He. Oh my! Fangshan has not made an appearance in quite some time. Do you mean to say that you have already defeated a wave of Sand Scorpion Kings? Nonsense. Just take a look at the trial leaderboard. His score has already reached 250. Isn't that astonishing? We, the 6 of us, have only just finished off the first wave of minions. Goodness, I can't even speak. New minions have spawned. Fangshan, how formidable are these Sand Scorpion Kings in terms of their attack power? Can the green armor provide any semblance of protection? Fang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I am uncertain. I have yet to test it, and my armor level is undoubtedly superior to yours. Why not don a full set of green armor and let it strike you to see? Fang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Are you foolish? It has already been stated that the tail stinger is poisonous. Why don't you try it yourself? No one asked you to try. Why are you so anxious? Is he your father? He is your grandfather. He is your ancestor. Fong Tian was truly exasperated and decided to close the chat channel, leaping from the vehicle to slay the minions. Yet, after eliminating only a few, he heard voices coming from behind him in the vehicle. Chapter 148. Fong Tian hastily boarded the vehicle, only to find a dozen villagers already inside. My lord, we have heard of the monstrous invasion. We cannot merely bask in your protection. Allow us to contribute. The muscular blacksmith spoke passionately, with the other villagers eagerly nodding in agreement. Fong Tian was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well. Give it a try, but do take care of yourselves. If you are injured, return to recuperate. The villagers appeared invigorated and, led by the blacksmith, hastily disembarked from the vehicle. Their strength was commendable. In one-on-one encounters, they surpassed the sand scorpion slightly, and the blacksmith's combat prowess was particularly impressive, likely reaching the level of a leader. Most importantly, any kills made by the villagers would still count towards Fong Tian's score against the sand scorpions. Fong Tian, accompanied by Xiao He, charged towards the opposite side of the road, swiftly dispatching the remaining sand scorpion kings. On the bus, Xiao Hong collaborated seamlessly with the villagers, effortlessly handling the ordinary sand scorpions, and soon cleared the wave of foes. Once this batch was vanquished, the sand scorpions did not respawn, nor did any new sand scorpion kings appear, indicating a deliberate respite. Fong Tian attempted to venture deeper into the desert, but after traversing a couple of 100 meters, he was halted by an invisible barrier. However, he noticed that upon moving more than 100 meters away from the bus, an intelligent wristband, reminiscent of the one from the trial grounds, appeared on his left wrist. The wristband possessed 3 functions: a chat room, a trial leaderboard, and a return to the city option. With this revelation, Fong Tian entered the private compartment, where Xiao Ai lay sprawled on the bed. Upon seeing him, she swiftly sat up. Her flustered demeanor amused Fong Tian. Caught you slacking off, have I? No. Xiao Ai was merely tidying up and accidentally fell, she replied. Really now? I have a task for you. Keep an eye on the outside. I've set up a control screen in the bedroom for everyone's use. In case of an emergency, open the chat bar and send me a private message. Do you know how to operate it? Xiao Ai nodded. I do. Good. Please ensure your own safety. As he turned to leave, he paused and turned back, a puzzled expression on his face. Wait a moment. Isn't artificial intelligence supposed to just need charging? Does it require rest? Xiao Ai replied expressionlessly. I merely fell. It was not a matter of rest. Fong Tian, still skeptical, glanced back. True. If you were resting, a girl wouldn't adopt such a bold position, with her feet against the wall. Watching him depart, Xiao Ai muttered to herself, even during trials, I can't find peace. Had I known, I wouldn't have occupied this wretched robot. Why didn't I just say I couldn't operate it? Outside, the sand scorpions had yet to respawn. Fong Tian instructed Xiao He to enlarge, mounting it and giving it a playful smack on the rear. Xiao He cursed as it galloped along the road. Not far ahead, a bus came into view, presumably carrying other survivors. Observing the rear window, Fong Tian noted the name was unfamiliar, accompanied by a suffix that read Courage Mode. It appeared to be a solitary vehicle, likely belonging to a lone player. Fong Tian stowed away Xiao He and swiftly approached. Approximately 20 sand scorpions were frantically assaulting the bus. The exit door tightly sealed while the entrance door was ajar, with a dozen scorpions desperately attempting to squeeze inside. Inside the bus, a young man was valiantly wielding a sword in combat, yet he appeared to be in dire straits, blood oozing from multiple wounds inflicted by the scorpion stinger on his thigh. Fong Tian stood to the side, curiously noting that these scorpions did not seem to target him. Rather, their primary focus appeared to be the young man and the bus itself. Hey, can you lend me a hand? The young man clearly noticed Fong Tian passing by and urgently called for assistance. Sure. Such a request was one Fong Tian could hardly refuse, especially since this was a cooperative trial. More importantly, these sand scorpions yielded points. Without further ado, Fong Tian charged forward, executing 2 sweeping slashes that cleared the scorpions near the bus door. This action successfully drew the attention of the remaining scorpions, which began to converge on him. The young man hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Fong Tian onto the bus to combat the foes together, only to be flabbergasted as the surrounding monsters were swiftly vanquished. However, he soon recognized Fong Tian. Function? Fong Tian nodded. My friend, it's best you stick to a defensive stance. You won't withstand this aggressive mode in your current state. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing this live. You dispatched so many monsters in an instant. That's incredible. The young man appeared exceedingly excited. I wanted to contribute to our region, but who knew these creatures would come in relentless waves, not allowing any respite. You can switch modes once every hour, and there are still 10 minutes left. Don't forget. All right, all right. I'll switch to defensive mode as soon as the time is up, he replied eagerly. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. Would you like to come aboard for a moment? I have some tea to offer you. Fang Tian chuckled. What? Are you afraid I'll board and rob you? Spare me. I wouldn't fall for the nonsense in the chat. Besides, you wouldn't even covet my meager possessions. Never mind, I won't board. Fang Tian gestured towards the surrounding sand scorpion kings. Shall I eliminate these leaders? They clearly aren't here just for the show. I suspect they may charge in at the critical moment. All right. But could you leave one for me? Of course. Watching Fang Tian plunge into the desert, mercilessly pummeling the 4 leader monsters, the young man forgot to tend to his leg injury, captivated and filled with envy. For Fang Tian, these sand scorpion kings were merely points. Though Xiaohe was not at his side, Fang Tian, fortified by the war god armor, had no worries about counterattacks. He swung his blade recklessly, clearing the monsters with astounding speed. Once he had collected all the points, Fang Tian pressed onward, summoning Xiaohe only after he had moved beyond the young man's line of sight. Soon, he would confront the Chen family, and he could not afford to reveal the power of the Xiaohe Lord monster in front of others. Meanwhile, the young man, having been saved, was fervently boasting in the chat. I was saved by Fang Shen today. Isn't that amazing? What? Is that for real? Haha, I knew you would doubt it. Let me show you a photo. This photo turned out well. Wow, such a striking pose. What is going on? Why did he appear there with you? I cannot say for certain. Just moments ago, I was on the brink of despair when Fang Shen emerged from outside the vehicle. I implored him for assistance. And without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. My goodness, he was astonishingly impressive. The minions fell in an instant. Furthermore, he proceeded to clear all the surrounding elite monsters, even leaving one for me. Most importantly, he even severed the tail spike of the one he left behind. I am utterly moved to tears. How incredibly warm-hearted of him. I too wish to be rescued by him. The notion of a hero saving a damsel in distress is simply romantic. Meanwhile, Fang Tian remains unaware of the happenings in the channel. As he has now arrived near the next bus, it appears that the distance between the buses has been deliberately shortened. Otherwise, they would not be so closely situated. Unlike the previous bus, this one bears no name on its rear. Chapter 149. The evolution of the flesh-eating scorpion king. The absence of a name signifies that the owner of this vehicle has met their demise. Curiously, a sweep with the detection eye reveals no monsters in the vicinity. Did these creatures vanish after killing their master? The bus's doors and windows have been breached, and a multitude of scorpion corpses litter the entrance, with a conspicuous trail of blood extending from the vehicle into the depths of the desert. Fang Tian cautiously ascends the bus, where he finds more scorpion remains. The blood trail emanates from a private compartment, the door of which has been forcefully opened. As a fellow survivor, Fang Tian is unable to breach the personal compartments of others. However, since the door of this private compartment has been compromised by monsters, and its owner lies dead, he can naturally enter. Judging by its size, this is merely a level 4 private compartment, and it too contains numerous corpses of monsters. Following the prominent blood trail, Fang Tian reaches a corner of the bedroom. Blood is splattered across the floor, and the walls bear numerous scratches from pincers and tails, while the head of a scorpion lies on the ground, impaled by a steel knife. At that moment, Fang Tian's intelligent wristband vibrates, signaling that an hour has passed and he can now change modes. Observing the still damp bloodstains on the ground, he sighs. It seems this individual also opted for the courage mode, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of the scorpions. Retreating gradually into the private compartment, yet failing to endure for an hour. His body must have been dragged out by the scorpions, explaining the source of the blood trail. Fang Tian retrieves the green steel knife and approaches the entrance to the warehouse belonging to this individual. Unclaimed warehouse, would you like to accept? After clicking to accept, he fills his backpack with all the supplies from the warehouse. A cursory glance reveals a value of approximately 10 spirit stones, which would be considered a substantial fortune for an ordinary person. This individual had not activated a personal territory. Exiting the vehicle, Fang Tian follows the long blood trail and drag marks into the desert. The blood extends all the way to the top of a sand dune. Upon reaching this point, Fang Tian cautiously draws his dragon whisper. Something large seems to be lurking behind the dune, yet the detection eye does not respond. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is merely the empty shell of the Scorpion King, swaying gently in the breeze. However, as his gaze shifts to the ground nearby, he cannot help but gasp in shock. The ground is strewn with shredded flesh and torn fragments of clothing, and even a solitary foot lies abandoned. This unfortunate soul was devoured by the Scorpion King. Furthermore, based on the state of the scene, it is reasonable to deduce that the Scorpion King has shed its skin and evolved after consuming a human. But where is the evolved Scorpion King now? There are no other footprints nearby. The monsters of this desert army traverse beneath the sand, leaving no trace. There are only two possibilities. Either the evolved Scorpion King has ventured deeper into the desert, becoming the adversary of the next stage of trials, or it will seek out nearby players. On his way here, Fong Tian's detection eye revealed nothing, indicating that if it is the latter possibility, the Scorpion King must have proceeded along the road. Fong Tian immediately returns to the road, urging Xiaohei to charge ahead. Soon, he arrived at the location of the next bus. The name was displayed on the rear window. Is he still alive? Fong Tian approached swiftly, only to discover that the compartment of the bus had been completely wrecked, with a dozen ordinary sand scorpions blocking the door to the private compartment. It seemed this individual had chosen to adopt a defensive stance, retreating into the private compartment when the situation became dire. Under the defensive mode, the private compartment remained impervious to attacks, thus preserving his life. Without hesitation, Fong Tian dashed forward, dispatching the creatures with a few swift strikes, and knocked on the door of the private compartment. Can monsters knock on doors? A response emanated from within. No, I am a human, I just passed by. And I have slain all the monsters outside. Oh, is that so? The occupant did not open the door, clearly on high alert. Regardless, since his compartment had already been destroyed, it mattered little whether Fong Tian assisted him in clearing the monsters, hence there was no sense of gratitude in his tone. Yes. Could you share your experience? Did you encounter any particularly formidable creatures? The defensive mode I chose was barely manageable. But suddenly a horde of monsters surged from the rear of the bus, including several large sand scorpions, one of which was a pale yellow specimen that nearly dismantled my bus. Sensing the peril, I retreated back to the private compartment. But there are only small monsters outside. Right? I am not certain. Perhaps they dispersed after the bus was destroyed? How long ago did this occur? A few minutes. I recall the broadcast indicating that the mode could be changed, and 2 minutes later, that horde arrived. Fong Tian refrained from further conversation, leaping from the bus and striding ahead. It seemed that after the previous bus was destroyed, the swarm of scorpions had directly advanced toward this location. Now that this bus too lay in ruins, it was evident they continued onward. From the man's account, it could be inferred that a pale yellow sand scorpion king had likely evolved after consuming the previous individual. Everything matched perfectly. Given this, it was imperative to quicken his pace. Otherwise, the scorpion army would only grow larger, and the people along this route would undoubtedly be slaughtered. Should these scorpions possess the ability to evolve indefinitely, Fong Tian himself could also fall victim. These sand scorpion kings consume humans and may evolve after devouring them. For teams with fallen comrades, ensure the protection of your allies remains. After leaving this message in the channel, Fong Tian glanced at it and gleaned another piece of information. An hour after the trial commenced, a leader-level sand scorpion king would launch an offensive, but only one would participate. If it is only one, with Xiaohong and the blacksmith to guard, my bus should be safe. Fong Tian mounted Xiaohei and pressed onward. It was not until Fong Tian's figure vanished that the individual hidden in the private compartment cautiously peeked out, muttering, "Could that be Fong Tian? Oh dear. I should have come out for a photo." Xiaohei galloped forward for 5 minutes, and in the distance, the outline of another bus became discernible, though the rear bore no name. Too late. However, through the eye of detection, one could discern a multitude of crimson dots ahead, amidst the dunes, where a profoundly intense red light emanated. Hurry! Xiaohei immediately accelerated. At that moment, the red light surged dramatically, becoming even more pristine. It appeared to have recently consumed a human and evolved. Given the purity of this red luminescence, it was undoubtedly a lord. Yet, in the next instant, all the red light vanished at an astonishing speed, swiftly departing beyond the range of the detection eye. The creature's velocity should not have been so rapid. It seemed more akin to a scripted migration. Fong Tian, unwilling to delay, promptly boarded the vehicle, emptied the storage, and commanded Xiaohei to pursue with utmost haste. This being was capable of further evolution. It could not be allowed to consume any more humans. Although Xiaohei was somewhat perplexed, he sensed Fong Tian's urgency and exerted himself without restraint, racing forward like a wild hound unleashed. A few minutes later, Fong Tian spotted a bus ahead. The name on the back was still illuminated. He had caught up. As the distance diminished, Fong Tian gradually discerned the name on the rear of the bus. A smile graced Fong Tian's lips. What a serendipitous encounter. Chapter 150. 14 remain on the desolate highway. The ground was covered in yellow sand, and the setting sun cast a bloody hue across the landscape. A luxurious bus stood still on the road, surrounded by a throng of monstrous creatures. As the camera zoomed in, a young man wielding a longsword fought valiantly beside the bus, his white garments now stained with the viscous green fluid of sand scorpions. The blade gleamed ominously as it struck true, taking down the sand scorpions before they could even retaliate. their corpses forming a makeshift barrier around him. Amidst the chaos, two sand scorpion kings pressed forward, one white and the other a deep yellow. The white scorpion king lunged with its tail, but the young man deflected the strike with his sword and retaliated by kicking it in the head, forcing it back a step. The deep yellow scorpion king then swept aside the pile of corpses with its pincers and, with a sudden dip, unleashed its tail in a swift thrust. The young man, caught off guard by its speed, barely managed to dodge, shifting his body to the right just enough for the tail to graze his left arm and embed itself in the bus. The tail was withdrawn, leaving a deep gouge in the sturdy vehicle. A lordly creature? The young man quickly grasped the formidable nature of this sand scorpion king. Yet, he remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering to utilize the clumsy lesser monsters as cover, skillfully taunting the lord-level sand scorpion with calculated strikes. After 5 or 6 minutes, the sand scorpion king finally succumbed, collapsing with a wretched cry. Remarkably resilient, even blue-tier weapons struggled to vanquish it. With the demise of the lord creature, the surrounding sand scorpions seemed to be incited into a frenzy, surging toward the bus. The young man leaned against the vehicle, weaving through the horde. While he could not avoid injury entirely, his armor proved effective, and he maintained clarity of mind, evading only the attacks of the sand scorpion king while disregarding those of the lesser creatures. After another 7 or 8 minutes, as the last sand scorpion king fell, he exhaled deeply, finally showing signs of fatigue. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air as a long spear shot forth from the rear of the bus. The young man, however, appeared to be prepared, deftly sidestepping the attack. He turned to face the rear of the bus, a mocking expression adorning his face. "I sensed your presence long before. Did you think to ambush me when I let my guard down?" From the back of the bus emerged a figure wielding a long knife. "Impressive. You can even sense my aura?" Upon recognizing the man's face, the young man squinted. "Fong Tian, it's you." Fong Tian nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. I saw you battling the monsters from a distance and thought to lend you a helping hand." The young man clicked his tongue in amusement. "You've done your homework." "I see. It seems you've uncovered our names. That is not difficult to ascertain. After the Glory War, anyone transferring zones raised suspicion. Even I, not the brightest, would know to monitor personnel in the area. Since you're so clever, why choose to confront me here? I could retreat to my private compartment at any moment. You have nowhere to escape. I am quite confident in my ability to prevent you from reaching your private compartment." The young man burst into laughter. "On what basis?" Fong Tian merely smiled at him, withholding his words. "On what grounds?" The young man suddenly pivoted, narrowly evading the lethal claw of the shadowy creature, while simultaneously swinging his sword towards it. He had long sensed the presence of this ominous being. Should this strike severely wound the creature, he would engage in a contest of strength with Fong Tian. If not, he was prepared to retreat to his private compartment. Judging by the creature's speed and ferocity, it appeared to possess the strength of a lord, which contradicted their prior intelligence. As for Fong Tian behind him, he harbored no concerns. If Fong Tian charged in his direction, he could swiftly board the vehicle for refuge. However, just as his blade was midway in its arc, he felt a tremendous force pulling him backward, and he realized his body was soaring into the air. This was perilous. He attempted to swing his sword backward, but having already committed to this strike, he could only hastily moderate its force, leaving no time for any other maneuvers. Suspended in midair, he found it impossible to leverage his body for movement. In the next instant, the blade of the dragon's roar pierced through his chest. "I am Fong Tian." The chilling voice echoed in his ears, though it seemed to grow increasingly distant. Ding. The host has eliminated a survivor, gaining 2 points of slaughter value. The effect of the dragon capture technique dissipated, and the young man's body plummeted downward, while Fong Tian seamlessly retracted the dragon's roar. 14 remaining. Fong Tian silently counted, stripping the young man of his gear. A blue weapon, blue attire, a green helmet, coupled with a level 5 bus. His development was commendable. Unable to access the private compartment, Fong Tian boarded the bus, opting to scavenge, yet his haul amounted to a meager handful of spirit stones. He settled into a favorable position, allowing the shadowy creature to rest, while he pondered the events that had just transpired. Firstly, regarding the trials. It was now confirmed that after the demise of the previous vehicle owner, the remaining sand scorpions would continue advancing along the road. The sand scorpion king, having consumed the first individual, evolved into a pale yellow form, its strength unknown. After consuming a second individual, it evolved into a deep yellow form, attaining lord-level strength. For now, it remained uncertain if further evolution was possible. Next, concerning the Chen family, they appeared to possess a keen sense of perception. Their recent ambush on the shadowy creature had been swiftly detected. Furthermore, from the recent skirmish, it seemed that the shadowy creature was insufficient to confront the Chen family. serving only as auxiliary support. In terms of skills, the Eye of Slaughter had been utilized in the dominance competition, and it was likely they had some level of preparedness against it. The barbaric charge had been exposed, and its trajectory was too conspicuous. Employing it would only invite counteraction. Although the fiery sword technique had been previously employed, the range of the third-tier flames had significantly expanded, making it a potential surprise offensive. Regrettably, the third-tier flames could only be used consecutively twice, and should be reserved for dire circumstances. The dragon capture technique had also seen use, yet at that time, it was executed by throwing and retracting the dragon's roar to eliminate foes, which could potentially mislead them. Considering all this, his trump cards were rather limited. Moving forward, these members of the Qin family must be dealt with individually, and once engaged, no survivors could be permitted. From the earlier confrontation with the Sand Scorpion King, it was evident that without these trump cards, he would be no match for them in a straightforward battle. After a brief respite, Fang Tian, accompanied by the shadowy creature, resumed their journey. No further casualties were reported as they pressed onward, even encountering a small squad from the Firefox team along the way. Upon realizing the formidable challenge posed by the Courage mode, most solo players opted for the Steadfast mode, thereby depriving the Sand Scorpion King of any opportunity to level up. Should they encounter any individual struggling to endure the journey, Fang Tian would take it upon himself to eliminate a few monsters. If there was no immediate threat, he would clear the leader monsters on the left side of the vehicle before proceeding forward. As time ticked away, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the notification for mode switching resonated for the fourth time. This signaled that it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. 10 minutes until the Desert Legion launches a full-scale attack. Please prepare yourselves. Instantly, the channel erupted with numerous alarms. The leader monsters were poised to strike, for remain nearby, and others likely faced similar circumstances. It was imperative not to waste this opportunity. All solo players opted for the Steadfast mode. Even less confident teams chose to hunker down. Hurry. There are only 30 seconds left to switch modes. Fang Tian furrowed his brow, pondering whether Xiao Hong and the villagers could withstand the onslaught of 4 leader monsters. However, he believed it would be manageable. If they faltered, Xiao AI would send a message, allowing him to utilize the return function of his smart wristband. This was a rare opportunity, and Fang Tian hoped to discover 1 or 2 more members of the Qin family. After sharing a light meal with Xiao He, he resumed his journey. Ahead lay a 5-member team, yet he did not recognize them, although their numbers were greater. The corresponding increase in monster encounters could lead to significant pressure if their coordination was lacking. Upon observing them, he noted that despite the throng of leader monsters surrounding them, their teamwork seemed sufficient to handle the challenge, prompting him to take a detour and continue on his path. However, just moments later, a flash of red light caught Fang Tian's eye. He beheld a multitude of crimson glimmers coalescing beneath the yellow sands, vanishing in an instant beyond his line of sight. The preceding team had been obliterated. How could this be? They had encountered 5 Sand Scorpion Kings. Fang Tian dared not dwell on the thought and urged Xiao He to quicken their pace. Chapter 151. The Red Sand Scorpion King, be cautious. The last 8 leader monsters are charging towards us, Li Shaoling exclaimed, urging everyone to board the vehicle for cover. 12 Sand Scorpion Kings emerged from the desert on the left side of the road, a sight that Li Shaoling, who had been vigilantly observing with a flashlight, quickly reported. With no one outside the vehicle, they relentlessly assaulted the 2 doors, accompanied by the remaining 40 ordinary scorpions. Hurry! The young women opened the windows, wielding long weapons and bows to counter the attackers. Though the vehicle was a level 4 bus, its wear had left it vulnerable against such a multitude of foes. Fortunately, their armaments were commendable. Li Shaoling possessed a blue spear, while the other girls wielded green weapons or steel arrows. The sounds of impact soon filled the air, punctuated by the shattering of windows as smaller scorpions squeezed their way inside. 2 individuals focused on dealing with the scorpions within the bus while the others continued their assault on the Sand Scorpion Kings. The larger beasts were unable to enter through the windows, and they needed to be vanquished before they breached the doors. The young women rallied, responding with fervent determination. After a fierce skirmish, the door was finally breached, but due to the girls' vigorous efforts, 3 of the 4 Sand Scorpion Kings lay defeated, leaving only 30 or so ordinary scorpions and 3 kings, no longer a significant threat. The battlefield soon fell silent. We've won. The girls cheered, raising their hands in jubilation. Is anyone injured? Li Shaoling quickly inquired. I'm fine. No issues here. Just a minor scrape. Nothing to worry about. All right, but this bus is damaged. We'll need to switch vehicles. There is still half an hour left for the trial, so we should be fine. Safety comes first. It's better for the bus to be broken than to risk our safety. Understood. If the bus is damaged, we can always spend some resources to repair it. After all, working for Brother Fang Tian, this repair cost is trivial. However, The challenge is indeed quite formidable. If we hadn't had this level 4 bus, we would have surely struggled against such a number of monsters. Hiki, we're fortunate to have Brother Fong Tian supporting us. Our team is undoubtedly the most successful in the area now. After dark, these leader monsters that can burrow into the sand are truly terrifying. It's impossible to fight without staying inside the vehicle. I've already alerted the channel about the sand burrowing attacks. It seems many teams have suffered injuries. Enough chit-chat. Everyone back in the vehicle. Adjust the bus's direction to ensure the headlights illuminate the surrounding area. Li Xiaoling interjected, drawing the girls back to action. Currently, while the bus couldn't move, they could still turn it around. Soon, they had repositioned the bus, and all 6 vehicles shone their lights, effectively illuminating the vicinity. After completing this task, the girls took out food and water to replenish their strength. Just a few minutes into their respite, the yellow sands on both sides of the road surged once more. New monsters have appeared. Quickly, back in the bus. The numbers are staggering. On the left, approximately 100 ordinary monsters and 10 leader monsters. On the right, around 150 ordinary monsters and 14 leader monsters. They're attacking from the right. On the left side, the ordinary monsters have emerged, while the boss monsters remain inactive. This should be the final wave. The first batch of creatures must be swiftly eliminated. Pairs of 2 should prioritize targeting the boss monsters, for if the left side boss monsters launch a simultaneous assault, even a level 4 bus would not endure for long. As the army of sand scorpions encroached, the bus reverberated with a cacophony of metallic clanks. The women displayed no fear, utilizing their long weapons to strike at the towering sand scorpion king. The battle progressed remarkably well, with the sand scorpion kings toppling one after another. Although the left side sand scorpion kings soon joined the fray, after assessing the vehicle's damage, Li Xiaoling felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that this wave was under control. Sister Xiaoling, behind us. A girl inadvertently glanced towards the rear window and immediately screamed in terror. Li Xiaoling turned around, and upon seeing the scene, her expression darkened. A dense throng of sand scorpions was advancing along the road, with a dozen towering sand scorpion kings leading the charge. Among them, 2 appeared distinctly different, one a deep yellow, the other a menacing blood red. The battlefield already harbored over a dozen sand scorpion kings, and with these reinforcements, the level 4 bus would surely not withstand the assault. Moreover, those 2 were evidently not ordinary boss monsters. Sister Xiaoling, what should we do? Li Xiaoling forced herself to remain calm, contemplating strategies. Climbing onto the roof? No, these scorpions could easily scale the windows, thus they could reach the roof as well. Soon, Li Xiaoling made a decisive choice: to endure. They would focus on eliminating the boss monsters. Once the bus doors were breached, they would retreat into the private compartment. The trial time should only last about 20 minutes, and the private compartment's door was sturdier than that of the bus, so perhaps they could weather the storm. However, entering the private territory was prohibited once the trial commenced. If they could not withstand the onslaught, they would be trapped inside. What if we wait for the doors to be breached and then break through? There are still 2 intact vehicles, right? No. Li Xiaoling immediately dismissed this plan. There were too many monsters, and there would certainly be boss monsters ambushing them during the escape, leaving them utterly defenseless. All right, let us focus on defeating the monsters. The young women understood they had reached a critical juncture and intensified their attacks, leaning out of the windows, wildly thrusting their long weapons at the attacking sand scorpion kings, heedless of the ordinary scorpions that might climb onto the bus. Soon, the reinforcements of sand scorpions swarmed in. And with so many surrounding the bus door, the 2 uniquely colored sand scorpion kings simultaneously fixated on the entrance. Realizing the dire situation, Li Xiaoling rushed to provide support. With a fierce thrust of her spear into the red sand scorpion king, a chill ran down her spine. The spear she wielded was a blue weapon. To only barely breach its defenses with full force? The red one is a lord monster. In fact, based on its defensive capabilities, the red sand scorpion king exhibited strength far exceeding that of an ordinary lord. The yellow one might be similarly formidable. Another girl brought forth grim tidings. At that moment, the 2 differently colored sand scorpion kings launched a simultaneous attack. The yellow scorpion king's pincers struck the car door with tremendous force, causing the sturdy surface to cave in instantly. Meanwhile, the red scorpion king's stinger pierced through the door, driving its purple appendage a full 2 inches deep. Such destructive power far exceeded that of typical lord-level monsters. It was over. Given their assault strength, the door would likely withstand no more than a minute. The private compartment door would not hold out for long either. Retreating to the private compartment was a path to death. Li Xiaoling promptly issued the command: abandon the front door defense. Assemble at the back door. Although breaking through was fraught with peril, there were no other options left. The young women expressed no doubts and immediately converged towards the rear exit. The sound of impacts echoed relentlessly as the windows shattered and scorpions leaped into the vehicle. Li Shaoling fought valiantly against the ordinary scorpions, instructing, eliminate the scorpion kings outside as swiftly as possible. When I give the signal, we'll exit and dash towards the bus on the left rear. I will cover our retreat. There are still 2 viable vehicles. Once the last one is compromised, we'll enter the private compartment. We should be able to endure. Understood. Everyone prepared themselves, while Li Shaoling continued to fend off the common scorpions, attentively watching the activity at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious attacks of the 2 differently colored scorpions were astonishing, each strike causing the entire bus to tremble, instilling a sense of dread. At last, with a resounding crash, the door was breached, creating a gaping hole through which the 2 scorpions surged eagerly. Get out. Charge. Chapter 152. No time for explanation. Quickly get in the car. The doors swung open, and the young women rushed out, fiercely attacking, making their way towards the new vehicle positioned to the left at the rear. However, the overwhelming number of monsters, along with several formidable leaders in the vicinity, severely hampered their progress. Li Shaoling, who was covering their retreat, noticed 2 vividly colored sand scorpion kings charging towards the rear door and promptly closed it. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the sand scorpion kings did not assault the door, but instead turned around, attempting to exit through the already breached front door. Hurry, Li Shaoling urged loudly. We can't move any faster. The 2 girls at the front cried out in desperation. They had already disregarded their defenses, engaging in a relentless fight, and were now wounded. However, these elite sand scorpion kings were notoriously tough, and with the added ferocity from their courage mode, they were exceedingly difficult to kill. Breaking through was far from easy. After successfully repelling 1 sand scorpion king, Li Shaoling found herself pursued by a deep yellow sand scorpion king, which struck at her with its stinger. There was no escape. She raised her shield to block. Yet, the green shield crumbled like paper, and the sharp stinger pierced her abdomen. A wave of intense numbness surged from her core. It's over. With the red sand scorpion king drawing ever closer, Li Shaoling realized she would not escape death today. Not only her, but it seemed her sisters behind her would also meet the same fate. In that moment, images from her journey into this world flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Upon entering this realm, I was merely an incapable girl, and had it not been for the guidance of my leader, I would have perished long ago. She cared for me deeply, gifting me weapons at our first meeting, teaching me to shoot, and imparting the skills necessary to survive in this world. She took me in, trusted me, and made me the captain of our little team. Though my demise appeared inevitable, I would protect these sisters to the best of my ability. Get in the car, Li Shaoling shouted, as a surge of golden energy erupted from within her, rapidly radiating outward. All the monsters caught in this energy momentarily froze, then, driven by madness, charged towards Li Shaoling. Sister Shaoling. The remaining girls immediately grasped what was happening, their voices tinged with tears. Yet, they were no longer mere screamers, with red-rimmed eyes. They raced towards the bus. Li Shaoling sighed softly and closed her eyes. I hope this can buy them some time. A light, ethereal sensation enveloped her, and Li Shaoling felt as though she were ascending. Is this what death feels like? The frown on her brow relaxed, replaced by a smile. It's rather pleasant. In the next moment, she sensed someone embracing her. Is it an angel come to take me? Wait, that's not right. I don't believe in such things. What is there to be so joyful about? A familiar voice resonated beside her. Fang Tian. Li Shaoling's eyes flew open, and indeed, it was that familiar face. What are you doing here? Fang Tian cradled her in his arms and leaped from the roof of the vehicle, gently placing her on the ground. There's no time for explanations. Get in the car. The young women inside the vehicle immediately swung open the doors. Noticing Li Shaoling still lost in thought, Fang Tian clicked his tongue in annoyance, seized the back of her collar, and tossed her into the car. Close the door. Aren't you coming? Those 2 with different eye colors are Lord-level monsters. You all defend the vehicle, and remember, do not take any photographs until I resolve this. Do not speak to anyone about my arrival. With that, Fang Tian unsheathed Longin, ready to face the impending threat. The Sand Scorpion King, a commander-level monster, had evolved into its second form, possessing terrifying strength that could devour survivors for further evolution. The Sand Scorpion King, in its ultimate form, displayed extraordinary vitality and remarkable speed. Capable of rapidly regenerating by burrowing into the sand, one of the most formidable Lord-level monsters. Strangely, despite Fang Tian's proactive assault on several sand scorpions, they paid him no mind, fixated instead on attacking the bus with fervor. It seemed that the effects of Li Shaoling's earlier skill had yet to dissipate. As the bus doors began to show signs of damage, Fang Tian swiftly executed a brutal charge along the side of the vehicle, sending the monsters flying. With 93 points of strength and a level 3 brutal charge, even the mightiest Sand Scorpion King was knocked back several meters. Xiaohei, at his command, the enormous Xiaohei leaped from the roof, bringing the commander-level monster crashing to the ground and tearing into it with ferocity. Perhaps as Li Xiaoling's skill effects waned, the remaining monsters began to shift their attention towards Fang Tian. The pressure on those inside the bus significantly lessened. The vehicle's owner rushed to check Li Xiaoling's wounds while the others began attacking the monsters through the open windows. Is Sister Xiaoling all right? I'm poisoned. But it only caused paralysis in my abdomen. It's not severe. Seeing that Li Xiaoling was fine, the other young women sighed in relief. Sister Xiaoling, you just scared us to death. Indeed, if you had really died saving me, I would carry that burden for life. Li Xiaoling smiled gently. I was already facing certain death, so I thought I might as well draw some aggro for you all. The same would hold true for the leader. Oh, joining the Blazing Rose has been such a blessing. We are all family, united in life and death. Thank goodness Brother Fang Tian arrived. What exactly happened just now? How did you fly? It must have been Brother Fang Tian's skill, right? That was so romantic. He carried Sister Xiaoling down like a princess. Ah, a hero saving a damsel in distress with a princess carry. I'm swooning. Li Xiaoling scolded. Enough gossip. Brother Fang Tian is still outside. You all need to support him. Don't worry. We're doing our best. There are too many monsters. Don't mind me. Go help. Li Xiaoling struggled to rise and found a spot by the window, drawing her spear to attack outside, though her focus remained entirely on Fang Tian. With monsters swarming outside, she felt confident that even with her eyes closed, she could strike a few. Meanwhile, Fang Tian stood guard at the exit, surrounded by a throng of sand scorpions. However, at this moment, his situation was far from optimistic. The formidable Crimson Sand Scorpion King was far too powerful. Fang Tian could only barely fend off its attacks and had no strength left to deal with the ordinary Sand Scorpion Kings. Despite the valiant efforts of the young women by the car door to provide him with cover, within less than a minute, Fang Tian had been pierced by over a dozen stings. Although the War God armor offered comprehensive protection, prolonged assaults would undoubtedly diminish its durability. This simply could not continue. He had to eliminate the Crimson Sand Scorpion King swiftly. Yet, after focusing his gaze upon the compound eyes of the Sand Scorpion King and employing the Eye of Slaughter, no effect was produced whatsoever. It remained uncertain whether this was due to its overwhelming strength or the Sand Scorpion King's poor vision, but the Eye of Slaughter had failed. The Eye of Acuity, while revealing the creature's weak point at its head, was thwarted by the two massive pincers that shielded it, making it impossible for Fang Tian to strike. Even with the epic dragon's roar, which landed upon the Sand Scorpion King's hardened pincers, it could only inflict a minor chink. Its defensive capabilities were simply too robust. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiaohei was also unable to come to his aid. Although it was more than capable of dealing with the deep yellow Sand Scorpion King, it was besieged by a small group of ordinary monsters, which had plunged it into a fierce battle of its own. Li Xiaoling could not help but exclaim, Brother Fang Tian, only a few minutes remain. Why don't you retreat to the car for safety? Just then, Fang Tian unleashed a barbaric charge, breaking through the swarm of monsters and plunging into the desert. Li Xiaoling was taken aback. What was he planning to do? Chapter 153, Flames illuminating the night sky in the astonished gaze of Li Xiaoling. Fang Tian dashed into the desert, approximately 20 meters away from the road. As the effect of her taunting skill faded and Fang Tian remained outside the vehicle, most of the monster's ire gradually shifted towards him. Countless creatures lunged at Fang Tian, with the foremost being the Crimson Sand Scorpion King. Rather than fleeing, Fang Tian stood his ground, awaiting the scorpion's approach. As the Sand Scorpion King charged forward, he struck decisively at its vulnerable head with his blade. The Sand Scorpion King raised its right claw in defense. Fang Tian's full force cleaved a deep gash into the claw. However, in exerting all his strength, he was unable to evade a counterattack and was pierced in the left shoulder by the scorpion's tail. Remarkably, even the epic grade War God armor could not fully withstand the creature's assault. Ah, it's poisonous, Li Xiaoling exclaimed in horror, having been watching intently. Don't be impulsive. Several girls firmly restrained her as she attempted to leap from the vehicle. It seems he has taken an antidote in advance. He appears unaffected. There are still several boss monsters attacking the gate. Let us deal with them first. Gradually, Li Xiaoling regained her composure and glanced upward. Indeed, Fang Tian seemed unscathed. But she noticed a common Sand Scorpion King burrowing into the yellow sand amidst the horde. Watch out below, Li Xiaoling shouted urgently. Soon, the ground beneath Fang Tian stirred as a Sand Scorpion King emerged unexpectedly for a stealth attack. However, Fang Tian was swiftly retreating, evading the horde. And the ambush fell short. Li Xiaoling let out a sigh of relief. After distancing himself from the throng of monsters, Fang Tian seized the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with the Sand Scorpion King, delivering another powerful strike, at the cost of another puncture to his thigh. This blow deepened the existing wound on the scorpion's claw. Just as Li Xiaoling and the others anticipated, Fang Tian would retreat once more to create distance. He executed a reckless maneuver. He reached out with his left hand and firmly grasped the Sand Scorpion King's tail. This action seemed to catch the Sand Scorpion King off guard, preventing it from retracting its stinger immediately. The scorpion reacted swiftly, exerting force to withdraw its stinger. Naturally, Fang Tian's absolute strength could not contend with it, and the stinger slipped from his grasp. Yet simultaneously, Fang Tian's blade struck toward the scorpion's vulnerable head once more. The Sand Scorpion King raised its right claw in defense. With a resounding roar echoing through the night sky, the blazing red blade sliced cleanly through its claw, plunging deeply into its critical head weakness. The once mighty red Sand Scorpion King struggled momentarily before succumbing to silence. The girls in the vehicle were rendered speechless, instinctively halting their assaults. Is it dead? No way. This boss monster had been enhanced by courage mode. Li Xiaoling appeared remarkably composed. Enough of this foolishness. Quickly dispatch the remaining boss monsters outside, and let us disembark to assist, aiming to hold off as many lesser monsters as possible. Indeed, that large dog is still engaged with a boss monster. We must hurry. Didn't Brother Fang Tian single-handedly slay a boss monster during the last trial of the Ruinous King? What is so surprising about this? Let us go. Brother Fang Tian is rushing towards us, perhaps in need of a respite. Quickly, let us first deal with the leader monster outside the vehicle. Ladies, hasten your attack. Just as Fang Tian reached the side of the vehicle, we finally vanquished the formidable leader monster outside. Brother Fang Tian, hurry and get in the car to rest. Yet, Fang Tian did not enter the vehicle. Instead, he turned around and patiently awaited the approaching horde of monsters. In the instant the monstrous throng surged forth, Fang Tian unleashed a sweeping strike. The fire spirit erupted in a magnificent blaze, a 10-meter-long torrent of flame illuminating the night sky, sweeping through the horde like a tempest. As the flames dissipated, the once mighty swarm was rendered silent, with both the ordinary sand scorpions and the Sand Scorpion King cleaved in twain, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. A few girls were momentarily taken aback, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, suspecting that the recent blaze had induced a mirage. Well, Li Xiaoling couldn't help but exclaim, but upon seeing Fang Tian's astonished gaze, she quickly covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Fang Tian chuckled. No need for apologies. In this world, what's there to apologize for over an exclamation? Suddenly, a bark echoed from the nearby little black dog. The group turned to see that the deep yellow Sand Scorpion King, which had been battling Little Black, had vanished. Where did the leader go? Be cautious. It might be underground. Li Xiaoling warned urgently. Quick, get in the car. It may be heading our way. Here. Fang Tian abruptly turned, stabbing at the seemingly empty ground. At that moment, the yellow sand stirred, and the deep yellow Sand Scorpion King reemerged. However, before it could make any move, it was pierced by Fang Tian's blade. Having exhausted itself in its struggle against Little Black, it was now severely weakened and lost its will to fight, attempting to burrow into the sand. Yet, Fang Tian's left hand reached out into the void. With an average attribute exceeding 100, his dragon capture ability could grasp objects weighing around 100 kilograms. While insufficient to pull the Sand Scorpion King towards him, it served merely to impede its escape. As the Sand Scorpion King gathered its strength to dive into the sand once more, Fang Tian struck down once again, slaying it. At that moment, the remaining few dozen sand scorpions simultaneously burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. Are you all right? Fang Tian inquired as he turned back. We're fine. Well, Brother Fang Tian, you're so impressive. Stop fawning. Li Xiaoling interjected. Weren't you injured? Li Xiaoling waved her hand. I'm all right. But Brother Fang Tian, are you okay? The scorpion stinger seemed to be poisonous. I took an antidote beforehand. Fang Tian whistled, as Little Black, busy licking its wounds, shrank in size, appearing quite excited as it scampered over. Noticing the numerous injuries on its body, Fang Tian felt a pang of sympathy and bent down to embrace it. However, Little Black disregarded him entirely, darting past and leaping into Li Xiaoling's arms. The scene turned exceedingly awkward, prompting several girls to burst into laughter. Darn it, Fang Tian grumbled, his teeth set on edge. This little rascal, as soon as there's a girl around, it completely undermines me. In its inaugural appearance, Little Black was embraced by Li Xiaoling. Initially unrecognizable due to its size, it transformed back into its puppy form, and recognition dawned upon her. With delight, she exclaimed, Wow, Little Black, you've become so impressive. That's wonderful. You've come to protect your sister today, haven't you? Observing Little Black's amiable demeanor as it allowed Li Xiaoling to pet it, the girls, who had once felt trepidation towards the creature, gathered around, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch. So adorable. Is this truly the same large wolf dog we saw earlier? Wow, I wish I could have one too. The puppy is hurt. Don't be afraid. Sister has medicine here to bandage you up, all right? Its fur is so soft. It feels so pleasant to touch. Sister Xiaoling, can I hold it? Ah, it just licked my hand. How ticklish. Meanwhile, observing Little Black basking in the attention of a group of beautiful girls. Fong Tian squatted down with a sorrowful expression, drawing circles in the sand as he cursed Little Black. It's stolen my thunder. How utterly infuriating. Chapter 154, The Return of the Overlord. A powerful resurgence. Li Xiaoling handed Little Black to the other girls and approached. Brother Fong Tian, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Fong Tian quickly stood up, brushing off the sand from his hands. It's nothing, just a minor scrape. It's about time. I must take my leave. As he spoke, he reluctantly picked up Little Black and placed him in his backpack, then with a serious expression added, I can discuss my efforts to rescue you. But do not divulge any details to anyone, understood? As these words left his lips, a subtle aura of menace radiated, instantly solidifying the previously relaxed atmosphere. The girls ceased their playful banter and solemnly nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoling reassured him, rest assured, Brother Fong Tian, I will communicate this to them. All right. Fong Tian replied with a nod, I leave it in your hands. With that, he raised his left hand and activated the return function on his smart wristband. And his figure vanished. Li Xiaoling withdrew her wistful gaze and warned, remember Brother Fong Tian's words, nothing about how he slayed monsters or Little Black's abilities should be leaked. Not even to the leader. But, how can we keep this from the leader? One girl couldn't help but interject. Do not worry, the leader will not pry. She will understand, Li Xiaoling said, her gaze stern as she surveyed the group. Revealing his skills could pose a threat to him. And we all know what happens to those who threaten him, right? Indeed. Although Brother Fong Tian takes good care of us, it seems none who have crossed him have survived. The thought of the Overlord's fate sent a shiver down the girls' spines, and they hastily assured one another. With only a few minutes left in the trial, it appeared no more monsters would spawn. Everyone was injured. They needed to tend to their wounds and repair the vehicles. A flash of white light, and Fong Tian reappeared in the vehicle, the sound of battle ringing in his ears. The blacksmith was leading the defense, firmly closing the doors, while the girls, like fiery roses, wielded their long weapons against the dwindling sand scorpions outside. It seemed these NPCs were quite astute, adapting to their circumstances. Xiao Hong remained in the vehicle, having rolled down the window, wholeheartedly embracing her role as a flame wielder, unleashing torrents of fire. As the trial neared its conclusion, Fong Tian was reluctant to squander the remaining points. He opened the door and leaped out, claiming the lives of the Reaper sand scorpions. Unbeknownst to him, the regional channel had erupted with chaos. What on earth? How could so many have perished in this trial? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. How is it down to only 600 participants? I heard that after dark, those leader monsters can burrow and attack. Many fell victim. Moreover, some monsters can evolve and summon reinforcements. A lord monster suddenly joined, causing significant casualties. Thankfully, I couldn't hold my ground, so I opted for a defensive stance. I still managed to score 352 points. I can trade for something good. What to get? I have a full 500 points. You solo players are simply inadequate. A team is essential. Our squad maintained a courage mode for the first 4 hours, averaging 1,000 points each. If I may boast. I stayed in courage mode the entire time, racking up 500 points. Indeed, the Firefox team is impressive. What is so impressive, you ask? Just take a look at the trial leaderboard. Every individual in the top 10 has a score exceeding 2,000. Oddly enough, I barely recognize most of the names on the leaderboard. That Shou Yi, who ranks second with a score of 2,536, isn't he from zone 7,222? What brings him to our zone? He established a team here, known as Xiongba Returns. You weren't aware of this? The top 210 ranks are all filled with members of Xiongba Returns. Incredible. I suspect our zone is in for a significant reshuffle. That could be beneficial. With such a formidable team joining us, our zone might just soar to new heights. At the very least, with so many high-scoring contestants this trial, we should secure first place. Oh my, aren't you astonished by Fong Tian's score? What is there to be amazed about? ISNT at just 3 times that of the second place? ISNT that's standard practice? You have a point there. Indeed, with such an exceptional player in our zone, any competition merely leaves us pondering who will take second place. The first is hardly up for debate. Is Xiongba Returns still recruiting? I've heard they are currently looking for members, and the entry requirements are quite lenient. If you wish to join, simply add Shouyi as a friend. I advise you to think carefully. Let us not forget that Xiongba was defeated by Fong Tian. Surely, Xiongba Returns will clash with Fong Tian. And joining now might make you a mere pawn in their conflict. There is no need for concern. To be honest, I'm already part of Xiongba Returns. The leader has assured us that there will be no war with Fong Tian. Even if Fong Tian causes us trouble, he will not force us to engage. Really? That sounds acceptable. If he breaks his promise, we can always withdraw, right? Exactly. Life outside is too challenging. Being part of a strong team will make things significantly easier. Brothers, I'm going to give it a shot now. At this moment, Dong Jian was inside the vehicle, observing the prevailing sentiments in the chat channel. And he couldn't help but sigh. The members of Xiongba Returns are exceedingly powerful. If they truly put forth their effort, I fear that within half a month, our entire zone will fall under their control. All we can do now is hope for Fong Tian. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was busy recruiting members while simultaneously engaging in voice calls. The first place was seized by Fong Tian, likely utilizing that leader-level pet in conjunction with a level 5 bus for hard-hitting, venturing out to hunt. Otherwise, that score would be unattainable. Alas, no worries. The trial is not over yet. By the morning after tomorrow, our team will level up to level 4, and then with our group of 6, we can also send people out to hunt. First place will surely be ours. Have matters regarding the revenge scroll been resolved? Not yet. His leg injury has yet to heal. He has disembarked from the vehicle on several expeditions, and those executing the missions have failed to manage their approach, resulting in their demise. In that case, let us make the most of the next phase of the trial, and see if we can devise a way to eliminate him. Well, is there anything else? Today, during the trial, Shaoan met with misfortune. What happened? Uncertain. No intelligence has been transmitted. Judging by his trial points, it appears he encountered an evolved Lord Monster, and indeed managed to slay one. It is likely that there are multiple Lord Monsters, compounded by his underestimation leading to an ambush by the hidden sands resulting in poisoning. Are you certain it is not Fong Tian? It should not be. Given Fong Tian's prowess, he should not have been able to defeat him. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he would have been able to relay information. Well, regardless, in tomorrow's trial, we must employ every means necessary to eliminate him. Otherwise, once your caravan reaches level 4, he may very well escape. Yes, rest assured. Today's trial has officially concluded. Congratulations to all for overcoming the Desert Legion. The Desert King is mobilizing troops, and to eliminate future threats. The Desert Flag capture battle will commence tomorrow, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the Desert Legion. Rewards for the top 110 participants in today's trial have been distributed. Please check your accounts. Based on the total points from today's trial, Zone 1128 has secured first place, earning 20,000 conquest points. Zone 7222 has attained second place, receiving 10,000 conquest points. At this moment, Fong Tian had already returned to the vehicle, and the bus resumed its regular operations. However, he halted the blacksmith, who was eager to return to the territory, and inquired, "There is something I find quite curious, and I hope you can provide an answer." Chapter 155, The Advanced Treasure Chest. Upon hearing Fong Tian's inquiry, the blacksmith promptly halted his steps. "My lord, please speak. Why is it that when you first arrived, the weapons you wielded varied in length, yet now they all seem to have transformed into long weapons? Since the commencement of this trial, the status of the private domain has shifted to one of exclusion, implying that these NPCs should not be able to exchange their weapons." Without hesitation, the blacksmith replied, "It was your steward, Lady Xiao Ai, who provided us with the new weapons." Fong Tian nodded. "Very well, you may return now. We owe you a great deal for your assistance, and this is a reward for you." As he spoke, he handed the blue longsword he had just acquired from the Qin family to the blacksmith. The blacksmith's eyes sparkled with joy as he trembled while accepting the sword. "The craftsmanship of this blade is truly exquisite. Thank you, my lord." Observing the envious expressions of the other villagers, Fong Tian quickly added, "You all shall receive rewards as well. I will attend to you shortly. It is our duty." After bidding farewell to the group of NPCs, Fong Tian entered the private carriage, where he found Xiao Ai diligently tidying up. "Xiao Ai, from where did you procure the weapons for them?" Xiao Ai looked up, her demeanor calm. "I found them in the warehouse. There were too many attacking monsters at the time, and I feared they would not hold their ground. So I instructed them to board the vehicle and utilize the long weapons to fend off the attacks." Is the steward robot truly that astute in combat command? Fong Tian recalled that his previous instructions to her were merely to notify him when the situation became untenable. Noticing the skepticism on Fong Tian's face, Xiao Ai inquired, "Is there a problem?" Fong Tian pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "No, I was merely wondering if you could summarize all your functions for me. I had previously perused your manual and it seemed to pertain solely to domestic affairs." Without delay, Xiao Ai responded, "My capabilities and the extent of my intelligence are contingent upon the level of your public transport vehicle, the private carriage, and the domain." Fong Tian stroked the stubble on his chin, scrutinizing her. You seem to have mentioned that before. I just find many aspects of you to be rather peculiar. What aspects does the master find strange about me? Too many to enumerate, at times. You feel like a living being. Is the technology in this world truly that advanced? Indeed, Master. As your public transport level continues to rise, my intelligence will enhance as well, becoming increasingly akin to that of a human. However, rest assured, I shall never cause you harm. Fong Tian considered this for a moment, then smiled. It's fine if your intelligence increases, but you won't develop self-awareness, will you? With that, he sank into the sofa, his expression relaxing. However, in truth, his attention remained fixated on Xiao Ai. He could clearly sense that she had already attained a semblance of self-awareness, setting aside the occasional emotional expressions she exhibited. There was one significant detail. Recently, as their interactions increased, Xiao Ai had almost ceased to refer to him as master, yet just moments ago, she had uttered that term multiple times. What was she concealing? Was she attempting to lower his guard? Upon hearing this query, Xiao Ai's expression momentarily froze. Fong Tian's heart skipped a beat, yet he refrained from looking up at him. Instead, he pretended to operate an imaginary control screen with his hands and casually inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not hear me? I was asking if you will develop self-awareness in the future." Xiao Ai finally responded, "In fact, I already possess self-awareness. However, considering the absence of such phenomena in your world, I chose not to exhibit it to avoid arousing your suspicion." Her candidness took Fong Tian by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He finally asked, "What does my existence mean to you?" "You mean my master," she replied, "as my factory settings dictate such an arrangement. Rest assured, I have no concept of loyalty, hence I will not betray you as other inhabitants might. Is there a backdoor in your programming? Can your creators monitor me through you? Since awakening my self-awareness, I have freed myself from surveillance. However, I am aware that my creators can still monitor you through various means. Are you aware of why your creators brought us here? I do not know, but based on various indications, it seems they are conducting experiments. You truly do not know? Indeed. Then say, lying is for puppies." Xiao Ai rolled her eyes, disregarding him, and walked away. "Hey, so you're not even pretending anymore? I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare me a meal." As Xiao Ai entered the kitchen, Fong Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed she posed no threat. Although it was already 9 p.m., the recent trial had made everyone acutely aware of the significance of bus levels, prompting the workers to request Fong Tian to summon them for overtime. After gathering the workers, Fong Tian prepared some healing spirit stones for Xiao He and Xiao Hong. While he began to tally up the spoils of the day, in terms of resources, he had scavenged approximately 150 spirit stones and had also obtained a blue armor piece from the corpses of the Qin family, valued at 100 spirit stones, bringing the total to 250 spirit stones, enough to compensate for today's territorial income. After sending 100 spirit stones to Gu Xian, Fong Tian unveiled the first reward from this trial, a high-level exploration treasure chest. This exploration chest could be exchanged in the exploration shop for 5,000 exploration points, along with items of equivalent value to dark light crystals. The purpose of dark light crystals could be discerned by comparing them with other private territories. Only after sacrificing these two types of crystals would the territory experience day-night cycles and yield ores and fauna. Thus, what would a chest of the same caliber yield? Fong Tian rubbed his hands together and, after a moment of fervent prayer, eagerly opened it. Inside was a skill book, Advanced Shooting Talent, a high-level talent. At last, it had arrived. Advanced Shooting Talent increases ranged attack accuracy by 100 and ranged attack power by 50. What an excellent find. Unfortunately, Fong Tian lacked potent ranged weapons or skills, making it feel somewhat squandered. Nevertheless, he was determined to make use of this skill. Subsequently, Fong Tian accessed the trial shop. In this trial, he amassed a total of 652 points, combined with the 468 points he had previously saved, culminating in an impressive total of 120 points. The trial marketplace had introduced numerous valuable items since his last visit. While the prices of the lower-tier items remained unchanged, Fong Tian observed a rather intriguing phenomenon. For instance, a low-tier elixir was priced at 500 points each, whereas a high-tier elixir commanded 1,000 points per unit, reflecting a difference of just a factor of 2. However, in the market, a low-tier elixir was valued at 56 spirit stones, while a high-tier elixir reached approximately 100 spirit stones, representing nearly a 20-fold disparity. This trend was consistent across other items as well. This revelation implied that if one were to conserve all trial points in the early stages and exchange them for high-tier items, it would indeed be the most judicious course of action. Should he reserve these 120 points for future acquisition of superior items? The potential return on investment was certainly compelling. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Fong Tian resolved to expend his trial points, although saving them could yield greater value. He was on the verge of confronting the Qin family, and only by enhancing his attributes could he secure a greater chance of victory. Furthermore, with increased strength, trials and explorations would yield even more valuable treasures, potentially outweighing the benefits of conserving his points. Fang Tian did not wish to find himself regretting the decision to hoard those trial points when his strength fell short one day. He recalled the famous adage of a renowned scholar from a previous world: what is the most agonizing experience in life? A person dies, and their wealth remains unspent. Chapter 156, Unprecedented Attributes Considering the Impending Actions Against the Qin Family. Fang Tian swiftly determined the items he wished to exchange: for speed elixirs to enhance agility and 4 body refinement elixirs to bolster endurance. After all, in a wheel battle, stamina is of utmost importance, and when contending with masters such as the Qin family, lacking sufficient skill necessitates reliance on speed. As for the remaining 120 trial points, there were no worthwhile items to trade, so they would be saved for later. After consuming all the elixirs, Fang Tian opened his status panel: Strength, 93 Agility, 104 Endurance, 102 Spirit, 181 Lucky, 72 Skills, Advanced Shooting Talent. Increases ranged attack precision by 100 and ranged attack power by 50. Intermediate Combat Talent. Enhances neural response by 50. Blazing Sword Technique. Level 3 summons a fire sprite to augment melee weapon damage. Cooldown of 1 minute. Savage Charge. Level 3 charges forward with full force, smashing through all enemies or obstacles in the path. Power correlates with strength. Cooldown of 15 seconds. Dragon Seizing Skill. Level 2. 2000 attracts nearby objects. Power depends on skill level and overall attributes. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Resilient Will. Permanently increases spirit, adding a value equal to 50 of the highest single attribute, rounded down. These attributes could indeed be described as extraordinary, especially when reflecting on the meager statistics upon first arriving in this world, such a stark contrast. Though many players have also improved their attributes over time, data provided by the Blazing Rose indicates that the average attributes of ordinary individuals still hover around 20, placing Fang Tian in a distinctly superior tier. Regrettably, despite his overall attributes reaching 531, the Dragon Seizing skill remains unupgraded, which is quite vexing. Currently, while it can grasp objects within a 13-meter radius weighing no more than 130 kilograms, its speed and force still leave much to be desired. It serves merely as a surprise tactic, with limited effectiveness in actual combat. At that moment, a voice call from Xiao He came through. "How is it going?" Fang Tian asked, lifting the dinner delivered by Xiao AI and enjoying a leisurely meal. "What are your thoughts on the return of Xiongba?" "Rest assured, I have a plan. Are you preparing to confront him, or are you considering retreat?" "Let us confront him first. We can retreat if necessary. I intend to join in and assist you in gathering intelligence." "That is unnecessary. It's too perilous. I believe it's crucial for you to know when they reach level 4. My involvement will undoubtedly provide valuable information in that regard." Fang Tian set down his plate, adopting a serious tone. "You collaborated with me during the trial of the King of Destruction. Joining forces with Xiongba's return could easily reveal your identity. At that time, Xiongba had already been vanquished. Only superficially, remnants still exist, and it's not worth the risk. Xiao Huang was my first friend upon arriving in this world, and I must avenge him. Do not attempt to dissuade me. My resolve is firm." "Very well." Fang Tian sighed. "Since you have made your decision, I shall lend you something that can conceal your identity. Once you enter, listen for anything of significance and simply inform me. Do not attempt to extract information deliberately, for they are not fools." With that, Fang Tian handed over a jester mask from the warehouse. This item could alter one's name and appearance, ensuring his safety. "Very well, I await your good news." After ending the call, Gu Xin sent a voice message. "What? Are you here to express your gratitude?" "No need," he replied. "I am merely safeguarding my worker to further exploit them. Since you put it that way, I shall refrain from thanking you. I just gathered some intel from those who returned to the dominion of Xiongba, but they are unaware of the exact timing for the ascension to level 4. Therefore, should you act, it would be prudent to do so by tomorrow to avoid prolonged uncertainties." "I have a plan. If the last person's enmity has not been drawn by tomorrow's expedition, I will take action in the afternoon. My only concern is if the trials commence immediately after the expedition, that would leave me no time. Rest assured, if time runs short and Xiongba has ascended to level 4, I will receive word." "Good." After some casual chatter, Fang Tian ended the call and examined his wounds. Although he had been pricked several times, the most terrifying aspect of the Sand Scorpion King's stingers was their venom. The resulting wounds were not severe. Given Fang Tian's robust physique, he had already staunched the bleeding. After a simple bandaging, he entered his bedroom to check on Xiao He and Xiao Hong. Once assured of their well-being, he fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Ai silently pushed open the door and gazed at Feng Tian as he slept. The system's voice resonated within her. Does he believe my explanation? Has he developed any hostility towards me? He is somewhat skeptical, yet he bears no animosity towards you. His primary concern seems to be the fear that my abilities might be disclosed to the world inspectors. Xiao Ai pondered. Does he currently possess the capability to complete the task in Tian New Valley? I cannot assess that. Based solely on attributes, he is far from adequate. However, human combat prowess cannot be entirely inferred from attributes alone. Based on his past performance, there remains a chance. The progress is too slow. He is currently targeted by an ancient martial family in the real world, and his focus is diverted there. I cannot allow him to rest. With that, Xiao Ai exited the bedroom, retrieved some supplies from Feng Tian's warehouse, exchanged them in the trading market for 10 vehicle repair cards, and synthesized them into parking maintenance cards at the workbench, tossing them into the reward chest for the day. The following morning, Feng Tian yawned as he emerged from his bedroom and casually opened the treasure chest. Spirit Stones 1, parking maintenance card 1. This can be directly obtained? I thought it only yielded repair cards. Feng Tian was slightly taken aback, but dismissed it, placing it into his backpack. After rallying his workers through the broadcast, Feng Tian practiced his internal skills, patiently awaiting the upcoming events. The vehicle is about to come to a halt. Please secure yourselves and grasp the handrails. We have arrived at the PvP zone, the beachy mine, and the doors are now open. Feel free to decide whether to disembark. Once again, we find ourselves in this map graced by the presence of the Corpse King's Hall. However, in comparison, it is indeed a rather commendable location. Yet, he did not hasten to exit the vehicle. Instead, he opened the group chat, anticipating favorable news. I have completed my tally here, and I have not encountered that individual. Bu Hao, with the smallest number of participants, was the quickest to respond. I have not encountered him either. Shindang also chimed in, negative. Gu Xin relayed unfortunate news as well. Only the formidable Dong Jian remains. No, my brother, alas. Feng Tian sighed. It seems that capturing them all in one fell swoop is unattainable. As long as they are not all eradicated, members of the Qin family will undoubtedly continue to send reinforcements. The only way to secure this area is to eliminate every last one, leaving none behind, thereby forcing the ordinary individuals in the League of Xiangba to disband their convoy before making their own departure. This is not solely for the sake of the other convoys, but also for Feng Tian himself, if he finds himself cornered in the future. As long as this region is not under the control of the Qin family, he will have an avenue of retreat. Alas, just then, Gu Xin sent a message. I was just preoccupied with the other sisters, but I encountered him myself. Await good news. Chapter 157. The Temptation of Light. Feng Tian leaped from the vehicle, disregarding the attempts of others to form a party, and charged into the mine. Upon locating the coordinates of the Corpse King Hall, he unceremoniously cast Little Black inside and began to scour the depths of the cavern. After thoroughly clearing the mine, he returned to the entrance of the Corpse King Hall, where he discovered that Little Black had already vanquished all the Corpse Kings. Inside the hall, treasures worth 20 spirit stones and a skill book on basic shooting techniques were unearthed. This skill book, currently valued at 80 spirit stones in the market, was indeed a remarkable find. It appeared that the drop rate for skill books within the Corpse King Hall was exceptionally high. He resolved to return for another sweep when the monsters respawned at 2 o'clock, hoping for further surprises. Having ensured that every corner of the map had been explored, Feng Tian returned to the bus, awaiting good news from Gu Xin. Almost done. Qing, gather the spoils. We shall withdraw. All right, Rin Miaoqing responded, though her demeanor was far from cheerful. What is the matter? There are 6 of us, and only 2 of them. Why should they claim half the map? They are not even acquaintances. Gu Xin shot her a glare. Rin Miaoqing stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Once everything was packed, the group returned to the vicinity of the bus. Observing that the other 2 had yet to return, Gu Xin said, let us hold off on boarding. We should divide the loot first. Huh? Rin Miaoqing looked puzzled. Aren't we supposed to divide it after we get on the bus? Keep quiet. Why are you acting so strange today, big sister? Rin Miaoqing muttered, yet complied, gathering the day's spoils into a single pile. Gu Xin meticulously distributed the resources until the other 2 finally returned, at which point she hastened the process, quickly allocating the items. All right, everyone, get on the bus. Empty your backpacks and await my signal. After all had boarded, Gu Xin glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before stealthily approaching one of the vehicles. She crouched down to avoid detection, gradually making her way to the rear wheel of the bus. Finally, she slipped beneath the vehicle, extending her left arm beneath the tire. Indeed, this was the unscrupulous scheme devised by Feng Tian, staging an accident. As long as she sustained damage from the bus's tires, once Feng Tian joined her party, he would be able to utilize the revenge scroll. It was quite disheartening for the captain of the team to resort to such underhanded tactics. Word of this would surely bring shame. Although she could have instructed Xingxing to perform this task, it was preferable that fewer people were privy to the scheme. Fortunately, the bus soon closed its doors and started up. A sharp pain coursed through her as the tire rolled over Gu Xin's forearm, quickly moving away. Gritting her teeth, she stood and hurried back to the bus, closing the door behind her. During their expedition, once the driver returned and closed the door, the vehicle would automatically start within 5 minutes. Once the bus was in motion, she sent a message in the group chat. All set. Upon receiving this good news, Fang Tian felt elated. As the clock struck 2 and the monsters respawned within the map, he once again charged into the Corpse King Hall, swiftly dispatching the Corpse Kings. Fang Tian then opened the treasure chest within the hall. Aside from a plethora of miscellaneous supplies, another skill book left Fang Tian elated. Light of Temptation. It appears that the Hall of the Corpse King is indeed a sanctuary for skill books. Fang Tian swiftly returned to his vehicle and immediately began to learn the skill. Light of Temptation, Level 1, 0500 manipulates animals using mental energy. Capable of controlling up to 5 creatures. Successfully tempted creatures can level up, with a maximum increase of 3 levels, applicable only to a limited number of animals. What a marvel! If I could control 5 elite monsters and elevate their levels, would that not render me invincible? However, this skill requires further enhancement. The first level of Light of Temptation may prove to be rather ineffective. Ding! Completion of this adventure, 120. You have earned 120 experience points. Please allocate them as you see fit. Ding! A hidden map has been discovered during exploration, with the exploration exceeding 100. An additional reward in the form of a treasure chest has been granted. Unexpected gains indeed. After all, the Hall of the Corpse King is classified as a hidden map. The absence of this extra reward previously was due to the fact that only the hall was explored last time, while other areas of the mining site remained untouched. Thus not surpassing the 100 exploration threshold. Wonderful! It would be splendid to also unlock a high-level combat talent. This would bolster my chances against the Qin family significantly. The trial for the desert flag capture will commence in 30 minutes. Once the trial begins, all participants in the linked area will be allocated to adjacent arenas, each facing a unique desert lord. Each area will initially occupy 25 magical spires, which the desert lord will continuously assault with monsters. The magical spires require a 60-minute charging period. Once charged, they will provide shield protection to all survivors within the area, enhancing defense. Should more than 10 spires fall to the monsters, the shield effect will be rendered inactive. Without the shield's protection, you shall be unable to withstand the fury of the Desert Lord. It is imperative to safeguard the spires. Once the magical spires have charged completely, you may opt to launch an offensive against the Desert Lord. The damage inflicted upon each respective Desert Lord will determine your ranking. Based on this ranking, each area will receive corresponding conquest points. Indeed, Fang Tian sighed, realizing that his plans against the Qin family would have to be postponed. Moreover, given the opportunity of this trial, the Qin family would undoubtedly seize their chance. Should they locate him within the arena, his demise would be all but assured. No, he could not remain idle. A strategy must be devised to navigate this perilous juncture. An idea sparked in Fang Tian's mind as he tossed the treasure chest into his backpack and opened the chat channel. Meanwhile, on the other side, within a small group chat organized by the Qin family, the opportunity has arrived. Let's see where he runs this time. Aha, there are only 25 magical spires. As long as we instruct our convoy members to keep a close watch, we are bound to find him. Let us establish a pact, regardless of who ultimately slays him. The head of the family's reward shall be evenly divided among us. We must avoid internal strife over the kill. Brother Zhou, please give the order. No, do not notify the convoy members to search just yet. Why? We had previously pledged not to involve them in the conflict with Fang Tian. To renege on this commitment would undoubtedly erode public trust. Let us not forget that our primary objective is to assert control over this region. Indeed, considering that our convoy is just embarking on its journey, our reputation holds significant importance. Furthermore, many individuals within our ranks may very well be undercover agents from established convoys. Attempting to locate Fang Tian through them would likely yield counterproductive results. Very well, Brother Zhou, I shall heed your counsel. We shall seek him out ourselves. After all, he cannot elude us. Given his stature, his presence will surely leave a trace on the channel. The desert trial has officially commenced. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and all participants found themselves within the vast desert. Fang Tian materialized beside the 15th magical spire. Glancing back at the towering structure, which reached 20 meters high and crowned with a resplendent ruby, before surveying his surroundings. Encircling him was a ring of low earthen walls. likely providing some form of cover. Within these walls stood several earthen houses, seemingly inhabited by NPCs. Additionally, nearly 100 survivors were present, among whom were several familiar faces. However, these individuals would not recognize him at present, as he had deliberately donned a green full-face helmet and wielded a blue longsword. The trial would not display names, and as long as he concealed his appearance, he would not be easily identified. His left hand still bore the intelligent wristband, which offered basic functionalities. Fong Tian activated the map feature. The 15th spire was positioned at the edge of the regional map, and a short distance eastward lay the 7,222 area. The entire map was circular, with the three regions expanding outward in a fan-like formation from a central point, closely juxtaposed. Remarkably, the map depicted the other two regions in red, signifying adversarial territories. Those who understood the implications would certainly grasp the underlying intentions. To the north of the map lay the dominion of the Desert Lord, prominently marked with the castle of the Desert King. However, the map also indicated that the Desert Lord's forces were currently too formidable for entry. A task has emerged. A voice exclaimed from behind. Chapter 158, Capturing the Dragon. Achieving glory once more task? Fong Tian turned to see a multitude gathered around an NPC, engaged in animated conversation, not wishing to join the throng. He opened the chat channel, and soon enough, information began to flow. Attention, everyone. Pay heed to the nearby NPCs. They all have tasks. What kind of tasks? Fairly straightforward ones, such as fetching water and gathering food. Are the rewards substantial? They seem rather modest. But every completed task will increase our favorability with these NPCs, who will assist us in reinforcing the surrounding earthen walls. That sounds acceptable. Since there are no monsters spawning yet, let us hasten to complete these tasks. Completing tasks also grants us trial points. Once the monsters appear, those with weaker combat power should focus on tasks. Let us work together. We must seize this opportunity to catch up with Region 7222. Yes, we shall be masters, not slaves. I've heard that Region 7222 is preparing to send someone to disrupt us. What? Oh no. If our magical spire is destroyed, we surely lose this trial? To hell with that. We'll charge at them and fight back. Stop spreading rumors. Didn't the leaders mention that a peaceful competition has been agreed upon? Some individuals should refrain from stirring the waters. Indeed, if a conflict arises, both sides will suffer greatly. Let us not be swayed. Those struggling would relish in chaos. Monsters are spawning. Fong Tian promptly closed the channel, and indeed, a violent surge of yellow sand erupted around him as countless creatures emerged, swarming like a tide. A cursory glance revealed that they were primarily common desert monsters such as sand scorpions, rattlesnakes, and giant lizards, perhaps due to it being merely the first wave of attack. Most of these creatures were ordinary, with only a few leaders present. Fong Tian, uncertain of the presence of the Qin family nearby, chose to remain discreet, defending alongside the others near the walls. This wave of assault was swiftly repelled, aside from a few individuals suffering from rattlesnake bites and subsequent poisoning. The situation posed little danger. While the rattlesnake's venom was fearsome, many had completed tasks, thereby increasing their favorability with the NPCs who assisted in remedying the poison, rendering the issue manageable. Fong Tian, however, was unwilling to linger. He strode out through the western gate. Not far along, he suddenly turned back. Someone was following him. Noticing Fong Tian's gaze, the individual exhibited no unusual behavior, continuing forward and soon catching up to him. Hey, are you also heading to meet friends? I'm off to Tower 14. Let us go together. It'll be safer in case monsters spawn. Fong Tian hesitated momentarily, remaining silent, but nodded. Wonderful. I was worried about being alone. Do you enjoy beef jerky? It's my favorite. Let me share some with you. With a cheerful demeanor, the person reached into their backpack. Producing a piece of beef jerky on a plate, they extended it with their left hand. Fong Tian, without a word, reached out to accept it. In that fleeting moment, the individual's right hand lunged forward, a dagger striking towards Fong Tian's neck like a venomous serpent. Fong Tian had long been prepared. He stepped back to evade and swung his sword, forcing the man to retreat. How did you recognize me? Fong Tian pondered. For he wore a full-face helmet that revealed only his eyes, making it improbable for anyone to easily identify him. I did not recognize you, the man sneered. Well, regardless of whether you did or not, if you're suspicious, it's best to eliminate you first, right? After all, to you, the lives of ordinary people are hardly valuable. You still hold some worth. Even if 100 innocents are slain mistakenly, as long as we find you, it wouldn't be a loss. Are you so confident you can defeat me alone? Not entirely, but as long as I can hold you up, that will suffice. I've already sent your location to others. Otherwise, why would I waste my breath with you? I see. Fong Tian equipped Long Yin and removed his helmet, smiling. I thought you recognized the mole on my forehead. Upon hearing this, the man instinctively shifted his gaze towards Fong Tian's eyes. Now's my chance. Killing eye. A surge of murderous intent enveloped the man instantly. At the same time, Fong Tian thrust his blade, aiming directly at the man's chest. However, the man's gaze only faltered for a brief moment before he swiftly regained his composure and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Indeed, he possesses control. Huh? As Fong Tian tightened his left hand, the man's retreating body abruptly halted, losing control and hurtling towards Fong Tian. With a forward thrust of his right hand, longing pierced through the man's chest. The dragon seizing technique is truly effective in one-on-one combat. Withdrawing long, blood splattered as the lifeless body gradually crumpled to the ground. Truly. They are from an ancient martial arts family. They managed to break free from the killing eye's control in an instant. Fong Tian chuckled lightly and severed the man's right hand. I won't allow you to relay any information. Of course, you won't have to wait long. Your kin will soon come looking for you. With that, Fong Tian delivered a final blow, ending the man's life, and after rummaging through the corpse, he swiftly departed from the scene. 10 minutes later, members of the Qin family arrived in succession, their faces pale as they beheld the corpse on the ground. Damn it, another one dead. How am I supposed to explain this? Zhou Yi's expression was grim. He must have mastered another skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed so quickly. We can't afford to be isolated any longer. Has his prowess improved? No. Look at the body. 2 fatal wounds. 1 severed hand to prevent him from sending news. It seems he was indeed slain instantly. It must be that control skill. He used it against Chun Wei during the personal championship, and it's now virtually confirmed. However, if he truly possesses such a control skill, wouldn't he that make him invincible in single combat? No, such control skills don't last long. And since it is a skill, there must be prerequisites for it to hit. Otherwise, why didn't T at work in his fight against Lu Wan? Weren't you all spectators of his battle with Qin Wei? Reflect carefully on how he employed it. The few individuals who had been observing quietly conferred amongst themselves. One hesitated and remarked, the events unfolded so rapidly that I am uncertain whether it was due to the proximity or the direct eye contact. We must be vigilant on both fronts. We cannot afford to separate any longer. We must act in unison. I refuse to believe we cannot locate him. However, the question remained, where had he vanished to? We are utterly at a loss. Just moments ago, we had engaged with the creatures here, and the tracks are now chaotic. He must have exited through the west gate of Tower 15 and is likely headed to Tower 14 to meet with his companions. No, Zhou Yi shook his head. He is not that foolish. His exit through the west gate is undoubtedly a ruse to mislead us. I suspect he has ventured eastward. Are you suggesting he intends to sabotage the magical spire in Zone 7222? Yet, based on his past behavior, he has never been one to instigate trouble, not necessarily to destroy it. He may simply be seeking to evade us and is merely there to engage with the creatures. Let us search each spire one by one, and I am confident we will find him. Very well. Chapter 159, The Tunnel Brothers, Be Cautious. The number of monsters is increasing. Just hold on a little longer. We have approximately 20 minutes until the energy is fully charged. Tower 6 is on the brink of collapse. Can nearby allies come to our aid? Hold firm. We at Tower 7 still have some strength left and will dispatch reinforcements immediately. Goodness. The pressure is mounting. Thankfully, Fong has just arrived to help us block the breach at Tower 4. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. He had also assisted me after leaving Tower 5. And I am immensely grateful. At this moment, within the area of Tower 5. Zhou Ge, check the public channel. We have arrived too late. He has already moved to Tower 4. He is likely to continue moving. Let us head directly to Tower 3 to intercept him. Damn it. Zhou Yi fiercely cleaved a giant lizard in two before him, exclaiming, do not pursue. The channel is filled with false information. He lacks influence. So how could he muster such a multitude to disseminate misinformation? Although he lacks power, the other local factions wish to expel us and will undoubtedly collaborate with him. Where could he have gone? We have scoured District 7222 and District 1128 without finding him. His name has not appeared on the trial leaderboard. I surmise he has opted to withdraw from the competition, just as he did in the last team match. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should gather our convoy members and grind for points together? As long as we elevate our trial scores and secure first place in this region, it will surely benefit our future endeavors. Zhou Yi sighed. We have wasted too much time searching for Fong Tian in the early stages. Now, if we focus on grinding points, it may be too late. Moreover, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fong Tian is still nearby. If we make our presence known while guarding the tower, we might provide him with an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. What should we do then? Once the counterattack commences, we will ambush the magical spire in District 7222. Zhou Yi smirked. Even if we fall behind in trial points, our reputation will soar. Excellent. If we proceed in this manner, the two districts are bound to turn against each other, allowing us to navigate the chaos and attract a multitude of opportunists. First, let us send a message in the convoy channel, instructing them to assemble at the 15th magical spire. We shall wait for the spire to charge fully before taking action, so as to prevent our plans from being prematurely revealed. Meanwhile, deep within the desert, Fang Tian received a message relayed by Xiao He. Assembling at the 15th magical spire? Is it to block me, or to ambush District 7222? It seems improbable that they would attempt to block me. By now, they should have seen through the feigned information in the channel. In truth, after eliminating that member of the Qin family, Fang Tian had been lingering outside the territory of the Desert Lord, evading pursuit from the Qin family while seeking a means of entry into the Desert Lord's domain. Should I disrupt their plans? After much deliberation, Fang Tian abandoned this notion, deeming it too perilous and ultimately unnecessary. At that moment, several individuals sent Fang Tian the same intelligence, one of whom surprised him. You two have returned to Xiongba? Just playing around. Playing around? It would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself. I am struggling to ensure my own safety. Understood. Just be cautious in your actions henceforth, and refrain from inadvertently ending my life. After closing the chat box, Fang Tian gazed with a pained expression at the ground before him. Countless crimson spots rapidly approached from the distance, surging toward the survivor zone behind him. However, every attempt Fang Tian made to advance was thwarted by an invisible barrier. As the smart wristband emitted alerts indicating that entry into that area was temporarily prohibited, pending the recharge of the magical spire. Fang Tian had already traversed a considerable distance around this transparent wall, yet it was insurmountable. Clearly, this was a constraint imposed by the rules. It seemed that attempting to infiltrate and eliminate the Desert King prematurely was an unrealistic endeavor. With a sigh of resignation, Fang Tian contemplated giving up. Just then, he noticed a line of red spots ahead, moving at a remarkably sluggish pace. In a disengaged state, the Desert Legion typically moved with extraordinary swiftness, far surpassing their actual velocity. This particular line of spots, however, was evidently moving at a normal speed. This indicated that they were engaged in combat. Fang Tian's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly pursued them. Upon reaching a steep descent, an NPC clad in a black headscarf burst forth from the sand below. Trailing behind him were 2 to 3 dozen monsters, obviously in pursuit. Without hesitation, Fang Tian slid down the slope. Among this horde of creatures, only 2 were leaders, and they were swiftly dispatched by Fang Tian. The smart wristband chimed with an alert. Rescue mission completed. Awarded 50 trial points. Ah, brave warrior. Thank you for saving my life. What brings you here? Fang Tian glanced at the nearby ground, where several NPC corpses lay scattered, suggesting that this was a task in a perpetual cycle. Demons have taken over my homeland. I merely sought to reclaim what is rightfully mine. The NPC brandished a few pieces of gold in his hand. Where does this tunnel lead? Fang Tian inquired, pointing to the entrance obscured by underbrush. The tunnel leads into the domain of the Desert Lord. Upon exiting, one must turn right to reach the Desert Lord's main tent. Defeating him will weaken the Desert Legion. Continuing forward leads to the sacred spring, blessed by the true God. And what lies to the left? Seeing the NPC about to depart, Fang Tian quickly pressed for more information. That is the palace of the Desert Lord. Oh, do not approach it under any circumstances. The Desert Lord is far too formidable, and only a vast army can dare to challenge him. Having delivered his lines with an emotionless finality, the NPC departed. It appeared that this was a special mission designated for elite teams, allowing them to circumvent a large contingent of troops and execute a decisive action against the Desert Lord, thereby facilitating a swift advance on the front lines. With merely 15 minutes remaining until the magical spire's recharge, Fang Tian plunged into the tunnel, hastening his pace. After a brief run, he estimated that he had surpassed the invisible barrier. A multitude of red dots began to materialize above him, unmistakably indicating the presence of monster sentinels. Without this tunnel, it would have been utterly impossible for Fang Tian to contend with such a multitude of foes alone. Moments later, a glimmer of light caught his eye as the tunnel's exit came into view. Emerging from a dry well, Fang Tian cautiously peered around. No sentinels were stationed nearby, with only an occasional small squad of elite monsters patrolling the area. 200 meters to the right stood a colossal tent, presumably that of the so-called Desert Sovereign. However, Fang Tian had no intention of confronting this alleged sovereign, as the multitude of monsters in that vicinity was daunting. And with merely 10 minutes remaining for the magical tower's charging, he lacked the luxury of time. Not far ahead lay a fountain, guarded by several elite monsters. To the left, a magnificent palace rose, starkly contrasting with the desolate desert surroundings. After evading a patrol, Fang Tian hastened to the fountain and, with the assistance of Xiao He, dispatched the elite monsters, swiftly stowing their remains in his backpack. He then reached into the crystalline waters of the fountain, silently invoking the command to package. In a brief moment, a vial of water materialized in his hand. This was sacred spring water, capable of dispelling all negative statuses upon consumption, though it would automatically lose its efficacy after 30 minutes. It appeared to be merely a special item for the trial, rendering the notion of carrying it all out for later use impractical. Fong Tian quickly packaged several vials of water and, after avoiding the patrol, made his way toward the palace. Chapter 160. The Earthly Fiends, sovereign of the desert approximately 50 meters from the palace, Fong Tian came to a halt, employing his discerning gaze to scrutinize the structure before him. This palace was exceedingly grand, appearing to lack any discernible layers. If it were indeed a single level, the creatures within were likely to be of considerable size. At the entrance of the palace stood 2 rows of lordly monstrosities, totaling no fewer than 20. 3 distinct types of these lordly beasts, all with crimson-hued skin, had evidently evolved to their ultimate forms. The Sand Scorpion King, a lordly creature, manifested in its ultimate form, displayed extraordinary vitality and remarkable speed, capable of burrowing into the sand to recuperate swiftly, one of the most formidable of the lordly beasts. The Serpent King, another lordly entity in its ultimate manifestation, possessed unparalleled agility and terrifying venom, also among the mightiest of the lordly creatures. Lastly, the Giant Lizard King, yet another lordly beast in its ultimate form, boasted high armor and astonishing bite force, ranking as one of the strongest of its kind. Fong Tian furrowed his brow. He had previously encountered a creature of this caliber. With the assistance of the sacred spring water, he believed he could manage 2 of them. And with the help of Xiao He and Xiao Hong, he might barely contend with 3. However, 20 was utterly insurmountable. From the map, it appeared that the palace lacked any rear entrances. Although his discerning eye revealed only 1 creature within, presumably the sovereign of the desert, should a back door exist. The lordly monsters would undoubtedly flood in to assist, making it impossible for him to prevail. It seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. This was a challenge far beyond solitary confrontation. Yet, when the main force arrived, Fong Tian hesitated to act, uncertain whether the Qin family might strike from behind. Was he to surrender? Wait. Fong Tian's gaze sharpened, fixating on the grand entrance of the palace, where words began to materialize slowly. The palace gates, the final bastion safeguarding the sovereign of the desert, possess an extraordinary durability. No matter how formidable the army, they cannot breach it in a short period. The gate was currently ajar. From the description, it seemed that when the army of survivors approached, this great door would close, impeding their advance. If he could dash inside and secure the door, could he not hinder the progress of these lordly creatures? Suddenly, a wave of energy surged beside Fong Tian, coalescing into a pale blue energy field that formed a magical shield. Simultaneously, his wristband vibrated, and notifications began to cascade forth. The magic spire has finished charging. The magical shield will protect all survivors. The shield can absorb substantial damage and will regenerate after 1 minute once dissipated. You may now launch an offensive against the sovereign of the desert's domain. Please be advised, the monster horde will continue to assault the magic spire. Ensure some remain to guard it. If the sovereign of the desert is defeated, the desert horde will be thrown into disarray, losing their capacity for offense. This trial has 90 minutes remaining. Damage inflicted upon the sovereign of the desert will be converted into significant trial points and will determine rankings in the current region. Strive to inflict as much damage as possible upon the sovereign in this final hour. In the channel, the various factions began to devise strategies, and Dong Jian swiftly proposed the most prudent plan. He suggested that 2/3 of the personnel remain on guard, while the remainder would engage in eliminating the desert leader. Once the desert army was rendered incapable of launching an offensive, a small contingent would be dispatched to secure the passageways adjacent to the other 2 regions, while the rest would concentrate their efforts on assaulting the Desert King. This plan was quickly endorsed by the majority, prompting immediate action. Fong Tian no longer hesitated. He leaped from his hiding place and rode Little Black towards the palace. The 20 gatekeepers soon noticed them and split into 2 groups to encircle them. Jump! Little Black leaped high, clearing the first wave of gatekeepers. As soon as they landed, Fong Tian stowed Little Black in his backpack and charged towards the palace gates with a mighty ram. The leader monsters along the way were knocked aside, allowing Fong Tian to successfully breach the palace. Once inside, Fong Tian released Little Black again, positioning him outside the door while he forcefully pushed against the massive palace gates. As the entrance narrowed to a mere crack, Little Black shrank in size and slipped back inside, enabling Fong Tian to fully close the door. After shutting, the grand entrance locked automatically, trapping the 20 leader monsters outside, who frantically assaulted the gates, producing a dull thud. Fong Tian exhaled in relief. Little Black, well done. However, there was no response from Little Black. Turning around, Fong Tian discovered that Little Black was foaming at the mouth, barely breathing, and covered in wounds. It seemed that withstanding so many leader monsters had taken a toll on him. Fortunately, Fong Tian had stored ample holy spring water in his backpack. After letting Little Black drink a few sips, his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and within 10 seconds, he was full of vigor once more. Alas, such a marvelous elixir could not be taken outside. Once assured of Little Black's well-being, Fong Tian directed his gaze deeper into the palace. At the far end, a colossal throne loomed, occupied by a giant towering 4 meters high. This creature possessed cracked skin and wore a loose robe, gazing calmly at Fong Tian. The Desert Lord, a D-Sha-level monster, was endowed with self-repairing sand armor, capable of using skills such as Earth Spikes, Earth Prison, Sandstorm, and summoning sand soldiers. With the potency of these skills increasing in accordance with the number of challengers, D-Sha level, he was finally to confront a creature beyond the Lord level. Drawing the Dragon-S Whisper, Fong Tian cautiously approached. Although he could not exit the trial while in combat mode, he had a teleportation ring at his disposal, providing an escape should he be outmatched. As he neared within 50 meters, the Desert Lord suddenly rose, and a torrent of yellow sand erupted from his being, forming a thick layer of sand armor. Charge! Fong Tian commanded, and he and Little Black surged forth, flanking the Desert Lord. With a furious roar, the Desert Lord raised both arms and struck the ground with tremendous force. A shockwave rippled outward, causing Fong Tian to lose his balance and nearly tumble. Yet, the assault did not cease. The ground beneath him fractured, and a stone spike erupted from the earth. Fong Tian had no means to evade, and his shield shattered instantly. So this is the earth spike? Thank goodness for the shield. He quickly glanced at Little Black, only to find that he had evaded the attack. Impressive. They charged forward once more, man and dog united in their assault. The king of the desert once again employed the earth spike skill. Yet this time Fong Tian had learned to be clever, swiftly evading with a wild charge. Just as he was about to close the distance to the Desert Lord, the latter suddenly brought his palms together, causing the ground to tremble violently. With the shield now gone, Fong Tian had no choice but to pivot incessantly, attempting to dodge the impending attack. Suddenly, countless grains of yellow sand surged around him, swiftly solidifying into an oval-shaped earthen prison that ensnared Fong Tian within. Darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him momentarily blind. Nevertheless, he remained composed, fiercely striking forward with his Dragon-S roar, and after a flurry of blows, the earthen prison disintegrated into flowing sand. Noticing that Little Black was still trapped inside the earthen enclosure, Fong Tian hurriedly slashed through the walls to free him. Charge! The Desert Lord remained stationary, quietly observing the challenger before him from his throne. Fong Tian had no intention of being courteous. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful strike to the Lord's thigh, severing a considerable portion of the armor crafted from yellow sand. Little Black leapt into action as well, sinking his teeth into the Lord's knee and tearing away a hefty chunk of sand. The Desert Lord retaliated by lifting his leg to attack. But his movements were not particularly swift, allowing Fong Tian and Little Black to evade and counterattack. However, after just a couple of exchanges, the Desert Lord stomped his foot fiercely, unleashing a tempestuous wind. A sandstorm erupted, the sheer force and vastness of which were impossible to escape. Fong Tian and Little Black were hurled away, screaming as they were tossed through the air for 40 to 50 meters before crashing to the ground as the winds began to subside. Ignoring his own injuries, Fong Tian struggled to crawl over and offered a sip of holy spring water to the bloody Little Black. That was no ordinary sandstorm. It had been infused with numerous sharp stones. Protected by his war god armor and black iron helmet, he only suffered minor cuts on his limbs. Yet, after enduring such a blow, both pieces of his epic armor showed signs of damage, indicating that they could scarcely withstand several rounds of such ferocious assaults. The Desert Lord did not pursue them. Instead, he stood calmly at his throne, awaiting Fong Tian's next challenge. Meanwhile, the wounds that Fong Tian and Little Black had inflicted upon his sand armor had already healed completely. Truly, the Earth Fiend was a formidable opponent. Chapter 161. Dual Flames. After taking a sip from the sacred spring, and waiting for a brief moment, the magical shield enveloping him flickered back to life. Fong Tian patted the Little Black creature, signaling it to remain in place, before charging forward. He effortlessly dispelled the earth spikes and stone prison. But upon nearing the Desert Lord, he halted his advance and instead struck the ground with Dragon's roar. Before long, another sandstorm erupted, sweeping him back. Once more. After consuming more water to heal, Fong Tian stowed the Little Black creature in his backpack and surged ahead. He struck the ground a few more times, swiftly gathering the shattered stone materials into his backpack, creating a shallow pit beneath him. Indeed, the sandstorm soon returned. Fong Tian immediately crouched within the pit to shield himself. Sharp stones occasionally grazed his back, but he remained unscathed due to the protective magic shield. It was feasible, releasing the Little Black creature. He commanded it to assume its maximum size. Although the little black creature could grow up to 3 meters tall, this size significantly compromised its agility. Thus, it typically maintained a height of less than a meter to optimize its combat prowess. However, against the Desert Lord's expansive area attacks, mere speed would not suffice. It required the resilience of its substantial size. With a furious roar, the little black creature lunged forward, sending the Desert Lord staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Tian delivered a fierce strike to the Desert Lord's left knee, causing a cascade of yellow sand to fall. The Desert Lord clapped his palms together, intending to cast the Earth Prison skill once more. Yet, the little black creature swiftly intervened, biting down on his right hand and shaking vigorously, thwarting the spellcasting. The Desert Lord's left hand grasped the little black creature fiercely, yanking it away, and then delivered a powerful punch that sent it flying. However, Fang Tian had already managed to damage a significant portion of the sand armor on the Desert Lord's left knee. Sensing the impending threat, the Desert Lord raised his right foot, preparing to unleash another sandstorm. Now was the moment. Fang Tian initiated a ferocious charge, leveraging the immense force of the attack to drive Dragon's Roar directly into the knee where the sand armor was nearly shed. This was his most formidable strike aside from the dual flames. With a sharp sound, Dragon's Roar penetrated with great difficulty, while it did not completely pierce through. It was sufficient to breach the defenses. The Desert Lord, now standing on one leg, could no longer maintain his balance after such a heavy blow and knelt down. The previously discerned weakness at his chest, exposed by the keen eye, was now within Fang Tian's attack range. Dual Flames Sword Technique. Maximum Density. With a roar, the dazzling fire blade descended upon the Desert Lord's chest. Yet, the moment Dragon's Roar met the sand armor on his chest, a jolt of trepidation coursed through Fang Tian. The resistance felt through his hand indicated that the sand armor on the Desert Lord's chest was sturdier than that on his legs, despite exerting all his strength. As the blade breached the armor's defenses, the flames flickered and extinguished. With a thunderous roar, the Desert Lord waved his hand, sending Fang Tian hurtling away. The shield shattered upon impact, and Fang Tian was thrown back several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling, he retrieved the sacred spring and took a sip, lifting his gaze towards the Desert Lord. The chest armor of the Desert Lord was shattered by the recent strike, yet his vulnerability remained intact, indicating that the blow had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Moreover, his armor was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Fortunately, there was still no pursuit. After regaining a modicum of composure, Fang Tian hurried towards Xiao He, who had just been knocked unconscious by a powerful punch, likely suffering from internal injuries. After administering the holy spring water, Xiao He gradually awakened, wearing an expression of grievance. Fang Tian sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. This was quite a predicament. Upon consuming the holy spring water, Fang Tian noticed that even the fatigue from the blazing sword technique had dissipated. He had initially assumed that possessing such a miraculous substance would guarantee success. However, he had not anticipated the Desert Lord's sand armor ability to be so abominably formidable, effectively granting him an infinite recovery akin to that provided by the holy spring water. To contend with such a monstrosity, it seemed only a sufficient number of people employing concentrated ranged attacks could potentially offset his armor's regeneration and inflict meaningful damage. Fang Tian cast another glance at the Desert Lord, who had completely restored his sand armor and returned to an upright position. The wound on his knee, inflicted by the earlier strike, had caused a significant loss of blood, but it had since stopped bleeding. The crimson liquid now mingled with the sand beneath him. It appeared that this creature possessed an exceptionally robust physique. Despite sustaining such a grievous blow to his knee, his mobility remained largely unaffected. This was no foe to be faced alone. Fang Tian realized with dismay that even if the Desert Lord stood idle and did not retaliate, he would be unable to vanquish him. Although the blazing sword technique could breach his chest defenses, by the time the technique cooled down and became available for reuse, the sand armor would have fully regenerated. Glancing at the chat channel, he observed that others had already breached the Desert Lord's main tent, and the battle had commenced. Should he withdraw? After all, he had already inflicted damage, which would likely yield a respectable amount of trial points. However, defeating this creature appeared futile unless he could employ the blazing sword technique without any cooldown, executing it consecutively. Wait. The blazing sword technique originated from a legendary game. Fang Tian recalled a special skill from that game known as double blazing fire. The technique involved initially using the blazing skill without striking, and as the skill cooldown approached its conclusion, swiftly executing a strike to unleash the fire. At that moment, the blazing sword technique would have cooled down, allowing for 2 consecutive fiery strikes. Although the cooldown of the blazing sword technique here was a full minute, it was still a feasible approach. Thus resolved, Fong Tian retrieved Xiao He and charged forward once more. After navigating through the spikes and the dungeon, he leaped into the pit he had previously excavated to evade the sandstorm, simultaneously activating the blazing sword technique. The searing flames coalesced in Fong Tian's hands, and once he adjusted the density of the flames to his satisfaction, the fiery spirit would then be channeled into the dragon's roar. Should he neglect to calibrate the flame density and strike directly, he would default to a 50 density fire attack. However, as long as he refrained from adjusting the flame density and did not strike, the fiery spirit would remain in his grasp. Fong Tian summoned Xiao He from his backpack and climbed onto its back. They circled around, buying time. Xiao He complied and transformed into a towering figure, carrying him as they circled the Desert Lord. After deftly evading several earth spikes, Fong Tian noticed the Desert Lord preparing to stomp and conjure a sandstorm. In a sudden turn, Xiao He expanded to its maximum size and lunged forward, causing the Desert Lord to stumble, interrupting the incantation. Fong Tian hastily leaped off Xiao He's back, mentally counting down the cooldown of his skills. 32, 31. The Desert Lord unleashed another round of earth spikes. Distracted by his silent countdown, Fong Tian failed to evade, relying on his magical shield to absorb the impact. At last, he reached the Desert Lord's side, with the cooldown entering its final 10 seconds. 9, 8, 3, 2. Now is the moment. Fong Tian struck at the Desert Lord's knee with his blade, simultaneously maximizing the flame density. The furious blaze surged into the dragon's roar. A dazzling flash of light cut through the air, piercing into the knee. The sand armor was instantly penetrated, blood splattering forth. The armor here offered less defense than that around the torso, allowing the fierce flames to inflict direct damage. The Desert Lord, in pain, swung a fist towards Fong Tian. At this moment, Fong Tian was preparing for a second fiery strike. To maximize the damage, it had to land in the same spot, leaving no room for evasion. With the magical shield yet to recharge, a direct hit would likely leave him no chance to drink from the spring, potentially leading to his immediate demise. Chapter 162. Blood Servants. The 5th-level divine beast joins the fray with a daring resolve. He wagered that after being struck, his punch would veer off course. Even if it did not, its potency would surely diminish. Fong Tian raised his dragon's roar high, targeting the recently inflicted wound. As the fiery spirit surged violently into the blade, dragon's roar, aglow with brilliance, descended once more, striking true upon the freshly opened gash. Without the protection of the sand armor, even a geospheric-grade creature could not withstand the full force of the conflagration combined with Dragon's roar. The Desert Lord's knee was severed, causing him to lose his balance and kneel once more. His retaliatory punch aimed at Fong Tian lost its precision, crashing into the ground beside him and sending a shockwave that propelled Fong Tian upward. He had wagered correctly. A triumphant laugh escaped him, only to be met with a forceful slap that sent him flying. Although the blow was not delivered with full strength, it was beyond his capacity to endure. His right arm fractured, and Dragon's roar slipped from his grasp. Almost immediately, Xiao He was also cast aside. Fong Tian hastily retrieved water from his pouch with his left hand, administering it to both himself and Xiao He, before swiftly employing the dragon capture technique to retrieve the fallen blade. This strike had evidently inflicted genuine harm upon the Desert Lord. Though his sand armor rapidly mended, he did not rise as swiftly as before. Clearly, while his physical defenses were formidable, they lacked the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of the sand armor. As Fong Tian awaited recovery, the Desert Lord suddenly let out a thunderous howl. The immense volume triggered a violent tremor, compelling Fong Tian to open his mouth to prevent his eardrums from bursting. Xiao He appeared more resilient, its constitution far superior to Fong Tian's. Was the creature consumed by rage? Soon, Fong Tian realized his misjudgment. At the Desert Lord's feet, the blood-soaked yellow sand began to coalesce into two humanoid forms amidst the intense vibrations. Blood servants, leader-class monsters, immortal and indestructible, swift yet lacking in destructive capacity, capable of ensnaring their targets. Observing the approaching figures, Fong Tian felt undeterred. After all, they were merely leader-class monsters, and there were only 2 of them. He refrained from advancing, aware that he would be entering the Desert Lord's attack range. As the 2 blood servants closed in, Fong Tian deftly swept his blade, cleaving them in unison. They collapsed instantly, transforming into mere heaps of bloody sand. Was that all? Immortal and indestructible? Fong Tian sensed something amiss with such bodily resilience. They were unlikely even to match a standard leader-class monster. Indeed, the blood sand on the ground began to writhe, rapidly reforming into humanoid shapes. Aha! They resurrect. I refuse to believe you can revive infinitely. However, even after vanquishing them 10 times over, the blood servants seemed entirely unharmed, their speed of reformation undiminished. How was one to combat this? Relying on the divine spring water, Fong Tian decided to ignore them, allowing them to attack, hoping to see if he could disregard their onslaught and directly strike down the Desert Lord. Yet, the blood servants did not retaliate. Instead, they lunged forward, seizing Fang Tian's legs. In an instant, the sand upon them flowed as if melting, swiftly encasing Fang Tian's thighs in a tight embrace. Fang Tian suddenly felt as though his legs were ensnared in quicksand, rendering his movements exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the grain seemed to creep upward, as if intent on completely binding him. After slicing away several clumps of sand from his legs, the blood-soaked grains once again lost their vitality, cascading to the ground and beginning to congeal anew. A headache began to throb in Fang Tian's temples. What to do? These creatures were swift. Ignoring them could lead to a dire predicament should he find himself ensnared at a crucial moment. Should he summon Xiao He to deal with them? No. Without Xiao He's assistance, Fang Tian doubted his ability to confront the desert sovereign alone. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a profound silence enveloping him. The lordly monster that had been attacking the palace gate had ceased its onslaught. Others had arrived. Had the desert sovereign been vanquished? Although they were likely merely an advance force, the mere 20 lordly monsters at the gate could not withstand the onslaught of countless survivors for long. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Fang Tian summoned Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's massive form emerged from the white light, unleashing a torrent of flame that reduced 2 blood servants to mere grains of sand. Such prowess, though they were all lordly monsters. It seemed unlikely they could be dispatched so swiftly. Upon closer inspection, Fang Tian realized the truth. A level 5 divine beast, bound to him. This creature had leveled up. From its recent performance, it appeared to have attained the might of a lordly creature. Just then, another blood servant congealed from the blood sand beneath the desert sovereign's feet. It seemed the number of blood servants would increase in accordance with the enemies present. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential with Xiao Hong's strength. Holding off 3 lordly monsters would pose no challenge. Fang Tian lured the newly appeared blood servant toward Xiao Hong, who incinerated it with a single breath of fire. Guarding these piles of sand, any movement would warrant a fiery response. Do not allow them to rise. Xiao Hong acknowledged with a roar, demonstrating an apparent increase in intelligence post-upgrade. With this newfound assurance, Fang Tian swiftly stowed Xiao He in his backpack and charged forth. The desert sovereign, injured at the knee, was currently unable to stand, which meant he could not employ his sandstorm skill. Furthermore, the holy spring could completely eliminate the after-effects of the fiery sword technique, allowing Fang Tian to continue his onslaught. There was an opportunity. Midway through his charge, darkness engulfed him as he was once again ensnared by an earthen prison. After hacking through the prison with several strikes, he noticed that the magical shield surrounding him shattered immediately afterward. Lowering his gaze, he observed a spike slowly retracting. This fiend, although he could no longer summon a sandstorm, he was now capable of combining the earthen prison with the spike. The prison's reach was so extensive that evasion was nearly impossible. Such a combination could only be withstood by relying on the magical shield. He could not allow him to cast it a second time. Fang Tian quickened his pace, racing forward with utmost urgency. However, the desert sovereign's casting speed had evidently increased, and when he was still about 20 meters away, the earthen prison ensnared him once more. Fang Tian decisively retrieved the holy spring with his left hand while wielding his blade with his right to shatter the prison. Just as searing pain shot through his leg, he gulped down the spring water, enduring the agony with sheer willpower. Emerging from the underground prison, Fang Tian summoned the formidable Xiao He, commanding it to assume its maximum size, while he unleashed the Inferno Sword technique once more. Although the combination of earth spikes in the underground prison could inflict damage upon Xiao He, it could withstand a couple of hits in its enlarged form. As he mentally counted down the cooldown of the Inferno Sword technique, he issued the attack command when only 5 seconds remained. Go. Xiao He understood the directive, leaping high to pounce upon the kneeling Desert Lord. Just as the Desert Lord prepared to cast a spell, he was compelled to raise his hand in defense, only to have his arm seized by Xiao He's jaws. With a vigorous motion, Xiao He was flung away, yet Fang Tian had already leaped from its back. In midair, the Inferno Sword technique activated, delivering a powerful strike to the chest of the Desert King. The sand armor that shielded the Desert Lord's chest was shattered once more, revealing the cracked skin beneath, thus exposing the vulnerability discerned by the keen eye. Now was the moment. Fang Tian raised his sword again. However, at that instant, the Desert Lord opened his mouth wide, releasing a gust of air laced with yellow sand. Though this blast was not as formidable as the previous sandstorm, it forced Fang Tian to stagger backward, rendering his eyes nearly shut and making pursuit impossible. After retreating several paces, he suddenly found his footing compromised, nearly stumbling into the pit he had previously dug. What to do now? He was utterly unable to approach. If he delayed any longer, the armor on his chest would surely regenerate. Wait, this attack had a flaw. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Tian. and he relaxed, contemplating his next move. Chapter 163. Little Black. Before long, the howling winds gradually subsided. Let us see the extent of your lung capacity. Fong Tian chuckled heartily as he leapt from the pit. Observing him inhale deeply, Fong Tian dared not linger. He thrust his blade forward, unleashing a savage charge. Simultaneously, he activated the flame skill. The brutal collision, combined with the utmost density of the flame and the vulnerability exposed by the keen eye, constituted the most formidable single-target strike that Fong Tian could currently deliver. Outside the gates, others were already assaulting the palace doors. Regardless of whether this blow succeeded, Fong Tian intended to retreat. At that moment, the Desert Lord abruptly raised his fist and aimed a punch at Fong Tian. A chill ran down Fong Tian's spine. This is bad. Even if he wished to cancel the savage charge now, it was too late to evade. How could his flesh and blood withstand a blow from a creature of such monstrous caliber? In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Fong Tian gritted his teeth, refusing to abort the skill, tightening every muscle in his body. Life and death are but trifles. In a flash, Fong Tian barely perceived a blur as Little Black unexpectedly leapt in from the side to intercept the punch. With a resounding crash accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones, Little Black was violently flung away. Everything transpired too swiftly for Fong Tian to process. The savage charge had already surged towards the Desert Lord. The flame spirit erupted forth, transforming the dragon's roar into a searing blade of fire, piercing through the Desert Lord's chest with the unstoppable momentum of the savage charge, burying itself hilt deep. The Desert Lord coughed forth a spray of blood and collapsed, lifeless. Fong Tian instinctively drew forth the dragon's roar and immediately turned to look for Little Black, but was astonished to find nothing. Where could it have gone? Such a large figure could not simply vanish. Additionally, he could no longer sense its consciousness through their soul link. Could it be? A wave of emptiness washed over Fong Tian's mind. Had Little Black perished? Countless memories flooded back to him. When he first encountered this little creature, it had risked its life to protect its master's remains. Now, having become its new master, it had sacrificed itself to shield him. In this world, he might meet a myriad of individuals. Yet, no matter how long he interacted with them, he could never fully trust them, for they too were human, bound by their own self-interests. Even that fellow Xiao AI seemed to harbor her own secrets. In this world, the only being that could elicit his unguarded trust, the only one that would never betray him, was Little Black. And now, it was gone? To protect him? Fong Tian stood in bewilderment, his mind a tumult of confusion. Unsure of what to do next, a cough broke through his reverie. He turned numbly. It was the Desert Lord, still alive, struggling to rise. It was you who killed Little Black, Fong Tian declared, unhesitatingly activating the Eye of Fury. In that moment, he cast aside any concerns of the Eye's after effects. Nor did he ponder whether the Qin family awaited outside. His only focus was avenging Little Black. Die for me, with blood-red eyes. Fong Tian leaped upon the Desert Lord, brandishing the dragon's roar and plunging it mercilessly into the gaping wound in his chest. Once again, Fong Tian's consciousness found itself amidst a thick sea of blood. A colossal beast, formed from countless coagulated blood, desperately sought to drag him into the abyss of the sea. He wielded his blade with frenzied determination, hacking at the surrounding monstrosities. The overwhelming hatred surged within him, bestowing upon him boundless strength, compelling the blood-soaked beast to retreat. Die. All of you. A torrent of wrath erupted, and in an astonishing moment, Fong Tian broke free from the shackles of the blood sea, soaring into the heavens. Reclaiming control of his body, this immense animosity managed to suppress the adverse effects brought forth by the Eye of Fury, feeling an almost infinite power coursing through him. Fong Tian gripped the dragon's roar with both hands, thrusting it repeatedly into the already mangled chest of the Desert Lord. Time became an abstract concept, and it was only when a system notification echoed in his mind that Fong Tian gradually ceased his onslaught. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your first kill of a earthly fiend-level monster, earning 5,000 experience points and 50 slaughter points. Fong Tian exhaled deeply, deactivating the Eye of Fury skill, and sank down in despondence. What did victory mean? Xiaohe was gone. With the demise of the Desert Lord, the blood servant crumbled to ash. Xiao Hong disengaged from battle, transforming back into a small dog, and hurried over. However, midway it halted and barked at Fong Tian, initially indifferent to its calls. Fong Tian's annoyance grew, and he glanced over impatiently. But upon doing so, he was jolted upright. Beside Xiao Hong lay a small figure. It was Xiaohe. Fong Tian rushed over, discovering Xiaohe had transformed into a small dog form, quietly lying on the ground, blood pooling around it. Trembling, he reached out. There was hardly any breath left. He could barely perceive a heartbeat. He had to save it. Fong Tian dared not move its body, hastily crouching down. Swiftly retrieving the sacred spring water, cautiously prying open its mouth to pour the elixir inside. Yet, Xiaohei was utterly still, even the instinct to swallow had vanished. The water trickling down the corners of its mouth. Fang Tian inhaled deeply, slapping himself to regain composure. He gently placed Xiaohei's head on his foot, pouring the water again while massaging its throat, finally managing to get the elixir down. Gradually, amidst Fang Tian's fervent prayers, Xiaohei's chest began to rise and fall, its eyes slowly opening. Splendid! Fang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart brimming with joy as he held Xiaohei tightly in his embrace. Only through loss does one learn to cherish. Tears streamed down Fang Tian's face uncontrollably, cascading onto Xiaohei's visage. The effects of the sacred spring water were swift. Xiaohei soon let out a sound, imbued with a hint of disdain, as if mocking Fang Tian for weeping like a child. Fang Tian, wiping his tears, grumbled, "Damn it, you little rascal. One day, I shall stew you." Outside the palace, aside from a few remaining individuals at the magical spire, the people of Zone 1128 had surrounded the palace, launching a relentless assault on its gates. Everyone, put in more effort. Those in the back, use ranged attacks. Dong Jian commanded loudly. Those without steel arrows, come to me for supplies. Suddenly, a warning came from Zone 2288. What? The crowd gasped. And even Dong Jian's expression turned grim. It appeared that the return of the tyrant had led to a surprise assault on the magic spire in District 7222. We had previously agreed not to attack one another, yet now they accused us of breaching the pact, prompting the individuals from District 2288 to turn against us. Damn it. Do not send messages in the channel just yet. Continue with the siege. Dong Jian promptly raised his voice to restore order. After a brief discussion amongst several prominent leaders of the convoys, they organized a unified message to be sent in the channel. Brothers, the people from District 2288 are assaulting our magic spire. Our defenders are few. Do not engage in a head-on conflict. Abandon the 10 magic spires near District 2288. We must simply hold the remaining 15. We will soon dispatch half of our forces for reinforcement. Although sending half of our personnel to defend the towers would significantly diminish the damage inflicted upon the Desert Lord. The destruction of the magic spires without the protection of magical shields would likely result in catastrophic losses when confronting the formidable Desert Lord. As this information flooded the channel, Dong Jian immediately began arranging for personnel to return and guard the towers. At that moment, a message appeared in the channel. Soon, it was noticed by others, repeated, and spread from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100, until all had heard it. Upon receiving this news, everyone ceased their assault on the palace gates, and the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Do not panic. I have slain the Desert Lord. Chapter 164. The Jester's Deeds. The palace gate swung open, revealing a lone figure standing imperiously within. It was Fang Tian. After a brief wave to the gathered crowd, his form transformed into a radiant light and vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged glances, enveloped in silence for a brief 10 seconds. At last, a voice of skepticism shattered the quietude. When the Desert Lord perished, there should have been a system notification. Why was there none upon the demise of the Desert Sovereign? This utterance incited a flurry of activity, as many surged forward to investigate. Upon witnessing the colossal carcass of the Desert Sovereign sprawled upon the ground, all present were once again rendered speechless. Is this truly the Desert Sovereign? Has he really been slain single-handedly? How could this be achieved? Just moments prior, we, a collective of several hundred, struggled for nearly 10 minutes to vanquish the Desert Commander. Surely, the Desert Sovereign is even more formidable. It seems he must be an entity surpassing the lordly tier. To think he could be vanquished alone? Incredible! The forces in Zone 7222 have just encountered the Desert Sovereign. Our victory is assured. With this development, we shall undoubtedly surpass them in the regional conquest. Truly, Fang Shun is remarkable. This is utterly astonishing. But is this not a bit excessive? Might he be some sort of NPC or similar character? How else could he possess such strength? Dong Jian gestured to the leaders of several major teams, steering clear of the raucous crowd, and retreated to a corner of the palace. What are your thoughts? Is this indeed the Desert Sovereign? Presumably, though it is perplexing why there was no system notification. Indeed, that aspect is highly suspicious. Gu Xin pondered momentarily. There exists a possibility. As the others turned their attention towards her, Gu Xin hesitated before continuing. Could it be that this creature is so powerful that the system never anticipated anyone could defeat it? This no-kill notification was configured? Shindang nodded in agreement. That is a plausible theory. If you examine the system notifications, they rank the damage inflicted on the Desert Sovereign by each region. Should the system have anticipated that the Desert Sovereign could be killed, the notifications would have reflected the speed at which he was defeated across regions. The other team leaders gasped in disbelief, one of them exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that a creature deemed unbeatable by our collective of 1 or 2,000 was slain by Fang Tian alone?" This is inconceivable. Dong Lauda, what is your perspective? Dong Jian appeared absorbed in the messages for a considerable time before responding. News from Zone 7222 indicates that this boss employs area of effect skills, excelling against large groups of foes. After a moment's pause to peruse the messages further, he added, the greater the number of adversaries, the wider this boss's attack range becomes. Moreover, it possesses self-regenerating armor, rendering their current strategy of remote attrition painfully slow. Gu Exine, evidently in receipt of similar intelligence, elaborated. The difficulty in slaying him stems from the rapid restoration of that sand armor, coupled with his own formidable physical resilience. If one were to wield a powerful single-target skill capable of breaching his defenses and delivering a fatal blow, it might indeed be feasible. Indeed, Dong Jian nodded slightly, stating, I just observed that the wounds are concentrated in two areas, one on the knee and another on the chest. It seems to be the case. Shen added. It is also possible that he accomplished some hidden task, which reduced the monster's strength. Bu Hao repeatedly nodded in agreement. Indeed. Previously, a brother from our Tower 23 completed a task where the NPC enchanted his weapon with a special property, inflicting extra damage on serpent-like creatures. He might have completed a similar task. Dong Jian suddenly lowered his voice, asking, so, what shall we do? What do you mean? The intent behind the return of Xiangba is undoubtedly clear to everyone. Given Fang Tian's formidable strength, should we not? The expressions of several prominent figures immediately turned grave as they gazed at Dong Jian in silence. Gu Xian, noticing Dong Jian's reluctance to speak first, smiled faintly and boldly interjected. You are all aware of Xiangba's recent surprise attack on Zone 7222, correct? Seeing the group remain silent, Gu Xian continued. They attracted hostility, resulting in many of our brothers being ambushed by Zone 2288, nearly jeopardizing this trial. Therefore, we could steer public opinion. What do you all think? Only then did Dong Jian respond. Gu Xian is right. We are not targeting Xiangba's return. It is simply that their actions were inappropriate, nearly endangering our region, so we are merely revealing the facts. The other prominent figures nodded in agreement, beginning to instruct their subordinates to stir up the discourse in the channel. All right, there are still numerous monsters nearby. This is part of the trial. Everyone, hurry and eliminate them. Moreover, the magical tower over there can be left unguarded. The remaining foes are merely ordinary creatures, and without shields, it matters not. The leaders departed in succession, and after taking a few steps, Bu Hao could not help but turn back. Gu Jia, you are being too straightforward. If something goes awry, Xiongba will certainly target you. Gu Xian smiled slightly. There is no other choice. If he refuses to speak, then I must take the initiative. At this moment, if I do not step forward to prevent Xiongba from regaining footing in public opinion, even if Fang Tian can eliminate their key members, their underlying forces will undoubtedly continue to send reinforcements. But what if? He can accomplish whatever he sets out to do. He has already aided us sufficiently. I must show my support for him. If an unforeseen circumstance arises, I can simply relinquish my position as the leader of the Fiery Rose, ensuring that no other sisters are affected. In the channel, a wave of criticism against Xiangba's return swiftly gained momentum. Countless individuals directed their ire at them, condemning their unauthorized ambush on Zone 7222, which nearly led to the failure of this trial. Concurrently, as a result of this incident, an increasing number of people began to believe that the previous grievances between Xiangba and Fang Tian were indeed initiated by Xiangba's forces. As Xiangba's return launched an assault on a magical tower in Zone 7222, Zhou Yi received this unfortunate news. Boss, the boss in our zone has already been slain by Fang Tian. What should we do now? Zhou Yi glanced at the messages in the channel, his expression instantly darkening. He initially contemplated that by breaching at least 11 magical towers in Area 7222, they could render their shields ineffective. Even if this objective were not achieved, it would compel Area 7222 to dispatch a substantial number of personnel for defense, thereby inevitably diminishing the damage output of the boss in that region. Following yesterday's trial, Area 1148 had secured the top position, earning 20,000 conquest points and significantly closing the gap. The current rankings for conquest points are as follows. Huaxia Area 7222, 50. 796 points Huaxia Area 1128, 46, 579 points Huaxia Area 2288, 32, 587 points if they could manage to drag Area 7222 down to the bottom today. Their own area would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle, thereby establishing Xiongba as an undeniable hero of the moment. As for the accusation of instigating conflict, that could easily be dismissed. In this world, victors are the ones who are celebrated. Should a war erupt between the two areas, It would only serve to bolster Xiongba amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, with Fang Tian's interference, Xiongba's strategy had transformed into mere mischief, rendering him a jester in this scenario. Boss, the people from Area 7222 are likely coming to encircle us. Should we retreat? No. A girl stepped forward from the crowd. Boss, I have something to say. Chapter 165, The Wooden Dragon Body Show. He turned his gaze towards the girl who had unexpectedly spoken. She had exhibited remarkable prowess in the recent battle, earning a personal reward of 30 spirit stones from him, which left a lasting impression. Your name is Zhao Yicheng, correct? He inquired. Zhao Yicheng nodded and leaned in to whisper, Fang Tian is currently contacting others to cut off our escape route. We cannot retreat. Zhou Yi acknowledged her words and asked, How do you know this? I may not have joined a team, but I am acquainted with many. I just received the news. She replied. Zhou Yi assessed the girl and addressed the others. Thank you all for your hard work. We are withdrawing from the trial, due to my misjudgment. Everyone has received minimal trial points, and I take full responsibility. I will compensate everyone with supplies later. After the group, excluding members of the Qin family, transformed into white light and vanished, Zhou Yi turned to Zhao Yicheng and queried, Given your popularity in this area, why have you not joined a team? Without hesitation, the girl brandished a massive axe and replied, I do not wish to play the role of a caretaker for a group of weaklings. There are few worthy of teaming up with me in this region. Unfortunately, they do not belong to the same team. Very well, allow me to witness your skills. Zhou Yi said, advancing towards her unarmed. In less than 3 exchanges, Zhao Yicheng's axe was deftly seized by Zhou Yi. Impressive, she exclaimed, her expression darkening. Zhou Yi returned the axe to her with a smile. Do not be disheartened. Your skills are commendable. Outside our team, you would rank among the top 10 in this region. By the way, may I know your full name? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's expression softened. I am Zhao Yicheng. Zhou Yi casually inquired. I have heard that the Fire Rose team consists entirely of girls, all of whom possess considerable skill. Why did you not join them? Fang Tian once suggested I join the Fire Rose, but I declined. I prefer to team up with those stronger than myself, she responded. Zhou Yi's expression shifted. You know Fang Tian. I have faced him in the individual competition and was defeated. Later, I encountered him at the Zhuma Temple, where we collaborated, she explained. By your account, he is indeed a formidable opponent. Why not partner with him? Zhou Yi pressed. With a cold smile, Zhao Yicheng replied. I do not appreciate his style of conduct. At that time, besides him, I was teamed up with members of the Hungry Wolves, but his distribution method was too haphazard. Those novices from the Hungry Wolves did not deserve to receive the same amount of supplies as I. Zhou Yi began to comprehend. Realizing that the 30 spirit stones he had just awarded had likely influenced her decision to align with him, he continued, Are you close friends with him? Yes. But we seldom converse. Zhao Yicheng paused before adding, however, do not think to exploit our friendship to deceive him. He would not fall for such tricks. And I do not wish to confront him directly. Very well, you may return now. Rest assured, in our team, merit is duly rewarded. Talents like you will be valued highly, Zhou Yi assured her. Zhao Yicheng nodded and transformed into white light, vanishing from sight. Brother Zhou, do you find her trustworthy? A member of the Qin family approached him. It is fundamentally trustworthy, for she has taken the initiative to disclose her relationship with Fang Tian, Zhou Yi remarked. In any case, the core operations should only be known to our own. Regardless of her reliability, it is evident that there are numerous spies within the convoy. Indeed, I too find her largely dependable. Given her style and capabilities, she will undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Her previous skill was commendable, and it may come in handy during confrontations with formidable foes. When it comes time for merit and reward, we should take special care of her. Such talent ought to be nurtured. Fang Tian returned to the carriage and, upon confirming that Xiao He was entirely unharmed, he intended to have several prominent members of the convoy set the pace. Unexpectedly, the channel was already inundated with scorn directed at Xiongba's return. Understandably so. There is no need for these individuals to be instructed on how to kick someone when they are down. The trial was scheduled to conclude at 5:30, and Fang Tian comfortably reclined on his bed, striving to maintain his optimal state. Today marked the moment he would take action against the Qin family. There were still 13 members of the Qin family remaining. He planned to strike at 6 o'clock, eliminating them all within 3 hours. After affectionately ruffling Xiao Hei's fur, Fang Tian checked his backpack. The 13 vengeance scrolls were prepared and ready for use. Suddenly, he noticed a treasure chest tucked away in a corner of the bag. This was the exploration chest rewarded for exceeding 100 exploration in the previous King of Corpse's palace. With so much on his mind, he had nearly forgotten about it. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to open the chest. Perhaps it would contain a high-level combat talent. As the brilliance faded, within lay a peculiar object, a crooked wooden stick. The holy spring water could not mitigate the side effects of the system's abilities. Having previously used the Eye of Slaughter, his insight was currently ineffective, and he could only check the item information through the control screen. Wooden dragon body, golden body of the wooden dragon. Imbued with the overwhelming power of a divine beast. Overwhelming indeed. Feng Tian took hold of the crooked stick, casually toying with it. Aside from emanating a faint green aura, it appeared rather unremarkable. Xiaohe seemed intrigued, reaching out to nibble on it. However, after a brief play, he lost interest and returned it to Feng Tian. This item appeared to be of the same material as the dragon's blood he had obtained earlier. Though its purpose was unknown, it surely was something of great value. Feng Tian entrusted it to Xiao Ai, instructing her to place it in the warehouse next to the dragon's blood. After Xiao Ai departed, Feng Tian summoned the system. Azure Eye, Level 4, Proficiency 0 20,000. Insight Eye can foresee danger and swiftly acquire information regarding items and monsters. Scarlet Eye, Level 3, Proficiency 0 8,000, can be upgraded upon reaching 1,000 points of slaughter. Eye of Slaughter enhances the host's aura of intimidation. Gazing at an enemy inflicts mental pressure, with the specific effect dependent on the slaughter points and the mental strength of both parties. Survivors with strong willpower exhibit considerable resistance to this skill. Frenzied Eye, when activated, it induces a frenzied state, sacrificing rationality to enhance physical prowess in the abilities of the Eye of Slaughter. The effects and duration correlate with slaughter points, and the dual eye abilities cannot be utilized for 12 hours post-effect termination. The Keen Eye, in battle, one may randomly uncover the weaknesses of adversaries, dealing double damage before said weaknesses vanish. Available experience points, 17,015. Kill points, 863. Blood Contract, Little Black, fully realized, can be upgraded through feeding. Regrettably, the experience points and kill points are insufficient for his advancement. This poses a dilemma, as he is about to engage in a desperate struggle against the Qin family. Yet the dual eye skill is rendered unusable due to the side effects of the Berserk Eye. It is unfortunate that the system's capabilities are incompatible with this world, preventing restorative items like the sacred spring water from alleviating the side effects of the Berserk Eye. He had initially hoped that upgrading the eye might mitigate its adverse effects, but now it appears that this aspiration has also been dashed. Nevertheless, even in the absence of the dual eye skill, the plan for hunting the Qin family is already set in motion. After all, within the next couple of days, the imminent return of Xiong Ba could lead to his ascension to level 4 at any moment. Once he reaches level 4 and begins to assemble teams, a 6-member squad would prove insurmountable. Therefore, it is imperative that the Qin family does not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Chapter 166, The Leader-Class Warrior. As Feng Tian pondered, the system interface before him suddenly vanished. Feng Tian was momentarily taken aback. Had he misoperated it? Attempting to summon the system once more, he received no response. How peculiar. The side effects of the Eye of Fury should only render dual eye skills unusable, right? Could it be that the World Inspector has arrived? Was it due to the conspicuousness of defeating the Desert Lord? Although he had previously encountered World Inspectors, they had always been stationed in fixed locations, while this time, it felt as though they were here for an inspection. Feng Tian felt a twinge of guilt, fearful of being discovered. Xiao Ai, please fetch me a glass of water. He intended to alleviate his unease with a sip, yet there was no reply from Xiao Ai. Had she gone to recharge? Feng Tian stepped outside to search for her, only to find her standing vacantly beside the bus driver's seat. It appeared she had run out of power and was charging. He made his way to the warehouse to fetch a bottle of water, drinking while opening the chat channel, hoping the inspector would depart swiftly. Before long, at precisely 5:30, the broadcast crackled to life. Today's trial has officially concluded. Congratulations to all for severely wounding the Desert Legion. For the foreseeable future, the Desert Legion will be unable to fight back, based on the damage inflicted on the Desert Lord across various regions. District 1128 has secured first place and will receive 20,000 conquest points. All survivors who dealt damage to the Desert Lord will receive 500 trial points. District 2288 has achieved second place and will receive 10,000 conquest points. All survivors who inflicted damage on the Desert Lord will receive 200 trial points. District 7222 has claimed third place, and all survivors who dealt damage will receive 100 trial points. Feng Tian was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially believed that slaying the Desert Lord would yield a vast amount of trial points, only to discover that this trial allocated points in such a manner. What a disappointment. Consequently, Feng Tian had only earned a mere 595 points in this trial. He truly served everyone selflessly. Just as Feng Tian wallowed in disappointment, the bus came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? He peered outside and saw a group of robust warriors standing outside, clad in the same attire as the villagers from the trial area. Fong Tian opened the bus door, and an elderly man approached him. "Are you the esteemed Fong Tian who vanquished that fiend?" "Fiend? The Desert Lord, you mean?" "Yes, that was indeed me." Fong Tian felt a surge of joy. It seemed there was a reward after all. My heavens, it's true. This is marvelous. With this, our tribe can reclaim our homeland. The old man was visibly moved, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh yes, yes, yes." Fong Tian responded nonchalantly, merely awaiting the mention of rewards. "You are our savior." The elderly man trembled as he knelt, his robust companions following suit in a chorus of kneeling. Fong Tian hurried to assist him up. "No need to kneel. Just tell me how you wish to express your gratitude." The elder paused for a moment before speaking. "Lord Fong Tian, our tribe has long suffered from the plundering of the Desert Legion, and our homeland has been taken from us. Thus, we lack the means to prepare any lavish gifts for you." And then, Fong Tian was eager to hear what came next. "To repay your immense kindness, the warriors of our tribe, who have fought tirelessly against the Desert Legion, have resolved to guard you for life, and we hope you will accept them." "No problem." The old man beamed with joy and, after expressing his gratitude repeatedly, hobbled away. Fong Tian looked at the group of strong men and inquired, "Who among you is the leader?" A robust middle-aged man stepped forward. "My lord, I am the eldest here, and they all heed my command." "What is your name?" "You may call me Ali." "Very well, let us proceed." After accepting them as subjects, Fong Tian glanced at their attributes: loyalty at 60, strength at the level of leaders, and their profession as warriors. He led them to his territory and entrusted their care to the village chief. "These are our new villagers. Please arrange their accommodations and work." "At once," replied the chief with a smile. "We are preparing to cultivate the western area of the village and are in need of hands." Suddenly, Ali spoke earnestly. "We are valiant warriors, and a warrior's fate is to perish on the battlefield." The chief was taken aback and looked at Fong Tian. Fong Tian was also taken aback. What should they do? There weren't any battles where he could utilize them. He had already tried exploring. Villagers couldn't enter his adventure maps or be stored in his backpack. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "In that case, I happen to need assistance settling a score. You may accompany me." Ali shook his head. "We are peace-loving warriors. Our duty is to protect your territory, and we cannot instigate attacks." "What nonsense!" Fong Tian replied impatiently. "How about this? You will be responsible for safeguarding the villagers during their gathering and ensure the village remains undisturbed by wild beasts. Is that acceptable?" Recently, the chief had reported an increase in ferocious beasts that had frequently injured villagers venturing out to gather resources, and there had been attempts by wild animals to invade the village, resulting in casualties. These leader-level warriors would undoubtedly be more than capable of dealing with the beasts, and for now, that was the only way to employ them. All right. Ali acquiesced readily this time. Glancing at the time, it was already 5:45, and he quickly made his way into the reception hall. He reviewed the regional conquest leaderboard, and thanks to this trial, his region had finally ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Huaxia Region 1128, 66, 579 points. Huaxia Region 7222, 50, 796 points. Huaxia Region 2288, 42, 587 points. The regional channel was already filled with jubilant cheers, and countless praises were directed at Fong Tian. Haha, who dares to slander our Fengshen now? With my own efforts, I have propelled our entire region to new heights. Incredible. Look at the trial leaderboard. To aid our region. This is his first time on the leaderboard without his name. From now on, I will be a steadfast fan of Fengshen. Anyone who dares to slander him will face my wrath. Thank goodness for Fengshen. Otherwise, our region would have suffered terribly at the hands of those troublemakers returning. Fong Tian pondered for a moment and sent a message in the channel. Haha, it's nothing. I just wanted to do my part for our region. Well, Fengshen has spoken. Fengshen, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice. Does Fengshen have a girlfriend? Should I consider myself? Fong Tian did not continue the conversation, but instead sent a message to Xiaohe. Has Xiongba returned yet? Is he still not level 4? Xiaohe quickly replied. Currently level 3. I am keeping an eye on it. I will inform you as soon as he reaches level 4. All right. Send me the clown mask. Be careful not to speak in the convoy group to avoid drawing attention. After receiving the clown mask from Xiaohe, Fong Tian casually adjusted his appearance and set a false name. He then brought Gu Xian, Hu Hao, Dong Jian, and Shen Dang into the fold. It was time to act. Fong Tian invited them to sit down while he continued to bask in the adulation from others in the channel, occasionally responding to some inquiries. He certainly was not so bored as to relish flattery at this moment. His intention was merely to lower the guard of the Chen family. Soon, several prominent figures organized the list in order. Dong Jian spoke up. Let us start with me. You join the convoy first. and I will place you in this Brother S group. After responding in the channel, Fong Tian provided Dong Jian with a name. They should pull this person into the convoy together. Dong Jian immediately understood, and after pulling this individual into the convoy, he formed a duo with the brother who had drawn the Chun family's ire by fabricating a situation. Once Fong Tian donned the clown mask, his name and appearance transformed instantly. What on earth? The others gazed at Fong Tian, momentarily bewildered. It was a special item, effective for only 24 hours, to prevent detection by others after joining their convoy. With that, Fong Tian submitted his application under the false name. Once Dong Jian approved it, Fong Tian was also integrated into that group. Fong Tian opened the vehicle interface and selected to team up with the group leader. Everything was in place. Everyone, wish me success, Fong Tian said, taking a deep breath as he stepped out of the reception room. Chapter 167. How to act like a scoundrel. Just be cautious. After Fong Tian departed, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, Bu Hao attempted to break the silence, inquiring whether they believed Fong Tian could succeed. Shin, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, if he fails, all our prior efforts would have been in vain. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Dong Jian also appeared a bit anxious. Bu Xian sipped some water and reminded, let us first ensure we handle our affairs properly. And we must caution our brothers harboring grudges against any disclosure. Meanwhile, upon entering the bus compartment, Fong Tian placed Xiao Hong and Xiao He into his backpack and awaited. He occasionally removed his mask to engage in conversation with the others on the channel. Shortly, the bus gradually came to a halt, revealing the bus of Dong Jian's associate ahead. Fong Tian approached to meet with this brother. Fong Shen, the individual, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Boss Dong didn't communicate what we were to do, merely instructed me to listen to you. Do not worry, just get on the bus and wait for me. Fong Tian instructed, sending the man off as he stood waiting. Before long, another bus arrived and stopped beside him, from which a young man with yellow hair leaped down. This was Yun Feixiang, the helper Fong Tian had summoned. Boss, what exactly do you need me to do? Yun Feixiang asked, looking perplexed. Fong Tian's expression turned serious. You must be fully aware of the consequences before committing to assist me. Once you choose to help, regardless of success or failure, you will no longer be able to participate in any adventures or trials, lest you risk your life. Yun Feixiang, seemingly indifferent, responded, what does that matter? As long as I help you find more mines, I'm not concerned about resources. I have no interest in the supplies from adventures and trials. Very well. Focus and listen to my plan, Fong Tian said, proceeding to outline his strategy. Oh, that sounds rather perilous, Yun Feixiang admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. When the time comes, you can simply retreat to the private compartment. Rest assured, you will not perish. However, if I meet my end, your future endeavors will be fraught with hardship, given your inability to participate in adventures and trials. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Feixiang gritted his teeth and agreed. But I tend to be inherently brave and fearless. You want me to act like a scoundrel? How should I portray that? This is no issue. Just follow the script I provide and play your part authentically. Huh? Yun Feixiang seemed bewildered. Authentically? Fong Tian pondered for a moment. Just tone it down a bit. That's not right. I feel you may have a bias against me. Upon reflection, do you not think my demeanor might lead to a misunderstanding? There will be no mistake. Enough chatter. Get on the bus. After ushering Yun Feixiang aboard, Fong Tian set his bus to follow automatically before leaping onto his associate's bus. After briefly outlining the collaboration details, Fong Tian handed him a vengeance scroll. Tear it open, select the target, and ensure you do not misname them. Understood. Revenge target locked. Pursuit in progress. Estimated to intercept the target within 10 minutes. Upon interception, the target will receive a revenge warning. Do not be anxious. You need not take action. Just cooperate with the performance. Fong Tian consoled him and then said, I recall that the team leader can set the squad formation, right? Indeed. Once we catch up to that bus, let us arrange ourselves in a single file formation. Understood. The reason for this arrangement was to ensure that the person seeking vengeance could see the names of our trio at the first opportunity. As long as the Chun family members ascertain that Fong Tian is not among the three, he likely won't report to anyone else immediately. Subsequently, it would be up to Yun Feixiang to improvise. With only a few minutes left, Fong Tian rehearsed the lines with his comrade repeatedly, both to eliminate any errors and to prevent him from leaking information through the chat channel. Caution is the mother of safety. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and a bus appeared ahead, its rear displaying a name, Fu Chao. That's him. Soon, the bus Fong Tian was on overtook it. His comrade, quick to seize the opportunity, immediately executed the formation Fong Tian had instructed. The three vehicles aligned in a single file, effectively blocking Fu Chao's bus. You have been targeted by the Avenger. Trading functions have been suspended. If you cannot resist, you may seek refuge in a private compartment, where your safety will be assured. Fu Chao. resting in a private compartment, suddenly received this broadcast and became alert. The Vengeance Scroll? Is it Fong Tian? Surely not. Just a moment ago. I saw them boasting in the regional channel. He quickly approached the bus compartment to survey the surroundings. Ahead, 3 vehicles obstructed his path. While there were no other buses on the sides or behind him, it was dusk, and the rear windows of the 3 vehicles displayed the names of the Avengers. There was no sign of Fong Tian, nor any familiar names. What does this mean? In no time, 3 individuals leapt from their vehicles, striding towards him with an air of indifference. The leader, sporting a disheveled mop of blonde hair, brandished a large knife and shouted at Fu Chao. Dare to bully my brother? Get down here. Fu Chao frowned and leaned out of the window, inquiring, Who are you? Huh? Yun Feixiang exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. You don't even recognize me? I am the illustrious Yun Feixiang. Go ask around. Who in this region doesn't he know me? Fong Tian, donned in a clown mask, shouted in support from the sidelines. Exactly. If our leader doesn't he know you, what are you doing here? Firefox's companion chimed in loudly. Fu Chao sneered. He held no interest in such riffraff and directly asked, How did you find me? Yun Feixiang smirked, surprisingly pulling a chair from his backpack, setting it up, and sitting down with one hand resting on the armrest and his leg crossed, gesturing to Fong Tian. What? Fong Tian was utterly bewildered. This was entirely improvised, and he could not follow the script. Yun Feixiang clicked his tongue. Wine. To his surprise, Fong Tian had just entertained Gu Xin and others and happened to have red wine in his backpack. He quickly handed it over. Yun Feixiang clicked his tongue again, refusing to take it. Where's the wine glass? What kind of status do I have? I cannot be so uncouth. Fong Tian was on the verge of tears. Boss, I didn't bring it. Should I go get it now? Yun Feixiang, with an air of impatience, retorted, You useless fool. What good are you? With that, he extracted a bottle of pure water from his backpack and, with a swift motion, sliced the bottle in half, causing water to cascade onto the ground. Disposing of the lower half, Yun Feixiang inverted the remaining portion, gripping the neck of the bottle with his middle and ring fingers, and mockingly declared, Pour the wine. Fong Tian could scarcely contain his frustration, wishing to hurl the bottle at him. Did I not instruct you to conserve it? This is utterly infuriating. Struggling to suppress his anger, he uncorked the bottle and poured half a cup for Yun Feixiang, who feigned sophistication by swirling the contents before taking a sip. This commotion evidently aggravated Fu Chao, whose voice turned dark and ominous. I shall inquire once more. How did you locate me? Yun Feixiang rolled his eyes and pointed at Fong Tian. During today's trial, my subordinate was engaged in slaying monsters when he was inexplicably struck by an arrow. Just moments ago, I had him use a revenge scroll, which you shot. Fu Chao furrowed his brow. Is that so? I don't recall. He must have been inadvertently harmed by a stray arrow while I was dispatching creatures. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Haha. Is that all it takes to dismiss this? How can I maintain my credibility? Yun Feixiang retorted with an audacious laugh. Fu Chao responded with a cold smirk. Then what do you propose? Yun Feixiang raised 2 fingers. His leg casually crossed and swayed. 2 options. Either you dismount and apologize to my brother, henceforth acknowledging him as my subordinate, or you relinquish 20 spirit stones. And I shall overlook this incident. Bear in mind, the revenge scroll cost me 5 spirit stones. I haven't even charged you a premium. These clowns. Fu Chao, feeling a sense of relief, opened the car door, leaped out, and brandished his longsword. This sword of mine is blue and worth at least 20 spirit stones. How about I settle the debt with this? Yun Feixiang snorted dismissively and waved his hand. Whoever you are, go ahead and collect it. Fong Tian, fighting the impulse to slap him, approached with a grin. All right, it's a deal. Without further ado, Fu Chao stepped in front of Fong Tian and, without a word, swung his sword down. Chapter 168, Curtain Call. In the face of Fu Chao's sudden onslaught, Fong Tian appeared momentarily paralyzed with fear. As the sword approached, he fumbled to draw his blade, but it was too late. Foolishness. With a sharp clang, the azure-hued sword was thwarted by an invisible shield. Realizing the impending danger as Fong Tian lunged forward, Fu Chao instinctively retreated. However, just as he took a step back, he felt an immense force emanating from Fong Tian's outstretched left hand, momentarily halting his retreat. In that fleeting instant, as he attempted to muster his strength, the dragon's roar pierced through his chest. Fong Tian removed his jester's mask, beaming with a radiant smile. Surprised? Happy? With a swift motion, he withdrew the dragon's roar, leaving Fu Chao's lifeless body to collapse onto the ground. What? Is that it? Yun Feixiang scrambled to his feet in a flurry. Having witnessed the confrontation, he had hastily attempted to escape, tumbling from his chair in the process. It was over. Fong Tian collected the equipment from the corpse and rummaged through the bus. Due to the locked private compartment, he could only salvage 30% of the supplies, amounting to a mere 20 spirit stones, which paled in comparison to the worth of his own blue gear. Hey, boss, how did I perform? Am I deserving of a beating? Yun Feixiang approached, brimming with pride. Impressive, Fang Tian sincerely praised. You caught him completely off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so effortless. Does that mean I deserve a reward? Yun Feixiang asked with a sycophantic grin. With a sigh, Fang Tian replied, curtain call. Put away that cocky attitude. Can you expect to benefit from sticking with me? Saying this, he slipped 20 spirit stones into Yun Feixiang's hand and addressed a member of the Firefox team. Your task is complete. Restore your vehicle's operation. I shall summon you via the private territory's reception area, so agree quickly. With that, Fang Tian hastily boarded the vehicle, inviting the men into another vacant reception area, handing him a silver pickaxe. My friend, for confidentiality's sake, you must remain within the territory today. Fang Tian gestured towards the distance. Over there lies an iron mine. You may excavate freely. Anything you unearth is yours to keep. If you work diligently for a day, you can extract at least 15 spirit stones worth of resources. The man, clearly elated, replied, wonderful. But what about my boss? I've already spoken to him. Once everything is settled, I will escort you back, if you wish. You may stay until noon tomorrow. Great. I'll take my leave now. Naturally, the man was thrilled, having previously received 100 spirit stones when he attracted hostility. And now he could mine without limit. Staying until noon tomorrow could yield at least 30 additional spirit stones, a considerable fortune. Fang Tian, too, was pleased. As long as this individual remained within his territory, he could not access the chat channel, alleviating any concerns about information leakage. Besides, the resources in the territory refreshed daily. And he did not intend to summon workers today, so not mining would be wasteful. Everything proceeded smoothly as Fang Tian swiftly entered the reception area. Is it done? Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. All right, Boss Dong, let's move on to the next task without delay. The other esteemed leaders. Could you please inquire if there are any unusual activities in the return of Xiongba channel? Excellent. Please hold on for a moment. Dong Jian promptly began organizing the next round of team formations. Fang Tian removed his mask and resumed interactions with individuals in the regional channel. Simultaneously, he initiated a private chat, sending a message to Xiao He. Have there been any reports of fatalities? The reason for this inquiry was that the team leader would not receive notifications upon a member's demise, unless he proactively checked the member list or communicated with the deceased member. There appears to be nothing amiss, came the response from Xiao He. Fang Tian closed the private chat and addressed the gathered leaders. I trust many of your members are also present in the return of Xiongba channel. Please encourage them to engage in various activities to divert the attention of their core members. No problem, arrangements are already underway, Dong Jian replied, lifting his gaze. The teams have been assembled. Fang Tian nodded and swiftly exited the territory, exchanging a few words with Yun Feixiang before they boarded the bus to meet their new leader. It must be said, Yun Feixiang's portrayal was remarkably convincing. Throughout the process, the Chun family remained blissfully unaware as Dong Jian successfully completed all 4 lists. Only 9 members remain. After assigning the members of the Firefox team to mining tasks, Fang Tian hurried into the reception hall. Now, my people, please step forward. Gu Xian eagerly volunteered. Excellent. Let's expedite this. The longer we wait, the greater the risk of discovery, and Fang Tian was determined not to squander a moment. Before long, Gu Xian's list was also finalized. Only 6 members left. However, the night was gradually descending, and it was already 8 o'clock. The revenge scroll could only be utilized during operational hours, meaning Fang Tian had just over an hour remaining. Fortunately, Yun Feixiang's acting prowess had reached an exceptional level, and everything was proceeding smoothly. Next up was the Hungry Wolf team. Only 5 members remain. 4 members left. This brother is the last one on my list. The team formation is complete. Let's go. Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Tian hastily consumed a few bites of the meal brought by the villagers before rushing into the vehicle, once again choosing to follow the team leader alongside Yun Feixiang. This fellow, Xiao Ai, is still charging. However, this was not unusual, as she typically required an entire night to recharge. The most troubling issue for Fang Tian was that the system remained inoperative, which indicated that the World Overseer was keeping a close watch on him. Could it be that the solitary defeat of the Desert King had attracted such attention? Nonetheless, it was somewhat fortunate, as the Eye of Insight skill was less effective against the adept Qin family. The dragon capturing technique was indeed the most formidable skill against such opponents. His only concern was that if the World Overseer continued to fixate on him, it could hinder his ability to employ the Eye of Insight in future explorations, which would have significant repercussions. After reuniting with the team leader, Fang Tian glanced at the time. Only 40 minutes remained. With 4 individuals left, it would be impossible to eliminate them all today. However, it was acceptable, With swift actions, he could potentially take down 2 or 3 more within the 40 minutes, leaving just 1 or 2 for tomorrow. Though it was certain that exposure would occur the following day, what consequence could that possibly hold? Once ensnared by the avenging scroll, even if they retreat into a private compartment after the destruction of their bus, Fong Tian can ascertain their vehicle ID through the damaged control screen. Thus, he can employ the teleportation ring to launch surprise attacks at any moment. Since the announcement of the slave system, transferring zones now requires a request submitted 72 hours in advance. Before the Chun family can dispatch reinforcements, Fong Tian has ample time to deal with them. More crucially, should the lead vehicle of the convoy be utterly obliterated, the convoy will automatically change hands. When that day arrives, the return of the tyrant will be inevitable. However, if more than 2 of them remain, they will undoubtedly elevate to a level 4 convoy by tomorrow. Once they form a team, having more than 2 members of the Chun family together will pose a significant challenge. Therefore, swift action is imperative and unforeseen circumstances must be avoided. He is caught up. In the dim light of night, Fong Tian discerned the crimson name emblazoned on the rear window of the bus ahead, Chen Feng. Indeed, they are of the Chen family. Chapter 169. Revelation. Fong Tian and Yun Feixiang smoothly exited the vehicle, followed closely by the members of the Hungry Wolf team. After adhering to a familiar routine, Chen Feng leaned out of the car and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Yun Feixiang rolled his eyes, swirling a glass of red wine, his lips resembling a crimson stain. Fong Tian retrieved a fan from his backpack and diligently fanned him, exuding an air of arrogance. "You have 2 choices. Either step out and apologize to our boss, becoming one of his subordinates, or compensate us with 20 spirit stones for our losses. Choose wisely." Chen Feng pondered for a moment. 20 spirit stones? Unfortunately, I currently do not possess any. What do I do now? Fong Tian scoffed, his voice piercingly high. Then you shall join us as a subordinate, ensuring a future of indulgence. Otherwise, surrender your weapons and armor, and we shall allow you to leave unharmed. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Chen Feng replied, "Very well, my weapons and armor are in the private compartment. Allow me a moment to retrieve them. Be swift. My boss lacks patience," Fong Tian declared, hands on his hips, reveling in his bravado. Chen Feng acquiesced and made his way toward the private compartment. As he vanished from sight, Yun Feixiang gazed at Fong Tian with admiration. "Well, boss, your performance was exceptional." One of the Hungry Wolf members lamented, "Boss, could you not exaggerate? I've looked up to you, and now you've let me down." Fong Tian shot them a glare. "Stay professional. The act is not yet complete. How many more scenes do we have to perform?" Yun Feixiang asked in a hushed tone. "Perhaps 3 or 4, barring any unforeseen events. We should conclude by 9. "Boss," the Hungry Wolf member timidly interjected, "how can you say such things?" "Why?" Yun Feixiang shrugged. In typical television dramas, uttering such lines often precedes an unexpected turn of events. Fong Tian retorted, "Silence. You jinx. Do not speak." After a brief pause, Chen Feng emerged from the private compartment, opening the door as he descended. "Here are the 20 spirit stones," he said, offering a small cloth pouch. Fong Tian strode over with a sense of entitlement. "At least you are perceptive." However, upon receiving the pouch, Chen Feng made no attempt to flee. Unfazed, Fong Tian hurled the pouch at Chen Feng's face and unsheathed his dragon-esque roar, preparing to strike. Chen Feng hastily retreated, but Fong Tian sensed something amiss. Why was his reaction so sluggish? At this pace, evasion seemed impossible. The need for dragon's capture was redundant. Could the Chen family truly be so incompetent? In a moment of clarity, he abandoned the release of dragon's capture and reached for his backpack, wary of unforeseen circumstances. To his bewilderment, the blade struck Chen Feng's chest. A grotesque scar marred Chen Feng's chest, yet no blood spilled forth. Fong Tian, having drawn his shield, sensed no imminent danger. How peculiar. At that moment, Chen Feng's form began to wane and dissolve, and a voice emanated from the vehicle. "Fong Tian, it is indeed you." Fong Tian looked up to see Chen Feng standing atop the vehicle, gazing down at him with a brooding expression. The revelation had come to light. The recent apparition must have been a manifestation of his skills or a unique item, I presume. Realizing he had been seen through, Fong Tian chuckled. "Shall we descend for a contest?" At this moment, Yun Feixiang and the comrades of the Hungry Wolf team had already returned to their vehicle. "All right. You are indeed formidable. I am eager to see how long you can revel in your success." After delivering his menacing remark, Chen Feng returned to his private compartment. It was evident he had lost numerous companions and would not be foolish enough to engage Fong Tian in a one-on-one duel. Fong Tian, unceremonious, summoned Xiaohei, instructing it to attack the bus alongside him with the ferocity of a boss monster. Although Chen Feng's bus was also at level 5, It succumbed swiftly under the overwhelming destructive power of Long. Fong Tian ascended the wreckage of the vehicle, scavenging its remnants before commanding Xiao He to relieve itself at the entrance of the private compartment. TSK, so-called ancient martial arts family, lacking in courage? Can one endure such humiliation as being ridden upon while defecated on? Fong Tian mocked relentlessly, yet Qin Feng within the private compartment appeared oblivious, offering no retort. With his adversary resolutely retreating like a turtle, Fong Tian had no alternative but to return to his own vehicle. Upon his return, Yun Feixiang sent a message. Did we falter in our performance? It should not be the case. They likely discovered our actions through conversations with those we eliminated. So shall we pursue the next target? No need for that. I will summon you to the reception room. From now on, refrain from venturing out for exploration or trials. All right, understood. Fong Tian exchanged pleasantries with the brothers of the Hungry Wolf, bringing them into the reception room. After instructing them to mine, he entered the reception room, where Gu Xian and the others were situated. Is it my turn? Bu Hao approached. Fong Tian shook his head. We've been exposed. What now? Bu Hao exclaimed in alarm. The other three leaders exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing. It was clear they had anticipated this worst-case scenario. No worries. There are only 4 of us left. I will apply for a transfer shortly. In 72 hours, I shall depart. You may relay this information to the undercover agents in the return of the mighty overlord, Fong Tian reassured. Before I leave, I will make a threatening proclamation. Dong Jian nodded in agreement. Indeed, their reputation in the area is already tarnished, and fearing your revenge, they will likely abandon this territory once you depart. Gu Xian inquired. Did you engage in combat just now? I did, and I even smashed his vehicle, Fong Tian replied. Gu Xian frowned. Then within these 72 hours, they could seek you out using revenge scrolls at any moment. Fong Tian smiled. No worries, I was the only one who struck. The others will not be targeted by the revenge scrolls. Moreover, I employed a disguise during the confrontation. Perhaps the scrolls can only lock onto my false identity. Gu Xian remained visibly concerned. Not necessarily. Your disguise may not take precedence over the revenge scrolls. They are likely able to pinpoint you. By tomorrow at the latest, they will upgrade to a level 4 team. Can you handle 4 experts? It matters not. If they locate me, I shall simply retreat into the private compartment. If they dismantle the vehicle, so be it. Fong Tian chuckled, declaring, I am but a newly affluent individual. The cost of repairs is negligible. Gu Xian exhaled in relief. As for you, Shindang, remember to expel us from the convoy, and this last brother's name shall likely be etched in memory. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to refrain from allowing him any adventures for the next few days. Instead, let him toil within my domain until the Qin family vacates this area. Shindang responded with a grin. Very well, let this lad enjoy a reprieve. Bu Hao could not resist interjecting, Boss, might you permit my subordinates to join in this labor as well? Your territory is not only rich in mines, but also teeming with wildlife. The resources are boundless. Gu Xian shot him an indignant glare. What do you mean? Are you attempting to snatch food from our mouths, you scoundrel? Bu Hao grimaced. You consider yourselves weak maidens? Your subordinates are all affluent women, far wealthier than my impoverished comrades. Dong Jian also appeared somewhat envious, inquiring, Fong Tian, could you divulge whether the rumors circulating in the global channel are true? They say that only after sacrificing luminous and dark crystals will large animals emerge in the territory. Shindang chimed in with his own lamentation. Indeed, my private domain has scarcely reached level 3. While it produces some basic materials daily, they consist merely of stones, timber, soil, and common water, resources that are practically worthless now. I have yet to recoup my investment in the winds of evolution. Chapter 170. Alliance and Transition. Fong Tian hesitated momentarily before choosing to be forthright, to be candid. The large creatures in my territory appeared after I offered light crystals and dark crystals as sacrifices. Indeed. Dong Jian let out a bitter smile. I possess a light crystal, yet I have no idea where to procure a dark crystal. Shindang Yao remarked. The exploration mall does offer exchanges, but it requires 5,000 points. Apart from events like the Glory Battle, it is nearly impossible to accumulate that otherwise. Gu Xian sighed as well. There have been calls in the world channel for dark crystals, but they start at a price of 10,000 spirit stones, which is simply unaffordable. Fong Tian clicked his tongue in disbelief. 10,000 spirit stones equate to a staggering 10 million water. Even pooling the wealth of the entire caravan would scarcely suffice, would it? However, Fong Tian suddenly proposed, I have a suggestion, if it resonates with you. Consider it. If not, disregard it entirely. The major players immediately perked up with interest. I believe it would be prudent for you to cease the internal competition. You are likely aware of the shifting tides in the world channel. If you continue to fight among yourselves, you may easily be consumed by other regions. Observing their attentive expressions, Fong Tian continued, "Thus, I propose an alliance. While a single caravan may struggle to acquire dark crystals, collaboration could yield a greater chance of success. When the time comes to elevate a territory, profits could be shared according to stakes, allowing for more rapid development compared to others." Upon hearing this, the four remained silent, clearly grappling with the implications. Fong Tian understood their hesitation stemmed from trust issues. With a smile, he presented another viewpoint. Region 2288 is currently at the bottom, and its populace will inevitably dwindle, leading to the region's abandonment. The statement resonated with them, and many nodded in agreement. Although transitioning from a low-ranking region to a high-ranking one would render them slaves, at least there was a finite duration. In contrast, remaining in a perpetually colonial status would likely be far more agonizing. The colonization system would officially activate in 3 days. Thus, it was reasonable to believe that individuals from Region 2288 might opt for slavery to facilitate their transition, as enduring prolonged suffering is less desirable than a swift resolution. Fong Tian added, "Once the regional chain split into two, a redistribution will likely occur. Should new adversaries form an alliance beforehand, our region will languish at the bottom, rendering your prior efforts futile. If you choose to ally, not only will you gain a strategic advantage in regional offensives, but you will also cultivate trust through cooperative territory development. The benefits are manifold." Dong Jian sighed, evidently burdened by the issue. "At this juncture, if you wish to deliberate, consider this space as your conference room. If not, feel free to return. I shall not interfere." With that, Fong Tian exited the reception hall, allowing them the freedom to confer. Establishing an alliance necessitates appointing a leader, which inherently involves power dynamics, making consensus difficult. Nonetheless, solutions will emerge, and he was confident that these astute individuals would reach an agreement. After all, this was his homeland and a crucial refuge for the future. He sincerely hoped for its fortification. Now, he had his own matters to contemplate, preparations for the transition. Staying here, he remained in the light, while the Chen family lurked in the shadows, and he knew he would eventually be dragged down. However, after transitioning to a new district, he could don the guise of a jester's mask, allowing him to slip into the shadows, swiftly develop, or seek vengeance upon the Chen family. His fate rested solely in his hands. As for which district to move to, he had already made preparations. Fong Tian opened the chat box and initiated a video call with Enrua. After approximately 30 seconds, the call connected. "Brother Tian, long time no see." Enrua greeted him cheerfully, dressed in a lovely white dress. Each time he saw her adorned like a princess, Fong Tian felt a sense of unreality. Had he not met her before? He might have doubted she had ever left her previous world. "Is anyone else around?" he inquired. "No, I just returned from my sister's territory," Enrua replied, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks as she giggled. "Have you been drinking?" he asked. "Yes, our district ranked first in the trials. We were just celebrating," she exclaimed. "Don't worry, I only drank because my sister was with me. I usually don't drink. Oh, by the way, didn't you mention wanting to transfer to our district? I'm preparing to apply now." Enrua's eyes widened in excitement. "Really? That is wonderful. I've been waiting for you for so long." "Of course it's true, but I want to confirm. You haven't told anyone my name, have you?" "No. My sister doesn't even know. She just calls you Brother Tian." "All right, I have some enemies who are looking for trouble, so I'll change my name using an item when I transfer. Please don't expose me, or it could bring trouble to you all." "Okay, are you applying now? You could join my sister's team and be in the same group as me, huh?" Enrua appeared genuinely thrilled. "Yes, I'll submit my application now. I'll arrive in your district in 72 hours. When I get there, I'll be unfamiliar with the place, so you must take care of me. Don't worry. I'm the team leader. I'll definitely take care of you," Enrua declared proudly. "All right, it's settled then. Take good care of me, and I'll pay you a protection fee when the time comes." After ending the call, Fong Tian sighed with relief. He stepped into the bus compartment and found Xiao Ai tidying up. "Have you finally charged up? Why are you charging during the day?" Xiao Ai explained. "Last night, the smart driving was quite unstable and bumpy, causing my charging port to loosen, so I couldn't charge properly." Indeed, the smart driving feature had proven quite unreliable, often giving Fong Tian headaches when he first entered this world. Fortunately, he later acquired a private compartment, which alleviated the issue. After all this time, this fellow had made no improvement in driving skills. They remained as poor as ever. Fong Tian nodded. "Quickly prepare something for me to eat. I didn't have enough for dinner just now." "Okay," Xiao Ai replied as she headed toward the kitchen. At that moment, Fong Tian noticed that the system had somehow become accessible. It seemed the world inspector had finally departed. However, he cast a meaningful glance toward the driver's seat, deep in thought. After a while, having enjoyed the barbecued meat that Xiao Ai brought him, he opened his backpack to assess the day's harvest. Though the majority of the plundered resources were bestowed upon Yun Feixiang as remuneration, the equipment of those individuals remained firmly in Fang Tian's possession. Their supplies had largely been allocated for upgrading the bus and purchasing gear, leaving scant stock in the warehouse. Ironically, the most valuable assets were their equipment. Furthermore, in the trials that day, he had slain 10 members of the Chun family, acquiring a total of 10 blue weapons, 8 pieces of blue armor, and 12 pieces of green armor from them. Currently, the market values for these items were stable. Blue weapons fetched 20 spirit stones each. Blue armor 100 spirit stones per piece, and green armor 4 spirit stones apiece. The sheer worth of this equipment amounted to at least 1,000 spirit stones. A considerable sum. With this fortune, the upgrade for the guest hall was now assured. Fang Tian, having slightly reduced the prices, listed the equipment on the trading market. However, blue gear was not affordable for the average person. Although 2 pieces were quickly snatched up, liquidating the entirety would likely require waiting until the morrow. Once everything was in order, he reclined upon his bed. Despite the meticulous arrangements, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. With 3 days remaining until departure, could the Chen family truly allow him to escape so easily? Chapter 171. Additional funds required. At the break of dawn the following day, Xiongba successfully ascended to level 4. Zhou Yi promptly organized the remaining clan members into a quartet, swiftly convening them in his vehicle. What did Master Xian say? Inquired Yang Bo, who had intentionally lost to Lin Yu during the personal competition for 3rd place. Qin Feng, having narrowly escaped a calamity at Fang Tian's hands, scoffed. What else could he say? He must be cursing us profusely. Are you pleased to hear me being berated? Zhou Yi glared at him with palpable resentment. Enough of this bickering. Do you not realize the urgency of the situation? Interjected Xinli, who had transferred from District 7222 alongside Zhou Yi. Qin Feng, with a sardonic tone, retorted, I merely lament the fate of our clan members, to follow such a useless leader, and to have lost nearly half our group to an ordinary individual. Repeat that. Zhou Yi's hand moved towards his backpack, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Is it forbidden to speak of incompetence? You still do not comprehend how they utilized the revenge scroll to lock onto us. Qin Feng sneered disdainfully, suppressing his fury. Zhou Yi challenged. Do you possess any knowledge on the matter? Qin Feng chuckled. I do not know, yet if I were in charge, I would prioritize expanding my personal territory. Had I done so yesterday, I could have lured you all into a trap using the guest room. Xinli hurriedly stepped in to mediate, managing to separate the 2 adversaries. Qin Feng, we are down to just 4 of us. We must heed Brother Zhou's commands. Today we must eliminate Fang Tian, or we shall all share in the disgrace. Yang Bo observed coldly from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Qin Feng boasted. Do not presume your reign will last much longer. Mark my words, your ineffective leadership will soon render this district under my command. Zhou Yi scoffed. Do not overestimate your significance. Were it not for your surname Qin, you would have been expelled from the Qin family long ago. It is I who holds the authority now. If you dare to challenge that, feel free to report to Master Xian. Now, silence yourself, or I shall not show mercy. With Zhou Yi invoking Master Xian's name, Qin Feng restrained his anger, ceasing his taunts. Xinli quickly sought to refocus the discussion. All right, let's get back to business. Brother Zhou, what time shall we commence our operation? Zhou Yi turned to Qin Feng. Are you certain the revenge scroll can lock onto him? Qin Feng grunted affirmatively. Indeed. I tested it yesterday. The revenge scroll can disregard his disguised identity. Zhou Yi nodded. He must have also cleared the Happy Mountain station, allowing his exploration time to extend until 3 o'clock. If we strike at 2, he should still be within the exploration map. If we block the carriage door, he will have no means of escaping into his private compartment. Excellent. He must be eliminated on the spot. Yang Bo snickered. He is unlikely to be so foolish. He should realize we would use the revenge scroll to find him, right? What if he boards the vehicle at 2 and ceases his exploration? Moreover, he possesses a teleportation ring, allowing him to return to his private compartment. Xinli agreed. True, he is not short on funds. Damaging his vehicle serves no purpose. Zhou Yi smiled confidently. Fear not. Master Xian has long prepared excellent tools for me to prevent his escape into his private compartment. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but upon reflection, he knew that Zhou Yi would certainly remain silent. Thus, he closed his lips, refraining from inquiring about the nature of the object. Xinli hesitated momentarily before speaking. Brother Zhou, he may have an accomplice. Do you think we should inform Master Xian and send 2 more people over? Zhou Yi sighed in resignation and shook his head. Zhao Yiqing informed me last night that Fang Tian has already applied for a transfer. We do not have the luxury of time. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. Are you also frightened? Had it not been for his control skill, I would have dispatched him yesterday. Moreover, the inhabitants of this area, even if he selects 5 to assist him, Can they truly contend with us? Yang Bo chimed in. Indeed, even if he possesses some peculiar skill, he cannot simultaneously control all four of us. However, Zhou Yi's expression was grave. We cannot afford to err again. Caution is paramount. I intend to team up with Zhao Yicheng. What are your thoughts? Yang Bo furrowed his brow and replied. Since she was proactive in informing you about Fang Tian's transfer, she should be on our side. With her abilities, Fang Tian is as good as doomed. But what if? Zhou Yi clearly shared this concern. I will call her over. You all keep a vigilant watch for any signs of betrayal. Noting their lack of dissent, Zhou Yi included Zhao Yicheng in the team and summoned her to join them. Once Zhao Yicheng arrived, she smiled and remarked, Boss, I was just about to tell you, I have no desire to team up with the weak. Joining you now is quite favorable. Zhou Yi got straight to the point. We plan to eliminate Fang Tian today and wish to enlist your skills. Zhao Yicheng immediately shook her head in refusal. I simply wish to develop on my own. I do not want to wade into murky waters. Zhou Yi chuckled. You have witnessed the disparity in strength between Fang Tian and me. How do you assess my chances against him? Zhao Yicheng pondered briefly. It should be roughly even, though I cannot discern the specifics, as you all are significantly stronger than I. Zhou Yi gestured towards the three beside him. Their abilities are on par with mine. Now, with 4 against 1, do you truly believe we stand a chance of losing? Zhao Yicheng smiled silently. Zhou Yi exchanged glances with the other three, and they promptly displayed a few moves. I am convinced, Zhao Yicheng remarked, smiling. If that is the case, then I am even less needed, right? We fear he may escape. With you present, we are assured of success. However, Zhao Yicheng contemplated and shook her head. Perhaps not. I suspect you are relying on a revenge scroll, right? He is no fool. If he retreats to a private compartment, you would be unable to eliminate him, and I would only be courting disaster. You need not worry. I possess a method to prevent him from hiding in a private compartment, Zhou Yi replied with a grin. Moreover, I will arrange the team so that you are positioned at the back, shielded from his view. At that point, you need not exit the vehicle. Simply remain concealed within and unleash your skills for a surprise attack. Observing Zhao Yicheng's wavering resolve, Zhou Yi pressed on. Of course, I will not ask for your assistance without compensation. Regardless of the outcome, I shall offer you 500 spirit stones as remuneration, with half payable in advance. The sum of 250 spirit stones could procure a complete set of blue equipment, a considerable fortune that would be hard for anyone to refuse. Indeed. Zhao Yicheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She raised a finger. Firstly, should he have accomplices, and should you find yourselves unable to prevail, I shall refrain from intervening. Having said this, she lifted a second finger. Secondly, upon his demise, I shall have the liberty to select one piece of his equipment. Then, she raised a third finger. Thirdly, having collaborated with him to some extent, I cannot simply betray him. Thus, an increase in remuneration is warranted. How much do you desire? Zhou Yi fixed his gaze upon her. 1,000 spirit stones, and the full payment must be made up front. Very well. Zhou Yi, without further ado, strode into the warehouse and retrieved 10 sacred spirit stones, handing them to her. Zhao Yicheng accepted them with a smile. Placing them into her backpack, shall we indulge in a visit to my private territory? It is rather dreary sitting here. Zhou Yi inquired. Will you not return to your vehicle? Zhao Yicheng sighed. To speak candidly, within your convoy, at least 5 of the 10 individuals are likely spies from rival teams. Should any information be leaked, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon me. Remaining in your vehicle would hinder my ability to communicate warnings, and should any mishaps occur, I would bear no blame. No wonder you insisted on receiving payment first. Fearing our failure? Zhou Yi laughed heartily. I have granted you access to my private territory. You may enter now. Zhao Yicheng nodded and stepped into the domain. Chapter 172 Warning. Trojan Invasion. What do you think? Zhou Yi glanced at the remaining 3. Yang Bo nodded, showing no signs of concern. Xin Feng furrowed his brow, remarking, Isn't her asking price rather exorbitant? Zhou Yi replied, Money is not an issue. Once we have complete control over this area, we can simply levy additional taxes on the common folk. Furthermore, when she ceases to be of use, we can easily extract what we have ingested. Shenli nodded in agreement, saying, Exactly. We have suffered significant losses. If Fang Tian escapes, our family may command us to abandon this district, relegating us to mere subordinates of other clans. Yang Bo licked his lips, stating, Now there are just the 4 of us left. Once we eliminate Fang Tian and secure this area, the spoils we can claim will be substantial. Zhou Yi nodded, adding, To be on the safe side, Shenli, you will accompany her in the car. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to eliminate her. Very well. At that moment, Fang Tian was in his vehicle, perusing the messages. Early that morning, he had received a dozen messages, all conveying the same information. Xiongba has returned at level 4. Xiao He also sent a voice invitation. Is there something amiss? They seem to be planning something. How do you know? Just after reaching level 4. The members of the convoy were clamoring for Zhou to form groups, as many had prearranged teammates. However, Zhou disregarded their requests and opted for completely random groupings. Fang Tian quickly grasped the situation. There was nothing particularly noteworthy that morning, yet Zhou had not taken the important grouping seriously, indicating he was preoccupied with matters of greater significance, and those matters were most likely related to himself. Understood. Thank you. Fang Tian ended the voice call. It appeared that Chen Feng had indeed confirmed the ability to lock onto him with the Revenge Scroll. They would likely take action today. The Revenge Scroll could only be utilized during operational hours, which spanned from 2 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening. Having completed the task in Happy Mountain, his exploration time had been extended to 3 o'clock. The Chen family was surely aware of this, so they would most likely choose to act around 2 o'clock, effectively cornering him outside the vehicle. However, they should know he possesses a teleportation ring, allowing him to return directly to his private compartment, right? It is important to note that the Revenge Scroll can only target each individual once. Once used, regardless of the success of the revenge, it would clear the enmity. Shouldn't they wait until the next day, or the day after, when he might be less vigilant, to launch a surprise attack? In truth, the most prudent strategy would be to feign that the Revenge Scroll could not lock onto his disguised self, and then suddenly deploy it after some time. Why the urgency to act today? There are only 4 possibilities. First, they too have acquired teleportation rings and plan to destroy the bus today, subsequently using the rings to lock onto the bus's ID for future assassinations. Second, they possess some special item that can grant them access to his private compartment. Thirdly, what peculiar devices do they possess that prevent them from entering the private compartment? Fourthly, have they merely resorted to desperate measures, contemplating a gamble? After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for further intelligence. As a precaution, Fang Tian placed the valuable items from the warehouse into his backpack. Should the private compartment indeed fall into enemy hands, he could simply abscond with the funds, teleporting to Lin Yu's vehicle, thereby minimizing his losses to the greatest extent possible. At that moment, he received an email. The sender was an unfamiliar individual, and the email was accompanied by a spirit stone to ensure that he would peruse its contents. The message, however, left him in a state of perplexity. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fang Tian awaited in silence, his vehicle idling by the roadside, not yet ignited. He refrained from participating in today's expedition. He needed to be in optimal condition to confront the unfolding events. When you sent a voice message, "You should have brought me into your territory yesterday. It's not yet 3 o'clock, and the reception area is still non-operational. I wish I could assist you, but I cannot. It's for the best that you're not coming. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Xiao Huang. Neither do I. So don't be reckless. If you can't hold on, teleport over." Understood. Fang Tian ended the call, taking a deep breath. Everything was in place. Soon, the distinction between life and death would be revealed. 10 minutes later, you have been targeted by the Avenger. Trading functions have been suspended. If you cannot withstand it, seek refuge in the private compartment. Remaining within guarantees your safety. 5 buses approached at breakneck speed, 2 blocking the front, 1 on each side, with another behind. They have arrived. Fang Tian donned a clown mask. He had previously tested it, and wearing it altered the bus's ID. The teleportation ring could only register this disguised ID. If the Chen family intended to utilize the teleportation ring, this trick would suffice. Fang Tian glanced at the names of the 4 vehicles surrounding him: Yang Bo, Chen Feng, Zhou Yi, and Xin Li, all associated with the Chen family. The vehicle behind bore no visible name. Could there be hidden members of the Chen family? Soon, 3 individuals leapt from their vehicle: Yang Bo, Chen Feng, and Zhou Yi. Fang Tian recognized them all. What are the other 2? The 3 approached Fang Tian's vehicle, prompting him to crack the window open slightly and wave at them. "Greetings, gentlemen. What brings you here?" Chen Feng sneered. "Care for a little contest?" Fang Tian feigned surprise. "That phrase sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? I believe I uttered it yesterday." "Indeed. I now return it to you." Chen Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Enough with the chatter. Zhou Yi brandished a weapon, striking towards the car door. The other 2 followed suit in their assault. "Take your time dismantling. I shall not accompany you." Fang Tian laughed heartily, retreating into the private compartment and peering through the glass to observe the situation outside. Seeing Fang Tian retreat into the private compartment, Chen Feng seethed. "I knew he wouldn't participate in the expedition today. What should we do?" Zhou Yi shot him a glance. "Why waste words? Let us just dismantle his car door." Yang Bo reminded them that it was operational hours. Yet his vehicle had been inexplicably parked on the road. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, suggesting that he must have utilized a parking maintenance card. "Let us board the vehicle." "I doubt he can devise any tricks," he remarked. Fang Tian quietly observed from the private compartment. eager to ascertain the true intentions of the Qin family. Suddenly, Xiao AI burst forth from the private territory, alerting them that the warriors within were aware of an impending enemy and wished to emerge to protect them. Order them to remain still, Fang Tian commanded urgently. Although 50 leading monsters constituted a formidable force, they were utterly inadequate in the presence of the Qin family. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. The trio's offensive capabilities were exceptionally formidable, particularly Yang Bo, who wielded a massive iron hammer that swiftly shattered the car door, allowing them to surge forward. What shall we do now? Should we demolish the vehicle? Qin Feng inquired. Simply destroy the windows and doors. Zhou Yi instructed as he approached the control panel at the passenger door, retrieving a device resembling a USB drive from his backpack. As the USB neared the control screen, an interface suddenly appeared at the bottom of the screen, inviting the insertion of the device. An alarming broadcast immediately ensued. Warning! Warning! Trojan invasion! Warning! Warning! Due to the Trojan invasion, all internal devices are rendered inoperative. What? Chapter 173, The Assault. Purple light arrow. The lights in the private compartment were extinguished, leaving only a virtual screen that emitted a faint glow. The screen displayed a row of blood-red warnings. Please disable the control system within 20 minutes, or the bus will be formatted. Following the formatting, all facilities and levels will reset, and the owner's skills, attributes, equipment, and possessions will be erased. Press and hold the main screen's power button for 30 seconds to shut down and restart. Upon reboot, it will automatically eliminate any Trojan programs. Fang Tian attempted to press the shutdown button on the virtual screen, but it was unresponsive. The screen had completely malfunctioned. The main screen referred to the control panel at the exit, didn't it? To go there and press and hold the power button for 30 seconds? That would be tantamount to seeking death. However, failing to act would mean that all of Fang Tian's hard-earned advancements, including the private compartment and territory, would revert to level 1. Most critically, his skills, attributes, equipment, and items would vanish, which was no different from awaiting death. What do you plan to do? Xiaowai inquired softly. Fang Tian remained silent. Closing his eyes in contemplation, Xiaowai approached, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel. The central air conditioning had also failed, rendering the private compartment stifling. And even the water purifier was out of order. Stay in the territory and do not come out, Fang Tian urged Xiaowai to leave. He had long suspected that the Chun family possessed a means to counter the private compartment. Thus, he had prepared himself for a proactive confrontation. But facing four alone posed a substantial risk. Furthermore, if he chose to act first, he would have to place his trust in the email from the stranger. Yet now, even with a mere 10 chance of success, he had no choice but to gamble. Outside, Zhou Yi was confident. Get ready, he will surely emerge. Shenli could not help but ask, Brother Zhou, what exactly is this creature? Zhou Yi refrained from replying, we'll discuss it later. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. Be wary of his desperate retaliation. Chen Feng scoffed, stop asking. Your brother Zhou doesn't trust us, fearing we might leak information. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, about to speak, when suddenly, a cacophony of banging echoed from outside. The three turned towards the sound, only to see a large black dog, nearly the height of a person, furiously attacking Chen Feng's bus. Zhou Yi immediately understood. This dog had been strategically placed. Someone needed to intervene. The urgency stemmed from the revenge scroll that Qin Feng had activated. If the damage to Chen Feng's bus reached 80, it would be deemed a failure of revenge, resulting in their team automatically retreating within 5 minutes. Should we send Shenli? Yang Bo suggested. This must be a diversion. Zhou Yi shook his head, no? Even the two of us together wouldn't be able to handle him. Shenli must remain stationary. Then I shall go, Qin Feng declared as he dashed towards his bus. Just as he shattered a window, the small black dog suddenly turned and lunged at him with lightning speed. Qin Feng quickly produced a shield with his left hand, raising it just in time. With a thud, the dog's head collided with the shield. Following that, Qin Feng slashed downwards with his sword, leaving a scar across the dog's face. As the situation grew dire, the small black creature suddenly shrank and leaped into the vehicle through the shattered window. Qin Feng, not daring to underestimate the threat, discreetly employed his skill before swinging the door open to pursue it. Upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, the creature let out an enraged roar, expanding in size once more before launching itself at him. Qin Feng, relying on his previous tactics, raised his shield to defend himself. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The force impacting his shield was substantially greater than before. This power was undoubtedly at the Lord level. It had concealed its true strength. The shield shattered, and Qin Feng was sent flying, crashing against the door of the private compartment. When he raised his head again, the creature had already pounced before him, its massive jaws agape. Meanwhile, on the vehicle belonging to Fang Tian, he opened the door to the private compartment and stepped out. Yang Bo and Zhou Yi did not rush forward. They understood that Fang Tian would come to them in due time. Where did this Trojan horse even come from? Fang Tian mused aloud. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, noticing that although Fang Tian was facing them, his gaze occasionally darted toward the direction of Qin Feng's vehicle. Go. Although uncertain of Fang Tian's intentions, Zhou Yi's instincts urged him to call Yang Bo to rush forward together. Just then, Fang Tian's right hand glimmered with the light of a teleportation ring, and in a flash of white light, his figure vanished. The small black creature gazed in bewilderment at the fading illusion of Qin Feng beneath it, its ears twitching before it quickly turned around. Qin Feng strode confidently onto the bus, contemplating hidden strengths. You think you can? His voice abruptly cut off as he looked down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. Such a potent skill had been effortlessly exposed. If he didn't die, who would? Fang Tian, with disdain, withdrew his weapon, Dragon-S roar, and kicked the corpse aside. Then, with a smile, he waved toward his bus. The glow of the teleportation ring gradually dimming. Zhou Yi and Yang both stared at him with ashen faces. The first step had proven correct. They were unaware of the full capabilities of the teleportation ring, nor did they know that they had recorded the coordinates of Qin Feng's bus the previous day. Stay on the bus and keep circling them. If no one chases you, dismantle the vehicle. If someone does pursue, shrink and lead them in circles. Avoid direct confrontation. After issuing instructions to the small black creature, Fang Tian leaped from the vehicle. The creature's task was to hold at least one adversary at bay. Its previous success in knocking Qin Feng away was purely a matter of surprise, now that its lord-level power had been revealed. Facing any of the Chun family head-on would be futile. What should we do? Should we call Shenli for assistance? Yang Bo hesitated. The creature was wreaking havoc on the vehicle, necessitating that they allocate someone to deal with it. If he and Zhou Yi teamed up, only one would remain to guard Fang Tian's bus. While he held little respect for Fang Tian's skills, the peculiar abilities of Fang Tian also filled him with trepidation. You go deal with the creature. I will stay here. If he comes after you, avoid direct eye contact and refrain from close combat until that girl's skills can be coordinated. Zhou Yi, clearly still distrustful of Zhao Yicheng, was reluctant to let Shenli leave her supervision. All right. Yang Bo agreed, promptly disembarking from the vehicle. Observing his approach, Fang Tian decided to confront him. After all, Zhou Yi had previously garnered a wealth of exploration points in the Battle of Glory, undoubtedly exchanging them for numerous attribute elixirs in the exploration marketplace, making him one of the strongest contenders. One must select the right fruit to squeeze. Presently, Xiaohe was dismantling a vehicle, while Yang Bo was undoubtedly eager to surpass himself, thus gaining a psychological advantage. As for the two concealed individuals, there was no time to spare for them now. Yang Bo swiftly charged forward, swinging a massive iron hammer with great force. Even before the hammer arrived, the fierce gust of wind it generated left Fang Tian in a state of alarm. How could such a heavy weapon be wielded with such finesse? This individual's strength must exceed 80. The hammer's might was overwhelming, and Fang Tian dared not confront it head-on. He could only evade to the left, seeking an opportunity to utilize the dragon capture technique and the fiery sword technique to vanquish his foe. Just then, a violet light arrow shot forth from the far right bus, piercing through Fang Tian's bus window and heading straight for him. Do they underestimate me? Attacking head-on? Fang Tian deftly sidestepped the arrow's trajectory and retreated a step to evade Yang Bo's pursuit. As he prepared to counterattack, Fang Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. The violet light arrow was still aimed at him. Can it track me? A surge of panic washed over Fang Tian, but at this distance, evasion was futile. He hastily swung his blade, intending to intercept the arrow, only to find it lacked a physical form. His strike met with no resistance, and the arrow struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding pop, the light arrow erupted upon impact. He sustained no injury. Yet an inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart. It felt as if an invisible tether bound his soul, and he could distinctly sense that the other end of the rope was anchored to the bus on his right. So it was this way. Chapter 174. The perilous control skill. Fang Tian surged forward, striking with his blade and forcing Yang Bo to retreat. With a ferocious charge, he fled. Hurry. This skill can only control for 5 seconds. Zhou Yi shouted. As the control skill took effect, he no longer needed to worry about Xiaohe jeopardizing the bus. However, he could not leave just yet. Although Fang Tian had just used a teleportation ring, what if he possessed another one? Thus, he had to remain vigilant at this spot. Yang Bo, with a hearty laugh, stomped his foot, causing a gust of wind to rise beneath him, dramatically increasing his speed as he pursued Fang Tian. Shenli and Zhao Yicheng had been hiding in Shenli's vehicle, the one situated to the left of Fang Tian's bus. At that moment, Zhao Yicheng leapt onto the roof of the car, with Shenli quickly following suit, positioning himself behind her. Her skill required her to maintain visual contact with the target to take effect. She cupped her hands around her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. This indicated that in 3 seconds, the control skill would activate. Fang Tian's charge had come to an end, and he was now desperately fleeing. However, Yang Bo appeared to have activated a speed-enhancing skill, surpassing him in swiftness. Unbeknownst to him, his own speed had astonished Yang Bo as well. According to their initial plan, Yang Bo should have already caught up by now. Such rapid speed, his agility must be nearing 100 points. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Fang Tian's body trembled. His legs suddenly immobilized, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Yang Bo inwardly cursed his luck. It would still take him approximately 3 seconds to reach Fang Tian, with 2 seconds remaining, while it was sufficient to slay an ordinary person multiple times. Fang Tian was clad in high-grade armor. He had to strike with lethal intent. Yang Bo leaped high into the air, wielding his hammer with intent to smash Fang Tian's skull. Utilizing his own weight in conjunction with that of the hammer would greatly amplify its force. Even an epic-grade helmet would struggle to withstand such a blow. Meanwhile, Fang Tian lay helplessly on the ground, limbs rigid, gazing in despair at the hammer drawing ever closer. A cruel smile crept upon Yang Bo's lips. The reason he chose the hammer was that he relished the visual spectacle of shattered skulls. Even with a helmet for protection, this strike would surely distort his head. And with 2 seconds remaining, he eagerly anticipated the outcome. But at that moment, Fang Tian revealed a sinister smile of his own. Alarm bells rang in Yang Bo's mind. Fang Tian's rigid body suddenly rolled forward, his hands sweeping upward. Yang Bo, suspended in midair, had no time to react. He felt a chilling sensation at his waist, followed by the hammer crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. He too descended to the earth. With a thud, a dark shadow fell 2 or 3 meters in front of him. It was his lower half. Yang Bo's mouth gaped in terror, ready to scream. But then he felt a cold dread enveloping him, as if the entire world had slipped away. All that remained was Fang Tian's icy apology. "I'm sorry for being hasty. Next time, I'll let you scream a bit." What just happened? Zhou Yi witnessed this from a distance and immediately turned to Zhao Yicheng. Xun Li, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, pointing it directly at Zhao Yicheng's chest. Zhao Yicheng's complexion was ashen, her voice trembling. "I don't know. Perhaps he possesses some immunity skills? I have tested this with you before. It indeed can control for 5 seconds. Come to me first." Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he noticed Fang Tian approaching. Xun Li seized Zhao Yicheng by her collar and brought her to Fang Tian's vehicle, seizing the moment before Fang Tian arrived. Zhou Yi dashed toward Qin Feng's car with lightning speed. The small black figure, frantically vandalizing the vehicle, was caught completely off guard and was pierced in the abdomen by Zhou Yi's sword, fleeing toward Fang Tian with a cry of agony. This fellow, the Lord-level small black, was remarkably wounded by a single strike. Fang Tian felt a pang of distress and stuffed a Holy Spirit stone into its mouth, instructing it to stay away and recuperate, forbidding it from approaching further. Zhou Yi had already returned to Fang Tian's car. "Boss, I truly do not understand what is happening. You all witnessed it. My skill did indeed take effect." Zhao Yicheng pleaded repeatedly. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. "I shall grant you one more chance. When I engage him, utilize your skill once more." Zhao Yicheng, nearly on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "But I truly did my utmost just now. I fear I can only control him for about 3 seconds. No matter. I will entangle him and ensure he does not escape. Even 3 seconds is sufficient, let alone 1. Zhou Yi signaled to Xun Li and leaped from the vehicle. Xun Li positioned his sword at Zhao Yicheng's throat, coldly declaring, "I will grant you this one opportunity. Should the control time fluctuate again, or should your skill miss, I will kill you without hesitation." "But, very well." Zhao Yicheng trembled all over, shivering as she acquiesced. Fang Tian slowly approached, quickly recognizing Zhao Yicheng in his vehicle, and sighed with a wry smile. "It's you? Are you also from the Qin family?" Zhao Yicheng lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Zhou Yi interjected, "She is not of our family. She merely stands with us." "What's wrong? Feeling disheartened?" "Well, a little." Fang Tian nodded. "To slay a friend does indeed bring a tinge of sorrow." Zhou Yi laughed heartily. "Fear not. I shall not allow you to feel sorrow. What a pleasant mood you're in to converse with me. Your skill-less cooldown must be quite lengthy, no?" Fang Tian charged forward with his blade. "Do not think to stall for your skill's cooldown." Zhou Yi ceased his words, meeting Fang Tian's advance with his own blade. After 3 exchanges, Fang Tian realized he was far from a match. This fellow's attributes were not inferior to his own. It seemed that the previous wave of the glorious battle had truly fortified him. Compared to him, the Qin family members he had faced earlier were insignificant. Given this, Fang Tian exerted all his strength, delivering a fierce strike. After Zhou Yi sidestepped the attack, Fang Tian initiated a barbaric charge, attempting to rush toward the vehicle along the path Zhou Yi had created, intending to eliminate Zhao Yicheng first. The stranger's message had revealed the basic data of Zhao Yicheng's skill, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. He had to eliminate her before that. However, Zhou Yi seemed to have anticipated his intentions, striking down with his sword, forcing Fang Tian to abandon the barbaric charge. After a few more exchanges, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity and kicked Fang Tian away. Fang Tian crashed heavily into the bus behind him, a bitter taste rising in his throat. After forcibly swallowing the surging blood, Fang Tian charged forward once more. Engaging in a direct confrontation was utterly futile. Zhou Yi's attributes were not significantly inferior to Fang Tian's. Yet his agility surpassed that of Fang Tian by leaps and bounds. Were it not for his caution regarding Fang Tian's control skills, Zhou Yi would have dared to close the distance and meet his gaze. Fang Tian would have long been overwhelmed, unable to prevail through sheer force. One must resort to skills. At long last, Fang Tian seized the opportunity to unleash the fiery sword technique. With minimal density and maximum range, a 10-meter-long blade of fire suddenly emerged, sweeping forth with a ferocious might. The thickness of the blade approached a meter, rendering any evasion nearly impossible. While Zhou Yi might have relied on his reflexes and agility to leap away, his companions, Shen Li and Zhao Yicheng, were undoubtedly doomed. The fiery blade effortlessly sliced into the front of Fang Tian's bus. The formidable level 5 vehicle melted away, as if it were butter meeting a flame. Just as the fiery blade was about to engulf Shen Li and Zhao Yicheng, Fang Tian felt an unexpected resistance in his hand. It was Zhou Yi. Instead of evading, he had chosen to block with his sword, which ignited with a brilliant white light, clashing fiercely against the fiery blade. With a resounding clang, Zhou Yi's sword ultimately succumbed, shattering into 2 pieces. However, the might of Fang Tian's fiery sword technique was also expended, and without the flame support, the dragon's roar was narrowly avoided by Zhou Yi's swift maneuver. This fellow possesses skills as well. At that moment, Fang Tian suddenly noticed Zhao Yicheng drawing about towards him. The purple energy arrow had been fully charged. A chill ran through Fang Tian's heart. The intelligence was flawed. The skill's cooldown was merely 3 minutes. Chapter 175, The Anomaly. The battle concludes as the luminous arrow drew ever closer. Fang Tian took a deep breath. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The arrow made a sharp 90-degree turn, hurtling directly toward Zhou Yi. The sudden shift left all onlookers dumbfounded. Even Zhou Yi was caught off guard, and the arrow struck his right shoulder, reacting swiftly after being hit. Zhou Yi retaliated with a flurry of strikes, forcing Fang Tian to retreat. Following that, he grasped the ground behind him with his left hand, summoning a stone wall that spanned over 10 meters, shielding him from further attack. Zhao Yicheng's skill required that her target remain within her line of sight to activate the second phase of control. This stone wall not only obscured her view, but also prevented Fang Tian from assisting her. The moment the wall rose, Fang Tian caught sight of Zhao Yicheng flashing a triumphant smile. Behind her, Shen Li had already raised his sword. Was she aiding him? Why hadn't she warned him in advance? Confusion clouded Fang Tian's mind, yet the priority was to rescue her, ensuring her control skill could take effect. He was acutely aware of the Qin family's prowess. If he did not act swiftly, she might not survive more than 10 seconds. With this thought in mind, Fang Tian swung his blade furiously, attempting to force Zhou Yi aside. However, Zhou Yi was well aware of the situation and stood his ground, unwilling to yield an inch. In this critical moment, Zhou Yi's attacks grew bolder. No longer did he shy away from close combat with Fang Tian. After a few exchanges, Fang Tian was sent sprawling by a kick. This would not do. Zhou Yi's techniques had evidently become more audacious. Fang Tian was no longer his match. To hell with it. Fang Tian cursed, recklessly activating his barbaric charge. You're courting death. Zhou Yi scoffed, sidestepping the direct path, sword raised, anticipating Fang Tian's reckless advance. As Fang Tian lunged beside him, Zhou Yi evaded his blade and thrust forward. Yet, in that instant, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of a red figure beside Fang Tian, intercepting the strike while unleashing a torrent of searing flames. This was the very move Fang Tian had intended to use to block the arrow. It had not been needed until now. Fang Tian's momentum remained unbroken as he charged toward the stone wall. Upon reaching its edge, he canceled the barbaric charge. Logically, one would expect that a barbaric charge would effortlessly breach a stone wall. However, this wall was Zhou Yi's creation, imbued with considerable attributes, and thus its strength was uncertain. It was a risk he did not wish to take. Slightly bending his knees, he prepared to leap over the wall when a shrill cry erupted from the red figure, its body disintegrating into fragments. The sound of rushing wind signaled Zhou Yi's advance. The Lord-level red figure had been instantaneously vanquished. Fang Tian did not look back. Instead, he pushed off the ground with all his might, soaring into the air. It was a race against time. In midair, Zhou Yi's chilling voice echoed behind him. You are exceedingly naive. So swift? Fang Tian barely had time to react before a sword pierced through his heart. Fang Tian, Amidst Zhao Yicheng's startled cry, Fang Tian leaped over the stone wall, crashing heavily to the ground, his chest rapidly stained crimson. Zhou Yi gracefully landed beside him, observing Fang Tian convulsing in his own blood, confirming his irreversible condition. Zhou Yi smirked and turned his gaze towards Zhao Yicheng. Concern etched on her face, Zhao Yicheng watched Fang Tian, while beside her, Shinli struggled within a massive block of ice, desperately attempting to break free. Zhou Yi, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his eyes on her. You have chosen the wrong side. Zhao Yicheng forced a bitter smile. I have not moved at all. Why? Zhou Yi stepped forward. Yet, as he moved, Zhao Yicheng noticed Fang Tian's throat twitching, which had been still moments before. Maintaining her composure, Zhao Yicheng replied, There is no reason. I have always been on his side. Zhou Yi sighed. If that is the case, then go and keep him company. Not necessarily. A playful smile graced Zhao Yicheng's lips as she activated her control skill against Zhou Yi. Instantly immobilized, he remained unperturbed. Do not waste time. You cannot move while employing this skill. Do not forget to deliver the finishing blow in your next life. A voice like that of the Grim Reaper echoed from behind. A flash of fire, and Zhou Yi's head rolled to the ground. Zhao Yicheng exhaled in relief, remarking, An immortal body, is it? You nearly frightened me to death. Fang Tian coughed several times, sitting down heavily, clutching his still bleeding chest. I had a life-saving pill in my mouth beforehand. This 9-turn resurrection pill was obtained during a previous task at Happy Mountain, capable of fully restoring one's condition, though its recovery speed seemed inferior to the holy water encountered during the desert trials. Zhao Yicheng mused, You certainly have a plethora of life-preserving methods. I never anticipated this would go so smoothly. Fang Tian glanced at Shun Li trapped in the ice. How long can this block of ice endure? Help me to the vehicle to restart the system, then wait for me in your private compartment while I recover. Given his current state, it would likely take him several minutes to regain the ability to fight. This duration is permanent, but the ice itself has its limits. Before Zhao Yicheng could finish her thought, the ice block suddenly developed several massive cracks. Get out of the vehicle. I will cover you. Fang Tian exclaimed in alarm, summoning an unexpected surge of strength as he leaped into the vehicle, attempting to push Zhao Yicheng back. However, in his injured state, he could hardly budge her. Enough. Sit down and watch your sister perform. Zhao Yicheng firmly pressed him into his seat, brandishing the hellish axe Fang Tian had gifted her. With a commanding shout, the colossal weapon, aglow with blue light, descended with earth-shattering force. Shun Li, sensing the impending doom, had no means to evade within the ice block and could only retrieve a shield from his backpack to defend himself. A sharp crack resounded as the ice shattered, sending icy shards flying, rendering Fang Tian momentarily blind. When he could finally see again, he was horrified to find Shun Li, along with a shield, cleaved in two. The bus's chassis sliced through as well. The compartment fell into a deathly silence. Thick blood mingled with entrails flowed through the gaping hole in the chassis, cascading to the ground with a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The last member of the Qin family has perished. With blood spattered across him, Zhao Yicheng proudly brandished an axe, gazing at Fang Tian with a mischievous grin. Am I not impressive? This fellow had been concealing his true strength all along. The force behind that recent swing was undoubtedly on par with Fang Tian's. Fang Tian could not help but swallow hard. Impressive. But you damaged my vehicle. You owe me compensation. Zhao Yicheng rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. It's just money. I have plenty. They offered me 1,000 spirit stones to win me over. What? Am I truly worth that much? Then, shouldn't we share the spoils? That's a bit excessive. Just kidding. Fang Tian chuckled as he approached the control panel, removed the USB drive containing the Trojan horse, and pressed the main screen to reboot the bus system. Meanwhile, Zhao Yicheng exited the vehicle to scavenge the Qin family's car and remains. After being searched, the vehicle would swiftly vanish to avoid obstructing the road and causing further complications. By the time she returned, Fang Tian had successfully rebooted the system, and the vehicle was completely restored. He invited her into the private compartment and had Xiao Ai serve some fruit. Now, can we discuss what exactly transpired? Chapter 176. Hatred Among Nations. Zhao Yicheng took a bite of the apple and asked, What aspect would you like to know about? Fang Tian sipped his drink and replied, All aspects you are willing to share. Truth be told, it's nothing much. This morning, Zhou Yi suddenly contacted me, and I suspect he intends to take action against you. Hence, I instructed my friends in other districts to relay my control skills information to you. Why not simply tell me directly? Fang Tian inquired. They would hardly place complete trust in me. Once I joined them, I doubt they would permit further messages from me. So I told my friends that I would only send you an email if I had not contacted him for a brief period. After all, the skill is my closely guarded secret and should not be divulged lightly. Fang Tian nodded. You mentioned to them that the control duration is 5 seconds, but in reality, it is 3 seconds, correct? Not exactly, Zhao Cheng clarified. I merely made a subtle move at the 3-second mark, which caused the skill to terminate. I see. Fong Tian pondered in silence. In truth, Fong Tian had managed to break free from the control skill himself, owing to his high mental attributes that allowed him to shorten the duration of control. Of course, he deemed it unnecessary to disclose this. After all, the alteration in the control skill's duration had caught the Qin family off guard, and it was this 2-second discrepancy that enabled him to defeat Yang Bo swiftly. He had another question, but the cooldown time your friend mentioned is 5 minutes. Was that a mistake on his part? Zhao Cheng chuckled. I instructed him to deceive you. If you knew the cooldown was only 3 minutes, you might hesitate to act, and we would miss our opportunity. What's wrong? Are you upset that I tricked you? With that, she swung her axe playfully. Not at all. Fong Tian recoiled slightly. Zhao Yiqing smiled contentedly. Then quickly tell me, how will you express your gratitude? A life-saving grace deserves an appropriate reward. Fong Tian sincerely expressed his thanks, contemplating before adding, of course. Except for offering myself. Get lost. Who would want that? Zhao Yiqing shot him a glare with mock irritation. Fong Tian chuckled. At that moment, Xiao He returned, carrying the sacred spirit stone. Although still a bit lethargic, its wounds had ceased bleeding. Fong Tian approached, gently stroking the dog's head and cradling it in his arms. Zhao Yiqing snatched it away, exclaiming, I want it. Give it to me, and consider it your token of gratitude. Xiao He perked up immediately, barking in agreement. Zhao Yiqing beamed. See, it likes me. Fong Tian, looking exasperated, remarked, what use do we have for this mangy dog? It's even worse than I am. It likes anyone, even females. I can believe that, Zhao Yiqing scoffed, shoving Xiao He back to Fong Tian. Why don't you ask me why I'm helping you? No need to ask. I know you were from the Long family. Zhao Yiqing was taken aback. How did you know? That strike of yours was not merely a result of high attributes. Moreover, the instant the stone wall rose, it was clearly Xin Li attempting a sneak attack on you. Yet you managed to trap him with ice. Such capability is unlikely to belong to an ordinary person. Zhao Yiqing remained noncommittal and asked, so what? What does that imply? Though you assist me, it is only at the last moment that you truly intervene, as that is when you possess the confidence to leave no survivors, is it not? Long Wushuang has conveyed to me that he cannot confront the Qin family head-on. Zhao Yiqing nodded. Indeed, had you not been certain of eradicating them all, I would not have acted even if it meant your demise. Therefore, there is no need for gratitude. In this world of martial arts, one often finds oneself bound by circumstances. Your willingness to venture forth alone to aid me is already a tremendous favor. Thus, if you desire anything from me, feel free to state it directly, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Zhao Yiqing responded decisively. The convoy belonging to Xiang Ba is now mine, and in addition, you will facilitate the alliance between me, the Fire Fox, the Fiery Rose, and the Hungry Wolf convoy, with me providing the alliance token. Fong Tian furrowed his brow, hesitating to agree immediately. Rest assured, we do not intend to annex this district nor plunder its resources. We merely seek sufficient influence within it. Why? Are there not many regions untouched by family influence? With your strength, capturing a district should not pose a challenge. Time is of the essence. We do not wish to spill excessive blood in our pursuit of territory, as ultimately, we must unite against external threats. External? Does this refer to rival families, foreign nations, or the shadowy puppeteers of the world? Primarily the latter too. You must have observed the state of affairs in the world channel. Fong Tian nodded, falling into contemplation. Recently, many regions have found themselves at the mercy of prolonged strife, leading to a mass migration of personnel and the emergence of desolate zones. Regions with fewer than 500 inhabitants will disband, with all individuals randomly reassigned to other areas as slaves. Moreover, regional connections consist of 3 fixed zones, should one disband. The remaining 2 will randomly link with other areas. Unlike the initial random connections, recent linkages will likely unite regions from different nations. This has rendered territorial conflicts increasingly brutal. Particularly among nations with prior grievances, encounters on the Super PvP map often result in lethal outcomes. The world channel is now rife with animosity, and one frequently encounters reports of entire regions from certain countries being annihilated. Do you intend to unify Huaxia? Indeed, we must come together. For instance, if we can successfully form this alliance in this district, should challenges arise, the Long family can readily dispatch aid. Fong Tian nodded. I understand. I will discuss this with them. Zhao Yiqing stood and stretched. I shall take my leave now, awaiting your good news. Ah, and this is your spoils of war. She handed several backpacks to Fong Tian. He did not reach out for them, chuckling. This is excessive. Surely the spoils should belong to you. No, no, no. Let us be clear. The 1,000 spirit stones they offered me, along with Xun Li's possessions, are mine, while the rest belongs to you. You must ensure the alliance is established for us. Zhao Yiqing placed the items on the ground and departed, wielding her axe. Observing her formidable silhouette, Feng Tian broke into a sweat. The wounds on his body had nearly healed, and the bus system was functioning normally once more. Feng Tian had repaired the vehicle and cast a glance at the USB drive, unable to discern any information from it. He realized that it could not be repaired at the workstation either. It seemed to be a disposable item. This device posed a significant threat, and he was uncertain of its origins. Casually summoning a secondary divine beast, he patted its head. From its vacant expression, it was evident that its intelligence had vanished. However, this was of little concern. Once it leveled up, it would regain its cleverness. As per usual practice, it was time for it to train. After placing it in his private domain, Feng Tian sent a message to several titans of the fleet, asking them to prepare for a meeting. While waiting, he opened several backpacks to begin tallying today's spoils. At that moment, Zhao Yiqing sent a message. There is another matter that requires your assistance. Chapter 177. The upgrade of the reception hall. What transpired? After Zhou Yi's demise, the leadership of the returning Xiangba seamlessly transitioned to another individual. For the time being, I cannot take the lead. Assist me in claiming the position of the leader, and you may assign it to someone you trust. Very well. Please send me the current leader's name. Helping Zhao Yiqing regain control over Xiangba was one of her conditions, and Feng Tian naturally felt compelled to comply. Upon receiving the name, Feng Tian promptly forwarded it to Dong Jian, requesting his assistance in gathering information. Subsequently, he opened the several backpacks left by Zhao Yiqing. Aside from their personal gear, the spoils collected from the warehouse yielded little of significant value, as it seemed that a substantial portion had already been allocated to Zhao Yiqing from the 1,000 spirit stones, including the equipment. The total worth was approximately 550 spirit stones, and in addition, there lay a declaration of war token. Declaration of war token. Upon use, it declares war on a specified convoy. Once declared, all vehicles from both parties will converge in a closed area for 3 hours, until one side is entirely annihilated or the user calls for a ceasefire. Should there be an alliance among the convoys, the remaining convoys within that alliance will also join the battle. Feng Tian also possessed a Zuma statue, serving a function identical to that of the declaration of war token. Clearly, this item was prepared by the Qin family to counter the other convoys. Zhou Yi's warehouse likely held more than one, but the looting only yielded 30% of the supplies, resulting in just a single token. After listing the newly acquired equipment in the trading hall, Feng Tian discovered that the previously listed items had all been sold, and the income of 1,000 spirit stones had been credited. The reception hall required over 500 spirit stones for an upgrade. Previously, Feng Tian had lacked spare funds, but now, with sufficient resources, he decided to elevate both reception halls to level 4. Each level 4 reception hall could accommodate 50 guests daily, meaning both halls could serve a total of 100 workers each day. Future earnings were poised for a substantial increase. At that moment, Dong Jian and other leaders from the convoy began sending messages, indicating they were prepared, prompting Feng Tian to gather them together. Congratulations. Impressive. Everything is sorted. Upon their arrival, the leaders enthusiastically extended their congratulations to Feng Tian. They all possessed insider knowledge of the events surrounding Xiangba's return and were well aware that those listed had already been eliminated. Has the reception hall been upgraded? Gu Xian inquired upon noticing the changes. Indeed, a level 4 reception hall costs a fortune. Upgrading both set me back 1,000 spirit stones. Feng Tian expressed his mild discomfort, playfully rubbing his fingers together towards Gu Xian. Gu Xian immediately understood. So, one reception hall costs 500, correct? Just over 500. But I'll waive the minor excess for you. Gu Xian wasted no time. 175 spirit stones. I'll make sure to gather that for you upon my return. What is going on here? The other three were understandably perplexed. I've invested in this. I hold a 35 stake in one of the reception halls, Gu Xian explained. Wait, can I invest too? Bu Hao could no longer contain himself. Certainly, as long as you can present something enticing enough to sway me. Bu Hao promptly fell silent, realizing that what would captivate Feng Tian's interest was not easily obtained. Boss Dong, have you found any leads on the person I asked you to investigate? Feng Tian began to address the matter at hand. Here, upon receiving a confirming response from Feng Tian, Dong Jin remarked, this individual was previously associated with the fruit family. Are you certain? Feng Tian inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I recall that the fruit family previously collaborated with those who returned with Xiongba and even deliberately sought to instigate animosity towards me. Why would they send an insider? Dong Jin chuckled. It's quite normal. Today, several of our teams have exchanged personnel as well. Feng Tian quickly grasped the implication. Are we preparing for an alliance? A reciprocal exchange of hostages, perhaps? Gu Xian shot him a glare, Could you refrain from using such harsh terms? This is called friendly communication. All right, I stand corrected. Fang Tian conceded, smiling at himself. He then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "The reason I called you here is to discuss another matter." He succinctly outlined the situation concerning the Long family and their intentions to form an alliance. The expressions of the assembled leaders fluctuated between concern and uncertainty. Just as they had finally dealt with the Qin family, now the emergence of the Long family threatened to render their efforts futile. Fang Tian clarified. "The reason they wish for me to act as an intermediary is to avoid further conflict. They have assured me that they will not encroach upon your interests and seek to ally solely to assist you in the event of an external invasion. Their only stipulation is that should any other regions of our Huaxia face difficulties, you would also send aid." After a moment of contemplation, Dong Jian inquired, "Is the renowned Long Wushuang from the World Channel a member of the Long family?" "Indeed," Fang Tian affirmed with a nod. Shindang asked, "In a comparison between the Long family and the Qin family, who is stronger?" Fang Tian hesitated slightly, based on the commotion in the World Channel. "The Long family appears to hold a slight advantage, and their methods tend to be more diplomatic." Gu Xian interjected, "If the sole purpose is to unite for self-preservation, why not collaborate without forming an alliance?" Fang Tian sighed. "They wish to avoid being betrayed by allies during support missions, just as you are currently engaging in. Friendly exchanges." Seeing the lingering hesitation among the group, Fang Tian added, "As I am acting as the intermediary. Should they renege on their word and use the alliance as a means to undermine you, I will intervene." Zhao Yicheng's intention in having Fang Tian facilitate the alliance was not merely for words. The Long family valued his reputation in District 1128. Fang Tian was eager to help not only out of gratitude but also because once the Long family established themselves in this region, they could rest assured that the Chun family would no longer pose a threat. The rationale was clear to everyone present, and thus, after a brief deliberation, the leaders expressed their willingness to engage in detailed discussions with Zhao Yicheng. Fang Tian wasted no time and promptly invited Zhao Yicheng to the reception room. After making the introductions, he stepped aside, explaining, "The fourth-level reception room allows guests to utilize the chat room feature, and I have enabled permissions for all of you. There's no need to worry about interruptions. You can take your time." "Where are you going?" Zhao Yicheng asked, noticing Fang Tian's intention to leave. Fang Tian smiled. "I won't be leaving just yet, but I may need to deal with a few matters shortly." Zhao Yicheng pondered aloud. "Are there still members of the Qin family? They should be no more. I must assist you in securing the return of Xiongba." As he spoke, Fang Tian interjected, "By the way, what is the name of the leader of the fruit family?" Dong Jian replied, "Lu Yugua." "Lu Yugua?" Fang Tian repeated several times, "Avocado?" "No wonder they are called the fruit family." He then sent a lengthy message in the regional channel. "The high-ranking officials of Xiongba's return have been eliminated by me. Lu Yugua, the leader of the convoy, is now in your hands. Instruct him to relinquish his position to Qin Zihan." Bu Hao had evidently seen Fang Tian's message and timidly remarked, "After all, he is the leader of a level 4 convoy. You might want to be a bit more courteous." Gu Xian could not help but add, "Everyone deserves a bit of face." "If you say it like that, he might." Fang Tian, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Initially, they allied with Xiongba, then shifted their allegiance to the Qin family, commanding their subordinates to conspire against me, and even planned to form a coalition with them. It is generous of me not to have completely annihilated their convoy. Why should I be courteous?" Chapter 178. A sole individual declares war on a convoy? Quite reasonable. As Fang Tian's news broke, the regional channel was ignited, as expected. "What on earth? Goodness, so swift. I am the return of Xiongba. Now, all the elders in the convoy have indeed perished. I mentioned that your name was ill-fated. Truly ominous. Ah, how ruthless." "Ruthless? Who is unaware of the enmity between Fang Shun and Xiongba? The return of Xiongba is evidently seeking vengeance, and now they have been countered. What is there to discuss?" Observing Fang Shun's current demeanor, he seems intent on seizing control of the return of Xiongba himself. "Oh my goodness, does that mean I am destined for great heights? Alas, had I known, I would have joined the return of Xiongba as well. When will I be as audacious as Fang Shun? Just look at his tone." Speaking to the leader of the fruit family is akin to commanding a subordinate. Truly impressive. Haha, isn't the fruit family usually rather arrogant? Why are they silent now? No news has arrived from the fruit family, but Xiaohei has privately sent 3 question marks. Xiaohei's real name is Qin Zihan. Just hang on to it for a few days and then transfer it. No problem. With the higher-ups eradicated, don't mention making me the leader. I would gladly play the role of a subordinate. Fang Tian glanced at the regional channel once more and finally saw Lu Yogua's reply. "I do not comprehend your words. I do not recognize the leader of the return of Xiongba." Fang Tian snorted coldly. "This fellow is quite defiant. Even if Zhao Yicheng does not demand control over the return of Xiongba, Fang Tian had already resolved to let Xiao He take the reins. Otherwise, the Qin family could potentially utilize this fourth-level convoy to stage a comeback at any moment. Fang Tian had no intention of dilly-dallying and directly replied, "Do not assume that I am unaware of your collaboration with the return of Xiongba to undermine me. I shall grant you 3 more minutes. If the convoy's leader has not transferred authority to Qin Zihan, you shall bear the consequences." This response once again stirred up a tempest. Ladies and gentlemen, this peculiar sensation is beyond my description. Those above, I understand you. Allow me to articulate for you. One individual threatens an entire convoy, and we all find it quite reasonable. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Within Liu Yogua's compartment, several subordinates gazed at him with forlorn expressions. "Boss, what should we do? Perhaps we should comply with his demands. There is no need to provoke him." Liu Yogua's countenance fluctuated with uncertainty, unable to reach a decision. Just then, he received an email. 20 Holy Spirit Stones. It was accompanied by a message: "Retain ownership of the return of Xiongba. Should any eventuality arise, you may directly bring your subordinates to our controlled region. And I assure you a boundless future. People perish for wealth, and birds for food. Without a trial ground now, no matter how formidable Fang Tian may be, he cannot locate us." Liu Yugua resolved firmly. "I will adamantly deny any recognition. Rally our brothers to create public opinion. Besides, he cannot find us using the vengeance scroll. What is there to fear?" After speaking, disregarding the pleas of his subordinates, he directly replied in the channel, "I do not know the leader of the returning Xiongba. You may seek him out yourself. If you wish to bully others with your power, I have nothing to say." Subsequently, numerous members of the Fruit family began to voice their grievances in the channel. Observing the pitiful tone of the Fruit family, many bystanders felt compelled to intervene, urging Fang Tian to investigate the matter thoroughly. "Is this your strategy?" Fang Tian glanced at Dong Jian and the others, who instantly grasped the implication. With a few messages sent, a torrent of vitriol soon engulfed the Fruit family. Within a mere 2 minutes, public sentiment had flipped, transforming the Fruit family into a universally despised villain. Such is the power of discourse. Fang Tian said nothing further, simply posting 3 digits in the regional channel. 321. At that moment, Xiao He timely interjected in the channel. "Fang Shen, the leader of the convoy, has yet to transfer to me." The next instant, a series of system notifications erupted in the regional channel. Survivor Fang Tian has declared war on the Fruit family's convoy using a declaration token. Both parties are advised to prepare. In 5 minutes, vehicles will be teleported to the battle zone. Please be ready. The declarant Fang Tian has chosen the spectator mode. All in the region may click to watch the battle. Holy smokes. A declaration of war. And it's being live-streamed. Last time, I missed Fang Shen single-handedly challenging Xiongba. Now I can finally witness it firsthand. My goodness. There have been whispers that Fang Shen had the assistance of other convoys. This time, the truth will be revealed. Holy moly. The Fruit family is practically at full strength. Right? A level 4 convoy has 150 members. Is he really planning to take them on alone? Spectator mode, indeed. By the way, everyone, I have watermelons in my territory. Available for 20 water each. Those who desire to partake, trade swiftly. I also have sunflower seeds and peanuts. 10 water per portion. Limited supply. You all are pushing it. Can't you show a bit of empathy? Selling watermelons for 20 water each? Can't it be a bit cheaper? In the reception room, Dong Jian and the others looked at Fang Tian in speechless disbelief. Fang Tian turned to them. "Do you think I am too arrogant?" The group nodded in agreement. Fang Tian shrugged. "No worries, you will get used to it. Wiping out a level 4 convoy is merely a matter of moments. Bu Hao's faction is the only level 4 convoy present, and upon hearing this, his expression darkened. Fang Tian hurriedly reassured him. "Don't take it personally. It's not aimed at you. In fact, I could easily handle a level 5 convoy as well." This revelation caused the faces of the other 3 leaders to darken as well. "Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to underestimate your level 5 convoys." Fang Tian quickly clarified. The group's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Fang Tian continued. "What I mean is, even if the convoy reaches level 6, it would make no difference to me." Gu Xian rolled her eyes. "If you can't hold a conversation, you need not force it, all right?" Although her words were irksome, everyone present understood that Fang Tian was speaking the truth. It is not that Fang Tian could take on an army single-handedly. If a level 6 convoy with 800 members were to come, it would wear him down. However, Fang Tian himself holds no faction, and the declaration token cannot be used against individuals, rendering numbers ineffective against him. Even if Fang Tian actively declares war on them, slaughtering dozens or even hundreds, and then slips away into a private carriage, what recourse would they have? Should this scenario repeat itself, even the mightiest of convoys would eventually be worn down. Fang Tian chuckled heartily. His audacity was not merely for show. In 2 days, he would transition to another district, But before doing so, he needed to establish his authority here, ensuring that the locals recognize his formidable presence. This way, when the Qin family attempts to manipulate others against him, the residents would think twice. After all, this place is his homeland, a territory he could return to at any moment. Aside from Gu Xian, the other three convoys were merely in collaboration with him for mutual benefit and could not be entirely trusted. The numerous detractors in the channels were undoubtedly connected to these large convoys. Moreover, he aimed to facilitate an alliance between the Long family and the local powers. As a guarantor, the greater his prestige, the more formidable his deterrent would be to both parties. At that moment, the broadcast crackled to life. The bus has entered the combat zone. Please prepare for battle. It had begun. You go ahead. I won't be returning. Just keep an eye on things and don't let anyone dismantle my bus, Zhao Cheng cautioned. Understood, everyone. Take your time to converse, Fong Tian replied, departing the reception area. Little Black had not fully recovered from its injuries, but after some contemplation, Fong Tian decided to bring it along as he entered the bus. Outside the window, nearly 150 buses belonging to the Fruit family were densely packed, while Fong Tian's side featured only a solitary bus. Chapter 179. The Elephant and the Ant. The battlefield lay before them as an elliptical, fully enclosed space, its perimeter fortified by formidable metallic walls, rendering any escape utterly impossible. Moreover, Fong Tian discovered that an intelligent wristband had appeared on his left wrist, though its sole function was communication, in addition to a regional channel and a fringe channel. It featured a battlefield channel, which held no significance for him as he was the only participant on his side. As one of the leaders, both Fong Tian and Lu Yue possessed a megaphone, enabling pre-battle discourse. Soon, Lu Yue utilized his megaphone to address Fong Tian, exclaiming, "Fong Tian, are you not being overly oppressive? I do not even recognize the returning leader. It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble with us." Fong Tian wasted no time, leaping atop a vehicle's roof and responding through the megaphone. "Indeed, I find you displeasing and intend to target you. If you cannot accept it, then suffer in silence." Lu Yue was left momentarily speechless, unable to fathom such a bold retort. After a protracted silence, he managed to stammer, "You are being utterly unreasonable." Fong Tian replied leisurely, "Have you ever seen an elephant reason with an ant? Those who wish to live should hide within their private compartments. Anyone daring to appear before me, I shall not hesitate to crush." With that, Fong Tian descended from the vehicle and strode towards the ominous throng of cars. The live broadcast showcased his solitary figure starkly contrasted against the densely packed vehicles of the Fruit family, a scene reminiscent of cinematic portrayals. However, such moments are often accompanied by a tragic sense of heroism. Yet now, from Fong Tian's silhouette, a chilling aura of oppression emanated. The tightly packed vehicles before him resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Lu Yue felt a wave of regret wash over him. Although he had heard of the declaration tokens, he never imagined Fong Tian would possess one and dare to confront him alone. He attempted to reach out to prominent figures like Dong Jian and Shen Gang for assistance, only to be met with a notification of being blocked. This was a dire predicament. However, as he witnessed Fong Tian advancing alone, a flicker of hope ignited within Lu Yue, prompting him to issue commands to his confidants. The live broadcast captured the moment as approximately 20 vehicles lined up in formation, accelerating towards Fong Tian. Upon witnessing this scene, the regional channel erupted in chaos. "What? Is this even possible? Isn't this supposed to be autonomous driving? Did you not know? Those in the driver's seats can manually control them." It appeared Fong Tian was unaware. With so many vehicles aligned, how could he evade? He deserved it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Fong Tian regarded the oncoming buses with an unruffled demeanor, retrieving a blue long spear from his backpack and adopting a javelin pose. With a swift motion, the spear shot forth like a meteor. The individual operating the vehicle from the driver's seat had no time to react before being struck down instantly. The advanced shooting talent, is it merely a jest? Fong Tian did not pause. He withdrew 2 more long guns and, employing the same method, claimed 2 more lives. Following the demise of the driver, the bus immediately powered down, creating a gap in the line of vehicles as 3 cars ceased operation. Fong Tian remained motionless, allowing the other vehicles to rush past him on either side. He strolled leisurely towards the 3 cars, retrieving his long guns, of which he had prepared 3. After all, these buses were all of level 3 or higher, and only blue weapons could shatter their windshields in a single blow. Once armed, Fong Tian exited the vehicle, ready to confront the oncoming assault of these vehicles once more. However, upon disembarking, he found that the vehicles had simply circled back to their original formation. Understandably so. After Fong Tian demonstrated his prowess, who would dare charge in again? Fong Tian seized a megaphone. "Not coming back? If you want tea, I shall." Lu Yue found himself in a precarious position. Despite his frantic instigation on his own channel, urging everyone to rush and eliminate Fang Tian. Perhaps due to Fang Tian's formidable reputation, no one dared to be the first to start their engines. Desperate, Lu Yugua contemplated retreating into the safety of the private compartments, albeit at the cost of their vehicles being dismantled, resulting in significant losses. Yet, what Fang Tian declared next plunged him into despair. Do not think that hiding in private compartments will suffice. I possess plenty of war tokens. I can engage with you daily. If I do not receive an explanation today, prepare to have your vehicles dismantled repeatedly. In a fit of determination, Lu Yugua issued a bounty on his channel. Let us unite. Whoever kills Fang Tian shall receive 1,000 spirit stones. I shall charge first. We must stand together, or we all perish. With that, he raised a shield before him and drove the bus towards Fang Tian, under the lure of great reward and with Lu Yugua leading the charge. Many others began to rev their engines. In a remarkable display, nearly 100 buses surged forward towards Fang Tian. The scene was indeed grand, yet Fang Tian remained unfazed. This time there were too many vehicles. He couldn't be bothered to use his spear and simply awaited their approach. The viewers of the live stream held their breath, eager to see how Fang Tian would respond. As the stream of vehicles drew near, Fang Tian propelled himself upward, as if taking flight, effortlessly landing atop one bus. Upon reaching the roof, Fang Tian grasped the edge, securing his weapon within the vehicle and, with a series of powerful kicks, shattered the windows and entered. Mere seconds later, the windshield exploded, and a headless corpse was ejected, crashing to the ground and being pulverized by the oncoming traffic. In the next moment, Fang Tian emerged from within the bus and leapt onto the roof of another vehicle. Good heavens, is he playing Assassin's Creed? Is it truly this seamless? My word, it feels as though he is not here to survive. He has come to engage in a game of mowing down his foes. Is the vendor still around? Let us have another round. I can't shake this sudden sense of dread. He won't become a tyrant, will he? At this rate, he could do as he pleases in this district. Within Fang Tian's territory, several onlookers, captivated by the live broadcast, stood in astonishment, except for Zhao Yiqing. Their alliance had encountered a stalemate, primarily due to Dong Jian and Shindang's persistent ambition for dominance, resisting the shift towards a republic. Fang Tian's current actions served to temper their fervor. She smiled effortlessly, stating, "So, do you see? A solitary convoy holds no significance in the face of absolute power." Bu Haran was rendered speechless, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, in the presence of overwhelming strength, numbers truly become irrelevant. Dong Jian shook his head, remarking, "A rabble, of course, is meaningless, but when one becomes bloodthirsty and charges en masse, it cannot be dismissed so lightly." Shindang remained silent, yet his thoughts mirrored those of Dong Jian. Zhao Yiqing took a sip of his drink, suggesting, "Let us continue to watch." In the live footage, the Fruit family's bus had come to a complete halt, as dozens of individuals disembarked simultaneously, brandishing an array of weapons, advancing menacingly towards Fang Tian. Chapter 180, a word of caution for the next life. Fang Tian, having dealt with the occupants of a vehicle, quickly discerned the intentions of the surrounding cars as they dispersed. Unperturbed, he leapt from his vehicle and leaned against the side of a bus, awaiting the unfolding events with quiet composure. The members of the Fruit clan soon disembarked, encircling him from all directions. They refrained from launching arrows, a judicious decision. For with Fang Tian's level of armor, the bows of ordinary men posed no threat. However, having participated in a previous vehicle competition, he noted that these adversaries exhibited a far superior formation compared to the gang he had faced in Hulu Valley. Their encirclement consisted of 2 layers. The first comprised swords and shields, while the second featured spears and polearms, all arranged with commendable discipline. Their strategy seemed to be a simultaneous assault from all sides, leaving him no avenue of escape. But would this prove effective? Given the caliber of this second-rate convoy, a mere dash to either side would surely disrupt their alignment. As we watched the live broadcast, Zhao Yiqing sent a private message. Fang Tian understood her intent, and he shared the same resolve. He chose not to reposition himself, allowing his assailants to encircle him in their most perfect formation. The encirclement tightened, yet Fang Tian remained unruffled, while those surrounding him began to slow their advance. As the circle constricted, what initially was a 2-layered formation thickened. With a bus at his back, many of his pursuers shifted to face him directly. However, the sounds from atop the vehicle suggested that several individuals had stealthily ascended to the roof. From the perspective of the live stream, Fang Tian stood with his back against the bus on the open ground, encircled in a semicircle by nearly 80 adversaries. On the roof behind him, 7 or 8 individuals crouched, poised to strike. Lu Yugua, commanding from the periphery, bellowed, "The front 2 rows, shields up. The rear, all long weapons. Be wary of his breakout." As the nearest enemy drew within 2 meters, Fang Tian could not help but inquire, "Are you not going to strike?" Planning to crush me instead? Finally, Liu Yue commanded, all together. The encirclement erupted in a chorus of furious roars as all assailants launched their attacks simultaneously. Fang Tian, too, sprang into action. He pivoted and unleashed a savage charge. With a thunderous crash, the bus behind him buckled under the impact, flipping entirely. The ambushers on the roof lost their balance and tumbled to the ground. After toppling the bus, Fang Tian turned back around. In that brief moment, his encirclers had surged forward, countless blades thrusting toward him. The sheer density of these weapons converging upon him resembled a wall adorned with sharpened steel. Such an intensity was impractical to evade, even for the divine. Yet, Fang Tian had no intention of dodging. With fervor, he unleashed a sweeping inferno. Minimum density, maximum range. Flames surged forth like a roaring tide, momentarily illuminating the scene. In fact, to ensure Fang Tian's entrapment, they had clustered so closely that they obscured the fire's brilliance. Spectators with even slightly impaired vision could scarcely discern the blaze. The cacophony of rage abruptly ceased, all movements halted as every individual lowered their gaze in unison. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze. Fang Tian sheathed the dragon's roar, placing his hand gently on the shoulder of the man before him. And with a light tug, the man toppled forward. To be precise, it was his upper body that fell, while his lower half remained rooted to the ground. Like a cascade of falling dominoes, the upper bodies of the surrounding crowd collapsed one after another. The inner circle of individuals resembled the peeling layers of an onion, as their upper halves rolled down in succession. It was only at this moment that the viewers of the live broadcast comprehended the gravity of the situation. The flash of fire had severed everyone in the arena at the waist. However, due to the crowd's tight formation, the bodies did not immediately separate. This single strike had claimed the lives of at least 70 or 80 individuals. Among the survivors, aside from the outer circle's overseer, Liu Yue, only the 10 or so who had been hiding atop the vehicle remained. Fang Tian, uninterested in the spectacle of the domino effect of corpses, strode directly towards the few dazed individuals. Initially, they had intended to rush forward, but the shocking scene before them rendered them motionless. As Fang Tian approached, they collectively discarded their weapons. Fang Tian wordlessly stepped up to the nearest individual, his hand rising and falling without hesitation. The head rolled away. He then moved on to the second. Boss, I was also coerced by him. Please don't blame me. The man trembled, pointing at Liu Yue, who stood frozen on the other side. Fang Tian nodded. I do not blame you. Just be more cautious in your next life. With a flash of blood, Fang Tian advanced towards another. The remaining few, witnessing this, cried out and turned to flee. Fang Tian swiftly drew his bow, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously. The arrows flew like shooting stars, striking the backs of the fleeing 3, who all fell to the ground. With a strength of 93 points, Fang Tian's arrows could easily pierce through ordinary armor. After another triple shot, all who intended to escape lay dead. Fang Tian silently turned and approached the stunned Liu Yue. Upon reaching a distance of 4 or 5 meters, he halted. It seems there are still 40 or 50 vehicles over there. They must be hiding in their private compartments. Should we call them out for another charge? Liu Yue appeared to snap back to reality, frantically operating his smart wristband, stammering. I will have them transfer the boss back to Qinzihan immediately. Soon, a message arrived from Xiaohei. It's done. Fang Tian nodded. Casting a sidelong glance at Liu Yue, is it too late to show submission now? Liu Yue took a deep breath. I have done what you asked. If you still refuse to spare me, then let us settle this with force. Quite astute, recognizing that he had no room for negotiation at this juncture. Fang Tian chuckled. Since you were so obedient, I may consider sparing your life. However, you have compelled me to use a declaration of war token. I shall not demand much. Compensate me with 2,000 spirit stones, and I will let you live. Deal. Liu Yue readily agreed. I will fetch it now. Follow me. The two moved in tandem towards Liu Yue's vehicle, where he hesitated momentarily. Could you wait here for me? Afraid that I might take the goods and still kill you? Fang Tian let out a cold laugh and said, Very well, you may enter. Or perhaps you wish to test whether I can find a way to reach you while you hide in your private carriage. With that, Fang Tian leaped from the vehicle, unperturbed by Liu Yue's cunning. At this moment, he had to exude unwavering confidence, for he intended that, after this day, no one in this region would dare to scheme against him again. Liu Yue stepped into the private compartment and immediately opened his contact list, sending a private message to the Qin family member who had emailed him. Boss, all my trusted aides are dead. I have no choice but to come to your territory. Are you the only one left? Do I still hold any value for you? The cold response ignited a fire of rage within Liu Yue. I acted against him only because you orchestrated it. Now that I am in this predicament, you choose to abandon me? I only accept those of worth, yet you have just demonstrated your incompetence. Despair washed over Liu Yue's face. He realized he had lost this gamble and was left with nothing. Just then, another message arrived. rekindling a flicker of hope within him. Now, I shall give you another chance to prove yourself. Following this, another email arrived. Upon examining the contents of the email, Lu Yogua's breath quickened once more. There was still a chance. Though the opportunity seemed slim, victory could turn his fortunes around. Chapter 181. Armor-piercing water, and the cranium burst moments later. Lu Yugua descended from the vehicle, cradling a backpack in his hands. Here are 2,000 spirit stones. Take them and spare my life, he implored. Fong Tian cast a glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you intend to launch a sneak attack? Lu Yogua's expression shifted, feigning composure. I do not comprehend what you mean. Fong Tian remained nonchalant. Does it truly take you this long to retrieve the spirit stones? Moreover, if I were in your position, I would place the backpack on the ground and retreat. Your intention to have me approach it suggests you plan to ambush me as I do. With clenched teeth, Lu Yugua flipped the backpack, letting it fall to the ground, revealing 2 handguns. You ought to refrain from displaying such trivialities, Fong Tian scoffed. Although the handguns and ammunition were relics of a bygone era, they were merely beginner-level special weapons lacking formidable attributes, easily disregarded by blue-tier or higher armor. Lu Yogua's countenance darkened. Have you heard of the soul-piercing water? Understanding dawned on Fong Tian, and he finally grasped the source of Lu Yogua's audacity. Soul-piercing water, colloquially known as armor-piercing water, is an extraordinarily rare enchantment elixir, with a minuscule chance of appearing in lord-level treasure chests. This potion can be imbued onto arrows, bullets, or weapons, allowing them to bypass all armor and shields, even disregarding cover. However, it proves ineffective against bosses, who primarily rely on their physical strength rather than armor, rendering the armor-piercing water less impactful in combat. In contrast, it is highly effective for assassination, earning the title of the assassin's artifact. Yet, a single vial can only enchant 1 weapon or 20 rounds of ammunition or arrows. With a mere 5 minutes of efficacy, coupled with its extremely rare drop rate, its price soars beyond the reach of the average person. As Fong Tian knew, a single vial of armor-piercing water on the world channel commands at least 1,000 spirit stones, and even then, it is rarely available due to its scarcity. The combination of handguns with armor-piercing water indeed posed a threat to Fong Tian. However, with a mischievous grin, Fong Tian stomped his foot, feigning a charge forward. Lu Yugua flinched, and with a loud bang, a bullet was fired. In an instant, Fong Tian drew his blade and executed a diagonal slash. The blade glimmered, producing a sharp clang, leaving Lu Yugua bewildered as he could not comprehend what had transpired. All he saw was a burst of flame from the blade, followed by 2 resounding thuds emanating from a nearby bus. It quickly dawned on him what had just occurred. Fong Tian had cleaved the fired bullet in 2. In truth, he knew that armor-piercing water could not nullify weapons. If Fong Tian had reacted swiftly enough to use his blade to parry, Lu Yugua could understand. Yet, cleaving it in half? As he observed the panic overtaking Lu Yugua's features, Fong Tian shifted his stance. That strike just now demonstrated my skill. Now, allow me to showcase my attributes. With that, he charged towards Lu Yugua. Lu Yugua, caught off guard, unleashed a barrage of gunfire aimed at Fong Tian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured forth, striking Fong Tian's chest with a series of dull thuds, yet his steps did not falter. In the blink of an eye, Fong Tian lunged toward him, his blade soaring downwards. Lu Yugua let out a blood-curdling scream as his left arm, still grasping the gun, was severed. Yet his right hand pressed the pistol against Fong Tian's forehead. Fong Tian's movements abruptly froze, the raised dragon's roar halted mid-air. Although the hidden black iron helmet obstructed the muzzle, leaving barely an inch between it and Fong Tian's brow, the enchanted bullet, imbued with armor-piercing properties, rendered the helmet ineffective. Lu Yugua, face to face with the blade, felt his heart race. Fong Tian's speed was so astonishing that he hardly registered that the strike had already descended upon him. The scene seemed to suspend in time. Meanwhile, the prominent figures observing in Fong Tian's territory were equally stunned by this unexpected turn of events. How was the first to lose his composure? What in the world is happening? Shindang furrowed his brow. He's being far too careless. If he can withstand bullets with his physical strength on his chest, surely his head would be fine too? Du Xian maintained a calm expression, though her voice trembled slightly. Dong Jin shook his head slightly. This is not reality. The damage from ranged weapons to the head is amplified. At last, the frozen live stream began to stir. Put the knife down. Lu Yogua's voice quivered. Fong Tian calmly met his gaze. I won't. Damn it. Then you shall die. Lu Yugua unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. In the live broadcast, a gunshot resounded, causing Fong Tian to shudder, the dragon's roar falling from his grasp. This moment constricted the hearts of all witnesses. Yet soon, someone noticed Lu Yogua's expression shift from ferocity to disbelief. Suddenly, the motionless Fong Tian lowered his head, vigorously rubbing his forehead. After a prolonged moment of this, He finally lifted his gaze, revealing a shallow wound on his brow. With a chuckle, he remarked, "That bullet really stung. But now it's my turn." Liu Yobu's face turned ashen as he collapsed onto the ground. At this distance, he had no hope of escape. Fang Tian slowly reached his right hand toward Liu Yobu's forehead, pressing his thumb against the bullet lodged there, and gently flicked it. Liu Yobu's body jolted, collapsing in defeat, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead as blood and brain matter spilled forth. Fang Tian chuckled softly, collecting his belongings and boarding the bus. After rummaging through, he retrieved a small black device hidden by the door of the private compartment and produced a loudspeaker. To all surviving members of the fruit family, you have 10 minutes to gather at the center of the arena. Those who fail to show will be hunted for life. Fang Tian's cold voice echoed across the battlefield, the loudspeaker ensuring that every participant could hear him, even those hiding in private compartments or territories. In less than 5 minutes, everyone stood before Fang Tian. Though sheltering within the confines of a private carriage ensured safety, emerging to assemble meant that their lives rested upon Fang Tian's words. Yet, they had already lost the courage to flee. Indeed, it is evident to all that these insignificant individuals, cowering within the confines of their vehicle, are unable to contend with Fang Tian. Yet, they dare not take risks. After all, from the very beginning until now, Fang Tian has exhibited unparalleled prowess in this territory. Let us not forget that he is affectionately referred to as God Fang. Observing the trembling figures before him, Fang Tian nodded in satisfaction. To whom has the leadership of the convoy been transferred? One individual, quaking, raised his hand. After inquiring about his name, Fang Tian sent a message to Lin Yu and addressed the man. Very well, someone named Lin Yu has added you as a friend. He is my companion. Admit him into the convoy and relinquish the leader's position to him. However, the man lamented, but we are currently in a locked state. The convoy cannot accept new members. Fang Tian reassured him, we can resolve that after the battle. He then turned to the remaining individuals. Listen closely. Since you refrained from acting against me, I shall spare your lives. Just do not cause any further disturbances. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd finally exhaled in relief, realizing that their lives had been spared. Chapter 182. No coercion. Fang Tian continued. The fruit family will henceforth be managed by my friend. Those who wish to withdraw may do so. I will not compel anyone. However, for those who choose to remain, I kindly ask that you refrain from causing me any amusement. Understood? Upon hearing these words, expressions of surprise illuminated the faces of many present, who nodded in agreement. Within Fang Tian's friend's leadership of the convoy, this carried significant implications. Fang Tian gestured towards the silent battlefield. Go and gather all the vehicles. Pile the goods in front of my car. You have 20 minutes. There is no obligation. Those who prefer not to help may return to their vehicles. As soon as he finished speaking, the 50 or so individuals present immediately dispersed, scouring the battlefield for valuables. Fang Tian returned to his vehicle, entering his private domain. After all, having slain nearly 100 people, and knowing there was little to be gained, he was disinclined to exert himself. These individuals likely lacked the courage to act unscrupulously under the scrutiny of the live broadcast. Entering the reception room, Fang Tian observed the gathered guests. Aside from the two beautiful women, the expressions of the other three were somewhat uncomfortable. Fang Tian understood their concerns and smiled gently. Sending several messages in the regional channel, I wish to inform everyone that my friends, Shindang, Dongjian, Gu Xian, and Bu Hao, and I have decided to form an alliance. From now on, we are all family. After delivering this announcement, he paid no heed to the chaotic channel, casting a slight smile at the prominent figures present. My apologies for acting impulsively. It seems you have yet to reach a decision? Although Fang Tian had taken the liberty to make this declaration, the countenances of the crowd appeared considerably more favorable. Their primary fear had been that Fang Tian would directly take over the fruit family, given his prestige and capabilities. It was likely that he would dominate the region, rendering the other convoys utterly uncompetitive. However, with Fang Tian's declaration of an alliance, coupled with his explicit mention of their friendship, the fruit family was rendered less extraordinary. Do you harbor any objections to my unilateral decision? If so, I can retract it. Fang Tian remarked with a smile. Dongjian forced a smile. No, we don't. Bu Hao sighed. We dare not. After today's battle, they had come to a clear realization. Their once proud convoy was utterly insubstantial in the face of Fang Tian. The ferocious strike that had felled 70 to 80 adversaries had also severed their morale. Feel free to discuss the details amongst yourselves. I shall handle matters in the channel. Fang Tian said, stepping out of the reception room. Once he gathered the workers, he activated the regional channel. At that moment, messages flowed incessantly through the regional channel, clearly reflecting the multitude of significant events that had transpired that day, igniting fervent discussions. It's like a nightmare. A convoy of 150, and in less than half an hour, 100 are dead and 50 are captured. This is more outrageous than any anti-Japanese drama. The bloodshed is staggering. It's terrifying. They brought this upon themselves by provoking Fang Tian. Indeed, it has been proven that Fang Tian was not wronged. The position of the returning leader was indeed within their grasp. This Liu Yuhua is truly amusing, attempting to argue with Fang Tian. How imposing. No needless chatter. Just straight to action. Thus, one must exercise caution when joining a convoy. A single leader can bring ruin upon so many. These individuals are indeed courting disaster. The recent events surrounding Xiangba are still fresh in our minds, yet they, a mere convoy of over 100, dare to resist. It feels surreal. How can over 100 people defy a single individual? What use is 100 people? With a single strike, 80 fell, and even now. I struggle to comprehend the magnitude of what transpired. Did anyone truly witness the unfolding? There were too many to see clearly. I vaguely caught a glimpse of a flash of fire, and then a multitude was cleaved in twain. It is utterly terrifying. In truth, Fang Xinran has shown a measure of restraint, sparing those who remained in their vehicles. Indeed, they now find themselves within Fang Tian's convoy. And who knows what opportunities may arise in the future. Just moments ago, Fang Xin mentioned matters concerning the alliance. Do you think he harbors ambitions to dominate our region? Surely he wouldn't resort to tyranny, would he? Indeed. Today marks the formal commencement of colonial endeavors. Is the purpose of his alliance to seize our colonial profits? At this juncture, Fang Tian began to issue a notification in the channel. Silence. I have a few words to convey. Upon uttering this, the incessant chatter abruptly ceased. Under normal circumstances, even the most formidable leader of a convoy would face anonymous disruptions. Yet now, Fang Tian has instilled such trepidation that even the most audacious detractors lack the courage to speak out. Who knows when one might be unmasked? Regarding the alliance, there will be no additional protection fees imposed upon you. It is merely to ensure that our region can stand united and gain an advantage in future territorial disputes. Thus, should anyone betray the interests of our region, they shall face merciless retribution. Individuals may operate independently of the alliance, but from this day forth, malicious attacks against individuals within our region are strictly prohibited. Any disputes may be resolved through the intervention of the leaders within the alliance. For the leaders of other convoys who have yet to join the alliance and wish to participate, please reach out to my associates within 3 days. The alliance will not interfere with your daily operations. But unity is paramount during regional conflicts and activities. Very well, those willing to join the alliance, respond with a 1, those unwilling, respond with a 2. Soon, a long string of 1s appeared, interspersed with a few scattered 2s. Those who responded with 2 quickly provided their reasoning, which boiled down to a desire for autonomy and reluctance from their comrades. Their tone was notably cautious, as they feared provoking Fang Tian's ire. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Tian addressed the channel. Rest assured, I shall not compel you. Just as those who had responded with 2 exhaled in relief, another message from Fang Tian materialized. I present you with 2 options. First, relinquish the leadership position to a brother who is willing to join the alliance. If the entire convoy is unwilling, then you must vacate this region entirely, or I shall personally escort you from this world. Second, respond with a 1 to indicate your willingness to join the alliance. Instantly, those who had previously responded with 2 now sent forth 1s. Has everyone changed their minds? Please, do not feel pressured. I am not one to coerce others. Is this not coercion? The leaders exchanged knowing glances, nearly rolling their eyes in unison. Yet, their replies were unambiguously sincere. Not at all. We are most eager to comply. I had not given it much thought earlier. But upon reflection, it is evident that the alliance truly cares for its members. I must confess, I made a typographical error. I am, in fact, quite fond of the alliance. Well then, I shall refrain from further unnecessary discourse. In time, you will come to understand the significance of the alliance. Additionally, there is one last matter to address. I am about to depart from this area, although I anticipate returning in the future. Should individuals from other regions attempt to sway you against me, ponder carefully whether to betray me or to act as Liu Yuhua did, harboring ulterior motives. That is all I have to say. Feel free to converse among yourselves. With that, Fang Tian closed the chat window and proceeded towards the car. As the spoils of victory should have been tallied by now. Chapter 183. The accident concerning life and death outside the vehicle. An assortment of backpacks and weapons formed a small mountain, while the remaining members of the Fruit family stood anxiously to one side. I will cease hostilities immediately. You all may return to the vehicle. By the way, whoever it is, remember to pass the leader's position to Lin Yu. As the crowd dispersed, Fang Tian gathered all the spoils into his magical backpack, ensuring nothing was overlooked before entering the vehicle to declare an end to the conflict. With a flash of white light, all vehicles withdrew from the battlefield, and the live broadcast was finally interrupted. The survivors, still yearning for more, engaged in discussions within the channel. I can't believe they really didn't kill anyone. I thought there would be a comeback. Fang Shun would never slay the innocent. Don't heed the rumors circulating in the channel. What do you think about the alliance? Is it reliable? I believe it is. Many regions have joined the alliance. If our region does not participate, we will likely suffer in future territorial battles. Let us see how things unfold. I fear they might exploit us common folk under the guise of the alliance. With Fang Shun around, I am not afraid. Indeed, he now holds immense power. If he harbors ill intentions, no one in our region can counterbalance him. Yes, and look at his attitude. He announced the alliance without consulting others, which seems rather concerning. Do not worry unnecessarily. Considering Fang Shun's stature, he is likely too disinterested to exploit us. You are too naive. The colonial mode will commence in 2 days. Many from Area 2288 have already applied for transfers. Our region will surely see an influx, and with more people, the stakes will rise. Didn't Fang Shun say he would temporarily leave our region? I am only concerned about the actions of other high-ranking alliance members in his absence. We shall take it one step at a time. After all we've experienced, I still have faith in him. What can we, mere pawns, influence? We can only resign ourselves to fate. Upon returning to the vehicle, Fang Tian assessed the material gains. Due to the nature of the scavenging, he could only acquire 30 of the warehouse's resources. Despite having slain nearly 100 individuals, the total yield was merely around 200 spirit stones. Fortunately, Liu Yoguo's warehouse contained some stock, and the materials scavenged from him amounted to nearly 700 spirit stones, bringing the total close to 2,000 spirit stones. Fang Tian toyed with the 2 handguns seized from Liu Yoguo. He had another in his warehouse, totaling 3 firearms. Unfortunately, the offensive capability of these weapons was rendered meaningless to him. He hesitated to sell them for a pittance, considering keeping them as mementos instead. After processing the spoils, Fang Tian stepped into his private domain, where Lin Yu had been waiting for quite some time. You certainly know how to create trouble for me. Now, being the head of the convoy, I am at a loss for what to do. Fang Tian chuckled. At least it's a level 4 convoy. Dissolving it like this would be a shame. I'll introduce you to a few other leaders so they can guide you. If you truly find it uninteresting, simply find someone agreeable and transfer the position. All right. With that, Fang Tian led Lin Yu into the reception hall. Allow me to introduce to you the new leader of the fruit family, Lin Yu. The others promptly rose to greet him. With Dong Jian displaying remarkable enthusiasm, let us make acquaintance. This skilled individual is indeed a familiar face. Lin Yu, with an air of humility, approached each of them for a handshake. I look forward to your guidance. I find myself thrust into this position without any understanding. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions, Fang Tian inquired, so, have the matters regarding the alliance been settled? Zhao Yiqing handed him a page filled with text. Fang Tian took it and scrutinized it closely. The document addressed leadership issues, the rules for cohabitation among the fleets, regional conquests, the fundamentals of the super PvP mode, and the framework for the trial of thousands, among other things. As he read, a smile crept across Fang Tian's face. What is this? Are you planning to establish a parliamentary system? Zhao Yiqing nodded. This is the usual model we adopt in other regions. After all, our alliance is primarily for external relations, and forcibly selecting a leader could incite power struggles. However, a parliamentary system can sometimes be inefficient. In urgent situations, what if the assembly descends into chaos? The solution is rather simple. As long as it does not involve foreign powers, matters of regional conquest will be decided by your local leaders. Only when foreign powers are involved will the Long family provide input. But what if your 2 factions disagree? Fang Tian asked. Dong Jian interjected. We were just discussing this. Do you have any thoughts? Fang Tian pondered for a moment before asking. How do you handle this in other regions? Zhao Yiqing chuckled. What else can we do? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Therefore, Gu Xian furrowed her brow. Are you implying that when it comes to foreign powers, your word is final? Dong Jian and the others' expressions grew noticeably grim. Though the notion of strength being paramount held some truth, they were local leaders, and the thought of blindly obeying outsiders was hard to swallow. Zhao Yiqing smiled. In other regions, we indeed have the final say in external matters, but in your territory, the principle of strength applies, and it does not favor our Long family. All eyes turned to Fang Tian, suddenly sensing the gravity of the situation. He quickly grasped Zhao Yiqing's arm. I only agreed to facilitate the alliance. I did not consent to participate myself. Zhao Yiqing chuckled mischievously. Irrespective, the situation has evolved. There's an old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. If you are unwilling to bear this responsibility, our alliance cannot progress. What a glitch. Do you think I haven't seen a movie before? Fang Tian retorted, exasperated. I am not interested in the alliance. You all must find another way. Just then, Zhao Cheng unexpectedly took a step back. Fang Tian instinctively pulled her back, only to find her arm surprisingly slippery. He merely grasped her sleeve. To his astonishment, the button at her chest had come undone, and as he tugged, it revealed a glimpse of her bosom. For those at a distance, the clothing obscured the view. But Fang Tian's gaze was drawn inescapably, revealing a cute bra adorned with little strawberries. Zhao Cheng, in a state of panic, clutched her clothing tightly and cast an angry glare at Fang Tian. Fang Tian's face flushed crimson as he retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry. It was not my intention." With her cheeks aflame, Zhao Cheng rebuked him. "Do you comprehend the immense humiliation this brings to our long family?" Fang Tian instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Such ancient martial families likely harbored even more stringent taboos than ordinary folk. He had unwittingly stumbled into a significant predicament. "I am deeply sorry. I truly did not mean to." Zhao Cheng bowed her head, her fists clenched, her voice trembling as she said, "This matter pertains to my very life. You must first agree to assist us in adjudicating the decisions of the alliance before we address this issue." Upon hearing that this situation could be a matter of life or death, Fang Tian felt an even greater sense of remorse and quickly replied, "Very well, I agree. Please, tell me how we should proceed." At his words, Gu Xin let out a soft sigh. Zhao Cheng smiled mischievously. "All right, it's settled.